Chapter 1, 3 Divine Weapons. The system is officially activated. Host information, male, Gao Fei, height, 1 meter 8, age, 21, meets the system selection criteria. The system is officially activated. Please ask the host to select a weapon. Any weapon can only select one. In a daze, Gao Fei felt that he had a strange dream. He actually became the same as the protagonist in the novels. Generally got a powerful system, the strongest Gun King system. After the system selected himself, rows and rows of weapons appeared in his own mind, from the most basic self-defense weapons, all kinds of military knives, to handguns, rifles, machine guns, all kinds of things. Please select the host. The host is able to select 3 kinds of weapons. Once selected, cannot be changed. From now on, the system only for the host to train and provide bullets. Every kill a land enemy to obtain a point of war points. You can buy 10 bullets. Please select the host. Voodoo. Facing a variety of weapons circling in his mind, Gao Fei indisputably gulped, and in his heart, he directly filtered the system prompts. 3 weapons. Gao Fei did not hesitate to shout. Barrett M82A3 sniper rifle. Desert Eagle pistol with 57cm Nepalese saber. Almost the first time Gao Fei locked his favorite weapon, Barrett sniper rifle, known as the king of the sniper rifle. It's powerful and heavenly performance, so that the regular competition will be this sniper rifle to the ban, but this does not prevent the Barrett sniper rifle's powerful precision and up to more than 2,000 meters of range and 1,800 meters of effective range, and at the same time that the terrifying lethality of all conditions. All these conditions add up to make it won the title of King of Sniper. Desert Eagle, in the pistol known as the existence of a hand cannon to the strong power and recoil and famous. Want to use this kind of gun the general public simply cannot do. Strong recoil is enough to the adult wrist to shock broken. As for the Nepalese army knife, is because of pure love, especially after watching the Resident Evil. Very hope to get 2 to play a play, but now can even as desired, albeit in a dream. The reason for choosing these 3 weapons is very simple, that is, when playing CF games, Gao Fei has been carrying them: a cannon at home across the base to bombard people, Sandhawk pistols for self-defense, Nepalese saber as a close combat weapon, since it is a dream that is a one-time to come to some strong, explosive. End of selection. Start teleporting. Hiss, don't pull my covers. In his sleep, Gao Fei dreamed that he was carrying his own 3 divine weapons to kill the 4 directions unrivaled, and his marksmanship was the absolute champion of the world. Suddenly a burst of bone-piercing cold made Gao Fei Cold War. Thought it was the roommate who was camping together pulling his own quilt. Muttered, reached out to pull the quilt, but the palm of his hand touched not the warm quilt but a burst of cold, icy hands of snow. Holy! This makes the high fly in the daze. Directly woke up. It's snowing heavily. Quickly get up, and classmates together to take advantage of the winter vacation to form a winter vacation camping. Gao Fei thought it was the night. Snow will tend to hold up the bad. Want to come to take a look at. Suddenly froze, has not finished the words, directly swallowed back. Incredulous look around, blinking eyes, seems a little wrong. Is it eye blurred? Rubbing his eyes, Gao Fei thought it was his own eye blurred. Around the snow is right, but the environment is not the Rocky Belt camping last night, but into a barren mountains covered with a thick layer of snow, around only their own existence. What tent, classmates, and their intention to take the opportunity to confess the goddess are all gone. I must be dreaming. Patting his own cheeks, Gao Fei was vigorously engaging in self-compassion and hypnosis. Teleportation successful. The system will try its best to assist the host in the next period of time, and train the host to become the strongest Gun King, except for the weapon, which grants 100 points of battle merit. Self-soothing and hypnosis was mercilessly torn apart by an icy cold business. Gao Fei clearly remembered that this was the business he heard last night when he was dreaming, and he was happy to choose 3 weapons: a Barrett sniper rifle, a Desert Eagle, and 2 Nepalese military knives. The corner of his eye hard jumped a bit. Gao Fei hard ground head towards the ground to see, but see as previous, lying on the ground among the snow, laid his favorite 3-god weapon when playing the game. As long as 1 meter 5 Barrett sniper rifle quietly lying in the snow pressure out of a print to black strong body in the white snow is particularly conspicuous, heavy, and some hideous body of the gun, so that people know at a glance that this thing is definitely a big killer. And Barrett sniper rifle aside, quietly placed a pocket, as well as a Desert Eagle, 2 Nepalese army knife, people commonly known as the dog leg knife. 2 eyes black. Gao Fei almost did not pass out, fell to the ground, stupidly looked at his once favorite 3 artifacts. If you can, Gao Fei is how much hope that these 3 things have disappeared. Their own back to the tent in the middle of the comfort of sleeping lazily. Daybreak after the beginning of their own Goddess Raiders plan. Time back to 1940. Please host as soon as possible to pull yourself together. The achievement of the strongest Gun King. Each kill an enemy can get a point of war credit. War credit can buy bullets and quality points, can strengthen the host's physical quality. The system's icy cold tone, Gao Fei directly filtered it. In his mind has been hovering in the forefront of the sentence. 1940, this is China's most difficult time. This is the war of resistance into the white-hot time period. But the system actually will be a college student from the modern era over, in this kind of chaos of war in the period of their own. How to live? A man has a heart to kill ghosts, but also to have the life to kill. A college student from the 21st century, learned a few days of fake style, or by their own masters hand-in-hand teaching, shooting, not to mention, just touch the air rifle only, if the game again within their own can kill 4 sides, but here can do? Looking at the three artifacts in front of him, Gao Fei has a kind of impulse to cry. Barrett assault rifles, Sandhawk pistols, in addition to the Nepalese army, the rest of the two kinds of their own do not dare to use, after decades of weapons are now taken out of the use of the explanation is a big trouble. It is not permitted when someone will be killed to do a wrongful death are not clear. Because of the host to prevent the host trouble, the host in the hands of the weapon has been changed. In addition to the host, no one can see the true face of the weapon, when the host's strength will be unsealed after the strength of the host can rest assured that the use of the host. The second chapter in a word is dry. A pattern appeared in Gao Fei's mind, is the system has been camouflaged after the Barrett and the Desert Eagle change appearance. The Barrett looks like a homemade sniper rifle, although in this era sniper rifles are very rare, but it does not know, at last, there is an excuse to fool around. The Desert Eagle is also basically the same, after the camouflage, it looks like a homemade pistol. If you really take out the true face of the two guns to meet, people estimate that sooner or later they are assassinated hiccups. By that time, there will still be a hairy ghosts. I really did what sin? For a long time a cold wind came, will be blown high fly awake, high fly bitter smile will two Nepalese army knife don't in their own long leather shoes, pistol don't in the waist with down coat pull down cover. As for the Barrett, this big guy can only use the black, not the bag loaded on the shoulder to carry to go. There is a box of bullets. In order to prevent the emergence of the trouble, high fly had to be all open in the pocket. In the blink of an eye on the body of more than close to 20 kilograms of weight, so that Gao Fei walking in the snow are a little difficult. A foot down is a deep footprints, not to say also a little slippery. Looking around a white blanket, Gao Fei is very lucky because it is camping in the mountains, so no clothes and shoes off, or else they will be absolutely frozen into a popsicle. Surrounded by thick snow, a time really let Gao Fei feel confused. He did not know what position he was in, what identity, and even if there are no small children around are not clear. If so, blindly sneak accidentally drilled into the small children's base camp to the fun can be big. Gao Fei when the history is not good, but also know the country. In addition to the fall of the eastern provinces, the Brat army also occupied half of China. In addition to Yunnan, Guizhou, Sichuan, Tibet, Xinjiang and other places, the rest of the provinces have suffered. And look around, the terrain is not like the mountainous areas of Yunnan, Guizhou and Sichuan, that is basically under the cloud of the Brats. Do not want to be good, think about it. Gao Fei was suddenly startled by himself. It seems that they have to be careful, otherwise the consequences are unimaginable. First, find a place where there are people to ask. If you can meet the 8th Route Army or the National Army are good, as long as it is not the Brats on the line. With a suspended heart, Gao Fei began to observe. Want to find a place inhabited by people, must first find the road. This is the same as getting lost in the forest. First find the river or stream, follow the walk, you will be able to arrive at the place of human habitation. Carrying the three divine weapons, which weighed close to 20 kilograms, Gao Fei began to look for them in the middle of the mountain, where there was no village in front of him and no store at the back. Ding, a mission has appeared in the system. Please ask the host to kill the hidden Japanese Special Warfare Squad soldiers in front of him. Kill at least one enemy and reward 1 attribute point for mission completion. Suddenly, the system's icy cold business almost didn't scare Gao Fei's soul out. There are ghosts or special operations squad nearby? Cannot think too much. Gao Fei hurriedly lying on the ground to hide himself, good in the ground, snow thick enough, and Gao Fei wearing a white down jacket, lying in the middle of the snow is really not easy to be found. The system, your grandfather's kidding? Lousy damn, not even touched a real gun, you let me kill the little kid? I also want to Plopping down on the ground and inhaling deeply for a few breaths, feeling his heart beating wildly and indisputably, Gao Fei couldn't help but curse. Unfortunately, there was no response. The system calmed down after giving the mission. There was no response. Killing the enemy would be able to complete the mission and gain attribute points. Just now Gao Fei checked the attribute points, but it was a good thing. But the good things have to be taken before they can be taken to their own situation, can only rely on their own side of the Barrett to kill the enemy. As for the Desert Eagle, that strong recoil in only 200 meters of range or directly ignore. Barrett's range reached an amazing 3,000 meters. Effective range in 1,600 meters to 1,800 meters, but that is a professional sniper. To play the distance of the average person can focus on their own 1,000 meters away from the object is good, not to mention also in the movement of people. And the sniper rifle is not as simple as it seems, need to correct the distance, but also pay attention to what the wind and other natural problems. He is an ordinary college student, not a killer where know how to use a sniper rifle. Like Barrett, or because it is the king of the sniper's name, and the game. Hidden in the snow and the big mouth breathing heavily, a long time Gao Fei this quietly Barrett on the bag to tear away, the gun's tripod support up, open the telescope to watch the enemy, in which, although I do not know how to regulate those so-called extra will affect the bullet track of the weather, but simple support the gun frame and the use of binoculars, Gao Fei is still able to do it. After doing these simple few maneuvers, Goofy felt himself break out in a hot sweat, actually scared out of his wits. After taking a deep breath and swallowing to make his throat, which was almost smoking because of his nervousness, a little bit more comfortable, Gao Fei raised his head to the binoculars and looked at it, and the result was that he was shocked at first glance. In the middle of the binoculars, a pair of special operations brats were gathered at the bottom of the mountain about 600 meters away from himself, seemingly discussing something. The hot sweat on his body hadn't dissipated. Gao Fei was once again shocked out of a cold sweat. If it wasn't for the system's reminder, he would definitely run into the enemy's eyes. because the direction he was looking for was this side. Found that the enemy is very close to their own, high-fly lying in the snow do not dare to move freely for fear that, for the other side found, carefully through the binoculars staring at the other side of every move. What to do? This problem across in the heart of Gao Fei, the enemy is below, perhaps they pull the trigger to be able to kill the enemy, but once exposed, revealed the position that would be a big deal. The Special Forces team gathered together seemed to discuss what an earth-brown clothes leaning against the rocks, if not to get the system's reminder in Barrett with binoculars on the observation, Gao Fei really cannot find them. After a while, Gao Fei calmed down and began to observe the surroundings. Everywhere was covered with snow, only a few places under the mountain slopes were not covered with snow. After observing for a while, Gao Fei made a cruel decision, determined to do a job. Anyway, surrounded by snow, even if he was discovered he could still run, the snow could delay the other party for himself, giving himself a chance to slip away, and a white down coat is not easy to be discovered. In the end, Gao Fei could not resist the reward of attribute points. A normal adult physical strength and strength standard is 5 points. If you can get a little attribute points, then their physical strength or strength can be increased by nearly 1/5. The attribute points motivation plus the hurtful things the brats had done in the past made Gao Fei cross his heart, determined to try it and run away if it didn't work. Chapter 3, Killing Ghosts. Driven by interest and hatred, Gao Fei began while evil guts were rampant, and through the binoculars he began to observe the enemy below. The distance is probably between 600 meters. Do not understand the temperature of the wind influence of the high fly directly aimed at the two people standing in the last two, because these two people almost stand in a straight line. There is no doubt that as long as the Barrett's bullets hit them absolutely can be two people torn into a few pieces. Barrett sniper rifle has such power. This gun is basically configured to the special operations team, basically used to block some of the local armored vehicles, helicopter gunships, tearing apart the human body, but it is easy. But first, want to block armored vehicles and helicopter gunships need special bullets. Armor-piercing bullets, general bullets do not have such a strong power. Nervous to death in his heart, Gao Fei kept taking deep breaths, learning from the little bit of pathetic information that he had once casually viewed idly. He began to twist the binoculars, aiming the binoculars collimation at the enemy standing at the end of the line. The center of aim should be level with the opponent's head, and the body should match the line. For the sniper rifle, the only thing Gao Fei remembered was adjusting the distance and the cross-aim of the telescope. When the Special Forces soldier standing at the end and the telescope cross-aim became a line after the telescope will be slightly moved down to aim at the back of that little kid, the head target is too small, and the recoil of the Barrett is too strong. Gao Fei is afraid of the bullet hitting the crooked, so a little bit downward aiming at the other side of the back. Having done all the preparations, Gao Fei lay on the ground and took a deep breath, did not move a muscle, and adjusted his breathing to the smoothest stage before pulling the trigger without hesitation. Touch! As the king of snipers, Barrett has a strong power, as well as a strong recoil. The power is big, at the same time the sound brought by firing the gun is also amazing. The gun body touched back and forth for a moment, and Gao Fei immediately rushed to a powerful recoil rushing on his shoulder, almost lifting him to the ground, and his entire right shoulder had gone numb. Baka! At the same time as the gunshot sounded, the bullet from within the Barrett's chamber directly tore the two little devils standing at the end into 4 pieces at supersonic speed, and the Barrett's strong prowess was directly revealed. This special operations squad was originally just the end of the special training began to put into combat squad, after the mission is ready to return to the city, but do not want to discuss the problem in the middle of the road suddenly heard a gunshot. The sound of gunshots just came, even standing in the end of the two people's body directly by the Barrett that can penetrate the steel plate of the bullets were torn apart. Screams did not send out, the broken meat has been scattered all over the place. I killed someone. Gao Fei's mind was confused, staring blankly at the two little devils who were torn into pieces by the bullets, not even noticing the paroxysms of pain and numbness coming from his shoulders. Through the binoculars, Gao Fei could see very clearly in what way the two men were torn into several pieces. The two comrades were inexplicably torn into several pieces. The head of the special operations squad cracked and shouted, and the rest of them found a hidden place to hide in the fastest possible time. The rest of the brats hid, not daring to show their heads. Gao Fei froze and pinched his face. I killed brats? Die! Die! Die all! Suddenly Gao Fei like crazy general tuned binoculars. The first time he killed someone he did not feel fear, no nausea and want to vomit. In his heart, he felt that there is something to be relieved. The education from childhood as well as the hatred towards the brats exploded out at once. The expression became hideous. Gao Fei clenched his teeth, adjusted the binoculars and began to look for the remaining enemies. After the first attack, the rest of the little devils were looking for cover to hide, and at the same time were also looking for the enemy based on the observation of the sound, but unfortunately everything was futile. The weapons they were carrying were the latest light machine guns produced in the US, and they simply couldn't reach the range of 600 meters. The first time the other party knew that there were snipers, despite being shocked as to why there were snipers in China, and still using super powerful sniper rifles for sniping, no one dared to move at this time, or else they might not be able to explode their heads just after exposing themselves to the watermelon. Can you hide? Aimed at a small kid hiding behind a piece of not very thick sandstone, Gao Fei's mouth corner showed a trace of grimace, despite not being a soldier, but he is very clear about the power of the Barrett sniper rifle. Bang! There was another deafening gunshot, only to see the cover in front of the little kid hiding behind the sandstone directly burst open, along with his body being torn into several pieces. Barrett sniper rifles can tear through walls more than 30 centimeters thick, let alone a piece of sandstone with poor hardness. In the blink of an eye another comrade sacrificed, but even the identity of the other party are not sure, can only determine is a sniper, in 600 meters away to snipe themselves and others. Another comrade sacrificed. Special forces squad leader shouted a few times and chose to retreat in the face of this hidden in the shadows, but there is no anti-sniper equipment, he can only choose to retreat away from here. And here belongs to the activities of the 8th Route Army range. Maybe just now the gun will attract some 8th Route Army. In order not to expose the identity, he can only choose to retreat. The use of small slopes as cover, the remaining ghosts began to slowly withdraw, so that they are relieved that the sound of sniper fire did not ring again. This was hit on the tear into several pieces of the power is chilling, was hit on the possibility of no salvation. Through the binoculars Gao Fei saw that the group of ghosts began to retreat, but he had the heart. At this time the numbness and pain in the shoulder began to attack, and the first time to use the gun to kill, Gao Fei was nervous. At this time, he felt that he was almost deflated, and the enemy's distance is getting further and further away, to their own level simply cannot hit. Lying in the snow, Gao Fei stared blankly at his own hands, dreaming that he would one day also hands stained with blood, kill all kinds of unscrupulous bad things to do the little Japanese devils. Simple actions can see the difference between ordinary people and soldiers. The former will have a lot of strange ideas at this time, while the latter is to continue to observe. To observe the enemy is not really withdrawn, if suddenly around the road to kill a horseback shot that would be the death of the wrong. It was good that this special operations team left completely. After freezing for a while, Gao Fei only put away the strange thoughts in his mind, because at this time he remembered that he still had trophies. The gun used by the other party at a glance is not the mainstream weapon at this time. The 3.8 Big Cap, and is a machine gun use method is simple, the best choice for enrollment. Hurriedly carrying the Barrett, Gao Fei toward the bottom of the mountain, slowly sliding down. When he came to the bottom of the mountain to see a field of blood and guts after Gao Fei's face had become pig liver color, hurriedly will not break the ground. 3 machine guns picked up, even grenades do not want to. Gao Fei desperately backward. As for the machine guns, sticking to the blood can only be dealt with after the fact. The most important thing now is to leave the blood and flesh of this location. Stand still. Hands up. Chapter 4 Independent Regiment Leader Li Yunlong. Who? Gao Fei never thought, this time there will be someone. Scared, a burst of hands and feet grabbed 2 full of blood and flesh. 3 American submachine guns against the 2 suddenly appeared in their own not far away. As for the blood and flesh on the top of the, Gao Fei cannot be bothered to wipe, and now it is the life of the little one is important. The M3 submachine gun used by the Brat Special Operations Team within the Bright Sword was actually produced in 1942, but was advanced 2 years in the TV. On a small dirt slope less than 100 meters away from Gao Fei, 2 people wearing a dusty military uniform stared at him, holding the Mauser pistols that were famous at this time of the year in their hands and aiming them at themselves. One of them was about 50 years old, with a glint in his eyes. Behind this person was a strong man in his 30s, with a full beard, carrying a 38 large cap aiming at Gao Fei, and even more strangely still, the 2 people were carrying 2 huge packages on their backs, which looked bloated and bulging. Kid, you're not bad. Looking down at the corpses that had already cracked into countless pieces, the man in the lead suddenly grinned, looked Gao Fei up and down, and said, Kid, give me an honest account of what you are? Fine-looking skin and tender flesh. Although his tone was off-putting, the logo on his clothes was what made Gao Fei's heart, which had almost jumped out of his throat, fall back. It was the 8th Route Army, not the brats. How is it that killing little devils has to be pointed at by one's own people with a gun? Relieved colleague, Gao Fei soon felt unhappy. They at least killed the brats. You good own people still use the gun against me. The leader did not speak. His face is not very good. Staring at Gao Fei seems to see him through generally. Ha! Suddenly he laughed out loud, laughing and scolding. You kid is good I Li Yunlong were the first time I met someone who dared to talk to me like this. Look at you, fine skin seems not military, right? These are all you do? Not bad. Zhang Dabiao put the guy down. Our guns are only for the devils. We can't point them at our own people. Putting his gun away, Li Yunlong seriously criticized a few words, causing Zhang Dabiao to put his gun away with a speechless face, while muttering in his heart, just now, it was clearly your old man who drew his gun first. Okay. Kid, what's your name? Where are you from? Li Yunlong, so familiar name, and Zhang Dabiao also, seems to have heard somewhere. Gao Fei for a moment cannot think of, but the other party have put away the weapon, also hastily will be in the hands of the gun. A throw, shake hands, will be above the sticky blood and debris shaken off, that face of dislike look so that Li Yunlong and Zhang Dabiao guessed out some of Gao Fei's origins. Will the heart of that vaguely nauseating feeling suppressed, Gao Fei this replied, Gao Fei, Guizhou people, passing through this place did not expect to run into the Brat's Special Operations Squad, in self-protection before shooting. The next you see. Special Warfare Squad? Zhang Dabiao, do you know what kind of number this is? Frowning a bit, Li Yunlong rummaged through his own mind but could not find a number called Special Operations Squad, so he had to ask Zhang Dabiao. Zhang Dabiao had a bitter look on his face. Captain, you also know that I'm also a mud-legged man from the mud-legged man. Dodazi can't read a few words. Where do I know what Special Operations Squad? You're not making it difficult for me. You his mother, let you do not study well, this disgrace it. How could old man Li Yunlong have a worthless battalion commander like you? Zhang Dabiao's reply made Li Yunlong's face sink and curse. The corner of his mouth twitched. Lin Xiao probably knew who he was in front of. Wasn't it the protagonist of the TV series Within the Bright Sword, Li Yunlong, and his battalion commander Zhang Dabiao? That look, that tone was practically identical. People have come to 1940, Gao Fei has been immune, not to mention Li Yunlong as Chairman Mao appeared in front of Gao Fei also believe that this is true. It is not moving is a sentence you motherer, you dog day. Inexplicably received a scolding, Zhang Dabiao opened his mouth, speechless, had to be silent. Bad luck glaring at Zhang Dabiao, Li Yunlong turned his head and smiled, that, young man what is the meaning of this special operations squad and where do you intend to go? This place is not close to Guizhou. If the time and circumstances changed a bit, Gao Fei would definitely laugh his ass off, but unfortunately now he couldn't laugh, he only felt a wave of powerlessness, deep speechlessness. Special Warfare Squad is from within the army will be some of the elite soldiers selected, strict training and finally formed the squad, members are not many, but take out are to 1 against 10 ruthless roll, and use the equipment are the best. Picked up the machine gun hanging on his body Gao Fei continued, this is the latest weapon produced by the United States, M3 American submachine gun. I don't know where I should go, right now I just want to go where there are my own people. Outside is too dangerous accidentally may rush to the nest of the brats, it's safer to follow your own people. Looks like a talent. Li Yunlong's eyes rolled, and immediately had the idea of pulling Gao Fei in, although he didn't quite understand the so-called Special Operations Squad, but as soon as he heard it, he knew that it was definitely the elite of the brats. Brother there are ghosts troops out all over this neighborhood, I am Li Yunlong, the head of the independent regiment under the 386th Brigade of the 129th Division of the 8th Route Army, why don't you leave with me first, and how about making plans? No problem. Gao Fei waited for these words, following Li Yunlong is always a lot safer than being on your own, Li Yunlong just opened his mouth and Gao Fei agreed with his mouth full. Cool. Let's go. Head to the independent regiment's residence. Gao Fei directly agreed, Li Yunlong let out a laugh, more and more feeling that Gao Fei suits his taste. Let me help you carry it. Seeing that Gao Fei was carrying a strange gun and 3 submachine guns on his body and walking with great difficulty, Zhang Dabiao reached out and wanted to help Gao Fei carry them. What made Zhang Dabiao speechless was that before he even touched Gao Fei was like a frightened rabbit bouncing out of the distance, staring at himself as if he was a thief, really helping with the best of intentions but not pleasing. I'm sorry, this gun is the only thing my father left me, my father instructed not to give it to anyone. Knowing that his reaction was a little too big, Gao Fei hurriedly explained. It's fine, I understand, it's all the sins of the brats. Knowing that Gao Fei had no more relatives, Zhang Dabiao not only did not get angry but instead had a sympathetic face. We will definitely beat these mother heirs away. The straightforward Li Yunlong once again cursed, but the change was faster. Gao Fei right, you're a student? Chapter 5 Things come together. Sighing, Gao Fei smiled bitterly, once was. Once upon a time, he was still a college student who didn't worry about anything, just waiting for graduation to inherit the company left behind by his father and subsequently live a dashing life. Probably who would have thought that a strange dream would have brought him to this era where human life was like straw. Don't sigh. We are men, we are Chinese men, how can we be like this? Cut the crap, one sentence in the future you will follow me Li Yunlong. I'll take you to drink big bowls of wine, eat big mouthfuls of meat, and take you to fight the devils for revenge. Looking at the more and more excited Li Yunlong, Gao Fei really wanted to ask, when did I join the independent regiment? Cluck cluck. The three of them walked in the middle of the snow leaving a series of footprints. On the way, Gao Fei had to stop several times to take a rest, a guy over 30 kilograms, too heavy for an ordinary college student like himself. You kid is the physical strength is too bad, even if it is a college student can not just focus on reading, the body is also very important otherwise how can serve the motherland to serve the nation it? Along the way, Gao Fei is considered to have seen Li Yunlong's ability, open and close his mouth is a sentence you motherer. I'm afraid that only this era of military personnel will have the change to do the later life is absolutely impossible, at least on the surface to be convergent. Walked for more than 3 hours, when Gao Fei tired almost did not get down when the three people came to the independent regiment's residence, Yang Village, a very inconspicuous shabby village. At this time the independent regiment up and down are filled with a sad atmosphere, comrades were inexplicably killed, even the shadow of the enemy cannot be seen not to mention that the head of the regiment has to be dismissed to go to the horse. Old Kong, old son Li Yunlong is here, you can rest assured that the horse breeding is also only temporary, do not have to worry about their own as a lifelong horseman. It is said that the words do not reveal the shortness of people, do not do things in the wound salt, but Li Yunlong opened his mouth to do all together. Roll your mother Li Yunlong, this time to mock me Kong Jia right? Li Yunlong's words let the independent regiment has not yet retired the head of the regiment Kong Jia directly cursed, look at yourself, look, everyone is shining a shot in the face, you still have the heart to talk about sarcasm? In the midst of excitement Kong Jia directly lifted the white cloth on the bodies, a body exposed, clear all were shot in the head, without exception. Standing behind Li Yunlong, the corner of Gao Fei's mouth twitched, it is true that things are like things. Anyway, what I say to you now you don't believe, this batch of ghosts and the previous ones are not the same, not to mention that they don't keep quiet, the guns are still hitting thieves accurately, 3 people in a group are all automatic firearms. Pointing in the direction of the cliff with his pipe, Kong Jia's tone was somber, our fortifications are all repaired forward, it doesn't work at all, people leave after the fight. The more Kong Jia thought about it, the more bad luck he felt, and ruthlessly dodged a foot on the ground. Kong Jia has never lost such a big face in my life, really ing bad luck. Evil. Your buddy is definitely giving people a fright, how does it sound wrong to me? Are to the brats to raise the gas, the same 2 shoulders grow ahead, I do not believe that he brats still have 3 heads and 6 arms not. You. Originally on the head of anger, Kong Jia was blocked by Li Yunlong to hold his breath in his heart, almost did not die of depression. Kong leader don't call me the head of the group. I jerked off long ago. Cursed, Kong Jia huffed and puffed and turned to go, all this time Li Yunlong this kid still come to gas himself, there is such a do comrades in arms? Or come to take over their own position as head of the regiment. Kong Jia was angry away, Li Yunlong only silent down from the ground to pick up a few shell casings to, carefully measured, suddenly said, Gao Fei give me your gun. Standing on the side of the hungry and cold Gao Fei froze, Li Yunlong thought he was reluctant to anger. How are you boys so stingy at you, still is not a man, I'm just looking at the type of bullets, maybe you killed the 3 brats as Kong Jia encountered those people. You're the one being stingy. White Li Yunlong a glance, Gao Fei threw 2 M3 submachine guns to him, he left one for self-defense, the Desert Eagle can't be used before the physical quality is upgraded, it's good to use the M3 to save your life, but it's a pity that the bullets are a little less. Gao Fei did not expect Li Yunlong compared the bullet model suddenly laughed, and vigorously patted his shoulders and said, I did not expect that your kid just into our independent regiment has made a great achievement, go, I take you to collect the reward too. Pulling Gao Fei Li Yunlong ran all the way towards the place where Kong Jia lived, Old Kong. Old Kong. I have good news for you. Get thee out of here. Old me is not in the mood to joke with you. Kong Jia, who was packing his bags in the house and preparing to leave, couldn't help but curse, all this time and still come to tease himself. Get. I say you still don't charge, I tell you, if it's not good news I'll cut off my head and give it to you as a night pot, see for yourself. Throwing the magazine of the M3 submachine gun and the shells he picked up on the table, see, same model, that means the bullets are all from inside this kind of gun. Get out of the way. Kong Jia was confused for a moment, as he pushed Li Yunlong away and picked up the eggshells and bullets on the table and compared them, it's really the same model, I say Old Li where did you get this gun? Ha, you kid can't punch up, right? I told you, you can't. A waving hand Li Yunlong laughed, this is my new to join the independent corps of people halfway to kill the brats, listen to what he said is what amount, what squad to go, these weapons are seized from. Li Yunlong spoke out loud and stamped Gao Fei with the label of independent regiment. It's a special warfare squad. Gao Fei was speechless and reminded, Li Yunlong said indistinctly, yes, it's the special operations squad, Old Li, you know what? This special warfare squad is the elite of the elite, but it's a pity that it ran into my Li Yunlong's men. Took care of 3 at once. Even the weapons were captured. Kong Jia was stunned and looked Gao Fei up and down, making Gao Fei feel uncomfortable. Not bad how did your kid know that they were a special operations squad? A body of fine skin and tender flesh, I say Old Li where did you dig up the talent from? Hey, let me tell you someone else is a great talent, or college students, the ability is not bad right, I have spent a lot of effort to dig it. Kong Jia's shock, so that Li Yunlong could not help but brag, the heart that complacent, see my people bullet. Chapter 6 is not convinced to try. Not right Old Li. Kong Jia looked at the awesome Li Yunlong, pinching his chin and searching, is a dog face, is how to network to such a person, that Gao Fei you are able to talk to me you and this enemy is how to run into it? I can report to the headquarters, maybe you called to be able to that credit You're the one with the dog's face, but speaking of which, I, Li Yunlong, am still a bit curious as to what kind of unit this actually belongs to. Cursing Kong Jia, Li Yunlong twisted his head to look at Gao Fei, hoping that he would be able to tell the story one by one, so that everyone would have a bottom in their hearts, what kind of enemy they were facing, how many there were, and then there was also the question of credit. Headquarters can be the construction is not far away within the mountains, this brat is obviously towards the headquarters, Kong Jia's independent regiment is obviously bad luck hit the mark, such an enemy needs to be cleared early to be able to otherwise it is a big threat to the headquarters. For lost, would like to find their own people live in the place, so as to leave here, who knows in the hillside to see a group of brats, the number of roughly in the 20 or so, wearing distinctive uniforms, even the weapons are not the same as the usual, so lie down on the hillside killed 3 people, the other people all evacuated, presumably for fear of encountering our main force, the gunfire is very loud will be able to travel a long distance. Made up some content plus their own experience combined together, it became the statement in the mouth of Gao Fei. Only 20 or so? The number is a little less, together with the ones you did away with, it's already less than 20, Gao Fei your skills are not small. Li Yunlong searched, thinking to help him report the credit later on is the right thing to do, can't treat his own people poorly. Wait. Suddenly Li Yunlong felt something was wrong. Raising his hand and staring at Gao Fei, he asked, "Are you saying you shot these people down on the hillside?" "Yes." Giving Li Yunlong a strange look, Gao Fei was puzzled. Was there something wrong? What he had said was the truth. The 3 people he had shot down on the hillside, if he had been at the bottom of the hill, Gao Fei would not have dared to shoot them. "What's wrong, old Li?" Strangely glancing at Li Yunlong, Kong Jie secretly thought, sure enough, he's a ing dog face. Just now he was elated, and then he changed his face in the blink of an eye. Raising his hand to signal Kong Jie to keep quiet, Li Yunlong smiled and stared at Gao Fei, patted his shoulder and said in a serious tone, "Gao Fei, lying is not good. You have to know that we are men. We can't do the things that only pussies like to do. That hillside is probably more than 500 meters from the bottom right. How did you shoot the enemy down?" "Touch." Gao Fei was furious. "You can doubt my character, but you can't doubt my credit, You're the one who ing lied, lousy that was killing the enemy from 600 meters away not to serve to try. I do not know if it is not to see Li Yunlong and Kong Jie said habit, so that Gao Fei cannot help but swear words directly popped out. Not convinced to try. Your kid is not small, dare to scold me, but I fit my taste." Gao Fei suddenly stormed out. Li Yunlong froze for a moment, then laughed and said seriously, "Well, are you sure you can hit someone 600 meters away?" Riding the tiger had to go on. Words set out Gao Fei a little regret, but the arrow on the string had to be sent. Now Gao Fei can only be hard on. Come on. But can I really hit a reward? This kid really dares to think 600 meters away. Kong Jie and Li Yunlong glanced at each other. Li Yunlong laughed and cursed. "As long as you are able to hit the target 600 away, everything is good to discuss. If you can't hit it, hey." Revealing a burst of treacherous laughter, Li Yunlong looked Gao Fei up and down, making Gao Fei inexplicably tighten his juju. This guy wouldn't be a backstabber. "Look at your wimpy face, isn't it just a few broken guns? As for put you heartache, I don't care if you can't hit the target 600 meters away, then we'll 3M3 submachine guns to the old man left." A beat back Li Yunlong overbearing directly set. If Gao Fei can hit, then promise him some not very excessive requirements. This kind of talent to pull together to do absolutely cannot let go. If not, then the name of his 3M3 submachine guns to be seized. Credit where credit is due. Li Yunlong smiled deviously. Kong Jie was a bit speechless. This is not to make things difficult for people? Rightfully Kong Jie thought that Gao Fei was bragging. Nowadays it is difficult for a gun to hit a distance of 600 meters, let alone hitting a target beyond 600 meters. In Kong Jie's mind, Gao Fei was just being punked by Li Yunlong. Come on, who's afraid? Previously there are 2 attempts. Gao Fei heart more or less have a little bottom. Think about 600 meters distance or can hit. As for 600 meters outside that can only listen to God's fate, even if the loss is not a big deal, is their own captured 3 submachine guns attributed to the credit only. On the contrary, as long as they hit, to their own great benefit, Gao Fei is most afraid of Li Yunlong to limit their own activities. The system will definitely come out some training content to let themselves train, always under everyone's eyes still how to train. And things cannot show light, otherwise it is not good to explain. And then again Gao Fei wants a free point of the activities allowed also for their own sake. At noon Li Yunlong gave a black flour bun, almost did not burp his teeth down. The thing is not a general hard from the latter part of the world. Gao Fei is an uncompromising carnivorous animal. Every day to eat this thing is estimated to do not a few days to be on the floor. Afraid I'm not a man. Well said. I Li Yunlong like this kind of person. You wait for me for a while, wait for me to deal with the problem of old Kong and then find you, you stay here. Li Yunlong laughed out loud and let Gao Fei stay and rest by himself. He first went to deal with the issue of the handover of the regimental commander. Mentioning this issue, Kong Jie had a tangled face, but the order from above had already come down. No matter how reluctant Kong Jie was in his heart, he could only do as he was told. Ba ba ba. Li Yunlong and Kong Jie just left. Gao Fei hurriedly threw the M3 submachine gun hanging on his body on the bed. The blood and flesh on this thing had already dried up, and it also emitted a stench. Gao Fei, who had not yet adapted to this flavor, how could he stand it? He ran to the door and wiped his hands with the snow before feeling that the smell had dispersed a lot, and returned to the tattered dirt room, looking at his 3 weapons, and let out a bitter smile. God really can play tricks on people. Chapter 7 Bet. Nowadays one can only make life colorful while preserving one's small life. Thinking about his parents and what he was about to face in his mind, soon the hungry and tired Gao Fei leaned against the wall and fell asleep in a daze. Wake up, you kid, give me wake up. I let you rest but did not let you sleep. In his sleep, Gao Fei felt someone pulling himself, covered with a strange smell of the quilt, immediately carried out, subconsciously towards his waist to touch, wide-eyed only to find that it is Li Yunlong. Kong Jie Zhang Dabia, 3 people, suddenly relieved. In this chaotic era, for the sake of small life had to be vigilant. Loosen the right hand grip of the desert eagle. Gao Fei shrugged off from the bed down. Hurry up. Don't give me the old me dilly-dallying. I'm waiting to see you hit the target 600 meters away. If you can't hit, the consequences you know. Li Yunlong let out a thieving smile and felt that he was a sure winner. Kong Jie and Zhang Dabia were somewhat speechless. Wasn't this a clear pitfall? But Gao Fei was still stupid enough to fall for it. After a sleep, Gao Fei's mental state is much better. The only beauty is still a little hungry. Want to eat meat. The quilt is a little smelly. The army are all big men, coupled with the weather and environmental constraints, resulting in everyone is not often bathed, a strange smell, not see Li Yunlong and Kong Jie or the head of the regiment, a piece of clothing to wear the collar or up a layer of dark stuff, so that Gao Fei look at the eyes straight jumping. Hopefully, this time of the beautiful women do not so, otherwise it is to a beautiful woman is also difficult to go down Imagine a beautiful woman like a flower to marry you, it is not easy to end everything, when you are ready to cave in, the other side of a subtle sour smell, can you get on? At least Gao Fei, who had just come from the afterlife, couldn't do it. Come on, fear is not a man, just the head of the words first, was waiting to return promise me 3 conditions. In order to prevent belonging to the dog-faced Li Yunlong backtracked, Gao Fei had to say the words first, lest wait to make a scene embarrassing, their own in order to maintain their sovereignty, and Li Yunlong is the head of the regiment, it is not good to fall into his face. Cut the crap, Li Yunlong speak that is a mouth what comes? Looking back at Zhang Dabiao and Kong Jie, the two of them shook their heads breathlessly. Li Yunlong impatiently waved his hand and said, no matter, anyway, it's just that if you can hit me I can agree to your conditions, provided that you don't make things difficult for me, if you intentionally trick me, I'll beat you to death. Zhang Dabiao, you go prepare. We'll be right behind you. Yes, chief. Saluting a military salute, Zhang Dabiao glanced at Gao Fei and somewhat sympathized with him. It's obvious that he's screwing you over and you still fall for it. Are college students so stupid these days? Zhang Dabiao went to prepare. Li Yunlong, Gao Fei, 3 people left the earth-walled room to the outside. Li Yunlong shouted, brothers, now I want to bet with Gao Fei this kid. If he can hit the target 600 meters away I will promise him 3 conditions, never regret. If you can't then surrender the 3 M3 submachine guns. Brothers all come to see and witness this, lest they say that I, oldly, monopolize power and don't keep my word. In order to prevent Gao Fei from cheating and refusing to take out his guns, Li Yunlong directly shouted for the entire independent regiment to come as witnesses. His 600 meters, my goodness, the head of the regiment is bluffing, right? Yes, what kind of gun can hit a target 600 meters away? Even a sharpshooter can't do that, right? Li Yunlong's words caused the independent regiment's generals to start a small commotion, not to blame them for making a fuss, but it sounded simply impossible. Let's go kid, the target is ready, 600 meters 1 meter no more 1 meter no less, don't say I'm punking you huh? As if he had already seen the 3 M3 submachine guns go to himself, Li Yunlong was very happy, pulling the entire independent regiment to the middle of the snow outside the compound. Chief, it's ready, it's the old tree over there, just 600 meters. Zhang Dabiao ran forward, pointing to a large tree in the distance that one person was holding, identifying it as the target. I'll give you 3 chances, as long as you hit it once. Don't blame me for being unkind. Pointing at the big tree in the distance, Li Yunlong heatedly smiled, wanting to let Gao Fei know what to do. If you recognize your mistake you are still a good comrade. Looking at the big tree in the distance, Gao Fei lightly grunted. Who is the old man, who is the grandson is still not certain, we'll see. Ripping away the black cloth bag on top of the barret, Gao Fei directly lay on the ground and started aiming at the big tree 600 meters away. What kind of gun is this kid using? Never seen it before. The systematically camouflaged barret instantly attracted the attention of everyone in the independent regiment, and Kong Jie pulled Li Yunlong. Go, don't pull me, I don't know what kind of gun it is. Gao Fei himself said it was his father who asked for help to build it from overseas. It's just this one, and it's the only thing his father left for him. Don't think about it, think about other people's relics, be careful of being struck by lightning. You to hell. Kong Jie cursed, he was just curious, where was his heart to covet other people's relics? In the midst of the two men's cursing, Gao Fei was lying on the ground, adjusting the binoculars to aim the cross quasi-thrust in the center of the binoculars at the big tree. Compared to the first time, this time Gao Fei's movements and mental activities were a lot more subdued. Aiming at the target, Goofy took a deep breath to keep his breathing steady and directly pulled the trigger. Bang! With a loud bang, a tongue of fire emanated from the barret's muzzle, and the bullet flew away from the muzzle at supersonic speed. Ga squeak! The sound of the gunshot shook the ears of Kong Jie and Li Yunlong, who were closest to Gao Fei, but the two of them had been completely dumbfounded because after the gunshot, the trunk of the large tree 600 meters away directly burst open, and the tree let out a toothsome sound as it fell to the ground with a loud crash. Quiet! Many of the soldiers of the independent regiment were wide-eyed, their big mouths open from surprise, completely able to stuff down a duck egg. Barrett finally did not let himself down, a shot hit, and the power is amazing, directly will be a person to hold the trunk of the tree was burst open, the tree fell to the ground with a bang, the power of this no words. Climbing up from the ground and loading the Barrett, Gao Fei said loudly, Chief, I can mention my own requirements, right? Headmaster? Regimental commander? Li Yunlong stayed. Gao Fei connected to shot a few times before he came back to his senses, rubbing his own eyes and then look, sure it is not an eye blur. Li Yunlong twisted his head to look at Gao Fei. There is your kid, you're the old man, I'm the grandson, okay, say, as long as it's not a matter of hurting heaven and earth and doing the things of the traitors, the old Li I have all agreed to. The 3 requirements of Chapter 8. The entire Independence Regiment of more than 1,000 men looked at Gao Fei, wondering what demands he would take advantage of the opportunity to make, to be an officer? Or was it a request for weapons? First, Gao Fei raised a finger and made his first request, speak. Li Yunlong clasped his hands and nodded his head, waiting for Gao Fei to voice out his request. Say it first. You can't ask me to do anything that can't be accomplished by hurting the heavens and the earth. Li Yunlong is also afraid if Gao Fei put forward what is too difficult requirements to, for example, you give me 2 tanks or fighters to, where to get that thing, now only the brats and the national army only have, and is the regular number of the army only have, the 8th route army all up and down the whole army have not been these equipment, not to mention their own this dead, personnel are not complete, firearms are not complete, anything is not complete of the independent regiment. Not what difficult to fulfill the requirements, my requirements are all very simple, so the head of the regiment you still put your hanging heart back well. Ha ha. The bet was brought up by Li Yunlong himself, and now that the requirements were not even said before he had a weak heart, the many generals could not help but burst out laughing. Li Yunlong was embarrassed for a while and said angrily, "What are you laughing at? What's so funny? I'm still afraid that he will suddenly come up with some strange request, like when he asked me to get 2 tanks, where am I going to get them? Or get a daughter-in-law? I'm a regimental commander who doesn't even have a daughter-in-law yet, where am I going to get it for him? Ha ha ha." Unfortunately, Li Yunlong's words only made the entire regiment's generals couldn't help but laugh even more joyfully. You say you are a dog-faced, you still can't. Kong Jie shook his head and was quite speechless at Li Yunlong's renegade behavior. Others haven't said it yet, you are afraid of wolves in front and tigers at the back, still letting people talk? Still not letting people talk? Laughing Gao Fei was a bit speechless, so he had to say aloud, the first request is that I hope that the head of the group will not restrict my freedom, I need some power that I can act alone. Many things of the system are not allowed to see the light. Gao Fei had to make the request first, lest by then black face to red face, everyone is not happy. You kid, fine. I promise. No restriction on activities, no big deal. Now many soldiers like to hit the autumn wind, like Gao Fei's gunning accuracy, able to hit the enemy at 500 or 600 meters is definitely able to stir up the little kid hinterland. Li Yunlong thought about it and agreed readily. Second. Li Yunlong readily agreed to his request. Gao Fei continued to say his second request. Second, I hope that the head of the regiment can give me some more crooked machine gun bullets. I need to practice my gun more. According to my father, who used to hire instructors to say, as long as the training of one more sniper, even if it is to hit the enemy thousands of meters away, is purely normal, so I need a lot of training. Ammunition for crooked handles? Tilting his head to look at the gun in Gao Fei's hand, Li Yunlong asked in confusion, wait, what do you mean sniper? Tisk, being uneducated is scary. Kong Jie shook his head and said to himself, very inappropriate inserted, let Li Yunlong feel face cannot hang, angrily said, you're great, you say what is a sniper? Sniper. Kong Jie deliberately raised his hand, so that Li Yunlong's heart followed up, the heart secretly thought, he mother, if Kong Jie no lousy do not know that is not a disgrace? It is the sniper. Deliberate pause to pull the business high will Li Yunlong's heart hang up, which answered, go the aside. Knowing that he was fooled, Li Yunlong glared at the smiling Kong Jie, who was originally going to be transferred as a horseman because of Li Yunlong's request to stay as a deputy regimental commander, was in a good mood. Gao Fei, you kid, say, what's the matter sniper, and your request I promised, will your last request out, lest the old man hard. Waving his hand, Li Yunlong looked a little impatient, apparently after being flirted with by Kong Jie, his face could not hang on. These two old unrelenting, you sentence old mother and I sentence old son. Gao Fei helpless. Sniper is the so-called sharpshooter, the most powerful sniper, can kill the enemy from 1500 meters away, and my third request is that, the head of the group, you still help me get a daughter-in-law, the day is cold, holding the mother-in-law to sleep is warmer. My goodness, 1500 meters, more powerful than some light mortars. Li Yunlong was shocked and couldn't help but be staggered, this distance is also a bit too damn far, but why does this third request sound so strange? The second requirement is to prevent people from being aware of their own bullet problem. What crooked machine gun bullets? That thing is not qualified, only 6.5mm caliber. To know the Barrett is 12.7mm caliber is not equal, but as long as the problem of the source of the ammunition is not known to be solved is good. As for the last problem is purely joking. Li Yunlong himself is an old bachelor, where to care about to help themselves to find, and then his vision Gao Fei do not like, this year's men like but, big women, good breeding, but big too much means the rhythm of the barrel waist, think about it is terrible. A good half a long time Li Yunlong came back to God, said angrily, you kid also take me to seek fun, you give me to speed up the practice, early to me to hit 1500 meters away from the enemy I will take you to the robbery. As for the bullets you don't worry, even if robbing I also give awesome rob back. A wave of the hand, Li Yunlong is very domineering, directly shake out the words of the future to take Goofy robbery, he has already begun to fantasize about the future to take Goofy to the brat stronghold to skulk around, thousands of meters away from the enemy that is a gun a shot in the head. The enemy cannot see to hit, that taste, think about it. And you change a clothes, this body of clothing I look why so strange it, just as old son from the clothing factory to get a few hundred sets of new cotton clothes you change on it. As a member of the independent regiment of the 8th Route Army, how can you not wear a military uniform? Old Kong, you arrange accommodation for him, better, this kid is definitely a talent to be treated well. Whispered to Kong Jie, in addition the bullets give him a little more, do not be afraid to waste, as long as you can train hard to waste is also able to forgive. Pat Kong Jie's shoulder, Li Yunlong turned around and walked away, also while muttering, Grandpa, how can it be so cold, but this kid's proposal is good it seems to be time to find a woman to hug and warm up. Chapter 9 The First Night. You kid and I come over. Kong Jie waved his hand and led Gao Fei towards a dirt-walled room in Yang village that was still good. The quilts are all there, you can live directly, the smell may be a bit big, but you bear with me a bit more and be affected by the environment. In addition this is your M3 submachine gun. Li Yunlong, that guy is just a mouthful, can't hog a soldier's stuff. Put the 3 M3 machine guns on the table, Kong Jie continued. Pile up the bullets, I'll let someone drop them over to you tomorrow. You can rest assured and boldly practice well, don't have to worry about the problem of the bullets. What old Li said is right, that is, robbing is also going to grab back for you. Deputy Chief wait. Seeing Kong Jie turn around and leave, Gao Fei hurriedly raised his hand and called out to him. Kong Jie turned around and glanced at Gao Fei suspiciously. Pushing the 2 M3 submachine guns on the table forward, Gao Fei smiled and said, these 2 guns, even if they are my meet and greet gift to the deputy head and the head of the group, it just so happens that the 2 of you can keep them for self-defense. This thing shoots fast and the bullets aren't easy to deviate from, it's just that the bullets are a bit low. The family is a company, although still in school. Gao Fei from high school followed his father to run around, negotiating some things will not avoid him, so for some of the people to deal with are more smooth. Li Yunlong and Kong Jie is obviously looking at their own M3 submachine gun hot, just embarrassed to say it explicitly. Gao Fei simply left a handful, the rest to them, let the 2 leaders cool a bit, in the future on their own to do some strange behavior, also estimated that will turn a blind eye, can avoid a lot of trouble. You kid. The old and sophisticated Kong Jie did not know what Gao Fei was thinking. He cursed with a laugh and nodded his head with a smile. Alright, since you have opened your mouth then I won't excuse myself, it just so happens that I'm looking at this thing with a keen eye. Taking the 2 M3 machine guns, Kong Jie happily left and came to the place where the chief was resting, placing the guns on the table. That Gao Fei kid is very good at what he does, this is not 2 M3 submachine guns, we have 1 each. Haha, I knew that my old Li wouldn't look at the wrong person. Li Yunlong saw the M3 immediately, eyes are bright like looking at what the world's most beautiful general, pick up carefully, will be on top of the already dried blood, wipe away, slurping. American weapons is not simple, if no one in our army are a hand, only need to take the mutiny, will be able to the little brats to be whisked out of China. Take M3 Li Yunlong love, turn over and turn to see, cannot put down. You kid on the pull down, you can have 2 has been good, is the bullet is a little less, to save a little use. Take out the pipe loaded with some dry smoke, suck too hard to make the room as pandemonium. Kong Jie some emotion, I did not expect, let me Kong Jie gray face of the brats actually planted in the hands of a student, this year is really strange things. Ha ha, you don't look at who I, Li Yunlong, am. A pat on Kong Jie's shoulder, Li Yunlong laughed out loud, will the person I dug over be bad? You wait and watch, I think this kid will still keep surprising us. Perhaps. Sighing, Kong Jie picked up the M3 submachine gun that belonged to him and left, lest a dog-faced person get a thief's heart, you people. Kong Jie's thief-proof behavior made Li Yunlong jump in anger. My old Li is that kind of person? Look at your buckled look. You are. After Kong Jie left, a soldier soon sent a set of cotton clothes and pants to Gao Fei, and did not forget to give Gao Fei a thumbs up with a wink and a wink. Gao Fei's amazing move of focusing on a target at 600 meters has been circulated by these soldiers. Others are able to hit a target 100 meters away would be good, but Gao Fei is good, 600 meters. If you were to charge towards him you would probably die 100 times before you even touched a hair on someone else's head. Change this old-fashioned cotton clothes, Gao Fei will be his own down jacket off, will be above the logo down, now these clothes if the logo is seen by people will not be good. With a piece of old cloth will be wrapped up clothes on the bed as a pillow, Gao Fei began to live their first night in this world, of course, before going to bed or first chew a popping teeth raw pain of the bun, touch, feel the teeth have begun to bleed, Gao Fei cannot help but tears, no, tomorrow we must get a little wild game to play the teeth. Fortunately, there are many wild animals in this era, and it is not difficult to get 2 of them. Lying on the hard Kong, covered with a quilt with a strange smell, and wrapped in a set of cotton clothes that were very thick and made it inconvenient for people to move around, Gao Fei drifted off to sleep. The things that happened today were too much of an impact on him, plus carrying his 3 divine weapons and 3 M3 machine guns to rush, he had already been exhausted long time ago, and he soon snored and fell asleep. Kill. The next day is still in the Zhougong playing chess. Gao Fei was woken up by a whistle, woke up in a daze, looking around. Gao Fei can't help but miss some of the previous life. Favoring his stomach is still very indisputable call. It's really a leaky house, first fill up your stomach. Patting his stomach, Gao Fei folded up the quilt and left the mudroom to see a large number of comrades outside training hard. All of you move your asses. Look at how breathless you all look. As the soldiers were training, Li Yunlong stood to the side and yelled out at the top of his lungs. How is it, still sleeping comfortably? See you're snoring that loud, Lousy has helped you cover the quilt several times, how come kids nowadays like to kick the quilt when they sleep? Seeing Gao Fei get up, Li Yun couldn't help but tell the matter that he helped cover the quilt several times last night, making Gao Fei embarrassed for a while. His heart was both touched and angry. Touched as Li Yunlong are almost 50 people, in the middle of the night still constantly get up to help soldiers cover the quilt. Angry is that this guy knows that this kind of thing to say out is very embarrassing, can mouth without cover like a bamboo tube to pour beans generally all poured out. Bullets have been prepared for you when you need to go directly to get it. Bayonet fighting, you want to participate? Pointing to the soldiers behind him who were so cold that their faces were red and still struggling, Li Yunlong stared at Gao Fei, making Gao Fei a burst of creepy. This is not necessary, chief. I want to start the training. Right, the cooking class is there? I want to find some seasoning. Seasoning? Chapter 10, Start Training. Weirdly glancing at Gao Fei, Li Yunlong suddenly revealed an I know expression and laughed out loud. Go ahead, just remember to leave some for old me. To go out for training and to look for the cooking class for seasonings. Isn't Gao Fei going to have a toothsome feast, or what is he doing? Li Yunlong himself didn't do this kind of thing when he was a junior soldier, and instantly guessed Gao Fei's small mind. How did this old ungrateful one guess it? To the cooking class to ask for a little salt. Gao Fei toward the back of the mountain, puzzled, scratch his head. Even his own tooth offering are so clear. Look at his face, a bad smile. Know that there is no less to do this kind of thing. Thought Gao Fei cannot help but smile. This is good. If you change to do the other officers' estimate that they want to move freely is very difficult, not to mention what to do to beat the tooth offering. When he came to the back of the mountain, Gao Fei was very tired. His body had not yet adapted, plus his stomach was rumbling with hunger, which led him to walk a short distance, and he was already very tired. Sitting on his butt on the ground, Gao Fei opened the system to look at the end of his battle merit points and the 1 point rewarded by the mission, and without hesitation, he added 1 attribute point to his physical strength. 5 points of physical strength value immediately became 6 points, 1 more point, but it is equal to one's own extra strength and endurance, close to 1/5. Gao Fei immediately felt a lot of comfort in his body. It seems that this attribute point is really a good thing. If you add the strength and stamina to the fullest, I do not know what is the light of the day? The density of the muscles would probably not even be able to blow up a mortar, right? After some put away his own small mind, Gao Fei looked at his battle merit points. The system gift of 100 points, plus killed 3 little devils, got 6 points. I do not know if it is because the other party is a special warfare squad, so the points are more than double. However, points Gao Fei will not be too much. There are still too many things within the system to let their mouths water, but unfortunately only able to look at the eyes hot only. Points are still a difference of 10,800,000 miles. Hey, system, when do we start training off? Thinking of the system's icy cold voice earlier that said it would help him become the strongest gun king, Gao Fei inquired. Starting from today, every night the host will be allowed to enter a strange space to train for an hour. I hope the host will be able to seize the opportunity. An icy cold voice rang out, and Gao Fei nodded secretly. Night? It's not bad, it just saves the danger of being discovered. Turning the system off, Gao Fei forced himself not to look at the various things inside and purchased 30 bullets to start doing training. There were a lot of things for sale in the system, from all kinds of guns to grenades and cold weapons, but unfortunately there were no large-scale thermal weapons. Even bombs were not available. The Gun King system really deserved to be called the Gun King system. It was just a lot of guns. In addition to all kinds of weapons, there were also a number of potions that made Gao Fei look at it almost without drooling. For example, the strength potion, drinking it down was able to increase the number of attribute points by 5 points permanently. It is the same as doubling one's strength in an instant. This was not as simple as 1 + 1. Doubling one's strength would allow Gao Fei to instantly become a Hercules. There were also stamina potions, spirit potions. Stamina potions increased stamina. As for spirit, at this stage, Gao Fei was not interested in it. In addition to the potion, Gao Fei also saw some amazing things, such as some female characters within the CF. Each and every one of them is as beautiful as a flower. Only a pity to see, can't eat. That exorbitant 2,000 points to make Gao Fei's heart half cold. Kill a kid, only give 1 point. Elite ghosts 2 points. Don't know how much the officer is. Want to buy a female character. Ah shucks. Is a beautiful woman is not generally difficult. But everything is worth it. Just look at that beautiful woman's string of clear 20 attributes. Gao Fei knows it's worth it. In order to turn into Superman, for the sake of the beautiful girl. Little devil, you wash your neck and wait. Shouting out, Happy was instantly filled with energy. Lying down in the middle of the snow and lifting out his barret, he began to train. Will be magazines filled with bullets. Gao Fei frowned for a moment, felt that a magazine seems to be not enough, opened the system to look at the price of magazines, ultimately gritted his teeth and spent 10 battle merit points to buy 2 magazines. The good thing is that the magazines that are bought come with 10 bullets, but also allows Gao Fei to save a little bit more or less. Lying on the ground to calm down his breathing, Gao Fei through the binoculars began to aim at the target of about 700 meters. Not that he was ambitious, and once the sniper rifle is on the hand, the gap between 600 meters and 700 meters is not very big. Taking a deep breath and aiming at the rock about 700 meters away, Goofy pulled the trigger. The rock was the size of a table and was a good target that Goofy was able to find here. A normal target would have been torn into pieces by the Barrett's ungodly power. Compared to the rock, it was a lot better. Bang! Barrett's powerful recoil shook Gao Fei's body. The bullet went askew, rubbing his shoulder a bit. Gao Fei grinned. This thing looks cool, but you need to pay a small price to use it. More than 700 meters away from the target failed. The bullet offset seems to be the distance of the telescope is not adjusted, plus their own gun only belongs to the state of touch, feel. Gao Fei did not gas properly, continue to try up. At this time he is very grateful that he actually hit 3 shots yesterday. It seems that there is a great deal of luck component within. I don't know to what extent the recoil will be after installing the silencer. It seems that it's better not to try it before one's strength and stamina exceeds 10 points. The sound of the Barrett impact rifle was so loud that it could be heard from afar, but very few people use silencers. Silencers were a bit ugly to install, but the recoil would skyrocket, and this was the reason why most people using the Barrett didn't want to install silencers. The average person couldn't withstand that huge recoil. Installation of silencers to shoot the sound becomes weaker so that the enemy is more difficult to find their own position location, but unfortunately in the absence of a strong enough body before everything is false, although looking at the eye, but Gao Fei can only be honest training up. The second shot is still empty, followed by the third shot, still empty. Every time a bullet falls short, Gao Fei stops to reflect on his own way of using, and then find the wrong place to correct and try again. Ping! Finally the fourth shot goofy hit the rock more than 700 meters away. The Barrett's powerful might knocked down a large piece of the rock and smashed it on the ground. Yay! Hitting the target, Goofy excitedly waved his fists, feeling that the gusts of pain coming from his shoulders were eased quite a bit. Chapter 11 to take you to fight the ghosts. 4 shots finally hit the target more than 700 meters away. Gao Fei excitedly jumped up, vigorously waved his fists a few times, lay down in the middle of the snow to rest for a while, climbed up and then continue practicing. Touch! Touch! Almost a morning-time independent regiment behind the hill are constantly coming. Barrett's ringing sound. Let Gao Fei's comrades cannot help but talk a lot. The power of this gun can be really not small. Listen to the sound is so big. No wonder a gun can be a big tree to stop waste silk broken. Practiced all morning to shoot off close to more than 60 rounds of ammunition, until his arm and shoulder cannot afford to sink. When Gao Fei this only stopped, this is still he added a little stamina sake, otherwise it would have been down. TSK, your kid is good. This distance is probably close to 800 meters. I say, Captain, can you stop scaring people? How come you're walking without a sound? Gao Fei's side had just laid down. Li Yunlong's side opened his mouth, almost didn't scare his soul off. It seems that he pressed himself to be alert. He will have to pay more attention in the future before he can do so. Go, who let you kids so focused? But there is progress, very good. Nodding with satisfaction, he picked up the binoculars and looked towards the rock where Gao Fei was practicing. The ground of crushed stone heads made Li Yunlong feel satisfied. It was only a morning's time. Gao Fei's marksmanship had obviously improved a lot. The person who came was Li Yunlong, not the enemy. Gao Fei hugged the Barrett and lay down on the ground. Now his tired hands are cramping. In order to enhance the shooting skill is also really not easy. Kid, this Yu gun is able to penetrate a wall about 30 centimeters thick? Built of bricks. Coldly Li Yunlong asked a strange question, pinching his chin to recall the Barrett's power. Gao Fei nodded, basically. Ha ha ha. Slapping Gao Fei violently, Li Yunlong laughed out loud, but it hurt Gao Fei to show his teeth. This is too hard, don't you know to be gentle? Go! Tomorrow I will take you to fight the ghosts, as long as you can penetrate it. Heck, I have long been looking at those little devils, but unfortunately they have been hiding inside the bunker, and refuse to come out. It has really pissed off the old man. Wringing those brats and shrunken heads like turtles, Li Yunlong was furious with his teeth. A stronghold about 30 to 100 varying number of brats, but others are relying on the stronghold and hold, set up a machine gun, like a hedgehog full of spikes, so that Li Yunlong look at the eye of the greedy, but there is no place to eat. With mortars, it is easy to attract the enemy troops out, not cost effective, and may also be inside the pile of weapons and ammunition to the destruction of. The most important is that, now the independent regiment poor can pull out the most. Important thing is that now the independent regiment is so poor that it can pull out its hair, and it doesn't even have a crooked machine gun, let alone a mortar. After seeing Zhuo Wen's shooting distance and the power of the gun, Li Yunlong started to use his head. The mainline mission has been released. Kill 10 enemies will be able to occasionally gain 1 attribute point. The system's icy cold raw voice appeared very inappropriately in the middle of his mind, causing Gao Fei's body to tremble. Not yet accustomed to the voice suddenly appearing in the middle of his mind to speak, and the voice was also very icy cold. Let's go back and eat meat. Nourish your spirit and go find trouble with the brats tomorrow. Pulling Gao Fei up from the ground, Li Yunlong clapped his hands and celebrated. It's a good thing I didn't count on you, kid, otherwise with that gunshot from you, any prey around would have been scared away. Gao Fei was embarrassed, scratched his head and shouldered the Barrett to follow behind Li Yunlong towards the inside of the compound. Listening to Li Yunlong, so Gao Fei's stomach was once again indisputably growling, before because the training was too focused, but now that the attention was shifted away, his stomach started to make noise, and his shoulder was also a tingling pain that kept on coming. Chief, this is for you and Gao Fei. Returning to the middle of the garrison, Gao Fei asked about a smell of meat. Where Li Yunlong was resting, there was a pot of meat on the table that constantly gave off an aroma, causing Gao Fei to not even have time to ask where the meat came from. Picking up his chopsticks and eating it up, it was as if he hadn't eaten for a few days. You brat! I haven't moved yet. Resident unwillingly appeared a group of wild boars. Li Yunlong immediately let Zhang Dabiao take people to go to the end of this group of wild boars, to the independent regiment's generals and soldiers to fight, but as the captain of his own has not yet started to move it, Gao Fei, this kid is good, directly ate a big meal, that look, tisk, easy, I will not rob with you. Facts have proved that Gao Fei is very prescient. Li Yunlong does not grab. Not to grab is a strange thing. It is rare to eat a meat, or fresh wild boar meat, although the seasoning is only salt, but that flavor is absolutely. Li Yunlong first poured himself a bowl of wine, and then ate the meat. That action, then Gao Fei also exaggerated a few times. Facts proved that being polite with Li Yunlong was abusing himself. After eating a full meal of wild boar meat, Gao Fei felt that it was a great feeling. With Li Yunlong's pack of cigarettes robbed away, in the midst of his shouting, Gao Fei returned to his own residence. Anyway, they do not need to train, might as well get well to face the evening training tomorrow, but also go out to fight the little devils. They need to kill the enemy, exercise marksmanship. Li Yunlong need weapons, we all have their own needs. Eat and drink enough, beautiful, smoke a cigarette, goofy, humming a little song, a cigarette after dinner, race over the living god. The shortcoming of the United States is that the cigarette now does not have a cigarette butt, and it is a little spicy neck to smoke. Smoked a cigarette, Gao Fei directly fell asleep. Today's training can be his tired, not light, although it is only in the afternoon, but Gao Fei directly fell asleep. Training begins, please prepare the host. In a daze, Gao Fei came to a peculiar place. To be precise, it was a barren mountain very similar to the big mountains around the independent regiment's compound. Is this the training place made by the system? It feels just like the real thing. After observing the surrounding, Gao Fei felt the system's power the more he learned. May I ask the host, as a qualified sniper, what is most important? The system will not give Goofy the time to look around and waste. Only 1 hour of training time per day can be called a race against time. As a qualified sniper, the most important thing should be the shooting method, right? After thinking about it, Gao Fei directly answer, shooting method. Wrong. The system mercilessly gave him a cover XX. Chapter 12, Attacking the Brat Stronghold. As a qualified sniper, the most important thing in addition to a strong psychological quality is to know how to save your life. Only if you survive yourself can you continue to be a viper hiding in the shadows, ready to give the enemy a fatal blow. The sniper who lives is the most threatening. Marksmanship can be trained, and even psychological quality is fine, but there is only one life. Taking care of your life is the most important thing, and the sniper who is alive is the qualified sniper. Gao Fei was shocked by the system's short sentences, to say nothing, and it seems that the truth is like this: what can you do if your marksmanship is good? Do not know how to protect their own life, have a good shot is easy to die. Snipers do not need to carry an assault rifle, and the enemy relative mutiny need to find the right place to hide themselves, and then like a viper, suddenly launched an attack, so that the enemy cannot catch, cannot touch, cannot be found. The threat has always been there. Don't underestimate a sniper, a powerful sniper in the general fighting threat even more than the gunner and machine gunner. You don't know who his target is, maybe it's yourself, maybe it's your comrade in arms, and then maybe it's your superior. You don't even know when he will attack, perhaps when you are weak and wounded, perhaps when you are unaware of it, perhaps even when you are celebrating a victory, he will take your life. Without a word you become a corpse and leave this world forever. The unknown is the most terrifying. The enemy that is hidden is always more dangerous than the one under the sun, and the sniper is like a poisonous snake that will strike at any time and place you don't expect, strike a fatal blow, and then withdraw. The first thing the host needs to do is to know how to find places to hide himself. And to hide with the help of the surroundings. Now please ask the host to start looking for a place that he feels is suitable for a sniper to ambush. The system gave the training task. Gao Fei froze, knowing that time waits for no one. There is only 1 hour of training opportunity per day, so he can't waste the time. At that moment, Gao Fei quickly observed the surrounding and jumped into a small dirt pit, but the result was not waiting for him to get down. The system's icy cold voice rang out. The dirt pit is able to hide the host's silhouette, but it will attract the enemy's artillery fire. Failed. Ordinary common sense, hidden in the pit is very simple, but also the most vulnerable to destructive attacks. If hiding inside a few mortars bombarded over the absolute dead, even the dregs are not left. Nima. Have not gotten down, unqualified came. Gao Fei hurriedly climbed up to continue to observe. This time he chose a small dirt can, but just got down. The system still remains unqualified. Failed. Failed. Fail. Almost in the middle of an hour, this was the most words that Gao Fei had heard, causing him to sleep at night with a bit of a nervous breakdown, always in a state of being unqualified. This Nima wants to become a qualified sniper, also too difficult. An hour's time Gao Fei could only run around, looking for a suitable place to hide, but what he got in return was an icy cold answer, unqualified. Shaking his head, Goofy got up and stretched. After sleeping for more than 10 hours, he felt his body was soothed. Knock knock. Li Yunlong's guard Xiao Wang knocked on the door and shouted, Gao Fei, the head of the regiment came and asked me to call you up, saying that it's time to depart. Coming. Responding, Gao Fei quickly put his clothes in order. Barrett back purchased some bullets. As for the ammunition of the crooked machine gun that he received, Gao Fei threw it away long ago, checked his Desert Eagle and 2 Nepalese army knives. Everything was ready. Gao Fei left the residence. Let's go, you kid is very dilly-dallying. Outside the courtyard, Li Yunlong waited with a squad of people. Waving his hand, a line of people left the residence through the still somewhat gray sky, not forgetting to instruct his guard Xiao Wang to tell Kong Jie to go out and sneak around to hunt for some wild game or something. This was also to prevent Kong Jie from knowing where he was going and scrambling for a share of the loot. The current independent regiment was poor as hell. Li Yunlong didn't want anyone to come and distribute the loot with him. This time we are going to the stronghold in 15 miles away, the stronghold in the middle of 35 little devils. There are 6 crooked handles and rifles to reward 100, as well as some grenades and ammunition. It is the independent regiment needs things, so Gao Fei, you kid, hand a little lighter, don't break the weapons. This time, if you do a good job, back to the old man on you a wild boar leg. That's a good thing that I can't even afford to eat myself. Along the way, Li Yunlong will stronghold information high-speed Gao Fei, and urged him to be careful, and careful. If the mission is completed beautifully, there are rewards. Gao Fei, who was nibbling on a corn tortilla's eyes lit up when he heard about the wild boar meat, and smiled. He. Don't worry about it, Chief, stew the wild boar meat for me. I'll go back and it up. Good. Slapping Gao Fei vigorously, Li Yunlong laughed out loud and said, I like you like this, have a temper. Everyone listen to me, only success is not allowed to fail. Quickly. Gao Fei is so cool, but not a little bit pretentious character. Let Li Yunlong feel more and more. Look at the eyes. A smile. Gao Fei followed behind Li Yunlong and asked in a low voice, can the chief get some toothpaste or something like that? It's hard to have a mouth without brushing your teeth for a day, it stinks. Okay, just you kid bird thing more. This time as long as you do a good job I'll find someone to help you get his. Not just a little toothbrush? You intellectuals are so troublesome. Disgruntledly muttering, Li Yunlong didn't even realize that he was speaking on his own, and that bad breath made people stay away from him. 10 miles, that is 5 kilometers away. More than an hour later, a team of people in a hurry under the line arrived. The winter sky is very cloudy until after the sun comes out. Will be clear today. Luck. The sky is cloudy is most suitable for doing house robbery things, commonly known as robbery. See, that's the stronghold. There are several kilometers away from the brat's compound. The sound of gunfire will not be transmitted to the past, but cannot give the brat the opportunity to ventilate the message. Can do it? Borrowing the gloomy day, the light of people quietly came to the brat stronghold 600 meters or so. Gao Fei will take out the Barrett, looked through the binoculars. There are only 2 brats patrolling. Took a look at the bunker next to the combed wire bar. Gao Fei grimly laughed. I'll see you guys report the news. First, the phone to you strangled. Chapter 13. Aiming at one of the brats patrolling, Gao Fei whispered, Chief, you guys go around to the other side. You guys will be ready to grab the stuff after I draw all the attention of the brats. No problem. Li Yunlong grinned, soon felt that Gao Fei's words were really chilling himself, and glared at him in displeasure. What nonsense, lousy, that's to move things, not to rob. It's so hard to talk to you cultured people. Everyone, Zhang Dabiao, stay behind to protect Gao Fei, the rest of you come with me. Putting Zhang Dabiao to stay behind to protect Gao Fei to guard against the brat's use of plots and tricks, Li Yunlong himself brought the rest of the people to spare from the other side. Breathlessly blanking Li Yunlong's back, Gao Fei took a deep breath and pulled the trigger without hesitation. Bang! 600 meters away on the bunker, 2 little devils were patrolling with nothing to do. The so-called patrol was just a superficial meaning. One of the little devils handed cigarettes to his comrade. Suddenly the sound of gunfire. The little kid who reached out for a cigarette was directly torn into several pieces, blood and flesh minus him all over. The little kid who handed the cigarette froze for a moment, then both eyes rolled over and fainted directly to death. He thought it would hide, did not expect the little kid was scared to pee. Li Yunlong used binoculars to look at the situation on the bunker, saw a little kid actually because his comrade was suddenly torn into several pieces, splattered himself head to face with blood and broken meat, a still beating heart pulsating in front of his eyes, so that this little kid holding a blood-stained cigarette with 2 eyes rolled over directly fainted to death. Bitch a smile, Li Yunlong put down the binoculars to give a thumbs up to Gao Fei, but unfortunately at this time Gao Fei did not pay attention to him. Will be patrolling the brats killed a stun for a moment, and immediately turned the gun wire bar a shot to break. Hey brats, wait for grandpa to come and make you go to heaven. Wire bar broken, the phone cannot be called out. Gao Fei smiled grimly, began the harvesting work, to know that these brats can be a war hero. Barrett's voice as far as 1 kilometer away can be heard. Those who were still sleeping brats were immediately awake and hurriedly climbed up. A brat while wearing clothes while watching through the hole on the bunker, but his head only stretched out, like a watermelon as a direct burst. See, those who climbed up together brats were shocked, hurriedly hid, lest his head directly burst open. Ran into the enemy. The little devils rush up to pick up the phone. Unfortunately there is no sound, can only hide in the bunker to first check the enemy's movements and then make a decision. These mother airs, again shrunk inside the turtle shell. Lying beside Gao Fei, Zhang Dabiao picked up the binoculars and took a look at them and couldn't help but curse. None of them can escape. Observing through the binoculars, Gao Fei took a deep breath and saw a foot exposed in one of the bunker's holes. The corner of his mouth slowly lifted, moved a little bit along the right side, and fired directly. Ping! The walls of the bunker directly burst open, accompanied by a few screams rang out. The bunker was directly broken open, a large hole, and the enemy hiding inside all exposed. Touch! After yesterday's training, now Gao Fei is more and more skillful in using Barrett. Every gunshot will have a brat torn into pieces. A piece of wall fell down, smashing some brats who couldn't dodge in time to death. This brat. Didn't you say it's better to be gentle? Seeing a piece of stone falling, Li Yunlong was in a hurry. What if the gun was smashed? Brothers, charge with me. Time to move things, follow me. Pulling out the machete on his waist, Li Yunlong, who was already very close to the bunker, rushed up with all the others. Holy! This is robbing heads. Looking at Li Yunlong slashing one of the still alive brats to death, Gao Fei let out a strange cry. That's all war credit. Leave someone under the knife. Shouting out, Gao Fei's actions became faster, killing all the remaining enemies before Li Yunlong and the other fighters could make a move. Glancing at his battle credits and the 2 empty magazines thrown to the side, Gao Fei felt satisfied, killing 25 enemies, 3 of which were smashed to death by the falling bricks, and another one was hacked to death by Li Yunlong, and as for the one who was stunned by the shock, he was stomped to death by a fighter alive. The bodies fell on the half-broken wire bar, leaving the brats to slowly collect the corpses. Putting away the 2 empty magazines, Gao Fei and Zhang Dabiao ran towards the stronghold to check how the benefits of this outing were. Ha 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 ha. I, Li Yunlong, am rich. Far from being able to hear Li Yunlong that complacent laughter, Gao Fei walked into the bunker to take a look at a sudden data shock. Li Yunlong is rich. Crooked machine gun is more than a dozen, as well as dozens of brand new 3/8 rifle, several mortars, and a variety of ammunition. A bunch should be left by the brats as a supplemental location, but do not want to be Li Yunlong with Gao Fei directly a pot to get. If not the last Li Yunlong rushed out, these have not yet woken up. The brats do not even know who the enemy is. Rubbing his shoulder that had become a bit numb from rapid firing, Gao Fei laughed, head of the group. After capturing so many weapons and ammunition, shouldn't I be given a bit of real rewards, such as finding a wife or something like that? The 38 large caps were just a small head. The real big heads were those crooked machine guns and a few mortars. No problem. No problem. In his excitement, Li Yunlong answered with his mouth full, but soon felt that something was wrong and scolded. Go, lousy, I still don't have a daughter-in-law. Where do you want me to find one? At most, I'll let someone get you meat every day in the future. My goodness, this is probably the weapons that the brats shipped over first in preparation for the event. I didn't expect to be picked up by us. With these weapons, the independent regiment was like a birdshot for a cannon. Awesome, boom boom. You have to know that the current independent regiment doesn't even have a single machine gun, let alone a mortar. Li Yunlong was so happy to have a good harvest that he naturally praised Gao Fei for his contribution, and thought of treating this kid better in the future. In order to show their hearts, the other warriors were full of guns and ammunition, but Gao Fei only had to carry his own weapons, saying that they didn't even give Gao Fei any extra things to take, and uniformly said, "You're tired. We'll just do these jobs." Chapter 14. Big mouthful of wine and big chunks of meat. Good for you, Li Yunlong. Is this what you call hunting wild flavors? When the crowd returned with numerous weapons and ammunitions fully loaded, Li Yunlong was immediately criticized by Kong Jia, having such a good thing actually not bringing himself along. And also make up some kind of lie about players hunting wild game. Li Yunlong only brought a squad of people out. Kong Jia did not think much about it. So many people to attack the ghost strongholds are a bit difficult. Who knows, Li Yunlong will use Gao Fei to accomplish this task. This time, the independent regiment immediately started to exchange their bird guns for cannons, and finally they were no longer poor and couldn't pull out a single hair. I'm not trying to let you rest a bit more, Vice Commander Kong? See how considerate I am. I went all by myself to move things. Li Yunlong put down the brand new mortar that he was treating as a treasure in his arms and started ghosting. Roll. Kong Jia impatiently waved his hand and cursed, if you're afraid of me sharing the credit, just say so explicitly, and bull about the reason to let me sleep a little more. Kong Jia, you also know that I just came to this independent regiment but I have nothing. Where do you think my face as a leader is going to be? You see, I just came down from the new regiment not long ago. You should know very well what the new regiment is like, right? Pointing in the direction of the new regiment, Li Yun said seriously, my new regiment has people, guns, and mortars. But suddenly came to the independent regiment but nothing. If people talk about it, my face and your face is also no light, is not it? Li Yunlong suddenly changed his face, changed his voice a bit, looked a bit shrill, that whoever what independent regiment chief, what deputy regiment chief, still have the nerve to become a regiment chief, the whole regiment up and down, even a complete crooked machine gun or not. Still have the nerve to say you're a regular army? Pooh. Li Yunlong's words amused the surrounding generals who couldn't help but laugh, but hastily held back after touching his gaze that was about to kill. It was Gao Fei who also covered his mouth and snickered. This was too damn funny. This too is also true. Kong Jia thought about it and felt that it made sense, passing it out to his own face and Li Yunlong's face, but there was no glory. So I just thought of chanting. It happens to have this talent, and the Gao Fei went to grab a bunch of mother airs, who knows, but also crooked, right? You look at these crooked machine guns, mortars, 3/8 Dagai, which is not brand new. This will give our regiment face when we carry them out. But you can't go behind my back. I thought you'd gone to end that little kid's nest. With just a dozen of your men, you've really eaten leopard's gall. Being talked about by Li Yunlong, the resentment in Kong Jie's heart directly disappeared. He was only upset that Li Yunlong didn't call himself, but also a regiment of people. You don't even call me Kong Jie when you do this kind of thing? Alright Kong Jie, you still don't be angry, I'll talk to you. Li Yunlong went forward and patted him on the shoulder intimately and continued, let's do it this way, when you are transferred, the crooked handles will give you 3 mortars. How's that? Li Yunlong also knows not to be able to Kong Jie force to rush or this guy to the division so a mess. Their own estimate is still subject to disciplinary action. Subject to disciplinary action is a small matter. Captured all the weapons to the work is a big deal. The independent regiment was poor, and then such a toss that still fight what war? You said it yourself, I'll be the one to choose, no cheating. Kong Jie glared and stared at Li Yunlong. Li Yunlong waved his hand and shouted with bravado, no problem. Pick whatever you want. But the number remains the same. That's more like it. After haggling and pulling for a while, Kong Jie nodded with satisfaction and yelled at the soldiers behind him, what the hell are you waiting for? Hurry up and move it back for me. Yes, Chief. The soldiers who were originally standing watching the show and stifling their laughter were scolded and immediately ran forward to move all the captured things away, moving carefully for fear of accidentally breaking something that the head of the organization could not afford to take on himself. Gao Fei. Let's go. I'm happy today, I'll let the cooking class stew the pig's feet. I'll have a drink with you. Fixed Kong Jie, and robbed so many good weapons. Li Yunlong smiled, his big mouth cannot close because of smoking too much without brushing. The teeth appear to begin to blacken the big teeth, pulling Gao Fei and Kong Jie toward their own residence, but also did not forget to let the guard Wang told the cooking class will be their own pig's feet to stew. Hearing Li Yunlong say that he would stew his own pig's leg, Gao Fei burst out laughing. Pouring a bowl of wine for himself, Li Yunlong handed it to the glowering Zhang Dabia without any good humor. Hey, I said that your kid is quick to say something and quick to fart. What are you laughing at? Ahem. Gao Fei stifled his laughter and said in a serious manner, because in our area of Yunnan, Guizhou and Sichuan, when cursing people, they like to bring your pig thighs. Bum! Who the hell made this up? Li Yunlong vigorously slammed the table, so angry that he blew his beard and eyes out, stewing his own pig's leg and so on. Isn't it the same as describing himself as a pig? Ha ha ha. Li Yunlong's opposite number made Gao Fei and Kong Jie laughed out loud. It was Zhang Dabia who wanted to laugh but didn't dare to. As for the reason why he didn't dare to laugh was because he was afraid that if he laughed, he wouldn't have any wine to drink. I said, why do I feel like I'm being set up? Feelings, you kid is bluffing me. Soon Li Yunlong reacted to his own being open swish Gao Fei was describing, but he directly came up and said that he was a pig. Ha ha ha. Gao Fei has already laughed and rolled on the bed holding his stomach. This Li Yunlong is too amusing. Motherer, I knew it was hard to talk to you cultured people, bending and twisting, or we mud-legged people are more honest. Yes, you honest have become a dog face. Fart. You're the one with the dog's face. A few sips of wine, the two chiefs began to pinch each other up. Gao Fei skimmed his mouth, continue to eat meat, really still have meat to eat the most happy, and Zhang Dabia also because of dipped Gao Fei's light ruthlessly ate a meal of pork leg meat, but also for their own battalion to get 28 brand new 38 dagai, for crooked handle and 2 mortars, so that Zhang Dabia he constantly looking for Gao Fei spelled wine. He shouted that he would protect Gao Fei next time. Before he died, he would never let the little devils touch a hair on his head. Gao hiccup Gao Fei. You kid, do not run. Tomorrow there's still any mission. Chapter 15, Kissing is all about patting. For people huddled in a pile, eating stewed pig's feet and drinking old white dry, the taste of that a word cannot describe. Squad leader, squad leader. In a daze, Gao Fei felt someone pushing himself, opened his eyes in a daze, and felt a splitting headache. Yesterday drank an afternoon of wine, not to mention that the system was tossed around for more than an hour when he went to bed at night. While this is the second training, Gao Fei was more or less new to finding a hiding place, and finally at the last minute to get a barely passable score. It's Junior, what's up, is something wrong? And don't call me squad leader. Scratching his head, Xiao Sana was a little aggrieved, but that's what the head of the regiment said. Said you made a merit, first give you a squad leader position to sit. You can't jump too high at once or it will be difficult to convince the public. Squad leader, what is difficult to convince the public? Why don't I understand? Xiao Sana is 7 years from out of Sichuan, out of the child soldiers, and then reversed a few times to the independent regiment, not a few words, but winning in the ghost brains, smooth, so was Li Yunlong sent over to Gao Fei to do a small follower. Off to the side, let you read when you son of a want to play beads. Now you know regret, right? With a headache and Xiao Saner still chanting beside his head, Gao Fei waved his hand and got up from the Kong, feeling like the world was spinning. But squad leader, what is beating beads? Hey, I say Xiao Saner, why are you breaking the pot today? Gao Fei was speechless for a while. Usually see you quite a witty person. Why are you looking for your own bowl today? Wait. Gao Fei felt wrong. He suddenly became the class president on the class president, but he does not train so early to wake himself up for what? What do you want to wake me up at dawn for? If you can't tell me a good reason to be careful, I'll slap you with my big ear. Raised his hand. In fact, Gao Fei said, follow Li Yunlong cause him to speak have become more and more bold. To really fight, Gao Fei is really not the opponent of the little three children. This guy do not see only 17 years old. Training time is will be able to fight big three thick big man directly carried and thrown out a few meters away. In Li Yunlong's words, it is short and compact. Complaining and scratching his head, Xiao Saner helplessly said, it's the chief who let me come. He said he has a headache. It's hard to get up. Let me call you Turtle. Or, call you up with a mission. Not far from Wang village there is a big bug biting a few people to death. There is an order from above to let us go to get rid of the pests. Big bugs? Gao Fei Fro's brain is still a little confused, did not react to what it means, and soon came back to his senses and patted his forehead. This era of big insects is not the so-called tiger? At this time in the whole of China, the tiger is still a kind of vermin, because everywhere in the war, the prey were scared away, resulting in the tiger for food will focus on the human breeding livestock, or people. As soon as they appear they are sent to kill them immediately, otherwise the thing will develop a habit of eating people, which will lead to teaching children to follow suit and so prey on them, thus forming a strange food chain out of it. In order to prevent this, tigers that hurt people would be shot down. Gao Fei was a bit speechless. Last night he was the one who screamed the fiercest and drank the most vigorously, but now he was shouting that he had a headache and it was hard to bear. Could he not have a headache after drinking so much white wine? I know, wait for me for a few minutes. Shaking off his head, Gao Fei took a deep breath of icy cold air and felt a lot more comfortable. Only then did he get up to straighten his clothes and put his beret on his back, and by the way, he took a look at his battle points, 127 points. It's still a long way to go from his own goal, and he still needs to work hard off. As for the attribute points that he was able to obtain by killing a brat yesterday, Gao Fei still added the attribute points to his physical strength, feeling that his body had become a little stronger. Connecting to add 2 points to his physical strength, Gao Fei's physical quality continued to soar. Gao Fei decided that for his next points, he would first add his strength to 10 points. This way he would be able to reduce the powerful recoil of the beret and his shooting would become more accurate. Nibbling on the big cakes made by the cooking class, Gao Fei headed towards the village that was haunted by the big bugs under the leadership of Xiao Saner. As for the others, there was no need to follow. Squad leader, I've heard that chicks from big cities and foreign countries are all thievingly bright looking, isn't that true? You're a college student, you should have seen them, right? All the way towards Wang village, because the sky is not yet bright beforehand is not very good, so the two people walk more slowly. Xiao Saner began to bring out his past days to listen to the discussion of his comrades to ask. Eat 2 big cakes, blowing a cool breeze. Gao Fei feel comfortable a lot, listen to the little 3 children so ask, cannot help but laugh. How, our 3 children began to think of women? Xiao Saner was immediately embarrassed, his face was red, although it was a little bit red under the cold wind. Stuttering, Xiao Saner hardened his mouth and said, I didn't think about women, it's old Zhang, they were talking about me before they asked, and also said something about how much better a woman's taste is. Ha ha ha. A group of big old bachelor together, in addition to fighting and killing the enemy outside the woman has become the biggest topic. Gao Fei remembered in the university when a group of beggars gathered together to discuss cannot help but laugh. In fact, how to say it, the feeling is almost the same, just the city girl basic life are relatively good, and do not have to work, plus know how to dress up and maintenance, so more than our countryside the girls look pretty. Gao Fei, this is not nonsense, but the truth. What about foreign women? Are Persian cats pretty? Xiao Saner's eyes lit up and pursued. Pfft, cough. Gao Fei almost didn't choke to death, strangely glanced at Xiao Saner, stopping to look him up and down, looking at Xiao Saner for a while. Tisk, you're hopeless, just your little body, others definitely can't see it. Who, nonsense. I'm strong. Foreign women, in fact, the so-called Eastern women are almost the same as us, just the language is not clear. As for the Western Ocean's big oceanic horse, so to speak, blonde hair, blue eyes, tall, many women let you Fei's kissing mouth have to pad feet. Pad foot. Still in the development of the little 3 children inexplicably stopped, shook his head oddly compared to their height, and then tiptoe, and then compared. That clueless look amused Gao Fei almost did not fall headfirst into the snow on the roadside. Along the way, Xiao Saner's topic is basically revolving around women. Gao Fei also had to satisfy his curiosity, know what to say. Chapter 16, Removing the Harm, Destroying the Tiger. After the 2 of them arrived at Wang village, the time had already reached about 10 in the morning, and an old man with a few young men stood at the doorway very anxiously. Coming. Suddenly a young man shouted in surprise when he saw Gao Fei and Xiao Saner approaching Wang village plus the clothes on their bodies. Aya, this comrade, can be considered to be hoping for you to come. That thing came again last night. It's a pity that one of the village's plowing oxen is gone. Just came to the entrance of the village. Wang village's old village chief was sighing and pulling Gao Fei for a while complaining. Left a comrade. Another comrade made Gao Fei's heart hairy. How is it that the more you listen to this word, the more it's not a flavor? Old village chief, you can rest assured, our squad leader is the regiment's sniper, can be very powerful, guaranteed that the big bug will be killed. Xiao Saner went up to comfort him and also started to blow his horn, making Gao Fei feel a dryness and heat on his face. He didn't seem to be that god, right? Led by the old village chief, Gao Fei and Xiao Saner came to the cattle pen where the accident happened last night. An old buffalo's throat was bitten through. At this time the corpse had hardened. I don't know why, there used to be a large insect infestation in the neighborhood, but lately for no reason at all, they always attacked the livestock in the village, and people were bitten to death. What kind of sins are these? Nowadays, with the war raging, one death means one less labor force, posing too much of an impact on the crops, and the loss is even greater when the cows and horses and such that plow the land are bitten to death and eaten. Some villages were even reduced to having old men and children to plow the land, showing how precious oxen and horses were in this day and age. After checking the tiger's footprints on the ground, Gao Fei asked, "Do you guys know the range of this big bug?" "I know." Come behind the village head a youth who looks only 17 or 18 years old, about the same age as Xiao San'er, raised his hand and said, "This big bug is very huge, so I was able to recognize it. He often are active in the middle of the big mountains in the back. There used to be quite a lot of wild boars in the big mountains, but unfortunately, because of the arrival of the little devils, the wild boar herds have all been scared away. Big bugs began to come into the village." "The back of the mountain? It's huge?" Gao Fei couldn't help but ponder, thinking about whether he should take the initiative or wait for this tiger to come to his door. The so-called big mountain is actually a forest, still very lush, dense. As for the tiger is huge, Gao Fei did not consider. Will be in this generation of activities are basically very latter-day very famous South China tiger. This kind of tiger's head in the tiger family within are relatively small, compared to its distant relatives Bengal tiger and northeastern tigers, for the head of a lot smaller. But occasionally there are some big ones. This is just like the height of the people in Yunnan, Guizhou and Sichuan is a little bit shorter compared to other provinces, but occasionally some giants will appear. The reasoning is very simple. After thinking about it, Gao Fei spoke. "What is your name? Able to take us over to take a look?" Reporting to the chief. "My name is Erdanzi. I can take you guys over, but I hope you can take me to join the army to fight the devils. Throw these mother airs out. Drive them back to their old home." Erdanzi gave an unorthodox military salute to Gao Fei, and his colleague put forward his conditions. "Just go if you're told to go. What conditions are you putting up?" Little San'er was immediately unhappy. He had come to help and get rid of the harm, but the other party was still raising conditions, upsetting him who was still immature. "Shut your mouth." Glaring at little San'er, Gao Fei looked at Erdanzi and said, "Erdanzi, I know that you want to join the army to fight the little devils to serve the motherland, but I'm not the chief, and I don't have the right to bring you to join the army. However, right now, our independent regiment is recruiting. After getting rid of the big bugs, you can go with us and try out, and after the selection, you will be able to become a member of the 8th Route Army." "Grandpa." Erdanzi looked at the old village chief, a pair of big eyes within full of pleading. The old village chief sighed and shook his head. "Also, you go, but you are not allowed to disgrace my Wangjia village. Hear me, Erdanzi?" "Yes. Guarantee I won't lose face." Two eggs son tears of joy. Several times he wanted to join the army but did not get the grandfather's consent. Did not expect this time the grandfather agreed. His parents also died in the war. Let him incomparably hate the little Japanese devils. Has always thought that one day can become a 8-road army to fight the devils, to avenge for his parents. "Chief, you please, I'll take you there." Getting his grandfather's consent, Erdanzi happily led Gao Fei and Xiao San'er towards the big mountain inside the village outside. "Chief is down there." Entering the big mountain, Gao Fei and Xiao San'er followed behind Erdanzi and walked around the forest for more than an hour before arriving at their destination. Although Gao Fei said he was not the chief, but Erdanzi still could not change this name, making Gao Fei somewhat speechless. "Your name is like an egg, but you don't round an egg like a." The low standard of living coupled with the medical level is not pass, resulting in a high mortality rate of children. In order to children can grow up healthily, what 2 eggs, 2 dogs, bird egg name in the countryside a lot. The gun on the back down, Gao Fei through the binoculars began to observe up, at the same time let the little 3 children pay attention to their own back. The tiger, this thing can be the most favorite sneaky and unannounced touch to the prey of the back to launch an attack. Gao Fei does not want to be bitten to death inexplicably. Good guy is really big Through the binoculars, Gao Fei saw a huge tiger lying on its back sunbathing at the mouth of a cave in Shandong province. The tiger's huge body startled Gao Fei. "My goodness, I'm afraid this guy's size is bigger than the northeast tiger, right?" The tiger was more than 500 meters away from Gao Fei and the others, and it was lazily dozing under the sun without noticing that someone was observing itself and was going to take its own little life away. Gao Fei also did not think that luck was so good, just came over to see this guy sunbathing in the cave entrance. It really came without any effort. It also happens to save his time, and tiger meat seems to be a great tonic. This makes Gao Fei another trace of power. Came to this world, Gao Fei found himself completely turned into a carnivore. A meal does not eat meat, feel hungry. Eating more hunger quickly. It made Li Yunlong yell at him for being haunted by a hungry ghost. "Shu, keep your voice down." Turning to warn Xiao San'er and Erdanzi behind him, Gao Fei aimed at the tiger's head through the binoculars and took a deep breath to pull the trigger. Bang! A loud bang rang out within the forest. Erdanzi, who was standing behind Goofy, was almost not scared enough to sit on the ground. The sound from the Barrett firing was too strong. Chapter 17 South Chao Feng, North Morong. PFF. The tiger that was basking in the sun in the distance shook its body when it heard the sound of a gunshot in the distance, but in the next second its head had moved with its body and exploded into several pieces. Honestly speaking, Gao Fei really didn't want to do this, but unfortunately this was a tiger constantly invading the village and eating people. Looking at the tiger that had collapsed into the blood vampire, Gao Fei put away his gun and said to Erdanzi behind him, who was so scared that he fell to the ground with a horrified look on his face, "You two go and get some help, this guy is too huge for just the three of us to move it back." "Yes, squad leader." Little three children salute a military salute. No good kick the still stupid sitting on the ground of the two eggs contemptuous. "You this coward, quickly get up, on your wimpy like, but also think of joining the army, the old man and you the same age, the ghosts I have killed a lot." I'm not a coward." Erdanzi came back to his senses, reddened his face. Before he was indeed startled. He was not unheard of to see a shooting, but the sound so loud is still the first time, coupled with the fact that he was again observing behind Gao Fei lest he was attacked by the beasts. The sound of the gunshot suddenly rang out, and this is what scared Erdanzi to directly fall to sit on the ground. A coward is a coward in bull. Erdanzi didn't admit that he was a coward. Xiao San'er deeply despised him. Both of them were 17 or 18 years old, right at the stage where they had a lot of fire and were easily impulsive. "I said I'm not a coward." Jumping up from the ground, Erdanzi was furious. The Red Company deadlocked on Xiao San'er's clothes and yelled, "Oops, you still not convinced, right? Lousy beat you to death." Xiao San'er was originally not a saving grace. Being yelled at by Erdanzi like this, he immediately felt humiliated and directly lifted Erdanzi to the ground. The two rolled into a ball. "You punched me and I kicked them." Gao Fei looked at the two people rolling around on the ground, silently put the barret away, sat on a rock and leisurely lit a cigarette, looking at the brawl that erupted because of one of his orders. "I'm not convinced, I'm just not convinced. Who are you to call me a coward?" On everyone Erdanzi were his junior's opponent, just more than 10 seconds to take a few punches, staring at a black eye, leaving a nosebleed, shouted, "I you a son of a dare to talk back, see the old man is not big, your scrape whip you to death." "Temper up," the junior said to do, the hand more ruthless. "You beat me to death, I also do not serve. You, Moncler, I just do not serve." Two people a fight and a curse, scolding, but two egg son, Xiao San'er angry half dead, can only make vigorously pumping big ears. And the second egg son is again the role of death and disobedience. "Can't beat you but I'll curse you to death." Deeply inhaling a mouthful of smoke and looking at the sky, Gao Fei said, "Little San'er. Here." Despite being angry, when he heard Gao Fei call his name, subconsciously Little San'er hurriedly jumped up and responded loudly. Second egg's face was a little puffy, leaving a nosebleed, with one panda eye, still unconvinced. He was not a coward. "To death is not. I say you this child, cowardice is not wrong, what are you stubborn?" The miserable appearance of the second egg son let Gao Fei look straight grin. "As for it, timid on timid is very strange. Who hasn't come this way? I don't care. I'm not a coward anyway." What made Goofy feel even more speechless was that Erdanzi was still talking tough. Beaten to death, he just wouldn't admit that he was timid. Skimming his mouth, with a serious contempt for the eyes of the two eggs at glance, the little three children stood well, but the heart began to be weak. His behavior is equal to beating the people. If the above know it absolutely cannot eat a pocket to go. The most afraid of what comes what, and so the little three children feel wrong. Gao Fei smiled and asked, "Little three children, you tell me to beat other people for no reason will be subject to what disciplinary action?" Coming to the point, Little San'er instantly bitterly pleaded, "Class president, look at this, I didn't mean to do it." A sentence directly let Gao Fei laugh and spray. "You directly a sentence is not right to hit someone, but still not on purpose?" I just. Xiao San'er anxious, speak all come when stuttering up, a complete sentence cannot say out, finally only able to target the spearhead of the second egg son. "It's all because of this son of a, he himself is a coward and still won't admit it. Squad leader, you can't tell on me. Otherwise the head of the regiment will definitely pluck my skin. Now you know you regret it? I saw you having a good time beating people just now," with the left sentence of old man and son of a, punching and kicking. Smoking a cigarette, Gao Fei looked at Xiao San'er's aggrieved and Erdanzi's unconvinced appearance, deeply speechless. Is this a pair of enemies? The first time they meet like this, if they become comrades in arms in the future after being divided together, is definitely South Chaofeng. By Morong, Zhang Fei kill you Fei, kill all over the sky. I that is not impulsive? Xiao San'er almost cried, really almost cried, afraid of their own back to the head of a angry beating is a small matter, in case they will be whisked home not allowed to join the army that is the biggest tragedy. Okay, don't give me hang a dead crying face, like a, quickly go find people to move things. Gao Fei impatiently waved his hand and looked at Erdanzi. Don't be unconvinced, to prove that you are not a coward then show strength. Prove that you are better than Little San'er. That's it, first go and find someone to help, as for the two of you I'm too lazy to care, wait to go back to the head of the regiment to deal with it on your own. Squad leader. Yes, squad leader. Xiao San'er immediately saluted, but he didn't want the beaten and swollen Erdanzi to follow suit and shout, "Tak! Go quickly, it's too early to shout squad leader, even if you enlist you're not assigned to my side." Waving his hand and dismissing the two problem children, Gao Fei carried his gun towards the already dead tiger. Humph. Xiao San'er and Erdanzi looked at each other with a cold snort and headed inside the village to call for help. It was a good thing that the two didn't continue to pull off a big fight next, neither of them would have any good fruit to eat if they continued. Xiao San'er will be punished, and Two-Egg Sun may not be able to join the army because of this, so the two people temporarily truce, with a look signaling, ing fight again in the next day. Chapter 18 Quarrel. It's actually a female tiger. When Gao Fei came to the cave entrance below, he found that the tiger that he killed was actually a female tiger, and it looked like it was still the kind that was raising tiger cubs. Looked at the ground carcass of the tiger slowly began to harden, and then look at the cave behind. Hesitation. Gao Fei still entered the cave, took out the flashlight captured from the small ghost side, into the cave, can only let himself crouch to walk in the middle of the cave. The cave was filled with a special smell that tigers carry with them. The smell was very offensive to the nose. Gao Fei frowned a little and continued to go deeper. Ow. Suddenly a light sound, let Gao Fei froze. Can't be, Moncler outlet store himself just guessed. Okay, didn't think that there really are tiger cubs? Listen to the sound, seems to be small. But its mother is gone. How to deal with this little guy? Kill it? In the face of livestock eating, man-eating female tigers, Gao Fei can be killed directly, but in the face of a tiger cub really cannot go down. Slowly Gao Fei entered the cave. To be precise, is the tiger's den. Generally speaking, when the tiger gives birth to cubs, will look for a hidden place, to prevent some beasts to eat their own cubs, but dare to come in the tiger's den of wild beasts is really not much, and with the strong body of the female tiger, it is the king of the beasts in the nearby mountains, who dares to come to send death. Ow. Entering the tiger's den with his flashlight, Gao Fei was silent as he looked at a wailing tiger cub inside the tiger's den, whose eyes were not even open yet. Now he understood why the female tiger would frequently enter the village to eat people and livestock. Recently, she was close to her labor and would replenish a large amount of food to prepare enough milk for her child. The tiger cub that was only born less than 3 days ago did not have the ability to distinguish. Listening to the ringing, thought it was the mother coming back, wailing and crawling towards Gao Fei. Come when only Gao Fei and small 3 children, 2 people, and go back as a group. In addition to Gao Fei and small 3 children and 2 eggs and a group of young children are to yell to join the army together to fight the devils. Gao Fei himself does not have the power of conscription, as long as the power of taking them will be the resident to let Li Yunlong come to their own solution. In addition to the 7 or 8 young, there are a number of separated from the tiger meat, bitten to death by a tiger. Large buffalo meat is also divided into a number of people. Ah, our hero is back. Just arrived at the door of the resident, is leading the soldiers to train. Li Yunlong smiled broadly and went up to look left and right. Not bad. Ah, there is also tiger meat. This is beef. Ah. These days want to eat beef is not simple. Too few plowing cattle, who cannot afford to slaughter and eat. Coupled with the war, a lot of things were snatched away by the brats, cannot graze, resulting in less and less livestock. Tiger meat, needless to say, absolutely good things, but beef is also good. Looking at the haha laughing Li Yunlong, Xiao San'er face has a strange color. Look at Li Yunlong and look at Gao Fei several times to open his mouth, did not say anything, silently carrying a cow leg. The heart of the mind that I don't know anything, nothing to see. I knew you kid can do it. Patting Gao Fei's shoulder, Li Yunlong was incomparably happy that he had picked up a treasure back. But Gao Fei's mood seems to be not high, pointing to the 7 or 8 young people behind him. They are all the boys from Wangsuan, want to join the army to fight the devils. I do not have the right to make the decision, so they all bring it back, just to move the things. The meat of the big bugs, I brought some of them back. There are still bones to give the fighters simmering on to drink some soup to warm up. The beef is all mine. The smile on Li Yunlong's face froze because of Gao Fei's sentence. By what right? Ah, you kid is also too damn greedy, so much beef. Looking at the 2 cow thighs and some lean meat, at least 50 to 60 pounds, but Gao Fei actually wanted all of it. I don't care, I want it all. Gao Fei seriously rejected Li Yunlong's idea of wanting to share the beef. What's going on? What's going on? At least he was a regimental commander, plus Li Yunlong's temper was already short-tempered. Gao Fei's lack of cooperation made him a bit upset. Looking towards Xiao San'er, Xiao San'er smiled bitterly, carrying the cow's thighs, and eventually told the reason why Gao Fei wanted all the beef. Gao Fei! Li Yunlong burst out angrily, are you crazy? We're in the military here, who allowed you to feed the tiger? Do you know what that thing is? Raising it to eat people and livestock? Ow. Ow. Perhaps Li Yunlong's voice was too loud. Waking up, the little guy curled up in Gao Fei's arms, stretching out his own little head. The little guy kept sniffing in the air. What's going on? What's going on? At this time, a middle-aged man in his 30s came out from within the compound and heard the noise and walked out. Before the middle-aged man could get close, he was pulled by Kong Jia. I say, Political Commissar Zhao, today this matter is better for you to stay out of it. Li Yunlong and his baby got a lump. Nudging towards Gao Fei, Kong Jia was also a bit helpless. What are you raising, a bad old tiger? Not to mention that this is the army. What can a tiger do when it is raised? Raising a dog can still be able to guard the door and bark twice. Raising this thing is useless, and it might even grow up to hurt people. Is he Gao Fei? Political Commissar Zhao stopped and sized up Gao Fei, feeling strange. Hadn't he heard that Li Yunlong and Gao Fei were on good terms? How did they fall out? Yes, the treasure that old Li picked up. Kong Jie sighed and shook his head. It's just that this kid doesn't know what kind of evil he's been hit by. He went out to get rid of the evil, but didn't think that the big one was gotten rid of and brought a small one back. Can you raise this thing within the army? Not to mention can't afford it. The army really can't afford to raise. The little tiger began to eat meat after more than 40 days, and the portion is getting bigger and bigger to the end of a dozen kilograms of fresh meat every day. Who can afford it? Little one? Zhao political commissar froze, looking towards Gao Fei. Sure enough, in Gao Fei's arms cotton-closed mouth and eye are not yet open, little tiger wailing. This is not nonsense this. Previously only heard that Li Yunlong likes to mess around, how the soldiers under him is also like this? Zhao political commissar was an eye-opener. It was really whimsical to keep a tiger within the army. I'm telling you, you throw it away immediately. This is the army, you can't raise it. Left and right did not make sense. Li Yunlong was so angry that he was blowing his beard and eyes. He could not wait to rush up and throw away the tiger cubs that Gao Fei brought back. Can this thing be raised? Hoof. Gao Fei grunted and looked at Xiao Sanner. Put the meat down for me. Walking directly towards the compound, walking out 2 steps, Gao Fei suddenly turned back. I'm telling you, Li Yunlong, Laozi is willing, Laozi likes it. Without you I'll fight the devils just as well as I can feed it. Gao Fei suddenly stormed off, making everyone dumbfounded. The situation escalated beyond control. Chapter 19. Can't let me get scolded for nothing. You. Li Yunlong was so angry that he grabbed his hat and threw it hard on the ground. How come I can't make sense with your kid across the board? What good is it for you to raise it? Do you know what this is? No, I like it, I'll raise it. Gao Fei, one sentence. Want me to lose the door? All the generals of the independent regiment were silent. No one thought that the original still happy occasion all of a sudden made a scene like this, and the reason is actually still a tiger cub made a scene. One wants to raise, one is not allowed. Everyone calm down, don't be angry, there is something, slowly discuss. Seeing that things are not right, Kong Jia hurriedly came up and persuaded the two, hoping that they would each take a step back. Gao Fei, a bit of room for discussion, do not give to stay. Li Yunlong directly crazy, changed to do other people. Li Yunlong early fury, but Gao Fei just came to the independent regiment immediately. A few credits. Li Yunlong hit is not scolded, left and right difficult. Oldly, calm down a little, something, slowly. Zhao Gang, who just took office as a political commissar today, also stood out to persuade. Fine, I'll calm down. Li Yunlong raised his hand and said helplessly, Gao Fei, you kid do want to raise? Okay. Hey, I really. Li Yunlong scratched the hair on his head and had an impulse to suddenly storm off. Have you thought about it? Even if I, Li Yunlong, allow you to raise this thing, but how will you afford it? I am mentally prepared. I will be able to afford it without you worrying. Taking the tiger cub out and holding it in the middle of his hand, Gao Fei exclaimed, it originally had a life of its own, but it was broken by me. I killed its mother. Are you going to let me watch such a little guy starve to death alive? Our hearts are all made of flesh. You, Li Yunlong, can do it, I can't. What's the difference between this and ghosts killing our parents and letting our children starve to death alive? Enough. Li Yunlong's face turned a little ugly and shouted, you raise it yourself. You bear your own burden, I'll give you a separate shelter, but if this thing hurts anyone in the future I'll do it for you. The wailing tiger cub, arching around in the palm of Gao Fei's hand, was obviously hungry, which seemed to have touched the strings of Li Yunlong's heart, making him make a concession. Hey, I said that, old Li Yu. Li Yunlong promised Zhao Gang, anxious, but the words did not finish was Li Yunlong roughly interrupted. Enough. The independent core thing, I, Li Yunlong, will deal with myself. If something goes wrong I'll cover it myself. I don't need you, Zhao Gang, to gab about it. If you're not happy about it, you can snitch on the division commander. Guards. Make a yard for me to raise a tiger for Gao Fei, and by the way go around and find a dog that is bringing up pups back. Zhao Gang was frozen in place by Li Yunlong's one-sentence hiccup, unable to speak. Really dead in your hands, pissed off old Li me. Said also did not forget to glare at Gao Fei. This guy raised a tiger himself to wipe his ass. Stock, there are enough tossers, the mouth said arrogant, but Li Yunlong heart has begun to headache. Division commander inquired up how to answer. Kong Jie sucked 2 dry smoke, very smart not to touch Li Yunlong, less scolded still cannot find a place to reason to go. Li Yunlong will give in to Gao Fei, will not give in to their own. As for Zhao Gang, to put it nicely, is now the political commissar of the independent regiment, but who knows how long it can do. Everyone knows that Li Yunlong has changed more than a dozen political commissars, and none of them can get along. But Li Yunlong is also a war material size of the merits of the establishment of a lot of people, so that the headquarters of the people and like and helpless. Like as this guy can always come up with some ghost ideas to defeat the enemy, helpless is always like to make some things out of people headache. However, the current Li Yunlong was in the same mood when facing Gao Fei. Guard Wang's action is very fast. It did not take long to vacate a courtyard. Gao Fei will move all the beef to the courtyard, dug a pit, poured water, will be wrapped in a cloth and put the beef in. In the cold weather the meat will be frozen. It is simply a natural refrigerator. A female dog from around the eyes and mouth was tied to the cloth, only to start to give the tiger cubs had been hungry and wailing milk, worried about the mother dog bites the tiger cubs. Beautifully eat and drink enough. The tiger cub yawned and slept in the middle of Gao Fei's quilt. Now its task is to eat and sleep. Looking at the sleeping tiger cub, Gao Fei smiled and touched the little guy's ear to make the tiger cub move a little to continue to sleep. You kid is fine, old me I'm miserable. I was scolded severely by the division commander. Li Yunlong didn't know when he appeared in the doorway, looking at Gao Fei treating the tiger cub as if it was his own son. His heart wasn't in the right place. I'm sorry, Chief, I also know I shouldn't, but I can't just leave it behind. Carefully wrapping up the tiger cub with his own down jacket, only then did Gao Fei relax. Don't even say anything about apologizing, who made me Li Yunlong owe you, come drink with me. Putting the wine he brought on the table, Xiao Wang immediately carried a pot in and placed it on the table, pouring 2 bowls of wine. Li Yunlong exclaimed, knowing that your kid is meatless, this is not tiger meat that I've stewed for you. This is good stuff. Come on, drink. A few bowls of wine down, eating tiger meat, Li Yunlong narrowed his eyes and shook his head and smiled bitterly. You kid is cool, but I am not cool. But I still topped it off by being scolded by the division commander for allowing you to raise it. First of all, this is not something that is so good to raise. You have to get me something good back as compensation. Don't let me be scolded for nothing. Clipping a piece of tiger meat in his mouth, Gao Fei squinted his eyes, the corner of his mouth slowly raised a tiny arc. Now there are quite a few people waiting to see the joke of our independent regiment. Of course we can't let them laugh happily. Tomorrow I'll lead the people to sweep the nearby enemy strongholds. Ha ha ha. I knew you wouldn't let me get scolded by the division commander for nothing, but I feel it's worth it. As long as I can kill more brats and add new equipment to the independent regiment taking more scoldings, Laoli, I'm willing. Li Yunlong laughed out loud, raised his bowl and shouted, come on, drink, I like this about you. Unconsciously, because of the quarrel, and then drinking and talking, the relationship between Gao Fei and Li Yunlong flew forward, quickly surpassing Zhang Dabiao who had been following him. By the way, I'm planning to have the 1st Battalion bring back our cavalry battalion tomorrow. Perhaps the matter of you raising a tiger will be forgiven from above, but we'll have to pay a little bit more to make it work. Chapter 20 in Human Training. I know, I will work hard to grow the independent regiment, but maybe the mortars can't be left much. Now the brats, not counting the airplanes and artillery, are the mortars are the biggest threat to themselves. Naturally they have to carry out the destruction first before they can do so, or else a cannon will come down and they will be miserable. But the new political commissar doesn't seem too willing for us to do that. Finishing his drink, Gao Fei shifted the topic to Zhao Gang. A preventive shot needs to be given early, otherwise he would be depressed if he went to work hard to pay for the weapons but had to exchange it for a criticism. He dares. Li Yunlong vigorously slapped the table. The independent regiment is my Li Yunlong in charge. When did it come to his turn to tell Zhao Gang what to do and what to say? I said I'll be in charge of everything military, he'll be in charge of life, except for the big battle, the rest is all up to me. Drinking a lot of wine, Li Yunlong face slightly red, this is still his skin is more dark, not easy to see. If you do, someone else has long become a monkey's ass, at least Gao Fei himself is like this. The thief's big voice spread all over the pass far away. Zhao Gang's resting place is actually not far from Gao Fei's courtyard. Hearing Li Yunlong's yelling, Zhao Gang's face is a little ugly, but can only endure. Now his own first time to the independent regiment, not to be treated, not unable to get angry with Li Yunlong, or else it will be really unable to continue to get along with each other. Good. Listen to you, grab it when you say so. If I get Gao Fei, frown I have no eggs. Driven by alcohol, Gao Fei's words couldn't help but increase. The two of them yelling and screaming made the guard outside the door, Xiao Wang, cry and laugh. He could only continue to keep watch and help Li Yunlong back to sleep later. Today's training is to teach the host to be able to save his life while killing the enemy. At night, Gao Fei came to the space of the system training in a daze, and today's training is no longer pouring in a good hiding place to hide in a suitable hiding place, but it has been replaced with preserving one's life. Staying alive is not afraid of no firewood. In the case of not being able to hold on to your little life, what enemy are you killing? What situation? Not waiting for Gao Fei to understand the content of today's training, the surrounding scenario directly began to change. He appeared on a mountain cape, behind him was a forest, while in front of him were densely packed little devils that were surrounding them in a fan shape, while a Barrett sniper rifle was set up on the side, which was now his own weapon. Please start the host to save his own little life while killing the enemy. Killing the enemy more than 100 reward 1 attribute point. Killing 300 people reward 2 attribute points. The host will have pain, but will not die. Please start. Pain? Wait, don't you run first. Ping! Gao Fei shouted when a bullet struck the rock in front of him, scared him, and hit the ground. Hurriedly picked up the gun on the ground. A lazy donkey rolled to the side to hide. This Nima is the rhythm of their own little life? Attribute points are good, but also have to be able to get it, right? Looking around, the number of enemies that are surrounding themselves is several thousand. Ping! The bullets kept hitting the rock behind which Goofy was hiding, making Goofy's hair stand up. What kind of training is this? Forced to rush into the woods to hide behind a large tree, quickly lie down and aim at an enemy without hesitation to shoot. Bullets with supersonic speed directly in line with the two people ripped into several pieces. Ping touch can be immediately hit by the bullet in his hiding tree, will be lifted a piece of the bark up. System, you big old man, let me how to hide? If it was at a farther distance, it would still be able to fight while retreating, but the enemy was too close to him. Under the helplessness, Gao Fei can only hold the gun to run wildly. Fortunately, this is all controlled by the system. The bullet is unlimited, otherwise also play a fart. Directly refused to raise their hands to surrender. Holding the Barrett, Gao Fei began to quickly run up in the woods. Spare the branches of the face and hands, cut out some small wounds to the face and hands, itchy and painful, do not have time to take care of, just want to quickly and the enemy to pull away from the distance. Fortunately, Gao Fei's 2 attribute points were not added for nothing. Both of them were on top of the physical strength, allowing Gao Fei to be able to hold on for a longer period of time. Cough. Not knowing how long he had been running, Gao Fei stopped. He knew that he couldn't run any longer or he would have to die of exhaustion. Quickly put the gun away, Gao Fei lit up his eyes to the binoculars, shrinking the enemy. Soon a team into the woods to collect the rope of the enemy was found, aiming and shooting, all in one go. Even if Gao Fei and the enemy to pull the distance, but still only 300 meters away. Ping! An enemy fell with a sound, but did not die, because running for too long led to uneven breathing. The bullet hit crooked, although the bullet was crooked but still broke an enemy's foot, basically lost the ability to fight, but also considered to be a reduction of an enemy. Lie down! The rest of the enemies shouted out, all of them lying down on the ground. Strangely, Goofy himself was actually able to understand it, thought it should be the system that got it. Taking a deep breath, Goofy aimed at the next enemy. The other party was lying on the ground, only the water bottle on the other party was visible, and Goofy did not hesitate to shoot. As long as the cover was not too thick, the Barrett sniper rifle was able to tear through the cover and hit the person behind it. After solving an enemy again, Goofy quickly rolled around, changed his position, and prepared to shoot, but just as the gun was placed, he only heard a swoosh sound. Goofy froze, and finally closed his eyes. Boom! A slug fell from the sky. The area where Goofy was turned into a sea of fire. Pain, heart-rending pain, followed by a searing heat, like his own body had been torn into pieces but not yet broken, being burned by the fire all the time. The fact is also true, the opposite enemy actually used mortars to bombard themselves. Consciousness began to blur at the same time. Gao Fei just want to curse, system your grandfather. Thousands of people surrounded with mortars? This thing has a range of more than 1,000 meters and still doesn't let people play anymore? Cough cough cough. Suddenly Gao Fei coughed and woke up, hurriedly jumping up to check his body, only relieved when he found it intact. At this time, a large screen appeared in front of the eyes. The large screen began to play their own encounter with the enemy and then ran wildly everywhere to hide the screen, so that Gao Fei really want to find a hole in the ground to stuff themselves in. Chapter 21, Setting Out to Rob the Little Devils. From their own beginning to find the enemy to run has wasted a lot of time, and simply panic face around the terrain did not have time to check. Not far away there is a more curved path. The road is not good but wins in the bunker more, as long as you choose this road to adhere to the time to be able to longer. What is not good to choose a place in favor of choosing the woods. The woods can hinder the enemy's line of sight but at the same time will also block their own line of sight, so that they are surrounded by the enemy into a small group are still not clear. In the absence of heat sensors and silencers before drilling into the woods is simply looking for abuse. Especially when the system also circled and replayed the locations where he wasted time and chose the wrong path, making Goofy feel the urge to hit the wall. This is the first time I've ever done this, okay? Can you not do this? The system is still cold and unresponsive. The system is still cold without a trace of emotion. Training will continue. Please get ready, it will start in 3 seconds. Did not give Gao Fei extra time to consider. The second training began, this time from the mountains to the plains. Gao Fei first began to observe the surrounding, but when he saw the enemy's face was green, the enemy is still only a few thousand, but rushed in front of that rumbling with the barrel of the gun is what the hell is that? That's a tank. Last time in the middle of the mountains and forests were only mortars, but this time even tanks are on the battlefield. In order to allow the host to adapt to the various environments of the war, please try to kill the enemy to save your own life. Just as the system's words fell, thousands of enemies with a dozen tanks advanced towards Gao Fei. Nima, I'll fight with you. This is a plain, belongs to the open area, one press is no hiding place. Gao Fei also didn't expect the system will actually brainstorm to give himself that scenario, the heart of the evil guts, quickly aiming at the enemy to shoot directly. A word is dry. Run is also dead, do not run is still dead, might as well stay and kill a few more enemies, so that they can accumulate a little head count, perhaps also be able to get attribute points. First save his own life, but in this kind of open area, Gao Fei couldn't hide at all, he could only get down on the spot and kill the enemy. Boom! After killing 5 or 6 enemies in one breath, Goofy was honorably blown to pieces by the tank's shells. In the course of an hour, almost every scene appeared, mountains, plains, snow, swamps. If it wasn't for the fact that humans couldn't breathe in water, Goofy felt that the system would be able to come up with that kind of scene for himself. Every scene, Goofy was gloriously killed by the other side, but every time also killed a lot of enemies, especially in the swamp environment. Goofy drilled into a dead tree pole, hiding, using the dead tree pole to keep himself from falling into the mud inside. Hard to kill dozens of enemies before he died. After the end of an hour, Gao Fei looked at the number of enemies he had killed reached 301, and couldn't help but laugh triumphantly. If you're perverted, don't blame me for cheating. If I can't survive, I'll just kill as hard as I can, brush up my points, and get my attribute points first. With 2 attribute points in hand, Gao Fei was grinning from ear to ear even in his dreams. Squad leader, squad leader. Early the next morning, before dawn, Gao Fei was woken up by little Sanner. If he could, Gao Fei didn't want to get up at this time, snorting and drilling out from within the warm quilt. The first thing Gao Fei did was to check on his tiger cubs. Seeing that the tiger cubs slept soundly, Gao Fei was relieved. It seems that the dog's milk feeding is also still possible. When the little one is weaned and starts to eat meat, it will be a lot better to raise it. Rubbing his eyes, Gao Fei quickly picked up the toothpaste and toothbrush that Li Yunlong helped himself to. The toothpaste smells really bad these days, Gao Fei grumbled, quickly finished washing up, staring at the little three children. You give the old man to stay here today, no one is allowed to go anywhere. Give me to keep an eye on it. A moment Wang will bring the over. Take good care of it off. When I come back if a hair is missing, I'll skin you. Xiao San'er heard that he will be left to guard the tiger cub immediately collapsed, a face still full of tender black and tan. Stay means no benefit, others go to get weapons themselves but can only stare at a tiger cub that is still wailing, eyes are not open. Don't I oh my, not less your benefits. Give me listen well, is the head of the group came, don't let him touch the tiger cub, come back to me to do the Lord to give you a 3/8 cap, look at you that out of the blue. Shaking his head and pinching the tiger cub's little face, only then did Gao Fei carry his gun and prepare to go out. Squad leader. Xiao San'er pulled him back and said anxiously, you can't go back on your word. The promised brand new 38 large cap. I keep my word, so you give me a good look at it, missing a hair for you to ask. Guarantee to complete the task. Xiao San'er happy big mouth cannot close, beat up the spirit of a military salute, hastily closed the door, lying on the side of the Kong, staring at the tiger cub. The eyes are like looking at their own little ancestor in general, for fear that the tiger cub has a long and short, his own 38 big cap will fly. Let's set off, need to come back early, the brothers are ready. Leaving his small courtyard, Gao Fei felt something was wrong. Wasn't he going to attack the stronghold? But why bring so many people? It looks like several hundred, a battalion's strength, right? Zhang Dabiao couldn't wait to explain, pulled Gao Fei and ran towards the outside. Those soldiers who were ready to follow immediately, all of them appeared to have a tacit understanding, who didn't say anything and left quietly. Hey, I said Zhang Dabiao, what are you guys doing? Out of so many troops, the above knows it cannot be a big deal. Up the battalion's troop outing has to be reported to the top, otherwise it's a disciplinary offense. So we need to leave early and come back early, we can't let others catch a hold of us, quick everyone move. Explaining in a low voice, Zhang Dabiao waved his hand signaling everyone to follow. The good thing is that the moon is very full tonight, without torches it is possible to see the road clearly without worrying about people disappearing while walking. A battalion of troops out is not a blind man can see, not to mention Li Yunlong today, but also sent troops to rob the horse. Put it another way is that today's independent regiment is an empty shell. The personnel of the independent regiment has not had time to replenish, full of only 2 battalions of troops can all of a sudden all out of the estimated, even if robbed. Good things. Head Li Yunlong was criticized is absolutely cannot be avoided. Chapter 22, A Potpourri. Taking advantage of the moonlight, several hundred people began to go towards one of the strongholds of the brats. This stronghold is relatively far away, the relative number of people a lot more than 200 people, otherwise it would not have deployed so many people. Here is a brat's weapons and ammunition staging area. As long as a group of people end up, the independent group is absolutely able to get rich. A leap from a poor button-footed hunk to $1 million rich. After 2 hours of hasty march, Zhang Dabiao's battalion came to the destination. Gao Fei is also tired to sit on the ground, gasping for breath, only then remembered that he still has a reward, so take advantage of the time to rest. Will be 2 attribute points added to the power. Suddenly feel their strength has skyrocketed a lot. The fatigue from the hasty march also dissipated quite a bit. This is a weapons staging area for the brats, so the defenses are relatively tight, and it's very close to the concentration point of the brat army, so we need to fight quickly and definitely not delay. Zhang Dabiao gasped for breath and gave Gao Fei information about the stronghold. At this time, the sky had already begun to lighten, which saved everyone the embarrassment of not being able to see clearly in the dark. Gao Fei took out his gun and set it up on the ground and observed it. A relatively large bunker, enough to accommodate hundreds of people. The back of the bunker is surrounded by barbed wire, large lighting constantly sweeping, so that Gao Fei feel a little tricky. Once the battle is fought it should be ended immediately, otherwise when the reinforcements from the brats arrive, no one will be able to eat it. How should we fight this battle? Picking up the binoculars and observing, Zhang Dabiao asked Gao Fei. Gao Fei, who was observing the enemy, was instantly speechless. Come on, you're the battalion commander of the 1st Battalion, I'm just a small squad leader or an underling with no real power on a junior. You to ask me? If you don't ask, you who to ask? The head of the battalion said that you will be in command, all of us can look at you, waiting to move weapons and supplies. Zhang Dabiao's 2 eyes were as big as a bull's eye. His heart was fantasizing about how to carry the weapons, but Gao Fei asked himself to command? He is good at charging into battle, but commanding? He would rather go and raise horses. Speechless, a word to represent Gao Fei's mood at this moment, lazy to talk to you. Gao Fei got down and continued to observe. It seems that most of the brats are in the bunker, and because it is a weapons staging area, so even if this is the most dozing time in the wee hours of the morning, but the patrolling ghosts are more than 20. This can be a bit tricky. While observing the enemy, Goofy muttered to himself, to eliminate the enemy as soon as possible but also to leave before the enemy's large army comes, this is not simple. We're all looking at you, don't drop the ball. Gao Fei's grave expression made Zhang Dabiao anxious. If he went back for a wasted trip he would definitely be criticized. What is this? Suddenly Gao Fei saw something similar to a large carrot placed in the middle of the brightly lit bunker, only the color was black and there was a tail. Wait. Tails? Goofy turned around to take a closer look. Isn't this a mortar shell? Also right, in such a bunker, in order to prevent the enemy's rapid attack, all kinds of weapons and ammunition in the bunker will be stored quite a lot. Suddenly a strange idea rose in the mind of Gao Fei. System, if I drop a bomb to blow up the enemy, there will be war merit points? Yes, as long as they are killed by the host, except for accidents there are war merit points. The system's answer made the flame in Gao Fei's heart burn hotter and hotter. Zhang Dubiao, take everyone to the back, wait until you hear the boom and rush in to kill all the privates in the weapons depot, then carry the weapons. Can you do that? No problem. Just a few of these brats won't be enough to stuff a battalion's teeth. I'll do whatever you say. The mission came. Zhang Dabia grinned. 2 streams of killing intent popped out of his eyes, beckoning to the warriors behind him. Except for leaving 5 soldiers to protect Gao Fei, the rest of the soldiers all followed Zhang Dabiao as he rapped over. Because of the fear of being discovered coupled with the large number of people, Zhang Dabiao and the others were very slow, and it took more than 20 minutes before they rapped through. Zhang Dabiao led the soldiers of the 1st Battalion to get ready. Gao Fei grinned a cruel smile and muttered, "Little brats, don't blame Grandpa for being ruthless, because you guys are too not something, so it's better to die early and get over it." Crazy thoughts fluttered in the middle of Gao Fei's mind. Gao Fei took a deep breath and aimed at the mortar shells that could be seen through one of the machine gun holes of the enemy bunker. Ping. A loud bang, then the whole bunker of the brats directly burst open. A huge mushroom cloud rose from the bunker. The explosions continued to ring, one after another, and the bunker of more than 100 brats almost all were apart. Yay! The crazy plan succeeded. Gao Fei couldn't help but jump up, clenching his fists and roaring, before quickly realizing that this was dangerous, which made him get down in a hurry. The 5 soldiers behind him, including everyone in the 1st Battalion led by Zhang Dabiao who had already circled back, were dumbstruck. What a damn energizing I knew that fighting to get out was definitely the right thing to do. Brothers, give me a kill. Grabbing his hat and throwing it hard on the ground, Zhang Dabiao yelled and raised his machine gun towards the barbed wire fence. The solid barbed wire fence directly broke under the machine gun's sweeping fire, and the 1st Battalion's 300 or so people rushed straight in. The brats piled up the mortar shells, which made Zhuowen have this crazy plan in mind. One shell explodes, it will collaterally let the other shells follow along and be detonated. That's why it will evolve into a huge mushroom cloud, and directly end the brats' stronghold. As long as there are enough artillery shells can after cause such a result, even if the mortar shells are not much, but the explosion is enough to put down all the people inside the bunker, their own purpose will be achieved. Laozi is simply a genius. Looking at his battle merit that had insanely skyrocketed to over 400 at once, Gao Fei almost couldn't hold back his laughter. Despite the strange number of battle merit points, at this time, Gao Fei did not have time to pay attention to it. Carrying his gun and running towards the ghost stronghold, it was time to count the loot. Get rich. The remaining dozens of enemies facing the independent regiment of the 1st Battalion like a wolf like a tiger was quickly eliminated. Only a few warriors were injured and no one died. Zhang Dabiao looked at the ghost stronghold inside the car placed on a door. Mortar almost did not flow out of the mouth. In addition to mortars there are numerous weapons and ammunition, guns, a large number of. What the are you waiting for? Hurry up and move the stuff. Shove it all into the cars. Chapter 23, Split the goodies in half. Yes. Getting so many goodies, all the generals of the 1st Battalion were extremely excited, carrying all the boxes of weapons that were still brand new towards the 2 cars parked in the stronghold. Battalion commander, but we don't have that many people to drive. The only warrior who came here is that guy Wang Ergo who can drive. Right. Zhang Dabiao slapped his forehead, looking at the 2 old trucks filled with weapons and ammunition, all kinds of brand new weapons. Zhang Dabiao couldn't give them up, but only one person can drive. Then what about the rest? But only one of us can drive, so what about the rest? But look at everyone's body is hung with things, not like to continue to carry the appearance, and strongholds out of the problem. The brigade of brats will definitely be in the shortest possible time to arrive. For a moment all the warriors were dumbfounded. This Nima loaded onto the car only to realize that no one could drive. Wait. Find Gao Fei. Suddenly Zhang Dabiao rang up the words that the head of the group said before departure. If you don't understand, or can't solve the problem, look for Gao Fei. This kid is shrewd, he just usually hides his clumsiness. It looks like the harvest is good. Looking at the weapons hanging on each warrior, and all kinds of weapons and ammunition on the 2 big trucks, Gao Fei feels that all the labor is worth it, but the biggest harvest is still his own. The bunker will be a nest, got a whole more than 300 war merit points, although the number of points is a little bit strange, but now is not the time to care about those problems. Gao Fei! Here. Looking at Gao Fei walking inside the enemy stronghold with 5 warriors, Zhang Dabiao waved his hand happily and ran up to him. Just how he looked weird with 2 crooked machine guns on his body. Why, supplies a lot of are loaded on, all transported back. We are now the political commissar is not a simple goods. Very like to find the division commander to complain. Go back late head can be criticized. Looking at the weapons carried by the fighters and the various weapons on the truck, Gao Fei felt satisfied. This trip was not in vain. The supplies are a lot, but they can't be transported away. It's too much to leave it like this. If you can take them away, try to take them away. If you can't take them away, blow them all up for me. No, not all of them are loaded on the truck, and don't look at me with your weird eyes, it gives me an impulse to pop you with a gun. Suddenly Goofy felt a little off. You said the supplies were loaded, but you're staring at me with a goofy grin for what? He. Scratching his head, Zhang Dabiao revealed a very coy smile. Isn't this before we left the chief said everything is under your command? What should we do now? Some of the raggedy goods that can't be taken away are ready to be blown up, but these loaded ones are good stuff. But only one of us in the independent regiment can drive a truck, and there's still one left. Zhang Dabiao. I'm going to you up. Feelings because of this reason to find their own help, really take themselves as an all-round talent. I don't care, anyway, the words I asked you, I'll push it to you if the headmaster asks. What made Gao Fei feel even more speechless was that Zhang Dabiao actually started to play tricks. Fine, I'll drive, really convinced you this regimental commander, a battalion commander, what kind of people are they? This are 30-old people still night play rascal. Jumped to the truck. Gao Fei looked at the equipment on the truck, some speechless, moncler outlet even a booster are not, such as driving to the independent regiment's residence within the absolute exhaustion, not to mention the truck also puts so many weapons and ammunition, has been seriously overloaded. Leave a few people will not be able to take away the supplies will be blown up, we also cannot give the brats to stay others with me first back. Starting the car up, Gao Fei shouted, looking rather speechlessly at Zhang Dabiao who was hastily rubbing himself on the truck, you're not staying to command? You're the one in command, why would I stay if you're gone? Besides, it's my first time sitting in a truck, enjoy it. Zhang Dabiao giggled, moving in the car to look at the west, that a fresh energy makes Gao Fei want to kick him down. What's the difference between this and the 60s and 70s when some kids walk dozens of kilometers to see a train? Leave a platoon of men from the first company to blow up the rest of the supplies, all the others go back, quick. Otherwise no one can be held responsible when the brats come back to their senses and get surrounded. Sticking his head out of the truck and shouting twice, Gao Fei directly drove the truck towards the independent regiment's compound. The cars of this era were, in a word, tiring. Twisting the steering wheel was like fighting with an old buffalo. Truck exhaust pipe out of a black smoke, slowly in the mud road driving, the body of a swing not to mention Zhang Dabiao sitting in it is really enjoying, on the bird like to say out absolutely laughing dead, but also the battalion commander it. Sure enough, or the head of the right, ask you quasi-right. Grabbed a pack of cigarettes in the truck, playfully helped Gao Fei lit a, Zhang Dabiao cannot help but lament, this little kid can really enjoy if our regiment also has a truck, that's how convenient. Receiving Zhang Dabiao's order I took a hard drag, Gao Fei looked at Zhang Dabiao, making Zhang Dabiao froze, what's wrong? Don't be like this, okay? We're all the chief's men, don't worry about it, I brought you something good, you'll never be able to buy it anywhere else. Pulling his clothes away, Zhang Dabiao smiled smugly, only then did Gao Fei react, good are you Zhang Dabiao? Actually hiding this kind of good stuff. This guy's cotton clothes hidden dozens of packs of cigarettes special for the brats, this thing outside to buy what to buy, not to mention the cigarettes there are a lot of ocean Gao Fei cannot see, to buy things still have to run to dozens of miles away from the county to go, but also to beware of the brats, it is not cost effective, cigarettes are a good thing. I think well, you. I, and the head of the three of us divided. Beautifully inhaled a mouthful of cigarettes, Zhang Dabiao looks very proud, this good thing is found by himself. Half. I want half. Gao Fei raised his hand and said while driving. No, if I give you half, what about me and the headmaster? Shaking his head like a rattle drum, Zhang Dabiao immediately refused, Gao Fei's heart was too black, opening his mouth to ask for half. Squeak. A foot put the brakes on, Gao Fei directly opened the car door, then I'd better walk back, anyway, it's your Zhang Dabiao's responsibility to not bring someone who can drive, it has nothing to do with me, my mission is accomplished. Hey don't! Gao Fei! Chapter 24 Returning with a full load. See Gao Fei really opened the car door ready to get off, Zhang Dabiao directly dumbfounded, do not bring so play it? What am I going to do if you leave? Don't! I'll give half. Half. You drive the car back properly, or go back to the chief will definitely chop me, you don't want to see me being chopped by the chief, right? Pulling Gao Fei, Zhang Dabiao is really anxious, do not play with people like this, things are pulled to the Gao Fei strike then who will drive? Half I give half, you old fast will drive the car back, or go back bad account off. Bitter face, Zhang Dabiao bear the pain to cut the meat, directly half of the cigarettes to Gao Fei, a little less than go back to be chopped to be good. Wouldn't it be better to promise earlier? You see how good a negotiator I am being forced by you. Good thing got half, Gao Fei grinned, to be this effect, sit back to start the car, continue to set off, at this time the genius has just brightened while everyone is about to return home with a full load. At this time, the independent regiment and the little kids' combat headquarters are all in a mess. Woke up early in the morning, Zhao Gang strange how today's warriors drill will be so late, out of the room to look around, in addition to a few some soldiers on guard duty, the entire independent regiment of the resident became quiet. A wave of do not want a premonition from Li Gang's heart rose, these soldiers will not be in Li Yunlong's order all out of it? This kind of big event how not to discuss with yourself. In the anxiety Zhao Gang even Wash cannot care about straight rush to Li Yunlong's resting place, old Li our independent regiment of soldiers and men? Don't tell me that they all went out to play. You have to discuss with me if there are any military actions. Early in the morning, at this time, Li Yunlong was waiting for the soldiers to return in triumph, but did not want to usher in Zhao Gang's questioning first, and at that moment pulled a face and said unhappily, "Zhao political commissar, didn't we agree on this? The military is under my command, and you handle the life, are they not related?" "That's true, but don't you know that when mobilizing more than one battalion you need to confer with headquarters? You didn't even inform me. May I ask where everyone is going here?" Zhao Gang was anxious, which regiment's commander didn't discuss with the political commissar before sending out troops. Only he, Li Yunlong, liked to mess around. It was something the world knew. But Zhao Gang did not expect this kind of big event. Li Yunlong did not bring in their own discussion. Now the independent regiment establishment is not satisfied, full of counting the number of 2 battalions in a company, but now only a company's number of people in the resident. 2 battalions disappeared. Let Zhao Gang how can not anxious. Everyone is of course going to pull the horses for our independent regiment. Li Yunlong's face was a bit off, and found a more tactful excuse to tang push. "You're just being nonsensical." When Zhao Gang heard this, he was furious. This was already considered a military operation, but Li Yunlong still said something so reasonable. "If you can't say a reason, don't blame me for reporting it to the division commander." "Good, you Zhao Gang, I, Li Yunlong, will put my words here. If you are capable, you can go and make a report." Zhao Gang's words completely enraged Li Yunlong. "I, Li Yunlong, have fought hundreds of battles, big and small, and have made countless merits. When is it your turn to ride on my head and tell me what to do? I'm not, hey." Seeing that the more he spoke, the messier he got, Zhao Gang could only take a deep breath to stabilize his agitated emotions and explained, "I'm not blaming you, but I'm wondering where everyone went? You should have discussed such a military action with me. What would we do if I didn't act our independent regiment? Those mother ing's pseudo-army, actually raising a cavalry battalion. Look at the old man Ichi, our independent regiment are not yet such treatment. Good horses are spoiled by those mother heirs." Li Yunlong said more and more excited, also directly cursed. Let Zhao just some speechless, stabilized, intends to first listen to Li Yunlong said. "What a good horse it was actually just spoiled by those bastards, so I had to let Kong Jie take the 2nd battalion but just bring my horse back. It's as simple as that. Zhao political commissar, you are not home, do not know the oil and rice expensive. I just came to the independent regiment, you see, a yellow face and skinny, not to mention, the hands of the weapon chamber are worn flat. I this heart look anxious but I Li Yunlong can have what can be done? To find the division commander, first scolded me, if I have weapons to the independent regiment I still want you Li Yunlong what to do? To weapons without a head have you cut down to see how many weapons can be exchanged? Li Yunlong said more and more pitiful, that expression, that action, said Zhao Gang dumbfounded, you say I'm easy? To let me get weapons, and to restrict me, how can I do this? I also just follow the words of the division commander, without weapons I Li Yunlong dare to rob. Think when the new regiment that poor but now within, are the strongest regiment in our region. This man, Zhao Gang was a bit speechless, actually comparing the new regiment to the Central Army, but Zhao Gang was also convinced by Li Yunlong's bull. Alright, take it as it should be, but where's the 1st battalion? Where did the 1st battalion go? The 1st battalion followed Gao Fei and ran away. What to do I don't know, but it should be coming back soon. Li Yunlong directly pushed clean. Zhao Gang corner of the eye jumped. A battalion of people followed a squad leader to run away. This spread out absolutely laughable. Come back! Come back! Suddenly those soldiers who were standing guard shouted excitedly. Li Yunlong said happily, see, I knew that Gao Fei this kid will not let my old Li get scolded by the division commander for nothing. He see who dares to look down on me Li Yunlong and the independent regiment in the future. What's wrong with raising a tiger? A few more I'll give it to him. Ha 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 ha. Go Zhao Gang, let's go and see what all robbed and moved back. Saying rob is a bit unreasonable. Li Yunlong hurriedly changed his words and ran towards the outside of the compound. Zhao Gang had no choice but to follow. At this time, the door of the resident, all the soldiers are happy, so many good weapons, I'm afraid that the division does not have it? Look at that box of brand new 38 large caps and crooked handles, as well as that door with a black light mortar, the division does not even have such equipment. Ha 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 ha. Gao Fei has you kid. Li Yunlong laughed and ran forward, excited and incoherent. Zhao Gang stood still feeling a bit unreal. These are robbed? Since when were the brats things so good to rob? My goodness, this is a large diameter mortar the division doesn't even have the good stuff. Chapter 25 and so on. Don't move. Wait. Gao Fei jumped down from the car and shouted, put them all down, no one is allowed to move, and Zhang Dabia will move all the weapons inside my yard for me. Air. In the midst of the excitement, the soldiers were a bit overexcited but they didn't want to. Gao Fei directly ran down and announced that all the weapons were not allowed to move, making everyone freeze, and many of the soldiers who had already picked up their weapons were stunned. What's wrong this is? Holding a large diameter mortar as excitedly Yunlong head was poured a pot of cold water down, inexplicably looked at Gao Fei, but did not want a Gao Fei directly took out a list to say, oldly do not say that I do not give you face, we are still clear accounts of the good, you gave me the task of how much to come to me to see. Well, mortar reel door, 3/8 big cover 100, crooked handle 15, as well as some ammunition, even a little more affordable, all kinds of mortars to you 15, 2 handle 3 handle probably and 30 crooked handle, as well as 1/3 of the ammunition, the rest of all carry to my yard. Chief? Gao Fei took out a piece of paper and started counting. Let the whole regiment. All the people are directly dumbfounded, including Zhao Gang. What is the situation this is? Gao Fei, your kid is also too petty not. Although I did say that the number of the mission, but you cannot be like this. How could this weapon keep it for what? Gao Fei took out the list written last night out. Li Yunlong directly dumbfounded. He did not hold too much hope, just asked Gao Fei to get enough things on the list on the good, who knows seriously exceeded the standard. This can't be done. One of you hated to eat me yesterday. For the sake of me and Xiaohu's life in the future, I have to leave a little something behind before I can do so, or else I might starve to death one day. Gao Fei is not a petty person, also knows that Li Yunlong sincerely treats himself, otherwise with his character has long run away. There is nothing wrong with leaving all the weapons, but yesterday's things gave Gao Fei a wake-up call. No matter if the relationship is good or bad, something should be done enough. Gao Fei did this as equivalent to acting to others. Want weapons? No way. Think about how you treated me yesterday? Simply as the old oil. Li Yunlong were still do not know Gao Fei's meaning, at the moment helplessly waved his hand. No, then Laozi also stingy, but who Zhang Dabiao other weapons all carried to Gao Fei's yard within. This. Zhang Dabiao face difficult, looking at so many good things cannot be used in the heart of that taste. To be more suffocating is like you to a group of beautiful women, you can look at, can touch, but just do not give cool. That flavor can definitely make people collapse. Why? Li Yunlong is the kind of unreasonable person? Or do my words not count? Hurry up and move for me. Glaring at Zhang Dabiao, Li Yunlong waved his hand, letting all the soldiers carry the weapons and ammunition. In addition to the amount that Gao Fei said, all the others were moved away. What made people even more speechless was that Gao Fei actually kept guarding it, and could not even take one more bullet. Before and after tossing more than an hour, only all moved, divided, high-fly mood, comfortable, blowing a little song back to their own small courtyard. But also do not forget to write on the door something busy, thank all people to visit. A few big words. The original good atmosphere in the independent regiment by the high-fly, so it gets suddenly become very strange, divided into weapons, even 1/5 or not all the other in the high-fly small courtyard, and high-fly back to the courtyard through a brand new 38 big cover to the small 3 children will be he threw out. Locked the gate, Gao Fei returned to his own earth wall room, picked up the tiger cub, looked up, the little guy in the Kong crawling around, but also while wailing, let Gao Fei face with a warm smile staring at it, cannot take his eyes off, seems to be sniffing Gao Fei's breath. The tiger cub slowly climbed towards him. Gao Fei suddenly noticed that the little guy's eyes opened. This is almost the 5th day after the tiger cub was born. Counting the time, it is almost time to open its eyes. As with human babies, the tiger cub's eyes are still gray and cloudy and want to see things, still need a day or two of adaptation time. Gao Fei was overjoyed and picked up the tiger cub happily. Little guy, you have caused a lot of trouble, but I am not cruel to throw you away and let you starve to death. What should I do? Ow ow. The tiger cub barked and vigorously burrowed towards Gao Fei's warm embrace, making him laugh. At this time, the brats in the county town and the command headquarters in the middle of a quiet. The atmosphere is bizarre, terrible. The second stronghold disappeared very thoroughly. All the people are dead, weapons and ammunition were ransacked, but the most maddening is that they did not even receive a little bit of movement. To take down such a stronghold requires a lot of troops to be able to fight down. That a door of machine guns and all kinds of mortars piled up together is not used to see, but the headquarters only received a boom sound, and then when the reinforcements arrived, the stronghold had already become a piece of rubble, and the enemy did not leave a single hair. Everyone in the command center was silent. This was the second time this month that this kind of thing had happened, but this time the stronghold that was attacked was different. It was a weapons transfer station. Not just any stronghold. Without any information on the enemy, even the unit that attacked it was unclear. Everyone was silent. And compared to the headquarters of the brats, not far from the independent regiment, in the headquarters of the 8th Route Army, is a joyful, although Li Yunlong unauthorized troops to go out is a violation of discipline, but all of a sudden to get so many weapons and ammunition back, are worth celebrating. The thing, this news spread up and down at once. However, when everyone received the news that except for a small number of weapons the rest of the weapons were being hijacked by Gao Fei alone, they were crying and laughing. This kid is in retaliation. The day before everyone is still discussing how to educate Gao Fei. The army cannot raise a tiger, but now it is good. Came to such a show, more ran people speechless. The independent regiment of the brigade commander asked Li Yunlong to send some weapons over, but Li Yunlong said that he has no right not to say, but also said that Gao Fei, that kid in the weapons tied to the bomb, who hard to grab on the bomb in the future, will also not hit the devils, go back to. Continue to go to school. This nonsense. Simply a child's personality. When did the independent regiment appear such a person again? When the 8th Route Army Commander-in-Chief Lao Zong knew about this, he was first angry, and then felt crying and laughing. I didn't expect to have a Li Yunlong now popped out a Gao Fei. This independent regiment is still real independent. People are so different. Chapter 26. Open your eyes and talk nonsense. Independent Regiment Li Yunlong resting place, looked at Zhao Gang who wanted to say something, helplessly said, Zhao Political Commissar, you look for me is also useless you also see that Gao Fei that boy does not see anyone, if you want weapons, you go to convince him yourself. I'm kind of long in the tooth. Coming to the independent regiment was only a short 2 days, Zhao Gang felt like his eyes were open wider than the world. First of all, the independent regiment squad leader to raise a tiger even if the robbery to the weapons actually also with a subsystem, the number of tasks to give you the rest to me, but also do not see anyone, their own even if you want to find someone else to see themselves other people do not want to see you I also have no way right? Helplessly spread his palms, Li Yunlong was laughing in his heart, let you guys toss this kid around, now you know, stubborn oxen are not to be messed with, especially stubborn oxen who have the ability and capability. Zhao Gang is helpless, take down his hat and scratch his hair, originally does not drink he also lifted the wine on Li Yunlong's table at this time and finished it with a hard sip, depressed, but it cannot be just like this to pile up the weapons if it is known by the people above, as well as around the friendly army no door-to-door nasty not to give it will be offended. I also know that yesterday we were a little overzealous, but he wants to raise a tiger this kind of thing can't just joke around It is somewhat troublesome. Li Yunlong nodded his head in agreement with this point you said if you were using it others still have nothing to say, but you don't use it but use it to pile it up then there is a problem with it spreading the word is not good to hear, wait. Suddenly Li Yunlong raised his hand and reacted by staring at Zhao Gang and said, I said to find the political commissar you can be a bit unkind like this All and said you readers talk the most tired, bending and turning not straight at all, at least Gao Fei is good, and I'm as brash. Your speech is not favorable. Hey, old Li Yu. Zhao Gang got anxious, where did I bend, I'm just stating the facts. Stop. Li Yunlong waved his hand, leaning against the quilt and waving his hand, I said I don't care. Waving his hand impatiently, Li Yunlong looked at Zhao Gang and said in a serious tone, I say, political commissar Zhao, why are you so confused? Gao Fei is also an intellectual and cultural person, can't you see that all he needs is a guarantee and a step? He's upset that you won't allow him to keep a tiger, so give him a way out, and we'll be done. As for the guarantee that depends on whether you can get a little favor on it. Messy all kinds of face-changing pulled a bunch, Li Yunlong finally said his ultimate purpose, to fight for the benefits, got so many weapons and ammunition, the above sent to levy is a certainty, but how to do to be able to maximize the benefits is the problem, in the past, Li Yunlong is his own cheat to fight for the past, and this time he decided to do not do it. It is said that the head of the main outside, the political commissar main inside, this time Yuan. Anyway, I don't care, I won't do it if I don't get my hands on the benefits. But now the most important thing is still thinking about how to give Gao Fei step down, or to the boy's hot temperament really will be a pot of weapons to blow up patting the ass, back to study that would be a problem. The dog will jump over the wall if he is anxious, the rabbit will bite if he is anxious, he has to value the distribution of benefits, while Gao Fei is valued as a guarantee and a step. Zhao Gang is not a fool, he understands Li Yunlong's meaning, clearly is to let himself and the brigade commander to negotiate, regardless of whether you are black face or white face, talk about not close on the door, scolded himself to come, the benefits of his Li Yunlong got, with his mouth open and speechless for a good while Zhao Gang laughed and scolded, could you Li Yunlong, have you so pitched people? Benefits you to take, bad guys I do? Don't forget that you were the one who objected the most vehemently yesterday. He smile, Li Yunlong didn't care about Zhao Gang's dig at his own thick skin, a strange laugh, a serious pat on the table, this man, the time to quarrel should be noisy, hold it in the heart how difficult, look at me, I've quarreled I've also hardened my heart to help him top, he is not to give me a return? That's why I'm asking you if you can drink. Many times men get to know each other from the drinking table. Look at the new regiment in the beginning, that soldier didn't and could drink 3 bowls with me, Li Yunlong? So Zhao political commissar you have to know how to be flexible, no wonder it's tiring to talk to you cultural people, feelings are the problem here. A burst of bull said Zhao Gang dumbfounded, not right old Li how do I feel you are pulling me down. Soon Zhao just reacted, do political commissar is actually the position of the brain not smart can get into office? Not to mention that Zhao Gang himself is also a student of Yen University that is, the current North University can be stupid? Hey anyway, words I old Li is put here, as for how to do that depends on you, you also do not want to keep such a gold mountain cannot dig it? Deliberately show helpless expression to, Li Yunlong clear is that I cannot go to touch the eyebrows of Gao Fei, to go to your own, and the brigade department you go to get it done by yourself. Really? Zhao Gang looked at the rogue Li Yunlong had the urge to curse, but unfortunately he couldn't curse out. Old Li. Just as Zhao Gang hesitated and went out to get ready to find Gao Fei, Kong Jie's loud voice rang out. Li Yunlong who was almost asleep suddenly rolled straight up in a carp roll and said in surprise, Kula, Laozi's horse is finally here. Hands and feet will put on the shoes, Li Yunlong ran out from within the house, laughing, I am Kong deputy head, you just came back you do not know that the old Li my heart waiting anxiously? Where's the horse? Lesson I mentioned the horse thing, all brought back to you one not less. Kong Jie face a little ugly, just returned to the independent regiment heard some rumors, old Li you give me an explanation, Gao Fei they went out, but also got a lot of good things back? Bad. Li Yunlong saw Kong Jie upset, chagrined and slapped his head. I just remembered that you said you wanted him to go out with you last time. As a result I forgot. I should have known that I would let Zhang Dabiao go to lead the horses, and that you would go out with the 1st battalion. Li Yunlong's expression changed that fast. The theater actors of Peking Opera would have to bow down to it. Look, geopolitical commissar, look, what kind of people are these? This is. Pointing at Li Yunlong, Kong Jie really want to slap him. Flip-flopping is faster than flipping a book. Zhao Gang is also quite speechless. You directly explicitly say that you are afraid of others to share their weapons and ammunition is not on the line? Why say so grandiose? Simply let a person look at the gas, but you also have no way to attack. Chapter 27 Military Rank System. Do not really say, Li Yunlong, this ability to make many people impressed with him, not right, is crying and laughing. Scold you face playful and smiling, he scolded not come out, fight is impossible, now we are old, dozens of years old comrades in arms to fight up the shame not to say but also subject to disciplinary action, idiots will do that kind of impulsive thing. Shaking his head, Zhao Gang very directly turned his head to the side, already too lazy to look at Li Yunlong's face. What about the weapons? This is the most important question. You didn't let me go when we were robbing, but where are the weapons now? I did hear someone say that Gao Fei got most of the weapons all inside his yard, still not seeing anyone? Yeah, that's what he deserves, isn't it? The number of tasks have already been surrendered, the rest naturally put away. Spreading his palms to make a helpless expression, Li Yunlong quickly changed his face and laughed. Ha, my old man's horse finally arrived, it's a good thing. Rubbing his hands together, Li Yunlong smiled broadly and walked towards the outside of the compound, ready to go and see his precious horse first. As for the various types of weapons and ammunition piled up in the middle of Gao Fei's courtyard, Li Yunlong didn't think too much about it. The time has come to naturally take it out. Why be in a hurry? To be in a hurry is also to let Zhao Gang, the political commissar, to go to be in a hurry. Anyway, he did not care about anything this time. Li Yunlong left with a big smile. Kong Jie looked at Zhao Gang. Zhao Gang smiled bitterly and said, I'm planning to find him to talk to him. This is not the wine or brought. Carrying the wine in his hand, this was shunted over from Li Yunlong's side. Li Yunlong completely treated it as if he didn't see it. Zhao Gang convinced Gao Fei, but it was of great benefit to him. 2 bottles of wine was just a small amount of money. Forget it, I'd better not go. Political commissar, you go. Kong Jie, still kind of understand Gao Fei's character, decided that it is better not to participate in the good, lest even their own difficulties. At this time, Gao Fei still does not know that Zhao Gang wants to find himself to talk about the problem of weapons, is holding the tiger cub. Strange look at their own war points, a little kid to equal a little, but this morning, early morning, they created a big explosion, but directly to their own collection of more than 300 points of war points, plus more than 100 before, directly soared to more than 400. This rate of increase was a bit strange. There weren't that many people amongst the brat strongholds, but on the contrary, the battle merit points rose to more than 400, so what happened to the extra doubling? System, I would like to know why the number of battle merit points I get for killing enemies is not equal? The host can open the military rank system to watch the reason. Military rank system? Gao Fei put the tiger cub aside to let it crawl around on its own amidst his confusion, and strangely opened the so-called military rank system. Name, Gao Fei. Age, 21. Height, 1 meter 8. Weight, 70 kilograms. Strength, 7. Physical strength, 7. Spirit, 5. Current rank sergeant, experience value 15%, 85% short of being upgraded to become staff sergeant. Note, the increase in rank allows the host to gain more battle merit points for killing enemies. The rank of sergeant is equivalent to 2 battle merit points for an ordinary enemy. Just in case Goofy hadn't noticed, there was also a note next to the experience value of the rank. It turned out that there was a problem here. Before he could only get 1 battle merit point for killing a brat, but now it was 2 points. No wonder his battle merit points spiked crazily all of a sudden. It directly doubled, so the problem was here. Doesn't that mean that if one's rank continues to rise, then the number of battle merit points one receives for killing little devils won't directly swish and swish and swish up? Blinking his eyes, Gao Fei bounced up from the Kong and said anxiously, System, isn't it true that as long as my rank is raised to the rank of lieutenant and then I get more battle merit points for killing the enemy? And how should military ranks be upgraded? Military rank can rely on killing the enemy and do the task to complete, also can be captured weapons and ammunition to the army where the use of the experience value can be obtained. Staff sergeant war merit points and sergeant in line with the second lieutenant level killing the enemy war merit can be upgraded to 3 points, the lieutenant 4 points, the captain 5 points, and after that the relative increase. Killing the enemy, and then there's the donation of the weapons one captured? In that case, wouldn't he have to go to the brat strongholds more often in the future? Looking at his rank experience value, Gao Fei hated to see this thing immediately elevated to marshal, so that he killed a little kid dozens of hundreds of battle merit points, by anything is no longer a dream. Unfortunately, that's just in the delusion, now he is only a sergeant, although it seems that the experience value required is not much, but it is definitely very difficult to improve. Want to all of a sudden crazy soar absolutely impossible, now can only slowly improve, with the rank of the promotion of their own war credit points will be more. The things that can be bought will also be more. This rank is really a good thing. Looking at the marshal and the general's rank insignia golden, Gao Fei I read can't, but now can only stare wide-eyed. As for the marshal above there, but maybe the level is too low to see. After understanding everything, Gao Fei closed the system, cupped his chin and pondered. It seems that the direction of their efforts is one more, not only to work hard to earn war points and upgrade their rank. If the reality of the rank and the system of the same equivalent would be good, but unfortunately at that time it is not possible. System: if all the weapons and ammo outside are counted, then the experience value is enough for me to rise to what rank? Now want to kill a large number of brats is a little unrealistic. Those can only come from those weapons. To think of a way out, and was their own to get to the yard within the weapons and ammunition has become an important thing to upgrade now, just must be prioritized to equip the independent regiment to be able to do. A total of 320 experience points can be exchanged to be able to upgrade to become a second lieutenant, but from the second lieutenant onwards the rank experience value will start to increase at 10 times the difficulty. No way, a 10-fold difficulty increase? Gao Fei was directly dumbfounded. Isn't this going to kill him? The system didn't answer, and Gao Fei let out a bitter smile. This thing really wasn't that easy to get. It seemed that wanting to earn a large amount of battle merit points, also known as military merit points, as soon as possible was a bit unlikely. It also seems that we can only walk slowly with our feet on the ground. For a long time Gao Fei smiled to himself. He is also a bit greedy. As long as he can get to the second lieutenant, the speed of earning war merit points by himself will be much faster. An ordinary soldier killed will be able to get 3 points. Is it as 30 points? The speed is 3 times faster than before. This triple speed could save Gao Fei a lot of time. Chapter 28: Zhao Gang's Heart. Ow ow. Tiger Cub climbed to Gao Fei's body to, let still in contemplation and how to raise the rank of his wake up. Pick up the hands of the Tiger Cub, kissed a laugh. Little guy, you still call it? I do not know how much energy I will have to spend on you in the future. Hope that your growth can be able to be a little bit faster in the future. Self-sufficiency, but also allows me to save a lot of force. Never eat people. Oh. Teasing the Tiger Cub, Gao Fei said to himself, no, the little kids are not considered people. Bite them to death these he. The host can feed the tiger with strength potions and stamina potions, which can shorten the tiger's growth cycle to become stronger and smarter, good at understanding and easy to teach. Suddenly the system that ice-cold business resounded in the heart. Gao Fei froze, looking at the hands of the Tiger Cub lying on the ground to sleep. Some speechless. That thing is a luxury good, now they cannot afford to consume. However, the system's tip did give Gao Fei a wake-up call. If he has the ability in the future, he can give the Tiger Cub to use it. At least he can't let him even bite his own people, right? Knock knock. Knock knock. Knock on the door sounded. Gao Fei, a carp roll from the Kong, jumped up after adding 2 points of strength and stamina. Feel that the body is getting stronger and stronger. The latter day there is a report that said that once a person's physical quality reaches a certain stage of the whole body's muscular tissues, even machine gun bullets cannot be hit into. The strength is huge. One-handed lifting up a car is not a problem, but that has to reach the ordinary people more than 10 times of the body's physical quality to be able to do so. He was still far from being able to achieve a physical quality of more than 10 times, at least more than 100 points were needed. He had only gained a few points during this period of time. 100 points was still far away. For attribute points had already caused his physical quality to rise by a large margin. One could imagine if more than 100 points would turn him into Superman if they were all added up. Shaking his head to feel ridiculous for his own thoughts, Gao Fei got up and held the Tiger Cub, walking out to open the door. Is there something wrong with Political Commissar Zhao? Outside the door, Zhao Gang holding 2 bottles of white wine, some overwhelmed, such as high flying 100, a pair of unhappy expression. Zhao Gang still have heart preparation, but high flying a look of nothing. So Zhao Gang some speech, do not know what to find some topic to talk about. Zhao just came to the door. Gao Fei had long been mentally prepared, let the door open and said, come in. Li Yunlong was right. What Gao Fei wanted was just a guarantee and a step. Even if it wasn't for the rank, Gao Fei wouldn't keep hogging all these weapons. Zhao Gang walked inside the courtyard, closing the door behind him. He had to say that compared to people like Li Yunlong and Kong Jia, Zhao Gang was more cultured. Carrying the wine to the house, Zhao Gang hesitated and spoke. Gao Fei, you also know the reason for my coming, right? Although we're both people who went to university, I won't say anything civilized lest you say I'm bending over backwards like old Li. Political Commissar Zhao, just feel free, there is no need to feel constrained. We all just have to open up our hearts to be able to have a good chat. If everything is tucked away it would be meaningless. Haha, laughing, Gao Fei tucked the Tiger Cub inside his clothes and let it sleep obediently. Zhao Gang couldn't help but smile. It seems like I still haven't integrated into the independent regiment, but I'll try my best, and only then will I be able to get along well with old Li. Compared to the other political commissars, Zhao Gang was more adept at change, easily accepting some of the more oddball things, or oddball people. Without further ado, then I'll toast you first, Gao Fei. Pouring himself a full bowl of wine, Zhao Gang directly finished it off in one gulp. His spontaneous personality made Gao Fei feel affixed. Then I'll toast you a bowl as well, and congratulate the political commissar for getting along with the head of the troop soon. Ha, a laugh. Gao Fei lifted the bowl and drank. He came to the independent regiment not long. Other things did not learn anything. Cursing and drinking is getting more and more fierce. Then I'll borrow your good advice. Zhao Gang also smiled brightly, just remembering Li Yunlong. He had a big headache, that's true, but wanting to get along with old Li is not an easy thing. By the way, I remember that you didn't come to the independent regiment for long, right? How come you are so close to old Li? Political commissar, are you asking for advice? I'm charging tuition. Oh. Air. Zhao Gang froze, then lost his smile and said, good. I'll pay the tuition fee, take it. Pulling out a large ocean from his pocket and slapping it vigorously on the table, Zhao Gang shouted, start. I want to see how to get along with old Li. I can't spend this money in vain. Looking at the large ocean on the table, Gao Fei blinked his eyes and really paid his tuition. Nowadays, people generally use the military tickets issued by the Republic of China, but that thing is worthless. The ocean is the hard currency. Gao Fei was just joking. Who knows, Zhao Gang really gave it. From here it can be seen, Zhao just these days in the independent regiment of the days how difficult, soldiers are okay, from the battalion commander upwards basically abhorred him, but also said that he only culture molecules talk sour, bend and turn. In the face of this situation Zhao Gang really want to shout loudly, I did not. But a few days have passed, he is still not popular, the entire independent regiment of people will isolate themselves, this feeling is very bad, but Zhao just cannot find someone to talk to, these problems have been pressed in his heart to make him feel uncomfortable. Zhao has been holding his breath, unable to vent it out just as Gao Fei joked about paying tuition fees to tell him, so driven by alcohol he took it seriously. It seems that this Zhao political commissar in the independent regiment of the day is not good. Also, the head in political commissar discord is not something glorious thing to help you, not Zhuowen. Gao Fei looked at only a bowl of wine down the stomach to practice on the beginning of the read-up of the Zhao Gang said, political commissar, you do not find our head is very good to get along with it? It's just that his personality is as stubborn as a child, he likes to scold people, he's not happy if you don't go along with him, and in turn, he will think you're good. A child? Zhao Gang, who was already a bit drunk, laughed and slapped his forehead. But Zhao Gang, don't even have a wife, where would I get a child? The corner of his mouth twitched, looking at the depressed to death Zhao Gang. Gao Fei really wanted to ask, are you doing this on purpose? Goodoo. With another bowl of wine in his stomach, Zhao Gang shouted, I just don't understand, why am I Zhao Gang so unpopular? Just because I'm a college student? This old Li is always targeting me. Sorry for my foul language. Chapter 29, Graduating from the Department of Minor Broadcasting. Patting his own mouth, Zhao Gang, whose head had begun to spin, pointed to his heart position. Gao Fei, you know what? I'm in pain here, really in pain. I came to the independent regiment because I wanted to work with old Li to make the entire regiment united and strong, to contribute more to the war against the war, instead of coming over here purely to find trouble with him, Li Yunlong, to pick holes, and to purposely make small reports on him. But he just always says that I make reports in front of the division commander, and he doesn't believe me when I say that there aren't any. Also said that I, Zhao Gang, am a graduate of some small broadcasting department of some university, otherwise how would I like to make small reports? I'm a ING student of Yen University, not some minor broadcasting department. The more he said, the more agitated he got. Zhao Gang even started cursing. One could imagine how he had been living these past few days. Gao Fei couldn't help but start to sympathize with him. At least Li Yunlong didn't treat himself as a college student. I just can't figure it out. Why target me? Is it because I, Zhao Gang, am ugly, or because I, Zhao Gang, am not behaving correctly? I'm better looking than him, Li Yunlong. PFF. Ha ha ha. Looking at Zhao Gang's face in association with Li Yunlong's fickle face, Gao Fei couldn't help but laugh out loud. Luckily there aren't any flower pretty boys these days, otherwise Zhao Gang would definitely want to find Li Yunlong to compete who was more handsome. Don't you laugh. With a wave of his big hand, Zhao Gang hiccuped with a red face. Gao Fei stifled his laughter. I'm not laughing, political commissar, you continue. Zhao Gang, who raised his hand and was ready to continue pouring, suddenly paused and blinked in confusion. No, I didn't come here today to criticize old Li, what am I here for? Raising his head in thought, Zhao Gang suddenly shouted, right. It's for the weapons. Gao Fei, I know about the agreement between you and the head of the regiment, and I also know about the unhappiness we all had before, but I'm the political commissar of our independent regiment, there are some things that I have to step in even if I'm offended. Li Yunlong, quit, I'll do it. Pointing to where Li Yunlong was resting, Zhao Gang threw his hat on the table and scratched his hair, exclaiming, isn't it just to go to the division headquarters to discuss allocation? Isn't it just going to be scolded by the division commander? I, Zhao Gang, will do it myself. I'll show him, Li Yunlong, that I can do what he can do. The topic was pulled from how to get along with Li Yunlong to the issue of weapons and ammunition. Gao Fei pondered for a while and said, political commissar, let's be honest, the weapons and ammunition are what I took the 1st battalion to get. To put it bluntly, our independent regiment is not even equipped yet. Where can we get the weapons and ammunition to support others? I'll get the weapons and ammunition. Sipping his wine, Gao Fei confessed. Maybe the political commissar doesn't know, when the head of the regiment and I first came to the independent regiment it was miserable, morale was low, not to mention, the entire regiment didn't even have a single crooked machine gun. How can we fight the devils with this kind of weaponry? But as you can see, we can't help it, we can't even take care of ourselves, how can we support you? So we can only snatch them from the little devils ourselves, but now that we have gotten the weapons back, before our own people are equipped with them, they are given to others first. Do you think I feel comfortable in my heart? Raising his hand to indicate that Gao Fei did not need to continue, Zhao Gang waved his hand in a heroic manner. There is no need to say more. I, Zhao Gang, understand in my heart. I'll go to the division headquarters tomorrow to find the division commander. I won't let you work hard for nothing. Our independent regiment will definitely become the main force. I'm sure of it. But we also agreed, you can't cheat. As long as I fight for the greatest benefits, you'll take out all the guys, you can't hide them. Absolutely will not. Private stash. Slightly smiled Gao Fei, suddenly said, but I have a condition. What condition? Feel free to say. I, Zhao Gang, am absolutely unambiguous. Driven by the alcohol, Zhao Gang spoke with more and more vigor. It's simple, that is, until my tiger cubs are weaned, the milk is your responsibility. Gao Fei didn't want his colleagues who had to train hard to have to go all over the world to help the tiger cub find a nurse and get milk to drink. No answer. Rao has been drunk. Zhao Gang on this request are wide-eyed, directly dumbfounded. This time where to go to find their own milk to go? Showing a difficult expression, Zhao Gang asked breathlessly, can't we change it? Okay, I know, even if I give up this face to help you do it, we have a deal. Monk. In order to prevent Gao Fei from cheating, Zhao Gang, who still had a hint of clear ringing in his head, shouted and prepared to leave. Political commissar, why did you drink so much? As he shouted, the guards and monks hurriedly opened the door and walked in, nodding to Gao Fei with a smile and assisting Zhao Gang, who was walking staggeringly, to leave. This is still really drunkenness. After tidying up the mess, Gao Fei laid down on the bed feeling a bit of a headache about the training tasks given by the system. Is this the rhythm of bringing himself to death? Whatever, go to sleep, tomorrow's things will be said tomorrow. Pulling the quilt over his head, Gao Fei directly huffed and puffed. At night the system that cruel virtual training began again. Gao Fei did not know how many times he actually died, every time to kill a lot of enemies, but then the enemy blasted into the dregs. The taste is simply want to die. The good thing is that 1 hour to die countless times, and did not die in vain. Gao Fei once again got a little bit of attribute points. Early the next morning, Gao Fei was woken up by Xiao Sanner, saying that little tiger's nurse had come. Since getting the benefits, Xiao Sanner had simply become the tiger cub's full-time nanny. The dog mother in front of him couldn't do the job because of insufficient milk, and Zhao Gang, although he was drunk, he still fulfilled his promise and got Gao Fei a goat, so that little tiger could have goat's milk to drink every day. Leaving little tiger in little Sanner's care, Gao Fei washed up and nibbled on a large cake to start training. It's so damn not normally heavy. Carrying a rounded piece of wood, Gao Fei began to run around the independent regiment's compound. The wood was like raw wood under the heavy snow cover, weighing Gao Fei down and making him want to curse. This was still the case where Gao Fei had added his strength to 8 points. If he hadn't gotten down a long time ago, the weight of this wood was estimated to be over 30 kilograms. Carrying such a wood to run that is not generally tired, or running in the snow, not careful as a heel fall you 7 dizzy. Can the system reduce the weight a bit? I can't even stand 5 kilometers with this kind of weight, not to mention 10 kilometers. Chapter 30. The latest training method. Gao Fei also did not expect the system to get out of a virtual training. The reality also gave himself a training out, carrying 30 kilograms of weight running. This is not to kill it this? Short distance is okay, but the distance is long. Gao Fei got down. The host can choose to give up the task, can also choose to execute. The system is still so cold and cold a little humane will not speak. Angry Gao Fei want to curse. If not for the 200 points of war credit, ghosts are willing to do this training, less than a few minutes on the exhaustion of a half dead. Well, it is really in the system to speak of human feelings is like in the old buffalo to discuss you don't eat grass. Okay, the door is not there. Gao Fei can only carry the wood to continue to run up. The most people are speechless or this wood is not good to carry around. If replaced with sandbags or something like that, it would be much easier. Hey! I said Gao Fei, what are you planning to do? At this time Li Yunlong is leading the whole regiment to train together. A lot of new to join the independent regiment of warriors need to train to be able to go to war. Everyone is training in the heat of the day, but usually at this time do not want to get up. Gao Fei today actually got up early, but also carrying a large wood full of resident running in circles. Hoo. Only ran a distance of 2 kilometers. Gao Fei was so tired that he was red in the face and thick in the neck, panting heavily. Hey you kid wouldn't have been drinking stupidly with old Zhao last night, right? So energized, getting up early in the morning to spread drunkenness. Suddenly Li Yunlong's big mouth opened towards Gao Fei. This is a rare opportunity. How can he afford himself if he doesn't take Gao Fei hard? Hoo. Gao Fei stopped, deeply inhaled a few mouthfuls of cool air, really want to use himself as a weighted wooden stick thrown to Li Yunlong's face that owes a beating. You know, a egg. All day long, you just lead the soldiers to heave and haw. The soldiers' lives are very important. The lives of the soldiers are very important, so don't be afraid of having no firewood to burn. This is my latest training method, do you understand? He himself was working hard for the battle merit points, but the training out of the system was indeed more effective than the usual old-fashioned training methods. The most training within the army these days was the bayonet sparring. In the case where each warrior was only able to allocate 10 or so rounds of bullets before departing, the bayonet killings became a very common way of fighting. It's either you die or I die. Wide-eyed, Li Yunlong walked forward and stared at Gao Fei. Are you sure this is your latest training method? And not the old ox plowing method? Look at how tired you are. Your ass, you're the old ox. Rolling his eyes, Gao Fei lazily ignored him and prepared to continue. Hey, you wait and tell me, why are you training like this? Didn't wait for him to continue to start again, was stopped by Li Yunlong. Putting the wood down, Gao Fei asked in a bad mood, what's the most important thing about being a soldier in a war? Of course it's the body. If a person picks up a gun or not strong, then what war ah? Just go home and play. That's not the end. Anyway, the so-called latest training methods, and you said you do not understand. This is the Western strong countries only use the training methods. Said you do not understand why I still bull with you. Mocking me, I'll see how long you can endure. The corner of his mouth slightly raised, Gao Fei carried the wood and continued to run, leaving a skeptical Li Yunlong puzzled in place. Zhang Dabiao. You come over. Waving his hand, Li Yunlong signaled Zhang Dabiao to come over. Do you think training like this will work? Showing bitterness on his face, Zhang Dabiao scratched his head, aggravatingly said, it's futile for you to ask me, Chief. I don't know what the latest Western training methods are. I think it should be effective, or else with that kid Goofy's character, how would he not train with us but instead toss it alone? Oh, I know, this guy is really unkind. There is such a training method, actually do not say it out. Keeping it for himself in private. It must be like this. Zhang Dabiao's brain hole grew bigger and bigger, directly locking in on Gao Fei's private stash, having a better training method, actually not taking it out for everyone to share, but instead tucking it away all by himself. Good eye you, Gao Fei, Lousy treats you like his own son. You actually do this kind of thing behind my back. Li Yunlong, who was originally confused, immediately woke up after Zhang Dabiao analyzed it like this. Tell everyone to stop and follow him. We will do whatever he does. I don't believe he still dares to hide it. Narrowing his eyes, Li Yunlong began to fight a little. Aren't you Gao Fei idle? Didn't you say it's the latest training method? Well then I'll see the whole regiment follow you and see how to train. Also said that the soldiers and I just know he-ha every day. Everyone. 1st Battalion. 2nd Battalion. 3rd Battalion. All of them, follow up, we'll do whatever Gao Fei does. Feeling like he was being tricked, Li Yunlong was the first to run up and carry a piece of wood about the same size as Gao Fei and ran. Let's see how you kid can hide. The fighters who are doing bayonet killing are frozen, the head of the battlefield, but also had to drop the hands of the stick to run forward to carry the wood began to run, but the independent regiment has more than 1,000 people, where does so much wood to carry? Some of the more resourceful soldiers immediately picked up a stone and followed. What is this situation? Gao Fei, who was running hard and as tired as an old cow, heard a movement behind him and turned his head to look, almost falling headfirst into the snow. This is too much, isn't it? Not far away, Li Yunlong with a battalion and the battalion commander of the 3rd Battalion carrying a piece of wood and himself like to start running, tired and panting, while behind the three is the independent regiment of the previous more good soldiers. Some soldiers do not have wood, even stone mill are to you to carry to. Fortunately, the stone mill is relatively small, otherwise the poop are to be pressed out. Hoo Gao Fei, you kid is not fooling us, this mother, or where is the training tired old man? Running out not too far, Li Yunlong was tired and panting, his face was red, same as Gao Fei. Gao Fei was originally in his prime, plus added some attribute points, his body was much stronger than the average person. It was a struggle to run, let alone someone like Li Yunlong who was older and hadn't trained for a long time. Running underweight is a daily training for the army in the later generations, but at this time it is similar to playing with one's life. Whether it is the physical quality of people or nutritional supplements cannot be compared to the latter days. How to play? Ha, 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 can you eat it, Chief? Don't tire yourself out. Confused for half a second, Gao Fei couldn't help but laugh out loud. Chapter 31, Elite Battalion. Pooh. Originally, Li Yunlong, who had been gritting his teeth and struggling to hold on, was laughed at by Gao Fei so much, then the wood on his shoulder fell down directly, almost smashing his feet, so angry that Li Yunlong cursed, "You're bolting. My old me, I'm strong. Don't believe me, just try it, you can do it, I can too." Well, you are strong. Facing the unconvincing Li Yunlong, Gao Fei was a bit helpless. Would it be useful to train all together like this? Everyone's physical quality is different, but these words Gao Fei can't say it now, intending to give it to the end of the training and then say it to Li Yunlong. Carrying the weights, Gao Fei continued to run, although it was difficult to take a step, but still insisted. Not to mention the usual habit of training bayonet fighters to suddenly come to such a point, one by one, tired not light. Many new to the independent regiment fighters quickly fell down, obviously physical exhaustion. Hoo damn, almost didn't play dead me. A weight bearing 10 kilometers tossed more than 3 hours before the end, Gao Fei threw the wood to the ground, looking at his rise to 637 battle merit points, crying and laughing. Getting 200 battle merit points all of a sudden is not bad, but for their own kind of people who did not go through the intensity of the training will kill them. The entire independent regiment, only Zhang Dabiao, including a few more than 200 people, followed him to stick to the end. The rest of the people and the big talk Li Yunlong long ago did not know where to lie on the ground screaming. These guys, what a mess. After resting for a while, Gao Fei dragged his exhausted body up. Gao Fei, you kid, stand still for me. Li Yunlong, who was eliminated halfway through, ran up with an unhappy face. Today you can give me a clear explanation. What is called the latest training method? Why can they in the Western countries insist that we can't? It's all about 2 shoulders over 1 head, 1 stick with 2 eggs. Other people can behavior what we cannot? Open mouth, Gao Fei said breathlessly. Do you believe me when I say I'm joking around? Say it, there is what I'll say out, otherwise I will lead the entire regiment of brothers or guard it in your place. Gao Fei said, playing around. Beating Li Yunlong to death, he didn't believe it. At first he could think it was playing around, but the whole regiment only had so little people who could hold on and still call it playing around? The first to eat enough to do nothing to carry a piece of wood running around the premises for a few hours just to play around? This is not. Li Yunlong killed. Do not believe Gao Fei words. Directly with the whole regiment blocked the door. I'll see if you say it. Looking at the entire independent regiment's generals outside the courtyard, Gao Fei really wanted to smack his own mouth and let you talk nonsense. That's right. Gao Fei, you can't be like this. We all fought the devils and resisted the Japanese together. We're all brothers. You can't keep it to yourself. Zhang Dabiao immediately led an uproar, firmly believing that Gao Fei was hiding it. That's right, Gao Fei, you can't hide it. Everyone is watching you. If you don't tell us the truth, we won't leave. Right. We're not leaving. Gao Fei had a feeling that he would become a sinner if he let the group say any more. Raising his hand helplessly, he shouted, all right, I'll say it, everyone be quiet, be quiet. Gao Fei was finally willing to open his mouth. Li Yunlong grinned and directly sat down on the ground and laughed. I knew that your kid has private goods. Hand it all over. Scratching his head, Gao Fei felt speechless, which he had private stash. In his last life, he had seen a lot of warrior training, but that intensity, put it in the present, can't be accomplished at all. No matter what kind of army it was all the same. Some were stronger, some were weaker. There was no way to unify it. But now things have evolved into this. Gao Fei can only be hard, summarize, open. Everyone also do not get excited. Gao Fei of course is a big group of brothers, together to fight the ghosts, together to fight the Japanese. The so-called training is not that I do not say, but it is difficult to unify the training, as if just now running, only less than 300 people insisted on it. Everyone can see it. I don't care, anyway, you come up with a way to, and I remember you said something about Special Operations Squad, right? Or we also set up one? You damn dream. Blanking Li Yunlong, Gao Fei continued, it's unlikely that we can get everyone to train together equally, but we can prioritize and focus. Let's put it this way, I'll confer with the head of the group and then tell you the results, okay? Some words are too devastating to say. Gao Fei doesn't want to be a blackface of Bao Qing Tian. This kind of thing is better to let Li Yunlong take care of it by himself. Everyone is scattered. Zhang Dabiao, you take everyone to continue training. Seeing that Gao Fei had some words that were not easy to say, Li Yunlong got up and waved his hand to disperse all the generals. Chief, are you not making things difficult for people? Where is it so easy to set up a special operations squad? I don't care, I'll leave the training to you in the future. Look at you. Li Yunlong said to be a scoundrel, not leaving a single chance of refusal. Simply a scoundrel. Scratching his head, Gao Fei also felt a big headache. That what special operations squad, if it is that easy to train out, then wouldn't it be full of street walking as special forces? Right now the independent regiments simply can't afford it, not to mention the filling of food. How can they train without even basic weapons? After lighting a cigarette and inhaling it hard for a few puffs, Gao Fei then spoke. Chief, what special operations squad is hopeless? How about we set up an elite battalion? Speak up. Li Yunlong had now completely turned into a faithful listener, earnestly accepting what Gao Fei was instilling. The so-called elites are selected from amongst all the warriors, and some of the strongest amongst them are selected to be established. You also know that some armies have elite teams within them with the strongest strength. It's just that the selection and training is troublesome. But if they are really trained, that strength is definitely 1/2 is not a problem. Gao Fei, this is not bragging. Some elite army, the same equipment can fight a few times the ordinary enemy chickens flying. They know how to maximize the benefits of killing the enemy, know how to protect themselves, one after another. The more the enemy died, more and more, but they do not have much casualties. One after another, the number of people will be about to pull more and more big. Eyes lit up, Li Yunlong slapped the table and laughed. This can be there. I like, but the training I can be given to you, just take advantage of the fact that there is not much war now. You have to give me extra effort to get this elite battalion out. What are the requirements? Directly say. My request is that you don't give me the mission? No. Chapter 4 delivered, and some of the plot is slowly starting to unfold, but can you all give it a shot? I've stayed up for a week on the last of the new book list, not waiting to be happy. Monday update, all gone, and clattered down. Look at the heart anxious, all the watchmen and grandmasters are collection, flowers are thrown, there are reward words better, lonely thank you. Chapter 32 you are solely responsible for. But Gao Fei, how should this elite battalion you are talking about be set up? You know that our current independent regiment's establishment are not even full yet, drawing people from it is a bit that right? For Gao Fei's idea of setting up an elite battalion, Li Yunlong was very moved, but the staffing level is still insufficient, and if it is extracted then wouldn't the other battalions have even less people? Gao Fei was speechless and looked at Li Yunlong. What do you think is the most important thing to collect the men? Weapons and food, of course. The rules of our 8th Route Army is to be self-sufficient in food, and for weapons, it's up to you. Li Yunlong replied without hesitation. He had already heard these things for I don't know how many times. He could recite them backwards and forwards now. Food, we are basically self-sufficient. Weapons piled up so much in the courtyard, not to mention one more battalion to even 1 or 2 more battalions is not a problem, and in the future then our team will be getting bigger and bigger. This is something that you have to be mentally prepared for. As long as the elite battalion is established, it will definitely carry out actual battles. At that time, there will be more and more weapons and ammunitions. A business that loses money will not be done no matter if it is Gao Fei or Li Yun. Will there still be a worry about the lack of weapons and ammunitions at that time? Right. How did I forget? You kids still have so many weapons and ammunitions piled up. Scratching his head, Li Yunlong suddenly came to a realization and shouted. Gao Fei said breathlessly, "Can you be any more cunning? Still, don't hurry up and go prepare. Give everyone a notice to start the selection tomorrow. Tell the generals, enter the elite regiment, eat the best meals, use the best weapons." Obviously knew that he had piled up so many weapons, but also pretended to show a very confused look, just like what Kong Jie said. Sometimes it was rough, sometimes it was naive, and sometimes it was shrewd and cunning and fox-like. Haha, no problem, as long as you promise I'll do it right away. With the support of these weapons and ammunition, our independent regiment's numbers can be increased by a few hundred people. Li Yunlong was satisfied and left with a big smile. Looking at Li Yunlong's smug back, he smiled helplessly. But the problem is really one more. It's important to set the settings. Well, how did those elite armies in the previous world train? Lin Xiao took out a paper and pen and wrote while thinking. Squad leader, squad leader. After an unknown amount of time, Xiao Saner pushed Gao Fei's hand, and Gao Fei asked without looking back, "What's wrong?" Pointing to the regiment, Xiao Saner put the well-fed and drunk Xiaohu on the Kong. The political commissar came back and said that you have time to go over there, and the squad leader. Gao Fei raised his head to look at the small third child who wanted to speak, and laughed. You kid wouldn't have wanted to enter the elite battalion, right? He, still the squad leader understands my mind. The small mind was broken by Gao Fei's words. Little Saner awkwardly scratched his head and smiled sarcastically. You son of a, don't look at me, this is not something that I can decide. Tomorrow there will be a selection for the whole regiment. If your ability is good and you can be selected, then it's your ability. If you are not as good as someone else and can't get in, you don't blame others. For this kind of thing, Goofy could not possibly open the door of convenience for Junior. Taking what he had written, Goofy picked up Little Tiger and stuffed him in his arms and left the residence, letting Little Saner think calmly on his own. There are some things that you can't just arbitrarily and indiscriminately set a precedent for, or else in the future when everyone looks for help from themselves, would there be any point in the existence of the elite battalion? I just came back from the division headquarters, and also discussed with the division commander, right? What is the situation of the elite battalion that you and Laoli discussed? Arriving at the regiment headquarters, Zhao Gang hurriedly inquired. Although the political commissar was in charge of life, these things also needed to be discussed. It's about utilizing weapons and ammunition, expanding the ranks, and subsequently selecting some tough soldiers from amongst them to form a reinforced battalion. In the future, this elite battalion will become the biggest card of our independent regiment, and also the strongest point. Explaining the significance of the elite battalion's existence, Gao Fei asked, right, how's the deliberation going? Just you kid is in a hurry. Listening to Gao Fei's explanation, Zhao Gang laughed. I still don't know that bit of mind of you and Old Li. With weapons and equipment it will naturally expand, so I discussed with the division commander and said that the independent regiment will expand in a short period of time, so the weapons and ammunitions we need to keep for our own use. Gave the division a few large caliber mortars and some horses. We are limited in the number of personnel of the independent regiment. It's not possible to really form a cavalry battalion, let alone forming an elite battalion now. That's good. Gao Fei sighed in relief. He was most afraid of the division headquarters to come to a lion's share, to take away a large number of weapons and ammunition. As for the horse, let Li Yunlong go to his own heartache to go. Anyway, he is not optimistic about the cavalry. In the era of carrying a gun everywhere, to rely on the terrain of the battle and the cavalry is simply a target despite the speed of the rapid, with the effect of the odd soldier, but the disadvantages outweigh the advantages. Political commissar, this is the elite battalion's selection of some of the conditions. You look at it, you, and the head of the group to discuss tomorrow to start the selection of good. Gao Fei put some of the selection and training he had written on the table, but he didn't want Zhao Gang to give him a strange look. Why are you giving me these? Old Li and I have discussed this. This matter is fully given to you to be responsible for. Of course you will also be the battalion commander of this elite battalion. In the past, I was afraid that everyone would have complaints. This time it's not the same that you can be brought up. You have to work hard. Don't let down the hard work of Old Li and I. Cheer up. Patting Gao Fei's shoulder, Zhang Gang directly left, leaving him with a stunned face. Battalion commander? Handing over full authority to himself? Is this considered a promotion? But it always felt like taking over a mess only. It seems that the formation of the elite battalion, after Gao Fei is the battalion commander of the elite battalion, in the position of the independent regiment is naturally high, but this is clearly when the attitude of the shirker, their own a person when the management of their own on the line, can be dragged after a battalion, or strengthen the battalion's population of their own. How to deal with it? These two guys absolutely forced is intentional. Looked at their own setup, some selection and training content. Gao Fei have a kind of wanna cry without tears feeling. This is not in the bullet this. Other people want to be promoted, but Gao Fei himself inexplicably became a not yet established elite battalion commander, holding a piece of letter paper. Gao Fei did not have half a happy heart, on the contrary, feel tricky. Squad leader, what is the situation? Elite battalion, when to start selection? Back to the residence of the little three children immediately asked. Waving his hand, Gao Fei put Xiaohu on the bed and pulled the quilt over his head, ready to sleep. Don't be noisy, the selection will start tomorrow, go and make preparations by yourself, and from now on, please call me battalion commander. Chapter 33 Legendary Pistol Hunting. I knew you could do it, squad leader. No, it's battalion commander. Gao Fei was promoted. Xiao Saner was happy and dancing, that excited look as if the one who was promoted was himself, not Gao Fei. Pulling down the quilt, looking at the bouncing and jumping little Saner, Gao Fei shook his head. This child is hopeless. I say, this child of yours, let you go to get ready, you go to get ready. What is the point of being so happy here? First of all, if your ability is not able to do it, you do not want to get into the elite battalion. Yes. Guarantee a complete mission. Please don't worry, battalion commander. Saluting a military salute, little Saner happily went down to make preparations, taking out the best state to face tomorrow's selection and examination. This child. Shaking his head and pulling on the quilt, Gao Fei directly collapsed and fell asleep. Originally the weight training in the morning has already exhausted him to death, and then thought about the content of the assessment and training, has been exhausted, and at this time collapsed on the worrying and slept, so that lying on the side of the tiger from time to time twisted his body, seems to be affected by the whirring sound of Gao Fei. Gao Fei this sleep for a long time, the night to the system's training time. Surprisingly today there is no more training to face the endless enemies. The training content is a quick draw and aim, while in the system is not so heartless, so that Gao Fei now carries a sniper rifle as a pistol to play, pick it up as a quick standard shooting. But first from the pistol to start, quickly draw and aim to shoot. This training can only rely on handguns and rifles. As for machine guns and sniper rifles, or don't think about it, unless Gao Fei's physical fitness can exceed the human limit of 4 to 5 times the machine gun. Sniper rifles did not take it seriously before being able to do so. The name of the system is the king of the gun, but also when the high fly in this direction to train. Naturally, not only training a weapon, sniper rifle, and other types of guns will slowly start to try and use. Mother system your ass. Carrying a 92 pistol, Gao Fei kept on sitting and quickly drawing the gun and then aiming at the enemy and shooting. After every time it was over, there were also a few comments from the system. This kind of boring and easy to imagine training made Gao Fei want to curse his mother. The speed is not enough. A qualified gunman, the action of drawing a gun needs to be done in one go, without any pause or hesitation. Quickly aim at the enemy and fire. Life and death are often just a split second away. Constantly drawing his gun and aiming to shoot, or drawing his gun and aiming to shoot, Gao Fei felt like he was going to break down. Fortunately, this kind of training lasted for an hour. An hour of training so that Gao Fei's nerves are tightly taut. A night in the mind are non-stop draw the gun again, almost made Gao Fei thought he was the legendary gunman. Wake up, you kid, wake up. Really enough to sleep. In his sleep, Gao Fei dreamed that he had become a cowboy in the 1950s and 1960s, and was dueling with others with a pistol, but did not want to be shaken a few times, and almost fell from the horse, resulting in the other side of the shooting faster than he was looking at the bullets are getting closer and closer to him. Gao Fei woke up directly in a hurry. Hand a grip on the waist of the Desert Eagle against the head of the person who shook himself in front of his bed. The action is very smooth, water to the water without meaning to cumbersome action. Air. Chief? After waiting to aim the gun at someone else's head, Gao Fei froze. The person shaking himself was actually Li Yunlong. Not some dueling cowboys of the West, but his own action also seems to be a bit of a rebound, right, directly on the draw and aim, just short of shooting, scared Gao Fei a whit. If he really subconsciously shot, then Li Yunlong's head will absolutely burst open, he can be finished. Gao Fei himself froze, Li Yunlong also froze, did not think he pushed a pistol against his head twice. That moment let Li Yunlong's body directly tense, and then relaxed. Kong Jia and Zhao Gang standing behind Li Yunlong almost shouted in shock. You kid is good. This alertness is comparable to when I was on sentry duty. With a haha laugh, Li Yunlong said in pseudo-rage, you're still not getting up? Today is the start of the selection process. Laozi has been expanding his personnel since yesterday. TSK really didn't think about it. I just gave a giant arm bang. What's up? The gun in Gao Fei's hand was lowered, looking just alert. Zhao Gang sighed in relief. That was a call, not some giant arm. Yes, it was a call to arms. Look at this move, political commissar. Intellectuals are intellectuals. Slightly embarrassed, Li Yunlong hastily nodded his head, but also did not forget to pull Zhao Gang down. I am embarrassed you do not have a good time. This person. Zhao Gang was speechless, glanced at Kong Jia. His own kind reminder was still struck by lightning. Kong Jia laughed and shook his head. This is Li Yunlong's habit. If he went not to pit people, that would be strange. Sorry, Chief. Training led to a tense spirit. The reaction was a bit too big. Exhaled a breath, Gao Fei put away the Desert Eagle, secretly reminded himself to pay attention in the future. Training is training, cannot be confused with reality or it is really dangerous. Ha ha ha. Li Yunlong laughed and waved his hand. It's okay, I was on sentry duty when I almost killed Kong Jia. This kid, just get used to it. Get up, I'll cook the rest of the tiger meat on it, kind of celebrating you as a battalion commander. Kong Jia stood on the sideline shot. He could only give Li Yunlong a speechless blank look. Scratching his head, Gao Fei got up and handed Little Tiger over to Little Sanner, who was following him to carry Little Tiger to the breast. Li Yunlong immediately carried the stewed meat up. Today there is a major event, so we don't drink, we only eat meat. Come. I've already tasted a few pieces first, it tastes good, it's just that the quantity is a little less. After tasting this meal it's gone. Come, everyone move, it won't have that flavor if it's cold. Zhao Gang, old Kong, come on. Smiling broadly and setting the bowls and chopsticks on the table, Li Yunlong then nonchalantly picked up his chopsticks and feasted. Zhao Gang and Kong Jia sat on the Kong together, picked up the chopsticks and ate. Tiger meat is a great tonic, a little bit of it is a little bit less, it's not worth not eating. Just yesterday from noon to night our regiment has recruited a battalion. I didn't expect the local people to be so supportive of us. Chapter 34 Face. An afternoon to evening, only more than 10 hours to recruit qualified soldiers, more than a battalion. Think about how scary. At this time China has a population of 40 billion people, that is, 400 billion people, and the general emergence of a lot of conflicts is that the people are willing to join the army to fight the devils, but the army cannot accommodate, especially independent regiment, this kind of autonomy, and has the ability to conscript regiment, of course, hope that the regiment of the stronger the better, but unfortunately, weapons and ammunition and food is a problem. Now the independent regiment under the governance of Kong Jia, in this generation has been active for a long time, has gained a lot of support, only to appear this kind of a call to the situation, which if replaced by the Kuomintang army conscription, cannot be so good treatment, is now the case as the 8th Route army conscription, the scene of the fire, explosion, but unfortunately, the problem of weapons, ammunition, and food limitations cannot be one-time conscription too many troops. Sufficient food, weapons and ammunition has never been a shortage of nationalist conscription, has never been active full. You can even see in many places the nationalist army forced to capture the strong man. Even so, more than 10 hours to conscript a battalion is scary enough, although the number of soldiers in the battalion of the independent regiment is not much, around 300, but still need to be selected. Not everyone is able to join the army. Picking out an elite battalion still allows the independent regiment to maintain its original numbers. The independent regiment had originally totaled over 1,300 men plus some cooking squads, and with a battalion levied at this point, the numbers were headed directly toward 2,000. Perhaps not. After eating a piece of delicious meat, Gao Fei shook his head and said, it may not reach the number of a battalion, but the numbering is preserved, and the selection will continue to increase the number in the future. Gao Fei did not dare to guarantee that he would be able to absolutely pick out the number of a battalion to form into an elite battalion. It's fine, as long as your kid goes out more later to sneak around. Laughing out loud, Li Yunlong comically winked at Gao Fei, causing Gao Fei to almost choke on the meat in his mouth, feeling that he had even become a professional robber of the brat's weapons and ammunition. Even though he enjoyed doing so, it wouldn't be fun if he was labeled as a robbery master. Ha ha ha. Gao Fei's stifled expression amused Li Yunlong, Zhao Gang, and Kong Jia couldn't help but laugh out loud. After a few moments of finishing the meat right along with the soup, Li Yunlong's trio got up and patted themselves on the back and laughed. Let's go. It just so happens that I'm curious as to how this elite battalion was selected. Perhaps it can be seen to draw on in the future. I knew that you Kong Jia is not a peaceful goods. Fortunately every time I didn't let you go out, otherwise you divide a little bit at a time, then wouldn't you have a ready-made troop? Li Yunlong pointed at Kong Jia and scolded him with a laugh, causing Kong Jia to stutter a bit. You're the one who divides it every time. Did I divide it? That was my normal distribution, okay? Okay, let's go. Gao Fei, you kid is really raising it as a son? Xiao Satter participated in the selection. Gao Fei was afraid that the tiger cub would fall off the Kong by itself, so he had to stuff the tiger cub into his clothes and bring it along to go over, causing Li Yunlong to grin for a while. Nowadays raising a son wasn't this positive. Not bothering with him, Gao Fei put the tiger cub away and said, let's go, let's set off. A group of people left the residence and came outside in the middle of the quarters. All the people of the whole regiment gathered here, including those recruits who were just recruited and yesterday were also in one piece. Yesterday the head of the regiment but said, enter the elite battalion, eat the best meals, use the latest weapons. Only the elite battalion has this kind of treatment, everyone can participate in it. This is not even the cooks of the cooking class have put down their kitchen knives, holding so one point of hope to come and gather. Reporting to the regimental commander, all generals of the independent regiment are assembled. Waiting for instructions. Zhang W shouted, return to the team. Li Yunlong shouted in a bad mood, that Zhang W and the battalion commander of the 3rd Battalion, what are you doing? You all participate in the future independent regiment do not want? Out. Company level officers are not allowed to join. Looking at the team, even Zhang Dabiao's battalion commander joined in. Li Yunlong waved his hand in a bad mood, signaling them to come out. The backbone are all joined the elite battalion, that after the independent regiment still want? Battalion commander. A group of backbones including Zhang Dabiao revealed a difficult expression. They also thought of joining such a battalion. After all, the conditions are too good, and the elite battalion, as soon as you hear the name you know it's the strongest battalion of the independent regiment. Who wouldn't want to go in? And stay in an ordinary battalion? Less bull for me. Play aside. Li Yunlong twisted his head to the side in displeasure. Political commissar. Political commissar. Zhang Dabiao, who used to be a good boy, started to rebel this time, opening his mouth and shouting, "It's the chief who said that everyone is able to participate in the selection, why can't we? What kind of gentleman is this? No, it's all about words anyway. You kid even gave me a fight, right?" Eyes glaring like a bullseye, Li Yunlong couldn't wait to smack him, Zhang Dabiao, with a big ear scrape. Being shouted at by name, Zhao Gang had to step forward and nodded. That's right, there's also the fact that a gentleman's word is a promise that he can't catch up with. But if all of you cadres were involved in the selection to enter the elite battalion, wouldn't the entire independent regiment be in disarray? I don't care. It was the chief himself who said that I want to participate in the selection. Even if I don't make it into the elite battalion, I still want to be selected, to prove that I, Zhang Dabiao, can make it into the elite battalion as well. Scram! Believe it or not, I will whip you to death. Zhang Dabiao's action is equal to scrape Li Yunlong's face. Let him can't help but be furious. To Manuel, Gao Fei hurriedly stepped forward, advised, "You all calm down a little bit, so the warriors are watching it. The two of you, a regimental commander and a battalion commander, is not too shameful. How about this? How about the 1st Battalion Commander Zhang Dabiao and some other backbones participate in the selection together, but don't have to join the elite battalion?" What they wanted to prove wasn't whether they could or couldn't not join. They had that ability but just couldn't join for team reasons. Don't deny the importance of a man's face. National dignity aside, the most important thing for a man is nothing more than a few points: wealth, women and face. Cannot join the elite regiment is only a small problem. For Zhang Dabiao, this backbone has the ability to enter the elite battalion is the most important. Otherwise, Zhang Dabiao's in a cadre of backbone of the character of the Jedi dare not in Li Yunlong against. Chapter 35 Selection begins. This is more or less the same. Under this compromise of Gao Fei's, Zhang Dabiao and the other backbones then agreed to come down. These brats will settle the score with you later. Grunting, Li Yunlong blackened his old face and stood to the side. He also didn't want to start a friction with a group of backbones in front of a large number of new recruits, lest he be laughed at. I think you all know what day today is. After I and the head of the regiment, the political commissar, after deliberation, decided that the independent regiment will expand an elite battalion. What is the elite battalion? I'll explain it to you. At least it is a battalion commander. Gao Fei took out some frame and shouted loudly, "The so-called elite is not as honorable as it looks on the surface. You guys have to suffer through training that other ordinary soldiers can't stand, probably several times more. It's hard, but in return, the best food, the best weapons. As long as you enter the elite battalion, then you will be a base card of the independent regiment in the future, and a sharp knife. Likewise, your strength will be the strongest within the independent regiment. I believe you all understand what the strongest is. And I, Gao Fei, will be the battalion commander of this elite battalion from now on." Now I'll keep it short and sweet, and ask the regimental commander and political commissar to speak. Clapping his hands, Gao Fei stepped aside. Li Yunlong was instantly anxious, constantly blinking at Gao Fei. Where did he know anything about the formation of an elite battalion? How to speak? Unfortunately, Gao Fei very frankly turned his head to the side and pretended not to see it. Amusing, Kong Jie almost didn't laugh out loud. Ahem, that Li Yunlong rushed to the duck, had to go on, coughed, stiffly went up and said, "In fact, I don't know what is the elite battalion, but listening to this kid," Gao Fei said, "I feel itchy. The strongest is what it means? You are the soldiers of my independent regiment, but also a group of wailing wolves. Encounter any enemy, dare to tear him a few bites. I believe you will not let me down. Tell me, do you have the determination to enter the elite battalion?" Yes. The words were coarse. Li Yunlong's expletive-filled speech made the generals all shout out in excitement. The sound was that they could be heard from miles away. Good, then let our political commissar speak. Smiling broadly and clapping his hands, Li Yunlong was very satisfied with his speech. A few words were able to mobilize the soldiers' emotions, making Li Yunlong that pleased, and gave his position to Zhao Gang. Listening to Gao Fei's opinion, Zhao Gang changed Li Yunlong's way of getting along, not to mention the relationship between the two only 2 days to ease. Raising his hand, Zhao Gang smiled. What should be said? Battalion Commander Gao Fei and the head of the regiment have said it, so I won't say much more. The selection is able to be carried out by everyone, so let's all go for it. I'm looking forward to the day in the future when the little devils hear about our independent regiment's elite battalion and are scared to death and pissing their pants. Good. To be able to make the little devils scared less when they hear the name. That warrior didn't have such an idea. Under the mobilization of Li Yunlong and Zhao Gang, all the warriors shouted in excitement. So without further ado, the selection will now begin. Everyone listen to the order. Run around the compound, 10 kilometers. Those who complete the task within an hour are considered to have passed. Gao Fei announced the requirements for the selection with a wave of his hand, and the first item was running. If you wanted to enter the elite battalion, you had to have a strong body first. Otherwise, no way. Everyone froze. Run. Under Zhang Dabiao's shout, everyone scrambled to run, fearing that they would be left behind and unable to complete the task. Zhao Gang took out a pocket watch to time the run, and Li Yunlong curiously asked, "Will this work?" A 10-kilometer run completed in an hour is something that some new recruits would be able to complete, right? You still think the mission is too simple, right? 10 kilometers an hour without weight-bearing independent regiment at least 2/3 of the people can pass, is not how difficult, but this is only the first ring. Chief, we are forming elite battalion, not special forces. Gao Fei was a bit speechless. This was the formation of an elite battalion, not some special forces. Special forces? Li Yunlong, Kong Jia, and Zhao Gang all looked over curiously. Only Zhao Gang's eyes were surprised while Kong Jia and Li Yunlong were confused. Zhao Gang was surprised because he was surprised that Gao Fei even knew about special forces, while Li Yunlong and Kong Jia were puzzled about what special forces were. See, three people are staring at themselves. Gao Fei shrugged his shoulders. Elite battalion can still be formed. As for what special forces you do not want to think about, that is, some of the Western powers can only be formed by the team from the national army to pick out some of the king of the soldiers involved in the selection and training of the group, built a kind of squad. Before the attack on the independent regiment of the Brat Special Forces squad also belongs to the special forces. But the strength is not up to standard. Belongs to the kind whose strength is not up to standard, so you guys better not think about it. We can't afford to form a special forces team. My mother, yeah, actually picking from amongst the nation's king of soldiers, how tough does that have to be? Li Yunlong and Kong Jia couldn't help but be staggered. Don't say we don't have that many tough soldiers. Even if we did, we wouldn't be able to form them. The weaponry is simply not there. Spread out his palms. What special forces? Gao Fei thought about it. Even if you have people, you let the special forces carry the 3/8 guy to fight? This is not bull? By the way, who is that guy? Seems to be called what, monk, right? At this time Gao Fei found a tall soldier rushed all the way to the front as Zhang Dabiao and others cannot catch up with him. Looking towards Zhao Gang, Gao Fei remembered that this monk is Zhao Gang brought back now as Zhao Gang's guard. It's a monk saved on the way to the regiment, practiced martial arts, so it's very strong. Looking at the monk who struck a luster, Zhao Gang smiled slightly. He did not make a mistake in saving people. Zhao Gang felt that the monk was aggrieved to be a guard for himself, so he let him take part in the selection and enter the elite battalion. That's where he would shine. Monk? Scratching his head, Gao Fei remembered that there was such a person who later became Li Yunlong's guard several times and saved Li Yunlong, but this guy participated in the selection for the elite battalion. Wouldn't the little butterflies start flapping? This guy's ability is indeed not small, can fight, bold, join the elite battalion, can indeed generous glory, but Li Yunlong's guards do? Chapter 36, The Second Selection. The more he thinks about it, the more bitter. Gao Fei can only give up in the end. I believe that under his own changes, the independent regiment's soldiers and horses will not appear in a historic scene. A few times under the bitter thought, Gao Fei will be these headaches behind the back of his mind. First will be the elite battalion selection after getting it done before saying. Gao Fei himself does not need any guards. He is now staring at the characters within the system, that all more than 20 attribute points, is no joke, absolutely strong, is more than suitable bodyguards. The most important thing is that they are all beautiful women. As long as it is a man, in your side there are 2 bodyguards. A man's strength is good, a beautiful woman's strength is stronger. Who will you choose? As long as his brain is not burnt out, he will choose the latter. Gao Fei also belongs to the latter. Of course he will choose the beauty. Report. Battalion commander, running time is over. Without realizing it, an hour had passed, and the monk who ran at the front and was the first to arrive walked up and gave a military salute and shouted. The monk's shouting pulled Gao Fei out of his YY. Gao Fei woke up and looked. The time had arrived. The monk stood at the forefront. Standing behind him was Zhang Dabiao. In many ways, Zhang Dabiao, in addition to the culture of this, is indeed a rare character, but it is a pity that he could not join the elite battalion. Oh, I know. Gao Fei woke up and put his YY thoughts away. He only had more than 600 battle merit points now. Wanting to buy a character was still a lot worse. 2,000 points, not a small amount. Need to keep working hard to be able to do so. The first channel of the selection ended. Kong Jia, Zhao Gang, Li Yunlong all walked to Gao Fei's side. Want to know what needs to be done next? Li Yunlong but gave Gao Fei full authority. Everything is by Gao Fei to say. Now Li Yunlong can only be a spectator, no right to speak. Very good, very good. The number of people that he had guessed at the beginning was almost the same. More than 2/3 of the entire independent regiment had completed the first selection, which also included a lot of new recruits. Running 10 kilometers in the snow on the mountain in an hour is a bit of a tosser. At this time, in addition to a small number of people such as Zhang Dabiao and the monk is not bad, the others are tired, panting, red face, ears, red, calves trembling. Giving the tiger cub in his arms that grunted twice a change of position, Gao Fei nodded his head and said with satisfaction, "It's very good. It's more or less the same as what I expected. It proves that everyone is working hard. Then the first channel of the selection is over, and those brothers that failed don't need to be angry and proper, disband on the spot, and there are many more chances to be selected in the future." Gao Fei didn't directly plug the selection gap. The future selection of the elite battalion will still have this time. Those who failed also still have a chance. Comforting those failed soldiers more are some new recruits. Gao Fei shouted, "The rest of you have passed the first selection. All of you stand still for me. Who allowed you to sit and rest? Seeing that not yet soldiers all sat on the ground to rest, Gao Fei shouted angrily, making those individual soldiers snort and hurriedly stand up to avoid being scolded. Getting scolded was a small matter, getting beaten would be a disgrace. A pair of stern eyes looked from every soldier who passed the audit. Gao Fei noticed in the middle of the team Xiao San also stood among them. With a sweep of his eyes, Gao Fei shouted, "So now the second selection begins, everyone stand in military posture. Not allowed to move. For the next 2 hours, all stand still. Anyone who moves, please get out. Your selection is eliminated. Do you hear me?" The first selection tests the physical quality of the warriors, the second selection is to test the endurance and willpower. Just finished running more than 10 kilometers, all people are very tired, many people are even shaky calves, want to stand steadily for 2 hours, not allowed to move is not easy. Yes. Battalion commander. The rest of the soldiers all responded loudly, one by one, their backs hit straight. Gao Fei handed over the horsewhip that he had shunned from Li Yunlong's side to Zhao Gang, and laughed, "Political commissar, the next to trouble you, 2 hours, timekeeping, and also have to watch over them who move to eliminate, not be able to harbor oh. You kid, Zhao Gang is that kind of person?" Laughing and cursing, Zhao Gang took the horsewhip, Zhao Gang took the pocket watch and started to check up, whoever dares to move is eliminated. Zhao Gang's person naturally wouldn't cheat, and Gao Fei was only joking. "Chief, Deputy Chief, next, we're going to carry out all the weapons in the courtyard for the warriors to replace, except for the ones that are left behind for the elite battalion, all the others can be issued." Gao Fei couldn't wait to become a systematic second lieutenant rank, killing enemy points kept adding up. Hearing the replacement of weapons, Li Yunlong and Kong Jie's eyes lit up and smiled broadly. "No problem, just leave it to us, just don't worry about it, we'll take care of it, go old Kong." Replacement of weapons, Li Yunlong is the happiest, Kong Jie is no better, now the independent regiment is waiting for a victory to turn the tide, how can it work without weapons? "All of you brats give me up, look at you that way, no wonder you can't even pass the first selection. Walk, follow me to carry the weapons." Letting Gao Fei stay behind to observe the progress of the selection, Li Yunlong and Kong Jie brought those soldiers who failed the test to carry the weapons, still cursing and swearing, that look of hatred. Seeing Gao Fei wanted to laugh. A box of brand new weapons were carried out, drawing the eyes of those generals who were still in the middle of the selection. "What are you looking at? All of you get in the spirit, whoever moves a bit is a failure." Seeing this, Gao Fei roared a few times to get the attention of the warriors. It was normal to have never seen so many weapons and ammunitions, but now was not the time to watch. "You! Out!" As time went by, Zhao Gang started to find out some of the eliminated people amongst the crowd, and threw him out without mercy. Failure is failure, there is no excuse to be found. At this point Zhao Gang did a good job, being ironclad and not adding any personal emotions into the mix. More and more people were declared eliminated by Zhao Gang, and some began to fall down unable to hold on. Everyone in this second session held their breath, patiently controlling their constantly trembling bodies, not allowing themselves to move around and face the danger of elimination. But when the limits of the human body reached a point, it wasn't that easy to hold back, and more people began to be eliminated. "Time's up." When the 2 hours of time ended, Zhao Gang shouted out to announce the end of the second selection. Chapter 37: The Shocking Final Audition. Who? The end of the second channel of selection, the remaining people in addition to the monk, even Zhang Dabia was relieved, but no one dares to move, still by perseverance to support themselves, in case Gao Fei comes to a just relaxation on the grounds of laxity eliminated. How to do? To know that now there are still more than 400 people, beyond the establishment of a battalion, no one dares to be careless. What should we do now? Zhao just put away the pocket watch in his own hands. Gao Fei looked at the remaining people, a grim smile, so that Zhao just all feel a little hairy. No need to ask, also know that he is definitely thinking of what crooked ideas to toss the last people who were about to be eliminated. Grimly smiling, Gao Fei ground his head and whispered in the ear of Zhao, just muttered a few words. "Will this work?" Zhao Gang stared wide-eyed, shocked by Gao Fei's words, which someone got it this way, fearing that some fighters would be unconvinced. "It's fine, I'm the battalion commander of the elite battalion, I call the shots." Zhao Gang's worry Gao Fei didn't care in the slightest. "Political commissar, you go get ready, it's going to start soon." After looking at Gao Fei for a few seconds and seeing that he wasn't joking, Zhao Gang helplessly said, "Alright, I'll go get ready, you take it easy." Laughing bitterly, Zhao Gang walked towards the courtyard where Gao Fei lived to go forward to make the final preparations. "Very good, with almost 400 people passing the 2 selections, you are all good." Gao Fei walked forward with his hands behind his back and shouted, "Now, all the backbones above company level 1 come out." Swish! Everyone including Zhang Dabia stood out and Gao Fei said, "Now that the selection is over, can you all go back?" "Phew, it's good that it's over," exhausted old me. Zhang Dabia and a cadre of backbone to the ground to sit a little image is not, they can adhere to the present, all rely on the willpower to open support, and now is finally able to breathe a sigh of relief. A lot of officers in the eyes of the unwillingness of the color, but even the first class officers cannot join the elite battalion, they cannot help, this is the provisions, can only be admitted. Did not look at these unimaginative backbones sitting on the ground resting. Gao Fei looked at the remaining people are you, but want to enter the elite battalion, there is still a final test waiting for you. Hey! Goofy, that's not right. Didn't we agree to proceed to the end? Upon hearing that there was still a test, Zhang Dabiao and the others immediately quit, jumped up, and stared wide-eyed at Gao Fei. Nima! Gao Fei was speechless, waved his hand and shouted breathlessly, "Go go go, all of you are finished to one side, you can't take part in the final selection, otherwise it won't be a mess?" "Why?" Zhang Dabiao, who held the highest position, and the 3rd Battalion commander immediately protested, deciding to break the pot and ask to the end. "There's no why, you guys can watch, you'll understand later, but you can't participate, otherwise I'll have to call the regimental commander. The final selection, can't let these assholes join, otherwise how can we mess up when the time comes? Really, the backbone of the entire regiment will join the elite battalion to let the independent regiment chaos?" Ignoring the unconvinced Zhang Dabiao and others, Gao Fei looked at the remaining soldiers and said, "Now everyone is quite good, the elite battalion this time only 300 people in the establishment, just a battalion, later again in my courtyard place 300 brand new 38 large cap, you people need to do is to defeat the other people, will get their own share of the quota to hand. Those who don't get a gun at the end of the day will leave on their own, that's all there is to say, prepare yourselves." Battalion commander. Isn't it the military rule of our 8th Route Army to unite with each other? How can we fight amongst ourselves? A recruit raised his hand in dissatisfaction and questioned loudly. Gao Fei looked back at him, let out a laugh and pointed at himself. "I am the battalion commander of the elite battalion, I have the final say. I want a group of hungry wolves, a group of ferocious tigers, not a group of softballs that cower when they come across anything. If you don't have any eggs then just stand to the side, don't stir up the trouble. I know very well what I'm doing, I'll tell you guys, later on I'll tell you what, you can use whatever you want, hit and kick as much as you want, I'm only looking at the guns. I don't look at people. Remember, except no dead hands, you can do as you please." Wow. When these words came out, there was a clamor. It was Zhang Dabiao and the others who were dumbfounded. "Still with this? What's the clamor? All give me shut up, to be able to get the quota is your ability, if you can't get it then it's your own lack of ability. Don't talk to me about military rules, what you have to do now is to get the gun. Make sure you're part of the elite battalion. Hear me? Hear me." More than 400 people all stared at their comrades with vigilance. There was no way Gao Fei gave out the final test was to fight with their own people for that final spot. More than 400 people, only 300 guns to be eliminated, more than 100 people. No one dared to be careless, not to mention Gao Fei also came to a sentence that could be punched and kicked. "It's fine if you don't die or get crippled." Boo! A few minutes later, Zhao Gang stood in the distance and whistled. Gao Fei looked back and yelled, "Now begin." The order was given, and the remaining 400 or so people all scrambled towards the middle of the courtyard where Gao Fei lived. Naturally, some scuffles and fights were inevitable on the way, but all of them remembered Gao Fei's warning not to lay their hands on him. The strong monk was the first to arrive, grabbed a handful of 38 large caps, kicked a person who wanted to push himself away. The monk squeezed through the crowd out of the courtyard, immediately stood still, eyes looking at Gao Fei. "This way, monk is not bad." Looked at the courtyard in the middle of the noisy monk actually so quickly to get their own place. Standing aside, Zhao Gang smiled and gave him a thumbs up, but there is still some worry, will not make things right? Fighting and cursing, hissing sound constantly from within the courtyard. Soon as strong and powerful soldiers began to appear, stood beside the monk, but these people undoubtedly the exception is with some injuries. Some people have nosebleeds, some people blackened an eye became a national treasure, some people grimace, obviously in the midst of the snatch was beaten up not light. The last one to come out from within the courtyard was little Sanner, except that Gao Fei almost didn't recognize this kid. His nose was bruised and swollen to describe it at all. Zhao Gang let out a bitter smile. If this was known by the people above him, he would definitely be criticized. This is too crazy. Where is this kind of selection? Not bad. Gao Fei patted Xiao Sanner's shoulder. This kid finally got what he wanted. "Battalion commander, I said I will definitely join." Raising his head proudly, little Sanner grunted, "I've been fighting since I was old enough to fight." Chapter 38, Right of Free Movement. Saying you're fat and you're really panting? Gao Fei looked at the small third child who was able to get a compliment. The small third child hemmed and hawed but tore into the injury on his face and couldn't help but scream. "Now you are part of our independent regiment's elite battalion. In the future, please remember your identity." Raising his hand, Goofy shouted, "Oh!" All the soldiers yelled after Goofy. Raising his hand to signal silence, all the soldiers stopped and looked at Goofy with gleaming eyes, wondering what kind of training he and the others would have next. "Now I'll give you all a day to elect your own company commanders, platoon commanders, and squad leaders. As for what method of election to use, you're on your own. I need to see all the complements full tomorrow, and each platoon will need a machine gunner. In addition to digging out the beef from within the yard for me, we'll sort of celebrate by eating beef in the elite battalion today." With a big wave of his hand, Gao Fei announced the dismissal. Long live the battalion commander. Hearing about eating beef, all the soldiers cheered excitedly. "Don't forget to leave me a share with the regimental commander and political commissar." While everyone is dismissed and free to move around, all training and tasks will be announced tomorrow morning. Elite battalion soldiers are excitedly shouted up under the leadership of Xiao Sanner began to dig the beef, before Gao Fei said it was to be left to Xiaowu. In fact, in order to show that his heart is just, even if it can be frozen can be too long, the flavor has changed how to eat. Gao Fei doesn't want Xiaowu to eat flavored meat in a month, and now it's just the right time to put it to use. Together with Zhao Gang, they walked towards the regiment headquarters. Wei Daong joined the elite battalion. Zhao Gang also sort of understood a piece of mind, curiously asked, "By the way, how do you plan to train the elite battalion? According to what you said, it's not easy trying to feed such a team." "I know." Gao Fei glanced back at the soldiers who were hugging the beef and yelling with a slight smile. "That's why I'm going to ask the political commissar for me to poke around the direction and routes of the brat's supplies. 300 people still have to go through brutal training. They definitely can't carry on without eating meat, but where do they get so much meat to eat? Hunting, once in a while cannot be long. To have to feed the elite battalion also rely on the brats to do." As for Li Yunlong, Gao Fei did not expect him to feed the elite battalion, or maybe, in the future is the elite battalion to feed the other battalions. Zhao Gang froze and said in a shocked voice, "You shouldn't be preparing." Shu raised a finger at his mouth. Shushed. Gao Fei whispered, "Political commissar, I think the independent regiment is what you are also clear, simply cannot feed such a team, and rely on the above to send supplies is even more unlikely, so I can only act on their own, but also need to political commissar you and the head of the help, at least help me to figure out the movement of the little ghosts and to take care of the above. I do not want to go out in front of the foot." The back foot received an order to say that the entire battalion at once. "I don't want to go out with one foot and then receive an order to go back to the garrison and not go out. How did I come across such a thing? The top definitely scolded me to death." Zhang Gang opened his mouth and really couldn't refute Gao Fei's words. Now the independent regiment is so poor that they can't even pull out their hair. How can they raise the elite battalion? Everything must be self-sufficient for the elite battalion. But how can he say this? When the report was absolutely criticized, Zhao Gang felt that he came to the independent regiment absolutely have to live 10 years less. All sorts of head-scratching problems all came in waves and kept piling up. After considering it for a while, Zhao Gang could only nod his head with a bitter smile in the end. "I'll try my best, but don't get your hopes up." Gao Fei grinned and said, "Yes, definitely not holding out hope. If the top intervenes, then the elite battalion will only be able to be stranded and disbanded. I can only throw my hands up and not do anything, just like the head said, to be self-sufficient but also to give limitations, then there is really no way." Raising his hands, Zhao Gang surrendered. Okay, I can't say it. You and old Li always talk so much sense and then keep hitting me to get scolded. The benefits are other people's, the scolding is one's own. What's all this? I believe that under the scolding of our political commissar, our independent regiment will become stronger and stronger." Coldly, Gao Fei threw out a sentence that almost didn't let Zhao Gang fall headfirst into the snow. "This is simply a scoundrel. This is simply a scoundrel. And Li Yunlong is just as scoundrelly." That night the general headquarters of the 8th Route Army gathered a lot of people. The commander-in-chief pointed to the telegram placed on the table and said, "You all take a look at it. This is a telegram from the Independent Corps." Li Yunlong and Zhao Gang said that the Independent Corps formed an elite battalion because of the strength of the training of the heart, so you need to be better catered and supported by weapons, so that it can become a sharp knife in our army. Wanting to independent right of action. Li Yunlong again? Inside the command headquarters, a circle of people froze at once, turned to laugh. This kid has only settled down not a few days to begin to make trouble. Zhao just also went to the division to negotiate weapons and ammunition independent regiment need to use by themselves, began to think that he was petty. Who knows that it is for their own elite battalion to prepare. But this is not the right to act freely, is not some hocus pocus? Especially Gao Fei, this kid, and Li Yunlong in nature. This period of time since Gao Fei has become a celebrity in the headquarters, first of all, found out that the brats that God does not know the Special Operations Squad, but also killed 3 members, then attacked the stronghold, seized some weapons, a few days before a seizure. Even more amazing, even the trucks have 2. These credits Li Yunlong are counted in the head of Gao Fei, otherwise Gao Fei, which is so easy to do, the battalion commander. Just this kid is not a peaceful get goods, to raise a tiger. The whole headquarters cried and laughed, but also rumors of what not to feed weapons and ammunition are not allowed to use the words, so that the people in the middle of the command department are crying and laughing. Everyone say their opinions. Ryoga's old generalissimo snapped. "I think it can't be too indulgent. I think it's fine, we do need a sharp knife, especially so around the headquarters." Everyone began to put their opinions into words. The commander-in-chief was silent and finally looked at the staff officer. The staff officer smiled slightly. He still appreciated Li Yunlong more than the others. Many times Li Yunlong got into trouble and he was the one who carried it off, pushed his own eyes and laughed. "I think it can be attempted, but give them a qualification not to push the little devils to the brink of a major counterattack just like that." While the old general nodded his head without saying anything, the staff officer continued, "And such a sharp force can attract the enemy's attention as much as possible, helps the development of local forces, doesn't it? The premise is that they don't make too much noise." Chapter 39, Self-Sufficiency. "You're really, no matter what, you always favor that Li Yunlong." The old general did not have the good sense to give a glance to the staff officer. He himself could not help but laugh. Li Yunlong, such a general is indeed, people cannot help but laugh and cry. Fighting is a handful, but causing trouble is also a handful. Usually in the time to give you credit will be able to give you to break out of some trouble. But I don't know if Li Yunlong can succeed in setting up an army like this with the special forces. It's not easy to set up an army like this. Thought about the staff suddenly laughed. Perhaps we are too naive, which is so easy to set up. Also, let's see how Li Yunlong to toss it. Pass the order down. As long as not out of character, I was able to give him that elite battalion free power of activity. Although the power of the general staff is not as big as the old general, but this kind of thing is still able to make the main. The old general looked at his staff directly, ordered a helpless smile. This Li Yunlong is also lucky. If you change to do other generals, you give me to obediently stay, but also want to run around? Knight Elite Battalion is still a busy, just the entire battalion of soldiers in addition to monks, the other more or less with some injuries, look very funny. 300 people gathered together to discuss the selection of officers, noisy and non-stop. Gao Fei is also happy to leisure, let them own but toss to go. They do not want to step forward to select what cadres it, who are not very familiar with, do not know who has the ability, who does not, rather than pointing a pass haphazardly is better to let the soldiers to solve their own, ping. At this time, Gao Fei is still in the middle of the training. After this period of training, he used his Ritter blocking rifle range accuracy from the beginning of the 600 meters to the current 1000 meters. With the night vision goggles rewarded by the system that he became the elite battalion commander, Gao Fei refreshingly took advantage of the night to train. Strange, when I was a squad leader you didn't pluck a single hair, now you're rewarded with a pair of night vision goggles, so stingy and not coming with something substantial. Complaining, Gao Fei continued to train. The soldiers of the independent regiment were also used to Gao Fei's training and didn't make a fuss about it. Get up, all get up for the old man. Early in the morning of the next day, Gao Fei raised his horsewhip and yelled out, all generals of the elite battalion are limited to assembling within 2 minutes. The soldiers who had been too late to discuss the election of cadres last night all jumped out of their beds with a jolt, a burst of chicken and dog jumping, and quickly ran towards the outside carrying their own weapons, but the machine gunners were a bit more tragic. Machine guns are not as easy to carry as rifles. Gao Fei held the pocket watch that he forced from the political commissar and looked at the time. 2 minutes passed quickly, but less than half of the soldiers came to gather. 2 minutes passed, Gao Fei face ugly up. The arrival of the warriors is less than half. The other warriors, some still dilly-dallying, some are still crazy, their shoes are missing, clothes are missing, and even there are still in the black light of the house scratching the black cannot find the weapon, or is the weapon to carry cannot be. Before and after tossing more than 10 minutes all the warriors before all the collection. All soldiers carry their weapons to run around the compound 10 laps. Do not give me excuses. I do not want to hear. I do not care whether you cannot find their weapons or their machine gunner is missing. That is your own thing. Now give me run. The soldiers who were late were silent while those who weren't were disgruntled and raised their hands in protest. Battalion commander, why do we have to run too? We were here within the 2-minute time limit. Gao Fei smiled disdainfully and looked at this warrior and asked, what are you doing while your comrades are in a hurry and freaking out? You guys are laughing. Is that funny? Do any of you want to go over and help? Is it funny to stand here and laugh? Is it true that when your comrades get hurt during a big battle, you guys just run away too, leaving the wounded warriors behind? What kind of behavior is this from you guys? What kind of behavior is this? All of the warriors who had previously had an uneven face fell silent, and even though the sky was darker, it was still possible to see many of the warriors' faces redden. This kind of behavior was something to be snickered at. Gao Fei looked at the warriors in front of him and shouted, 10 laps, all warriors. Run up immediately. Remember your position. I don't want anyone to stand in the wrong position when we stop later. Elite Battalion. Collective members. Start running. Monk stood out and shouted, leading the way, and under his leadership some people followed. 10 laps around the compound is not very far, less than half an hour has been completed. This is still because the sky is not light, a lot of soldiers because the snow is too slipperyly to fall. This time there is no any soldiers dare to leave their comrades behind and run first by themselves. Very good. Half an hour everyone came back and stood still. Gao Fei nodded his head with satisfaction. Only now you guys let me see a whole elite battalion. Remember, no matter at what time you guys are a whole, there are credits everyone enjoys together. There are punishments everyone bears together. That's what makes a complete elite battalion. Don't leave and never leave any of your comrades behind. Remember? Remember. Never leave anyone behind. Everyone in the battalion yelled in unison. Now departing, today begins the first training mission of our elite battalion, and that is self-sufficiency. With a wave of his big hand, Gao Fei walked in front and led the elite battalion out of the compound. The situation of the elite battalion meant that it could only be self-sufficient. Counting on Li Yunlong and the above would not work. They could only rely on themselves. 300 people then Knight, like a cheetah ready to go, quietly left the compound. Battalion commander, you smoke. Don't be angry. In the future everyone won't be like this. In the middle of the march, Xiao San playfully came up to give Gao Fei some cigarettes. Count your kid brain flexible. Gao Fei lit up the cigarette and inhaled hard. Don't ask me what the mission is, by then you will know. You only need to know that our elite battalion can only be self-sufficient, no matter if it is weapons and ammunition or some food, understand? But we also belong to the regular army. Don't we have a special supply of food? Xiao San's face is upset. The whole regiment is self-sufficient as normal, but the elite battalion has to be separated separately to get a share of what's going on. Do you think the situation of the independent regiment and division headquarters can feed us? Gao Fei glanced at Xiao San. Chapter 40 Robbing is you. Can't. After thinking about it, Xiao Saner still firmly shook his head. Just by virtue of the elite battalion carrying weapons, it's not the general regiment can supply, not to mention eating meat and other food, simply can't be supplied. Now starving to death there are a lot of people, or is so much meat to their own elite battalions more than 300 people to eat, so it can only be self-sufficient. That's not it. In the future we basically have to rely on ourselves. If we aggravate you bunch of little brats, will not eat me alive? Ha ha ha. All the generals laughed out loud collectively. Hey, monk, why did you return to secularism? Is it because you think that being a monk has no future and you can't eat meat? Drinking and eating meat, fighting and bragging are most able to bring the relationship between comrades closer. Gao Fei directly shifted the topic to the monk. Now the monk is the company commander of the 1st company of the elite battalion. His strength is obvious to everyone. Being the company commander of the 1st company, everyone is convinced. He. The monk scratched his head in embarrassment. The little devils come to worship the Buddha is not at ease. Who said that you can't eat meat? I'm inside the temple as well as eating meat, okay? Ha ha, this is a flower monk. Monk's words made everyone laugh. The face of everyone's ridicule. Monk also do not care. Flower monk on flower monk, so what? As long as you can eat meat and drink all do not matter. Laughing, he took out his pocket watch. Gao Fei thought that he should rob the brats to get a piece for himself. It's too troublesome without a watch. Quickly, everyone move. Give me a spirit. Whoever falls off the chain I whip him. Li Yunlong gave the horse Gao Fei didn't ride. Still in the independent regiment's compound, all the warriors walking themselves riding a horse is too weird, so Gao Fei chose to walk with the warriors. Elite battalion more than 300 people under the leadership of Gao Fei quickly towards the location of the ambush. This time he is aiming at the brats' material transportation vehicle, which has a large number of canned meat and rice. Surface, as a standard southerner, Gao Fei ate 10 days of cakes. Feel mouth is almost faded out of the bird, to get some taste to be able to do so. The little kid's transportation team will come around 7 o'clock. Everyone's eyes are put a bright spot for the old man. If there is an accident you guys are waiting to gnaw on grass roots. Lying on the side of the highway, Gao Fei will be barred out, ready, and he is the same as many warriors are lying on the side of the road in the dry grass. At this time the sky is not yet light. The little kid, as long as the arrival before dawn to this era of headlights will not notice the situation on the side of the road, simply do not see clearly. Battalion commander, why we will not go to end the ghost's stronghold? Have to come here to grab supplies? Monk lay down on Gao Fei's side and inquired in a low voice, as the day dawned and all around them began to light up. Goofy picked up a piece of cloth to wipe his gun and glanced at the monk. Is this guy an idiot? Being glared at by Goofy with a strange look, Monk scratched his head. He didn't say anything wrong, and isn't this the battalion commander's favorite thing to do? In front of the connection was terminated 2 strongholds. The brats' vigilance has been raised. As long as it is not a fool or able to see, we are staring at their strongholds. Now go to the strongholds are definitely heavily guarded. Hit a gun for a place, do you understand? Especially after the 2nd stronghold was terminated, the loss of a large number of weapons and ammunition, so that the headquarters of the brats issued an order. All the strongholds have begun to increase the number of troops. Once again one-time termination cannot be so easy, but Gao Fei does not intend to give the brats a love clean days. Rubbing the gun, Gao Fei revealed a trace of a grimace. The brats, you do a good job. The pursuit does not dare to chase, and would like to. Observe, don't dare to observe, don't even dare to raise your heads? Battalion commander, don't laugh, it's coming. Gao Fei has already prepared how to play hide and seek with the brats after this material robbery, using what he has learned from the system side during this period of time to give lessons to the brats. Was pulled twice by the monk, woke up, hurriedly got down and observed. Distant highway, 3 large trucks slow shake toward the county to drive. These are the brats in various places to collect supplies, ready to be transported to the county to pile up. The brats of the large forces are concentrated in the county, consume a lot of supplies. Such vehicles pass by from time to time. But know is one thing, dare not rob is another thing. Raise the gun high, flying and other brats. That heavy trucks slowly approaching, and the sky is getting light. The car is responsible for escorting the brats are dozing off. Do not blame them for carelessness, and the 8th Rod Army seldom have to rob the supplies of the time. Supplies are the lifeblood of the brats, and when they are robbed, the brats will retaliate madly, and it has been a long time since the supplies were robbed, so it is normal to be lax. In the middle of the truck a few brats sat down to chat first. Follow the previous orders. Happy shouted to the monk in a low voice, raised his gun and aimed at the hood of one of the trucks at the very front. The quality of trucks these days is not the usual crap. The power of the Barrett sniper rifle is enough to knock out the engine. Ping! The sound of gunfire rang out in the quiet morning. Traveling on the highway in the forefront of a truck hood out of a stream of black smoke, stopped. A few sitting in a chatty little kid directly by the truck stopped. The impact of the band from the car flew down, smashed on the ground to die twisting. Charge! As soon as the gun sounded, Monk led the elite battalion to charge down. The truck was forced to stop. The little devils in the car didn't expect to run into people hijacking the supplies, and shouted a few times in panic. Supplies were robbed. Very normal. Can dare in less than 3 kilometers from the county seat on the robbery of the people. Do not have a few have the courage of that thief. Ping! The machine gunner on the roof of the car was killed. Gao Fei quickly turned the binoculars and aimed at another enemy, first eliminating the machine gunners who were a threat to the elite battalion. No movement. In just a few seconds, the 3 trucks were surrounded. Goofy watched as Barrett walked down, the fighters made way, and Monk asked with a mischievous look on his face, "Battalion commander, what should we do next?" "Move in, shoot the rest of the brats, the ones driving stay, move the food to the back 2 vehicles and let the brats drive to the compound." Waved his hand, Gao Fei began to command, "Lousy robbed your supplies but also let you give me to drive the car back. As for the problem of driving or not, cannot be by you. Quickly, everyone act." Chapter 41, A Brigade of Troops. In order to prevent others from robbing their own warpoints, Gao Fei pulled out the Desert Eagle 2, those extra brats are killed, leaving 2 drivers, surrounded by so many people, brats completely out of temper. The remaining 2 drivers can only pray that the 8th Route Army can be preferential treatment of prisoners, but unfortunately, in Gao Fei's eyes there is no prisoners this word, just that they still have to use the value of it. Gao Fei waved his hand, all the soldiers acted, the car quickly moved all the supplies to the back of the 2 trucks, a carload of supplies and the 300 people under the handling is only 10 minutes to get things done, will be on the roof of the machine gun and the little ghosts use all the guns captured together. A few warriors jumped to the car to the driving of the little ghosts with a gun on the head, ordered him towards the independent regiment of the resident drove off. The 2 trucks soon left slowly, Gao Fei and Monk stayed in place, leaving behind a number of mines and grenades. "Monk, go and lay a mine for me 300 meters ahead, every distance of about 100 meters, I'm going to let the little devils know what a devil king is today." With a grim smile, Gao Fei jumped onto the truck with a grenade and tied a string of grenade fuses together and tied it to the door. Upon hearing this, the monk was overjoyed and ran towards the middle of the road towards the independent regiment holding a large bag of landmines, burying a mine every 100 meters to give to the brats as a gift. "Battalion commander has buried them, are we retreating now?" Having buried all the mines, the monk happily inquired, obviously satisfied with the effect of his mines. "Retreat your head, come with me, I'll lead you to kill the devils." Knocking on the monk's head, Gao Fei carried his gun towards the side of the mountain, looking for an ambush site. Today he will make the brats feel pain, let them mention retaliation sweeping, just think about what encounter they will encounter first. "Battalion commander, let's retreat, there are definitely a lot of little devils, being surrounded would not be good." The ambush site is about 800 meters away from the truck, the monk whispered to persuade Gao Fei. The supplies were intercepted, the brats will definitely send out a large force to carry out the tracking, it is too dangerous to stay, even though the monk also wants to fight the brats, but do not dare to let Gao Fei put in danger. Drinking a mouthful of wine to warm up, Gao Fei lit a cigarette, took a deep breath, eyes glared, angrily said, "Lousy is the battalion commander or you are the battalion commander? Shut thee up and watch me teach you how to kill ghosts." Monk aggrieved, he is afraid of the battalion commander, encountered danger is not afraid of ghosts. "What nagging, to 2 mouths, wait to give me eyes put bright. Observe the surroundings, do not be surrounded, do not know, understand?" Leaving everything behind him to the monk, Goofy threw the wine to the monk and got ready for the arrival of the brats. Monk helpless, was Gao Fei a scolding on us down, depressed grabbed the wine pot, big mouth drink up, see Gao Fei a burst of heartache, "I say you son of a can save a little? This does not know that this wine is rare? He, didn't we accidentally forget?" Monk hee smile, the wine pot back to Gao Fei, but also pretend to pick up a cigarette lit, swallowing clouds, a few mouths of wine down, what scruples and dangers are all thrown out of mind. In this way, the 2 drank from the small ghosts on the body of the wine, smoking robbed cigarettes, eating robbed canned food, began to wait for the arrival of the enemy, that eating quite a kind of do the tone of the king of the mountain. Transportation of supplies in the vehicle accident, not in accordance with the required time to arrive in the county, the brats immediately know that things are not right, sent communication soldiers to come to observe, for that sneaky up motorcycle came to observe the communication soldiers, Gao Fei chose to ignore, behind thee is the big fish. "Battalion commander, we caught a shark." Looking at the distant highway densely packed towards the trucks of the army, spare the monk's guts were scared a big, this is a whole brigade of troops The brigade is the same as our regiment, numbering at 1100. Hey! Monk was stunned by the number of enemies, while Goofy couldn't help but laugh, to have this effect, I have plenty of time to play with you guys slowly. And a major, did catch a shark. Gao Fei's eyes glowed, while the monk's mouth was full of bitterness, 2 people against a brigade of the enemy. How can this still be played? "Battalion commander, why don't we retreat first and play when we run into a small group of enemies, okay?" Gao Fei waved his hand in a bad mood, both eyes glowing with cold, deciding to let this brigade of brats carry a hard head today. "Major right, I'll kill you first, I don't know if the Japanese army will go crazy." Thinking about it, Gao Fei gripped his gun, his palms a little sweaty due to too much tension. I do not know how many battle merit points there are for killing a major. The more Gao Fei thinks about it, the more excited he gets. As for the more than 1,000 people in front of him, Gao Fei couldn't help but laugh when he noticed that the other side's mortars were all placed inside the trucks. The one thing that is threatening to him is the mortars, and without the mortars all of them are a bunch of targets. Bagger! Getting down from the truck, the major cursed a few times as he looked at the mess in front of him. Boom! A soldier stepped forward to open the door of the truck that had broken down, and immediately detonated the grenades inside. A huge mushroom cloud rose up in the air, sweeping dozens of Japanese soldiers around them. Looking at his own clattering and the rising battle merit points flying high, almost cannot help but laugh out loud. This Nima is only called Swish battle merit, okay? In front of that is simply a child playing house. In the second lieutenant rank edition, a little kid 3 points. Dozens of little kids immediately gave Gao Fei more than 100 points of battle merit. Baka! Everyone did not expect the supplies were looted after the enemy also left such a play. Looking at the complete truck, basic repairs will still be able to use, but unfortunately they all do not know that the truck's engine has been scrapped even if you get it back to change the engine to be able to use. Gao Fei to the brats left a gift, angry in the brigade of the major, angry face black, cursing up, although in the ear within the sound is a burst of gibberish words, but with the tone and expression will be able to guess out this dog days in cursing. Son of a, I'll let you curse. Coldly laughing, Gao Fei turned his gun to aim at the major who was 700 meters away and directly fired. Chapter 42 Battle Merit Soars. Ping! The bullet went through the major's head, tearing his body into several pieces. Blood, flesh and guts scattered all over the place. All the little devils froze in unison. They didn't even feel where the gunshots were coming from, and the supreme commander had already been turned into a pile of broken meat. Battalion commander, withdraw. Monk took the binoculars and looked at the major who was torn apart by bullets, knowing that he had definitely stirred up a hornet's nest this time. Congratulations to the host for killing an enemy major and gaining 500 points of battle merit. At this moment, Gao Fei's mind was filled with the system's beeps. A major had allowed himself to gain 500 points of battle merit, making Gao Fei wish to immediately kill the command headquarters of the brats and take all their generals in one pot. The original 800 battle merit points directly jumped to 1300 points in one leap, making Gao Fei almost crooked his mouth with joy. Big harvest, absolutely big harvest. Attack! Attack! The Supreme Commander Major died. A lieutenant was so angry that he pulled out his own command sword and shouted, "Ahem, please forgive me for not being able to understand the screams of the brats. I had to write it like this, so don't pay attention to it. Hee, come on, I'll see how much of a storm you guys can make." Cold smile, Gao Fei aimed at the other party's truck where the mortars were planted, aiming at those shells. Just like this destroyed cannot be captured, a little reluctant, but this time the ammunition and other things are secondary. Gao Fei did not hesitate to shoot. Boom. Gunshot, the mortar shells inside the truck all blew up. Will be several tons of trucks are brought up to the sky a few meters high before falling down. Around too close to the brats all suffered. Once again, the gun exposed the position. Gao Fei did not greedy, quickly killed a few ghosts, rushed forward, shouldered the gun and signaled the monk to retreat. 2 people against more than 1,000 people. Fighting and retreating is the hard way. Under the command of the lieutenant, all the little devils surrounded towards the position where Gao Fei shot before. Some of them quickly got up their motorcycles and sped away, wanting to surround from behind. Boom! The motorcycle didn't get far before it shot up into the sky, turning into a pile of scrap metal, along with a few corpses that became charred black. The landmines that the monk was allowed to bury earlier had worked as it should. Gao Fei laughed. Damn brats, you want to stop Grandpa even with your constant encirclement tactics? After retreating out a distance, Gao Fei laughed as he positioned his gun and started firing point blank. Ping! Every gunshot would have a brat torn into several pieces, almost not scaring the approaching brats into pissing themselves, not seeing the enemy there, only hearing the gunshots their comrades had turned into a pile of broken meat. One by one rushed forward, the brats fell one by one, angry as commanding the lieutenant cursed up, but the mortar are gone, simply cannot touch the enemy. On the 3-8 big cap that 200 meters of range, even the hair of high flying cannot touch. Ah, it hurts. Taking the binoculars and watching one enemy being shot at point-blank range, the monk roared with excitement. Looking at the gun in Gao Fei's hand was very hot, rubbing his hands in embarrassment. Battalion commander, look at that, can you give me over, addiction? Every time he kills an enemy, he gains 3 battle merit points. Gao Fei is in the middle of excitement, frantically shooting up, directly ignoring the monk's request. Go to hell on one side, can't you see that I'm busy? Go, observe the enemy's movement, don't be surrounded by the brats, do you hear me? Are you kidding me? Killing an enemy gets you 3 battle points. Where would Goofy give up such a good opportunity to brush up on his points? Besides, give you cannot use. This is the old man's exclusive weapon? This is my exclusive weapon. Despisingly glanced at the monk who was full of grudges. Gao Fei continued to shoot up. The enemy was only able to stare dryly from a distance, waiting for himself to shoot one by one. This feeling, one word, cool. Gradually the number of more and more dead more and more. The brats gradually notice the location of the high fly, but can only stand in place, dry eyes. The distance is too far away, more than 600 meters simply cannot hit each other, and the mortar. The mortars had already turned into a pile of scrap metal with the rise of a mushroom cloud. In the blink of an eye, more than 200 dead or wounded. The rest of the brats learn smart, do not dare to encircle. As long as there is no cover behind a gun will be a gun point off, the other side of the gun accurate, scared not to say, the range is not generally far. Encircling around the back, the road is full of mines. After scrapping 3 motorcycles, the little kid stopped this pointless move. As for letting people slowly feel their way through, you'll be dead before you get there. The enemy wanted to surround himself, how could Goofy let the enemy succeed? All the ghosts that dared to get on the highway and slowly feel their way over were killed. The feeling of being able to see and not being able to hit almost didn't make a group of brats angry enough to spit out blood. If they truthfully mobilize fighter jets to blow up Gao Fei, but unfortunately that's not possible. There are no fighter jets in the county. The Doding tank is there, but Gao Fei can't wait for him to drive out. The thickness of the steel plate of that thing can't withstand the Barrett's bombardment. Don't forget that the system is also able to buy armor-piercing bullets. The Japanese Beaner tanks were like iron paste compared to the tanks of the latter days. It was a joke before the Barrett's strong penetrating power. Battalion commander, there are two over there. Monk directly acted as an observer, holding binoculars to watch the enemy's movement. Which side of the enemy is the first time to report to Gao Fei? The number of deaths is increasing. The temporary commander of the Japanese army felt wrong, immediately ordered all the enemies to retreat back to the city. So consumed, absolutely all dead. Multiple doubts floated on the other side of the lieutenant's mind. What kind of enemy is this? Actually have this kind of long-range sniper rifle, and also carries so many bullets, obviously come prepared. The road buried a lot of landmines, so that the Japanese army's encirclement is difficult to play a role, and now all the soldiers do not dare to show their heads, otherwise it is a shot in the head. How the hell can we withdraw our troops? Gao Fei looked at their own. More than 100 points short of war credit will be able to buy a flower like Jade strength burst table of female bodyguards, but the other side withdrew, suddenly got anxious. Battalion commander, what are you doing? We retreat, cannot chase. The enemy chose to retreat, but Gao Fei actually carrying a gun wanted chase. The monk was so scared that he pressed him. The enemy retreated. What are you doing? Give the old man to let go. Or I'll shoot you. Do not, is the battalion commander shot me. I also do not let the battalion commander to pursue, too dangerous, who knows whether the brats have ambush. Chapter 43 Reaction of all parties. Monk is a king's horse to eat weight. Iron heart not allowed to high fly pursuit. If high fly have what 3 feel 2 ton their own back to shoot 10 times are not enough. Gao Fei's will and people carry up. Monk quickly retreat towards the independent regiment's quarters. Let Gao Fei struggling hard, clamoring to shoot him are useless. Monk, you put me down, okay, I'll go by myself, I'm not chasing. No, it is not possible to put the battalion commander down in the middle of the distance out of the enemy's sight. You'd better shoot me, I won't put it down. You goddamned flower monk. Let Gao Fei crazy is, he added 3 points of strength, 2 points of physical strength in front of the monk without the ability to resist, and chickens are generally carried to run. The smother a flower monk in the end. How strong the power? Said to do. The monk directly carried Gao Fei, ran more than 10 miles near the independent regiment of the resident before he put him down. Honestly stand, battalion commander, you shot me. Roll. You big man. For this dead brain of the monk, Gao Fei really wanted to kick him to death. It was just 100 or so points away. But just like this, carry their own, run away. A little face did not give to stay. The most breathless is their own is not a way to break away. The monk's strength is not generally big. Carry their own, run more than 10 miles of the road. Face is not red and not gasping. Hey battalion commander, you do not shoot me, pull? Monk grinned. Gao Fei directly raised his hands in surrender. Count your ruthlessness. I am afraid of you. Where to reward you? Threw a packet of good cigarettes to the monk. Gao Fei depressed, vigorously inhaled a mouthful of smoke, looking at the reward to get the most happy or not close to the monk. Really want to smoke him to death, but cannot get off the hand, can only be depressed towards the independent regiment's quarters. Monk smiled strangely and followed Gao Fei towards the resident and go. Today the elite battalion can be said to be full of return. The future do not have to worry about no meat to eat, that a car full of canned meat and white flour, rice, let a person think about it, will be drooling. Gao Fei brought the elite battalion to make a big commotion, and was immediately noticed by the forces of several parties. Inside the headquarters of the 8th Route Army, there was laughter. This Gao Fei is really a bit capable. Only last night approved the right of free movement, today began to toss, but not counted in vain. Toss killed hundreds of enemies, not to mention a major. The most important thing is to snatch a lot of supplies. Look at it, is also very good at doing the first time to our headquarters and the division to send us a lot of canned meat and white flour. Surrendering a part of the supplies is absolute. Gao Fei let people send it to the division headquarters and the headquarters at the first time. As for the few rice, it's better to keep it for yourself. Anyway, the northerners are not used to eating rice. Looking at the supplies sent by the elite battalion and Gao Fei's own handwritten letter, the staff officer couldn't help but laugh out loud. It's really a great joy. Captured the enemy's supplies, not to mention that it also makes the enemy not have any temper at all. Sweeping in retaliation of the mind or not. Yes, but this kid is impulsive a little, but then Li Yunlong will do. Did not make trouble for you while taking credit. Smiling and nodding, even the old general couldn't help but praise Gao Fei a few times. People who have gone to school just don't generally know what to do and what not to do. The staff officer smiled, placed the letter from Gao Fei on the table and sighed, but we still have to be careful. The headquarters is very close to the brats, we must not be careless. The old general nodded his head in agreement, but no matter what, capturing a large amount of supplies and surrendering a lot of them is a merit. Compared to the laughter of the 8th Route Army's headquarters, inside the command headquarters of the Kuomintang Army closest to the Independence Corps, it looks a bit strange. They also harvested the news at the first time, and are still shocked at the audacity of the 8th Route Army, but the retaliatory sweeps and swipes of the brats didn't show up, and they also lost quite a lot of the enemy and a major. This was a big deal. More news shows that the independent regiment guarding by the 8th Route Army Command has a new elite battalion, and it seems that this is their doing. Despite being a friendly army, one can't freely pry into other people's military secrets. The National Army is now able to get a pitifully small amount of information, only knowing that it was the newly formed elite battalion of the independent regiment that made things happen. As for the process and results are less clear, and how much material was captured is also a mystery. The National Army Command felt weird, but the Japanese command was a little quiet. Baka. The Japanese command headquarters of the Shanxi battlefield commander-in-chief Shinatsuke Yoshio was so angry that he slammed his teacup on the ground. The supplies were seized by the enemy, a brigade of troops out to search for, but at the expense of the lives of hundreds of soldiers, not to mention that he also planted a major on it. Can get the news actually do not even know the enemy is counted on which side. Only a small number of enemies, the use of ultra-long-range sniper rifles and grenades used by the National Army. Bombing small Japanese trucks, Gao Fei naturally will not use the old-fashioned earth grenade and the Bratz melon grenade, this name or Li Yunlong called out, but the use of the few military countries in order to face the gift of the United States-style grenades. Don't you little devils like to guess? Then make a strong guess to go. The National Army your family is big and big will be entrusted to you to be suspected a little good. Inside the command room everyone watched Shinatsuke Yoshio angry silence. The Japanese army only after the invasion of China really rarely encountered this kind of stifling battle. Died a lot of people, lost a major and a large number of supplies, even after the enemy did not even figure out which side. Must give me the fastest time to these people's information to find out. The Imperial Army of Japan is invincible. The roar of Yoshio Shinatsuke constantly resounded from the Japanese command headquarters throughout the morning. Compared to the command headquarters of the three parties, the independent regiment was now bustling with activity. 3 large truckloads of supplies, enough for the entire independent regiment to use for a long time, but more supplies were being hoarded by Gao Fei, especially canned meat. Even though the flavor was a bit strange, it was good to have meat to eat. In this regard, the other soldiers of the independent regiment have no complaints, able to capture so many supplies that is the elite battalion's ability to come up with a lot of supplies to be distributed has been good. Elite battalion now, Gao Fei said, without his consent, who do not want to take a little something. Ha, you kid is good. The elite battalion has just been formed for a day and captured so many things. Good. Eating the canned meat, Li Yunlong smiled with a big mouth. Zhao Gang and Kong Jia also felt happy, only compared to the heartless Li Yunlong. Zhao Gang was obviously slightly worried, afraid that the enemy would go berserk, but his worry was redundant. Right now, the brats are busy investigating and don't have time to retaliate. The 44th chapter of the Independent Regiment of Cavalry Company. At this time the only person who couldn't be happy about the whole independent regiment was Gao Fei, looking at himself still short of 137 battle merit points to be able to exchange for a bodyguard. Gao Fei had a burst of depression. It's all because of the monk guy. If he had let himself chase after the attack, he would have already reached the target. Ow. Little Tiger does not know why his master is depressed, wailing and circling around him. A few days' time Little Tiger has grown a circle. From birth to before 2 years old, Little Tiger's growth speed is very fast. A few days will be changed. Tomorrow, I will ruthlessly practice to death you guys. Picked up the little tiger, Gao Fei touched its soft fur, viciously muttered, after all is said and done they still need to strengthen the training to be able to do. Even monks are twisted, but once the resistance margin are not set out all shame. It seems that this flower monk in the Shaolin temple to practice martial arts did not practice in vain. The heart calculates how to train. Gao Fei secretly out of mind. As for the elite camp, training will only start tomorrow. Today we'll first let the guys have fun. At night, Gao Fei was pulled close to the training space by the system on time, and began to train. Not to mention that even though there is only 1 hour of training time every day, Gao Fei's various skills are growing rapidly. An invasion and training in the high flight do not know, because of their own a few grenades, leading to the brats will focus all the attention to the body of the Kuomintang to go. At this stage to be able to use ultra-long distance sniper rifle only the Kuomintang side of the 8th Route Army brats simply did not go to consider. The weapons and ammunition of the 8th Route Army basically rely on captured more, while the Kuomintang Army is more imported from the United States, but also only the United States of America. These powerful Western countries will produce this sniper rifle, and because it is a hostile relationship, will absolutely be sold to the Kuomintang to use. What's wrong? The next day, Gao Fei had just gotten up, and before he could get the elite battalion together, he was pulled away by Li Yunlong. Take a look for yourself. Li Yunfei's smile to be more treacherous, put a war report on the table. Gao Fei picked up and looked at two eyes, suddenly burst out laughing. Originally last night the Japanese army attacked and not far from this place, very far from the nationalist army, a garrison. Apparently all the sins are pressed on their F-top, instead of their own and other people to take the black pot. The Japanese army suspected that it was the nationalist army that had done the deed and launched an attack, while the nationalist army, inexplicably beaten, would of course counterattack, and so such an inexplicable battle was fought between the two sides. The regimental losses of the nationalist army were not small, and it seemed that the brats took their grievances out on the nationalist army's head. Ha, what a pain in the ass. But the other side is really unlucky to be targeted like this. Li Yunlong burst into a gloating laughter, making Zhao Gang speechless. But attacking the national army is also better than attacking yourself, isn't it? Dead Taoist friends don't die in Pingdao. Looking at the battle report in his hand, Gao Fei shook his head and laughed. The national army did suffer a boring loss this time, but the result of the matter will be investigated sooner or later. Instead of sitting here and watching, let's train more fighters, and meet the enemy with the strongest posture at that time. Am I not just chanting? Li Yunlong felt that the atmosphere is a little bit wrong. The friendly army took the blame for themselves. They are so gloating is a little bit wrong. At that moment he said, just so happens that all of you are here. Let's go and take a look at the cavalry company's training. Well, it's good to take a look. It just so happens that I also want to see the valor of our cavalry company. Zhao Gang nodded with a smile and walked out of the regiment's combat command room with Li Yunlong. Gao Fei followed helplessly. His own elite battalion was still cast aside. Tap tap. Hurry up. Whoever moves slower, I'll whip him to death. From afar, one can hear the hoofbeats and shouts from the cavalry company training. It seems that at this time every officer has a habit of popping up with foul language without moving. Even the originally gentle Zhao Gang followed the development. An inattentive mouth of profanity spewed out, and could not be controlled at all. You don't seem to think highly of the cavalry company? On the way towards the cavalry company's training, Zhao Gang seemed to see Gao Fei's lack of interest and inquired with a smile. Li Yunlong walked in front, Gao Fei and Zhao Gang lagged a little behind, nodding his head. Gao Fei did not hide, truthfully back, is a little bit not optimistic, although the mobility of the cavalry is very strong, but unfortunately still not as good as the car, despite being very flexible, but can't withstand the enemy's machine guns. A burst of mutiny will be able to die a large number of people. If you put in the cold weapon era everyone big swords and lances against each other, cavalry advantage is very big, but in the hot weapon outbreak of war cavalry can play the effect is not good, although many times can be surprised, but Gao Fei would rather cultivate other types of soldiers rather than cavalry. In addition to raids, the effect that cavalry can play is too small, especially positional battles. All have machine guns, the faster the cavalry rushed, the more deaths. But now the cavalry company and the elite battalion are Li Yunlong's heart and soul, so Gao Fei went along with him without naming this point. Your idea is good, but the cavalry still has a special use for the cavalry. Let's go and take a look. These people are old Li's treasures. Laughing, Zhao Gang also knew the advantages and disadvantages of cavalry, but it was completely impossible for the independent regiment to try to fight in trucks. Some combat missions could only be accomplished by relying on cavalry. Hurry up, hurry up. All give the old man strength. Don't you have enough to eat or what? Cavalry Company Commander Sun Dishing's cursing voice could be heard from a distance. As the three of them approached the training place, Li Yunlong laughed. This cavalry company commander is called Sun Dishing. I dug him out from Dingwei's side. He is my former old subordinate, and is also a tiger general. Zhao Gang felt amused at Li Yunlong's robbery. Captain Ding is still more supportive of our work. He just gave a Zhang Dabiao, and now a Sun Dishing. This made Zhao Gang's favorability towards Dingwei rise. Put. Gao Fei, who was standing on the side, couldn't help but laugh, causing Zhao Gang to be baffled for a while. This Sun Dishing was exchanged by the headmaster from Headmaster Ding's side for 5 machine guns. Ah? Exchanging guns for people? Gao Fei's explanation made Zhao Gang directly dumbfounded. Was there such a deal? Hee, just pull back you think that Guy Dingwei is some kind of good guy, don't even think about it without benefits, so I can only endure the pain and get my old men over first. A thought of 5 brand new crooked machine guns, Li Yunlong is a burst of heartache, although the independent regiment captured a lot of birdshot for cannon, but all of a sudden missing 5 still let Li Yunlong heartache for a while. Chapter 45 pulls you down to take the blame together. It has become common among the various troops to exchange guns for people. Even now when others support you, you have to give favors. Some of the more vulgar officers of the National Army even use their guns to exchange for women in large numbers. Li Yunlong heartbroken, Zhao Gang dumbfounded, Gao Fei smiled and explained, so that Li Yunlong could not help but curse up that group of spend days drinking each in the line, fighting is a wimp. The same as anti-Japanese, but the 8th Rod Army will be able to resist the captured weapons and the brats to fight the darkness of heaven and earth. Look at the National Army. Many troops heard the brats came, directly pinned his tail to escape the situation so that there are the latter day to laugh at the death of a lot of people seen. A coalition of brats was forced by the 8th Rod Army. What supplies are not left? And finally ruthlessly will be the knife on the Kuomintang Army. Can be a big shock. But it is this little kid army which has not enough food and ammunition to eat actually beat the Nationalist Army and a wild dog like running in all directions. 100,000 against 400,000, one side did not eat no weapons and ammunition, one side of the whole outfit, build all kinds of fortresses to defend against the last but fought into this. Gao Fei vaguely remembers when he went to school and saw some of the remnants of this army in the history books. Tens of thousands of people were chased by a few thousand little devils all the way to the mountains of Guizhou to destroy them and cursed. Even if you National Army in addition to the Central Army, most of the other local army is not useful, but also do not have to be miserable to this point, right? No wonder Li Yunlong cursed to Ghostfire cannot help but straight. Is silent Zhao Gang also feel that these guys are too waste, eat, drink and play a more than one in the line, especially after the weapons issued above, a pig nose into the onion pretending to be an elephant, enjoyment is very good in the line, the great war on a more than the grandson of the grandson. Ahem. Well, Chief, the other side is a friendly army, we should respect. The other side with weapons for women is also passed down from above, just get used to it. Looking at Li Yunlong and Zhao Gang getting more and more angry, Gao Fei lightly coughed, just like this yelling at other people's friendly army being known is a bit inappropriate. No more, mentioning that group of turtle sons old man pissed and bloated. Shaking out a phrase he learned from Gao Fei, Li Yunlong grunted in anger and shouted, Sun Dishing, come here. Regimental Commander, Political Commissar, the cavalry company is conducting chopping training. Please instruct. Hearing Li Yunlong's shout, Sun Dishing got down from his horse and ran forward to raise his saber to salute, because riding on a horse is not conducive to chopping, so the cavalry are using sabers that look similar to the brat saber, except that the blade is straight. The ancient legend of chopping with dozens of pounds of saber, don't even want to think about it. Even if you can't carry it, the horse can't stand it. For the cavalry company's soldiers, for the horse is their heart baby, not to mention carrying so heavy things is usually rubbed into a bit of heartache half a day. With the words of Li Yunlong is that these little cubs almost did not hold the horse to sleep together. Nodding to Gao Fei, Sun Dishing looked at Li Yunlong and Zhao Gang waiting for instructions. He was also a battalion commander in the new regiment, and with his brash nature, he didn't care much about the rules that were bent. Gao Fei smiled and nodded without saying anything. Sun Company Commander, your writing skills are good. Superiors and subordinates will inevitably speak with some official tone. Zhao just came and first praised Sun Dishing's writing skills. Li Yunlong smiled slightly and said in a serious tone, he used to work in the cavalry regiment of the 69th Army. He used to be an infantryman in the new regiment. Now he is working back to his old job. Speaking of which, I am really a little bit of a shortcoming of the ministry. Said Li Yunlong, couldn't help but feel emotional. 69 Army, isn't that Shiryu San's unit? Zhao Gang looked Sun Dishing up and down, feeling strange. How is a person under Shiryu San's unit? Shiryu San became a traitor, while Sun Dishing appeared among the 8th Route Army. This year the most taboo is to be a traitor. Even if you are the national army, those scum army people will be respected, but the traitor, the ancestors' 18 generations will be made stink. It is simply a stench for 10,000 years. Yeah. For such an officer to lead the collective members to be a traitor, Li Yunlong also felt some bragging. Good Chinese people do not do what to be a traitor. He himself harmed people, not to mention letting the soldiers underneath suffer with him. Many soldiers are running after their officers. This kind of behavior is simply harming people and themselves. Shiryu San became a traitor, so he chose to leave and defected to us. Speaking of which, Shiryu San is still his savior. That my life was saved by him, Shiryu San. For more than 10 years, I didn't dare to go west when he said to go east. I didn't dare to whisk away rats when he said to fight rabbits. But letting me, Sun Dishing, be a traitor? Absolutely not. Take off his hat. Sun Dishing to Shiryu San's life-saving grace has been benevolent, but never thought he actually want to be a traitor. People in this era are still relatively simple and know how to repay kindness, but when it comes to national dignity, everything will be diluted. Nodding his head, Zhao Gang smiled gratefully. I am relieved that you are able to separate your personal feelings from the national grudges. Good job. After praising you, Zhao Gang immediately pursued, but I heard that you, company commander Sun, have been known to scold soldiers during training. This behavior is not good. But Sun Dishing had a difficult look on his face as he thought that this political commissar was not here to find trouble for himself, right? Gao Fei was still standing on one side, saying that he was more bullish for scolding soldiers. Chief, political commissar, not that I want to but some soldiers are too stupid. You do not beat him, will not learn. That won't work either. The smile on Zhao Gang's face disappeared. The training of our troops in the 8th Route Army strictly forbids scolding and corporal punishment of soldiers. This is the principle. It's not a matter of being stupid or not. Turning the tables, Zhao Gang looked at Li Yunlong and said, since the head of the regiment was able to treat you as a brother, you should also treat the people below you as brothers, right? He was involved in the muddy water for no reason. Li Yunlong was a bit speechless. Even more speechless is Gao Fei. You're damn Sun Dishing. Wait for you to beg me when you guess to know. Yourself being trained, you pull on me for what? When did I hit and scold the soldiers of the elite battalion? The elite battalion has only been in existence for 2 days, okay? Chapter 46. Same move, different treatment. The political commissar is right. Brother Sun, you're not right. How can you scold a warrior? We are all brothers. You're not right. Really not right. Gao Fei followed with a smile on his face, causing Sun Dishing's hand holding his saber to tighten and his eyes to glaze over. He hadn't read a book on the subject of mouth. Where was Gao Fei's rival? He was instantly rendered speechless, not to mention that he was unable to vent his anger. Right. Battalion Commander Gao Fei is right. Corporal punishment and scolding soldiers is not right. Zhang Gang, as if he had found a confidant all of a sudden, hurriedly nodded his head and praised, making Sun Dishing that depressed head of the regiment, political commissar. I'm not convinced. Compared to corporal punishment and scolding warriors, Gao Fei's elite battalion is even more excessive than my cavalry company. I'm not convinced. What's wrong with you? Now which troop is not beating and scolding when training? Zhao just said a few words about him being a political commissar. Li Yunlong had to pretend he didn't hear it, but Gao Fei also came to make fun of it. Li Yunlong was not happy about it. Then we'll just go observe the training of the elite battalion. As soon as Li Yunlong said that, Zhao Gang shifted the topic to the elite battalion. I agree with this, regimental commander, political commissar, please. Sun Dishing made an inviting gesture and stared at Gao Fei. Sun Dishing's appearance of showing his teeth amused Gao Fei, who couldn't help but laugh. Okay, you want to see, then I'll let you see it so that you won't be unconvinced. Shaking his head, he followed Li Yunlong and Zhao Gang's footsteps to the elite battalion's territory and shouted, all members of the elite battalion, gather in 2 minutes. The elite battalion collective warriors who were resting, a burst of panic, hurriedly carrying weapons out of the collection. While this time they did not give Gao Fei shame, all of them are ready. As long as Gao Fei arrived, all training can start. Under the stunned eyes of Li Yunlong and Zhao Gang as well as Sun Dishing, all the soldiers of the elite battalion rushed out with the fastest speed, carrying their rifles, quickly assembled, and found their positions. In 2 minutes' time everyone was assembled and stood at attention. A machine gunner and his deputy were a step slow because they were carrying the machine gun. Drop 2, a bit of progress, start. Gao Fei didn't say much. Holding the pocket watch he captured from the little devils yesterday, he pointed outside the compound. What was this guy doing? This is still called making progress? The other battalions were simply not able to assemble within 2 minutes. In the eyes of Goofy, that's a bit of progress? What else is there to start? Elite battalion. Collective members, start running. Under the monk's shout, all the warriors carried their weapons and started running directly without saying a word. Gao Fei clearly said that if any of them dropped within 2 minutes, the entire battalion would be punished together. No one complained and ran honestly. What are they? Pointing at the elite battalion fighters running away, Li Yunlong inexplicably looked at Gao Fei, unable to figure out what he was tossing about. Looking at the gradually far away elite battalion warriors, Gao Fei laughed. This is considered a kind of training. All members of the elite battalion, no matter who is not gathered within 2 minutes, all members will run together for 10 laps as a punishment. Today it is much better. Yesterday it took 10 minutes. 10 minutes and 2 minutes is just a difference of 8 minutes, but in the eyes of Zhang Gang and Li Yunlong that 8 minutes means a lot of things, perhaps an opportunity to attack or a chance to retreat. The battlefield and the time cannot be delayed. To be able to fight for a minute of time means that more than one point of opportunity. Chief. Political Commissar, look, he is the one who is physically punishing the soldiers. The soldiers have obviously done a very good job, but he is still physically punishing them. Erroneous Sun Dishing immediately jumped out, pointing at Gao Fei and complaining, causing Gao Fei to roll his eyes, not knowing what to say. Say you're stupid, you're not stupid, say you're smart, but why do you always like to do something stupid? Good eye you kid, well done. It seems like he didn't hear Sun Dishing's complaint. Li Yunlong happily patted Gao Fei's shoulder and laughed out loud. I knew you kid could do it, you're just lazy. It's very good. It's as if I can already see the scene in the future where the elite battalion is able to fight the 4 directions for our independent regiment Yangwei. Zhao Gang smiled and nodded his head in praise of Li Yunlong's words, and also felt that it was worth it for him to go to the division headquarters to get scolded. This. Sun Dishing, anxious like ants on the hot pot, obviously are in corporal punishment warriors, but why get the treatment is not the same. Corporal punishment warrior was scolded, you are good. Corporal punishment warrior also got praise. Is there any justice in this? But now there are any grievances, Sun Dishing can only hold them in his heart, intending to take a look at Gao Fei's training style. Maybe he can learn something useful to himself. Today's run was faster than yesterday's. It only took about 10 minutes for the 10 laps to be completed. Reporting to the battalion commander, the collective warriors of the elite battalion have arrived. Please instruct the battalion commander. Nodding his head, Gao Fei looked at Zhao Gang and asked, by the way, political commissar, how far is this place from Zhangjiagu? I remember there is a brat stronghold over there, right? There is about 20 kilometers. Could it be that you are trying to? Without waiting for Zhao Gang to finish speaking, Gao Fei waved his arm and shouted, all warriors of the elite Yuan, listen to the order. Carry your weapons and set off towards Zhangjia Valley. Come back before nightfall and bring back all the brats in the stronghold. Remember, I want them alive. The dead ones don't count. Yes. Guarantee to complete the mission. Everyone knew that the absolute command of the elite battalion was in Gao Fei's hands. It was Zhao Gang and Li Yunlong who couldn't tell him what to do. All the warriors shouted and ran towards Zhangjiagu carrying their own weapons, and in the meantime went to the brat stronghold to sneak around a bit. There are many such strongholds, usually manned by only a few dozen people, no heavy weapons, no bunkers, just strongholds set up to collect food. By and by, I just don't get it, running so far just for a stronghold? And to live, you're not planning to raise prisoners, are you? The regimental commander is right, just shoot the brats on the spot. What prisoners to take? Chief, political commissar, don't be anxious, tomorrow you will know my intentions. Gao Fei smiled mysteriously, leaving behind a puzzled Li Yunlong and Zhao Gang, plus a suffocating Sun Dishing who had no limits. Running with weights again, come on, your system is the biggest in heaven and earth. Luckily, Gao Fei was prepared and tied the sandbags he had made in advance to his body and started running. Chapter 47, Captive. Be honest with me. The elite battalion that went out for training in the evening returned to the station. Among the team also brought a group of little devils that were tied together by a rope. The number was about 40 or so, a little less than expected. It should have been killed in the battle. These little devils that were brought back one by one with a bruised face and a swollen face. The image was incomparably miserable. Wearing a small forked pants, walking in line on a cold day, whoever's movement, if they were slowed down a little bit, was definitely a rifle butt down. The elite battalion actually returned with prisoners. The soldier on sentry duty shouted out, shocking the entire regiment. It really brought back prisoners? At a time everyone ran toward the outside of the compound as if watching monkeys, generally staring at these little devils staring and watching. Some more emotional even could not help but run forward to kick a few feet, punching and kicking, beating those little devils, chickens, flying dog, jumping wow, screaming and dodging. Stop. Stop it all. Seeing that everyone was getting more and more agitated, the monk shouted to put a stop to this behavior. What are you guys doing? These brats are the ones our battalion commander wants. Who gave you permission to do this? The monk stood out to stop it. Only then did he stabilize the warriors' emotions, not blaming them for being so agitated, but the things the brats have done over the years are worse than pigs and dogs. Battalion commander. Hearing the fuss outside the compound, Gao Fei walked out with little Tiger, who by now was able to run his ass off after him, following Gao Fei around. What's going on? The little devils aren't human. Are you all not human as well? Each one of you is agitated like that. Look at the little bit of talent you have. Gao Fei took a look at the footprints on those captives who were taken back and forth where he still didn't know what happened. Stand out for me. Just now that one made a move? The scene for a quiet, behind the rushed Li Yunlong, Zhao Gang, Kong Jia did not say anything, and the soldiers, as strange to look at Gao Fei, hit the brats but also be scolded? Everyone looked at me, I looked at you. Finally a few warriors from the 1st Battalion walked out, lowered their heads, not daring to look at Gao Fei. You several little actually dare to beat my prisoners. Roll back to me, one person will receive a can of meat. Remember to hit harder next time. Said the tight face revealed a smile, let the many warriors froze, and then laughed out loud. This is not a punishment, is simply a reward. This makes those who did not do it before the warriors regret it. How did they stupidly did not follow the kick 2 feet, or else can meat also have their own share of awe? In the distance, Li Yunlong's 3 men were amused by Gao Fei's actions, but their hearts were even more strange. What exactly do they want to do with these brats? This is a little kid tied in front of the gibberish shouted at Gao Fei for a while. Gao Fei looked at the 3rd company commander of his elite battalion. The 3rd Company Commander Su Fei hurriedly stood out. He and others, unlike childhood, lived in Japan, and later returned to China, joined the 8th Route Army, is also considered in intellectual and cultural elements, the most important, no Japanese. This little kid said they asked for preferential treatment of prisoners. Kill this son of a. He's asking for preferential treatment. Them. Su Fei's translation immediately angered the previous number of fighters of the independent regiment, itching to chop them up. Raised his hand and Highfly signaled the fighters to calm down, looked at the little kid who negotiated with himself and couldn't help but smile. I will treat the prisoners favorably in the 8th Route Army, but that's the treatment of talent. As for you, when you become a human being, when you come back to talk about this condition with me, well, bring down, listen to the people from today every day. A company of people will be sent out to watch over them, and from tomorrow first will the village warriors live in the house refurbishment. This is free to come to the labor force. Killing people was easy, but Goofy didn't want them to die so easily. Let them have a good time living a life worse than death before. Take them down. With a wave of his hand, the monk pressed the brats down and locked them up. I know you have a great hatred for these enemies, including me, but the brats are not human. We are, if the mistreatment of prisoners spreads out in dishonor. Zhao Gang thought that Gao Fei was capturing the brats back to abuse them to vent his hatred for the sake of the anger in his heart, and was afraid of causing any trouble, so he hurriedly came forward to persuade him. I say, you old Zhao, isn't it just a few brats? What's your hurry? Zhao Gang's action made Li Yunlong feel displeased. The little devils were doing things that hurt the world. Chopping them into mush and feeding them to the dogs would not be too much. Old Li. Zhao Gang's face was serious for once in a rare moment. You know that as long as the mistreatment of prisoners gets out now, all of our 8th Route Army's military prestige will be damaged, and will be looked down upon by our international friends, you know? It's not a matter of letting out some kind of hatred. I also want to chop up all of these mother heirs, but I can't. It's not that serious. Involved in international issues, Li Yunlong calmed down. Kong Jia didn't say anything. He was no better than Li Yunlong. He couldn't understand these so-called international relations farce. The political commissar wasn't wrong. It's that serious. Gao Fei grinned and said, don't worry, political commissar, the brats aren't human. I'm still a human being. I can't do that kind of thing. Catching the live ones is just for fishing. It depends on how much the brats HQ is able to sacrifice for their own people only. Time unconsciously came to March, the biggest turning point in the history of the war, not far from the time of the 100 Regiments War. During this period of time, high flying does not want to piss off the brats, resulting in what the history of the offset. The big noise is not appropriate to make, but small fights can still be any way to enhance their own and enhance the independent regiment. High flying will not let go. Hearing Gao Fei say this, Zhao Gang's face then eased a little, nodding his head. It's good that you can understand to stay calm, then you see to it. Don't fall on the prestige of my independent regiment. At the end, Zhao Gang added a sentence that made both Li Yunlong and Kong Jia laugh. It seemed that Zhao Gang was not as soft as he appeared to be. Cautious is Zhao Gang's style. Anything will think twice before acting. This kind of character is good and bad. The advantage is not easy to mess up. The disadvantage leads to easy to lose the opportunity to fight. Not to mention and Li Yunlong together to make up for it directly back. A prudent and an impulsive. A do-something brain fever is sophisticated. No problem. Smiled, Gao Fei shouted, "Xiaowu, we go home, see the ghosts go." Chapter 48 Inexplicable Training. Hearing Gao Fei's shout, Little Tiger looked like a puppy dog and followed Gao Fei towards the place where the little devils were being held. This little thing actually has spirituality? It's even like a dog. Little Tiger was very obedient, causing Li Yunlong to widen his eyes. It was the first time he saw a person who raised a tiger, and the tiger was so obedient? People in this era respected tigers. Naturally, they didn't know that tigers actually had a high IQ and were very obedient. Of course, when they were small, it was only after they grew up and entered the developmental period that their temper started to become violent, especially when they were not allowed to be touched by anyone when they ate their food. Unfortunately, this situation will not be allowed to happen to him by Gao Fei. Education has to start from childhood. Just like the dog, he eats when you have been scratching it so that it develops a habit. There will be no reaction, but you did not pay attention as a child grew up in it to eat when touching it. Its body will be taught. Bad temperament may also bite you a few mouths. Imprisoned brats place is a dilapidated cattle pen. A group of brats crowded together just to warm up. For the brats cannot who wants to give them a few broken clothes, cold more good, what clothes to wear, anyway, you are not people. All give me to watch out, ran on for you to be asked. Instructed the monk Gao Fei took Xiaohu back to the residence to prepare for rest. In this era of no entertainment and even no electric light, darkness is to sleep. What can not do? Running dozens of kilometers with weight, Gao Fei has long been tired. Holding Xiaohu soon snored. At night Gao Fei was pulled into the training space by the system on time. To be precise, it should be the soul that entered the training space, while the body did not. What's going on with the system? Looking at the gun in his hand, and the target in the distance, Gao Fei was a bit dumbfounded. He was only able to hit the target of about 800 meters now, and there would be a deviation of 1,000 meters, but the distance directly exceeded 1,500 meters, which was the target that only those top snipers in the world could hit. What makes Gao Fei hurt is that, in this piece of sand, also constantly blowing cold wind, equal to the bullet will be in the wind under the influence of deflection, he has not yet learned how to control the wind speed and temperature shooting. Okay, do not be so tortured people, okay? Please start training. Unfortunately, this training system does not give half an explanation. Let Gao Fei angry want to curse. Your grandfather does not bring this play, okay? The gun is a Barrett, yes, this thing's range reaches more than 2,800 meters, but no one has ever hit a target more than 1,800 meters away. The sniper again bullish cannot, but now the system actually gave himself this half-assed level of people will be raised to the distance of 1,500 meters. Isn't that fatal? The gun was empty? Carrying the gun froze for half a second. Gao Fei finally could only lie down on the sand. A cushion and a pair of earplugs automatically appeared to help Gao Fei resist the recoil and the loud roar of the gun. These extras are getting good. Can't you come up with something major? After half a day of depression, he put the earplugs on and placed the cushion on the butt of the gun. Gao Fei began to aim at the target that was 1,500 meters away. The distance exceeded the distance he usually practiced in actual combat. Gao Fei had to start adjusting the distance of the telescope, and after adjusting it, fired. Ping! The bullet flew towards the target at a speed exceeding the speed of sound, but it was deflected halfway because of the temperature and cold wind, not to mention hitting the bull's eye. Even the edges of the target didn't touch it. This is really such a result. Angry Gao Fei almost smashed the gun on the ground, thought about it or pressed the fire in his heart. Continue to shoot. The system allows himself to train something not once is in vain. Constantly with this reason to comfort themselves, Gao Fei continued to aim at the target shooting. Ping! Bullets like no money, constantly flying out of the muzzle, eggshells popped out of the chamber, but still none of the bullets touched the target. For this kind of ultra-long distance shooting, the temperature and the wind have too much influence on the track of the bullets. Holding down his temper, Gao Fei still kept training. Almost an hour's worth of time was spent in shooting. An hour's worth of training was rewarded by a blind cat encountering a dead mouse. The bullet grazed down the edge of the target, striking a small hole in the edge of the target made of steel plate. This was the result of Gao Fei's training for an hour. Still the only one. The training time ended. Gao Fei looked at the only battle result he had encountered by luck, and was a little bit heartbroken. Without waiting for him to lament, the system kicked him out and honestly continued to sleep and dream. Hurry up, hurry up. If you move slow, I'll cut you to death. The next morning, Gao Fei was woken up by a burst of scolding. Rubbing his eyes, came outside to see. It turned out to be Su Fei has led the third company began to drive the brats to the dilapidated houses began to refurbish, and at this time when the drudgery of the brats are finally got a little bit of rotten clothes to keep warm. Dirty and smelly in exchange for the usual brats will not even look at, but at this time has been cold all night they have to grab up, and even because of a rotten linen pants to let the two brats speed up the incident. Battalion commander. Seeing Gao Fei come out with Little Tiger, Su Fei hurriedly saluted. Looked at the brats honestly carrying wood to get earth brick construction of housing. Gao Fei satisfied nodded. These are not human things, should let them suffer the taste of hard work. Robbing things have become a habit, to the hands of the old man enough to suffer. Hey, the independent regiment, but there are still quite a lot of land needs to be plowed, just come in handy, and even the oxen have been saved. Tell the monk, and Yang Egg, today the first company and the second company to teach those recruits to shoot, the battalion warriors are the same, will be their own marksmanship practice, don't ing battle when 10 shots can't kill a brat. Shame on my elite battalion. This kind of problem is very common. Not many people dare to train with less ammunition, resulting in the battle time 10 shots can't kill a kid. That is common. In order to prevent this kind of situation, Gao Fei would rather waste a little bit of ammunition but also want to let the subordinate soldiers to improve their marksmanship. No one is born with a sharpshooter, or relying on the training up. Practice makes perfect, only more training to be able to improve the shooting up. This waste a little ammunition is also worth it. Only Gao Fei's elite battalion in the entire independent regiment is able to do this kind of training. Chapter 49 Time Rush. The elite battalion of training tasks assigned down, Gao Fei with his own little follower Xiuhu towards the back of the mountain. For the elite battalion, more than high fly is to put the way to manage. As for those in the TV can see at any time in the content of the special forces training, Gao Fei did not go to toss, even if tossed out is not necessarily useful. The deviation of the times, and the problem of resources lead to one in this era will be special forces training out is not generally difficult. Gao Fei also do not have such lofty ambitions as long as the elite battalion of combat power to stand up to their own title on the line, do not lose face on the good. Came to the back of the mountain, Gao Fei will be tied to his feet on the 2 Nepalese army knife down, waved a few times, before the feeling is still a little heavy. Nepalese army knife at this time in the hands of a lot of light, waving up can also be used to make the strength of it, just Gao Fei do not know any knife, can only hold a random chopping a little bit. This thing is still more time can only be used as a decoration. Gao Fei does not have a hot brain, with a gun does not have to carry 2 dogleg knife and the brats to kill a you die for me. The 8th Route Army is good at bayonet fighting that is also forced out, in the case of insufficient ammunition, can only make such a choice, white knife into red knife out. Casually waved the knife in his hand, feeling uninterested. Gao Fei will be on the back of the gun down, practice shooting, and Xiaohu is lying on the side of the crooked brain curious to look at their own mother. Yes, in the eyes of Xiaohu, Gao Fei is the mother, just opened his eyes to see the person is him, coupled with every day of feeding and cuddle to sleep, so that Xiaohu remembered Gao Fei's scent. Ping! The gunshot sounded without any half preparation. Scared little tigers first stood up, jumped to the side, and only calmed down after a while. That fried look amused Gao Fei, who couldn't help but laugh out loud. In the barracks began to grow. The sound of gunshots Xiuhu has always heard, has long been accustomed to, just Gao Fei shooting came too suddenly, scared at a jump. Feeling that there was no danger but just being scared, little tiger then continued to lie down on the snow and watched Gao Fei train. Ha! Is it my illusion? A shot shattered the target at a distance of 1,000 meters. Gao Fei felt that his design distance had improved a lot, around 1,000 meters, and the aiming wasn't as tiring as it usually was. Could it be from last night's training? Putting down the gun and scratching his head, Gao Fei couldn't help but ponder. The body has not changed much, just a lot stronger than when he first arrived in this world. The body has not changed, then long only be able to explain towards the training. Could it be that shooting at long distances like this could also enhance one's marksmanship? Doubt in the high fly continued to test a few shots, but the shooting skill is really improved. Gunnery enhancement of high fly training enthusiasm also came, but the training time did not last long. Now is the time to tighten the belt to save war points. From 2,000 war points is still short of more than 100. Can save is to save. March is the season of spring flowers. Some grass has emerged from the snow. Piled up snow also began to slowly melt. Now captured from the brats also have a new job, that is, plowing. Hurry up! All give me faster. A dozen brats pulled the plow teeth forward, followed by a few soldiers carrying guns, who if lazy beat you to death. As for the so-called mistreatment of prisoners, of the problem Gao Fei did not worry about. I did not arbitrarily mistreat the prisoners, they work for food, is not right? The independent regiment does not raise waste, want to eat on hard work it. As for eating a bit of leftovers to eat, not starve to death, can already show that the independent regiment good treatment of prisoners. More than 10 days of time so that more than 40 brats become yellow and skinny, suffered some of the Chinese people at this time as living. Incomparable expectations of the imperial army will be able to early to save themselves and others, but unfortunately their Amaterasu emperor cannot hear their prayers. The TV put on the brats were captured on the harakiri. This scene is frequently staged, but Goofy just want a puah. Really cut the belly of the brats, simply do not have a few, or some loyal generals. As for the following soldiers to cut the belly, do not even think about it. Honestly, as a captive there is a small life, cut the belly can be nothing. In these brats were captured in more than 10 days time. The Japanese military also once sent a large team of men and horses out to search. Every time Ja just asked when Goofy will say that the time is not yet up, no hurry, and so will first plow the ground before saying, anyway, cannot die. Time passes slowly, the snow all melted. The recent period of time Gao Fei every day are immersed in training and did not go out to find the trouble of the brats. The blink of an eye is more than 20 days past, seems to be the feeling of the 8th Route Army and the National Army above will have movement, so that the patrols of the brats began to become more frequent. Battalion commander, will this work? The little devils are willing? Looking at Gao Fei crossed his legs and wrote a letter to the brats, so that the brats with weapons for people, but also brand new weapons, the old don't feel a little impossible, on the brats that Yurin monk think Gao Fei is dreaming. Why not? Push the troublemaking Xiuhu to one side. Gao Fei looked at the monk with a smile. Don't talk nonsense, go get ready. Let Su Fei bring the ghosts to the location I said. We go into the city. I'll take you to see the flower girl. What? Flower girl? The monk was directly dumbfounded. Gao Fei was stunned and embarrassed. Mistake of words, it's to take you to see a woman. Haven't you tasted a woman yet? I will take you to see the world. It's just as well that I'm going to stroll around the county. It's a pity to keep so many oceans and not spend them. This is still Gao Fei came to this world more than 2 months for the first time, ready to enter the county town, more or less a little excited. Ow. Little tiger ran forward, biting Gao Fei's pants. Gao Fei speechless, play on the side, blindly stir up what? More than a month of feeding little tiger has grown a circle. The front and kitten, now in the general earth dog, is about the same size, round, very smart. Many times let Gao Fei want to pry open its head to see if there is a human soul inside. Otherwise, how can a tiger be smarter than a dog? What if the headmaster knows about it? The monk was a bit stupid but was afraid that Li Yunlong would know and blame him. The look of wanting to go but being scared made Gao Fei cursed. Could you, monk? The old man took you to the dashing. You still want to let the old man come to take the blame? Then you don't go, I'll go call Su Fei. That kid is definitely willing. Don't. Battalion commander, we're leaving right now. This is the time to leave. Chapter 50. Into the city. Seeing that Gao Fei wanted to change, the monk was anxious, and all the concerns in his heart were discarded, pulling Gao Fei back. That's more like it. Nodding his head in satisfaction, Gao Fei knew that the monk would be anxious. Squatting down and rubbing little tiger's head, Goofy said seriously, be good at home, Dad will go and bring you food, no running around, okay? Oh, little tiger revealed a grudging eyes, pitifully looked at Gao Fei, seems to want to go together, but Gao Fei is not allowed, and feel aggrieved. Little tiger's aggrieved Gao Fei turned a blind eye. He raised his own goods himself the most clear. As long as you say a sentence, little tiger set off together. The little guy will immediately be happy with his ass. Follow up. Only a month or so the little tiger has been weaned, began to eat meat. The soldiers are very much like this smart little thing. The soldiers who went on patrol will give it a little game or something, basically rabbits. A lot of rabbits in this year, it is simply a plague. A large crop field in one night to gnaw through. Xiao, who is still small, not be able to hunt for their own food. The soldiers will occasionally bring a little back to give it a toothpick. The main food is still by Gao Fei to be responsible for. Don't look at the little guy is small, but the head is not small, grows very quickly. Let Gao Fei even have doubts whether someone feeds it feed, otherwise only 2 months less than the tiger cub is so big. Alright, let's go. Change into a set of rough clothes, Gao Fei handwave announced departure. Of course, also did not forget to bring this period of time seized from the ocean, enough to buy a lot of things. If by Li Yunlong and Zhao Gang know that he went to the county not to bring them something to eat, absolutely fine, their own nagging. Accidentally also forgot a person, Kong deputy regiment commander. Wearing rough clothes, bring the ocean. Gao Fei just crossed the threshold and folded back. Monk, you wait for me outside. Back inside the house, Xiaowu thought that Gao Fei had changed his mind and wanted to take himself with him, and hurriedly stood up, but when he saw that Gao Fei was heading towards his own gun, he was suddenly absent again. What should I do with this thing? Take it with you, it's too big of a target to be easily discovered. Don't take it with you, it's not good if it's taken away by someone, even though other people can't use it. Gao Fei always feels that it's not practical to leave the barret behind. There is a host preparation space within the system. The host can store the weapon in it, in addition to being able to place something, but it can't be a living thing. Gao Fei looked at Barrett tangled when the system coldly came to a sentence. Let Gao Fei cursed words. You big man. There is such a function, also did not tell me earlier, causing me to tangle for half a day, carrying that thing to run for 2 months. The host did not inquire. The system had no feelings, wouldn't get angry because of Gao Fei's yelling, arrogantly forbidding him to put the thing in. Well, defeated by you, Gao Fei was too lazy to argue with an icy cold system and asked, how should I put things in? Just close your eyes and observe. Following the system's prompts, Gao Fei closed his eyes and found that there was actually a square about 3 meters of space in his mind, and immediately murmured in his mind, go in. The Barrett sniper rifle placed on the bed immediately disappeared and was placed in the space. Come out. With a silent chant, the Barrett returned to Goofy's hand. Ah, old me is a genius. Go in. Come out. Get in. Come out. Like a child playing for a while, until the monk at the door shouted up. Goofy stopped his childish behavior and went out with a big grin on his face, not forgetting to lock the door and forbid little tiger to run around. Having this space means that one can carry a lot of things, such as the supplies of the brats. Meat, cigarettes, alcohol, and such. Depart. Get such a sharp tool. Gao Fei happy cannot, brats not blame grandpa want to rob you, but the situation has to with such a cheat space not bring something back a little bit on their own, so I can only reluctantly take a little bit of good things. 2 people in civilian clothes. With this era of people like to bring the hat towards the county and go from the resident to the county has more than 70 kilometers. Even if there is a horse a day will only be able to run a round trip. Riding on a horse, the monk asked curiously, Battalion commander, how do you know that the brats are willing to take weapons in exchange for prisoners? Because in Japan soldiers are allowed to complain about their superiors, do you understand? It's subject to disciplinary action and it's serious. Holding a cigarette in his mouth, Gao Fei sat on the horse, a little unaccustomed to the bumps of the horseback, but that look is really comparable to the landlords nowadays. Japan, in order to start the Second World War, pumped out a large number of domestic male soldiers to join the army. Once the soldiers were captured, not exchanged, the crime cannot be small. Now Japan has no qualms to say that a lot of places are widowed villages, thus leading to the fact that the woman cannot wear underwear, can sleep with any man in order to increase the number of the population at all costs. In the case of the other side is not too much, or will choose to exchange, but in the National Army and the 8th Road Army in the middle of the battle, rarely Japanese soldiers captured. So learn, there are things that can't be solved by brute force. The monk was a monster. Gao Fei was getting stronger and stronger, but he still couldn't twist this guy. It was really a human being. He, I know. The monk smiled thievishly and followed behind Gao Fei. The two of them rode their horses quickly towards the county town. A series of bourbon a few hours before arriving at the county town, while horse dropped in a mountain forest outside of the city, the two people sorted out their clothes towards the county town. Relax, it's not as harsh as you think. Patting the monk on the shoulder and telling him to relax a bit, Gao Fei swaggered into the city under the guard of a few brats and pseudo-soldiers. Having occupied the city, the little devils couldn't be checking up on everyone every day. If you weren't acting too suspicious or pulling too much stuff, there wouldn't be anyone paying attention to you. This so-called inventory check was just for show most of the time. Battalion commander, what should we do next? Idiot, of course, is to fill up your stomach first. Gao Fei, while observing the number of brats on the county walls, pulled the monk into a restaurant and shouted, "Xiao bring me 2 bottles of good wine, some small dishes." Holler. "Guest, you please wait." The store assistant shouted, carried up a pot of tea and left with a smile. Pay attention to the point in time when you observe the patrols of the little devils. Chapter 51 is just messing around. First of all, congratulations on the Dragon Boat Festival. Happy. The original holiday should be Outbreak, but today things are a little more, so update a little less. The follow-up will make up for it, please rest assured. In addition, there is a buddy and I argued about the National Army, a party army. I can only say that now is the world of the party. The king loses the enemy. Only, the market. Now we also know that randomly touched on the ability to not be able to write. There are things that everyone is clear in their hearts is good to write it out as well. There is no meaning, and the book cannot be saved. The patrol of the brats in the county will go out on patrol at a fixed time. Gao Fei to a cup of tea, gently mic'd a mouthful. This is a good thing. In the resident but cannot drink. Monk wide-eyed look around. Gao Fei some speechless. On your bird like no problem have become a problem. Kicked him a foot. You cannot be a little steady? You staring at a pair of bull's eyes, are still afraid that others do not know that you are observing? The monk froze, a little aggrieved, looking at Gao Fei, saying that the person who observes is you, saying that the one who will show his feet is still you. What should I do? Forget it, I'll just do it myself. Waving his hand, Gao Fei decided to come on his own just fine. Monk, well, let him eat and drink on the line. Drinking tea, Gao Fei glanced out the window in silence. Sir, your food is here. Soon the store assistant carried some small dishes and wine in, put it down and smiled. 2 guests, please enjoy. Delicious. Grabbing a piece of soy sauce beef and throwing it into his mouth, the monk couldn't help but praise it. This flower monk. Gao Fei rolled his eyes, picked up chopsticks and ate the food. Under the small wine, this taste is cool. Of course, cool process. Gao Fei still do not forget to pay attention to the window. Soon a team of heavily armed brats carrying guns ran through the streets. Saw some of the old look more suspicious people will stop to check. The check is more severe. Gao Fei see in the eyes, began to write down the time of the patrol of the brats. With the monk in the hotel in the middle of the silent eating, Gao Fei has been paying attention to the situation outside. Soon half an hour passed, another patrol passed. The heart has a bottom. Gao Fei got up and said, "Monk, go. Xiao. The rest is a reward for you. Guest, you go slowly, go slowly." Receiving the ocean thrown by Gao Fei, the store assistant smiled from ear to ear. Such a generous guest can be rare to see. The most important thing is that in addition to the wine money and food money, the rest is their own. Battalion commander, where to go next? Leaving the restaurant, the monk followed Gao Fei's side closely. His hand kept holding the Wang Bao box inside his clothes. Whistling at a woman on the side of the road, Gao Fei was living like a dilettante, looking at the monk with a black line. Is this really appropriate? That habit becomes nature. Came to this world more than 2 months, have not seen the female, so that Gao Fei see women and the same as in his previous life cannot help but whistle, suddenly embarrassed to the point of no return. Let's go shopping. What a shame. This Nima sees a female and gets impulsive. Could it be that I've been holding it in for too long? Shaking his head, Gao Fei threw these chaotic thoughts out of his mind and led the monk towards the inside of a store. The two of you buy something to see for yourself. Entering the store, there was no welcoming voice. Instead, a haughty, lazy voice came from a pseudo-military sitting behind the counter, not bothering to greet Gao Fei and the monk. These stores were all run by brats. It was just that the people guarding the store were pseudo-soldiers, a bunch of traitors. Otherwise, how would Gao Fei have picked this kind of store to come to? Walked into the store. Inside, Gao Fei let out a faint nasal sound, looked at it. Not bad, cigarettes and wine and rice, white flour and everything. Actually, there is rouge and powder. Also right, in addition to the brats, how many people will sell this stuff in the county? The store is very quiet. A pseudo-army sitting behind the counter looks a little lazy, but lazy is also to Gao Fei and the monk. Another guest in the store is very enthusiastic, constantly doing a variety of introductions. Took a look, actually Nima, or a Japanese woman. Wearing a kimono, face that makeup painted in ghost-like. To the monk played a wink. The monk will understand towards the door side leaning. To or rest for a while, how about it? You. Air. The pseudo-army that was making introductions with the hobgoblins in general, swished up their hands and exclaimed, "What kind of people are you? How dare you mess around in a place ruled by the Imperial Army?" Scream, scream, laughed Goofy as he held his gun against his head. "I'm just messing around. What can you do? Want your brains to explode?" The monk gently slammed the guy shut and took out his gun and pointed it at the pseudo-soldier and the Japanese woman. "No, don't." Being the gun against the brain just now also nostrils to the sky of the pseudo-army immediately cattle not up, crying, pleading, "This good man, you do good, what to take directly, I have an old man and a small child." Splat. A light sound rang. Gao Fei slapped him, a face of disgust. "Kill your old man is still too dirty hands, you face ancestors called what can forget people, but also worthy of my hand," monk began. He a smile monk a palm cut in the Japanese woman's neck, so that this face full of shock did not dare to make a sound of the woman directly 2 eyes rolled over and collapsed. The pseudo-army was shocked a stream of liquid, body down their pants flowed down, a poo. A gun handle hit the past, knocked out. Gao Fei directly jumped up. This Nima actually scared urine, really disgusting. There are so many good things. Monk's eyes lit up as he looked at the things laid out. Gao Fei shouted, "Monk, go guard the door." Quickly some good cigarettes and good wine and so on all thrown in the system's storage space. Of course, the ocean is not to be missed. As for rice and white flour, Gao Fei did not move to pick up some wine smashed open, scattered everywhere. Their own take not go cannot give the brats to stay. Boom! Driven by alcohol, the store soon lit a fire, causing those distant patrols to pay attention, shouting towards the store that has caught fire. "Retreat! Leave the rest to you." At once, the neck of the pseudo-army that was scared and pissed off was broken. For these people who even abandoned their ancestors, Gao Fei's hand was not ambiguous at all. After taking a look at the remaining cigarettes and alcohol, Gao Fei jumped out of the window. "Ah!" The monk was dumbfounded and said sharply, "Battalion commander! Battalion commander!" From his perspective, the thing that Gao Fei supposedly handed over to himself to look at was the woman on the ground who had fainted away. Chapter 52 brought a Japanese girl back. Gao Fei sees the rest of the smoke and wine. Wine cannot be taken away at most left as a burning aid is, for the smoke cannot miss. Who knows, because of the angle of the reason from the monk's point of view became Gao Fei looked at the ground of the woman. But Gao Fei has jumped out of the window from the other side, intends to do something else, has no shadow, leaving the monk in place to dry anxious. "Hey! Really? Just die, it's not like you're the one getting scolded anyway." Tangled, finally the monk gritted his teeth and shouldered the fainting woman on the ground, quietly retreating. So in the wrong angle, the monk thought that Goofy looked at the woman, but also let himself take back, suddenly tangled up, ruthless will take it away. Anyway, in the end, it is Goofy himself scolded, and I have nothing to do with it, holding such a mentality of the monk to carry the Japanese woman on the ground confident retreat. And let the monk to take the cigarette. Goofy still do not know the monk to carry a woman back to himself. Because the store under the brats banner lit a fire, the brats are busy, began to blockade the scene, close the city gate, to arrest the troublemaker. Gao Fei quietly left the store, towards the brats' compound and go. Store fire brats are panicked for a time. A compound within the guards also went up to help. Do not know the road Gao Fei casually drilled into, starving cowardly support the bold. Drilled into the small courtyard to see, parked a few empty trucks, empty nothing. Obscure. I thought I had drilled into some kind of arsenal. Think about it, that kind of military land is definitely heavily guarded. After thinking about it, Gao Fei decided to retreat first, quietly left the yard. Gao Fei, while the city gate is not closed, directly left the county. A store only is not to let the brats so crazy, right? Already left the county town listening to the hissing of the brats and the rattling of the cars. Gao Fei couldn't help but smack his lips. Brats are brats, ruling the place out of a little problem to make a scene all over the city. Muttering to himself, he left. Gao Fei was unaware that at this time the city of the brats had begun to jump feet. Anxious and like ants on a hot pan, everywhere blockade, everywhere search. Toward the location of the rendezvous, battalion commander. At this time Su Fei pressed the group of captive brats are anxiously waiting. See Gao Fei arrived, hastily beckoned, battalion commander, people have been brought, when will the brats come to replace off? I don't think it will come, I didn't put the letter down, and it looks like the brats don't seem to have time to take care of these prisoners. The commotion in the county town got louder and louder, making Gao Fei feel puzzled. Isn't it just a store, why make such a mess? Then what about these captives? Su Fei helplessly looked at the gagged brats who were tied up like dumplings and felt helpless, brought people all the way here, and now said that they can't be exchanged. Using the words learned from the battalion commander is a waste of expression. Give it to headquarters. Now the independent regiment has a captive thing, around the people no, kill on the spot to spread out bad, so sex, hand over to the headquarters to solve. Anyway, within the headquarters also has some of the brat prisoners, just so that they can be a companion. Where is the monk? At this time, Gao Fei realized that the figure of the monk is missing. Su Fei shrugged his shoulders. That kid does not know what to carry. Do not give us to see. Directly will be resident to go. He, which goes to reward everyone. Can't let the guys run a trip for nothing. Gao Fei smiled and took out a few bottles of wine and a few packs of cigarettes from his arms and threw them to Su Fei. A few warriors took a look at them and immediately their eyes were green. Go. Play eggs on the side to go. I will also eat alone, cannot? Don't worry, everyone has a share, no need to rush. Revealing a smile, Su Fei felt it was worth it and immediately handed out the cigarettes and alcohol. Go, back to the resident. Big hand. For a while Gao Fei led people back. As for those who look at the county almost to cry out of the captives, no one went back to pay attention to their feelings. Gao Fei up with the horse back to the resident, prisoners, and Su Fei is responsible for sending the division to go. As for the division commander will not scold people, Gao Fei cannot care. Since you cannot kill, then stay to UL. Gao Fei, you kid, engaged in what the hell? Back to the premises, it bumped into Li Yunlong and Zhao Gang outside the premises. See yourself, Li Yunlong, that face black as hell. Zhao Gang face a little ugly. Let Gao Fei puzzled. This is how it is, not just a prisoner did not exchange it? As for this, Gao Fei, you even if you want a woman the big guys to give you a probe, marry a suitable wife is also good you so hey. Zhao Gang looked regretful, making Gao Fei's head full of confusion. What are you guys talking about? What woman, what wife? You kid don't know? Li Yunlong glanced at Zhao Gang, who himself was baffled, pointing at his place and asking, then why did you bring a Japanese woman back? With two black eyes, Gao Fei almost didn't fall off his horse and said in a shocked voice, what are you talking about? Japanese woman? Seeing Gao Fei's appearance seemed to be really unaware of the situation, Zhao Gang had no good reason to explain. Monk carried a woman back to you, or a Japanese woman said that you asked to bring it back. Didn't you guys go to exchange prisoners? How did you get a Japanese back? These days it is not true that people who marry Japanese women are not there, just the examples are too few and far between, and all of them are still some businessmen who went to do business to marry. The officers in the army have not had a precedent. Monk. The entire garrison resounded with Gao Fei's yell. This guy lousy, let him take cigarettes. He was good to directly carry that Japanese woman back, but also said it was his own intention. Jumping down from the horse, Gao Fei hurriedly ran towards his own residence, came to the house, saw the monk standing in the doorway. The house issued a low roar, threatening sound of a small tiger. Wait and then settle accounts with you. Glaring at the monk, Goofy pushes the door in and sees the woman who was wearing a kimono inside the store curl up on the bed in a panic, as Xiaohu glares at her with his teeth bared. Oh my god. Oh. Seeing Gao Fei return, Xiaohu hurriedly ran forward to pamper and please, circling around him. Monk. Didn't Lao Zi ask you to take the rest of the cigarettes and alcohol away? Why did you bring a Japanese chick back? Monk was stunned. Wasn't it you, battalion commander, who said to bring it back? Both eyes looked at the others, who said to give the rest to me. Gao Fei wanted to kill someone, really wanted to kill someone, took a deep breath and asked, did you ask about the identity? Chapter 53, let your sister bring a baby back. Shaking his head like a rattle drum, the monk was busy saying, no, I don't know Japanese, I can't understand what she said, I can only wait for the battalion commander to come back and ask himself. Really a big trouble. Lao Zi also do not understand Japanese. Looking at the Japanese girl on the con was scared and lost her face. Gao Fei cannot help but curse. An English sentence popped out. The monk froze, the Japanese girl on the bed froze, Zhao Gang and Li Yunlong who just came to the door froze together. What? Pulling Zhao Gang beside him, Li Yunlong felt strange. What foreign language is this kid speaking? Can't even understand what it means. As the head of the regiment had an additional Japanese woman of unknown origin. As the head of the regiment, he naturally came to see how to deal with it. Zhao Gang also came along with this mentality. The corner of his mouth twitched. Zhao Gang said breathlessly, it's curse words, that's English, but I don't understand a lot. So it's a Western language. Li Yunlong came to a realization, old Zhao isn't right, both are college students, why do others understand so much and you don't? You. Lazily ignoring Li Yunlong, Zhao just looked at Gao Fei and that Japanese girl. Universities also have majors, okay? Not every major is that familiar with English, especially in this era where English is not valued. Can you understand what I'm saying? Looking at the Japanese girl, Gao Fei asked in Chinese, and seeing the other party's face of confusion and panic, he shook his head and asked again in English. Hello. Asked a sentence. When Gao Fei is ready to call the interpreter to come, the Japanese woman on the bed slightly get up to do blessing, with English back to a sentence, not to mention how the virtues of the brats this Japanese woman tuned, taught really no words, even in the case of their own as a prisoner, still do not forget to say hello to do blessing. The Japanese woman understands English. Gao Fei is also relieved. This does not need to be translated. Ask a sentence to go around half a day. Your name. Why do you appear in the county? Is it a family member of some soldier? Hi, my brother is in the barracks. My name is Yamamoto Chika. I just came back from America yesterday. When had Yamamoto Chika ever seen such a rise? He himself was actually taken captive just after arriving in the county. Still in broad daylight, this would never have happened in America. Nowadays, the atmosphere between the United States and Japan is getting more and more tense, and Yamamoto Chisha, who went to the United States to study from a young age, left the United States at her brother's request to come to this chaotic country in China, but she didn't want to be kidnapped the day after she arrived to come out to buy something. Yamamoto Chika? Your brother's name is Yamamoto Kazuki? Gao Fei, but remember now there is a Japanese officer called Yamamoto Ikimoku. Maybe other people are not clear, but Gao Fei but know that this Yamamoto Ikimoku is not only the first sergeant at the same time as still the commander of the Japanese Special Operations Squad. Hi. Yamamoto Chisha nodded slightly, acknowledging her relationship with Yamamoto Kazuki. The corners of his mouth twitched, and Gao Fei's expression instantly became strange, causing Monk, Zhao Gang, and Li Yunlong to become more and more confused the more they listened to him, unable to understand anything, only knowing that Gao Fei and this Japanese chick exchanged half a dozen words in a burst of Western language, and then Gao Fei's expression became incomparably strange. Ha ha ha. Suddenly Gao Fei threw back his head and laughed, looking at Yamamoto Chisha and said, I didn't expect to catch a big fish. Good job, Monk. Waiting for good cigarettes and good wine can send you more. I didn't expect to catch back a random Japanese woman is actually Yamamoto Kazuki's sister. Goofy was speaking in Chinese, Yamamoto Ikimoku couldn't understand, but Goofy's smile had already scared her, and she curled towards the corner of the Kong as hard as she could. Bad things turned into good things, the monk scratched his head, as long as the battalion commander didn't look for trouble, he didn't realize there was a reward. Bang! A foot will wash his face to wash clothes of the wooden basin kicked over, Goofy directly in front of everyone's face to change clothes, make all the people are stunned here there is a woman inside. Although it is a Japanese woman but you cannot restrain a little? Quickly take off the clothes and change into clean clothes. Gao Fei threw the dirty clothes into the basin and laughed. Sorry, Miss Chisha, now you are a captive, give me clean clothes, right first wash off that face of yours, it's disgusting to look at. Since it's the enemy's sister, what's the point of being polite? Having the sister of an enemy colonel wash his clothes, well that's a good idea, really good. Yamamoto Chisha's face was painted with a very thick suit, so she couldn't tell what she looked like, but she had a pair of beautiful eyes, but unfortunately that face made a pair of watery eyes spoiled. Monk watcher, no food until the clothes are clean. Toward the monk shouted, Gao Fei patted Shouhu's head, grunted and left the house, whatever you are Osamu's sister fell into my hands you still have good fruit to eat? I say you kid what is this for? Foggy Li Yunlong went out and pulled Gao Fei. That is the sister of the Japanese Army's Colonel Yamamoto Ikimoku, just came from the US. I didn't expect to catch a big fish, well her brother is the commander of that special operations squad. Gao Fei smiled and explained, Li Yunlong's eyes widened, good eye you, only now you say it, but it's not like a pussy can play any role in fighting a war, but also a big fish. Trying to use a sister to threaten Yamamoto Kazuki to do anything is simply a fool's errand. I know. Shrugging his shoulders, Gao Fei hemmed and hawed, can't threaten him and still disgust him? Wait to send a letter within the county, tell him Yamamoto Kazuki, his sister is giving me as a maid, hurry up and take the supplies to exchange, or else it's not good to be late for your sister to bring you a baby back. Opening his mouth, Li Yunlong was too shocked to speak, Zhao Gang shook his head obviously also shocked by Gao Fei's words. Chapter 54 Disgusting you all to death. But is this letter written in my own name? Pinching his chin which had not shaved for a few days and had grown quite a bit of beard, Gao Fei grasped at it, pa. Coldly his shoulder was tapped, Gao Fei's body shivered, Chief, don't be like this, okay, people scaring people will scare people to death. Ha ha ha. You kid, bad enough, I like it, just write in the name of our regiment. These dog days, is to discuss them to death, I approved, you are to her sister to bring a baby I will help you carry down, as you Gao Fei received a little maid. The brat scourge of the compatriot women are countless, Li Yunlong smiled and gritted his teeth to give approval to Gao Fei, not to mention disgusting, you just really get a doll, out of the problem lousy help you top. Gao Fei stunned look at Li Yunlong, that is what I said to disgusting words, how do you pull to I really will be on someone else, or the kind of car does not buy a ticket, in the help you add a passenger thing. Lousy have to ponder how to write this letter, must be written with sharp words, the best is to discuss that Yamamoto-san, this will save trouble. Muttering to himself, Li Yunlong headed towards the regiment headquarters. Zhao Gang smiled helplessly and coughed, keep it down at night, this is the independent regiment's quarters, too much noise is not good. Throwing Gao Fei a you-know-what look, Zhao Gang turned away as if he didn't know anything, who said that intellectuals and culturists can't be evil? This was tantamount to indirectly admitting that he agreed with Li Yunlong's words. Gao Fei cried and laughed as he looked at the backs of these two and shouted, I have no intention of having a baby with a Japanese girl. Unfortunately, the only thing that responded to him was Li Yunlong's impatient hand-waving. This is really a yellow mud off the crotch is not as also, Gao Fei really want to smack himself, have a baby every man has to do, but the object is not a Japanese chick. Oh. Uncertainty of the little tiger shook Gao Fei's trouser leg to pull hard, want to tell their own mom that they are hungry. But yahoo! At this time in the county within the brat's quarters, Yamamoto Chisha's brother Yamamoto Ikimoku looked at Li Yunlong ordering people to quietly send a letter angry to the letter a few tears, touch. Those as ornamental vases within the supplies immediately suffered, all were disintegrated, their precious sister was captured. This Yamamoto Ikimoku has long known that otherwise the county within the brats will not be so anxious to search everywhere. But never thought it was by the 8th Route Army 129 Division, 386th Brigade Independent Regiment Elite Battalion Commander Gao Fei to take away, but also wrote a letter to threaten, let yourself take a large number of supplies to exchange, or let their sister drumming belly back. Immediately give me to find out, this Gao Fei's information, promise them. Location they pick. Ahem, I don't know how to write in Japanese, so just pretend that this guy is speaking Japanese. Clenching his fists, Yamamoto Kazuki's eyes were red, like a man-hungry beast. If Gao Fei was in front of him at this moment, he would absolutely tear him apart. Hi! The guards at the door, whose little hearts were scared to death, hurriedly left and went forward to prepare. Parents died early in life, leaving his siblings to depend on each other. Yamamoto Kazuki treated his sister as the most precious thing. Knowing what scenario would occur after the outbreak of the war of aggression against China, he sent his sister to the United States for schooling early on, preventing his sister from being reduced to becoming a tool for giving birth to a child. But as the relationship between the United States and Japan is more and more drawn out, Yamamoto Kazuki led his sister from the United States to China, but did not want to be taken captive the next day. Or in their own eyes under the captivity, but also let the other party wrote such a letter to threaten themselves, let Yamamoto Ikimoku how not angry. After washing, like a person. When Goofy returned to his own residence, looked at the face, of the makeup was washed off, revealing the original face, an innocent little face, with Yamamoto Chishia's pair of watery eyes, not to mention that this Japanese girl is really a beauty. No wonder so many warriors look at each other sideways. You, hello. Yamamoto Chishia, who was struggling to wash the clothes, like a frightened bunny, bounced up from the ground and carefully looked at Gao Fei, afraid that if she didn't do a good job, Gao Fei would be offended. Now it's spring, but the weather is relatively cool, everyone is wearing cotton clothes. That thing is not normally hard and heavy when it touches the water. It's very hard to let a woman like Yamamoto Chishia, who hasn't done any rough work, to wash it. Staring at Yamamoto Chishia's face, Goofy pinched her face, causing Yamamoto Chishia's body to tremble, bean-sized teardrops swirling within her eyes, not daring to make a sound. I've written a letter to your brother, asking him to exchange his weapon for you. You think your brother will be willing to do it? The face was pinched by Gao Fei, very painful, but Yamamoto Chishia did not dare to make a sound, like a mistreated little daughter-in-law in general, very panicked, did not answer Gao Fei's words. By higher education, she knows that the role played by women during the war is almost insignificant. Now Japan, because of the scarcity of male children, the domestic Japanese women are not allowed to wear underwear, and can be given to any man to sleep with, in order to increase the population, if not to go to the United States at this time. Yamamoto Chika absolutely enjoy such treatment. Not because her brother is a colonel to avoid, equivalent to the rank of a colonel, and even a lot of Japanese schoolgirls took the initiative to come to China to the Japanese to do military prostitutes. In this environment, the status of women is very low. Looked at the pitiful Yamamoto Chishia high fly without the slightest pity, for the brats that are not as good as the behavior of their own behavior has been considered humane. Yamamoto Chishia was silent. Gao Fei knew that this woman resigned to her fate. Don't be too sad, maybe your brother will take to replace you. To go back to be a military whore is not necessarily it. Now you Japanese soldiers lack these, well, you such a woman. Not everyone would think so. It seems to be the Western education received from a young age that made Yamamoto Chishia think a little differently. Gao Fei's words touched the bottom line of her heart. Yamamoto Chishia opened her mouth. Ha ha ha. Releasing Yamamoto Chishia. Goofy laughed loudly. Perhaps this is the result of receiving a Western education? I wonder what your emperor would think if he knew. Will it dismantle your brother? What are you crying about? Wash your hands clean for old me. Don't let me raise you for nothing. Grunting angrily, Gao Fei nodded to the monk and took Xiaohu out to hunt. Xiaohu hadn't gotten any food for the day yet. Chapter 55, Encountering the Black Blind Man. Sex is still arrogant? Gao Fei coldly laughed and shouted, Monk, watch this, tell the brothers to get ready, we'll go and collect food at night. Yes. Battalion Commander. A long time had passed since the last strike mission, and now everyone was training hard to polish their weapons and get ready, just waiting for Gao Fei's order to go out en masse. Since you have pride, then lousy will shatter your confidence. Let's go, Daddy Shohu will find food for you. Carrying a 38 large cap, Gao Fei did not use the Barrett, that thing a gun in the past, what all gone still hunting it, when the meat grinder is more or less. Ow. Little Tiger is happy to follow behind Gao Fei, issued a tender cry, jumping from time to time, also jumped up, lying on Gao Fei's body, and he fooled around. Resident around the prey is very little, everyone will usually shoot so few shots, resulting in some animals do not dare to live around, so to go farther, Gao Fei led the little tiger toward the distant mountains. The mountains and the prey is more, randomly hit one will be enough for the little tiger to eat for 2 or 3 days, may also be able to come across the big guys, such as deer and wild boar and so on, so that they can also play the teeth. Carrying a gun and taking Shohu drilled into the woods, the dense woods in the middle of no road want to go through very troublesome, Lin Xiao carrying a dog-legged knife constantly chopping the roadside thorns and vines, clearing a road to the contrary, but Shohu in the mountains and forests are very active, jumping all over the place, not affected at all. Strange, how come I froze and couldn't see any prey today? Usually walk into the forest, will be able to see the prey, and also a lot, but today a quiet around some weird, terrible. The surrounding quiet let Gao Fei feel a little puzzled. Do not say what hare and other animals, even the birds have not seen a. The more you think the more bizarre. Gao Fei began to observe the surrounding. Ow. Suddenly the little tiger beside him let out a low roar, making Gao Fei froze, followed by feeling a strong threat approaching towards himself. Turning his head to see a large figure pouncing towards himself, Gao Fei was shocked in his heart and hurriedly dodged away while pushing the grimacing little tiger away. Pooh! His left shoulder was slapped violently, the gun that Gao Fei was carrying in his left hand directly flew out, and the person landed heavily on the ground like a sandbag, and under the huge impact, Gao Fei couldn't help but spray out a mouthful of blood. Roar! A slap sent Gao Fei flying. The black shadow stood in place and roared angrily, as if saying that Gao Fei had invaded his territory with little tiger. This was the bear blind. That is, the black bear, the old people in the mouth of the bear blind. The mountains are usually circulating a sentence, that is, a pig, 2 bears, 3 tigers. In the old forest in the Mori Mountains, the least able to provoke is the wild boar, the bear blind and the tiger. Of course, the tiger at the end is not to say that the king of the beasts is not the strength of the king of the beasts. The old people's mouth said a pig, 2 bears, 3 tigers of the proverbial hordes of wild boars cannot be messed with. The wild boar annoyed, and you will never rest. Even if you escape to a group of wild boars gnawing on tree trunks will also want to get you killed, although a bit of an exaggeration, but thus you can see how much the boar's vengeful heart, especially in the case of injuries. The second is the bear blind. This thing is not to say that the strength is also long sharp teeth, up to a few centimeters long canine teeth can be people's arms or ripped off, and the enormous strength of a slap will be able to slap the human head to fracture, direct instant death. The bear blind is also a bully in the mountains. Almost no creature dared to mess with this thing except for the already adult tigers. As for the third tiger, in fact, the threat to humans is greater than the first 2 animals. The difference is that the wild boar and the bear blind will chase you to tear and retaliate, but the tiger will not. It will slowly close to you, and then pounced on the bite down, within a few seconds of the end of your life. Not as shocking as the effect of the wild boar and the bear blind, but cannot say that the tiger's threat is small. In fact, as long as the tiger adult, no matter whether it is a wild boar or a bear blind, all are the tiger's dish. Tiger is very smart, never in a large group of wild boar head-on confrontation. It will be far behind the wild boar group hanging roar, so that the wild boar panic run. The tiger will begin to hunt the last wild boar. The general fall in the back of the wild boar are old or underage piglets, the most easy to kill, so the tiger will get a hog-catching officer's name. As for the black blind man, encountered the size of the tiger will threaten to scare it away, but encountered their own think is not a rival will run, especially in the winter time is most likely to be the tiger drilled into the nest to directly bite dead, and then eaten. Gao Fei never dreamed that he actually just entered the mountain within the bear blind. And this bear blind was still directly towards himself and little tiger. Little tiger was still a child, but it was also a tiger, and it was natural for hostiles to encounter each other and eliminate the threat. The bear blind subconsciously thought that Gao Fei and little tiger had invaded their territory, and immediately launched an attack towards Gao Fei and little tiger. Ow! Little tiger's fur all over his body stood up, crossing in front of Gao Fei, rushed at the blind bear, showing his teeth and roaring, but unfortunately now it was still a child for the blind bear to be no threat at all. Cough! Almost by the blind bear, a slap on the back of the back over the gas. Gao Fei to see the actions of the small tiger greatly moved. Lousy did not raise you in vain, did not get scolded in vain. A wisp of blood from the mouth overflowed. Gao Fei felt his left shoulder is almost all have been numb, a little bit of sentience is not there, so that Gao Fei secretly anxious up. Roar! The blind bear didn't give him any extra time to directly pounce on him, making Gao Fei not even have the time to take the desert eagle. The huge black shadow lunged straight at him, and Gao Fei shouted angrily, "Die for me!" The 3/8 cap has fallen aside with the attack he suffered. Too late to take the gun, Gao Fei gripped the Nepalese saber in his right hand tightly, forced to endure the pain in his internal organs, stormed up towards the blind bear's arm that slapped towards him. The sharp Nepalese saber coupled with Gao Fei's arm length was slashed before the black blind man's huge arm could touch Gao Fei. Roar! Half of the palm of his right arm was directly chopped off by Gao Fei. The black blind man who suffered pain instantly went crazy and slapped his left arm on Gao Fei's body, causing Gao Fei to directly fall to the ground. With endless anger, the black blind man toward Gao Fei pounced, opened his mouth toward Gao Fei, tear bite. Xiaowu anxious not bite the black blind man's feet to pull, but unfortunately only a mouth of milk teeth. It is powerless to shake the black blind man. 56th chapter of the Purchase of the Spirit Fox. Go die! Feeling that at his ribs he was being torn, Gao Fei clenched the Nepalese saber in his hand deathly tightly, and hacked towards the black blind man's head. A muffled sound, a huge rebound came. The black blind man's skull was not generally hard. A huge wound appeared on its forehead, blood gushed out, and Gao Fei was no better. His waist was covered in blood, looking incomparably miserable. The huge rebound force shocked Gao Fei's arm, but at this time he didn't dare to have the slightest bit of carelessness. Dead tight grip on the knife in his hand, constantly cutting towards the black blind man's neck, one knife after another. The tearing was still continuing. Gao Fei knew that he couldn't let the black blind man continue, otherwise he would really die for sure. Ah! A loud roar shouted out from his mouth. Gao Fei felt that something was suddenly broken through in his body, and the strength of his arm was a few points greater. At this time, he was already covered in blood and holding his breath. Once this breath was dispersed, Gao Fei would really be in danger. Give me death. Covered in quite a few wounds torn out by the black blind man, under the stimulation of pain, Gao Fei's eyes glowed red and became crazy. The Nepalese saber in his hand continuously hacked towards the black blind man's neck. One after another, a huge wound in the body of the black blind man appeared. The black blind man has infinite strength, thick skin coupled with dense hair. General weapons are difficult to penetrate, but the sharp Nepalese army knife is not in this category, especially this knife is very good at chopping. Ka! I don't know how many times I chopped. Finally, in the midst of a crunching sound of broken bones, the black blind man's movement stopped. The vertebrae in his neck was cut off alive by Goofy. If it is a change in the usual, direct a knife over, directly able to cut it off, but was pressed, on the ground, left arm is almost scrapped, cannot use the power of Gao Fei will be black blind man's spinal bone cut has been exceptionally difficult, if not the power in his body suddenly increased a few points simply cannot do it, if not able to cut the black blind man's neck, then waiting for him will be death. Ha ha ha. Cutting the black blind man to death, Gao Fei revealed a crazy laugh, not expecting that he would be able to kill the black blind man back after running into it. Oh. Little Tiger anxiously ran forward, circling around Gao Fei. Gao Fei squeezed out an ugly smile, lifting his arm full of blood to touch and feel Little Tiger. Don't scream, Daddy is fine. Effortlessly pressed on his body, no movement of the black blind man pushed away. Gao Fei found his body hurt very seriously. Almost everywhere in the upper half of the body are wounds. All are the black blind man's masterpiece. The most serious also belongs to the left shoulder. At this time came from a burst of tingling pain. Has no feeling in the black blind man that full force of the attack. Under the attack, the bones of the left arm is either dislocated or fractured. Touch Xiaohu, let Xiaohu quiet down. Gao Fei laboriously climbed to the side, picked up the 3/8 large cap, fell on the side of the sky, fired a shot, hoping that this can be someone's attention, to come to save themselves, to their own physical condition simply cannot walk back to the premises. Whether the sound of gunfire is useful, Gao Fei is not clear. The resident around the sound of gunfire is very normal, and they go out to hunt. Many people know, shooting also thought it was shooting prey is not necessarily. But the situation at hand, Gao Fei could only wait. Ding! Congratulations to the host for breaking through in the midst of danger. Strength and stamina increased by 2 points, rewarding 200 battle merit points. In the midst of the previous frantic chopping, Gao Fei was able to feel that something in his body had been broken, thus making his strength a few points greater. Otherwise it would have been difficult to kill the black blind man with his original strength. Your ass, what the hell is the point of giving me battle merit points at this time? Panting heavily and lying on the ground, Gao Fei felt that the blood within his body was constantly losing. Little Tiger anxiously circled around Gao Fei, constantly spinning and wailing, but unfortunately it didn't know what to do to make its mom recover. No. Soon Gao Fei found the problem, because his own physical quality broke through in an instant. The system rewarded himself with 200 battle merit points, then his battle merit points directly soared to over 2,000. Normally arriving at 2,000 might be a surprise, but right now for Gao Fei the battle merit points to 2,000 points was something that could save his life. Quickly clicking on the system, within the character column Gao Fei coughed and forced himself to endure the pain, casually clicking on an avatar. Does the host spend 2,000 battle merit points to purchase the Spirit Foxer? Purchase. Buy. Purchase immediately. With a large amount of blood loss, Gao Fei felt his head faint. If he couldn't receive treatment as soon as possible, he might bleed to death. If it were normal, Gao Fei would definitely observe before purchasing what role was suitable for him. But now, he just wanted someone to send himself to the quarters and get treated. Purchase of Spirit Foxer successful, deduct 2,000 battle merit points. In a daze, Gao Fei's eyes started to get lost and his seeing became blurry. People would go into shock when they lost a lot of blood. Before losing consciousness, Gao Fei only saw a bright figure come to his side to carry himself up. As for his precious Xiaohu, he was slapped unconscious and lifted away at once, the tip of his nose surrounded by a faint fragrance. Slowly Gao Fei completely lost consciousness. Cough. I do not know how long. Gao Fei woke up, slowly opened his eyes. Into the eyes are a white even bedding and their own clothes are white. It seems that they are saved. Not dead. Gao Fen was very happy. Colleagues made up their minds that they can't go out alone in the future. It's too dangerous. There is no one to give them a hand. Report, sir. Fox reports to you. Without waiting for Gao Fei to continue observing the surroundings, a crisp voice rang out and a bright figure stood in front of him. Gao Fei froze, subconsciously twisted his head to look. The first thing that came into his eyes was a pair of beautiful legs. That's right, it was beautiful legs. The most evocative thing was that this pair of beautiful legs was still wearing a pair of mesh stockings, and then further up was an orange short-sleeved shirt, as well as underwear barely wrapped around the shanlang. There was also a camouflage M4 silenced rifle, and 2 desert eagles strapped to his legs, and a sharp military knife. Continuing upwards was a face of breathtaking beauty, with short blonde shoulder-length hair, brown eyes, snow-white skin, and a small hat. This was the Spirit Foxer that he had purchased. Looking at the beauty in front of him, Gao Fei's head directly went on computer. Chapter 57 Concern. Foolishly looking at the beauty in front of him in a daze, Gao Fei suddenly asked, "Are you cold?" Words just exported. Gao Fei would like to smack himself in the face. Spirit Foxer is bought from within the system, clothes dress of course, and the same as within the game. Even the weapons are equipped with the same, so that the dress is very beautiful and beautiful, but with the current aesthetic light is a word. Fox Spirit. Do not say is now this conservative era, is in the latter part of the world is also considered to be very violent, revealing clothes. But who can think of the usual brain flexible mouth first class powerful Gao Fei actually stupidly jumped out of a sentence, are you cold? Report sir I'm not cold. Fox once again gave a military salute, his face did not change in the slightest, as if an ice-cold machine in general, like a statue. Puff. The nurse watching outside the door couldn't help but laugh when she heard this question and answer, causing Goofy a moment of embarrassment that he had asked a very stupid question. In embarrassment Goofy had to start checking his injuries, white cloth everywhere on his body looked like a large-sized dumpling in general, wrapped tightly very difficult. That comrade, may I ask how long will it take for me to be discharged from the hospital? No need to think this is the 8th Route Army's field, war hospital, and it looks like they are still in the good wards. Outside the door of the small nurse, pursed lips snickering, walked into the ward more Fox 2 eyes, no intention to Fox whether it is that eye-catching clothes or body appearance is very attractive, even as a female nurse cannot help but peep not to mention Gao Fei such a blood and vigor of the man. Entering the ward, the little nurse looked at the Fox's eyes a bit grudging, a woman for no reason to grow so beautiful why? She also wears such revealing clothes, and most importantly, Fox looks like a foreigner. Blonde hair. Brown eyes, snow-white skin, all of these are unique to white people. The ghost is also curious about the origin of the Fox carrying a gun, but dressed like this can fight? Fox's identity Gao Fei did not worry about the same as their own come to this world system will certainly make some arrangements, other dare not say that the identity is absolutely no problem, to be able to have the information can be queried. Otherwise, these days, especially in the army is most afraid of the emergence of some unknown people, if there is no information background, Gao Fei has long been detained for interrogation, where it is still the turn of the independent regiment in the past free and easy. Chief, you have a lot of bite wounds on your body, but the injury is not serious, only the bone on your shoulder is fractured and needs to recuperate for a period of time. Well, the time of recuperation depends on the person's recovery. Just call me Gao Fei, I'm not a chief. Listening to the word chief, Gao Fei felt strange, he was just a small battalion commander, he couldn't be any chief. Then I will call you Comrade Gao Fei. Little nurse is the city girl school students after the outbreak of the war to join the 8th Route Army to become a nurse, responsible for taking care of the wounded, to do the latter days, they are so 16 or 17 years old flower season young. Girls are still in school for high school, but now they are able to be on their own. With the officer's body recovery ability less than 10 days will be able to recover. Coldly, Fox opened her mouth, making Gao Fei feel a little strange, looking icy cold, and its own appearance does not rely on it at all. It turns out that she will still take the initiative to open her mouth. It's good to be able to recover earlier. Nodding his head, Goofy was also relieved to hear Fox say this. By the way, do you have any other clothes? Running around in clothes like this was really a bit weird. It was simply odd in this day and age. Stockings, blouses, or the very revealing kind. Fox shook her head and didn't say anything, so Goofy had to hunt and find her a change of clothes. This was too conspicuous. Goofy. Gao Fei. You little bunny boy, I told you, you scared me to death. This time we'll see how you can compensate me for that, nerve loss. Suddenly came a burst of curses in the distance. Apparently Gao Fei woke up before the little nurse has let people go to notify. The good thing is that the field hospital is not far from the independent corps, 10 minutes to be able to arrive. Listening to Li Yunlong's curses, the little nurse felt a little unbearable to Gao Fei after some instructions, then left. As soon as the little nurse left, a few people broke into the disease prevention and treatment. A horse in the forefront is Li Yunlong, behind him divided Zhao Gang and Kong Jia, and the monk, the old far from the person who began to spray profanity unintentionally is Li Yunlong. Battalion commander, you wake up. Monk crowded forward, hand carrying a lunchbox. This is he ran more than 10 miles to buy the old hen stewed chicken soup, intends to give Gao Fei supplement. Gao Fei out of the matter. The monk is very self-blame, know that they should follow it. Self-blame is a little bit. The monk was Zhao Gang and Li Yunlong scolded the body of the body, and now that Gao Fei is the independent regiment of the baby bumps, out of the problem that is still to be done. Humph. Suddenly Fox grunted, stood in front of Gao Fei, stopping Monk, let Monk a burst of embarrassment. Gao Fei greatly strange, is it Monk and Fox barred? Looked like it was so. The Fox purchased within the system was absolutely loyal to himself, and would defend himself against anyone other than himself. Fox, these are all people from our troop, you go rest first. Afraid that it would be hard to talk about it if it became a stalemate, Gao Fei hurriedly opened his mouth. Nodding his head, Fox made way and stood to the side without the slightest intention of wanting to go down and rest. Get out of the way, I'll come where there is a place for you, kid. Disgruntledly waving his hand to snatch the lunchbox from the monk's hand, Li Yunlong opened the lunchbox with a big smile, closed his eyes and smelled intoxicatedly. Well, this tastes positive. Drink it quickly, old me doesn't even get this treatment. Battalion commander. Although he was pushed away by Li Yunlong, the monk still squeezed up and looked at Gao Fei with concern. It's good that you're fine, recuperate for a while, and next time you definitely won't be able to go out alone. Zhao Gang made a stern face and admonished a few sentences, but the worry in his eyes could not be erased. Kong Jie did not say anything, silently lit a cigarette and handed it to Gao Fei. Even though you can't just smoke and drink while recuperating, but people who are in love with this mouthful don't smoke 2 mouthfuls of it and their hearts itch like a cat. Everyone's concern makes Gao Fei very touched, smiled, and nodded and took the cigarette handed by Kong Jie and inhaled 2 puffs to extinguish it. It is not appropriate to smoke and drink during the period of recuperation. Thank you everyone, I will get well soon. Chapter 58 Simple Mind, Develop Limbs. Please subscribe. Look at what you kid said, how outgoing. We are all our own people or brothers. If we don't care about you, who cares about you? Laughingly, Li Yunlong raised his hand to pat Gao Fei's shoulder, purely subconscious action, but his hand just raised his hand froze for a moment, sardonically put it down. Gao Fei's body is still with injuries, the side of Zhao Gang and the monk have raised their hands to try to block him. Good thing Li Yunlong reflected in time. Gao Fei smiled, but did not say anything. Many times there are words that do not need to be said. A look, a smile everyone will be able to appreciate. You drink slowly, slowly. Li Yunlong was like taking care of his own son in general, carefully lifting the chicken soup and feeding Gao Fei to slowly drink it down, not to mention the empty space inside his stomach. After drinking a little bit of chicken soup it was a lot more comfortable. After drinking a few mouthfuls of chicken soup, Gao Fei stopped. That monk, you go and find a change of clothes for Fox. After taking a look at Fox's hot clothes and body, the monk was a bit embarrassed and shouted, yes. 4 limbs and a simple mind. But he didn't want Fox to suddenly shake out an adjective, causing everyone to be stunned. PFF cough. The first one who couldn't help it was Gao Fei, who laughed, but it involved a wound, making him directly suck in a mouthful of cool air and cough. Ha, let you kid gloat, now it's good. Li Yunlong laughed out loud and helped Gao Fei smooth out his breath, and said to the monk who was already confused, why don't you still go and help the others find clothes? Look at your outburst. Fox's words made the monk's face become as red as a monkey's, but, escaping the ward and rushing to help Fox find clothes. Good thing that these days the uniforms are not divided into men and women can wear, do not have to labor to find the clothes worn by women. You kid can't be like this in the future, you don't know you almost scared me to death. This, Western, would have liked to say Western chick, but Li Yunlong felt that this is not polite in time to change his mouth. This comrade sent you to the resident when you that all scared the hell out of me, have lost a lot of blood and fainted to death. Fortunately my old Li action fast, hastily carried you towards the field hospital run. The expression on Li Yunlong's face became that fast, making Kong Jie grunted without good humor, almost being lifted up by someone else's female comrade like a little chicken, still have the nerve to blow who? What the hell? You're not convinced, right? Let's go out and show our hands. What do men care most about? Apart from money, status, women, that's face. That day, Gao Fei fainted. Fox carried him towards the independent regiment's residence. When the first encountered the monk saw Fox carrying Gao Fei hand carrying small tiger, immediately thought she wanted to hurt Gao Fei, then anxious, but was Fox a few times to get to the ground, so that a lot of people are shocked to drop a floor of the jaw. Monk in the independent regiment's hands say second, no one dares to say first. But in Fox's hands he was flung over in 3 or 2 strokes. Luckily, Monk's yelling and the shouts of the fighters allowed Li Yunlong and the others to arrive before they figured out what had happened and rushed Gao Fei into the hospital. Fox don't look at a body to explode the woman, but that strength is not bragging, each attribute is more than 20 points, 5 times the normal person. Monk is just practicing martial arts body good, but Fox is not bad, mercenaries are good at killing and fighting, that's why there will be 3 or 2 will be thrown over the monk scene, let the monk feel humiliated, see Fox will be uncomfortable. Colleague Fox's profile also made Monk dumbfounded. Would it be easy to graduate out of the US military academy? It's just that Goofy doesn't know Fox's identity yet. As for why the Fox will come to Gao Fei's side does not go, like a bodyguard general guard him, Li Yunlong and others do not know, but for the Fox this soldier from the United States or give the respect, now the United States but with China on the united front, although not yet sent troops, but the supplies of weapons and ammunition has not been less, just support the object is the national army. At this time the United States has not begun to join the Second World War, but wait until next year. Japan because of the sea fight blew up Pearl Harbor before starting to send troops. The latter day, there are many people say that this is the United States intentionally let Japan blow up, so that there is the name of the troops. Otherwise the United States in the absence of preparation is how to do the bombing of Pearl Harbor after the public outrage, have asked for the troops, and in less than a month's time and the first brand new aircraft carriers. The first brand new aircraft carrier was built in just less than a month? Without prior preparation, even if a military power like the United States wanted to build a new aircraft carrier in such a short period of time it would be very difficult to do so, and there are many issues that deserve to be looked into deeply. Alright, that's enough you two. Seeing that this positive head and deputy head of the regiment were blowing their beards and eyes and were about to go outside to show their 2 hands, Zhao Gang stood out and stopped it loudly. This is a hospital, what are you guys doing? Do you want others to laugh at our independent regiment? As the time they spent together became longer, the relationship between Li Yunlong and Zhao Gang gradually got better, otherwise it would be difficult to let them live in peace. But you, Gao Fei, you're also good enough to actually get the black blind man killed all by yourself. Stopping Li Yunlong and Kong Jie's nonsense behavior, Zhao Gang sat down next to Gao Fei and laughed. Very impressive. That black blind man I've seen, it's really a big guy. I don't even understand how you got him killed. Recalling the moment he was attacked by the black blind man, Gao Fei couldn't help but shiver. It was too dangerous. At that time, I was thinking that if you want to get me killed, I'll get you killed first, so I spared every effort to counterattack. If it wasn't for the fact that I ran into the fox, I guess it was a send-off. Gao Fei invisibly lifted the fox, so that the fox in the future and then the independent corps can get along with everyone as soon as possible. Yamamoto Chisha is Japanese, is the enemy's sister can't stay, but Fox can, with Fox's character destined not too good to get along with. Gao Fei did this as also a shot in the arm in advance, lest any unpleasant things happen in the future. Awesome, worthy of my independent regiment. That's right, the black blind man got killed. Li Yunlong laughed and praised Gao Fei. Even Kong Jie took up a foot. Fox quietly stood aside and watched a few people chatting and joking. Of course her gun was also handled, outsiders could not see it, and would only think that it was a rifle that was very common in the United States. Courage is commendable, but next time you can't do that, it's too dangerous. If you have a short or long life, what about us? What about the elite battalion? Where will old Li find a battalion commander like you? Chapter 59. Want to sleep together? Requesting subscription. Our political commissar said this. I love to hear. You kid, later be careful, don't go around blindly alone. How dangerous it is. That's a bear blind, not what rabbit sparrow. Thinking of yesterday's Gao Fei, that a bloody appearance, Li Yunlong felt anxious. If there is really a long and short, the elite battalion, how to do? Li Yunlong and Gao Fei is the king of the 8 Simeng beans to see the right eye. The relationship between the two sides is getting deeper and deeper, although the mouth cursing, old not old, small not small, Noah polite, but also this kind of get along, so that the two people come together as a heat. If Gao Fei talk in the beginning of the same as a few sentences of Zhao Gang, not away from the axiom, which we'll still have today. The chief's clothes are here. The field hospital is not very far from the independent regiment's station. Less than a moment, Monk looked for a new set of military clothes and brought it over. As for the underwear, Monk can only bulge his eyes to see. There is no woman's underwear in the barracks. The clothes have come. We will also leave first, not to disturb Goofy rest. Monk found the clothes. After looking at the time and feeling almost the same, Li Yunlong comforted Gao Fei and said, "You kid, feel at ease to recuperate from your injuries. The rest have nothing to worry about. When the injury is healed, we will fight the devils together." Fight the devils together, drive the little devils out of China. Gao Fei smiled and nodded. Li Yunlong hemmed and hawed and instructed, "Finish your chicken soup and mussels, I'll have the monk send you a little more tomorrow morning, no wasting. And your Japanese girl and Xiaohu, I'll keep an eye on them for you, don't worry." After saying that, he also didn't forget to wink at Gao Fei, revealing a you-know-what look that made Gao Fei breathlessly roll his eyes. Really think he would send a nephew to that guy Yamamoto Kazuki? Rest well. Battalion commander, let's go. You recuperate in peace. Gao Fei, I'm still waiting for you to take me to sneak around the brat stronghold. Get well soon. In a burst of jokes, Li Yunlong and the others left the hospital. The little nurse from before helped Gao Fei check his wounds before going to rest. Only Gao Fei and Fox were left in the ward. Closing the door behind him, Fox looked at his blood-stained shirt and couldn't help but frown a little, and thought about taking it off directly. Air. Gao Fei leaned against the wall, two eyes good in bullseye, almost did not stare out. Fox actually directly in front of his face to change clothes. Looking at the blood-stained shirt and stockings were taken off, Gao Fei, some embarrassment, fondly twisted his head to the side to go. Cannot look, look at the long needle eye. Gao Fei embarrassed, but Fox did not feel anything, quickly changed clothes, others wearing a very bloated uniform. She wore a different flavor. It is true, to borrow a phrase from the latter days, is to wear what still depends on the face value. A beautiful woman wearing a cloth, but still a goddess. Ugly looking, even if you wear a dress as ugly, at most in the cover of makeup to change the appearance of a little bit. This woman is very direct, that is, did not remove the makeup, can still look, remove the makeup, ghosts dare not look. Ahem. Fox, I remember your name is Spirit Foxer, how come you call yourself a fox instead of Spirit Fox? In order to make the atmosphere not very awkward, Goofy casually found a topic to chat with Fox. Changing into his uniform, Fox straightened his clothes, put his gun back on his back and looked at Goofy. Spirit Fox is just the general term. I'm a fox, and my compatriot's sister is a spirit. Sister? Previously did not pay attention. Gao Fei just secretly checked the purchase of the role, found that the Spirit Fox person does have two options, and when playing CF game is they're the same, just now become a sister, but the gap is not generally big, at least the hair color is different. Fox pulled over the stool, quietly sat in the door position. Sir, need to get well as soon as possible, learn combat arts, your body is too fragile, need to use strengthening potion, let the body quickly strong. Being told by a woman that his body was not working, Gao Fei was depressed, but comparing to Fox's attributes that exceeded more than 20, his own body was indeed not working. Gao Fei was speechless, but it seemed that the system never taught himself to learn combat arts, and there was also the use of sniper rifles, how to avoid bullets from being affected by the wind speed and temperature. In this regard, Gao Fei was a blank. But to buy a potion will be 200 points of war credit. Now he is penniless, not even a hair left, a little bit of war credit left to buy bullets. Want to buy a potion to enhance their own strength will have to slowly work hard to be able to do. Seems to see Gao Fei's depression. Fox fatally opened his mouth. Combat arts is by me to teach the officer to learn, and some use of sniper rifles of the essentials do not need to learn. Ah. There's no need to learn, then wouldn't it be that when you encounter bad weather in the future, you'll just wait for the bullets to dance wildly and not be able to touch the target? Fox's reply made Gao Fei a bit dumbfounded. When the host's mental strength, physical strength, and power reaches a certain level, these external factors are no longer able to affect shooting, and can even strengthen the range. Feelings are not taught, but rather while feeling unnecessary, so one's own unappreciated spiritual power has such an awesome effect? Found a solution, but Gao Fei is not happy because he is very poor. A potion cannot afford to buy, not to mention but also physical strength potion, spirit potion, 3 kinds of buy. This made Gao Fei hate to wish that his injuries were healed immediately now, and carry his gun to go out and kill the devils and earn battle merit points. The distribution of attributes requires the host to observe and decide on their own before doing so. You can't have too much of one attribute or have all 3 attributes well balanced. Strength determines the outburst. Physical strength determines endurance and speed. Spirit brings nebulous benefits. Everyone is good at different things and takes different paths. Fox was like a teacher, explaining the things that Gao Fei didn't understand one by one. Listening to Gao Fei had the urge to hit the wall, the feeling that he was still a pure white man who didn't understand anything. This 2,000 points of battle merit did not spend in vain. If it is not Fox, I guess there are things a long time later one may not be able to figure out. Sure enough, having someone to teach you is not the same as trying to figure it out on your own. Suddenly Gao Fei looked at Fox. The night is cool, do you want to sleep together? Chapter 60. Discharged from the hospital and returned to the resident request subscription. Fox laughed, the corner of the mouth slightly raised, smile and flirtatious, charming moving. Westerner's smile was originally more sexual, sensual, flirtatious, charming. Fox, such a beautiful woman, smiled, even more pulling people's hearts. This is still the first time since Gao Fei woke up to see the Fox smile so moving, but the Fox's smile makes Gao Fei a little hairy. Heaven and earth conscience. He just think the Fox like this has been sitting in the doorway in the middle of the night will be very cold, so he will open his mouth to say let the Fox come up to sleep together. Cough cough. Absolutely no hugging. What I absolutely only sleep on my side will not cross the line. I just hug you, absolutely not touch, I swear. I just touch, absolutely not mess with the mind. And even if there is that kind of mind, but also to have the ability to be able to do. Now Gao Fei full of injuries, move a little bit of pain, but also full of thinking about engaging in the woman, the brain by the doorboard clamped more or less. Fox didn't say anything, just like this, quietly looking at Gao Fei. The smile on his face didn't weaken. I'll sleep first. Pulled over the quilt to cover his head, Gao Fei shrunk into the quilt. The heart constantly blamed themselves. Really damn shameful. Beauty is not seen. Why, like a first brother in the eyes of the woman withered. His own words contain too much meaning, too much, plus Fox that with a smile staring at him. A few minutes eyes are not blinking, a bit of let Gao Fei defeat. Just like this, and Fox staring at, the eyes are difficult to not. Tears are almost did not flow out. The average person staring at the eyes of the big 30 seconds without blinking are difficult to die. Not to mention Gao Fei unprecedented insisted on 2 minutes. But look at the Fox that does not have the slightest discomfort. Look, Gao Fei directly raised their hands. Surrendering, he drilled into the quilt and rubbed his eyes vigorously. Who? Inside the quilt, Gao Fei heard a soft sound, and the surroundings went dark. Although it is a field and war hospital, but there is still no electric light. If it is the National Army's hospital, it is possible, but the facilities of the 8th Route Army's field and war hospitals were originally not perfect. Electric light is a luxury. The surrounding quiet down. Gao Fei, intact right hand scratching his head, closed his eyes. Mind began to calculate when he was discharged from the hospital, when to start the action, earn war points, but do not want. A quilt was suddenly uncovered. A person drilled into the quilt, with a faint fragrance, needless to say is definitely Fox. Inexplicably Gao Fei's body tensed up, actually nervous. In later life, Gao Fei barely counted as a rich second generation. Not bad appearance and the advantages of the family is not a lack of women, but also do not see nervous. Fox this only drilled into the quilt. Gao Fei cannot help but tense up. The biggest reason is still the previous women, and Fox so simply flawless cannot be compared. Not to say Fox is a foreigner, referred to as the big horse, and still very unreal game characters. Total conditions combined led to the high fly tension. The hot air from Fox's breath coming from the back of his neck made Goofy's body feel like caterpillars crawling all over, making Goofy gradually become a little bit distracted. Rambling is not easy for sleep. Sir needs to rest for his body to be able to recover in the fastest time. With Fox's ability, he was naturally able to sense that Gao Fei was tense. His body tightened and his breathing became heavy, faintly opening his mouth to remind him. Fox's words were like a stick, knocking Gao Fei awake with a blow to the head. Gao Fei was immediately embarrassed. Isn't it just a game character? Isn't it just a big ocean horse? Why so nervous? It's not like you've never ate a woman before. The knocked awake Gao Fei took a deep breath, let himself calm down. Bread will be there, cows, milk will still be there, of course, the big horse will still be there. Sleep, sleep. Gao Fei, who calmed down, soon drifted off to sleep. The patient's sound recuperation period sleep time will be much longer than usual. It is easy to fall asleep. When Gao Fei woke up with a start, it was already 11 o'clock in the morning of the next day. Fox was still standing at the door, and there was a new lunchbox on the side table, thinking that he should have brought chicken soup while he was asleep. In this era, injured to drink chicken soup is a very luxurious thing. I did not expect because I was injured. Monk so guilty, smile and shake his head. Gao Fei and the fox's assistant sat up and picked up a spoon and began to drink chicken soup. Today Gao Fei feel comfortable with his body a lot, really, and the fox said the same, their own body recovery speed than the average person a lot faster. He only had a little more attribute points than the average person, and his recovery ability was able to leave behind the average person by a few blocks. What about Fox? Under curiosity, Gao Fei nibbled on the chicken and asked in a vague manner, Fox, how long will it take for you to get better from an injury like mine? 3 days. Fox, a simple answer. Let Gao Fei immediately sit down to eat. Really strong is really strong. Half a month compared to 3 days, this gap, simply thrown out of the Pacific Ocean. Even if it is not as perverted as White Fox, Gao Fei's recovery speed is still very fast. On the 3rd day he was already able to walk on the ground, and on the 4th day he was discharged from the hospital and returned to the independent regiment's location, Yang Village. Good day, battalion commander. Gao Fei was discharged from the hospital by his own decision without informing Li Yunlong and the others. He was already able to move freely. He came to the independent regiment together with Fox, and just happened to run into the monk who was leading the elite battalion in a ruthless drill. Seeing that Gao Fei had already been discharged from the hospital, everyone froze and then shouted with great joy. The monk was happy and at the same time a little worried. Why doesn't the battalion commander recuperate for a while? It takes 100 days to heal. I was about to go get chicken soup for you. Your chicken soup. Connected to drinking chicken soup that had no flavor whatsoever for a few days, Gao Fei felt his stomach roll when he heard the word chicken soup. Lousy isn't a pussy, so fragile. Everyone train hard, you can't be lazy. When Lousy gets better, I'll take you guys out to find trouble with the brats. Oh. Gao Fei's words caused all the soldiers of the elite battalion to yell out happily. What are you yelling about? No rules at all. The monk shouted in displeasure and walked ahead with a smile. Battalion commander, I'll take you there. It looked as if he knew the rules. The monk's fox-like shouting provoked the contempt of all the warriors. Laughing and shaking his head, signaling the warriors to continue training, Gao Fei headed towards his residence. What's going on? Monk. Walking into his residence with Fox, opening the door, Goofy directly froze. Chapter 61, Supplies for Change, Request for Subscription. The original extremely monotonous house now changed a look, countless paper cranes hanging in the doorway not to mention. The room is also hung with a lot of paper cranes and stars. The strongest Gao Fei egg pain is that these paper cranes and stars of the production of all the materials from the scene of the robbery from the good paper. That thing is Li Yunlong cannot use. Now good all become a pile of useless things. The room is very clean, can be used one and to not die to describe. If not, the house is too old words. Absolutely is will be more perfect. Originally some black quilt washed very clean. Clothes are also, no hanger with some dead tree branches to hang, but hanging clothesline, how so familiar? Look carefully, this is not the rope that I used to climb the mountain? It was hard to find the right one, but now it's become a tool for drying clothes. His old shoes have disappeared, replaced by 2 pairs of brand new cloth shoes on the ground, looks like the same size as his own. Hearing Gao Fei's shout, the monk ran back. See, Gao Fei's face is not right urgently. Battalion commander, this can and I have nothing to do with. It is that Japanese get. You go find her, and since you are injured, we don't know where to place her. You're back. At this time outside the door came Yamamoto Chisha's weak voice, changed into a rough cloth clothes, carrying a basin. Yamamoto Chisha, if not the language and know her old background, would really think that this is a home Chinese woman. You. Gao Fei pointed at those paper cranes and stars and had an urge to punch someone. Looking at Gao Fei being angry, Fox pursed her lips and turned back to survey Yamamoto Chisha. Yamamoto Chisha was also sizing up Fox, but quickly lowered her head. She knew that Gao Fei was angry. Taking a deep breath, Goofy suppressed his anger and asked, "Is that what you have?" "Ah, hi, it's paper." Yamamoto Chisha froze and hurriedly answered. That confused look gave Goofy a deep sense of powerlessness. Was it right or wrong to get this woman back? Of course I know it's paper, but don't you know how precious paper is? Shaking his head, Gao Fei impatiently turned away. Fox, get this mess down, in addition teach her to speak Chinese. Glaring at Yamamoto Chisha, Goofy headed towards the regiment headquarters. Yamamoto Chisha's small head was lowered so low that it was about to rest against her bosom, angry at herself for getting these small objects. This made Yamamoto Chisha a little aggravated, but she could only bear it silently. She was a captive, or the sister of an enemy general. It was good that she wasn't mistreated when she was captured in wartime. You can call me Fox. Right now supplies are difficult. Things are all being divided up by your Japan. Even paper and pens are a rare resource. Explained why Gao Fei will be angry. Fox tiptoe will be those paper cranes and stars with the pick. Once Xiaosaner asked Goofy, his answer is good. A lot of ocean horses the need for you to stand on tiptoe to kiss the mouth, such as the fox. That does not wear heels on the height of 1.73 m so that countless men look up to Sai. If you put on the heel shoes, even Gao Fei will have to look up to. Borrowed the words of the Xiaosaner is nothing. I'm not sure why I'm so high up. The earth wall room is very short. Fox Tiptoe will easily take down all the things. Looked at the silent Yamamoto Chisha a glance, did not say anything. Put things aside. Pissed off old man. Walking towards the regiment headquarters, Gao Fei was depressed. The paper that came from the hard work of looting was gone. It was the finest white paper, expensive as hell. Now it's all gone. But he couldn't beat up Yamamoto Chisha for a while, even though it was a prisoner and an enemy. Gao Fei didn't have the habit of beating up women. Gao Fei's discharge from the hospital. There have been warriors who came to inform Li Yunlong and Zhao Gang and Kong Jia. At this time the three are waiting for Gao Fei to come over at the command headquarters. What's going on? You kid is cursing just as you enter the door. Which ungrateful one messed with you again? Carrying his left hand which is not yet healed, Gao Fei sat on the chair and said in a bad mood, it's not that Yamamoto Chisha, hospitalized for a few days, will be all the paper I snatched from the county to get folded. What a mess of things. Pulling out a pack of cigarettes and throwing it on the table, lighting one, Gao Fei felt something wrong, raising his head to see Zhao Gang's three people staring at themselves. No, to be precise, staring at the cigarettes he placed on the table. Say, how many other goodies did you keep in your private stash? Feelings are leaving the high-grade ones behind for your own enjoyment and giving us the bad ones. The cigarettes that Gao Fei took out were high-grade goods, and his veteran smokers, Li Yunlong and the three of them could tell at a glance. Gao Fei, your behavior like this is not right. As a political commissar I must criticize you. Please forgive me for not being able to help you. Kong Jia shook his head and sighed, the look of grief on his face. Those who didn't know would have thought that his mother-in-law had run off with someone else. Stop. Under the trio's gaze, Gao Fei got goosebumps, pulled out 3 packs of cigarettes from within his clothes and threw them on the table, which blocked the trio's sad eyes. Really can't stand it. Got goosebumps, definitely can shake a few pounds down. Hey, this is the right thing to do. Well, good smoke will be put back into their pockets. Li Yunlong's other hand but towards the table to touch, obviously intends to continue to take advantage of it cheap enough. Not only Li Yunlong but also Zhao Gang and Kong Jia. 3 pits. Cursing secretly, Gao Fei himself laughed first. Lighting a cigarette and inhaling it fiercely twice, Li Yunlong threw a letter on the table. This is from the friendly army side, now that you captured Yamamoto Kazuki's sister, but everyone knows about it. Friendly forces? Opening the envelope, Goofy picked up the letter and read it. The beginning of the letter was a bunch of nonsense. Gao Fei directly skimmed it and looked towards the bottom. Honorable Sir Gao Fei, I hope you can treat my sister well. I will definitely exchange my sister back with conditions satisfactory to your excellency. No false words at all. This dog Yamamoto Kazuki is actually thinking of exchanging supplies to get his sister back. He really seems to be a sweetheart. Pinching his chin's long beard, Goofy pondered how much he should rob from Yamamoto Kazuki to get enough. I feel like it's a trap. You all know the market in Japan now. The status of women is very cheap. I think it's unlikely. Zhao Gang, who was more cautious in nature, immediately thought in the direction of a trap. Chapter 62 Writing a letter to my great-uncle, request for subscription. Yeah, I don't think it's right either, especially since the letter still came from the National Army side. Sighing, Li Yunlong sang the opposite of Zhao Gang this time. The 8th Route Army and the National Army were friends, but everyone couldn't forget the circumstances under which Chiang Kai-shek was forced to agree to issue a joint anti-Japanese order. You can't be on the defensive when doing harm. This kind of thing is well known to everyone, just did not bring it up. Gao Fei frowned and thought about it, nodded and said, also, and the letter was not sent directly, it was relayed through the hands of others. It is better to be careful. It wasn't that Gao Fei wasn't willing to trust his friendly forces, but the brats would do anything to eliminate the living forces of the 8th Route Army and the National Army. It was simply unscrupulous. The 8th Route Army is not the National Army strutting to build military fortresses. The brats casually checked to know the location. The 8th Route Army is not the same, well hidden, which is also brought about by the lack of strength. If the 8th Route Army and the National Army has the same strong weaponry and the number of troops, why need to hide? Directly set down the front to fight hundreds of rounds with the brats. Tisk, really generous. What weapons despite mention, rarely see such a generous Japanese officer. Picked up the letter and read it. Li Yunlong couldn't help but laugh out loud. Don't see that he didn't go to school and couldn't write, but generally simple words can still be read, just sometimes like to hide their clumsiness. Obviously can read but like to find someone to help read. I pondered, are the brats waiting for us to go to the exchange to set up an encirclement around? Shaking his pipe, Kong Jia was 100% unconvinced that Yamamoto Kazuki would exchange supplies for his sister. This is highly probable. Zhao Gang relit a cigarette. Almost all of the generals of the 8th Route Army were a group of ash-grade smokers. Their addiction to cigarettes was not ordinary. Gao Fei quietly listened to Li Yunlong, Kong Jia, and Zhao Gang's discussion for a long time before he opened his mouth. What do you care? Even if it's true, you can't do this. Before the outbreak of the 100 Regiments War, absolutely no accidents could occur. Gao Fei did not want to take the risk of taking Yamamoto Chisha in exchange. Political commissar, please, I need to write a letter back to my great-uncle. It was inconvenient to hang an arm, so Goofy had to ask Zhao Gang to do it for him. Great-uncle? Zhao Gang froze, and after a few seconds he dumbly laughed. You kid, I wonder if Yamamoto Kazuki will be so angry that he'll spit out blood. Just as well, I'll help you put pen to paper and see what kind of letter you'll write to your great-uncle. Ha ha ha. Li Yunlong and Kong Jia laughed out loud. Even Gao Fei himself was laughing continuously with thieves. Just right. Well, honorable great uncle, although I also want to return my sister back to you, I accidentally did a little bit of impulsive things. We are all young people, are all international students, bloodthirsty, easy to rub fire, but also please have more forgiveness for it. I also very much want to send your sister back, but I can't afford to do so. I'm very poor, so poor that I don't have the money to beg my mother-in-law, so I can only let your sister condescend a little bit and follow me. Don't worry, I won't treat her poorly. Moreover, we still have a lot of common language. For the sake of your sister, and also for the sake of that little nephew that could possibly already exist, I don't think that you would be so heartless to separate me from your sister, great uncle, would you? As Gao Fei slowly spoke, Li Yunlong and Kong Jia had already laughed so hard that they slumped down on their chairs and couldn't move. It was Zhao Gang, who had put up a pen to take his place, who also wrote with a strange face, forcing himself not to burst out in laughter, and suffocating himself with a lot of hard work. All stop, I'm serious, I can't help but say that this free great uncle of mine will still give me some favors. Blankly glancing at Li Yunlong and Kong Jia, Gao Fei continued in a serious manner, brother-in-law, I'm poor these days, I don't know if you can see on the face that I slept with your sister, and send me some favors too. Ha ha ha. Saying that, Gao Fei himself couldn't help but laugh out loud, not to mention Zhao Gang's three people. Zhao Gang also changed his breath many times before he finished writing the letter. The method of delivering the letter was very simple. No matter if it was the National Army or the 8th Route Army, they all had their own insiders within the county. There were also specialized channels. There was no need for Gao Fei to worry excessively. The letter was quickly sent out, all the way smoothly to the hands of Yamamoto Ikimoku. Seeing Gao Fei's name written on the envelope, Yamamoto Ikimoku hurriedly opened the letter, thinking that Gao Fei had agreed to his request to exchange his baby sister with weapons and supplies. Baka! Bang! Only after reading a few sentences, Yamamoto Kazuki's face curled up in anger, slamming the table so hard that the teacups, phones, paper and pencils on the table were shaken and bounced. The tea scattered all over the place and slowly flowed down from the table, and the soldiers outside the door hurriedly ran in. Get out! Yamamoto Kazuki roared, picking up the teacup and slamming it hard on the floor. Even a piece of ceramic jumped up and cut his hand open with a small slit, blood slowly overflowing, staining his gloves red without even noticing. Hey! The two guards who heard the noise and ran into the room were scared and hurriedly pushed out, pulling the door shut while wondering why the officer was in such a temper. It should be known that Yamamoto Kazuki is a rising star within the war zone, and the hope of the future of the empire. He is calm and steady, and has never been so angry. Of course, the exception was a few days before when his sister was taken captive. Yamamoto Chisha is Yamamoto Kazuki's beloved, and after she was taken captive, Yamamoto Kazuki almost didn't turn the whole county upside down. It was hard to calm down after a few days, and now it's starting again. Deep breath, will be angry suppressed. Yamamoto Ikimoku continued to look at Gao Fei, asked Zhao Gang to write on behalf of the letter. When the letter will be read originally, Yamamoto Ikimoku face suddenly red, almost did not hold back a mouthful of fresh blood sprayed out, two eyes black, directly collapsed in a chair, unconscious personnel. Although he was not so angry that he vomited blood, but the effect is also good. If Gao Fei knew that he wrote to the heart can have such a great power, absolutely will write a letter to Yamamoto Kazuki every day, absolutely uninterrupted. By the way, adding some words that can make people angry, it's healthier to be angry. Fox, what are you doing? At this time, Gao Fei does not know that Yamamoto Kazuki, because of his letter, directly fainted because of anger. Sitting on the bed looking at the table of the two Desert Eagles, feel strange. I'm a wounded man, cannot move the gun. Chapter 63. Starting from the basics, please subscribe. I need to make up for everything the officer has blanked out in the shortest amount of time. Now start with the basics. Fox picked up the gun on the table. Between the white, tender, and slender fingers moved, the Desert Eagle in his hand was unloaded into a pile of parts, scattered on the table. Gao Fei stared in astonishment. His mouth directly became an O shape. It could be completely stuffed into an egg. What kind of hand speed is this? Professional fielding for 30 years? The gun will be unloaded. Gao Fei is not unseen in his previous life, often seen on TV, but those people's speed is not fast, and the Desert Eagle in the hands of the Fox and toys is flexible. The blink of an eye work has become a pile of parts. Next, under the eyes of Gao Fei's dumbfounded eyes, Fox quickly assembled the gun again. That speed is a masterpiece. After shaking for a long time, Gao Fei came back to his senses. But I only have one hand that can move, how can I do it? The left hand is still hanging with gauze. It needs to be fully recovered before being able to use strength, otherwise it is easy for the old disease to recur. How can I get it with my right hand all the time? Fox did not speak. One-handed pick up the gun, only to hear a light sound. The Desert Eagle quickly turned into a pile of parts, one-handed unloading the gun. Gao Fei is also considered to be a long time, but you can do does not mean that I can also a hand to unload the gun is just. The next Fox to Gao Fei show almost let him tearful scene, one-handed assembly of the gun. Quickly assembling the Desert Eagle, which had originally been reduced to a pile of parts. Start. Pushing the other gun in front of Goofy, Fox signaled him to try it out. Outside the room was ready to rest. Yamamoto Chisha was curious about what Goofy and Fox were doing, but she didn't dare to come in and look for fear of making Goofy angry, leaving the people she was familiar with to come to an unfamiliar place and become a prisoner of war. Yamamoto Chisha was very confused and helpless, just like a little chicken abandoned by its mother. Her treatment in the independent regiment was very bad. Even though Gao Fei didn't mistreat him, the soldiers couldn't help but curse her a few times when they saw her, and over time, Yamamoto Chisha slowly was able to understand some of the language of cursing, which made her feel sad, but she could only bear everything silently. Gao Fei hesitated or gritted his teeth and picked up the gun, ready to use one hand to unload the gun and then try his best to assemble, but the gun in the hands of the fox soon became a pile of parts, but in the hands of Gao Fei is the same as a lump of wood. No matter how he tossed and how to get it is no reaction. I still don't believe that I can't do anything about it. Time slowly passed, but the gun is still the original model. Nothing unloaded. Gao Fei cannot help but secretly anxious, but the more anxious the heart is more prone to error. Touch because of nervousness palms out of a lot of sweat, so that Gao Fei's hand is very slippery. The gun fell directly on the table. Do not come. I'm not coming. Tossing can be half a day, but in addition to the magazine, what parts cannot get down? High fly, exasperated, turn around, depressed, smoke, which is what training is clearly in the tossing people. The magazine that is also called unloading. Press the button and fall off. 3-year-old children will. Gao Fei began to play bad, killed not to continue this training, tossing half a day. What progress has not been made instead of getting a belly full of gas, especially in their own attempt to fox beauty eyes turn has been staring at themselves, so that Gao Fei feel Alexander, Hall 7-foot man, actually even women cannot be compared to the real grandmother of the shame. Gao Fei depressed, turn around to smoke, put on that vice, want me to continue to unload the gun, one-handed door, no rogue expression, let fox slightly smile, pick up the table. Was Gao Fei tossed half a day, but in addition to a cartridge, what parts did not get down? The Desert Eagle. If it was the usual 2 hands together, Goofy could unload the gun because he tried, only the speed is not generally slow, at first even afraid of the gun going off, but everything is a blind worry. 2 hands can be, but 1 hand no matter how much Goofy tossed is useless. Sir. Move the table away. The fox face to face sitting next to Goofy, useless mind. The surrounding was made a mess by Goofy. Fox body, unique light fragrance, into the tip of the nose, is in the midst of the fire of. Gao Fei grunted, said not to come is not come, with beauty cannot attract me. Air. Fox froze, turned to laugh, originally extremely beautiful, she smiled like a blooming rose, people cannot help but turn around to look at. Gao Fei is also the same. After laughing for a while, Fox stopped laughing, picked up the gun and asked, Sir, before learning to shoot, interesting to understand the construction of the gun? What's the point of knowing the construction? Can shoot, can aim, can kill the enemy. Gao Fei did not coldly and indifferently returned a sentence, the next second directly frozen. Fox's words will be a certain door and his heart opened. Came to this world after Gao Fei began to contact people as Zhang Dabio and Li Yunlong. What to understand the structure of the gun, might as well practice more exercises, or to grasp how to kill the ghosts, the gun supplies, who will have nothing to do to understand the structure of the weapon. Those are the arsenal of people to do things. Over time, so that Gao Fei also developed this habit, and now listen to the fox, so that Gao Fei woke up. You, a layman, do not even understand the structure of the gun, you still think of unloading the gun with 1 hand? Even the speed of both hands is comparable to that of a turtle. Oh no, it's a snail. You also have to worry about breaking parts because of your own rudeness. Don't think that just because the rod is made of metal that it can be tossed around. Once some of the parts inside are broken, you're just waiting to dry your eyes. Are you saying that once I'm familiar with the construction of the gun, I'll also be able to unload it and assemble it quickly? Right. Fox smiled and nodded. Gao Fei woke up. Fox felt satisfied, not too difficult to teach. If Gao Fei really has been rogue to the end, Fox really can't take him, can only think of ways from other places. Let Gao Fei interested in these basic knowledge so as to begin to learn. After familiarizing yourself with the construction of the gun and the connection points of each part, you won't have to worry that you'll accidentally break the parts and cause the gun to be scrapped, thus increasing your speed. Really? Throwing the cigarette away, Gao Fei turned to look at Fox, not to mention, now he really had a little interest, looking at the military clothes on Fox's body. Gao Fei sighed a little, the welfare was gone. Noticing where Goofy's gaze is, the corner of Fox's mouth slowly raised, deliberately pulling a bit of clothing, letting Goofy dry cough, peeping and fantasizing was found. As time goes by, Goofy realizes that Fox is starting to shift from cold and light. Chapter 64, Collecting Grain, request for subscription. But just when Goofy thought that Fox was starting to change, Fox suddenly put away his smile and in a serious manner started to explain the gun structure and parts contact points to Goofy. Gao Fei also put away those messy thoughts of his own and studied seriously. Hoo. The learning continued until late at night, only stopping after Gao Fei's eyes kept fighting and he couldn't hold on to his head and fell asleep. Putting away the gun on the table, Fox helped Gao Fei cover up the quilt and came outside to sleep with Yamamoto Chisha and at the same time monitor, lest Yamamoto Chisha sneak away, which would cause a lot of trouble for the independent regiment. While Goofy was in the hospital, Monk would bring soldiers over to watch over him, and now the task of watching over Yamamoto Chika was transferred to Fox. A few days passed by in a flash. The 11th day of the encounter with the black blind man, Gao Fei was finally able to remove all the gauze from his body and was able to move around freely, which made Gao Fei so excited that he wanted to shout out loud. Recovery of injuries. At the same time, the task is also handed down, the collection of food. At a specific time, the independent regiment will be around to collect food. After all, the warriors can't all run to plant more or rely on the support of the common people, otherwise every day on the independent regiment consumption of food is not a small amount, all rely on their own planting, then there is no need to fight the war at all. Ready to go. After moving his arm, which was already intact as before, Gao Fei excitedly carried Barrett and shouted, "All members of the elite battalion depart." The 4 battalions of the independent regiment, each battalion was responsible for one direction, and Gao Fei's elite battalion was the strongest battalion, so it was responsible for the north side where the ghosts often moved out. With a wave of his hand, Gao Fei took 2 companies of the elite battalion towards the north, bringing so many people is more because of the prevention of collision with the little devils. The other battalions will only send out 1 company only Gao Fei's elite battalion, send out 2 companies of troops. The 8th Route Army needs to collect food, the brats also, but sit back and watch, these dog days things to eat food is basically robbed. Every year at this season is also a high incidence of collision with the brats. Especially the elite battalion went to the north is the brats' active area, must be careful to act, bring a little more troops will be right. Yes. All the soldiers of the 2 companies of the elite battalion that went out roared with their loud voices, forming a neat line to follow behind Gao Fei. And Gao Fei's side was a bit lively, besides Fox the bodyguard there was also Little Tiger the naughty guy. After Gao Fei was injured, Little Tiger became very sticky and kept circling around Gao Fei, literally taking one step and following the other. It doesn't move an inch. Gao Fei also brought it out to walk around. The last time I encountered the black blind tiger many times to defend themselves, but unfortunately the strength and black blind disproportionate, cannot shake each other, but Gao Fei is still very touched. You can imagine when you are injured by the black blind man attack when only 2 months old tiger desperately tearing black blind man efforts to save you will be what feelings? People's hearts are meat long. Perhaps the tiger in this era is a pest, but still able to establish a deep relationship with people. More than half a month, the little tiger has grown another circle. From weaning to start eating meat after the little guy's size a few days is a change, will continue until it is 2 years old after the slow up. Everyone's hoods are on point. Don't rush into the enemy nest before you know what's going on. Scouts, spread out to the surroundings. I'll leave the information around Su Fei to you. If anything goes wrong I'll take you to task. Yes, promise to complete the mission. Su Fei to Gao Fei led the scouts to quickly spread out to observe all the movements around. In this eventful fall of grain harvesting, the chances of running into the ghosts are too great. And the scouts are the eyes of the whole team, nothing can go wrong. Let's continue on our way. Waving his hand, Gao Fei led the rest of the men towards the village within his mission, looking at the snow that had completely melted by the roadside, lamenting, with the start of spring, I don't know what else the little devils will make a fuss about. In winter, when the roads are cold and slippery, the little devils seldom go out, and from the beginning of spring onwards, they will become very active, which means that many of the surrounding common people may suffer as a result. Kill these mother heirs. Clenching his fist, the monk struck the air, really wanting to be able to have a big fight with the brats right now. The elite battalion, whose equipment and personnel were in excellent condition, could not be afraid of a head-on confrontation with the enemy unless the other side's numbers were too high. Looking at the sky, Gao Fei sighed, our mission today is to collect food, not in the brats' hard regret, of course, encountered will absolutely cannot weaken our elite battalion's reputation. Let's have a good fight. Yes, make a quick fight. Kill the Japanese dogs. Driven by Gao Fei, the elite battalion warriors felt blood boiling, and could not wait to be able to fight with the brats now. Really encountered the brats. Gao Fei will not let the fighters disappointed, but now there is a task in the body. First complete the task is the most important thing at the moment. Soon, the elite battalion came to collect food in the first village. The villagers are hot, love will be their own home in the fall, harvest up excess food out. Women have to take out some of their own production of straw shoes, cloth shoes, hard-boiled eggs continue to warriors towards the arms of the stuffing. The children were curious to see the 8th Route Army, and aspired to join the army to fight the devils when they grew up. The support and enthusiasm of the people made the soldiers' hearts heavy, and the atmosphere that should have been happy became a bit dull. Everyone was so valued and supportive, but unfortunately the brats were still rampaging through Chinese territory. Everyone don't think too much, the little brats, we have to throw them out sooner or later. This is not something that can be done overnight. As the battalion commander of the elite battalion, the atmosphere of the fighters was not high, so naturally he needed to come forward to regulate it. The battalion commander is right. We can't afford to lose heart. Cheer up and throw the brats out. Now the monk has completely become Gao Fei's supporter. No matter what Gao Fei said will be on his side. Of course when the traitor betrayed the nation, except if Gao Fei really do, the monk will absolutely in his face. But unfortunately Gao Fei does not have to do the life of a traitor. The man can do anything, just cannot be a traitor. Chapter 65. One word is dry. Please subscribe. Right. Throw the brats out of China. The atmosphere of the team, which was previously dull, was immediately driven up by Gao Fei's few words, and all of the soldiers carrying grain turned into a pack of wild wolves waiting to tear into the enemy. There is a sentence Li Yunlong said is very reasonable, independent regiment up and down no matter who have to be a wailing wolf, rather than a group of sheep. Do a run into what the enemy dares to rush up and tear down a piece of meat from each other's body of the wild wolf. Li Yunlong was fond of getting into trouble, but he was absolutely great at teaching his soldiers. This was something that the leaders of the division all collectively recognized, but unfortunately awesome was awesome, but some aspects that shouldn't be done were even more awesome, making people love and hate them at the same time. Shoo! Suddenly a rather long whistle sounded, and Gao Fei raised his hand and shouted, "There's a situation. Find a place to take cover." This was a signal from the scouts of the independent regiment informing of a danger, and all members of the elite battalion immediately ran towards the side within the ravine, using those withered grasses to cover themselves and hide. "Battalion commander, there is a situation. Found the brats are quite a number, about a brigade's strength." Su Fei quietly ran to Gao Fei's side, and in a low voice reported what the scouts had discovered. "And to think that really ran into these dogs. The 8th Route Army and the National Army will go out to collect grain for the sake of grain. The brats who want to rob grain naturally won't miss this period of time. If they can run into the 8th Route Army and the National Army, it's better to eliminate them. By the way, the strength of the team that goes out to collect grain won't be a lot of brats are exactly looking at this, so they will be on the move at this time. Pick up the binoculars and look." Gao Fei found that about 2 kilometers away from the elite battalion, some dense silhouettes began to appear, as well as trucks and motorcycles. The strength of the troops is indeed the same as Su Fei said about a brigade. Putting away the binoculars, Gao Fei's expression became grave as he asked loudly, "Brothers, right now the ghosts have a brigade of troops approaching towards us. What do you think we should do?" Gao Fei's voice was loud, and the sound traveled within the ears of all the soldiers. The soldiers of the 2 companies of the elite battalion that went out to collect rations all looked at Gao Fei without making a sound. Eyes sweeping from one soldier to another, Gao Fei suddenly raised his hand and shouted, "I'm only talking to you guys, one word, just do it. The little Japanese to death. These mother heirs to death." All the soldiers have red eyes, followed by Gao Fei shouted. Gao Fei raised his hand, signaling silence, and shouted, "I'll cut the small talk short. The enemy's troop strength is more than ours, and carries mortars and heavy machine guns. We can't be hard to regress. All to the old man to remember. Hide all the food. Be ready for battle. All the grenades are concentrated. Lousy snatched these things from the little devils for more than a month. It's time to return them to the little devils. Su Fei, you lead a platoon of men to bring all the grenades over there. You can't move when the battle starts. Slowly feel your way up and throw all the grenades at once for Lousy. Blow thee up with their melon grenades. Ahaha, blow thee up." Gao Fei's words caused many warriors to laugh. I wonder how it would feel for the little brats to enjoy the weapons that were snatched from their side to come back and blow themselves up? Definitely cool. Yes. Guarantee to complete the mission. Su Fei shouted with a big smile, "First platoon, come with me, blow up these sons of ES." Picking up a bunch of grenades, the collective fighters of the 1st platoon of the 3rd company moved out, picking up all the grenades and following Su Fei as he felt his way towards the right side of the enemy. The enemy had yet to approach, but the ravine here was considered the most suitable place around for the elite battalion to fight. It was simply a natural trench, able to withstand the mortars of the brats. Mortars? Heavy weapons. I wonder if you guys can fire the shells. With a wave of his hand for all the soldiers to ambush, Gao Fei smiled grimly, putting down the barret on his back and getting ready for battle. Ow. Little Tiger sat aside and looked at Goofy curiously. Goofy turned his head and patted its head and said, "Little Tiger, good boy, lie down well, watch Daddy fight the ghosts for you." Puff. Little Tiger obediently lay down within the ravine, but amused the other warriors who couldn't help but laugh. With a glare in his eyes, Gao Fei admonished without any good humor, "What are you laughing at? If I'm not going to be an old man, do I still want to be an old woman? All give me shut up, prepare to meet the enemy. I do not shout to shoot everyone, give me lie down and not allowed to move. Today I want to let the brats know that the sound of the powerful." Fox took the gun down. Her mission was to kill the enemy while protecting Goofy from any harm. Goofy's enemy was her enemy. After purchasing the Fox, Goofy checked out the enemies that the Fox had killed himself with a battle credit. It's just that the number is relatively small, only half of it. It's kind of an extra benefit. Of course the ammo used by the Fox will directly deduct the battle merit points from the system. Shoo! The enemy hadn't come close enough to realize that everyone was nervous. Goofy whistled at Fox with a twinkle in his eye, causing Fox to roll his eyes. He still had the heart to fool around at this time. Remember, Fox is a woman. If you don't kill as many devils as her, it'll be a shame, okay? The war is about to break out. The atmosphere is heavy. Gao Fei also did not forget to use the Fox to stimulate the soldiers. The man will admit that he is not as good as a woman. Stimulated by Gao Fei, all the warriors held their breath. Must kill more enemies. At this moment, the brats still don't know that they are slowly entering the battle circle of the elite battalion. Gao Fei threw the binoculars on the barret to observe the arrival of a platoon led by Su Fei's position. Did not act rashly. The distance is still very far. On the mound on the right side of the highway, Su Fei was leading a platoon of soldiers on a fast run, arriving at the best ambush spot as fast as possible. The people Su Fei had brought had already entered the right place. Gao Fei slightly squinted his eyes, aiming at the truck at the very front, firing directly at the ghost driving the car. Ping! The gun rang out. The car that was still a kilometer away shook for a moment and directly planted itself into a deep ditch on the side, causing dozens of little devils behind the truck to be thrown over and over, more than half of them being crushed and held down by the truck. Chapter 66. The battle was fought. Seek subscription. Squeak. Suffering from the attack, the cars behind the ghosts' motorcycles all stopped, the wheels of the trucks and motorcycles asking for brakes, kicking up a huge cloud of dust on the dirt road. Ah! Those ghosts who were crushed by the trucks continuously let out miserable screams and pleas for help, making all the little devils froze and hurriedly separated a large number of manpower to save people. Gao Fei was happy to do so. The more people were concentrated, the better. The road in the middle of the enemy attack, all the little devils are fast action, machine gun will be added good, gunners quickly take out the artillery run to set up, just wait to find the enemy's position will begin to shell, but it seems to be by the previous several times by the taste of shells, the little devils learn smart, did not take out a large number of shells at once, let Gao Fei want to put them a pot of ideas fizzle out. Which way is the enemy? The highest commander of the brigade, a major from the car down to hide in the mouth of the car. The enemy can be so far away to hit the people in the truck, of course, can hit him. Pick up binoculars. The major began to observe the surrounding. Halfway attack. This is the Chinese army's good use of the means, but the brats are often hit. They cannot go out to pay attention to the surrounding all the time. Are tentative in the three-wheeled motorcycle mounted on machine guns toward the mountains. On both sides of the road, and constantly shooting to explore the road. Constantly shooting as a way to explore the road. The little devils have learned their lesson. 3 points of war credit in hand, Gao Fei grinned, quickly aimed at the enemy mortar, directly shot, ping. The steel casting mortar along with the soldiers squatting next to it suffered, A soldier was affected by the leg was blown off, one flew out a few meters away holding the leg, tearing up the lungs and shouting. The little devils have learned their lesson, not to take out a large number of artillery shells, but their biggest mistake is that the artillerymen are too close to each other. Just one shell will be able to make the surrounding distance of 7 or 8 meters will be enveloped. Take cover. Take cover. The enemy obviously has a super long-range sniper, so that the major rang the battle that happened more than a month ago, can be called the history of Japan's most shabby a battle, 2 people against a brigade of troops, was killed by the enemy, several hundred soldiers and commanders from the enemy to leave gracefully, do not dare to chase, can only retreat. 2,000 men against 2. What a great shame this is. Not to mention the heavy losses, even the commander, a colonel, was killed. Such a battle live in front of the eyes of all Japanese officers is simply a textbook example, so that all Japanese officers have raised a heart. The most depressing thing is that the Japanese military also have their own snipers, but the range is only 500 meters. Not as far as Fox with the M4 carbine, simply cannot touch the enemy. And good at using snipers in the West are basically hostile countries. Others are not stupid enough to sell sniper rifles to the enemy to the point, back 1,000 steps. Even if the United Kingdom and the United States are willing to sell sniper rifles in this era of the effective range of only 700 meters to 800 meters is not a level. If the enemy also has a sniper, Gao Fei is not afraid to directly throw the gun to the fox, let the fox to death. Modern warfare, many times the weapon will be able to decide everything. With a living example, the surrounding artillery did not dare to be careless, quickly moved the mortar to the side to hide, lest in the first strike by the enemy mortar, will be the long-range strike means to choke. Firing. Shoot. Connecting 2 shots, the little kid found out where Goofy was hiding, and under the command of that major who was fat and pig-like with a face full of fat meat, the mortar started to fire. Shoo. Hearing the sound of the mortar shells, everyone held their heads and hid, boom. The shell exploded not far from Gao Fei. For a while dirt and debris flew all over the sky, his ears were temporarily deafened by the shock, and only recovered after a few seconds. Gao Fei's grey head made a few mouthfuls of dirt, spitting out the dirt in his mouth. Grandpa. Bullying old me for not carrying heavy weapons today. Shoo. The shells came again. Gao Fei hurriedly got down to hold little Tiger in his arms, lest the little guy be scared. Boom. Boom. Explosions continued to explode around the ravine. All the warriors of the elite battalion held their breaths and hid, lest they be affected by the iron pieces that popped out from the shells bursting open. Humph. Everyone chose to hide, the only Fox did not, lightly grunted. Fox directly grabbed Gao Fei, placed on the side of the barrel, quickly aiming at the enemy. A truck behind the mortar revealed a little bit of the barrel. The general public really cannot notice, at least Gao Fei did not see, or else without saying a word first to give you a shot and then say. First mortar bombing round followed by machine gun fire and finally infantry charge. This is the usual means of the brats. Ping. Aimed at the mortar, the barrel, Fox directly shot. In the hands of Goofy recoil, huge Barrett in her hands and toys is easy to use. The artillery behind the truck did not know in the slightest, because the mortar barrel exposed a little bit led to the tragedy of himself and his comrades, only to hear that nightmare of gunfire. Shells installed ready to send the mortar burst open, will be surrounded by people or shrouded in. After the system's beep subjected to their own, all of a sudden more than 10 points of war credit. Gao Fei shocked. They can only get the Fox to kill the enemy half of the war credit. Fox has no rank, so kill an enemy only a little bit of war credit points. All of a sudden more than 10 points is equal to the Fox a gun to deal with more than 20 enemies. Imagine what the concept of a group of artillerymen gathering behind a truck to prevent snipers, but not wanting the mortar to explode directly, enveloping everyone in it. Damn it! I'll let you guys bomb. Fox, shoot them all for me. With just enough injuries to connect a few shots and a few shocks from the mortar shells, Gao Fei felt a vague pain coming from his left shoulder, knowing that the old injury hadn't completely recovered yet as the powerful recoil of the Barrett and the vibrations from the shells made the left shoulder vaguely painful. Damn it! Cursing, Gao Fei covered his shoulder, simply hating that black blind man. Though after being discharged, Goofy nibbled on two of its bare paws. Barrett to the hands of the fox to play out their own should be hideous. Each shot is able to take away at least 2 enemy life. Chapter 67 Charge. Previously looked also soft and weak, Fox Barrett after the hand down simply changed to mold. Almost no gun is empty, every shot with at least 1 enemy life. Gao Fei see themselves cannot help what help, had to pacify the tiger, before the mortar bombing stared at non-stop hissing and screaming. Fortunately the tiger in the independent battalion began to grow up, the bombing of artillery shells and the sound of gunfire from time to time to hear in exchange for the general wild tigers, have been scared to know that the corner of the caca drilled to go. Soothing the little tiger, will take out the magazine to help the fox on the bullet, can do things Gao Fei or as much as possible to do, but want to use the Barrett in a short period of time is not possible, the fox will not let him touch. Filling up the replaced magazines with bullets. As for the bullets, they were taken out of his pocket as a gesture. Goofy picked up the binoculars and looked down at the chicken and dog battlefield below, feeling that the time was almost right. Tell Su Fei to bomb me. Under the threat of Barrett, many Japs have hidden behind the truck lest they be torn into several pieces by a single shot. As for those artillerymen have already hidden, not daring to show their heads. Those artillery shells are even more deeply hidden. If they are hit by a single shot around, the people are finished. Good. Monk's eyes were glowing, raised the gun in his hand and fired 3 shots into the sky. Brothers, bomb me. Receiving the signal to attack, Su Fei yelled and picked up the grenade and pulled off the fuse and stood up, towering over the little devil's strongholds and snatching the melon grenades and throwing them down, aiming at the little devils hiding behind the trucks. Boom! A single grenade descended into the sky, blowing up those Japanese soldiers hiding behind the trucks to avoid Barrett's attack, crying out, "What's going on?" Zhang Dabiao, who was very close to Goofy's ration collection range, was startled when he heard the shelling and looked towards the north. Not good. It must be that the elite battalion has run into the brats. Brothers, let's quickly go over to support them. We can't let our comrades suffer. You quickly return to the station, report to the regimental commander and send someone to come and support them. The others follow me. Taking out his waistband's 8 box, Zhang Dabiao shouted and brought a company of his subordinates towards the battlefield quickly. Zhang Dabiao's location was not far from the independent regiment's garrison. The soldier responsible for delivering the news quickly ran to the garrison to report this matter to Li Yunlong. What? The elite battalion and the brats are drying up? Li Yunlong, who was idling in the regiment headquarters, was shocked. Under the anxious eyes of the soldiers, he laughed out loud. I knew that the little brats wouldn't settle down. This is not it. Only started to collect the grain and then made a fuss. Kong Jie, quickly go and gather the troops. We will encircle over and kill him. Old Zhao, you are responsible for guarding the home. It's decided. Okay, I'll go at once. Mother ing brats, get them dead. Kong Jia viciously cursed, while Pike put away quickly left to go forward to gather troops. Old Li. Zhao just raised his hand. Unexpectedly the words just exported. Li Yunlong said unhappily, we are not agreed that I main combat you main life? Do not interfere with me. I want to quickly go over to support. Also do not know how many enemies. Listen to the sound of artillery, should be a lot. Elite battalion, that is our baby, cannot be delayed for too long. Can't you let me say a few words? The words were blocked back just as they came out, and a series of ghost words came out. Zhao Gang shouted before Li Yunlong stopped. I'm trying to tell you to fight beautifully. I'll guard the garrison to celebrate you. Ah, that's more like it. Then I'll go, Old Li, you slaughter that fat pig for me and wait for me to come back. I thought that Zhao Gang was trying to stop himself, but I didn't realize that he was cheering for himself, and that he was in the same nostril. Li Yunlong was instantly happy, and he was thinking of slaughtering the fat pig to celebrate his success before he even set off. The 8th Rot Army is poor, but the situation is much better than the time of the Civil War, when there is no support from the public, but now it is different. Won the battle or to celebrate, get some meat to the soldiers to taste fresh. Looking at Li Yunlong joyfully left the regiment headquarters, Zhao Gang smiled and shook his head. This person have almost 50 people are still so childish, and Gao Fei said the same as a child, you coax to go along with it, otherwise it will be more and more stiff. Looking at the direction of the battle, Zhao Gang is a little worried. I do not know the number of enemies. The elite battalion's 2 companies can resist until the support arrived. However, if Zhao Gang were to be there at this time, he would definitely bulge his eyes out. Where does the elite battalion need to wait for support? Simply have begun to harvest the battlefield. From Su Fei, led by a platoon, began to throw grenades after the brats have been defeated into a pot of porridge, no matter how the commander shouted useless. Boom! 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 The sound of explosions kept ringing out. A large number of ghosts were killed and wounded under the melon grenades of their own making. This was also Gao Fei's sound. East and west. Use Barrett to attract the attention of the other side. Hide. The next problem will become much simpler. A swarm of explosions will kill you all. Painful, painful. Throwing the last grenade out of his hand, looking down at the battlefield below, which was already in chaos, Su Fei couldn't help but laugh out loud. Brothers, charge me. Don't even conserve bullets. Remember what Laozi said, don't use bayonets for problems that can be solved with bullets. Laozi doesn't lack so little bullets, what Laozi lacks is your lives. Do you hear me? The battle had already reached the closing stage at this point. Pulling out the Nepalese saber strapped to his leg, Gao Fei shouted and rushed towards the battlefield below. Kill! Kill the little brats! Kill these mother heirs! At this point in time, when the brats were in a state of confusion, it would be better to not launch a charge. The soldiers who had been waiting for half a day roared with excitement, carrying their rifles and rushing straight down the hill, killing one or two of the devils who had barely wet their pants in the process of charging. Everyone remembered Gao Fei's words, and did not spar with the enemy with bayonets but directly shot them down. Brothers, follow the battalion commander and kill! Su Fei jumped up and shouted. Chapter 68 Cleaning up the battlefield. The horn of the charge sounded, all the warriors hissed and carried their weapons towards the bottom of the hill, while Su Fei also led a platoon that followed him to kill from the right side of the battlefield. Charge! Shouted Gao Fei carrying a dogleg knife, to rush to take down and the enemy has decided life and death, kill a painful. But only run not far. Gao Fei feels someone hit himself immediately fell a bad dog nibble made a mouth full of dirt not to say, but also will face scraped out a few traces too, fire, spicy pain. Holy! Ah yuck! Ah shucks! Fox, what are you doing? After falling in a heap, Goofy shook his head to spit out the dirt in his mouth. Is there such a thing as playing like this? Jumping directly over and hitting himself while charging, this was a hillside a careless one would roll towards the bottom of the hill like a leather ball, that would kill someone. Fox was doing this on purpose. Otherwise with her reach and physical qualities how could she have bumped into herself? You can't charge into battle until the officer's attributes have surpassed mine, and your injuries haven't healed yet. Gao Fei's left arm's dark injury flared up. Fox saw it clearly, at this time simply wouldn't let Gao Fei single-handedly carry a dog-legged knife to cut the brats. You are letting me sit here and watch the warriors go to kill? Gao Fei's face ugly up, to protect themselves is right, but the warriors and the enemy to kill, he is the supreme commander. But he sat on the side and watched the show, is this like it? Fox shook his head, I didn't mean it like that, everything is for the safety of the officer. With your skill you still can't protect me? Goofy asked rhetorically as he picked up the Nepalese saber that had fallen on the ground. Fox froze and fell silent. Shrugging it off, Gao Fei laughed. Fox, don't worry, I won't be so stupid as to seek death single-handedly, although I, Gao Fei, am not a decent person. I can't do it to watch the soldiers under my command kill each other down there while sitting on the sidelines and watching, that would be disturbing to my conscience. We're all using our lives to fight. Charge! Explained Goofy as he picked up the Nepalese army and yelled as he charged down. Fox sighed and respected Goofy's wishes, slinging the Barrett on his back and holding the M4 carefully, observing once someone was a threat to Goofy she would immediately shoot them down. Roar! The funniest thing was that little tiger let out a childish roar and rushed down the hill after Goofy. Get the hell out of the way! Kicking a little kid to the ground, the monk's knee violently kneeled down, directly breaking a lot of the little kid's bones. His mouth sprayed out a mouthful of blood to instantly struggle twice without moving. Everyone quickly clean up the battlefield. Elite battalion out of the 2 companies of soldiers rushed down the hillside, did not in the enemy bayonet, constantly shooting the enemy, so that the original has been chaotic. Singing a pot of porridge of the little devils have become even more chaotic. Rows and rows of corpses fell to the ground, many corpses in tatters, blood, viscera flowed all over the place. In the side of the gutter within the blood are a sentence convergence of the so-called blood flow into a river. The war is so tragic. Pooh. Fox will be a gun want a sneak attack of the brats killed, closely follow the footsteps of Gao Fei, inch by inch, to protect his safety. People were constantly falling in the middle of the chaotic battlefield. There were brats and soldiers from the elite battalion, but compared to the brats there were more, while the number of deaths in the elite battalion wasn't as scary. I'm so stupid. Rushing inside the battlefield and realizing that there was not a single living brat around him, Gao Fei slapped his forehead and realized that he was stupid before he reminded the fighters not to spar with the bayonet and not to conserve bullets himself, but foolishly carried his dog-legged knife around. Breathless, knife inserted back, pulled out the waist of the Desert Eagle, rushed forward. Will be 2 not yet dead through the brats killed. The Desert Eagle's strong recoil is very scary. Fortunately, Gao Fei's physical quality is stronger than the average person to be able to super control it. Barrett could not use the Desert Eagle without any problems. For his head-grabbing move, Goofy was not the least bit embarrassed. 1 person is 3 battle points can't be missed. These guys. When Gao Fei raised his head to take a look, all the fighters were chased out a long way away from himself, several hundred meters, defeated, became no fighting spirit of the brats, whereas the elite battalion fighters of the opponent, from the beginning of the charge to be killed, routed, a bit of resistance without the ability to be a large number of deaths and injuries. The brats have no will to fight, only focus on retreat. A casualty-laden loss of a huge army can send out a few layers of combat power too, only to be chased and run. Stepping on a kid who hadn't broken his breath and picked up a box to give himself a sneak attack, Gao Fei coldly grunted, to hell with you, you still want a sneak attack? With a shot that blew his head off, Gao Fei didn't care about the blood and brain matter that was splattered on his body, and raised his gun to fire 2 shots into the sky. Ping! Ping! Desert Eagle is a pistol known as a hand cannon, powerful not to mention loud. Hearing the sound of gunfire still chasing after the Bratz warriors stopped, leaving some of the remaining remnants of the army to retreat towards the county town without a fight. Roar! With the strength of 2 companies wore a brigade of the Bratz, and still defeated by an absolute advantage, Monk excitedly threw his gun on the ground, clenched his fists and yelled, "Brothers! We are victorious!" Many warriors cried tears of joy. Gao Fei also felt his nose a little sore, raised his gun and fired a shot towards the sky and shouted, "We are victorious!" The warriors followed suit and took their guns and fired at the sky. Reminds Goofy of a joke. I once jerked off to the sky and thought I had raped and pillaged the entire world. Rabbit brats! Don't know how to save a little. What are you all wasting following me? Hurry up and clean up the battlefield. Gao Fei didn't realize that he casually fired a shot, causing all the warriors to follow and learn. He couldn't help but laugh and curse. Ha 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 ha. Pleasant and unrestrained laughter resounded in the midst of the battlefield filled with corpses, slowly drifting. Chapter 69. Be sure to be your second company commander. This is true? When Zhang Dabiao came to the battlefield when found that the battle has been over, thought elite battalion ran into the enemy, cannot resist was eliminated, anxious, but when arrived at the battlefield when dumbfounded, which is what cannot resist the enemy's attack respectively, is a great victory, okay? Ouch, you light! Is enjoying the fox massage. Gao Fei suddenly grimaced and yelled, did not expect the fox know some massage of the broken hand to help massage the vaguely painful left shoulder, but did not want to be very comfortable before. The next second on the pain of Gao Fei grimaced ghosts roar, ghosts screaming. Ha ha ha. The warriors who were digging pits to bury the corpses couldn't help but laugh out loud. Gao Fei's dark injury attacked, everyone was worried, so they righteously refused Gao Fei's offer to help clean up the battlefield, letting him go to the side to rest, but the result was that they didn't want Gao Fei grimacing and screaming under Fox's massage. Laugh laugh laugh. What are you laughing at? Be careful, I'll beat you guys up. Being laughed at by the warriors, Gao Fei's old face reddened. Wasn't it just a few screams? What's so funny? Who doesn't know how to scream? Guarantee you guys don't scream even louder than me. Ha ha ha. Gao Fei's yelling made the warriors laugh even more joyfully. Even Fox pursed her lips and was amused. A bunch of rabbits laughing at the old man is quite empowering. Gao Fei himself could not help but laugh, suddenly saw a side of the mountain appeared a lot of silhouettes, fixed his eyes to see as Zhang Dabiao. No wonder so many people appeared, the scouts, but did not send out a signal. The feelings or their own people came. Running all the way to the battlefield, Zhang Dabiao stared blankly at the ground in front of the wreckage and corpses. Gao Fei activities of the left arm, or very painful, estimated to go to use a towel to compress it. Zhang Dabiao but came a step too late. Wipe your eyes. Zhang Dabiao, happy to come forward, raised his hand on the shoulders of Gao Fei. Want to go to shoot? Fox hastily stopped in front of Gao Fei, led Zhang Dabiao a meal. Strange look at Gao Fei, this foreign girl stopped their own. Why? With a bitter smile, Gao Fei explained, because I was shocked by the battle just now, I can't touch it because of the attack of the dark wound. This is my fault, luckily I didn't touch it. Waving his hand to let the warriors go to help clean up the battlefield, Zhang Dabiao anxious nagging at Gao Fei, winking between. Gao Fei speechless, took out the cigarette and threw a packet of it to him, lit a deep inhalation. I did not expect to go out to collect food, actually ran into a brigade of the Bratz, lousy a sound east to strike the west, beat these dog days all over the place. Bull. Zhang Dabiao sincerely admired Gao Fei, to 2 companies of the army to fight each other, a brigade, or a big victory, just lost so little people, this is not ordinary people can do. I should have known that I wouldn't be this battalion commander and joined your elite battalion. Now the elite battalion is the independent regiment's baby bumps. This is not only formed not long ago, began to make great achievements, and the elite battalion, whether it is weapons and ammunition or food, or better than the average warrior, has already let Zhang Dabiao resentment. I knew that I couldn't listen to the words of the head of the battalion, directly join the elite battalion. How good. Taking a hard drag on his cigarette, Gao Fei laughed and said, who made you not cherish it at first? I tell you it's too late now. In the future, our elite battalion will be more and more powerful. You just watch us eat meat and drink wine and fight the devils. I don't have that habit yet. Don't force me. Like the monk, Zhang Dabiao was also a stubborn bull. Once he was pushed, he would definitely do something unexpected. Shrugging his shoulders, Gao Fei laughed, then you come. I'll leave the position of 2nd Company Commander for you, just see if you dare. Don't say it, Battalion Commander, 1st Battalion Commander, this definitely wouldn't dare. The monk shook his 2 eyebrows at Gao Fei. Gao Fei hadn't realized that the original monk's eyebrows could dance, twisting that wonderfully. That's right, 1st Battalion Commander, this is a fierce general of the regimental commander. How would he look at our tiny elite battalion? Who would lower his own status and official position to come to our elite battalion? Sighing, Gao Fei made a hard look. Who deeply inhaling a mouthful of smoke, Zhang Dabiao held his face red under this 1-2 punch between the monk and Gao Fei. Good you, Gao Fei. Isn't it just an elite battalion? I tell you, I, Zhang Dabiao, am still determined to be your 2nd Company Commander. Wait for me. The bullish Zhang Dabiao directly put down harsh words. A gentleman's word. It's hard to catch up with a dead horse. Puffing Fox, standing behind Gao Fei, directly laughed and sprayed. Running dead horses are hard to catch up. What kind of words is this? The corner of his mouth twitched viciously. Gao Fei wanted to remind Zheng Dabiao that it is a team of horses that is hard to catch up, but he suddenly saw Li Yunlong, who was rushing not far away from Zheng Dabiao with a joyful face, and pretended to sigh. Unfortunately, as long as the head of the group's eyes are glared at, the words that you said will be just like farting. It doesn't count, it doesn't count. Eyes as wide as an old bull's, Zheng Dabiao angrily said. Why doesn't it count? Why can't I, Zheng Dabiao, enter the elite battalion? I'll lower myself, I'm willing. The regimental commander cannot intervene. Signaling the other soldiers to ignore themselves, Li Yunlong walked over happily just in time to hear Zhang Dabiao's words, and immediately froze, an old face darkening. Making a shushing gesture to the people around him, Li Yunlong walked behind Zhang Dabiao with a dark face, while Zhang Dabiao was still oblivious. Taking the troops to the battlefield in a hurry, Li Yunlong but found that in addition to sweeping the tail he could not do anything. The elite battalion won a big victory, the number of 2 companies against a brigade, and still won a big victory. Li Yunlong smiled and couldn't stop smiling, not in vain he was so supportive of the formation of the elite battalion of Gao Fei, and even scolded a few times by the division headquarters, and now it seems to be too worth it. Now Li Yunlong would rather be scolded every day but also hoped that the elite battalion could grow stronger and stronger. Just want to find Gao Fei, praise him some Li Yunlong, but do not want to be close to hear Zhang Dabiao's big talk. What you elite battalion of the 2nd company commander, I am done. Even the head of the regiment is not able to intervene. Ahem. Coughing, Gao Fei pretended that he didn't see Li Yunlong and asked with a wink, is that true? Then I'll vacate the 2nd company commander's position. Don't back out, a man speaks with a mouthful of spit. Chapter 70, a general success request for subscription. With a big wave of his hand, Zhang Dabiao grunted, what's a nail in a mouthful? My words are stronger than the nails on a mother ing horse's palm. Then you explain it to the headmaster. Suddenly Gao Fei put away the smile on his face and exclaimed to Li Yunlong, who was standing not far away, Chief, I know that you and the 1st battalion commander have a lot to talk about, so I won't bother you, you guys chat. After saying that, he also squeezed his eyes at the monk and said in pseudo-rage, what are you looking at? Why don't you go clean up the battlefield and wait for the brats to come and give us a second attack? Yes. Promise to finish the job. Stifling his laughter and not letting himself laugh out, the monk gave a proper military salute and trotted away. Gao Fei also walked towards the inside of the battlefield to see how everyone had handled it. The corpses of their own people need to be transported back to be buried. As for the brats, directly dig a big pit and bury it, otherwise the corpses rot easily. Plague, that is, some infectious diseases, that is the real big trouble. Good eye you Zhang Dabiao wings long hard right. Black with an old face, Li Yunlong stride up, pointing to Zhang Dabiao as a burst of cursing. Zhang Dabiao aggrieved lowered his head, felt that he was pitched by Gao Fei, but the words have been said out there are so many warriors to hear, if they are not able to deal with the head of the elite battalion, can be disgraced to lose a great deal of people. Chief, Zhang Dabiao has a mouth to defend, can only be scolded. Lowered his head casually. Li Yunlong scolded enough, but now he wants to join the elite battalion. Determination will not change. Go back and teach you a lesson again, hurry up and go give me a hand. It was not appropriate to train Zhang Dabiao at this time. Li Yunlong just meant it and did not go too far. Everyone is a person who wants to save face, it is not good to go too far. Yes. Regiment commander. Fighting straight, Zhang Dabiao saluted and left to go forward to help. Only then did Li Yunlong put away his black face towards Gao Fei. Report battalion commander. Elite battalion, the number of deaths in the 2 companies is 49, 11 are disabled, and 50 are lightly wounded. At this time, Gao Fei was counting the casualties. When he heard the soldier report that 49 people died, 11 people were disabled, more than 50 people were slightly injured, he immediately frowned. This is equivalent to a battle down. Although the elite battalion won a great victory, but lost more than 60 people all of a sudden. The disabled ones basically have broken arms and legs, have not been able to continue to stay in the elite battalion. This is the biggest loss of the elite battalion since it was formed. I did not expect in the overwhelming victory before still died so many people. Gao Fei's heart sank. Living people can enjoy the honor brought by winning the battle, but the dead people have died, nothing left. All have a good burial. Closing his eyes, Gao Fei's joy that came from the great victory was suddenly washed away. Think about it, there is no such thing as a war without death, and strive to oust the brats from China as soon as possible to return the people to a stable world, so that we can stand up to those dead soldiers. Li Yunlong, who had long been used to seeing this, went up and patted his shoulder, sighed and comforted him. Apart from the gloom brought about by the casualties, the elite battalion had indeed won a great victory, capturing over a dozen mortars, and that was still with most of the mortars broken. There were 10 or so heavy machine guns alone, and a multitude of other weapons and ammunitions. It was a bumper harvest, and was even more than what had been captured in the last time when they had ended up in the brat strongholds. Trucks have basically been scrapped, all to the little kid's melon grenade to blow up the waste, but the motorcycle can still be used, just not much oil, can be given to the field hospital as a backup, to prevent some emergencies. Long live the elite battalion! When Gao Fei returned to the independent battalion with a large amount of supplies enjoyed a hero's treatment, all the soldiers of the regiment applauded and shouted, all of them had joyful faces, even Zhao Gang was not an exception, except for the 60 or so people who were disabled. The elite battalion fought a beautiful victory this time, and greatly raised the prestige of the independent regiment. Brothers! Today our elite battalion fought a great victory. Defeated a brigade of brats with 2 companies of troops. Killed over 1,500 enemies and captured countless supplies. This is the honor of our elite battalion of the independent regiment, and the honor of our independent regiment. I've had the cooking class slaughter a fat pig. Everyone celebrates today, everyone will have meat to eat. A big fat pig can't satisfy so many mouths of the entire independent regiment of more than 1,000 people, but the elite battalion has quite a few cans of meat to open up and cook on together. At least it can ensure that every warrior will be able to eat a little bit of meat and drink a mouthful of warm meat soup. Oh! Hearing that there was meat to eat, the fighters roared with excitement. Li Yunlong laughed and clapped his hands, signaling for the great hero Gao Fei to come up and say a few words. Under Zhao Gang's constant pushing and shoving, Gao Fei stepped out, raised his hand and shouted, "Today is a day worth celebrating, but we can't forget that today's victory is everyone's blood in exchange for blood. The elite battalion lost 60 fighters in this battle. It was they who exchanged their own flesh and blood for today's victory. What I'm trying to say is that while celebrating everyone can't forget about I would like to say that while celebrating, we should not forget the brothers who disappeared in the war. The elite battalion lives on. I, Gao Fei, am with you all. The independent regiment lives on. Forever." Driven by Gao Fei, all the warriors yelled at the top of their lungs. Hee, this cultured person's speech is different, much better than what my old Li says, don't you think so, old Zhao? Li Yunlong laughed out loud and clapped vigorously, following the warriors as they yelled Yongsuan. Smiling and nodding, Gao Fei also knows that mercy does not palm soldiers. As long as the war is waged, there will be sacrifices. A general success. This is the eternal truth. Just everyone's heart is standing on a united front. That is, the brats will be driven out of China. Chinese people do not do the sick man of East Asia. Not to be slaves. Battalion commander, will the elite battalion still expand? Suddenly, just as Gao Fei wanted to go down, one of the soldiers from the 2nd battalion suddenly inquired loudly. Gao Fei froze and looked at that 2nd battalion warrior. Gao Fei remembered him. He failed the last selection. He was physically exhausted and fainted in the middle of the second part of the selection. A new recruit, able to make it to this point is already very good, just one step away from joining the elite battalion, needing a little less effort on the line. Chapter 71, Requesting Merit, Requesting Subscription. This I need to discuss with the 2 leaders and the political commissar before. Please do not be anxious, all are brothers of the independent regiment. As long as the elite battalion expansion to replenish the number of losses will certainly be the first time to tell everyone. Gao Fei himself has the power to deal with, but at this time cannot just say, or else it is overstepping the boundaries, at least to discuss with Li Yunlong, Kong Jie Zhao Gang. We are all in peace and harmony. The conflict can be troublesome, although only 21 years old, but has been following his father to run to see a variety of scenes. Gao Fei knows what can be done, what cannot be done. Li Yunlong looked at Gao Fei as not arrogant and satisfied with a smile and nodded. Really, the more you look at the more eyes. When picking up this kid back really earn a lot. If it was cheated by someone else, they can be a big loss. The words said, the problem to deal with are also dealt with. The independent regiment up and down a joyful, began to celebrate. Cooking class opened the slaughtered big fat pig and Gao Fei took out the many canned meat to cook together. These days everyone does not care about the taste, can eat enough is good, a little meat to eat is a great joy. Everyone was celebrating but only Gao Fei was missing, but Li Yunlong still left him a pig's foot alone for this meatless guy. Hiss ah. Gently. Fox, be gentle, ah. At this time, Goofy was putting on a towel under Fox's care, just that the sound of that screaming was soulful. Fox was not surprised, but Yamamoto Chisha stood to the side with a flushed face. Apparently Goofy's thoughts were easy to daydream about. No wonder Gao Fei screamed so ugly, but the hot towel on the shoulder and itchy and painful, as if there are ants crawling around within their own bones. The taste is very uncomfortable, but it has always existed, otherwise Gao Fei absolutely impossible to make this strange scream. The 2 soldiers outside the door to listen to the red face, ears, red, do not know the person also thought Gao Fei in the inside and the fox, Yamamoto Chisha to do what good thing it. Soon Li Yunlong ordered people to carry over the pig's feet that had been cooked on the small stove opened for Gao Fei, as well as 3 pairs of bowls and chopsticks. Gao Fei grimaced and picked up the chopsticks and ate. Fox also sat aside and began to eat. Yamamoto Chisha lowered her head and stood to the side. She was a captive, cannot be so good treatment, and in Japan men and women have different status. Men eat, women are very often the last to eat, and in this era, some of the feudal big rich family. The master and mistress of the house and the children eat first, the concubines follow, and the maids and underlings eat last. I say, what are you doing? Want me to feed you? Under Fox's continuous teaching, Yamamoto Chisha could still speak very little Chinese, but the phrases she could understand began to increase. Her own bowls and chopsticks were set up, but Yamamoto Chisha was still standing on the side, like a subordinate, and Gao Fei glared at her in displeasure. Fox smiled slightly and waved at Yamamoto Chika, signaling her to eat together. Only then did Yamamoto Chika cower and walk forward to pick up her chopsticks and eat. She had not touched meat for more than half a month, and when she started to eat, she could not stop, a complete look of a foodie. For Yamamoto Chisha, originally Gao Fei also wanted to hand her over to the headquarters, later thought about it, also stayed, temporarily did not deal with her problem. Anyway, in the army of the 8th Route Army, Yamamoto Chisha is not the first example, and even there are a lot of Japanese soldiers in the sea through everything after resolutely left their own country's army to join the 8th Route Army for the resistance efforts, said it is very laughable, but this kind of thing more than happened once. It's true that some Japanese officers left the Japanese army to join the 8th Route Army during the Second World War, and it's a fact, not something I've made up. What's even funnier is that those Japanese soldiers who deserted the army were all badly mistreated when they returned to their own countries after the war ended, which is not a secret in later times. No matter what country, there are those who support the war and those who oppose the war. The so-called Amaterasu emperor is actually not that bullish, and there are people who oppose the war in Japan as well. Like Italy and Germany, there were people who supported the war and people who opposed it. Even Hitler, the crazy little runt, didn't dare to say that everyone in the whole of Germany was in favor of himself, but only said that the vast majority. In fact, it was the majority. Yamamoto Chisha's problem: Gao Fei does not have the time to deal with her for the time being, and can only let her stay in the independent regiment for the time being. Old general, good thing. At this time in the Shaanxi Battlefield Command Headquarters, the Chief of Staff Tuk Zhao just transmitted telegrams, laughed loudly. Look, I knew Li Yunlong, this kid can do, this Gao Fei is good, actually led their own less than 2 months of elite battalion of 2 companies of troops and ghosts of a brigade of hard to regress, kill each other people and horses, is a victory, on only paid a few costs, captured countless supplies. The 8th Route Army Universal Telegraph can only be transmitted to the division headquarters level or brigade headquarters, and the regiment Li Yunlong's independent regiment is still a special case. The telegraph was snatched from the hands of the brats, that is, the last time Gao Fei led a regiment directly to the enemy strongholds in one pot when he got. So the independent regiment could contact the headquarters directly without having to go through the division headquarters. Having won such a battle, Li Yunlong of course wouldn't forget to ask for credit from above for helping Gao Fei, and sent a telegram both from the division headquarters and the headquarters. The old generalissimo, who was staring at the map, turned around and laughed. This kid is here to claim credit, and so be it. I'll see what he, Li Yunlong, has done again, and if he's in trouble again. The old generalissimo smiled and sat in his chair, picking up the telegram and reading it. The Chief of Staff laughed and said, this time there is really no trouble. It is Li Yunlong was scolded before the establishment of the elite battalion, out to collect food under the leadership of the battalion commander Gao Fei, and a brigade of brats collision, to a sound east to strike the west, hit the brats, routed, kill the enemy 1005, and also capture a large number of supplies. Their own casualties are only 60, and also includes the wounded and maimed personnel. Ha 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 ha. Great victory, ah. After reading the telegram, the old general couldn't help but laugh out loud. The 8th Route Army is not without eliminating brigades of brats, and with the strength of 2 companies against a brigade, with casualties of only 60 people, killed the enemy 1005, and captured countless supplies, this is the first time it has happened. Alright, I admit that you have a good eye. Chapter 72: Good News Request for Subscription. Putting down the telegram in his hand, the old general smiled, shook his head, and sighed. I didn't think that what elite battalion I didn't count as support in the beginning was so strong. It seems that I was wrong, and my vision wasn't as long as yours. Ha ha ha. The Chief of Staff laughed loudly, said, in fact is not much of a vision, just look at the information of this kid Gao Fei, but also with the United States of America a certain military academy has a connection, so I intend to let him try. Some of the military knowledge of the Western countries is that we are worthy of going to learn. It is just that Gao Fei can make up for this, but I did not expect to be so successful. The old general, you say if the elite battalion expanded into a regiment, then how strong will it be? Combat power will be how strong? Although in the Shaanxi area, Yan Shishan is the commander, but the whole 8th Route Army up and down no one bird that, selling opium to get rich, stingy old man. You mean? The old general's eyes widened, shocked at the Chief of Staff's idea. I was thinking that, I just thought it would be too soon. The Chief of Staff contemplated to consider whether to do this or not. Not long after the headquarters will have a big action, then the elite battalion, such a weapon-armed troops is the top priority. There is a big role, but this all of a sudden fly too fast, led him some concern. As a matter of fact, Li Yunlong himself has this kind of meaning, said to give Gao Fei to ask for credit, by the way, to the elite battalion to expand a little, want to take some people out of the other troops to join, on the independent regiments people, certainly is not enough. This kid's idea to play a good idea, will be the other troops of the elite soldiers all drawn into their own independent regiment. This kid played a good idea, well elite soldiers are extracted over, that other troops still how to live. After thinking about it, the old general cursed in a bad mood and continued, well, send a telegram to Li Yunlong and tell him to tell Gao Fei that as long as he can do it and recruit his own people and capture his own weapons and equipment, I will give him my approval. Even if he numbers up to 1 or even 2 regiments, I'll approve it. This kind of order is equivalent to as long as you Gao Fei and you Li Yunlong have the ability, I don't care how you recruit or how you get weapons, as long as you can get them, I'll let you go. In fact, 2 years later the independent regiment is also this way, 3 battalions all scattered out. When gathered together the number of people will headquarters many people are shocked enough to reach the number of a division. What kind of concept is this? This is equivalent to an independent regiment has more than 3 times the strength of other regiments is simply a strengthened regiment. As long as Gao Fei was willing, he could expand the elite battalion into a reinforced battalion. In fact, there are many battalions in the national army that are larger than some regiments. But doing so would require an order from above, otherwise it wouldn't be easy to deal with. Li Yunlong was looking at this very point, that's why he didn't want anything when asking for credit, just to get an opportunity where he could expand. I'm on my way. I'm really looking forward to what kind of battle power Li Yunlong and Gao Fei will be able to explode when they build the elite battalion into a reinforced battalion. Smiling and nodding, the chief of staff suddenly asked, "Right, 4, Gao Fei got a woman who came out from within the American XX military school as a guard and a Japanese woman back. What to do with it? Although it is a woman, but the war of resistance does not distinguish between men and women, and is a friendly army, Yamamoto Chisha, well, let him deal with his own, cannot get to our headquarters to stay, right? It's not good to let people who have abandoned the darkness think we're imprisoning people at will. I'll send a telegram." Smiling, the chief of staff got up and left to send a telegram to Li Yunlong. In the near future, the headquarters will have a big action. The strength of the troops under the place is naturally the stronger the better. The stronger plays a bigger role when the time comes to give the brats a hard headache. "Ah, Gao Fei, good news, ah." Li Yunlong rushed into Gao Fei's residence with the telegram from the headquarters, looking at Fox as helping Gao Fei to compress his shoulder, and laughed strangely. "Should I go out for a while first?" "Screw you." Rolling his eyes, Goofy asked strangely, "What makes you so happy? Did the top give you something good?" "Say what?" Li Yunlong said in mock seriousness. "The good news this time is absolute. Even if you take the supplies you can't exchange them. This is the old general above's commendation for you as well as your rights." Putting the telegram on the table and nodded, Li Yunlong signaled Gao Fei to look at it himself. Gao Fei picked up the telegram with his right hand and looked at it. The opening is some compliments. The back is the big head. Allowing himself to expand the elite battalion even if he gets a reinforced battalion is not a problem, but the people and the weapons and ammunition have to figure out how to do it on their own. Weapons and ammunition is a small problem, just captured so many last time, also left some, enough to form a strengthened battalion is a bit of a problem. It seems to be able to continue to expand the number of troops in the local, in addition to no other way. Gao Fei did not force the direct expansion to become a reinforced battalion, rice to eat one bite at a time. One bite cannot eat a fat man, too big a step is easy to pull the egg. Good news indeed, with the elite battalion strengthened, the strength of the independent regiment will have a great leap in strides. Putting the telegram down, Gao Fei smiled slightly. The old general did give himself a big gift. Although there was no promotion, the power to expand the elite battalion was better than an official promotion. These days having military power in your hand is the hard way, giving you a big official but a bare-knuckle commander grossly useless. "I'm going to let old Zhao to prepare. Tomorrow starts selection, but your body no problem?" "No problem, recuperate a few days, will be able to recover." Injury 100 days, himself to be able to live in 20 days is already very good. Gao Fei suddenly felt wrong, looking at Li Yunlong, looking at him with a bad smile on his face. Where does he not know what he is talking about? His head was filled with black lines. This guy is disrespectful for the old. Absolutely disrespectful for the old. "Ha, you kid, take it easy. I'm going to make preparations first. I don't know how many fighters can be recruited this time. It's good to take advantage of the fact that there is no recent war to train more recruits." Laughing loudly, Li Yunlong left. Fox's expression did not change, but it was Yamamoto Chisha that made Goofy feel curious. This girl will blush? Japanese women can actually blush. This is a bit rare. Aren't all Japanese people very open about sex? Even the country where parents loved love and children could watch would actually blush. The attitude towards the Yamamoto Chisha warriors was also slowly changing, not targeting her in the same way as before. Scolding her was considered a change. Chapter 73, Free Fighting Arts. Slowly everyone began to get used to the life of a Japanese woman in the barracks, began to constantly target Yamamoto Chisha and cursed Yamamoto Chisha, or because of the hatred of the brats is too deep, the resentment transferred to the body of Yamamoto Chisha, just to which Gao Fei turned a blind eye, as long as it does not hit the people on the good. In fact, the 8th Route Army is quite humane, will not do anything to those Japanese families, at most, is to whisk away or imprisonment, but encountered Japanese soldiers are basically a kind of shot. Why do you want to try? I wouldn't mind bringing a little nephew back to your brother. Gao Fei gave Yamamoto Chisha a glance without any good humor, causing Yamamoto Chisha to freeze, hurriedly shaking her head vigorously with a red face and running into the outhouse, not daring to stay here. Stretching out her jade finger to poke Gao Fei, Fox helplessly said, "I really can't understand you. Obviously you don't have that kind of mind, but why do you keep scaring others?" Gao Fei shook his head. The hatred between country and country, nation and nation could not be eliminated so easily. There was no need to say some things. With a twinkle in his eye, Gao Fei looked at Fox, who was carefully helping himself with the towel, and laughed. "Why don't you, Fox? Let's have one." Fox froze, her fingers trembled, raised her head, brown beautiful eyes blinked, stared at Gao Fei, and laughed. Yes, wait until your body gets better, not more than 7 or 8 times a night will be enough. When I didn't say. Gao Fei's joke was blocked by Fox. Not more than 7 or 8 times a night is enough. Gao Fei really wanted to say that it would kill him. Men are basically just once cool. 2 times is still cool. 3 times is not good, let alone what 7 or 8 times. Of course Gao Fei is joking, Fox is also joking. Don't look at her as bought from within the system, but has its own thinking and ideas, and the general public is no difference, which will be so easy to follow a man to help him have children. At night Gao Fei was drawn closer to the system's training space as usual, now that some of the teaching of using firearms had ended. As long as Gao Fei's body became stronger, the use of firearms would become more flexible. Today's training task is to teach the host the art of free combat and enhance the host's melee combat ability. Close combat ability is Gao Fei's short board, sparring bayonets. He didn't learn any martial arts. Military boxing's needless to say, this aspect is simply a little white. A silhouette appeared, Gao Fei squinted his eyes to see, a few curiosity about their own coach. Close combat has always been their weakness. Gao Fei cannot wait to learn earlier to some boxing on knife and so on, but unfortunately cannot find someone to teach. The independent regiment is a master monk, but this guy is not clear how he practiced. Looking for him, that is a waste of expression. Pick water and chop firewood, and Shaolin Temple within the same slowly to do words, cannot have that time and not that energy to toss. Soon the silhouette began to become solid, actually Fox. But the expression and breath is a bit different. This should be the Fox's projection rather than the Fox's real person. Even he himself is a soul into the system. The opponent he faces is of course a projection. Training begins. The next training will not be changed until the host's free sparring technique arrives at the master level. The person accompanying the teaching appeared, and the system immediately announced the start of the training. Wouldn't it be teaching some things to watch out for first? Gao Fei secretly thought, but he saw a white tender fist coming towards his face. He was shocked and quickly jumped backward to avoid the punch. Holy! There was also a sneak attack. Don't think that just because you're Fox's projection I won't punch you. Fox's projection was wearing a tight suit, outlining Fox's body that was about to explode. His exquisite body looked at Gao Fei a little out of breath. Facing Gao Fei's yelling greeted him with a long leg that was long enough to make most women shy and ashamed, sweeping across. This Nima said to fight. What about the things that should be taken care of? Where are the rules? What about the rules? Quickly dodging, Goofy raised his fist towards the Fox's face. This is just a projection, not a real Fox, and hitting it will also have any effect on the Fox. Peace of mind. Gao Fei's action is very fast, but the Fox is even faster. A hit missed, seems to be slender but hides a huge force of the small hand. Quickly a move, grabbed Gao Fei's wrist to make a strong twist. A burst of fracture sound rang out, not waiting for him to feel the pain. Gao Fei's body has already been high, body has flown, was Fox kicked in the small abdomen, fell heavily on the ground. A burst of 7 dizziness, felt that the whole world is spinning. PFF. A mouthful of blood sprayed out. The Fox's power is very strong, stronger than even the monk. Just one strike, Gao Fei has been seriously injured. Fell 7 dizzy, not to mention that the 5 viscera and 6 bowels are almost kicked chaotic, almost didn't spit out the bitter bile water. The right arm was ruined. The stomach came from a burst of heartbreaking pain so that Gao Fei almost did not pass out, but a knee in his serious gradually become bigger. With the touch sound, the whole world is quiet. Gao Fei lying on the ground convulsed a little bit, turned into a corpse, and soon turned into a point of light to dissipate into thin air. The pain of the battle just now, the resurrected Gao Fei was still able to feel it for several seconds before it dissipated. It wouldn't be gone because he died. But just as Gao Fei screamed in pain, slender legs reappeared, blocking Gao Fei's voice back, because his neck had been kicked off. This is the so-called training in the mouth of the system. Free combat arts, access to the experience from the middle of the actual battle. Free combat arts, there is no fixed posture, a fixed way of attacking, and you can use any attack, as long as it can knock down the enemy and kill the opponent. Nima. In less than 10 seconds, Gao Fei resurrected himself twice. Gao Fei couldn't wait to dig a hole in the ground. So this is the strength of the Fox in close combat. No wonder the monk saw her like a mouse saw a cat, not a few times was flattened. The strength is not generally strong, connecting 2 times to kill himself, although there is the reason why he froze and sneak attacked, but it is also indirectly proves the Fox's power. 2,000 battle points did not spend in vain. But at this time, Gao Fei has how much hope that the Fox's strength can be a little lower. This is simply the reverse side of the massacre, okay? Almost all were seconds, carelessness, arm was wasted, followed by a knee hit broke the vertebrae, also invaded with the pain was a foot will be swept off the neck, to return the attack because of too much power, was argued off the neck. 74 chapter running dead horse are difficult to chase. Please subscribe. Within an hour's time Goofy didn't know how many times he had died. Completely crushed by the Fox, all kinds of necks were being bent, there was no room to fight back at all. It made Goofy almost go crazy. Was this still training? It is to let oneself enjoy the taste of death. A 7-foot man was actually being abused by a woman how she wanted. Gao Fei also wanted to fight back, but the consequence of fighting back is to be caught and killed. An hour's time Gao Fei felt like he had been living in hell, constantly dying, resurrecting, dying again, resurrecting cycle. A night in addition to enjoying the pain and death did not learn anything. What's wrong? Looking at me with a grimace, is something wrong? This led to the next day Gao Fei was very depressed, staring at Fox to see if she knew something, causing Fox to look at him inexplicably, and thought it was his clothes, an instrument out of the question, again and again to organize the clothes and look in the mirror, but how could not find the reason why Gao Fei was staring at himself strangely. The corner of his mouth twitched, goofy, depressed, nothing. Fox really don't know what happened. Gao Fei is also relieved. Was a woman put together like that to say it is embarrassing? Skimming her lips, Fox also didn't know what Gao Fei suddenly became so sullen for, shouting, "Little tiger, go sister to find food for you." In order to prevent Gao Fei from running off into the forest by himself again, now Xiaowu's food is taken care of by the fox. Hearing that there is food, Xiaowu hurriedly jumped down from the Kong. This guy now has to rely on Gao Fei to sleep every day, or else he will keep on making a fuss just like a few years old child. Already accustomed to the little tiger hurriedly followed the fox to leave immediately the resident toward the forest and go in there to be able to find the right tiger's food. "Move a little body," Gao Fei viciously said. "Today do you look good? I still do not believe that I am a big man, even a woman cannot be subdued." Grunting, Goofy glanced at Yamamoto Chisha, who was helping the warriors make shoes with a needle and thread and some old cloth. It was hard to imagine that Yamamoto Chisha, who came back from the United States and was also the younger sister of a Japanese first sergeant officer, could actually do needlework. At least Fox wouldn't. You let her take the needle that looked like when Goofy unloaded the gun with one hand, anxious, no matter how to toss it just cannot. Without greeting her, Goofy directly left, letting Yamamoto Chisha with a smile on her face raise her hand. Smile froze, looking at Goofy's back to leave, forlornly retracted her hand, and continued to get the shoes that were still not done. "I said it. I don't agree no matter what you say." The regiment headquarters is very lively. Today Li Yunlong and Zhao Gang are going to discuss the matter of conscription. Kong Jia will have to leave sooner or later and won't meddle in these things. Gao Fei originally wanted to come to the regiment headquarters to see how Li Yunlong and Zhao Gang are arranging for the conscription matters, but he didn't want the regiment headquarters to be more lively than expected. "Battalion commander." The soldier standing guard saluted Gao Fei. Gao Fei returned the salute and asked strangely, "What's going on in there? I can hear the regimental commander cursing from a long way away." The soldier standing guard smiled helplessly and whispered, "It's like this. The 1st Battalion Commander Zhang Dabio and some other officers came to look for the head of the battalion early in the morning, hoping that he and others can also join the elite battalion. The head of the battalion didn't agree. The other people were scolded and left. Just Zhang Dabio is still stubborn. He doesn't agree, just won't leave. This isn't all in one morning. It's not over yet. The reputation of our elite battalion is really getting bigger and bigger." The soldier standing guard is a soldier of the elite battalion, talking and boasting. Gao Fei laughed and scolded, "Just you kid talk too much, quickly stand still for me. Be careful, if the chief hears him, he will cut you." Waving his hand, Gao Fei secretly smiled and walked into the regimental headquarters. I didn't expect Zhang Dabiao really did what he said to join the elite battalion. On joining the elite battalion, not ambiguous at all. Walked into the regimental headquarters, Gao Fei saw Zhao Gang speechless on the side with a book to look at. On the side of Zhang Dabiao puffed up sitting, Li Yunlong stood on the side of the curse. "As an independent regiment of the 1st Battalion of the battalion commander of your damn do not do a good job as a battalion commander, have to go into what, the elite battalion? This is not looking for a whip? Other generals okay, but Zhang Dabiao, this guy is simply an old cow, simply cannot be pulled upside down." Let Li Yunlong how to persuade, even if it is said to break the lips, are useless in a fury. Li Yunlong this cursed. "You joined the elite battalion, a battalion do not want?" But said Zhang Dabiao is not listen. Angry Li Yunlong slapped the table and slammed the bench, to which Zhao Justas did not see. He knew that Zhang Dabiao will not serve himself, simply let Li Yunlong to deal with their own. They do not go to trip that muddy water. "Yo, you're here, come sit." Zhao Gang saw Gao Fei come, smiled, and gestured for him to sit down. Gao Fei grinned, sat beside Zhao Gang and threw a heel of cigarettes over, lit one himself and smiled at the show. "Gao Fei, you kid is not thick." Gao Fei was still smiling as he sat on the side watching the show. Li Yunlong said with displeasure, "Come and see, this guy is simply a cow. How to pull it is useless, pisses me off." Zhang Dabiao was silent, "Just don't open his mouth. Anyway, the words have been put aside. If you don't agree, I won't leave." Smiling and shaking his head, Gao Fei knows that he cannot get out of it. After all, is their own provocation. Walked up to Li Yunlong and Zhang Dabiao, two people a person to a cigarette. Gao Fei looked at Zhang Dabiao and asked, "You are really want to join the elite battalion?" "Of course." Zhang Dabiao said rightfully, "Still, if I'm a man who says something, it's hard to run after a dead horse." Pff, cough. Zhao Gang, who was watching the show from the side, was choked. Li Yunlong glared at him with hatred. "Look at your demeanor, don't pretend to be a big head if you haven't read a book. You really think you're an intellectual? That's a gentleman's word." Gao Fei gave Li Yunlong an unexpected glance. It seemed that there was still progress under Zhao Gang's teaching. It's what comes next that you can't even catch up with a dead horse. PFF. Gao Fei almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Fortunately he did not praise him, otherwise it would be really embarrassing. These two people are really big brother and second brother, both are almost the same. It's a gentleman's word, a team of horses. Zhao just thoughtfully reminded. Li Yunlong immediately changed his words, "Right. It's a team of horses that can't catch up." Oops, this word how come it's so hard to remember? It's really hard. Chapter 75 Zhang Dabiao joins the elite battalion request for subscription. Okay. Alright, let's solve Zhang Dabiao's problem first. Zhao Gang was already determined to never do this kind of unnecessary thing again, lest he let himself spurt out a mouthful of old blood, and the person in question was still confused. Idioms are so hard to learn. A gentleman's word, a team of horses is hard to catch up with. We're able to make it into a gentleman's word. A runaway horse is hard to catch up with. Zhao Gang had already admired these two people to the core. Right. Li Yunlong woke up and shouted, Gao Fei, you kid made a mess, you kid, clean it up yourself, I don't care. Here, good talk to pull a morning of nothing. Gao Fei, slightly, sitting next to Zhang Dabiao, asked, do you sincerely want to enter the elite battalion? Of course, a man's word must be his word, absolutely no backtracking. Zhang Dabiao replied swiftly, causing Li Yunlong to roll his eyes. Alright, then you will report to my elite battalion tomorrow, still remain while the position of company commander. As for the battalion commander, you don't want to wait until I become the regimental commander. Smiling, Gao Fei promised Zhang Dabiao to enter the elite battalion. Really? Zhang Dabiao froze and hurriedly stood up. Of course it's true, didn't you say that it's hard to run after a dead horse? How could I go back on my words? Haha, that's a good sentiment, I'll leave first, sitting all morning starving me, I'll go eat something first. Zhang Dabiao laughed and left in a good mood. Li Yunlong was depressed. When did he promise him to join the elite battalion? Anyway, the next problem Zhang Dabiao doesn't need to worry about, since Gao Fei said so, then he will take care of the head of the regiment. He just needs to report to the elite battalion tomorrow. Hey, I say, you kid, when did I promise? What will happen to that battalion after he, Zhang Dabiao, leaves? Zhang Dabiao left satisfied, but Li Yunlong was anxious. Gao Fei shrugged his shoulders and asked, is there no battalion commander until you get Zhang Dabiao? Li Yunlong was stunned by the question. Of course not, there wasn't a battalion commander then. Then just pick another one out and it won't be over. Look at the other two battalions functioning as usual without Zhang Dabiao. Gao Fei, 3 eyes and 2 words hit the point. Li Yunlong suddenly realized, it seems that he is obsessed. Thinks Zhang Dabiao ability is good, let him be a battalion commander, but without Zhang Dabiao a battalion is still able to operate as usual. I think it's better for us to discuss the issue of conscription first. Yes, especially the expansion of the elite battalion is difficult. The topic came to conscription. Zhao Gang's side, general soldiers were easy to recruit. As long as they had guns and food they wouldn't starve to death, plus the local people were very supportive. Conscription was easy, but expansion of the elite battalion was more difficult. If the expansion was needed, then the soldiers would have to be selected from within the independent regiment. The front had just been selected once, and then those elite soldiers would be picked off, leaving some new recruits behind, and then the strength of the other 3 battalions would drop. This was currently Gao Fei's biggest worry. If they were to be selected drastically like this, then it would really be meaningless. What's there to discuss? The conscription will be conscripted, the selection will be selected. I can tell you Gao Fei don't think nonsense. The number of people selected last time was a little bit more, but this time it's not the same. Our elite battalion's reputation is well known. There will definitely be a lot of people come to sign up to join the army. Are you still worried about not being able to select people to drag down the strength of the other several battalions? Li Yunlong was very heartless compared to Gao Fei and Zhao Gang, but it was his heartlessness that woke up Zhao Gang and Gao Fei. The two of them looked at each other with a sudden realization. Unlike Li Yunlong's monotonous thinking, Gao Fei and Zhao Gang liked to think a lot but easily circled themselves. The first selection directly selected a battalion strength out of the other 3 battalions, allowing the other 3 battalions to have quite a few more recruits, but the number of veterans still accounted for the majority of the ratio. A lot of armies now have a shockingly large ratio of new recruits to veterans. Even a veteran-led 3 or 4 new recruits, compared to the independent battalion, is still a lot better. The number of new recruits only occupies 1/3 of the entire regiment. Does not exist that kind of shocking situation. And the first selection of the number of people is relatively large, so there will be a lot more recruits, but now the second selection will not increase the number of people too much, and even if the elite battalion did not carry out the selection of Li Yunlong will still be expanding the army. The captured weapons and ammunition do not use the words to stay rusty. Regardless of whether the elite battalion expands, the independent regiment will still add a lot of recruits, while Gao Fei and Zhao Gang are so torn because they are caught up in this thinking. See, just follow what my old Li said, how simple it is, there's no problem whatsoever. Indeed. Gao Fei and Zhao Gang laughed out loud. The 3 of them got together and began to discuss, and soon the announcement was released, letting the people living around them all the news that the independent regiment of the 8th Route Army had begun recruiting again. Because the body's injuries have not yet completely recovered, Gao Fei did not train, idle down aimlessly walking around the premises, idle and panicked. People are strange creatures. When they are busy they would love to be able to stop and rest for a while. At first, when you have time to rest you will feel bored again, and can't wait to be able to find a little something to do to kill time. Li Yunlong and Zhao Gang are just getting started on the conscription issue, but Li Yunlong and Gao Fei are just as idle and panicky as each other. Everything is basically handled by Zhao Gang. And the selection of the elite battalion Gao Fei handed over to the monk. Let him deal with it just fine, he will not interfere. That night Gao Fei once again came to the training space in the middle of the last night, held a belly full of anger. Gao Fei determined to beat the fox's projection. But the opening scene still did not escape the result of being killed in seconds. I don't believe I can't kill you. After the resurrection, Gao Fei began to be ruthless, red eyes toward the fox crazy rush to no rules and beat and scratch, like a shrew scolding the scene when the hands. The 2 days of training, Gao Fei was able to see through his own physical quality did not catch up with the fox before wanting to learn what free fighting techniques can only be from the bottom all the way to be beaten up. The most speechless is the system actually before he did not reach the level of masters will not change the content of the training. Chapter 76 Start Conscription Request Subscription. This is the most fatal place. Gao Fei's own physical quality and fox is too far away, coupled with the press simply do not know what is the free combat art. Against the fox is a tragedy of a pussy, upside down one side of the fox's reflection by the vigor of the punch. He was beaten by fox's reflection. Finally over, in the past every time he came to the training space, Gao Fei always able to learn something useful. The heart also cannot help but feel that the system's training is not difficult, but now he knows what is called hellish training. This is good. Even though he could be resurrected, Gao Fei didn't know how many times he had died in just 2 days, and the daily training time was only 1 hour. If Goofy knew that there was even more brutal training to follow, he didn't know what kind of expression he would show. A whole hour of training died countless times. The most fulfilling time is to severely punch the fox's reflection. A few punches will be her right arm broken, that's all. While he is in the fox's attack, do not know how many times under the microscope shell, each accompanied by a burst of pain. Of course, there is also the process of death. Now estimates that no one will be more than Gao Fei to understand the meaning of death is a what is the meaning of. Once again being abused for an hour, the next day when Gao Fei woke up, the first thing he did was to ask Fox, "Fox, you're very good at free sparring techniques?" Fox, who was about to go fetch hot water to wash her face, froze and blinked her beautiful eyes. "Yes, do you want to learn it?" "Nonsense. Why would I ask you if I don't want to learn? I was waiting for your words." "Of course I want to learn." Connecting to being abused for 2 nights, Gao Fei didn't have the tendency to be abused. Of course he wanted to retaliate back. Ow. Little Tiger still doesn't know that his dad is being abused, opened his eyes and pounced towards him. At this time, Little Tiger's height has grown to be as strong as a big wolf dog, with a lot of strength. He almost pounced on Gao Fei. "Little Tiger, don't make a mess. Dad has something important to do, you know? Accompany you to play later." Being pounced by Little Tiger, a stagger almost fell. Gao Fei, helpless, pat Little Tiger's head. While Little Tiger is very obedient, some aggrieved from him down, obediently slipped out to play by himself. Now the entire independent regiment's residence is the Little Tiger's free activity area. After being given several times of education by Gao Fei, the Little Tiger basically won't leave the residence except under the leadership of Gao Fei and Fox. Doing so is also to prevent some people from treating the Little Tiger as a wild tiger and killing it directly. In fact, the so-called free fighting art doesn't have any special moves or anything like that. It basically relies on the person's own reaction, and then utilizes any point on their body that is able to launch an attack to kill the enemy. Whether it's fists, feet, knees and elbows, or even head and nails will do. As long as you can do it. Saying it is the same as saying it for nothing. The corner of his mouth twitched a bit. Gao Fei still stopped asking. As far as these are concerned, he is still not clear. Connecting the 2 nights, the fox said those ways are used on his own body, especially the knees. Women with long legs can't afford to be hurt. Shaking his head, Gao Fei depressedly left the residence and headed towards the independent regiment's recruitment location. Blinking curiously, Fox seemed to guess what was going on and couldn't help but smile. No wonder he came to himself to ask about this aspect of free sparring arts. His feelings were abused. "Chisha, let's go hit the water together. Don't be afraid. Everyone actually has no ill will towards you, just transferring the hatred of your country to you." Yamamoto Chisha was having a hard time for a while. Luckily Goofy didn't target her, or else she would have had a much harder time. Eh? Squeezing out an ugly smile, Yamamoto Chisha's expression was bitter. Despite knowing this, no one would like to become an alien wherever they go, being scolded and stared at with hatred. "I know everyone's mind. In fact, I'm not in favor of starting a war that would kill a lot of people. I just hope that I can do what I can to gain everyone's approval." Not everyone was in favor of starting a war. Yamamoto Chisha, who had been raised with a Western education, was not in favor of it, but she never touched on these issues. Her own brother was a general in the National Army and she couldn't wash her hands of some of the charges whether she wanted to or not. "Don't think too much, let's go. We also need to trouble you to help the officer to modify his clothes a bit. His cotton clothes are not suitable to wear anymore." Fox smiled as she took Yamamoto Chisha's hand, which had become a little rough from the constant work she had been doing during this time, and walked towards the place where the hot water was being pumped. With her by her side, the soldiers of the independent regiment wouldn't be so able to target her. Nodding her head, Yamamoto Chisha smiled slightly, a beautiful smile, but one that no one appreciated because she was Japanese and the sister of an enemy general. Oh. Xiaowu, who was rolling around in the courtyard, saw Gao Fei walk out and happily followed him towards the location of the conscription. Because the news of the independent regiment's conscription was received yesterday, some young people of the right age in the surrounding villages that weren't very far away immediately rushed towards the independent regiment in hopes of joining the independent regiment and becoming a soldier within it to fight the devils together. Some people join the army for the sake of national righteousness, some people are for their own families, and more people are still for revenge. The brats killed too many people. Everyone look, it's a big bug, quickly get out of the way. Gao Fei appeared with Xiaohu. Xiaohu kept biting his pants leg and tugged hard as a play. Those youths who came to enlist in the army shouted in panic. It seems that no matter how big or small, as long as you see the tiger, everyone will be afraid, especially in this feudal era. Everyone does not know about the tiger. Generally, tigers don't eat people. People are not their food. They will only attack people if they are extremely hungry and can't find food. Animals like tigers are sometimes very nasty. That is, once they have eaten a person, they will put the person among their recipes, thus they will keep hunting and killing. Coupled with the news blockade and lack of understanding in this era, various versions of legends were flying around, making people become more fearful of tigers. What's the panic? The soldier in charge of registering names and information stood up and shouted. Only then did the youths who had come to enlist quiet down. This is the battalion commander of our independent regiment's elite battalion. This tiger was raised by him. It's very obedient and won't hurt anyone. Don't be afraid. Everyone continue to queue up and wait. Come on, next. Chapter 77 caught a traitor request for subscription. Raise a tiger? This tiger, this kind of beast, but grew up who do not recognize, just with the sentence of raising tigers, but those who came to join the army youth cannot figure out why the military camp can also raise tigers. This is not nonsense this. The youth who came to join the army feel a little incredible, at the same time wondering how the other generals tolerate Gao Fei to raise tigers. It seems that everyone is very familiar with the little tiger. This time a sentry warrior shift back to the little tiger with a rabbit, so that the little tiger is happy to rush up to the warrior teased for a while. The little tiger will be teased it round and round, only then smiled broadly will be on the sentry when they happen to hit a rabbit too. Give it. This warrior is also a soldier of the elite battalion. Now the independent regiment's sentry duty are handed over to the elite battalion. Knowing that the little tiger is Gao Fei's baby, everyone will bring back to the little tiger when they hit the prey. The scene of this soldier teasing little tiger made all those youths who came to join the army dumbfounded. The soldier in charge of registration could care less about this, registering the information of a burly youth in front of him, ready to call out the next, not wanting the burly youth to curiously ask, "This, comrade, which battalion of the independent regiment will I be assigned to?" The soldier in charge of the registration shook his head and laughed. "I'm sorry, I'm not able to answer you on this question yet. There are 4 battalions in the independent regiment. The 1st, 2nd and 3rd battalions are all possible." "What about the other battalion?" The soldier smiled slightly and explained, "There is another battalion that is the elite battalion of our independent regiment. It is the strongest battalion in the entire regiment, but wanting to join isn't that simple. You'll be assigned within one of the battalions that I mentioned earlier, and then you can also take part in the selection for the elite battalion, and if you pass you'll be able to enter." "Just how strong is that?" The burly youth directly broke the pot and asked. Even the surrounding youths curiously listened sideways, wanting to know exactly how strong this elite battalion was. The registered soldier was helpless. "Actually, I can't say, but the elite battalion is the baby bump of our independent regiment, using the best weapons, eating the best food. Everyone who has confidence in themselves can try it. What I can tell you is that the day before yesterday, 2 companies of our elite battalion went out to collect rations and came across a brigade of the brats, and defeated the brigade of the brats with 2 companies of troops, and still, the brigade of the brats is still strong, and the brigade of the brigades of the brigades of the brigades of the brigands. Brigade of Little Devils, and still a great victory, killed more than 1,500 enemies, but also captured numerous supplies. Their own casualties are only 60 people or joined the disabled soldiers." Wow! The surrounding youths were immediately stunned. Was this true? If all of China's armies were this strong, then the brats would have been driven out of China long ago. Who? Many youths were shocked while their breathing became uneven. With red eyes, they made up their mind that they must enter among the elite battalion. Be the strongest soldier. Well, redundant, I won't be able to tell you all. Please line up and do the registration one by one. Don't be in a hurry. There are a lot of registration locations that will help you finish today. Clapping his hands, the soldier in charge of registration sat down and continued to register the information of those who joined the army. Everything that happened at the registration location, Gao Fei watched and smiled. This was the scenario he expected. Otherwise, how would everyone be interested in joining the elite battalion? You, can't you eat a little more imaginatively? Looking at little tiger who ate a head full of blood, Gao Fei was a bit speechless, just a foodie. The good thing is that the little tiger will clean up its own hair and Gao Fei is too lazy to blame it. Very lively. At some point Li Yunlong and Zhao Gang came to Gao Fei's side. Looking at the youths who were lined up in rows without seeing their heads was very emotional. When did the previous 8th Route Army conscription except for the main camp Shangxi? When had there been such a lively scene? Yes. But this also reflects the fact that our 8th Route Army and the general populace are on the same page as the military and the people. Zhao Gang nodded and suddenly said, "But I'm worried that expanding too severely all at once will cause the strength of the independent regiment to drop too much. If there were so many people at each registration site, then the independent regiment would definitely evolve into a problem where the number of new recruits outnumbered the veterans, and there was also the problem of not knowing if there were enough weapons and ammunition." Smiled. Gao Fei did not think so much as Zhao Gang, looked at the many youths below and said, the number of people may skyrocket a lot. After all, the previous conscription is looking at the weapons to come. There has not been a time when there has been such a large scale. The weapons and ammunition should be about the same. As for the strength of the short term, basically will not be a big battle. There is enough time to train the new recruits. How do you know? Li Yunlong and Zhao Gang both curiously twisted their heads to look at him. Intuition. Mysteriously shaking out 2 words, Gao Fei left the recruiting location, leaving Zhao Gang and Li Yunlong a little dumbfounded. What the hell was intuition? If the two were also from the latter days, they would definitely say, why don't you involve your innate sixth sense? It seems that he really has the potential to be a magician. Li Yunlong and Zhao Gang were fooled by themselves. Gao Fei walked out of the old far before laughing. In fact, he did not say wrong, just cannot be frank. Now it is already March. From the 100 regiments, war has not been much longer. This period, because of the orders of the headquarters, in the case of encountering the brats, will try to choose to avoid, rather than the same as in the past, to fight the wind and roar. Battalion commander. Someone is looking for. Suddenly heard the monks yelling. Gao Fei felt puzzled who was looking for himself. He doesn't seem to know anyone right. Battalion commander, you go over first. I'll go inform the regimental commander and political commissar. Monk's expression was very serious. Gao Fei knew that it was definitely not a good thing. Immediately called on Xiuhu toward the regimental headquarters. Quickly walked. Regimental headquarters and a few soldiers surrounded by a middle-aged man wearing rough clothes kneeling on the ground constantly begging for mercy. A handful of snot and a handful of tears look a little miserable. Looking at the ground lying on the triangular right, strange-looking, thin and monkey-like middle-aged man, Gao Fei asked, what's going on? Soldiers of the independent regiment generally cannot be randomly hit. The talent is, this is the traitor or some chicken and dog, looks bad, do not blame others, think crooked. Battalion commander. A soldier saluted, shouted, we found this sneaky person around the compound, tortured to dry only to realize that the original is a traitor. Instead of Yamamoto Ikimoku to look for the battalion commander, said there is something you want to discuss with you. Yamamoto Kazuki? I did not expect that this guy still does not give up. It seems that Yamamoto Chika is really his baby sister, unwilling to give up the search. Shoot him straight. What I hate most is traitors. Chapter 78 Group Assault. If it is usual, these traitors absolutely cannot find the independent regiment's residence, in a very far place, will be directly shot. But today is not the same. He dressed up to become the appearance of the common people, to follow those who came to sign up to join the army of young people to come together. If I had known that the independent regiment's residence is estimated to be Yamamoto Ikimoku, directly dispatched to kill the army over, instead of sending one of these Japanese army lapdogs. Traitors to come to see. Gao Fei feels that he now has nothing worthwhile to discuss with Yamamoto Ikimoku. Since Yamamoto Chisha is your baby bump, it is even more impossible to give her back to you. You are difficult to me. I am good. As long as you are uncomfortable, lousy is comfortable. Maybe Yamamoto Chisha would be sad, but this was a time of war, not a time for human feelings. With a big wave of his hand, Gao Fei shouted, pull out and shoot. What I hate most is traitors. Little Japan soldiers Gao Fei is hate, but that is the contradiction between the country. But the traitor, Gao Fei most do not treat this kind of people. Your mother's good Chinese you do not do. You want to be a traitor? Just to eat? Carrying a gun and bullying the people? Pull out. 3 soldiers heard directly on the ground, lying on the ground, almost scared to piss. The traitor dragged towards the outside. Scared, the traitor trembling, master. Please don't, I have an old man and a small child, don't shoot me. I'm just trying to make a living. The traitor begged for mercy with a handful of snot and tears. Gao Fei grinned, impatiently waved his hand, signaling the soldiers to move faster. All give me a quicker time, I feel nauseous just looking at this guy. Be honest with me. 3 soldiers forcibly lifted the traitor up and walked out towards the outside. Suddenly a smell of urine came. Gao Fei lightly poo-pooed a mouthful. This is scared to pee, it is really no interest, just this bird look still do traitor? Once the traitor heard the shooting, he was scared and his legs trembled. A smell of urine came out. Urine slowly flowed down his pants leg, so that the 3 warriors who carried him could not help but show a disgusted expression. What's going on? Having just been notified by the monk, Li Yunlong arrived at the regiment headquarters with Zhao Gang and saw the 3 fighters carrying the terrified traitor towards the outside. The fighters captured a traitor. After torturing him, they realized that it was Yamamoto Ikimoku sent to look for me, wanting me to talk to, supposedly wanting to exchange for his sister. It seems that this Yamamoto Ikimoku Osamu was an exception. His sister's baby is not good enough. Goofy grinned as he sat in his chair. If it were any other Japanese officer, he would have given up long ago, but Yamamoto Ichiki still didn't. Even when Goofy wrote a letter to say that he had already put her sister to sleep, he never gave up. In Goofy's words is still a little conscience, not in other Japanese officers as so heartless, not to mention what sister, even if the old mother was captured, are not with anxious, their hearts the emperor is the most important. Oh. There's still this kind of thing, looks like you caught a big fish after all. Zhao Gang and Li Yunlong also followed and laughed. Li Yunlong suddenly smelled the smell of urine inside the room, waved his hand in dissatisfaction. Quickly pull out and shoot. In the future, to catch traitors do not have to ask for instructions. After torture, directly shot. Really disgusting old man. A big man, head can be broken, blood can flow, actually scared to pee his pants. Now no matter whether it's the National Army or the people of the 8th Route Army, they all hate those traitors beyond measure. These dogs with the Japanese don't know how many bad things they've done. Yes. The 3 halted soldiers immediately twisted the traitors towards the outside and pulled them out. Please don't. Masters, old ancestors, please. His own fate is to be shot. This traitor was scared out of his wits, panicked and shouted, but unfortunately shouted through the throat and no one cared about him. 3 soldiers carried him to the registration place to sign up for the army, immediately making the lively place quiet. Seeing that everyone was quiet, one of the fighters came out in large strides and raised his voice. Brothers, townspeople and fathers, this man is a traitor within the county, a traitor to the little devils. What does everyone say to do? Beat him to death. Kill the bastard. Kill the son of a. The youths on the scene froze for a moment and then exploded like dry wood that had been ignited. Everyone was agitated. Some youths with more impulsive temperament directly picked up the stones on the ground and threw them over. The 3 warriors turned a blind eye. Compared to being shot, these mother-ing traitors should be lynched. Ah! Under a scream, a bloody hole appeared in the traitor's head. Blood slowly left along his forehead. The traitor immediately held his head and rolled on the ground. Beat him to death. I don't know who shouted. All the youths who came to enroll in the army picked up the stones and sticks on the ground and rushed towards the traitor, vigorously greeted his body. For a time the screams and abusive voices came continuously. The surrounding soldiers were blind. Let the masses give vent to the anger in their hearts. Many times the traitors are more hateful than the brats. The brats are unfamiliar with the land, want to do what is troublesome, but these traitors give them the convenience, whether it is robbing food, robbing people, killing people or so. After the war with these traitors, the brats became more ferocious. If not these traitors lead the way and explain, it will not be so serious, and will not die so many people. The most detestable thing is that these dogs, by holding the leg of the small Japan, also turned together to bully their own people. Everyone copied the weapon to surround this traitor to, around the warrior's face serious, carrying a gun well guarded, to prevent this traitor will suddenly take advantage of the chaos to escape. Unfortunately, the warrior's worry is redundant. Very soon the youths who had ruthlessly sent, venting a party all quieted down and retreated, and by this time the traitor was already lying on the ground covered with blood and dying. Almost all of them were about to give up their breath. No one sympathized with him, no one pitied him, everything is his deserved. This is what happens when you are a traitor, everyone is executed. The soldiers did not shoot him. Shooting this kind of person is a waste of bullets, is not worth it. Chapter 79, The Mission Comes Request for Subscription. Save, help, please, please. The handful of blood slowly raised, at this time lying on the ground has been dying traitor, is how much hope that there is a person can pull their own hand, but unfortunately there is no one to pay attention to. His kind of people's death is not enough to be spared. Dead one counts one. As the saying goes, poor people will have hateful places. If he is not a traitor, how will fall into today's situation? Becoming a street rat, being beaten to death without being asked, people still think that he deserves it. This kind of person deserves to end up like this. Humph. Don't dirty my shoes. The fighters of the independent regiment were considered to be relatively wealthy, at least they didn't wear straw shoes. The fighter closest to the traitor saw that this guy wanted to let himself be saved before he died, puked, and kicked his blood-covered hands away with a look of disgust. Did not go to tolerate him, pity him. Already dying traitor soon completely cut off into a corpse. 2 warriors lifted his body toward the outside of the compound, ready to dig a pit to bury lest the body rot and make the surroundings stink. Alright, everyone continue to line up and do the enrollment registration. The matter of the traitor came to an end. The warrior in charge of registration clapped his hands and shouted, killing a traitor is no different from killing a dog. No one cares about this kind of thing. This kind of person deserves to die. What happened outside? The fighters reported up. Li Yunlong laughed and complimented. Not bad, not bad. This kind of person doesn't deserve to be shot. It's too wasteful. You guys did a good job. Go down and take my order for each person to receive a can of meat. Hearing the canned meat, the 3 soldiers' eyes lit up and they exclaimed, thank you, Captain. Captain, why am I hearing more and more wrong? I remember you don't have canned meat, right? Feeling that Li Yunlong's words were a bit off, Gao Fei held his cigarette and looked at him. Ha ha ha, Li Yun picked up Gao Fei's cigarette, lit one and laughed. Don't be so concerned, won't it be fine if you have it? What's yours is mine, what's mine is still mine. This scoundrel. Zhao Gang and Gao Fei were speechless. What is yours is mine is still mine, and smiled so deviously, letting Gao Fei suddenly have an illusion that this guy also traveled through the same as himself, right? What's yours is mine, what's mine is still mine. How did that come out so smoothly? Right, what do you think about Yamamoto Kazuki's deliberation? It was then that Li Yunlong remembered that the ultimate reason for that traitor to come to the independent regiment's compound, to find Goofy, Yamamoto Ikimoku wanted to exchange back his sister. In addition to exchanging back his sister, what else can be going on? Although there is an element of setting up a trap, but I think that the matter of wanting to exchange back his sister 8 layers is true. After thinking about it, Goofy still felt that Yamamoto Kazuki was sincere, otherwise he wouldn't still be searching painstakingly even after his sister had been taken away for almost a month, constantly asking to negotiate with himself. This kind of thing I feel it's better to ignore, not afraid of 10,000 but also afraid of the eventuality, even though we are very short of ammo supplies, but can't do things with risk. A cautious Zhao Gang immediately expressed his opinion, right. Can't take risks. If something happens to you, kid, what about this elite battalion of mine? Who's going to lead it? Li Yunlong, who usually likes to sing against Zhao Gang, this time righteously stood on the same front with Zhao Gang, not agreeing with Gao Fei to go and make any negotiation with Yamamoto Ikimoku. That Japanese woman really can't do it, so you can just accept her as a maid. I see that she's good at needlework and whatnot, and now every day she's making a few pairs of shoes for the fighters. Heh. I really didn't expect that such a big lady can also do needlework. Those old cloths and old clothes in the regiment finally have a usable place. I don't even have a wife yet. What kind of maid is being pulled with me? Rolled his eyes. Gao Fei Ping is quite helpless. Li Yunlong is good at everything, just sometimes say the phone to gas you to death, or smother you to death. These days the so-called maids are the ones who sleep with them, have no status whatsoever, and are worse than concubines. Many of the generals are the first lady, the second aunt, the third aunt's countdown, a large group, not including those of the little maids. Even made some jokes, some people praise, some people ridicule. A division commander of the Sichuan army, their own aunt and invited Mr. Fornication was discovered after the continual failure to punish the two but also complete two people. To the two people held a beautiful wedding. To know that in this year this kind of thing happens to both men and women can be to be split into 5 horses. For that ecumenical division chief, Gao Fei is not in favor of his approach nor opposed to it. Everyone's thoughts are different. Just want to say a word. Please tell me the address where your aunt lives, okay? Ding, the mission has been released. Please accept the mission, host. Suddenly Gao Fei's mind resounded with the system's beat. Gao Fei was stunned. From coming to this world it has been almost 3 months. The system has only released the mission twice. This is still the 3rd time. Without moving, Goofy began to inquire about the quest that the system had just come out with. Meet Yamamoto Ikimoku for a negotiation. Reward 300 battle merit points and 2 attribute points after the negotiation. This mission. It was a bit strange. Gao Fei felt puzzled. Why would the system give such a mission to come? However, the rewards of the mission is to make Gao Fei incomparably red in the eyes. 2 attribute points, needless to say, absolutely good things. There are also those 300 points of war merit. They killed some enemies on the battle the day before yesterday, plus the number of fox kills add up to just 117 points of war merit. If you get these 300 points of war merit, then you will be able to buy 2 kinds of potions to take. This is the thing that Gao Fei lacks the most at the moment. The physical quality will be upgraded so that he can get out of that hellish training as soon as possible. Every knight has been killed, has made Gao Fei hate that training. If he gets these 300 points of war credit and 2 attribute points, then his own strength will have a step forward. Then even if it is not a rival to the fox, at least have a little self-protection ability, will not be beaten so badly. Self-protection. If you don't have the ability to defend yourself, why do you still want to learn free fighting technique? Gao Fei was discussing with Li Yunlong about the training of the new recruits. Zhao Gang saw Gao Fei suddenly froze and pushed him a few times. I'm discussing with the head of the regiment. Should the training of the new recruits also accept your elite battalion's training methods? I look quite good. Chapter 80, Meeting with Yamamoto Kazuki, request subscription. Returning to his senses, Gao Fei smiled and nodded. It's good, but the warriors are consuming a lot. This needs to be stuck with the amount of it. Too little won't work to get the desired effect, and too strong for the recruits to stand. Gao Fei didn't tell the two about the meaning of the mission. He planned to wait and think about it before telling them. He was sure he was going to meet Yamamoto Kazuki before he said anything. If he wasn't sure, it would be a blind worry to tell them. He might even keep nagging himself. I have some things to do before going back. Political commissar, head of the group, you guys discuss it first. Goofy got up and made an excuse, intending to go back to inquire about Fox and see what Fox's opinion was. It's fine, go, we will take care of the rest, just recuperate from your injuries at ease. Li Yunlong didn't notice that Gao Fei was out of sorts and waved his hand as he continued to discuss the soldiers' training together with Zhao Gang. 1, 2, 3, 4. Leaving the regiment headquarters, Gao Fei happened to see the monk leading the soldiers in training. More than 20 people were running while carrying a huge raw wood, which was filled with water and had a scary weight. More than 20 people carrying and running together demanded a lot of physical strength and cooperation from the warriors. Ordinary people could not play with it. Apart from the soldiers standing guard, the rest of the soldiers of the elite battalion were training hard. There were still quite a few soldiers around watching. There were veterans of the former independent regiment, and new recruits who had just signed up for the army. The veterans were observing, thinking whether they would try it themselves, and train themselves to be stronger so that they could join the elite battalion, while the new recruits were shocked. Can a person carry on with this kind of training? As a soldier who does not want to enter the strong elite battalion? Don't want to be a general soldier is not a good soldier. The same don't want to join the battle strength of the army soldiers is not a good soldier. In order to be able to enter the elite battalion to meet the next elite battalion selection, no matter whether it is a veteran or new recruits are preparing. Nodding at the monk and signaling him to continue leading the training, Goofy arrived at his quarters. Yamamoto Chisha was still hard at work on her shoes. Her fingers were conspicuous with a number of cuts from needles. While Fox wiped her weapon, it was easier to make her do needlework than to kill her. You're back. Goofy came back. Yamamoto Chika hurriedly got up and bowed slightly. It was Japanese etiquette that in a home where the man of the house came back, the woman had to bow to greet him. Looking at Yamamoto Chika's fingers, Goofy frowned. Do less of that in the future. There are some things that aren't yours to take on. Go rest, take a walk, little tiger. A little tiger, who was rolling around on the bed in boredom, grunted twice in dissatisfaction and walked towards the outside. The little guy was getting more and more savvy now. Hey! Now that Yamamoto Chisha was all used to his life in the independent regiment and blended in, knowing that Goofy and Fox had something to talk about, he followed Little Tiger and left inside the house. Fox put his gun down and waited for Goofy to question himself. Do you think it will be dangerous if I go to meet Yamamoto Kazuki? Goofy got straight to the point, not bending over backwards with Fox. Fox knew about the existence of the system anyway. She herself had come out from within the system and wouldn't betray herself. There were some things that didn't need to be hidden at all. There's a mission? Fox guessed out a little with a slight smile. Nodding his head, Gao Fei directly confessed, it's a mission that rewards attribute points and battle merit points, plus my own enough to buy 2 potions to use. With a turn of her beautiful eyes, Fox smiled, this is a good thing, what are you worried about? Afraid that Yamamoto Kazuki will be unfavorable to you and set a trap? Gao Fei didn't say anything, but this was what he was afraid of. Right now Yamamoto Kazuki and the senior figures of the Japanese army absolutely hated themselves and couldn't wait for them to die earlier, and Gao Fei couldn't figure out if Yamamoto Kazuki would fulfill his promise or not, and wouldn't set up a trap, just to meet with himself in the capacity of Yamamoto Chisha's older brother. I think it should not. Thinking for a moment, Fox said affirmatively, I've talked to Chisha, her brother treats her very well, very favorably, spoils her, and wouldn't do that from a kinship perspective, but it can't be ruled out that his brother's respect for the emperor exceeds their sibling bond. Let's do this, take the mission, we'll take a company with us and go over there, maximizing the reconnaissance so that even if there really is a trap, we'll be able to evacuate in time. Knowing that 2 attribute points and 300 battle merit combined could allow Gao Fei's physical strength to increase by a large step, Fox would not let go of such a good thing, but also would not be impulsive. No matter what, Gao Fei's safety was always still number 1. After saying that, Fox quietly looked at Gao Fei and waited for his decision. No matter how Gao Fei chose, Fox would not interfere. Going would mean danger but great rewards, not going would not have any danger but the rewards would be far away from him. Gao Fei was constantly hovering between going and not going. As long as he got 2 attribute points and 300 battle merit points, he would be able to raise his body strength by a cut, and his strength would also increase dramatically. Not only would he be able to get out of the systematic training as soon as possible, but he would also be able to learn some fighting techniques that would make up for his own shortcomings, together with the fact that the enhancement of the body attributes would bring more than a half a star of benefit to a person. In the end, Gao Fei gritted his teeth. Ruthlessly, go. I'll immediately write to Yamamoto Kazuki and hope that he can keep his word. Even though it seems bold that a kid telling a promise is the same as an old sow up a tree, but give up the child to catch the wolf, Goofy decided to take a gamble. Even if the other side has a siege and traps, believe in the Fox and elite battalion scouts will definitely be able to find out and retreat in time. Fox smiled and nodded his head and fell silent, his heart calculating what emergencies he should do to protect Gao Fei's safety. Quickly write a letter, let Yamamoto Ikimoku to an open area, here is not suitable for ambush, it is easy to see whether the other side set up a trap. The letter was quickly sent out, and in the night of the same day it was delivered to Yamamoto Kazuki's hands. Looking at the contents of the letter, Yamamoto Kazuki fiercely slapped the table. You are finally willing to meet with me. Guard! After reading the letter and crumpling the letter paper into a ball, Yamamoto Kazuki shouted, Sir! The 2 soldiers at the door immediately ran in, and Yamamoto Kazuki raised his hand and said, Order the Special Operations Squad to get ready, we have a mission tomorrow. Chapter 81, Brother and Sister Meet. Hey! The guard immediately jogged away, leaving Yamamoto Kazuki alone. Goofy. Suddenly Yamamoto Kazuki stormed up, fiercely overturning everything on the table, obviously remembering the words that Goofy had said earlier, that his own sister had been slept with by him, not to mention that he had used it to squeeze pleasure out of himself. Bastard! Thinking of Gao Fei calling out one mouthful of his great uncle and asking for any supplies, Yamamoto Kazuki was furious. The sound of dropping things kept coming from Yamamoto Ikimoku's office, causing some soldiers standing guard to shake their heads and sigh again. How many times has it changed this month? 3 or 4 times? It seemed like the officer had been grumpy ever since his sister was taken and had been very fond of dropping things. After careful consideration, Gao Fei did not tell Li Yunlong and Zhao Gang that he was going to meet with Yamamoto Ikimoku. If the 2 of them knew that they would definitely not be allowed to go, the danger was too great. At night, Gao Fei was once again severely abused by the fox's projection, causing him to be a little unnatural when he saw the fox now. The next morning, before dawn, Goofy left the house, Xiaohu was still sleeping quietly, and headed towards the place of the elite camp. Let's get going, let's take you to a place to meet someone. Fox quietly got up and pushed Yamamoto Chika, who was in the midst of a deep sleep, was shaken awake, confusedly rubbing his eyes and yawning. To what place? Fox smiled slightly without elaborating. Yamamoto Chika felt like she had asked something she shouldn't have, got up and got dressed and followed Fox out. Monk, lead Company 1 and I away for a little stroll. Outside the house came Gao Fei's shout. The monk and the company of soldiers who were still sleeping immediately climbed up and went out to gather as fast as they could, even less than 2 minutes. Nodding his head in satisfaction, Gao Fei waved his hand and said, Let's go, go out with me, there's no need to tell the others. Yes. All the soldiers of the first company answered in a low voice and followed Gao Fei out of the compound. The sentry soldiers outside the compound were not surprised that Gao Fei had left with the people of the first company. Gao Fei often took the people of the elite battalion out for training at this time of the day or to fight in the fall winds, and he had the right to move freely. The sentries would not stop him. Outside the compound, Fox was already waiting outside with Yamamoto Chisha. After everyone gathered, Goofy didn't say much. Let's go. Following Goofy out of Fox, the others were wondering what the hell they were going to do today. It was unlike training, because training wouldn't be with just one company, it must be all of them. Hitting the autumn breeze was quite like it. The warriors were all of a sudden excited to have such a good thing at their beck and call. Troops that go out come back with more good things to share. The warriors all hope to follow Gao Fei to get some good things to beat the autumn wind and rob the brats. It's just that they're curious as to why Goofy would take Yamamoto Chisha, a Japanese woman, along with him. Equally curious was Yamamoto Chisha, who didn't understand where Goofy was taking the army and himself before dawn. Training Goofy wouldn't even bring her, and it was even more unlikely when he was fighting the autumn winds. Gao Fei also did not explain, directly towards the agreed location, although the independent regiment's quarters are placed in the middle of a few looted trucks, but there is not much fuel, and driving that thing is too loud. Gao Fei does not want to alarm Li Yunlong and Zhao Gang, so he chose to walk. The agreed location was an open valley. The surrounding area was flat. The warriors could quickly spread out and do reconnaissance. Rapidly advancing through the darkness, it took 2 hours to arrive at the destination. At this time the sky was cloudy. Raising his hand, Gao Fei shouted, "All the soldiers of the first company except the monks," all of them spread out to do reconnaissance. Yes. Doubtful in their minds, but the soldiers still dispersed as quickly as possible and started scouting in all directions. Except for Fox and Monk, all the soldiers of the first company dispersed. "Battalion commander, we have a mission here?" "And, there is a mission. Let everyone pay attention. Once someone approaches, immediately hit the alarm." Nodding his head, Goofy didn't explain and lit a cigarette as he waited for Yamamoto Kazuki to arrive. Boom boom boom. About 10 or so minutes when not all of the sky was lit up in the distance, 2 streams of lights lit up. The sound of the truck's engine was extraordinarily clear in the early morning. Shoo! The soldier in charge of scouting immediately whistled, signaling that someone was approaching or a brat, and the soldiers of the first company immediately drew closer towards Gao Fei. All the soldiers of the first company were ready to fight, but here in Taiping there was no hiding place whatsoever. "Battalion commander." Monk was a little anxious, afraid that Gao Fei would be hurt. He raised his hand to indicate that he didn't need to be anxious. Gao Fei quietly looked at the 3 big trucks approaching. The trucks stopped about 300 meters away from where Goofy was. Yamamoto Ikimoku jumped down from the trucks. The soldiers of the Special Operations Squad wanted to go forward. Yamamoto Ikimoku waved his hand. In addition to his own deputy, all the other soldiers spread out and began to scout. Goofy was afraid that Yamamoto Ikimoku would set up a trap. Similarly, Yamamoto Ikimoku was afraid of Goofy like this. Both of them were on the defensive against each other. Bringing his second in command, Yamamoto Ikimoku stepped forward. Gao Fei waved his hand when he saw this, except for Monk and Fox who stayed behind. "The rest of you spread out and pay attention to the surrounding situation." "Yes, battalion commander." The soldiers quickly dispersed and scattered towards the surroundings, leaving only Fox and Monk behind, as well as the important figure, Yamamoto Chika. At this moment, Yamamoto Chika had stayed in place, not expecting Goofy to bring himself to see his brother. "Xia." Looking at his sister who was wearing rough clothes, Yamamoto Kazuki's voice was a little choked when he spoke. Since childhood he had held his sister in the center of his hand. After her captivity, he had been in a violent state, but now that he saw his sister in front of his eyes he found that he could not say anything. At this time the sky had already dawned. The first rays of sunlight sprinkled down and shone on Yamamoto Chika's body. "Hi." Yamamoto Chika walked up 2 steps towards her brother and bowed slightly in greeting. Neither of them stepped forward and just looked away from each other, happy to see her brother. Yamamoto Chika hid her hands in her sleeves to keep them out of his sight. "How's he treating you?" The two spoke in Japanese, unintelligible to anyone else, and Yamamoto Chika nodded hesitantly. Chapter 82 Resolutions. Please subscribe. Hey, Goofy Koen has been very kind to me, and instead of treating me as a prisoner, he's treated me like family. Yamamoto Chika hadn't realized that her brother had received the letter, that something about how she had been slept with almost a baby or something like that, thinking that her brother was asking about her life in the independent regiment. Nodding his head, Yamamoto Kazuki looked to Goofy. "You kept your word. Not only did you truthfully come to the appointment and still not set up an ambush, but you also brought Chisha here with you. You too surprised me." Goofy smiled slightly. In fact, he could have not brought Chika Yamamoto over, but in the end, he decided to bring her along to meet his brother. Nations have hatred, countries have grudges, but kinship has no limits. The two of them used English to talk. Yamamoto Kazuki did not know Chinese as well as his sister, and Goofy did not know Japanese. The two of them were only able to use English to communicate. The good thing was that both Goofy and Yamamoto Kazuki's English was good, and they did not need to worry about communication breakdowns and the need for an interpreter. It's really better to be known than to be seen. Quietly sizing up Goofy, Yamamoto Kazuki was curious to know how he managed to attack his military strongholds time and time again, grabbing things and even succeeding in striking more with less. Were the Imperial soldiers too wasteful or was Goofy too cunning? Yamamoto Kazuki was sizing up Gao Fei. Gao Fei was likewise staring at him, except that his aide was glaring at the monk who couldn't wait to eat him. The monk had run away from within the brat stronghold, and it was said that he had still escaped after killing quite a number of people. Among them were several members of the Special Operations Squad. For a long time Yamamoto Kazuki narrowed his eyes slightly, a murderous aura erupted from his eyes. It was you who shot my subordinates down in the Goat's Intestine Mountain in the first place, wasn't it? 3 months ago, the deputy led the Special Operations Squads out to carry out the mission, but halfway encountered a sniper killed 3 people at once, so that his assistants had to choose to retreat, and then collision with the 8th Rot Army in the middle of the sniper kept appearing, and after investigating a little bit, all the information is locked. Gao Fei. He was the sniper. Humph. Feeling the murderous aura erupting from Yamamoto Kazuki's body, Monk and Fox coldly grunted and stood out in front of Gao Fei. It's me, I just didn't expect your little Japanese soldiers to be so unable to withstand the tossing and turning before a few people died and retreated, making me so sorry. Gao Fei's demeanor was calm, as if he did not feel Yamamoto Kazuki's resentment and murderous aura. If killing aura and resentment could kill people, then the brats would have been exterminated long ago. Cold snort. Yamamoto Ikimoko did not continue to pull on this topic, rushed to the 2 soldiers standing on the truck, waved his hand. The soldiers immediately lifted the tarpaulin of the truck, revealing the face of the things. The second truck is almost a truckload of weapons and ammunition. All of them were brand new 38 dagas and various types of light machine guns, although there were no heavy weapons, but it could be seen that Yamamoto Kazuki, in order to exchange for his sister, could be said to be the blood of the money. He didn't carry heavy weapons or else he wouldn't be able to explain himself after being discovered, so he was carrying light machine guns and 38 large caps. Return Chica to me and these are yours. Pointing at the truck in the distance, Yamamoto Kazuki stated his conditions. Now Goofy was able to be sure that the depth of Yamamoto Kazuki's feelings for his sister had surpassed everything else, and that he was not just playing along, intentionally tricking himself into coming here for the first time, and setting up an ambush to kill him. How generous! A truckload of weapons, said to give it without any ambiguity at all, just for the sake of exchanging one person. A woman. No. I'm not going back. Without waiting for the emotional Gao Fei to speak, Yamamoto Chisha shouted, causing everyone to freeze. This girl couldn't be addicted to living in the independent regiment, right? Although it was impossible for Goofy to replace her, the weapons and ammunition were good, but this might expose the independent regiment's quarters. There was no way Goofy would let the independent regiment be exposed because of some weapons. You should know that less than 20 kilometers outside the independent regiment in the mountains is the headquarters of the 8th Rot Army. This cannot be a joke. A large group of heavyweights are over there. If the brats know the absolute will at all costs to launch an attack. But what made Gao Fei stunned was that Yamamoto Chisha actually said he would not go. To stay. Yamamoto Kazuki incredulously twisted his head to look at his sister, unable to believe the words coming out of her mouth. Not leaving, to stay? I know how my brother feels about me, but I can't leave. I don't want to go back to a country where I'm against the war but all the people are waging it. Eyes slightly red, Yamamoto Chika's words were spoken in English, expressing her true thoughts to her brother, and at the same time to Goofy. Not every Japanese wishes to start a war and invade other countries, at least not her, Yamamoto Chika. Clenching his fists, Yamamoto Kazuki slowly began to be on the verge of exploding. What his sister said today had disappointed him, completely. Closing his eyes and taking a deep breath, Yamamoto Kazuki looked to Goofy, who shrugged his shoulders. I'm sorry, I can't let you take her, and as for the reason why, I think you know very well. Looking back at his sister, who had a determined gaze and was shedding tears, Yamamoto Kazuki forced himself to hold back the anger he was about to explode and yelled, Special Operations Squad. Assemble. Return to the city. Yamamoto Chisha cried very sadly after saying what was in her heart. This would be the same as her completely breaking with her own brother, breaking with her own country, and betraying her own country and her own nation, just like those Japanese officers who had abandoned the darkness and switched into the midst of the 8th Rot Army. Of course, this is not to say that those people are the same as the traitors. The traitors joined the enemy camp because they were afraid of death and wanted to gain advantages, but not people like Yamamoto Chika. They chose to transfer for the sake of peace. As Yamamoto Kazuki shouted, the members of the Special Operations Squad immediately gathered and got into the trucks. The 2 trucks directly started towards the prefecture, leaving behind the 1 truck filled with weapons and ammunition. Oh, sobbing, Yamamoto Chika's red eyes bowed deeply towards her brother, who had played the role of her father since childhood. As the truck slowly left, Goofy sighed. Family love was indeed the greatest emotion in the world. Yamamoto Kazuki left. Just as he came without the slightest delay, Fox quickly went up to check the car to see if any bombs had been planted. Don't look to underestimate her. As long as it's all about the military, Fox is a connoisseur, and checking and disarming bombs like this couldn't be easier. Chapter 83 Meeting with Yamamoto Kazuki. Request subscription. The car was carefully inspected under the car. After Fox determined that there were no problems, he gave a thumbs up to Goofy. Everything was safe and there were no problems. When going back, the atmosphere within the team is a bit depressing. Yamamoto Chisha sat in the truck in silence. The mood is a bit lost. Anyone else and their brother, such a break will not feel good. Gao Fei also do not know what to say, silent. This time to say anything feel inappropriate, simply bored to drive. Only the fox eyes constantly and the Gao Fei and Yamamoto Chisha constantly turn, from time to time pursed lips snickering, causing Yamamoto Chisha depressed. At the same time the face of the red cannot be. Gao Fei is a little speechless. What is your eyes, oh? Don't look at me so strangely, okay? Be careful, I'll drive the truck into a ditch. It took 2 hours to get there slowly, and an hour to get back. At this time, most of the people in the independent regiment had just gotten up when they saw Gao Fei driving a truck back and looked up to see that they were shocked that the truck was full of weapons and ammunition, which were all brand new. The new recruits look at Gao Fei with admiration. They have just joined the independent regiment, they have heard of Gao Fei's glorious achievements during this period of time, and thought that these weapons are to rob the brats, while the veterans are a little depressed, how to go out today without their own share. Without explaining the source of the weapons, Gao Fei parked the truck and signaled the soldiers of the elite battalion to carry all of the weapons to their own yard and cover them with canvas. These weapons are Yamamoto Kazuki left to Yamamoto Chisha. Sister is not willing to leave, coupled with Gao Fei's letter, so that he mistakenly thought that his sister is reluctant to give up. Gao Fei coupled with originally did not like the war, so unwilling to leave, despite the break, but Yamamoto Kazuki really loves his sister. Leaving these weapons, hope that Gao Fei can treat his sister well. If he knows his sister is still intact at this time, it is estimated that he will be angry and spit out a mouthful of old blood. If he knew at this time that his sister was still a virgin, he would have spit out a mouthful of old blood. Hearing the trucks ringing and the noise of the soldiers and the cheers, just got up Zhao Gang and Li Yunlong. Kong Jia came to the premises outside looking at a box of brand new weapons are carried to Gao Fei's yard in the wide-eyed, habitual three people thought that Gao Fei went out early in the morning to go for a walk. Gao Fei was out for a stroll, but the weapons were not snatched back. Haha, you kid is good. So many brand new weapons. Before, Zhao Gang and I were worried that there might not be enough weapons and ammunition. There are a bit too many new recruits for this expansion. I didn't expect you to get this much back. Looking at the huge pile of weapons and ammunition that had been gathered, Li Yunlong couldn't stop smiling. Kong Jia was a bit grumpy and looked at Gao Fei. That look seemed to say, didn't you agree to bring me along? How come there's no me again? Zhao Gang was also very happy and smiled as he wrapped his arms around Gao Fei's shoulders. Gao Fei threw the barret to Fox and said, take little tiger to hunt for food, if you can shoot a little more back. Understood. Fox smiled and glanced at Yamamoto Chisha, who had just entered inside the earthen house. It seemed that there were two people whose sins were getting deeper and deeper. Nodding his head, Goofy looked at the three and said, let's go to the regimental headquarters and I'll explain it to you. Right now these weapons are not able to be used. Gao Fei's mood is not very high. The three feel strange, look at each other and Gao Fei together to the regimental headquarters. Good grabbed Li Yunlong's wine, twisted to vigorously pour a few mouths. Gao Fei fiercely gasped a few breaths. Hey, slow down, what's wrong with you, kid? Gao Fei drank too fiercely. Zhao Gang and Li Yunlong hurriedly snatched the bottle from his hands and unpleasantly chided, even if you are in a depressed mood, you can't be like this, it's very injurious to your body. Say it, what exactly happened? Tell us, maybe it will be much better if we all communicate. Pulling over a chair and sitting in front of Gao Fei, Zhao Gang put on an I'm all ears look and waited for Gao Fei to tell us. Hiccuping, Gao Fei lit a cigarette and took a deep breath. The wine just now was indeed a bit strong, Gao Fei asked as he puffed on the cigarette. Are you all curious as to why you've pulled back so many weapons but can't use them? The three didn't say anything and nodded their heads together. With a helpless smile, Goofy cried and laughed as he explained, I'm afraid that everyone will be embarrassed to see Yamamoto Chisha in the future. Now Goofy was indeed a bit embarrassed and awkward. Luckily the independent regiment did not have the habit of abusing women, otherwise it would be even more embarrassing. What's wrong with it? Why should we be embarrassed? What does that Japanese woman Yamamoto Chisha have to do with us? That's yours, okay? Li Yunlong stared wide-eyed, unable to understand the meaning of Gao Fei's words. Gao Fei rolled his eyes, being too blocked to speak. Zhao Gang pulled Li Yunlong and gave him an unfavorable look. Don't interrupt for now, wait for Gao Fei to finish first. Right, old Li, you keep your mouth shut, wait for Gao Fei to finish first. Kong Jia and Zhao Gang both stood apiece. Li Yunlong could only stop with a sarcastic smile. Sit down for a smoke and listen to Gao Fei to speak first. These weapons weren't looted, I didn't go to fight the fall, but met with Yamamoto Kazuki. What? You went to meet with Yamamoto Kazuki? These words immediately startled Li Yunlong. Zhao Gang and Kong Jia stood up with wide-eyed nonsense. This is simply putting yourself in danger. There was no doubt the person who would say this would definitely be Zhao Gang. That's right, it's too dangerous. Kong Jia frowned, obviously also disapproving of bringing back so many weapons when it was good that the people had returned safely. Li Yunlong didn't say anything, just winked at Gao Fei. That expression was as funny as it could be, but unfortunately Gao Fei couldn't laugh. Then what? Taking a hard drag on his cigarette, Goofy continued, then let the Yamamoto siblings meet. Yamamoto Kazuki said to exchange those weapons for his sister, but Yamamoto Chisha was not willing to go back and broke with her own brother. She was against the war, so she was not willing to go back, so she broke with her own brother. The weapons were the ones that Yamamoto Kazuki didn't take with him when he left. When Goofy finished the cause and effect, but found that Li Yunlong, Zhao Gang, Kong Jia are staring at his face expressionless, then puzzled, this three in what? Laugh me to death. Suddenly the three directly laughed and sprayed, especially Li Yunlong laughed the most ferociously. Chapter 84 Purchase Potion Request Subscription. No wonder one person is so depressed, so that's what's going on, looks like we have a new weapon to use. Not to mention Li Yunlong and Kong Jia, the two big old men, even Zhao Gang's stomach hurt from laughing. What Looking at the three people in front of him who were laughing with tears in their eyes, Gao Fei was speechless to the extreme. What is this? Is it that funny? All of your happiness is based on then people's depression? Looks like your maid is taken. Laughing out loud and patting Gao Fei's shoulder, Li Yunlong felt his stomach hurting and almost didn't laugh past. Don't worry, everyone will understand, isn't it just a maid? That Yamamoto Chisha is still nice and pretty. Don't you college students who have seen the world like this type? Well, taller. Long legs. Pretty face. Old Li's words are good. Zhao Gang smiled and nodded his head, agreeing with his words, although Li Yunlong was usually very immodest, but what he would say this time was pretty much the same as what Zhao Gang had in mind, not to mention Gao Fei, even he, Zhao Gang, was aesthetically appealing as well. Ha ha ha. Patting Gao Fei's shoulder, Kong Jia almost didn't draw over with laughter. Don't worry, it's just a little maid, not your proper wife doesn't prevent you from marrying your aunt. A group of unscrupulous people. Gao Fei sighed and shook his head, the first wife has not yet been determined, it is thinking about aunts and little maids. Absolutely three detrimental superiors. Viciously despised the three, Gao Fei was so angry that he twisted his head and walked away, just out of the doorway, still not forgetting to turn back to take his cigarette away, greedy to death. Mocking himself, a maid is a maid. What's the big deal? Hey! Don't You people go, at least we'll leave the smoke Li Yunlong stopped laughing and shouted. I'll go. Stumbling on his feet, Gao Fei almost hit his head on the door panel. Saying goodbye to the three pitiful superiors who thought about maids all day long, Goofy returned to his residence. Inside the house, Yamamoto Chisha resumed her previous life and was making shoes. When she saw Goofy come in, she hurriedly stood up and revealed a smile. You're back. Although the accent was awkward, it was still understandable. The look was like a young daughter-in-law waiting for her husband to return home. Didn't I say don't mess with it? Can you do it with several thousand people in the entire regiment? Goofy frowned slightly. Hi. Yamamoto Chisha hurriedly hid her shoes behind her, as well as her own hand full of wounds, and scowled as she replied, I just want to be recognized by everyone and do what I can. Opening his mouth, Goofy but said nothing, acquiescing to what Yamamoto Chika had done. Goofy-kun, this is the clothes I modified for you. Seeing that Goofy was about to walk into the inner room, Yamamoto Chisha hurriedly took out the clothes she had altered. Goofy was stunned. This was altered with his own cotton clothes. It seemed that the cotton inside was ripped. It was too hot to wear cotton clothes when it was hot, and he needed to wear cooler clothes, while the cotton was collected to be able to be used again later. Receiving the clothes, Goofy said, Thanks. Hi. You're welcome, I'm happy to be able to help Goofy-kun with this, it's all on my own volition. As Goofy recognized himself, Yamamoto Chisha was very happy and a bright smile came on her face. Walking inside the inner room, Goofy directly changed into the altered clothes. They fit well. Yamamoto Chika's handiwork was good. Quietly peeped to see Gao Fei wearing his altered clothes. Yamamoto Chisha smiled and sat back to continue making shoes, doing something that he could do, hoping that the warriors of the independent regiment will recognize themselves soon, although they are Japanese, but they are different from those war criminals in their own country. Oh. Soon Xiaohu and Fox came back together. Xiaohu ate with a rounded stomach. Fox also carried 2 deer legs back. At a glance, they knew they had shot a deer. Back at home smelling the smell of Gao Fei, Xiaohu rushed in happily looking for Gao Fei to play with himself. Put the meat down. Fox moved his arms and said regretfully, Don't look at me, I can't cook. It's not a matter of cooking. Goofy was furious. In your eyes I just know how to eat? I would like to inquire of you, should I buy strength potions and stamina potions together now? The meeting with Yamamoto Kazuki didn't go wrong, and Goofy's quest was completed with 2 attribute points and more than 411 battle merit points, allowing him to purchase 2 potions to use. Fox's expression turned serious, and after thinking about it, he nodded and said, Given the officer's physical qualities, there is indeed a great need for strength potions and stamina potions, but something like a potion has a great effect the first time you use it, but then it will become worse and worse until it doesn't have any effect at all. Afraid that Gao Fei held the idea of constantly buying potions to improve his physical quality, Fox directly gave him a precaution. What Fox said is that medicinal resistance is the same as people taking medicine to cure their illnesses. People who rarely take medicine get well very quickly when they get sick, but then later on when they get sick and take medicine, they get better slowly, and some drug antibodies will slowly appear in the body, reducing the effect of the medicine. Even if it is a miracle drug, the number of times it is used will reduce the medicinal properties. This point does not need to Fox, said Gao Fei, also understand. Can use a few times is already a good result. Saying bye, Gao Fei immediately added the 2 attribute points he got to his strength. His strength suddenly broke through 10 points. Gao Fei suddenly felt an extra strong force within his body, bursting out absolutely amazing. Don't look down on 2 attribute points, it was almost equivalent to 2/5 of a normal adult man's strength. Reaching 10 points of strength meant that Gao Fei's strength was twice that of an ordinary person. Clenching his fists and feeling the stupid dark energy within his body, Gao Fei was curious to know how much his physical attributes could reach if he used the strength potion and stamina potion. Host is sure to purchase the strength potion and stamina potion? At the system's prompting, Goofy said without hesitation, confirmed to purchase. The battle merit points were suddenly 400 points less, and 2 small bottles appeared in Gao Fei's hand, which were filled with red and green liquids and bodies. Was this the so-called potion? Picking up the 2 small bottles, Gao Fei asked doubtfully, how should I use it? How come the colors look strange? The red one is a strength potion while the green one is a stamina potion. Both can be used together, it's just that the process is a bit difficult. Chapter 85 Absorption Potion Request for Subscription. Is the red one a strength potion and the green one a stamina potion? But how should I take it? Picking up the small bottle and raising it above his head, Goofy stared at the bottle in his hand. There will be a bit of pain during the process of taking it. Painful? Maybe. After the system's constant training, Gao Fei's immunity to pain had actually exceeded that of normal people, and what he had experienced was not something that ordinary people could withstand. Despite the training could all be resurrected, the feeling of pain existed, and all kinds of death pains Gao Fei had already tasted. Holding the vial and curiously sizing it up, Gao Fei did not notice in the slightest that the corners of Fox's mouth slowly raised. A bad smile appeared on her delicate and beautiful face. While observing the potion that he had spent 400 battle points in exchange for, Gao Fei didn't want the fox to suddenly storm up with her palm quickly slashing towards her back. Feeling a shock in the back of his head, Gao Fei's eyes went black, spat out a word, and fainted. Hearing the ringing, outside of the Yamamoto Chisha curiously shrinking head to come in to take a look, but saw the fox will be Gao Fei's clothes off. Suddenly small face red hastily curled back, put down the hands of the things, towards the outside to run, but also did not forget to help the fox will be closed. There is no doubt that Yamamoto Chisha thought that the fox in Gao Fei is preparing to do some of the most primitive things. Yamamoto Chika's reaction was seen one by Fox, but it wasn't taken to heart. Taking Goofy's clothes off, leaving him with just a small pair of underwear, Fox then stopped. On the side, Little Tiger cocked his head and looked at Fox and Goofy, curious about what the two were doing. Pat Xiaohu's head, Xiaohu pouted and leaned over towards Fox. Fox smiled slightly and picked up the strength potion and stamina potion that Goofy had bought and twisted them together and poured them into Goofy's mouth. A little bit of the rest stayed behind and teased Little Tiger. Come Little Tiger, good boy, open your mouth. The unknown Little Tiger opened its mouth, and Fox immediately poured the remaining tiny bit of strength potion and stamina potion into its mouth. Ang. The potion just entered the mouth, began to feel sweet. Let the Little Tiger some fondly look at the bottle, but after a few seconds the Little Tiger screamed, headbutt on the side of the wood, fainted dead in the past. Let the fox endured, pursed lips a smile, also thought that they need to help the Little Tiger a little bit, who knows that it own dumping the head is too fierce. Will himself knocked, fainted to death. I don't know if the body structure is different or Little Tiger's body is too fragile. In just a few seconds time, Little Tiger's body began to sweat, the muscles are slightly curled up, constantly squirming, moving. On the other side, Gao Fei's body became red, all the muscles were twitching, wriggling, a blood vessel was bulging. If not for the thick fur on Little Tiger's body it would be the same, the body was red as if it was going to smoke. In order to allow the maximum degree of absorption of the potion contains a very special thing. This kind of thing is not useful, but mixed in the potion will make the human body's muscles constantly twitching, so that the potion to take advantage of this time to enter the body's muscles and bones so as to achieve the maximization of the absorption. Just the process of absorption is very painful, so the fox will be Gao Fei knocked unconscious, lest suffered from the absorption of the potion's great pain. On the other side of the small tiger also slowly began to absorb the fox-fetid medicine. This person, and a pet lying on the Kong body, convulsions, red smoke, blood vessels bulging, looks incomparable horror, but unfortunately they have fainted dead past, simply cannot notice. Washing his hands, Fox left inside the house, letting this man and tiger slowly absorb the potion, opened the door and looked at the door with amusement as he stood in the doorway somewhat flustered and blushing. Yamamoto Chisha flirting, why are you itching in your heart? Then go in quickly, he's still not dressed. Don't think that only a group of men together would have flowery mouths. In fact, the topics that women chatted about at any time were able to make men sweat, admire and feel ashamed of themselves. While shaking her little head like a rattle, Yamamoto Chika's face was getting redder and redder. It's cute to have red cheeks. Fox reached out and pinched Yamamoto Chika's small face, causing her to jump like a frightened rabbit, bouncing to the side and looking at Fox in shock. That shy and panicked expression amused Fox so much that she couldn't help but laugh out loud, causing some of the surrounding new recruits who were in the middle of their training to look at her sideways. What are you looking at? The squad leader leading them glared at them in a bad mood. That's the elite battalion. Battalion Commander Gao's woman. What's there to look at? Want to go home and find it yourself? Being scolded, the recruits then reluctantly retracted their eyes. They were all 18 or 19 years old. 20-something is the stage when they are easily impulsive and interested in the opposite sex, but there are things that can't be looked at casually. Squad leader, our independent regiment's elite battalion is really that strong? I'm really envious of Battalion Commander Gao, having a strong force in his hands and 2 beautiful wives. Right, unfortunately envy is useless, train hard. That said, squad leader, didn't you run for the elite battalion? You didn't succeed? Previously scolded, their squad leader old face or red, embarrassed to say that he was in the first link, was eliminated, deliberately face, pretending to be mysterious. You do not know, elite battalion selection is very strict. Last time our entire regiment of soldiers to participate in the selection can only be elected to the last 300 people only. I am also in a test of the last link, cannot hold on to the collapse of the. In order to prevent shame, the squad leader deliberately blew himself up a little. Wow! The squad leader is so powerful. Oh! Immediately there are some soldiers revealed worship expression, let him very use, satisfied, nodded, pulled out a cigarette to light up and inhaled a mouthful, feel today's cigarette flavor is just cool. But the squad leader selection, I remember there are 3 hurdles, right? How do you one have not passed it? Suddenly there is a more inquisitive recruit directly hit the nail on the head, inquiring up, cough cough cough. The squad leader was almost not choked to death by the smoke in his mouth, snot and tears together wildly sprayed, so that the surrounding warriors are grinning, slightly away from him so a little bit, lest it be sprayed on the face. Even if not sprayed on the face, sprayed to the clothes look also strange. Nausea, is not it? A few little brats, don't ask if you don't understand. Tomorrow is the time of the selection, by then you can also participate in. Not convinced is to try, see if you can succeed. Being so asked, the class president face is very untenable, grunted, hurry tomorrow, you these little will know how difficult it is. Chapter 86 Overplayed request subscription. Goofy and Tiger were absorbing the potion, and to prevent anyone from coming in and disturbing them, Fox brought Chika Yamamoto to sit within the courtyard in chat. By the way, Chika, what type of course did you study when you came to America to study? Academics in the United States was different from other places. One could choose a class of their choice to study. There was no compulsion for students to learn anything. It was a very open way of teaching. It's studying fashion design. I want to be a fashion designer. After hesitating for a moment, Yamamoto Chika shyly stated the course she had taken. Ha! Fox directly laughed, not giving Yamamoto Chika any face at all, making the little ninny angry and stomping her feet. You were the one who opened your mouth to ask, okay, and actually laughed at others. Yamamoto Chika got angry, only then did Fox stop laughing. Fine, I won't laugh. I can't see why you would learn this. No wonder you know so much about needlework. If I were to do it differently, it would be simpler to kill me. What about you? Will tell their own everything to the fox. Yamamoto Chika still do not know the fox's secret, just know that she is carrying the injured high flyback, subsequently followed by high fly side. Seems to be a guard. See, in everyone's eyes she fox is high fly woman, otherwise you follow him. Why? Well, in fact, very simple. Is to learn a variety of military knowledge, and then came here to follow the side of the officer cluck. Fox said very vaguely, the answer ling grinding to can, let a person full of speculation. Blinking her beautiful eyes, Yamamoto Chika continued to ask, but why did you call Goofy Koan a sir instead of a battalion commander? Generally speaking, the soldiers under his command would call the officer's official position only. Gao Fei is the battalion commander, Li Yunlong is the regimental commander, Zhao Gang calls the political commissar, chief of staff Peng calls the chief of staff, and Generalissimo Zhu is the old generalissimo. Compared to those calls, the fox called some awkward, not to mention also very strange. Strange? Fox that extraordinarily sexual, sensual, seductive, human, small, mouth slowly raised his head to look at the sky and the sun, slowly said, sir, that is also just to his name only, and only him, only. Tilted his head, looking at the fox's side face. Yamamoto Chika always feel fox and high flying are to give themselves a very mysterious secret, a lot of feeling. As for why they will think towards this aspect, Yamamoto Chika also cannot say so, just by the woman's intuition. A lot of times the woman's intuition is dragged down, but a lot of times it is also very accurate, inscrutable. Knocked out, Gao Fei didn't feel any pain. It felt like he had a strange dream. He came to a world full of flames. Those flames were constantly burning his body, from hair, skin, blood, muscles, to bones. There was almost no place that was left out. All of them were enveloped in. His muscles were constantly twisting and twitching, wanting to rise up, but Gao Fei realized that he couldn't move at all, and was only able to look on with his eyes as his body was being incinerated, without the ability to change it. I don't know how long. Gao Fei slowly opened his eyes. The first thing that came into his eyes was the roof of the earth house. What is this strange odor? Without feeling any discomfort in his body, Gao Fei looked around and realized that little Tiger was lying beside himself sleeping soundly. While little Tiger's body had tremendously skyrocketed by a large circle, it was almost comparable to those tigers that were already more than a year old. What exactly happened to little Tiger? Doubtful Highfly slowly recalled. He was suddenly fox in the back, strength hit, and then the body of a shock on the fainted dead. Air? What the hell is this? It's disgusting. Thinking, Gao Fei is trying to find the fox to ask a clear, but do not want to just sit up on the feeling of their own body sticky, but also with a sub of the stench, and some of the smell of rotting meat is almost the same. Vomit pungent taste almost did not let Gao Fei spit out dry vomit. Gao Fei instinctive popped up. In the past, very normal action today, but everything has become abnormal, was just a flick under, but Gao Fei did not think of their own popped up high directly on the roof. Rarely a tile broken would broken sound rang. Gao Fei directly to the roof broke a big hole in the ground. A time of broken tiles would are smashed to his body. Onto his body, but he actually didn't feel much pain. Ow. Originally was on the Kong sleep very cool tiger, heard the noise directly was awakened, jumped up, but did not want to just bump into the fall from the sky of the high fly. Suddenly a person and a tiger fell on a piece of dust, rotten tiles and thatched grass cover. This side made a big commotion the first time let's sitting in the courtyard chat. Fox and Yamamoto Chisha noticed, even the distant soldiers who were training looked over, why suddenly appeared a big hole in the roof, and a strange noise. Ah shucks. Ah shucks. Little tiger, why did you hit me? Gao Fei, who was covered in dust, originally had a layer of black smelly dirt on his body, and now covered in dust, Gao Fei instantly turned into a mud man, with a foul-smelling mud man. Oh. Little tiger also made a dusty face, only it didn't have that kind of stinky dirt on Gao Fei. After all, the tiger's body structure was different from humans, plus Fox just poured a little bit of the remaining potion in its mouth, so the little tiger's reaction wasn't big, that is, its body instantly skyrocketed quite a lot, revealing an aggrieved expression too, where the little tiger knew that he just woke up with a start and crashed into his dad. He was aggrieved to the extreme. Ha ha ha. A group of curious recruits who surrounded him couldn't help but laugh out loud at the wretched appearance of Gao Fei, who was like a mudman and still had a foul odor. Well. Fox and Yamamoto Chisha walked up and suddenly wrinkled her small face and hastily covered her nose, absorbing, well, it seems to be a bit overdone, quickly go and wash it clothes, I will then help you to bring it over. What are you laughing at? Laugh again and let your training be double. Being mocked by a group of new recruits pinching their noses, Gao Fei was instantly enraged. However, his body really stinks and must be washed. Too late to teach these new recruits a lesson, Gao Fei hurriedly ran towards the small river not very far outside the compound. Xiaohu blinked his eyes and also followed. Chapter 87. Going into the city to buy soap? Requesting subscription. Quickly rushing to the river's edge, Goofy jumped directly into the river and began to clean it. Well, so disgusting, ah. While washing, Goofy smelled, immediately frowned, hated to wash off a layer of skin. Fortunately on the body just a small underwear is very uncomfortable, if the clothes are all wearing estimates that it is very difficult to take off. Here. Fox came to the river behind Gao Fei, placed his clothes on the ground, picked up a bar of soap and threw it towards him. The dirt on Gao Fei's body is like with oiliness in general, direct water washing simply can't be washed off. Instead of those dirt washed together looks incomparably hilarious, especially on the face and a clown in general. Directly Fox threw the soap. Gao Fei cannot care about other direct cleaning up with the soap is finally able to wash down all the dirt on the body. At once a black liquid, the body flowed into the river, so that Gao Fei himself are looking at the heart of the shock. This thing will not be the river fish and shrimp are poisoned to death, right? If so, he would be guilty, and it would be a bit difficult to eat fish in the future. Right. Fish. How can I be so stupid? Obviously like to eat fish. The river also has a lot of did not think to get a little. What fishing is weak, fishing nets is the hard way. Wash high fly thoughts cannot help but drift toward this area. Pickled fish, braised fish, sweet and sour fish, halal fish. Just thinking about it could make one's mouth water. Giggle, quickly wipe it off, your saliva is coming out. On the shore, Fox was sitting on the rock, looking at Gao Fei washing and getting lost in thought. He couldn't help but laugh out loud. The most hilarious thing was that the corners of his mouth were actually drooling. No wonder Li Yunlong kept saying that he was meatless. Air. Gao Fei, a burst of embarrassment, hastily retracted his thoughts. The old face are red, really is not a general disgrace, fortunately no outsiders to see. Bathing are able to think of delicious fish above, really enough. No wonder Gao Fei thought so, a person who likes to eat fish, a few months have not touched with, think of those delicious fish, straight drooling is not strange. The potion absorption is not bad. Looked at the high fly body, those more than a block of muscle. Fox faint smile. Look at the high fly, some Harry lowered his head to look only to find that the body more than a lot of muscle blocks, a block of bulging, clenched fists can be felt from the inside of a strong force hidden in which, as long as you make strength absolutely can be berserk outbursts. The medicine has been absorbed? Gao Fei hurriedly pulled out the system to check his attributes. Host, Gao Fei, rank, 2nd Lieutenant. Height, 1 meter 8. Weight, 85 kilograms. Strength, 17. Physical strength, 14. Spirit, 6. Ha ha ha. Looking at his own attributes, Gao Fei excitedly laughed out loud, really did not buy the wrong, once on the increase of such a strong attribute, 17 points of strength and 14 points of physical strength, his body is now absolutely strong. Burst of the table, although not as Fox that clear more than 20 points, so scary, but it is already very strong. Such attributes meant that even if Gao Fei wasn't Fox's opponent, at least he could support it and wouldn't be killed in seconds all the time like before, so tragically, there was room for counterattacks. Even the spirit followed a little bit. The experience value of the rank was also increasing. It was already 1/3 more. Another 2/3 would be able to upgrade to lieutenant. At this point, the experience of the rank no longer shows how much is needed, but directly shows the percentage. Clenching his fists with a big smile, he struck the water vigorously a few times, and only then did Gao Fei stop. Xiaowu, who jumped into the river with Gao Fei, didn't know how his dad was godforsaken and swam around in the water cheerfully, and from time to time, he also drilled into the water to have a slam, which was very dashing. On the shore, looking at Gao Fei so excited, happy, Fox also followed a slight smile. Let Gao Fei early become strong and protect Gao Fei intermission. So Gao Fei becomes strong, Fox will also follow the happy. Physical quality skyrocketed. Gao Fei, cleaning the dirt on his body, also became diligent. After tossing and turning for a long time, until the river water downstream was a bit dark, Gao Fei washed himself clean, and didn't forget to help Xiaohu wash himself as well, lest the little guy grows worms on his body. But how did this guy's body grow so much all of a sudden? When you were absorbing the potion, a little bit of what was left I gave to little tiger, so that its body will become very strong, and if you buy spiritual potions to give it a little bit to drink in the future, its IQ will increase a lot. Seeing Gao Fei's doubts, sitting on the shore, Fox explained, and wash it and go to the county town, buy soap back for me. Having soap would be better. Soap? Gao Fei froze, then remembered. Fox threw a piece of soap to himself. Without it on the body of those black with a bad smell of dirt, there is really no way to wash down. By the way, where did you get the soap? Last time saved Suryu. So Li Yunlong chief is very happy to give me a piece of chanting. Seems to be still from the Women's Federation side after the cheek to come to. Yusup is gone. You also don't want to see me and Shisha, two girls bathing, even clean things don't have it, so only be able to aggrieve you to go to the county town a trip. Fox smiled slightly and shrugged her shoulders, making a helpless expression. Since you're the one who used up the soap, then you're getting a bar back for me. And her appearance is not suitable to go within the county. It is easy to be stared at. After all, now is not the latter part of the era that the foreigners are full of foreigners. Blonde hair and brown eyes are too conspicuous, coupled with the little brats have already known that Gao Fei side of the guards of a foreign girl from the United States. To go into the county is not the same as to tell the little brats, Gao Fei to come? Gao Fei looked at the hands. A piece of soap actually left a little bit, visible how hard he washed. Gao Fei would like to say can not go to buy soap? But looking at the Fox face, that faint smile, Highfly feel that they still go to buy good. Otherwise Fox absolutely has been so staring at themselves. Women are not compared to men casually rubbing handle. Women are very concerned about hygiene. Okay, I'll go buy, but whether there is soap I can't guarantee. You also know now that thing is precious goods. These days it's good to have soap to wash, but still thinking about soap? What made Goofy thankful was that Fox didn't wear makeup, so she didn't have to get any messy rouge or powder. Chapter 88. A piece of soap is hard to defeat. A hero request subscription. Help Xiaohu wash a little, will be the rest of the soap used. Gao Fei this is satisfied with. The small tiger walked on the bank. From the river within the Gao Fei jumped toward the bank. But ignored their own attributes, have not been familiar with the skyrocketing body, a jump a long way not to mention, but also with a tearing sound. Gao Fei felt down, face, wind blowing but cool, followed him in this world, dashing 3 months of small inner completely turned into a piece of ragged fabric. Hearing the sound of the fabric being torn, Gao Fei secretly cried out bad. Sure enough, it was the same as his fear. The little underwear had turned into a torn fabric, and the lower face had also become cool. Ha ha ha. Fox froze for a moment, immediately burst out laughing, holding his stomach fell on the grass, rolled up. Gao Fei that jumped to tear the inner liner, and then the whole person froze in place, the bear but shivering under the breeze. Even the move to cover the key part, the bit forgot, that a constantly twitching corners of the mouth expression amused Fox directly laughed out loud. This Nima, my little underwear is gone. Can't care about the shame. Gao Fei hurriedly ran forward and grabbed the clothes and put them on. Put the clothes on before feeling a little more comfortable, but the feeling of not having an inner lingerie is so strange. The balls are not comfortable. The old face was red. Gao Fei glared at Fox. What are you laughing at? I'll punish you for making me an inner liner. I want one with 3 sides. PFF. Fox laughed and almost didn't shed a tear, gasping for air. Sorry, sir, I don't know how to make underwear, but I'll pass it on to Chisha. I think Chisha will be happy to help you with the underwear. Goofy was instantly filled with black lines, but it was good to let Fox do the talking. The feeling of not wearing underwear was really too strange, especially when his balls kept touching his pants itching. Gao Fei couldn't just run off on his own and say to Yamamoto Chisha that you'll make me an underwear, but also a 3-sided 4-sided don't. Taking little tiger and Fox, Gao Fei returned inside the garrison. Looking at the recruits who were still training, he heatedly smiled, laughed. Weren't you guys just a little sore? Some of the new recruits didn't know Gao Fei yet, so they didn't have much of an idea. Those who did know, some of the veterans were suddenly bitter and almost didn't cry out. All hands on deck. Gao Fei shouted. All the soldiers who were in the middle of training hurriedly stood upright and waited for Gao Fei to speak. In light of your actions of mocking the officer and pinching your nose just now, then I've decided to let you, well, run 50 laps around the compound. Go on, while it's still early, wait for it to get dark. Yes. Promised to complete the task. The veterans led the new recruits with their own yells and started to run, and while running, they also rushed at those new recruits who had just pinched their noses and laughed angrily. You little buggers, now that's fun, isn't it? Who told you guys to go and laugh at the high camp tent? How did we know that was the high battalion commander? We couldn't see anything in the dark. The new recruits are one by one very aggrieved. The veterans, a burst of gas blocked, almost did not go back to the air. That is the high battalion commander's residence, not he will be. Who is it? A little eyesight did not get. Now themselves and others also have to follow the run around the residence of 50 laps. Let a person have a kind of collapse impulse. After solving a group of new recruits who laughed at him, Gao Fei was satisfied and walked towards the regiment's headquarters. Aya, isn't this our battalion commander Gao? How come you've become fine-skinned after only a few hours of absence? Zhao Gang and Li Yunlong were still drinking inside the regiment headquarters. Seeing Gao Fei arrive, they couldn't help but flirt. Before, Gao Fei's skin was wheat-colored, the skin complexion that a man deserves to have, but after taking the potion the skin had become very white and delicate. It's just that Gao Fei himself didn't pay attention to it. Looking at the almost unrecognizable Gao Fei, if Li Yunlong and Zhao Gang knew that there was a thing called bleaching powder, they would definitely think that he had used that. Rolling his eyes, Gao Fei lazily ignored Li Yunlong's flirting. Chief, give me a bar of soap. Soap? Li Yunlong was confused and blinked. What does your kid need soap for? That's all for pussy to bathe with, and I don't have any. Find your own fox to ask for it. Last time as a reward I backstabbed to the Women's Federation to ask for a piece. Gao Fei sweated. Foxes was used up by me just now for bathing, so I'm looking for you to ask for a piece to see if you still have any private goods. Play eggs on one side. Li Yunlong's old face was dark. Does my old Li look like someone who uses that stuff? Like? Looking at Li Yunlong's somewhat dark face, Gao Fei and Zhao Gang tacitly shook their heads together. Unlike. Otherwise you wouldn't be this dark, and the clothes too, they're all dirty and ready to be washed. His grandmother, that stuff is used by pussies. No wonder you have become so thin and tender, not a bit of manly gallantry. Setting aside the fact that he wouldn't use the stuff that sissies use, Li Yunlong then began to lecture Gao Fei. Chief, you go and ask for another piece. Fox, let me get a piece back. Where would I get it? The door is not even there. I tell you, want to go by yourself. The last time the Women's Federation people almost did not swallow me. Li Yunlong heard it is not dry. Last time I do not know the reward Fox what things, so I had to be cheeky to go to ask for soap. That is the Women's Federation in the field hospital within they used to wash gauze. Was their own getaway a piece of those eyes almost did not eat their own. Want to make their own go again, door is not there, and the soap is your kid on use. For the sake of the hairs I want to give you to wipe your ass off. Cough. Zhao just smiled and coughed, so that he will not laugh out loud. The last time Li Yunlong went to ask for soap he knew, was a group of female comrades said that they could not wait to find a hole in the ground to drill in. This is also as Li Yunlong in exchange for other people have long clamped their tails gray and ran away. Really a piece of soap is difficult to fall heroes off. Was Li Yunlong whisked out of the regiment, Gao Fei looked at the sky could not help but sigh. Fortunately these days there is no, or a big man everywhere to soap shame dead. Now can only wait for tomorrow to go to the county town to sneak around to buy soap for the fox, but how is that so strange? Shaking his head, Gao Fei returned to the residence, but unfortunately the roof appeared a big hole. Now it is too late to change the place or refurbishment, can only wait for tomorrow and then change it. First enjoy a night of the sky for the quilt and the ground for the bed. Chapter 89 Crazy Sparring Request for Subscription. Luckily, now that spring has already begun hasn't started to fall spring rain, don't have to worry about it raining, just at night it will be a little bit cool, and still able to sleep watching the moonlight shine on themselves. Today Lousy must take revenge. At night Gao Fei was pulled close to the system's training space as usual, looking at Fox's projection, Gao Fei clenched his fists. Who? As usual, Fox's projection attacked directly without any nonsense, his long leg kicked towards Goofy's head, because the power was too strong plus the speed was too fast, the long leg swept across and even brought up a sound of breaking wind. Because it is the reason of the projection, so the Fox has no thought, only one task, that is to kill Gao Fei. In reality, Fox would not dare to practice with Gao Fei in this way. A carelessness is easy to be injured. Free combat arts and military boxing for the purpose of maximizing the degree of killing and injuring the enemy are the real gun dry, and inattention will be injured. The reality of injuries is very troublesome. So even if the Fox looked at the high fly anxious also cannot help other things she can directly teach high fly, but this point cannot. Mouth said no problem, but every time high fly mentioned when the Fox will change the topic, afraid of their own hurt high fly. Inside the system, you can be resurrected if you die from an injury, but not in reality, unless you wait for Gao Fei's free fighting technique to improve before the two of you can practice against each other. Still want to kill me in seconds? Gao Fei raised his right arm in front of his body, thump. A huge force came from his arm, causing Gao Fei to feel a numbness in his arm. His hand was barely dislocated, and this was even after his physical quality had been improved so much, one could imagine what it was like to spar with Fox's reflection in the previous days. Under the attack of Fox's long legs, Gao Fei's arm went numb and his body couldn't help but take a few steps back, but Fox's attack was blocked by him. This was the first time. Despite the numbness and pain in his arm, after successfully blocking Fox's attack, Gao Fei roared with excitement and quickly rushed up, throwing a direct punch. The seemingly soft and boneless small hand grabbed Goofy's wrist and twisted it vigorously, and Goofy growled, "Still want to come?" His body followed the direction of Fox's twist, and Goofy kicked Fox's head so hard that a large shoe print appeared on Fox's face, and the whole person fell back a few steps, nosebleed flowing down her agitated nose. Yay! Despite the pain in his hand, Goofy was happy that this was the first time he had symbolically injured Fox's projection. And it was a frontal attack. It wasn't a sneak attack or a dying counterattack like last time. His right arm was kicked and twisted, numb and swollen. Goofy shrugged it off and yelled as he rushed towards Fox, kicking his explosive leg towards Fox's waist. Did not pay attention to the nosebleed on the face. The Fox's projected eyes slightly narrowed, like lightning strikes. After the first to come, in the highfly's foot touched her directly, kicked in the highfly's stomach, so that the highfly's pain almost did not spit out the bitter bile water. Touch. Fell to the ground. Gao Fei like a boiled prawn. General curled up body, clenched fists, the corner of the mouth are overflowing with blood. At this time he felt his intestines are stirred together, clenched fists to slow down the pain. Tap. Tap. Fox's projection could not give him a chance to catch his breath. Leather shoes left a series of sounds on the floor. Rushed up, like a cheetah in the middle of a mad dash. His right knee hit Gao Fei's head hard. His mind shook dizziness. Gao Fei almost did not pass out. Hissed in a daze, "You go to hell." At the moment of Fox's attack, Gao Fei forcibly raised his right arm, which was still in the middle of paralysis, and fiercely struck the Fox's left knee. A clear and crisp sound rang out. The Fox's left knee was broken by Gao Fei in a hard way. Cough. Protruding a mouthful of blood, Gao Fei lying on the ground and spitting out a mouthful of blood, his face quickly swelled up. Fox's knee did not break his neck even if it was good. Gao Fei felt a burst of heaven and earth. If he goes to diagnose it now, a bang will definitely say that it is a concussion. Physical quality: outstanding resistance to fight naturally also follow the strong, enough to let the average person fatal attack Gao Fei carried down, but he is not good. The brain dizzy, feel someone holding a sledgehammer in the beating of their head in general, the whole world is revolving around themselves. Because it was a projection, Fox couldn't feel the pain even though he had a broken leg. He still dragged his broken leg closer to approach Goofy. Narrowing his eyes, Fox's elbow smashed towards Goofy's neck. In the midst of dizziness, Goofy felt the crisis coming, forcing himself to endure the dizziness in his mind and yelled, "You don't want to." Kneeling on the ground and gasping for breath, Goofy clenched his fists and struck towards Fox's belly. The explosive punch struck Fox's belly, but Fox's elbow also landed on his neck. Ka! A crunching sound, Fox's body flew out a few meters away and landed heavily on the ground, while Goofy's consciousness began to blur. A broken spinal bone means death. Well, this time, because of the dizziness and shock in his mind, Goofy didn't feel too much intense pain, and his body slowly transformed into dots of light and dissipated into thin air, and he was directly resurrected. Again! Gao Fei directly resurrected while Fox's reflection also returned to its original form. Roaring out, Gao Fei clenched his fists and rushed towards Fox. PFF. Ka! The muffled sound of fists hitting on the body, accompanied by the sound of bones breaking, constantly rang. Both are super strong physical quality. Punches are deadly. Every attack is enough to kill an ordinary person. The two people's fighting style is completely desperate. Against the bombing to exchange injuries for injuries, all kinds of attacks constantly fall on each other's body. Ha ha ha. The training sparring continued continuously. As time passed, Gao Fei slowly began to understand what to do to be able to avoid Fox's attacks, what to do to minimize the damage, what kind of attack can bring the strongest blow to the opponent, fighting more and more skilled. Although in the sparring with Fox he was still in the lower echelon, the time spent on defense was more than the attack, but this was already a good progress. In the previous days, the difference between his physical quality and Fox's was so great that he was unable to fight back. Fox's single punch was able to incapacitate him, but now it was different. Even if he was injured at the same time, Goofy was able to fight back. Chapter 90: Going to the city to buy soap. The training continues. Gao Fei himself does not know, unconsciously invaded in it, constantly attack, injured, and then attack. Good in the physical quality up, Gao Fei not so passive, have counter-attack capital, he is constantly injured. Fox's projection is no better, and as Gao Fei more and more skillful in free combat, the two people's sparring became more and more intense. Normally, an hour was very difficult for Goofy, but today it passed very quickly, without realizing it. Although Goofy was killed by the Fox's projection many times during this hour, Goofy was still full of energy. Early the next morning, Gao Fei bounced up from the bed and swung his fists a few times. He had learned a lot from last night's sparring session. At the same time, it also made Gao Fei become enthusiastic and passionate about the enhancement of his physical attributes. He wondered if he would turn into Superman when all his attributes reached 100 points. After the excitement, Gao Fei quickly calmed down. The training has to continue. What he lacks is still a lot of things. At present there is a very important thing, that is to help Fox to buy soap. In order to a piece of soap, Gao Fei's head is huge. It seems that in addition to the county want to buy this thing is difficult. Go to the field hospital to find the lesbians to ask. Gao Fei thought about it, or give up lest he be pulled into the blacklist of the field hospital, not to be seen. Thinking about it, there is only one way, that is to go to the county to buy soap. County, it seems that it is still necessary to take a trip to be able to do, but who do you bring yourself to go? Fox is too conspicuous to bring. Su Fei? Know this kid to participate in the selection of new recruits, and is today Zhang Dabiao? After thinking about it, Gao Fei still shook his head. This could see the pseudo-army and ghosts and see the father's murderer general, not to be found or difficult to think about it. Think about it, Gao Fei realized that he still have to take the monk to go. Wow. Last time the monk directly brought himself a woman back, so that Gao Fei depressed for several days, but hopefully this time he will not be stupid. Even what he said cannot understand, did not go to school, learning physics children hurt, even the angle cannot understand. Get up and look, at this time the day is not yet bright, Fox and Yamamoto Chisha is still sleeping. Gao Fei looked at the two people in the middle of sleep, secretly said, it seems to be time to help the two women to get a separate room, so that they're alone in the inside, they are outside quite strange, spread out is also not good to hear. Feeling Gao Fei's gaze, Fox opened her eyes and smiled faintly at Gao Fei, closed her eyes and continued to sleep. She knew what Gao Fei was going to do when he got up so early, closed her eyes and hugged Yamamoto Chisha. Fox murmured in a low voice, if you can, by the way, bring some fabrics and things like that back. Eh? Goofy nodded. The clothes on the foxes the monk found to make up the number, really need to get some cloth back to redo the clothes. Yamamoto Chika is also, without the ability of the situation can only blame their own incompetence. In the capable premise Goofy will not be chestnut colored these out-of-body things. Quietly left the residence, Goofy will be too tired because of yesterday's training still huffing and puffing monk lift up. Battalion commander, it's only 4 o'clock. Following Goofy and meet, the monk also got a pocket watch, making the other warriors look at it and resolve to get one next time. But unfortunately pocket watches are not that easy to get, they need to be found on officers above major, and officers above major are not that easy to kill. Cut the crap. Pulling the sleepy monk up, not going to startle the other warriors, he made a shushing motion to a few waking warriors, follow me to the county. County. Well. Monk and Sleepy suddenly disappeared almost did not jump up happily. Go to the county means that you can eat good food, can also bring some good cigarettes and good wine back. Gao Fei hurriedly covered the monk's mouth. You whisper. Don't everyone hear it and see if I don't beat you up. The monk struggled vigorously for a few times, feeling surprised that his strength actually could not break away. The monk pointed to his mouth, only then did Gao Fei let go of him and quietly left. The monk he grinned and like a thief carried his own cloth shoes and followed Gao Fei out of the compound. Signaled the soldiers on guard to be vigilant. Gao Fei only took the monk to leave, looking at the monk followed Gao Fei to leave together. The soldiers on guard are full of envy, but envy is useless, they do not have the strength of the monk, cannot follow the battalion commander's side, and now we all know that following the battalion commander has many benefits and will never be big loss of the following warriors. Leaving the resident finally able to speak loudly, the monk rode on a horse in the moonlight followed Gao Fei's side, asked, Battalion commander why we enter the city today? To buy soap. Gao Fei lit a cigarette, and thought in his heart that he didn't know if the little kid's store had been repaired or not. It should be almost there, it's been a month now, if there is no reconstruction where do they go to buy free stuff? And want to buy soap and good fabric only to go within the little kid's store. Ha! The monk was dumbfounded, he never dreamed that Gao Fei dragged himself to the county town just to buy soap? Wasn't that something women used? Although the manufacture of soap is very simple, but now China can use the basic are those who are rich, the average person cannot afford to use, more people have problems eating, with what soap? Manufacture of soap raw materials, and even appeared during World War II, the Germans used the bodies of Jews to burn oil to make soap, so that Gao Fei feel creepy, human oil used to make soap? It's really not generally scary. Riding on the horse Gao Fei secretly decided, cannot use the German goods, too scary, or other people France and the United States goods are good, healthy, and safe. Although both are made with oil, but animal oil and human oil compared, not perverts will choose to use animal oil made soap instead of human oil. Cut the crap, just follow me, when have I ever let you suffer? Threw a cigarette to the dumbfounded monk, Gao Fei rode towards the county seat quickly Mercedes-Benz and went. The monk thought also right, follow the battalion commander has meat to eat, there are benefits to follow on the line to know so much what to do. After thinking through the monk will be the cigarette on the point, beautiful smoke, the world is really a big die stuff, this is not, originally will not smoke the monk and the Gao Fei and Zhao Gang, Li Yunlong's drive have begun to smoke up, especially after eating a meal to smoke so that a taste of that, TSK. Chapter 91 Big Customers. Please subscribe. A cigarette after dinner is better than a living god. Riding a horse two people quickly toward the county and after more than 2 hours of running around before arriving outside the county, at this time the sky has begun to dawn, the two people will throw the horse in the old place to let the horse to graze on their own strutting toward the county to go. The interrogation at the city gates is still as loose as before, it is hard to investigate this kind of check, even if it is a strict check is only for a short time, can't last too long. There is no surprise that the two directly into the county, and last time the same county is still so lively, with the monk into a restaurant, as usual, ordered some small dishes before eating up, eat enough to have the strength to do. While eating food and drinking wine, Gao Fei inadvertently observed the situation outside. It seems that the last time the matter has been calmed down, the patrols of the brats and the same as before, and is not frequent, especially now as early in the morning. After eating and drinking their fill, the two left the restaurant and walked down the street. Hey, freshly baked pancakes! Come and take a look. The street is full of people who set up stalls to do business. Gao Fei leads the monk along the way and slowly looks at it. The monk looks at the things being sold on the street with curiosity. Young master, let's buy one. In the crowded place in the county town the monk called Gao Fei young master, picking up a small candy man. The monk was surprised, making Gao Fei so angry that he wanted to kick him to death. You are mostly old and still staring at this thing. Be honest with me, there's plenty of time later if you want to go shopping, do business first. Can you imagine an old man staring blankly at a little candy man? All kinds of selling sound in the street constantly resounded, high fly with the monk slowly swaying, slowly walking. In this time the more you behave carefully the more likely to be those patrol brats. Interrogation, tap, tap. A squad of patrolling brats ran past the two, not bothering with them in the slightest. Relax, take it easy. Seeing the monk see the brats running past, Goofy patted his shoulder to calm him down. Although he was definitely a wanted person by the brats now, but it was only known by the people at a level above. Those soldiers below could not possibly recognize him, so Gao Fei strutted down the street with that godly look as if he was a child of some big family who came out to skulk around looking for a good time. After observing that the store where he purchased things last time had been completely rebuilt, Gao Fei directly took the monk and walked in, choosing this place because it was free to buy things, no need to give money to take whatever you want, and then there was the fact that there were less people on this street, so it wasn't easy to be discovered. What do you two customers want to order? This time, the pseudo-army guarding the store was a lot hotter than the last one. One look at the attire of Gao Fei and the monk knew that the two of them were not simple, and could be a big customer. The two are indeed big customers, only the kind of big customers who buy things and do not pay, of course, only for the store of the brats. For the people to buy things still have to pay drops. Give me some soap or something, except German goods. The other is the fabric and everything out. What good things are out? The master is not short of money. Tucked in the ticket to pretend to be a bully. This kind of thing Goofy is very good at. In his last life he did not lack of money. Pretend to be a bully, of course, just will not do the thing to take money to bully people. Pulling out a large ocean and throwing it to the pseudo-army as a small amount of money, Gao Fei's rich young master's aura was clearly visible. I've come across an honored guest. Pseudo-army immediately rejoiced, catching the reward money thrown by Gao Fei. Smiling eyes or mimicked hurriedly came out from behind the counter, curtly handing over the good cigarettes, pouring tea, although it is the little kid's store, but selling more things he can get more small money. Don't look at them to the ghosts as a pseudo-army and make the authority. In fact, the military pay is not much, more or rely on the brats to get money only. The little ghosts are very like to rob in the county but rarely do this kind of thing. Japan is trying to permanently rule China rather than a moment. Do too much of the people in the city have run away leaving an empty city still how to rule? In order to appease the people in the city, the brats will also be issued some items as appeasement, of course, will also open store, just usually come to buy things not many people. The same price, the same thing unless the outside cannot be bought, otherwise will not come to the little kid's store inside. Well, not bad, bring out all the good stuff, you'll be rewarded with less money. Crossed his legs, Gao Fei flowing smoke, let the monk dumbfounded, secretly gave him a thumbs up. This kawa, a few words let this pseudo-army just short of screaming father and mother. Shaking his eyebrows at the monk, Gao Fei signaled him to learn from him what to do to make these fox fake pseudo-military treat you like your own ancestor. This master, you've come to the right place. The pseudo-army did not know that the store was about to be looted, and the fate that awaited them was miserable, revealing a pleasing smile, taking out one good thing after another. This is American soap, high-grade goods. It was the Imperial Army who got it through special means, and this perfume, I think that the women in your house, master, absolutely love it. Authentic French goods, children and men. Looking at the pseudo-army while introducing the goods while making guarantees, Gao Fei almost did not laugh and spray. The so-called authentic French perfume, Gao Fei smelled a little, almost did not spit out. Is the perfume right? But Nima, this year's perfume is not blended? This flavor is really not the general thick. How good is it? Shaking his head to wash away the flavor from the tip of his nose, Gao Fei took a deep breath, which made him feel a little more comfortable. Not bad. I'll take all of them. What other good cigarettes and alcohol are there? Bring them out for me. When the time comes, there will be no shortage of benefits for you. Hurry up and don't dawdle. Okay. Master, please wait. Listening to the tone that Gao Fei wanted to buy a lot of things, the pseudo-army immediately smiled and ran behind the counter to bring out those good cigarettes and wine, as well as those layers of fabrics with good colors. Gao Fei nodded to the monk. The monk, big music, walked up to lie on the cabinet, make look at the appearance of things. This time the two did not close the door. After the last thing the brats had become shrewd, the same method cannot be used twice, against the brats to come up with a new trick to do. And, not bad, you take a break first, we take it ourselves. 92 Chapter Burn Brats Things We Do Not Heartache. Please subscribe. No, I can do it, the two of you just rest yourself. The pseudo-army obviously did not see the monk has pulled out the king's box, is happy behind the counter to find something. Also do not forget to swing a little hand. Suddenly he turned back to look scared. Will be in the hands of the clother dropped on the ground, raised his hands. Two masters, I have an old man on the bottom of the child, you do not want to mess up off. It seems that the pseudo-soldiers are very fond of hanging this sentence on their lips off. Continue why do not say? Monk grinned Wang Baji box against his head, smiling. Will be several packs of good cigarettes vigorously toward the pocket race, but also do not let toward the arms of the 2 bottles of wine. The pseudo-army cried and mourned, raised his hands, begging, thinking to himself how so unlucky? Last time the store was burned the brats were furious, this time to let himself to guard this thought to get a good job results. This is only the 3rd day on the muzzle of the gun. This master, you see, here is the Imperial Army. Give the old man shut up. The monk sent the snatch, scared the pseudo-army trembled. Go get a rope to tie yourself up. You go ahead, tie it tight. Gao Fei got up, let the monk go to tie this pseudo-army, picked up a bag to stuff those wood cloth, cigarettes and alcohol and so on towards it vigorously. Thai people monk like to do this. 3 or 2 let the pseudo-army was tied into a dumpling, not to mention the mouth are blocked. You first take things away, I'll find some good stuff. Putting the perfume in his pocket, Gao Fei let the monk go first. Then battalion commander, you have to be careful, don't burn it. The monk carried the burlap bag for fear that Goofy would set fire to it again. The brats would definitely start blocking the city gates to search at the first opportunity after what happened last time. Setting fire to it would not be a wise move. Less nagging, quickly get lost you. Kicked the monk a foot, Gao Fei began to scrape up things, what cigarettes wine all toward the storage space stuffed, fabrics such as occupy the place of the thing. Gao Fei did not move, the monk has taken 2 pie enough, although burned a pity, but the brats things we burned not heartache. Well. The pseudo-army tied to the chair stared wide-eyed and let out a terrified scream, and soon fainted directly to death. He saw Gao Fei pick up some things and instantly disappeared, then picked up and disappeared again, as if he had seen a ghost, and looked at it as if he had been stunned. Will store such as cigarettes, wine, soap, perfume and other things such as a sweep of the storage space. There is still room. Gao Fei simply stuffed 2 white cloth into it, which will be satisfied with the store. Those kerosene poured on the remaining cloth, on the side of the set of a candle that was pinched by their own. The candle is enough to burn for a few minutes and then will be full of kerosene. Fabrics will be ignited when they have been out of the city. Holy! After doing all this, Gao Fei carrying a cloth, strutting out, brother is to buy things, do not bring some to pretend to look how to do? But do not want to just walk to the door on the mounted brat patrol. Frightened, Gao Fei jumped, the heart cursed, really unlucky Then I will come back to buy next time. Military master, you slowly count the money. Luckily, Gao Fei shouted out in a hurry, carrying the cloth and nodding to those little devils, good work, Imperial Army. Well. The leading brat patted Gao Fei's shoulder in praise, you drop, good. Imperial Army stuff, greatly good. The little kid store would come to buy few people. Gao Fei's looked like he came to buy things. Let the patrolling little kid feel satisfied. Also self-good feeling is the people in the city's view of the Imperial Army has changed, began to be in the acceptance of them. Sideways glance found inside the tied-up pseudo-army, lowered his head, also thought it was counting money. To Gao Fei thumbs up, this only to take the subordinate soldiers to leave. Ah shucks. Also the Imperial Army stuff is greatly good. Of course I know it's good, or else what's the point of coming to your place? To the distant patrol pool, a mouthful. Gao Fei, this is carrying the fabric towards the city gates and go a few minutes time is enough for him to leave the county. When the fire started, even if the brats blocked the gates of the city, and what can you do? You come to bite me But it is really a false alarm Gao Fei almost pulled out the desert eagle to prepare for the battle to run away. Who knows that the brats actually did not realize that, not to say also greatly praised himself. Wiped the hot sweat in the palm of his hand because of the shock, Gao Fei carried the cloth and quickly went towards the city gate. Who would not have thought that? Will just out of the door on the brat patrol. A little psychological preparation is not. Fortunately, first let the monk left, otherwise to the character of the monk is not allowed to directly rise up and kill people. That is really stabbed a hornet's nest. Shoo! Carrying a white cloth, Gao Fei whistled and left the city gates towards the place where the horses were placed. After walking out not far, Gao Fei heard a chicken and dog alarm sound coming from within the county. A short small cut of the candle burned out directly to the kerosene-stained cloths to the ignition, so the brat store at one time lit a fire to ignite all the things inside. The alarm sounded directly, the city of the brats, a burst of chicken and dogs to extinguish the fire, arrest the arrest. Since the occurrence of last month, Yamamoto Ikimoku Osamu's sister was captured after the brats have become quick to react, but unfortunately again fast is useless. Gao Fei has already left the county or in the watchful eyes of the brats and pseudo-military swaggering away. Battalion commander, you scared me to death, setting fire again? Ghost store are some easy to get up things, plus as a wooden house, the fire quickly burns up, it is difficult to extinguish. Standing outside the city are able to see the black smoke that rises up to the sky and hear the shouts of the little devils. There is no doubt that Gao Fei and set fire to something. I'm afraid that after the brats did not have the heart to open the store, a month to burn a loss of ass. Who dares to open? See Gao Fei safe and sound back, the monk hanging heart finally fell back. Burning the brat stuff doesn't hurt us. Laughing loudly, Gao Fei rode onto his horse. Go, let's go back. The county can be a really good place. It's a pity that we can't just come here in the future. Connected to happen twice this kind of thing. The brats' vigilance will definitely be raised, and their own wanted will definitely be posted all over the city. The next time you want to come will not be so easy. Chapter 93, returning home with a full load, beg for subscription. Ride on the horse, full of Gao Fei and the monk, immediately toward the independent regiment station and go. Stay here is not wise. The brats in the city search for people, will definitely go out of the city to look for. That patrol soldiers have seen Gao Fei, will definitely draw his appearance. When the time and the above the same, the wanted notice will come down immediately. Although the county is good, but cannot just come to sneak around, this is a pity But the future will come later. Gao Fei has a famous saying is, today do not want it, tomorrow things, the boat to the bridge naturally straight, think more will only make themselves plainly bitter. Egu, my big battalion commander is back. Gao Fei and the monk back to the resident. Li Yunlong is waiting for the two of them at the entrance of the resident. Get up in the morning and do not see people, only know that Gao Fei two people left together or riding a horse wearing bright clothes. Li Yunlong knows that these two people are going to the county. Inhaling his nose, Gao Fei down from the horse, deliberately contemplative. Why would I suddenly ask a very strong sour flavor? Monk, do you smell it? Well, monk hastily shook his head, determined not to get involved in such a toss lest he suffer. Good you kid, but also dare to come to ridicule the old man I came, say, you got what good things? Want to go to the county to sneak around has always been Li Yunlong's keen idea, but unfortunately he is the head of the regiment cannot just run around, otherwise Zhao Gang absolutely to the top report, then absolutely be criticized. Gao Fei connected to go to the county twice, each time to go to bring back a lot of good things, let Li Yunlong envy tight, so only in the resident door waiting for their tone of voice sour, in addition to envy in addition to was ready to fish a little good things. Hey! I say monk you carry something to go where not quickly to the head of the group. Seeing the monk's thievishness, he wanted to run away, Gao Fei directly pulled him down. Good you monk! Li Yunlong was furious, jumped up and opened the pockets he was carrying, his eyes were green, in the pockets except for the two white cloths were all scarce goods such as cigarettes, alcohol, and soap. Good stuff Pick up a few packs of cigarettes toward the pocket inside the plug. Li Yunlong also did not forget to take a few bottles of wine, as well as a few pieces of soap, so that Gao Fei laughed. Head of this is not right, you did not say that this is a pussy only with the thing well? Then what are you doing with it? You don't have a mother-in-law. Li Yunlong was embarrassed, but his mouth did not show any weakness, just your kid has a lot of ghost brains, did I say that? Besides, we are a regular army, we all need to pay attention to the meter, can't go out all smelly, black clothes. That would be a disgrace to the independent regiment. Especially since Zhao and I are the leaders of the regiment, and we can't even do a good job of cleaning up, what's the point? Going out is still a disgrace to our independent regiment. Monk covered his eyes, as if he did not see anything, on the mouth. 10 monks are not a Li Yunlong's opponent. The unreasonable ones were able to speak reasonably. Gao Fei was simply impressed with Li Yunlong's eloquence, he really wanted to say aloud, Chief you just accept my knees. Holding 3 white cloth, Gao Fei shivered, determined not to continue to pull on with him, or else later said that the soap as a woman with words will definitely push to their own or the monk's head, leave early good As for the linen bag within the things, originally is for the regiment to bring, Gao Fei did not intend to go to the share, their own storage space within the more than one. Holding the 3 white cloths, Goofy had an extra bag in his hand without anyone noticing. Goofy Cohen, you're back. Just after returning to his residence, Goofy saw that his roof had been repaired. It should have been done by Li Yunlong and Zhao Gang's people, they moved really fast. Yamamoto Chisha hurriedly got up and bowed to welcome him back. From now on, don't yell out something like June or something June sounds weird, and don't play with that bowing either, we Chinese don't play with that. Hi. Yamamoto Chika hurriedly agreed. Gao Fei nodded, glanced inside the house. Fox was still polishing his gun as usual, throwing the white cloth on the Kong. Gao Fei said, here, things brought back. What clothes you want you do it yourselves. By the way, help me and the regimental commander political commissar to do a set too. Too stingy cannot be good. Wait for the white cloth for those cadres to all share a little. We left one will be enough. And open the bag in his hand. Gao Fei will be inside the things out. This is the United States production of soap. Soap no, rest assured that it is the United States goods is not Germany that boiled out of the manufacture with human oil. Pa. Is joyfully pick up a piece of soap. Yamamoto Chisha is very happy. These things are high fly to help them 2 women to bring back. Unexpectedly high fly that sentence of people boiling oil to make soap scared her hands of soap are dropped on the ground. A face of panic. Really have this kind of thing? Don't say really have this kind of thing. Just everyone knows. In Germany after the defeat only stabbed out. Don't worry it's all American. Americans can't do this kind of thing. Fox quirked an eyebrow. Of course she knew that this wouldn't happen with American goods. Picking up the soap and sniffing it she nodded it was better than Japanese goods. This is the perfume I brought for you guys. Unfortunately there are only 2 bottles, you guys save it. The most precious perfume will be taken out and placed on the table. After the shock Yamamoto Chisha and Fox immediately stared at the perfume on the table. It seems that as long as the women who understand perfume like this thing, just hope that they will be able to use it normally, don't make a few miles of fragrance, will be independent regiment or made into a flower fragrance valley. There are still some messy things, you guys take your own time to choose. Dumping everything on the table, Gao Fei was about to introduce them one by one when Xiao Sana ran in and shouted, Battalion Commander, the political commissar asked me to call you over, saying that there's a task for you to handle from above. A mission for yourself? Puzzled, he put the things down. Gao Fei let Yamamoto Chisha and Fox see for themselves, picking up the 2 white cloths and heading towards the regiment's headquarters. TSK tisk this brat's wine is good, cool. Only close to the regiment headquarters, Gao Fei heard Li Yunlong's shouting voice. Placing the cloth on the table, Gao Fei said, these cloths give some cadres to make some clothes to wear. Just think of it as a bit of a blessing. Profit. By the way, the political commissar is looking for me to have any tasks? Leave one behind and send one to the field hospital. Chapter 94 Escorting Medicines Request for Subscription. Zhao Gang, who was responsible for life, immediately decided to leave one for himself and send one to the field hospital. The field hospital is in great need of these white cloths, no matter whether it is to make clothes or bandage the wounds of the wounded. The field hospital sometimes really makes a mess of the lack of supplies. Bandages are still several times the use of the matter. The independent regiment also does not have so many cadres, a cloth is enough, so Zhao Gang instantly decided to give the field hospital one. Shrugging his shoulders, Gao Fei was completely fine with sending one to the field hospital. Today is the day of the elite battalion campaign. Soldiers Gao Fei went out in the morning. Things are Zhao Gang's took Zheng Dabiao to execute. In the time of doing things, Zhao Gang is very serious, will not drink. Political commissar, I have a task? Threw a cigarette to Zhao Gang. Gao Fei sat on a stool and smoked a cigarette. Picking up the cigarette and lighting it, Zhao Gang glanced at Li Yunlong and Kong Jie. The two smiled and gestured for him to say, and said at that moment, it's like this, we will have a batch of supplies, that is, medicines, coming from the Soviet Union, and the old general above asked you to take a team of soldiers from the elite battalion to escort it until it arrives at the field hospital, and now medicines are very scarce, and there's no room for error, that's why the task will be coming to your head. The field hospital is close to the headquarters, and there are just 2 regiments around the headquarters, of which the independent regiment is stronger, especially the elite battalion. That's why the old general manager put down such a task to let Gao Fei lead the men to escort. With the ability Gao Fei showed, as long as they don't run into a large group of ghosts, there won't be any problem. Escorting medicines? Gao Fei took a deep drag on his cigarette, thought about it, and laughed. I didn't realize that the old generalissimo still cares about us. When will we leave and where will we take over? It's best to leave now. Handing an envelope to Gao Fei, Zhao Gang's expression was serious. Obviously this batch of drugs was very important to the field hospital, otherwise it wouldn't have landed on Gao Fei's head, especially during the period when the elite battalion started to expand its selection for recruitment. Now that the number of the independent regiment had directly skyrocketed to more than 3,000, a selection was estimated to result in a lot of soldiers entering the elite battalion. Zhao Gang's ideal number was 800. Then it would be the same as having to select more than 560 people from within the other 3 battalions to join the elite battalion in order to be able to do so. Originally all these things needed to be dealt with by Gao Fei himself, but now that there was a mission from above, Zhao Gang had to get on with it, and when Gao Fei's mission was over and came back, it would be almost just right for him to take over the training of the doubled in number elite battalion. I understand. Putting out his cigarette and picking up the envelope on the table, Gao Fei got up and said, guarantee to complete the mission. The mission must be accomplished, there can't be the slightest carelessness. This batch is precious to the field hospital, it can save the lives of a large number of soldiers. Don't look at Li Yunlong and Kong Jie pretending to drink, but they were the ones under the most pressure. Zhao Gang was only a political commissar, the 2 of them were a regimental commander and a deputy regimental commander. If the mission fails, they would be the most responsible. The responsibility was a small matter, the medicine was the big thing. That was something that was used to save lives. Absolutely complete the mission. Gao Fei also knew that the mission could not afford to fail. The 8th Rod Army could not afford such a toss and loss, especially at the moment. Then Xianxia will have to trouble you, political commissar. I will return as soon as possible. Go with peace of mind, your maid won't lose a hair. After the seriousness, Zhao just talked and laughed. Now the 3 of them said the maid said that skillfully, making Gao Fei sweat. Leaving the regiment, Gao Fei came to the selection site and shouted, Monk, lead a company and a platoon of soldiers out of the line, go back to pack up and bring enough ammo for more than 5 days of food and follow me. Yes. Gao Fei expression is serious. A company of a platoon of soldiers all out of line, followed by the monk, will go to prepare what is needed, basically to prepare ammunition and food. As for the clothes, there is no need for that, also 4 or 5 days. Back to the residence, Gao Fei directly said, Fox packing things, we have a mission, Xixia you stay, we will be back soon. Something can go to the political commissar and the head of the group, they will deal with it. Hi. Despite Yamamoto Chisha's fear of staying alone, she immediately nodded her head and bowed. Fox did not say a word, put her gun on her back and brought 2 pieces of clothing and some dry food to get ready to leave. Ow. Little Tiger saw that Gao Fei and Fox looked like they were going to go out of town, immediately jumped up and kept circling around Gao Fei, pampering and spinning around, indicating that he wanted to go as well. Bring it alone, little guy is the best scout now. Fox glanced at Little Tiger and suggested that Gao Fei put it on. The tiger's sense of smell and hearing was well developed, it was able to observe movements in the distance, it was indeed a best scout. Once there was any wind or water it would immediately wake up. The talent of a beast was not comparable to a human. Gao Fei scratched Little Tiger's head and considered for a moment. Good, then bring it with you, lest you don't feel at ease within the compound. Ow. Gao Fei promised. Down Xiaohu was very happy, constantly jumping around him. For Xiaohu, Gao Fei felt that it had become refined, very obedient, also able to detect words and colors. IQ was not generally high. Remember to find the political commissar and the head of the group if you need anything. After instructing Yamamoto Chisha a bit, Gao Fei and Fox left the residence. Little Tiger hurriedly followed, fearing that Gao Fei would make himself come back and stay at home. Depart. Outside the courtyard, a platoon led by the elite battalion and the monk was ready to go. Goofy waved his hand without much ado and set off directly. Hey! Gao Fei left with a platoon of soldiers. Li Yunlong put the bowl on the table. Kong Jie also. In fact, the two men were to drink, just tasted a little bit, came to such a task as the head of the independent regiment and deputy head of there which had the heart to drink. Just don't want a nagging grabbed Gao Fei ding 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 ding. I hope it will go well, don't have any problems. To say that he is not worried is a lie. Whether it is the soldiers or Gao Fei are his heart and soul, the same loss shall not be. Medicine is important, but the people are also important, especially Gao Fei. This kind of can train the soldiers, can command the war, good at adaptable and capable of people. Let's just wait for the news at ease. Still drinking? Drink up. Li Yunlong's eyes glared. Aren't you tired of carrying an empty bowl for half a day? That kid left. I have to help him get the elite battalion just right before I can. Chapter 95 Pick up. Gao Fei went on a mission. Of course Li Yunlong had to help him put the elite battalion in order. When he came back he would be able to start training directly. How good? What's the point of drinking? Gao Fei going out on a mission might be dangerous. Where can he still drink? Leaving the independent regiment's residence, Gao Fei took out the envelope that Zhao Gang gave himself and looked at it, his brows wrinkled. This only see the distance is not short. Running a trip or more than 500 kilometers or walking. It seems that this mission is a bit of a problem. Hopefully during the period of time do not run into the brats. Even if you can successfully leave, but the medicine cannot withstand the attack, perhaps a mortar shells will be able to make all the medicine or scrapped. Escorting a bunch of medicines for more than 200 kilometers is not a simple task. Shaking his head and putting the letter away, there is also a big red seal on it from the headquarters. Until the time of the joint still need to take it out and the other party to verify their identity. Everyone is all pumped up. This mission is not simple. All want to ask questions to me to hold back, to pay attention to the surrounding movements, always pay attention to watch out for the local people. Understand? Understood. All the warriors responded loudly, following Gao Fei as he trotted along, with a tiger bouncing around in the middle of the group. Have the things been hidden yet? In a mountainous forest area, a middle-aged man looked around with a somewhat worried expression. The director has all been covered, but what kind of person will come to be in charge of transporting the medicine this time? A young girl who looked like she was only 13 or 14 was curious as to which troop would be in charge of protecting everyone and transporting the medicine this time. I don't know. The middle-aged man shook his head, sighed, and said, I hope nothing goes wrong. This batch of medicine is too important. It was hard to fight for, and it is a life-saving thing for the organization. The brats would stop at nothing to intercept those supplies, including the medicines, and would all go crazy once they found them. Director, don't worry, it's fine. I think the team sent out by the headquarters will definitely not be simple. Just rest for a while. It's been 2 days since you closed your eyes. The little girl was very worried about the director's physical condition. For the sake of this batch of medicines hadn't closed her eyes for 2 days. At this time her eyes were all bloodshot. The director shook his head unconcernedly and laughed. Xiaowei, you don't have to worry, I'm not that fragile. This batch of medicines can save many people's lives. We can't be careless. You go and take a rest. You haven't closed your eyes for a day either. I'm not tired. I'll accompany the director to wait for the receiver to arrive. The little girl called Xiaowei smiled sweetly and sat on the ground, chatting with the director without a word, but her eyelids were fighting all the time, almost not falling asleep. The waiting time was the hardest, especially when exhausted. Director! Someone is approaching. Suddenly a youth quickly ran over and shouted, causing everyone to tense up, not knowing if the person coming was the one in charge of picking them up. Maybe it was an enemy, or maybe they were just passing by. Don't be in a hurry, everyone. The main backbone of the team, the director shouted out and asked, who is the other party? What is their costume? How many people are there? The youth who came to report the news said sharply, it's not clear right now. Look, but the clothes are all our people. There's about a platoon's worth of people. I'll go and take a look, you guys hide first. These days, in order to eliminate the 8th Route Army and the National Army, the little devils have exhausted all methods, and such things as pretending also appear frequently. One must not be careless. Director, we'll go with you. Hearing the director say that he wanted to go alone, the others were instantly anxious. The director said sharply, nonsense. All stay behind. I'll go by myself. Under some wide-eyed stares, the rest of the people then quieted down without noticing that they and the others had been surrounded. All of you are not allowed to move. Raise your hands to me. Who are you? But do not wait for them to find a place to hide. A questioning voice sounded, scared everyone hair upright. All the faces are ugly. Around the emergence of a group of people dressed in 8th Route Army clothes carrying a gun against them. The weapon is the color of the 3/8 dagas, but also let all the hearts of the people sank. Could it be that really dressed up as a brat? But this speed is also too fast. You are the delivery people? At this time a youth came out from among the crowd. Looking at the surrounded several people asked. The director, who stood at the front and raised his hand, froze, and was instantly overjoyed. Which mountain are you guys from? Looking at the several frightened and panicked people in front of him, Goofy walked up and raised his eyebrows. Which mountain? Is there any proof? The director did not feel free to be gullible. Gao Fei took out the letter he had gotten and handed it over. The other party looked at it and sighed in relief, excitedly saying, Comrade, you guys can be considered to be here. In order not to be discovered by the enemy, we are constantly reducing our manpower. Too many people are prone to exposing their targets, and everyone is unfamiliar with this side of the land, so we can be considered to be looking forward to you guys. Running fast for 3 days, only then did Gao Fei arrive here with his warriors. Xiaowu saw a sneaky person and immediately prompted, only then did Gao Fei and the others immediately accelerate and surround them, and the person Xiaowu found was the youth within the team. It's been hard for you guys, everyone should rest first today, you guys are also tired. Shaking hands with the director, Gao Fei announced to rest in place. My name is Yang, I don't know what this comrade's name is and which troop he belongs to. All are their own people. After everyone put down their guns, Director Yang and Gao Fei exchanged words. Just now he almost drew his gun and fought. Gao Fei, 129th Division, 386th Brigade, Independent Regiment Elite Battalion Commander. Gao Fei reported the troops number and shouted, alright, all guns and weapons put away are your own people, pay attention to the surrounding guard. Yes, Battalion Commander. The soldiers of the 1st platoon shouted, putting away their weapons, some rested in place and some took the initiative to start scouting around. As the soldiers dispersed, everyone gave a sigh of relief, especially the 4 youths following Director Yang. This, Battalion Commander Gao, this is in the enemy's active area, it's not convenient to rest, right? This is the enemy's active area, so how would it be if the thing happens to run into the brats? This time the medicine can't be lost. Chapter 96. Director Yang and the others alarm beg for subscription. Alas! I say you, this person, the battalion commander said, rest is rest, where do you come up with so many words? 3 days everyone is rushing as fast as possible, which only ran more than 200 kilometers to come here, but have not yet waited for the fart, the stock to sit hot at the other party urged up, and also questioned Gao Fei, so that the monk is not happy to complain. How do you people talk you? The sweet-looking little girl standing beside Director Yang stared at the monk in dissatisfaction and exclaimed, Director Yang is also looking out for the medicine, he hasn't closed his eyes for 2 days. How can you say that? You must apologize. Who am I to apologize? You guys aren't tired, we're still tired. You guys didn't sleep, did we sleep? Run 200 kilometers in 3 days, you try. Originally was not a peaceful goods, the monk then directly blocked back, will be small micro angry face red unable to speak. Lighting a cigarette and taking a deep breath, Gao Fei snapped, monk apologize. Not a problem, not a problem. Director Yang snorted and hurriedly waved his hand, running more than 200 kilometers in 3 days to come to pick up, but also letting people leave immediately is a bit difficult for people. Oh. Being yelled at by Gao Fei, the monk lost his temper and apologized seriously, this Director Yang, I'm sorry. Oof, insincere. Xiao Wei lightly grunted, the monk was so angry that he almost didn't jump up. Gao Fei stopped him looking at Xiao Wei, spitting out a mouthful of smoke, cough cough cough. Xiao Wei and not pay attention to suddenly choked, this little sister, my brothers followed me to run for 3 days, now already exhausted, need to rest, and look at your appearance seems to be in bad condition, if you force the road, run into the enemy, what should I do? And now that I've taken over the team, I'll be responsible for sending you all to the field hospital at the headquarters, but I also hope that we can all work together happily and that there will be no disagreements. Now all of you rest in place and rest assured that no enemy will run into you before we die. Monk grinned, knowing that the protective Goofy wouldn't let himself suffer, that smug, but after Goofy glared at him, he obediently stood still. Ahem! Xiao Wei reddened her little face, coughing and pointing at herself, her eyes widened as she asked in shock, you said my little sister? Didn't you? Gao Fei strangely glanced at her as a little sister did not say wrong, small in appearance and even smaller in size. Director Yang helplessly smiled, walked up and explained, Gao Battalion Commander, you don't worry, I don't have that kind of meaning, just worried about running into the enemy, but you have confidence, then we'll stay and rest. Xiao Wei is already 19 years old just before she got a rather strange disease, so her appearance and height haven't changed, and she is also more afraid of other people saying she's small. 19 years old? Gao Fei's eyes widened, looking up and down Xiao Wei, I drop a good boy, the original is really not a little sister but this face of about 13 years old, and a body of about 1 meter 5 does look too much like. Couldn't I be 19? Irritatedly tooted up her small mouth. Vivian's least favorite thing is when people say that they are small in age, small in size and so on. When she was in school, she had quarreled with quite a lot of people over this point. Nodding his head, Gao Fei directly shouted, monk bring people to put away the medicine, then Director Yang next medicine will be accepted by me, I hope you cooperate more. I should. Director Yang smiled and brought the monk to the place where he hid the medicines. The monk immediately asked the soldiers to tie up all the medicines with the ropes they brought. The medicines were not a lot, 10 or so warriors were able to directly carry them away. Really? Gao Fei directly ignored himself, making Xiao Wei so angry that she stomped her foot vigorously. The youth on the side smiled and walked up and said, Xiao Wei, don't be angry, Battalion Commander Gao also said that because he didn't know. Don't want you to care. Huffing and puffing, he walked to the side and gave his companion a closed door. The youth was embarrassed and scratched his head somewhat helplessly. Xiao Wei's character was like this, to be precise, after the strange disease appeared. The warriors scouted around and soon Fox returned with Little Tiger, also dragging a modest boar. I didn't expect to be lucky, everyone can eat meat tonight. Tiger. Little Tiger's appearance startled Director Yang's few people, causing Little Tiger to stare at them unhappily and let out a low growl. Be honest. Knocking Little Tiger, Gao Fei explained, this is one I raised, don't worry it's very smart and won't bite. Do any of you know how to cook? Dispose of this thing, everyone eat and sleep well and leave early tomorrow morning. I will. The youth who ate the closed door before a girl in her 20s raised her hand in some fear. Although the little tiger had not grown up yet, it was already not small and a bit intimidating. Oh. Knocked by Gao Fei, Xiaowu, dissatisfied lying beside him, depressed look at the fox. Xiaowu's appearance teased the fox, pursed his lips a little, comforted. Xiaowu to be good, oh, cannot be fierce. Said, also squatted down to scratch the little tiger's head. Only then did everyone notice that fox was a woman, and a very beautiful foreign woman. Before, the attention was focused on little tiger, resulting in a few people only realized at this time. Fox, my guard, from America. Introducing Fox, Gao Fei directly fell towards the ground, intending to squint for a while and get up later to eat. After 3 days of just a little bit of booze every night, Gao Fei felt a little tired. Gao Fei can fall asleep, but Director Yang and others cannot settle down to rest, are secretly thinking of this so-called independent regiment in the end as a what kind of troops, actually appeared to raise a tiger of the battalion commander, speak and do things decisively, seems to also do not like other people to question their own, with an incomparably beautiful foreign woman as a security guard, said to do the wife of people still believe. A night of calm, elite battalion warriors are sleeping soundly, but Director Yang, Xiaowei and others cannot sleep, because they found that no one actually stood guard at night. At first, they didn't notice, but when someone got up to go to the toilet and realized that no one was on guard, they almost scared out of their souls. What if the enemy was approaching at this time? Something wrong? Hearing the footsteps, Gao Fei opened his eyes and looked at the panicked Xiaowei on his face. What's the point of running around in the middle of the night without sleeping? Battalion Commander Gao, don't you all arrange for a guard? Chapter 97. Whimsical Xiaowei begged for subscription. Rolled his eyes, to do or not to do vigilance, I won't arrange it myself? Close your eyes and continue to sleep. Gao Fei closed his eyes and whispered, go, and tell Director Yang, to sleep at ease. Vigilance, of course, don't worry, I won't let you guys in medicines out of any problems. I myself haven't lived long enough, still waiting to get a wife. The entire elite battalion is the most vigilant, the strongest reconnaissance. Little tiger and fox are on guard, what else is there to worry about? Gao Fei's attitude made Xiaowei almost didn't spit out a mouthful of blood in anger, staring at Gao Fei with wide beautiful eyes, unable to speak. Hush! Gao Fei was also too lazy to explain, directly whistled. The distant woods, with Gao Fei blowing a whistle, a light sound rang out. Wu little tiger drilled out from the woods. The little guy's body grew another section. It seems to be that the potion is still slowly playing its due efficacy. Gao Fei was also a little worried that if it continued like this, would little tiger. Gao Fei is also a bit worried that if this continues, will the little tiger become a huge guy? At only 4 months old, it was bigger than a wild 1-year-old tiger. Called out, the little tiger ran up. Scared, Xiaowei hastily backed up. Even if the little tiger does not bite, unfamiliar people do not dare to approach it freely. A beast is a beast, in case it suddenly rises up and hurts people. Running forward and rubbing himself affectionately on Gao Fei twice, the little tiger looked back at Xiaowei, as if to say, you are questioning my vigilance? Dark golden eyes stared at Xiaowei, causing her to involuntarily get goosebumps and take a few steps backward. Fox, carrying his gun, stood at the edge of the woods with a faint smile on his face. Depressing. Goofy realized that he actually couldn't sleep after being woken up, so he had to get up and switch shifts at that moment. Fox, you sleep for a while, I'll do it. And Fox didn't push back, although the physical quality was outstanding, but not sleeping people's spirit will not be energized, even sleeping for a while is good. Taking off his own coat and covering Fox's body, Fox opened his eyes and smiled, thank you. No need. Gao Fei quietly looked at Fox. This woman who helped herself a lot, couldn't help but feel, if it was a woman he knew outside would be so good to himself? Unconsciously, Gao Fei's hand gently caresses and touches the fox's face. The fox's body shakes, blinks her beautiful eyes, smiles faintly, closes her eyes and starts to sleep. These two people. Xiaowei standing at the side was speechless. Even if you two want to make out, you can't wait until no one is around? Really got goosebumps. Xiaowu tilted his head curiously as he looked at Goofy and Fox. Helping Fox to cover up with his coat, Gao Fei got up and stretched. A burst of vertebrae on his back, looked around, patted little tiger's head, and said, little tiger, go on, and remind immediately if someone comes near. Go back and give you good food. Ow. Little tiger, according to age, is like a human child of a few years old. It is the time when it needs to be coaxed. When it hears good food, its eyes light up, grinning, unwillingly rubbing on Gao Fei for a little while, running towards the woods. That is its territory, the place where it is the king. Afraid that the firelight would attract the attention of the enemy, there was no fire in the camp except when cooking. Gao Fei lit a cigarette and took a hard drag. Aren't you going to sleep? Xiaowei froze, a little aggravated. I can't sleep. As soon as I close my eyes, I dream that the brats will be close by. I'm scared. Xiaowei looked like a helpless little girl, hugging her knees and sitting on the ground, looking a bit forlorn. It's not easy to live in fear like this. Gao Fei was amused by Xiaowei's words and laughed. The little devils are scary, but not so scary that people are scared to this extent. You are a new member of the party, right? Xiaowei gave a start. How do you know that? Director Yang was her former school teacher, then joined the 8th Route Army, and then Xiaowei followed to join, to contribute to the country, just joined the party and was assigned such a heavy responsibility, so it was more worried and scared, to the point of rambling about scaring themselves. Smiled. Gao Fei sat on the ground leaning against a rock, explained, because a lot of new recruits are the same as you, did not fight with the brats before the war, is very afraid, all day long worried about this, worried about that, but when the war is over, will clamor to kill how many brats. Our headmaster said a sentence, that is, we all are 2 shoulders to carry a head, a stick with 2 eggs. Why are we inferior to the little devils? Kill the bastards. The words were very rude, so that Xiao Wei, who had just come out from within the university, couldn't help but frown a little, recalling Gao Fei's words. He couldn't help but laugh softly at once. The words were very rude, but very reasonable. All walk on 2 legs and eat with 1 mouth. The little brats are just better equipped with weapons, nothing scary. Maybe I really am overthinking it. Pursing her lips, Xiao Wei looked at the side of Gao Fei's face that had become woozy from smoking, and asked curiously, actually, I was very curious before, what kind of general and what kind of troop would come to meet me, but I didn't expect you to be a battalion commander at such a young age. You're up to 25, right? Do I look that old? Rolling his eyes, Gao Fei was speechless. I'm 21, and you like a few months ago was still a college student, who can think that now has become the battalion commander of the independent regiment commanding a few hundred soldiers. Ah! Xiao Wei covered his small mouth. Some people look appearance and young, but in fact the age has not small. Xiao Wei cannot imagine Gao Fei is only 3 years older than himself. And still a college student. This is sitting on the battalion commander position. Is this possible? And it's only been a few months to get to this point. A pair of eyes staring round, Xiao Wei's expression was surprised, but Gao Fei didn't care much. Is it strange to be a battalion commander at 21 years old? Then what was your life in the army like? After the shock, Xiao Wei began to be interested in the life of a soldier within the army, and the 2 of them also lost their mind to sleep and began to chat. It's really nothing, it's just a group of big old men, training together and killing devils together. Life, occasionally drink a little wine and eat some meat, enjoy it. Gao Fei take the intoxicated look, teased Xiao Wei. Eat laugh. No wonder last night a warrior said Gao Fei this independent regiment's baby bump is meatless. Eat meat is also the most eaten, a not so big wild boar, he ate a lot of meat. Chapter 98 Something's wrong, request for subscription. Left and right cannot sleep. 2 people simply sit on the ground slowly chatting. Gao Fei, that with rude, but also funny words continue to provoke the small micro. This older lowly has been laughing. His favorability is also in a straight line in the middle of the rise. The beginning of the small micro also feel that Gao Fei is not quite good to get along with, but chatting for a few hours down the road. The small micro feel that Gao Fei people are not bad. Knowledge and culture, and the ability to easily draw close to each other, so that the beginning of the time will feel that he is very arrogant, hate others to question themselves, hate to hear others question their voices, is also very protective of shortcomings, can be familiar with after the discovery, is like a neighbor big brother. Unconsciously the sky began to slowly glow. Gao Fei got up and shouted, everyone gather. Prepare to depart. The warriors who were still sleeping with their clothes on immediately woke up and assembled as fast as they could. Even Xiu, who ran out from the middle of the woods and crouched by Gao Fei's side. The speed was so fast that Xiao Wei was shocked. No wonder Gao Fei dared to let the warriors sleep like this, with such a fast gathering speed. Even if the enemy was close by, they could still gather in the fastest possible time to start the battle. Xiao Wei secretly felt admiration for Gao Fei. The warriors gathered as fast as they could and got up, ready to go. Raising his hand, Gao Fei scanned the warriors and said with satisfaction, very good, now rest in place for 5 minutes. Those who should eat, those who should wake up from their doze will wake up from their doze, and those who were still thinking about their mothers-in-law will throw their mothers-in-law aside. We are going to depart. Ha ha ha. Puff. Gao Fei's words amused the warriors and the small smile standing on the side. This is so funny. Everyone is still alone and still thinking about their mother-in-law. But how does this sound so strange? Director Yang. Director Yang. The warriors rested in place to eat. What made Xiao Wei embarrassed was that after she shouted a few times, Director Yang's 4 people still didn't get up. Xiao Wei looked at Gao Fei awkwardly. Gao Fei said to leave after 5 minutes, but the 4 are still in a stupor, sleeping sweetly. Before they were worried that no one would dare to sleep on guard, but now they are sleeping more than the pigs are dead. Lighted a cigarette, smoked 2 mouthfuls, Gao Fei walked up and shouted, the ghosts are coming. Ah! Where are the ghosts? Where are the enemies? What makes Xiao Wei speechless is that Gao Fei actually called others up like this, not to mention really useful. The ground was still sleeping sweetly. 4 people that had taut nerves suddenly popped up, panicked and jumped up from the ground, full of worry, constantly checking the 4 directions, but found that there is nothing. A side of the elite battalion of soldiers were amused. These people are really funny. In the words of the battalion commander is that this kind of person sleeps like a pig, and is carried and sold without realizing it. Looking at the soldiers who ate and laughed and sprayed, Director Yang 4 even more stupid also know that they were fooled, suddenly embarrassed. Gao Fei didn't care whether they were embarrassed or not, took out his pocket watch and glanced at it. Originally it was 5 minutes to leave, but you guys slept for 2 more minutes. Oh. No, 3 minutes, so all of you should still seize the time to eat and replenish your strength to prepare for departure. It's not good to eat while rushing. Said Gao Fei directly left. Director Yang, face of fire, hot enough shame, cannot help but blame Xiao Wei. Xiao Wei, how you do not wake up everyone? I called ah. Xiao Wei is very aggrieved, tooting up her small mouth, dissatisfied. Gao battalion commander's voice is very loud, but everyone didn't wake up. I also called you guys, but none of you woke up. That's why Gao battalion commander said that. I'm sorry, it was us who slept through it. Director Yang, 4 people are dumbfounded. Sleeping to sleep until someone else wakes up with a ghost is really embarrassing. No wonder the soldiers are laughing and spewing. Not blame others, it is their own and other people's behavior that is embarrassing. Well, time is up, go. Said 5 minutes is 5 minutes. Gao Fei, big hand wave carrying Barrett walked in the forefront. Fox and Small Tiger followed behind him. The monk with 9 warriors walked up to carry the medicine on the ground, walking in the middle. Behind there are 10 or so warriors to escort the rear. Director Yang and the others quickly stepped forward to follow Gao Fei. The number of people in the team is not very large. A platoon of soldiers plus Director Yang, a few people, is only less than 40 people. Long walk in the mountain forest road. Soon the sun has come out. With the sun out, the temperature began to rise rapidly. The top of the big sun rush. Elite battalion soldiers do not feel, but Director Yang, 5 people feel. Some cannot stand. They are not soldiers. Physical strength is a big problem. It didn't take long for Director Yang to be out of breath and sweating. They were originally either teachers or students. They had just come out from within the school not long ago. Their bodies simply couldn't be compared to the elite battalion soldiers, even if the soldiers who had carried medicines on their backs for a long distance in a single breath didn't have any discomforts, but they couldn't hold on first. Battalion Commander Gao, why don't we all take a break? A few kids can't make it. Director Yang was also very tired, but he was able to hold on, but the 4 students following him could not, especially the pseudo-lowly Xiao Wei, who was even more unbearable. Frowning a bit, Gao Fei stopped, took out the map and looked at it. Now is not a good time to rest. We have to go out at least 50 kilometers before we can rest. That's the place where our friendly troops are often active. The chance of the enemy appearing is very small. Resting here is too dangerous. Turning back to look at the several people of Xiao Wei who were all close to running out of stamina, he shook his head and said, "Rest in place for 10 minutes. Monk will give the stuff to the other brothers and take a few people to keep an eye on the surroundings." Yes. Battalion Commander. Putting down the medicine on his back, Monk pointed at a few soldiers. You, and you come with me. Carrying his gun, Monk led a few men to take charge of the guard post. Battalion Chief Gao, rushing at this speed, I'm afraid the students won't be able to hold out. They just came out from within the school. Director Yang was embarrassed, but there was no way. How could the students who just came out from within the school be compared to the soldiers of the elite battalion? If it continued like this, not to mention Xiao Wei's 4 students, even Director Yang couldn't stand it. I know. Gao Fei's face was serious and he lit a cigarette. People who could smoke smoked fiercely when they felt annoyed. Gao Fei was no exception. Things were beyond his expectations. Chapter 99, Lack of Food Request for Subscription. Nearly 270 kilometers away from the headquarters of the field hospital, but Director Yang, several people's physical strength is a problem. Physical strength is not good, and the most important thing is not this point. Physical strength is not good at most is to catch the road on the way to rest more on the line, but dry food is a big problem. Warriors carry dry food is 5 days. Playing a little prey can still hold out a little bit. Now it has been the 4th day, but also to share the food to Director Yang, 5 people to eat. Don't look at their physical strength is not good to eat. Then the warriors are fierce. The greater the physical exertion, the more fierce the food. No need to wait for tomorrow. This evening the dry food carried will be eaten up. The problem of food at once pressure down let Gao Fei feel annoyed, irritable. He also did not anticipate this side of the brats will be so frequent. In order not to cause trouble, Gao Fei is to avoid and then avoid so that 2 days can quickly arrive at the journey into the living with 3 days. These 3 days of warriors are tired not light, good to be able to adhere to be able to enter the elite battalion. Warriors are not as simple. Now in addition to the problem of the 5 of you being physically exhausted, there is also the problem of our food. Gao Fei's expression was serious. I was carrying 5 days of food before we left. Now the food can only last until tonight. Do you know what this means? Director Yang froze. He didn't expect the problem to be so serious. He thought that the only thing he needed to worry about was just the little devils. Now that there was a problem with the food, what about the rest of the journey? Even if it's an autumn hunt, but now that spring has begun there isn't that much prey, not to mention that the sound of gunfire will easily attract the attention of the little devils. If the little devils find out about this team transporting medicines, they will definitely send out a frantic interception. We can only try to travel a little bit more today. As long as we arrive at the activity area of the friendly army, things will become easier. Borrowing food from a friendly army was impossible, not to mention whether the other side would borrow it or not. Even if they would, Gao Fei himself couldn't pull this face. If he really borrowed it back, it was expected to be sprayed to death by Li Yunlong. Besides, it was unlikely that Goofy would go to borrow it. Looking at Director Yang and the 4 students were all worried. Gao Fei put away the map and said, "Don't worry, before we starve to death, we won't let everyone starve." This point of assurance Gao Fei can still do. Now set off. Rushing at the monk standing guard and blowing a night whistle, Gao Fei announced to set off again. A group of people once again set off to walk on the winding mountain road towards the headquarters. However, the team more Yang director of 5 people, resulting in the speed of the team was reduced to the extreme. Originally more than 200 kilometers of the journey Gao Fei with the warriors arrived in 3 days. This is still to avoid the search of the brats, otherwise it would be faster, but more than 5 of them slow pathetic speed. The whole day down, did not encounter danger, but only walked 30 kilometers, according to this speed down, and so arrived at the headquarters of the field hospital when the absolute weak time. Today at least still walked 30 kilometers, but when the food is gone from tomorrow, the speed will be even slower. After eating the remaining dry food at night, everyone slept on the ground well in the warm weather. Coupled with fatigue, everyone will not mind falling asleep. Even Xiao Wei, Director Yang, 5 people are sleeping very sweet. The only people who haven't slept yet are Gao Fei, Fox, and Monk. The 3 of them are having a headache over food. Going to the people to borrow food doesn't work, neither does the friendly army, not to mention that they haven't even gotten to the friendly army's territory yet, not to mention that Gao Fei can't possibly go and borrow it. Frowning, Gao Fei has been staring at the map for a long time. I'll go out for a walk. Fox got up and called up Xiaohu and Monk towards leaving the camp, ready to go and see if they could get some prey. Even if they couldn't eat enough, they would still be able to pad their stomachs. The monk sighed and muttered in dissatisfaction, these guys walk slowly, not to mention they eat a lot. I'll go do Fox a favor. After being glared at by Gao Fei, the monk immediately stopped talking, shrunk his head and hurriedly left to follow Fox's footsteps. Gao Fei of course will not say anything about other people wasting food. Military personnel have military duties, but the literati still have the duties of the literati. We all have different duties, just between the civil and military will be contradictory from thousands of years of the old ancestors when it was passed down. The two cannot be separated, but there are a lot of contradictions. From the system's storage space pulled out a pack of cigarettes and a bottle of wine. Gao Fei directly poured a few mouthfuls of wine, lit a cigarette, slowly thinking about what he should do next to be able to bring the team back to finish the book. It is now in the spring, the prey is too little. When the fox and the monk returned to the camp together when they were more than an hour old, the monk was carrying 6 hares and a pheasant on his shoulder. It seemed to be a good harvest, but Gao Fei knew that just this little bit couldn't satisfy everyone's stomach. The pheasants and hares were all processed. Gao Fei nodded and sighed. We can only hold on, rub it with salt, tomorrow morning, midday and evening, get 2 of each to make soup, boil it into broth and everyone will be able to hold on to it for a bit longer. Just a little bit of prey certainly is not enough to eat. In such a situation, Gao Fei can only do so. Then what about Little Tiger? Half of these preys were originally given to Little Tiger, but now Little Tiger directly had no share. The tiger can support itself for more than 10 days without food. After tomorrow when it arrives at the friendly territory, I'll think of something. Gao Fei didn't want this either, but now he could only reduce the food for Little Tiger by 1 day first. It was a helpless move. Oh. Little Tiger was lying on the ground dissatisfied with his dad Gao Fei showing a pitiful cry. Gao Fei smiled and rubbed its head. Little Tiger, be obedient, you know? When you go back, Dad will give you delicious food every day. If there were mountains and forests, it would be fine, but the surrounding area is a bare mountain. This kind of place has too little prey. Going out and hitting a few pheasants and rabbits is considered a big harvest. Of course, Gao Fei can't not give Xiaohu a little bit of food. Xiaohu is now like his child. There is no adult to watch the child starve. Pheasant for Xiaohu to stay, hare to stay. The same as yesterday, still by Gao Fei himself and the fox divided into the next night to stand sentry, to prevent the enemy close to. Early the next morning, the people each drank a bowl of thick hare soup and then set off again, while the pheasant Goofy directly threw to the Little Tiger. Happy Little Tiger farting. Chapter 100 Catching Fish. Request for subscription. A bowl of broth simply cannot satisfy everyone's stomach. Not long after the walk out of a burst of grumble constantly ringing in the team. The first to sound this kind of sound belongs to Director Yang. 5 people, stomach gurgling, called. Let Director Yang. Xiao Wei and other people are embarrassed but good and everyone did not care, but also let a few people's embarrassment alleviated a lot. In this regard, Gao Fei is also helpless, only able to endure, as soon as possible to leave the area where the ghosts often appear, after arriving at the friendly territory to be able to relax a little bit, to solve the problem of food. The next day Gao Fei let everyone stop for less time and rush as quickly as possible. Originally, Gao Fei also held the remaining 4 rabbits divided into 2 meals to cook, but at noon when Gao Fei realized that he was wrong and also very wrong, directly one time will be the remaining 4 rabbits all boiled, barely let everyone mix to half full. The broth to drink down is very comfortable to be able to go without how long it will be hungry, which is always still the cure for the symptoms, not to cure the root cause of the problem. Now Gao Fei can only take a step in the intention of doing a step. This time he was incomparable admiration for the predecessors of the long march as how to come over, change to do their own words is expected to collapse. The day in the case of accelerated footsteps, the team finally left the most active area of the brats came to the territory of the National Army. 2 days without any problems. Gao Fei is also relieved. The next, as long as the solution to the problem of food, be careful a little bit, will be fine. The National Army will not make things difficult for themselves and others, as long as they do not run into the premise of the brats, everything is good to say. Sitting on the ground smoking a cigarette, Gao Fei is a little depressed, because his stomach is also hungry. At this time it is already the 3rd day of noon. The team stopped to rest. The elite battalion soldiers are okay. Director Yang. 5 people have been starving and unimaginative, sitting on the ground gasping for air. The spirit is very shriveled. Battalion commander. Suddenly the monk's voice of great joy resounded within the ranks. Gao Fei got up to see the monk excitedly running towards the distance, still holding the black thing in his hand. The black thing was actually still moving. Only when the monk ran a little closer did Gao Fei see that it was fish. A fish means there is a river or a stream around. In order to prevent being tracked back by the enemy, Gao Fei didn't take the long way, but chose a different path. Holding the fish in his hand, the monk excitedly ran to Gao Fei. The slightly cracked corners of his mouth almost didn't drool. This is a stream that Fox found in front of him. There are quite a few fish in it. Having water means having food. These days the natural environment has not been destroyed. There are many ways to find food, unlike the later generations where you can't see a single bird when you walk within the forest, and you can't fish a single fish when you go down the river. It is good to have food. Gao Fei happily shouted, "Brothers and I will go catch fish. There's food." Oh. Already hungry warriors stopped shouting happily. They also only with strong perseverance and support yesterday just drink a little broth, this morning until now the water did not drink a bite who was not hungry? With all the people in the monk's leadership, Gao Fei came to the fox found next to the creek, a not wide creek. Right now is at the time of drought, there is no spring rain. Somewhere in the creek there is a pool piled up. The pool is not big but a lot of fish. Looking at the pool that swims around, the fish warriors cannot wait to immediately take off their clothes and jump down to catch the fish. "Monk, what are you doing?" Throwing an appreciative look to Fox smiled and nodded to Gao Fei. Turning back, Gao Fei saw Monk pulling up his pants leg and was ready to jump down, shouting out, "Catch a fish. Now everyone is hungry. See, so many fish do not catch as waiting to starve? You fool, you go down to stir up, how else can everyone drink water?" White Monk a glance, Gao Fei speechless, as to be so excited? "The fish are all inside the pool, can't run away. Look at your point of interest." He Monk embarrassed scratch his head. Gao Fei did not say wrong. Monk, if he jumped down, everyone is not drinking his bath water? Ha ha ha. The warriors all cracked up, even Director Yang. 5 people were amused, but this pool was found in time. In addition to water, there is also very important food, fish. Learn. Shake his eyebrows at the monk. Gao Fei with action to tell the monk a foodie is how to catch fish. When I was a child in my hometown there are a lot of small rivers with a lot of fish. Gao Fei every time he goes back to a group of old people in the mouth of manic packets of children to go to catch fish, the means to fall back on a lot of learning. What kind of water should be how to catch fish? Monk just jumped down how to catch? It's even harder to catch fish after you've muddied the water. Let the warriors take down all their water bottles to fill up with water. Gao Fei will take down his hat, sitting on the edge of the pool, and shouted, all the warriors will use their hats to scoop out the water. The water is shallow and want to catch fish is not simple. If you guys want to take a bath I don't have a problem, just don't let the water flow back. Set his cigarettes and matches out and threw them to the side. Gao Fei used his hat to scoop up the water and stood aside from his head to rain down. When a person is covered in stinking sweat, hot, cold water poured from the head can only be described by a cool word. Ah, it hurts. Shaking off the water that poured down from his head, Gao Fei shouted and laughed. The warriors followed suit and picked up their hats to scoop up the water and pour it down from their heads. The cool and refreshing taste made the warriors roar with joy. For a time, the small pool became incredibly lively, like a water festival. Compared to the fox and Director Yang, a few people more elegant on the cupping of some water to drink and then wash their faces on the end of the matter. Alas! You several small, careful not to let the water flow back, stand down a little. Gao Fei is very fortunate that the hat can be used as a tool. The small pool is not big, the water is not a lot, but cannot resist the number of people. More than 30 people worked together. In less than 10 minutes the stream water was all scooped out. The rest of the water is not drowned to the ankles. Brothers, do it. This is our ration for arriving at the headquarters. We can't miss a single one. Looking at the fish that had been wriggling within the shallow water, Gao Fei laughed out loud and took the lead in jumping down, grabbing and throwing up a large fish, and a few warriors immediately jumped in and grabbed it together with Gao Fei. Don't you damn well squeeze me. Go over. Go over. Chapter 101. I'm going to take a vacation and go home. Requesting subscription. This is the old man's spot. Get over there. How do I get over there? There are people behind us. Standing in the middle of the pool, Gao Fei looked at a group of soldiers jumping in after him and asked breathlessly, what are you guys doing? Just catching a fish? Look at the little bit of talent you have, all of you get the hell up there. The monk stays behind, all the others go and deal with the fish, except for the ones we're eating today. All of them are smeared with salt so that they don't go bad. Before the trip Gao Fei brought a lot of salt. This time just came in handy. A small pool of a dozen people crowded together, but also catch what fish, simply squeeze people forget. No good will be. In addition to the monk outside of the warriors all whisked up, the pool a little bit of emptiness up, catching fish is also convenient up. Ha, caught you. I've been staring at you for half a day. The monk grabbed the big fish that he had been staring at since a while ago, estimated to be the biggest in the pool with, weighing a full 5 or 6 pounds. At this time we also do not care about the fish within the dry creek will not be extinct. First eat enough to get food is the most important. Grab the biggest fish. The monk laughed and threw the fish toward the top and shouted, quickly hold down, the sky force is not small. The 2 warriors hurriedly ran up, but a figure was faster than them. Just seeing a figure full of flower spots flashed by, the fish on the ground was gone. Carrying this biggest fish, Xiao, who was afraid that Gao Fei would not allow himself to eat, hurriedly ran towards the distance. Let Gao Fei laughed and scolded, this little brat, why do you do the same as a thief? There is to say that do not allow you to eat it. The 2 soldiers looked at each other and shook their heads with a smile. Since it is a small tiger resistance away they cannot help, but the battalion commander's heart and soul, less are right. Instead, the monk looked at his own hard to catch the big fish just like this is gone, dumbfounded open mouth looking at the small tiger will be carried to the side of the fish saver nod up, nod to see the monk staring at their own also grimace to the monk issued a low growl, signaling that he is not allowed to look at their own, dad aloud. Although less a big fish, but the pool of fish quite a lot, less also harmless, and the little tiger is also hungry, the little guy is now the team's best guard soldiers, any wind and grass don't want to run away from its surveillance, so that the warriors love not. So catching fish, handling fish, cooking fish, a group of people began to split up the action. Soon a big pot of fragrant fish was cooked, each person was given a fish and a big bowl of thick soup, the hungry group of people ate with happy smiles. After eating and drinking, Gao Fei let the warriors rest in place before leaving. Now that everyone's tense spirit had finally been let down, it was time to take a break. Battalion commander, tell us a story. After eating and drinking enough, everyone was satisfied, and a warrior looked at Gao Fei, hoping that Gao Fei could tell something interesting to hear. The favorite stories of the warriors in the barracks besides the women were the great battles, those great achievements. It was energizing to listen to them. When someone opened his mouth, dozens of pairs of eyes gazed at Gao Fei alone, even Fox and Director Yang turned their heads to look at him. In the more than 30 people watching, Gao Fei touch the nose, really do not know what to say, think about it. Gao Fei is not good to let everyone down, taking advantage of the break, opened his mouth and said, then I'll tell you a funny joke. Well, everyone do not take it seriously and are not allowed to learn. Oh. With a joke to listen to, everyone sat up and stared at Gao Fei. Gao Fei's mind spun, remembering a joke he heard in his last life, he spoke. One day, a soldier approached the general and said loudly, General, I want to take a vacation. The general felt strange and asked, why are you taking leave? Everyone was quiet, silently listening to Goofy. Reporting to the general, my wife is pregnant, I want to take leave to go home, please approve it, General. Seeing that the soldier was not joyful, the general asked, how long have you been in the army? The soldier answered truthfully, reporting to the general for half a year. And how many months has your wife been pregnant? The general then inquired and the soldier replied loudly, report, my wife is 3 months pregnant. Everyone looked at me and I looked at you, not quite understanding what Gao Fei was talking about. People in this era weren't that fancy yet, puffed the fox who understood for a second laughed directly. Gao Fei lightly coughed and continued, so the general waved his hand and said in a deep voice, Corporal, I allow you to grant leave, allow you to lead a company of comrades together to visit your wife, allow you to carry weapons. After saying this, Gao Fei didn't open his mouth again and looked at the somewhat bewildered crowd in front of him, ha ha. The first to understand is Director Yang. 5 people, enlisted in the army for half a year, wife pregnant 3 months. Is this not the standard wife stealing? Small smiles of stomach pain, some of the more astute soldiers shouted, I understand, the battalion commander is saying that the soldier's wife stole a man. That's why the general approved a leave of absence, and also allowed the company's comrades to visit together, and was also able to carry weapons. Ha ha ha. Everyone couldn't help but burst out laughing after they completely understood. At first everyone was puzzled why they had to take leave to go home when their wives were pregnant. This is not something a good soldier should do, but now it seems where it is taking leave to go home to visit, it is clearly going to catch a Han Yu. Ha ha ha, laughing my ass off. Most of the soldiers fell to the ground and rolled on the ground holding their stomachs laughing. Xiao Wei and her classmates felt amused and at the same time a little speechless. This joke is really not a common vulgarity, it should be something that Battalion Commander Gao has learned from abroad. America is very open, it must be like this. If the American soldiers who know that they are lying down for no reason know about it will surely question Xiao Wei. Is it difficult for us to stick on our brains that I have been cuckolded a few big words? My wife will definitely find handsy? After eating and drinking enough and listening to the jokes, Gao Fei got up and shouted, alright, everyone gather all together, it's time for us to leave. Under Gao Fei's shout, the soldiers who were laughing with tears in their eyes, got up and carried the medicines on their backs, while those who didn't carry the medicines carried all the remaining fish ready to go. Even Director Yang's 5 people helped to take a lot of fish. Looking at Gao Fei who was walking ahead, Director Zhang 5 people smiled helplessly. Chapter 102 Safe Return Request for Subscription. Gao Fei's behavior and demeanor are out of place with the generals. You say he is a clay suborigin, others are a college student, but as a college student has knowledge and culture, talking but dirty words and not pay attention to pop up, let a person laugh and cry, and act so that people cannot touch. After a beautiful meal of fish, Gao Fei led everyone to set off again, heading towards the headquarters field hospital. Along the way, Gao Fei is on guard against the brats, so as not to leak the news or bad luck just bumped into the brats out of the city, out of the strongholds of the scourge of the brats everywhere. Finally arrived at the field hospital in the afternoon of the 6th day. Successfully sent the medicine and Director Yang 5 people to the field hospital, the burden on Gao Fei also relaxed, let the warriors put down the medicine and Director Yang shook hands, smiled and nodded to Xiao Wei. Gao Fei put away the smile, shouted, salute. All the fighters including Fox followed Gao Fei to salute at Director Yang and the others and the field hospital behind them, and at that moment, they directly chose to leave. As for the credit and whatnot, the above will negotiate to send a telegram down. As Gao Fei led the warriors left, Director Yang 5 people are still a little trance, arrived safely in the field hospital, Gao Fei's mission successfully completed, and Director Yang 5 people are also the same, everyone is like a weight off their backs, can be under the heart and feel empty, taut nerves all of a sudden to relax, and then become very lost. But Director Yang 5 people also do not know why it will become so. Xiao Wei watched Gao Fei leave, his face was a little complicated, suddenly raised his hand and shook it shouting, Battalion Commander Gao, goodbye. Gao Fei turned around and waved his hand at Xiao Wei, and left without looking back. Perhaps we won't have the chance to meet each other in the future, this is just an experience in life. When Gao Fei came back, he let one of the fighters go back to the garrison to report first, so that Li Yunlong and Zhao Gang and the others would not be on edge. From the field hospital to the independent regiment's garrison was just a 10 or so minute walk, of course referring to a trot, walking slowly would take half an hour. Ha, our battalion commander Gao is back. Gao Fei had completed his mission safely and unharmed, allowing the independent regiment's reputation to rise once again. Li Yunlong was overjoyed and brought all the soldiers of the independent regiment to wait outside the garrison for their return. Smiling broadly, he went forward to hug Gao Fei and pat his back. Li Yunlong smiled and took 2 steps back, shouting, "Salute! Salute!" Gao Fei also saluted with the soldiers who followed him on the mission. Looking at the extra unfamiliar faces within the independent regiment, Gao Fei walked into the compound to the regiment headquarters under the greetings of Li Yunlong and Zhao Gang. "You kid did a good job, come and dry a bowl first." Gao Fei can be said to be the most relaxed person, can also be said to be the most tired person. Relaxed is that he has not carried anything from the beginning to the end of the medicine and food or warrior's back, but from the other side Gao Fei is the most tired. As the team's mind, he not only have to think about how to go, how to avoid the enemy, to protect everyone, but also has been worried about the problem of food. 10 days, or so, the whole person seems to be somewhat spiritually uninspired. Lifting up the wine on the table that Li Yunlong helped himself to pour a mouthful of it, grinning, sitting on the chair, lighting a cigarette, taking a deep breath, back inside the garrison is considered to be a real peace of mind. Li Yunlong knows that Gao Fei is tired, sometimes the heart is tired than the body is tired, so that people feel more difficult. Sitting on one side, Li Yunlong did not say anything, waiting for Gao Fei to finish the cigarette in his hand. Zhao Gang pulled over the stool and asked somewhat monkeyishly, "There were no surprises along the way, right? Old Zhao." Before Gao Fei could answer, Li Yunlong shouted in displeasure, "Can't you see that he's very tired? Can't even wait for just a minute or two, I say you, how come you're so unaware of how to read people's words?" Ahem. Inexplicably being lectured a few times, Zhao Gang was a bit speechless, he was a bit anxious. At that moment he had to sit on the chair and wait for Gao Fei to open his mouth himself. Smiling, Gao Fei said, "I'm fine, just feeling a bit tired. The big problems didn't come along the way but the small problems kept coming." "How so?" Zhao Gang and Li Yunlong gathered around, ran into enemies? "Sort of." Nodding his head, Gao Fei smiled bitterly, "But that enemy was ourselves. I also didn't expect the activities of the brats over there to be that frequent, so I chose to take a detour, and the warriors only carried 5 days of dry rations, so the day after the joint we ran out of food." Telling the encounters along the way, Zhao Gang sighed. No one could have imagined that it would evolve like this, no matter if it was the problem of food or because of Director Yang's 5 people that caused the speed of the team to be reduced. It was all the same. The good thing is that all of them are now returning safely. I said, how come your kid doesn't know how to get the hang of it? To the friendly forces on the opposite side of the plate, you have to go to borrow food, their own hungry fun? Hearing Gao Fei say that he wanted to find food in every way possible, Li Yunlong slapped the table without any good reason. If it were me, don't say go borrow. Even if it was a robbery. I, Li Yunlong, would still make sure the warriors are fed. Never go hungry. Li Yunlong, who had experienced the long march, knew the horror of hunger. When not to mention meat, a large number of his comrades were eating grass roots and belts. Old Li, that's a friendly army. You can't rob them. Seeing Li Yunlong getting more and more agitated, Zhao Gang hurriedly raised his hand to pull him back, reminding him that it was a friendly army that couldn't be robbed or else he would be disciplined. Sorry, I got a bit excited. It's a friendly army. Our 8th Rod army doesn't take a single needle or thread from the common people. The other side is a friendly army, how can I rob it? Am I not educating Gao Fei? Li Yunlong smiled and corrected himself as a matter of course, not realizing that the more he said this, the weirder it became. He himself would definitely not rob, but educating his subordinates to rob? For Li Yunlong, Zhao Gang was also helpless. Gao Fei wanted to laugh but couldn't. Since the mission is over, then I'll go back first, take a nap these days, sleeping or not, dare to be careless, be ready to fight at any time. Fortunately there are no accidents. Go on, the selection of the elite battalion has also ended, I'm all helping you to watch it, just waiting for you to return to train more. 1,000 people, your elite battalion has really become a reinforced battalion. Li Yunlong nodded in understanding. Anyone else would be tired, let alone Gao Fei going out on his first mission. Chapter 103, Yamamoto Chisha's dowry is gone beg for subscription. N. Gao Fei nodded and prepared to leave when he suddenly felt that something was wrong and said in a shocked voice, "What did you say, Chief? 1,000 people? Right." Li Yunlong smoked a cigarette and explained heatedly, "It's like this, didn't you go out? The warriors started to select, but there are more people who managed to pass, and most of them are veterans, and I can't bear to reject them. Anyway, you can expand, just make it a reinforced battalion and forget about it. In that manner, I'm so good to you that I've helped you solve all the problems. Patting his forehead, Gao Fei held a glimmer of hope and asked, what about weapons? It won't be. Hi. Isn't that using the ones stacked up in your yard? Brand new ones are twice as good to use. Don't say that the weapons of the brats are just good, especially the new ones. Li Yunlong said while gesticulating, not noticing that Gao Fei had completely fallen into a Spartan state. PFF cough. Zhao Gang directly sputtered with laughter, but then forced himself to hold it back, holding it back so hard that it caused him to constantly cough up. Chief, do you know what those weapons represent? Only after a long time did Gao Fei open his mouth. Li Yunlong withdrew his hand and replied, I know, isn't it just good guns? A good weapon given to a good army can only bring out the maximum effect. Pursing his lips, this is the action that Li Yunlong likes to do when speaking and educating people. I'm an idiot, why ask such a stupid question? Sitting on the side, Zhao Gang couldn't look at it anymore and had to explain, those weapons were given by Yamamoto Chisha's brother, Yamamoto Ikimoku, even though the other siblings had a falling out, but those weapons were equivalent to a dowry, and now that you, old Li, have appropriated the weapons, it's the same as if Gao Fei had accepted that dowry to take a Japanese woman as his wife. I'm afraid that right now Yamamoto Chisha is ready and waiting for Goofy to marry her. Fearing that Li Yunlong was stirring things up, Zhao Gang added in a serious tone. Gao Fei cried and laughed a little, while Li Yunlong was dumbfounded and jumped up. Damn it, old Zhao, why didn't you say so earlier? How do I know is the meaning of this? I just think that those weapons left in used pity, so it just so happens that the elite battalion became a reinforced battalion. This is not used together. Said Li Yunlong, speechless, knowing that this kind of thing is not thick, had to be cheeky to start shirking responsibility. Still not your old Li's fault, you know, is this kind of meaning also do not say with me. Harmed me to take all the weapons out and use them. You? Zhao Gang was furious. Haven't I ever dissuaded you? But every time, before I even opened my mouth, you waved your hand and interrupted me, as if you were afraid that I would eat the weapons down, saying that you take the blame for any problems. Zhao Gang got angry. Li Yunlong knew that he couldn't run away from his responsibility today, so he had to resign himself to his fate and asked breathlessly, so what should we do now? The weapons have been used for 10 days or so, is it okay to put them back? You received someone else's dowry when you were begging for a daughter-in-law, and then go back and tell someone else that I've reversed my decision and that it's okay to send the dowry back? Do you think it's possible? Zhao Gang felt the urge to go crazy. People these days are all focused on promises. Li Yunlong's action was tantamount to tacitly agreeing to Gao Fei accepting the dowry, waiting to marry Yamamoto Chisha, and now putting the weapons back. Where could there be such a good thing? It would be strange if it was not laughed at when it was spread out. Blinking his eyes, Li Yunlong came in very white. Wouldn't that be Gao Fei waiting to marry a Japanese woman? Basically that's right, so old Li, you'd better notify everyone at headquarters. It's you who said all the problems you bear. Zhao Gang knew that this kind of thing all belonged to that type of thankless type and very patronizingly pushed it to Li Yunlong. Shaking his head, Gao Fei left the regiment and headed towards his own residence, searching for what to explain to Yamamoto Chisha. Tell her that your dowry was accidentally misappropriated by the regimental commander, but he didn't mean it that way? Or was your dowry considered a contribution? No matter how you think about it, it doesn't work, plus the fatigue of the past few days makes Gao Fei's head get bigger and bigger the more he thinks about it, so he simply throws all the problems aside. Everything will wait until he wakes up from his sleep to think about it again. Back to the residence, Gao Fei did not see the fox in Yamamoto Chisha's figure. Think it should be with the fox went out, just also to avoid their own embarrassment. Gao Fei directly collapsed on the bed, less than 10 seconds to snore. And at this time the residence near the side of the big mountain, Fox took Xiaohu and Yamamoto Chisha toward the big mountain inside. Don't think nonsense, the chief doesn't have that kind of meaning. You also know our chief's character. Walking on the road to see the yard within the weapon is missing. To ask a moment to know what happened to let the fox on the spot. Happy cannot, Goofy to see Yamamoto Chikako absolutely will be big embarrassment. With the passage of time, Yamamoto Chika has already treated himself as a member of the independent regiment, and Fox is right to call us the head of the regiment. Shaking his head, Yamamoto Chisha felt his inner complexity and said with a slight smile, I know that the head of the regiment is only hoping that the growing and strengthened elite battalion will be able to get weapons to replenish their weapons, so that's why they will take them and use them. Li Yunlong's big and brash personality was known to the entire regiment, but while being brash, he was also prone to doing things that were laughable. If it was true that Gao Fei was willing to accept it, then he would have said it to himself first, but Gao Fei was out on a mission, and Yamamoto Chisha didn't think in that direction, but just had a little loss in his heart. Since coming here, Goofy has always been her dependence, even though the warriors all hate themselves, but they don't dare to do anything out of the ordinary. It's because of Goofy's existence. Until Fox's arrival, Yamamoto Chisha in the independent regiment is considered to be the true meaning of the people who can talk as they wish. Say it out loud if you like it. Being coy isn't going to break some balance. Fox's thinking was much different from people nowadays, exactly the same as Goofy's, feeling that if you like something, you have to fight for it, striking first and suffering later, especially since there were still a lot of things that were hard to break between Yamamoto Chikako and Goofy. First and foremost, the national boundaries. Goofy probably wouldn't care that Yamamoto Chika was a Japanese, but would Yamamoto Chika be able to let go? That was a big question, and most importantly, there were all those comments and looks around. All it takes is one person who can't carry it off and something will go wrong. Chapter 104, a lot of fun request for subscription. Yamamoto Chisha blushed, did not speak. She also accepted the American education, of course, know how Americans in the treatment of feelings on the problem is solved, as if in the school over there a relatively big embarrassing problem, that is, are you still a virgin? In the United States on the middle school high school or virgin, was known to be laughed at by classmates, have to say that Westerners treat feelings and sexual problems than the Oriental pugnacious is not half a star. Fox smiled faintly, did not speak again. There are things, a little mention on the line should not say more. When Goofy woke up to the next morning, from the bed down yawn, see Yamamoto Chisha smiling carrying a basin into the inside of cool water and towels. The weather was hot. Goofy liked to wash his face in cold water. These trivial things Yamamoto Chika remembered very well. That Chisha, Fox guessed correctly. Goofy looked at Yamamoto Chisha somewhat speechless, stammering for half a day without saying anything. Smiling and shaking his head, Yamamoto Chisha looked at Goofy and said, "You don't need to explain, Fox and I have both talked, and I'm well aware of the chief's character, so Goofy-kun doesn't need to carry pressure." Placing the basin on the floor, he continued, "There are also clothes I've already made under the pillow. You have time to try them on to see if they fit, and I can modify the ones that don't." Looking at the virtuous Yamamoto Chika leaving, Goofy sighed. It's really the same as what Fox said. Scratching his head, Goofy didn't think too much about it and started to wash his face. There's still a large batch of affairs waiting for himself to deal with now. As for the Yamamoto Chika's problem, Goofy interrupts as he goes along. If it really means that kind of thing, the national boundary is just a small obstacle. Leaving the residence, Goofy came to the elite battalion's gathering and training location to see Monk and Zhang Dabiao and Su Fei's 3 company commanders leading the group in a fervent training session. Battalion commander. Seeing Gao Fei's arrival, the monk smiled and gave a military salute and exclaimed, "The head of the regiment asked you to come over for a moment, saying that there is something to discuss." "I know, you guys lead everyone to train first, I'll come over later." Waving his hand, Gao Fei headed directly towards the regiment headquarters. "I said I was injured, that's because I blame myself for being incapable." "Don't yell if you're not capable, it's better to be injured now than to lose your life on the battlefield." "You're talking nonsense. What kind of training is this? I'm afraid that all the soldiers of our independent regiment will fall before the battle even starts." "I say you all calm down, it's not a good idea to discuss things slowly. Why are you arguing so red in the face? It's embarrassing to spread the word, isn't it?" "You shut up. It's not you who are talking nonsense everywhere." Just close to hear the 3 leaders quarrel, Gao Fei felt strange. What is worth the 3 of them quarrel like this? One was the regimental commander, 1 deputy commander, and 1 political commissar, as far as that was concerned. Walking into the command room of the regiment's headquarters, Gao Fei looked at the 3 people who were bickering so much that they were about to turn over. "Gao Fei, you're here, just in time for you to come over. You tell old Li what the soldiers should have trained." Seeing Gao Fei come in, Kong Jia's head was immense as he waved at him, helplessly picking up his pipe. "I kind of understand, you two. You really can't argue, you got me involved." Inexplicably being sprayed, anyone else would be uncomfortable. In favor of him, Kong Jia still has no place to reason. "Don't get excited first, everyone calm down, smoke a cigarette to dissipate the gas, what problems to solve peacefully." Kong Jia pointed his name. Gao Fei had to go up as a peacemaker. I came a cigarette, like a cockfight general wide-eyed staring at each other's Li Yunlong and Zhao Gang, which only calmed down, took the cigarette, no good lighting, vigorously inhale a few mouthfuls, looked at each other, grunted. Looking at Li Yunlong and Zhao Gang, and then Kong Jia, Gao Fei felt amused. "Okay, tell me, how did you 3 get on the wrong side of each other?" "What barb?" "Purely because he, Zhao Gang, did it on purpose." Li Yunlong's voice is very loud when he's angry and his speech is hard to hear. He roared at first. Zhao Gang stood up and countered. "Ugh, you're not right, it's you who caused the trouble, I can't say anything about it." "You see, just how many soldiers in our regiment have gone to the field hospital in the past few days? The division commander even called and scolded me. Who am I going to find me? Can I know what happened?" Gao Fei raised his voice. "Just keeping arguing like this won't solve the problem. Because the warriors have to train, so the bayonet training are using wooden sticks wrapped with cloth on top, but some warriors have a lot of strength, which led to many warriors being wounded during training, and then it was reported to the division headquarters, and the division commander scolded me." The more Li Yunlong said, the more depressed he got. "I didn't do anything wrong, why target myself?" "You still call that training?" Zhao Gang quit when he heard this, his voice all pulled up along with it. "Look for yourself at the more than 30 warriors that were sent to the hospital in 10 days' time, and all of them were new recruits. Some had several broken ribs. Can you accept that kind of training? Holy! More than 30, and all of them are new recruits." Gao Fei felt happy. No wonder Zhao Gang was angry, no wonder the division commander scolded. At this rate, I'm afraid some of the soldiers might run home. Who can stand being injured all the time? Don't even mention what it's like to break a few bones without moving. If you fight the ghosts, injured is just, but this is all training to their own people out of the meaning is not the same. Recruits, even if some of the ability to good cannot be brought and participated in the war, killed veterans is not compared to such ruthless training. Recruits are easily injured. More and more people were sent to the hospital. Zhao, just this outbreak, if Gao Fei know to send the hospital is only those who are more serious, absolutely dumbfounded. Alright, I'll stop arguing. What we need to discuss now is what to do to solve the problem, not quarrel. Knowing that things were serious, Gao Fei's face also became serious. Kong Jie stood behind Gao Fei and agreed with him. Solve the problem first. Isn't quarreling a solution? All calm down. Speaking of him, Kong Jie is also depressed. In Li Yunlong's help to sit in the deputy head, see the independent regiment's credit gradually accumulated. Their own is also almost to the time to leave, but made this file of things too. They are still lying short of people. In order not to let Li Yunlong nonsense, this so-called deputy head is an empty shelf. Whatever. Chapter 105 Solution requests subscription. But it is depressing that being a deputy head of nothing is still to be shot. Quarreling is quarreling. The problem that should be solved still needs to be solved before it can be solved. Li Yunlong and Zhao Gang both calmed down, smothering their cigarettes and not talking. Forget it, I'll go take a look. Looking at Li Yunlong and Zhao Gang's appearance, it was clear that instead of listening to them, it would be better to go and take a look yourself. Wait. Gao Fei just got up. Zhao Gang opened his mouth, waved his hand to signal Gao Fei to sit down, looked at Li Yunlong and said, I'm not here to find you to quarrel. You were scolded by the division commander. I was also scolded. No matter how to say this kind of thing, I, Zhao Gang, also have a responsibility. I admit it. And now we are calm and steady to discuss the training things. I'm also wrong. You guys think, if the soldiers don't train, how can they kill the enemy? How can they protect themselves? Everyone is calm and steady to calm down to discuss the problem. Li Yunlong began to spit out the bitter water. Not to train the strength of the fighters cannot, training it, accidentally overdoing it is still to be with the criticism. Let's not talk about this first. Zhao Gang raised his hand and asked rhetorically, then tell me why the elite battalion doesn't have to train in bayonet fighting? Don't say anything, I'll speak first. Li Yunlong was about to open his mouth and was directly blocked by Zhao Gang. Don't bluff me with any veteran and recruit issues. There are also most of the new recruits within the elite battalion, but how come other people's training didn't result in anything like a broken foot, a poked section of ribs, and a broken hand, except for some that were too strenuous and lacked nutrition? As the leader of the independent regiment, shouldn't you think about it? The same as training, the same as going into battle to kill the enemy, but why is the difference so big? Being Zhao just saw a series of questions smashed down. Li Yunlong confused. What elite battalion are veterans? Are elite warriors words or bull? Elite battalion regardless of the last time to establish or this conscription. There are a lot of new recruits, but the training at best is some can't hold out, tired out, running feet twisted, malnutrition is bad, can't be sustained injuries. Why is it that other battalions are constantly carrying very badly injured soldiers towards the field hospital? Is this like that? In the words of the division commander today, the field hospital is becoming the backyard of your independent regiment. Soldiers with broken arms and legs continue to go in, one after another. Why don't you just send the whole regiment in, all new recruits? A mountain of criticism scolded Zhao Gang and Li Yunlong that egg pain can only silently receive training. I said before, we can take the elite battalion's training method to train together, let the training unified. Even if the elite battalion's strength is the strongest, the training degree is big, the other battalion warriors can't stand it, we lower the requirements is not good? Have to be such a mess, now fun it. I guess now the old general is blowing his beard and eyes. Rolled his eyes. Zhao Gang sat down and smoked vigorously and stopped talking. Li Yunlong also fell silent. Now Gao Fei finally know the cause and effect. It was such a thing. Thought about it. Gao Fei gave a summary before he opened his mouth. In fact, there is no need to argue so much. The head of the group did this is also for the warriors to be able to improve their strength to fight the war with fewer injuries and fewer deaths only. Although the training is a bit past its justifiable, but such training needs to be controlled to work. I know what you want to say, but what I want to say is that the training is right, but not over. At the same time, the elite battalion bayonet training is not strong. I still say, can use bullets to solve the problem. I resolutely cannot let the warriors use the bayonet to fight. Even if it comes to the time to fight, the bayonet rely on a force of ruthlessness. The training does not have a pile of many years of time, is not likely to be a big success at all. Training can have, but appropriate on the line, as long as the physical quality of the fighters up, all problems can be solved. Even if a physically strong person doesn't know how to spar with a bayonet, but he's faster than you, stronger than you, and hits harder than you, how do you spar? You will die before you even touch someone else. This is a modern battlefield, is not a martial arts jianghu. Of course, Gao Fei is not saying that the bayonet is useless, but refers to control, cannot be too much. Otherwise it is really like what Zhao Gang said before the war. The soldiers of the independent regiment have all fallen first, more than 30 seriously wounded in 10 days, an average of more than 3 per day, a very scary number, and this does not include those who were lightly wounded. You have a point. Zhao Gang agreed with Gao Fei's words and Li Yunlong couldn't pick any faults. Let's go, my two regimental commanders and political commissars, now is not the time to talk about this, let's first go observe the warriors' injuries and organize the training. Warriors need care and attention when they are injured, especially new recruits. This can never be wrong, otherwise it will cause serious consequences. You go to the field hospital, I'll go and interact with the warriors. Taking the lead in getting up, throwing the matter of going to the hospital to Li Yunlong, Zhao Gang directly left in big strides to go and do communication with the fighters, resolutely not going to the hospital to avoid being scolded. Don't underestimate the field hospital doctors and nurses. Annoyed as scolded you. These 10 days the independent regiment has become a disaster area, every day injured a lot of people, has long been letting those doctors and nurses for the warriors to fight, who bad luck. Who can offend a bang and the nurses cannot, this is an unwritten rule, who do not dare to reassure themselves whether they will be injured. Usually it does not matter, when you are injured you are estimated to cry father and mother, such as a bang and you say how serious your condition the nurse to help you clean up the wound, to help you use your fingers to dig more digging to prevent foreign objects in the wound and so on. Go, just go. Li Yunlong has never been afraid. Dropping a word of gambling, Li Yunlong directly said, Gao Fei, you accompany me to go, just so I can meet that what Director Yang. What a way to find bad luck without forgetting to drag someone into the water. Gao Fei smiled helplessly and had to carry some things with Li Yunlong towards the field hospital. I say, you independent regiment, how do you train your soldiers? How can you go on like this? You see, you yourself to see, this is only 17 or 18-year-old child, bones are broken, this what training this is? No doubt Gao Fei. 2 people came to the hospital, results can be imagined, just came to the field hospital. Waiting for them is the vice president of a burst of complaints. Chapter 106. Then the wrongdoer begged for subscription. The vice president of the field hospital is still quite amiable, just complained a few sentences and left, but those little nurses look at Li Yunlong's eyes that fierce, there are many directly throw a pair of white eyes to you. The regimental commander, and so what? The regimental commander is not injured. Have you trained warriors like this? Are you sure it's training and not intentionally letting the fighters get hurt? It's really a hard job. Sitting on the hospital stone bench, Gao Fei was speechless. More than 30 warriors, Li Yunlong was responsible for visiting 20 others to Gao Fei, pacifying the injured warriors. Gao Fei visited one by one, tossing and turning for a few hours before the end. Sitting on the stool, touching his already rumbling stomach, this is nothing to eat, directly pulled over. Li Yunlong himself, a person cannot pull the face, so he will also pull over. Here, eat. Suddenly a pair of small hands reached in front of Gao Fei's eyes, a lunchbox. Gao Fei froze, lifted his head and smiled. It's Xiao Wei, why did you stay as a nurse? Director Yang said that he would leave after delivering the items, but Xiao Wei actually stayed behind to be a little nurse, only that the face and height of only a 13 or 14 child looked strange. Then I'm welcome. Gao Fei picked up the lunchbox and ate. Modesty was to be starved. Looking at how much Goofy ate, Xiao smiled happily, sat beside him, looked at the sky, and said, at first, I also thought of going back, but then I took a look at the number of nurses here, which was a bit low, so I stayed behind, intending to hone myself for a while before going back. Starving, Gao Fei gulped down his meal. Even though the hospital's meals were all rather frugal, it was better than going hungry. Quickly finishing the rice inside the lunchbox, Gao Fei returned the lunchbox to Xiao and said, thank you, or else when will we have to wait until we can eat? No need to thank, we are all comrades, aren't we? Xiao Wei winked mischievously at Gao Fei. The character of a young girl was obvious, coupled with that appearance of a little girl, it made people who didn't know think that Gao Fei and Xiao Wei were brother and sister. By the way, are you here to visit the warriors? Yes. Gao Fei lit a cigarette and helplessly shrugged his shoulders. The headmaster was afraid of getting scolded, so he pulled me along. Giggle. Gao Fei's helplessness caused Xiao Wei to giggle up. These days your independent regiment is a famous one within the hospital. There are a few seriously wounded casualties every day, and listening to the wounded warriors there are quite a few more. The lightly wounded warriors haven't come in yet, so the vice dean said that he will bring some people to your regiment's quarters tomorrow to help with the treatment lest the weather turns hot and stirs up some infected diseases. Who says it isn't? On this matter today the division commander even called to scold the regimental commander. Laughing, Gao Fei took advantage of the free time to wait for Li Yunlong to come, and Xiao Wei didn't have to start working yet to chat. But a person suddenly came out, scared Xiao Wei, and Gao Fei jumped. Good eye you, Gao Fei, lousy, just go away for a while. Your ing behind the back of muttering my bad words, really think I can't hear? Li Yunlong had wanted to call Gao Fei from a distance. Gao Fei is relatively strong, especially after taking the potion. Favoring Xiao Wei's body is delicate. Small sitting beside Gao Fei simply cannot see that there is someone, so it will be full of foul language. Jumped up. Can come up to see Li Yunlong dumbfounded. How, there is a little girl? Look at the appearance of the little girl, and Happy is still familiar, otherwise how would Goofy say his own embarrassing things? Sorry, don't know there are lesbians in, look at my mouth. Li Yunlong instantly snorted, was met with countless blank stares. He wouldn't dare to find a time to make any more noise about scolding someone else's little girl. That wouldn't be the divisional commander scolded to death. Puffing as expected, Xiao Wei didn't get angry but laughed instead. Tapping his foot, Gao Fei got up and laughed. Then we'll say goodbye, thank you for the meal. Waving his hand at Xiao Wei, Gao Fei suddenly saw a piece of rice standing at the corner of Xiao Wei's mouth. Subconsciously lifting his hand to bring down the grain of rice, Xiao Wei froze. Li Yunlong opened his mouth wide and looked at Gao Fei in shock. A few nurses in the distance were wide-eyed. Alright, it's just a grain of rice, I'll leave now, come to the independent regiment to play sometime, I warmly welcome you, right chief? Taking the grain of rice off Xiao Wei's face, Gao Fei felt that he had only done a trivial thing, but he didn't realize that his owner's unintentional action almost made him so angry that he vomited blood. Oh. Li Yunlong froze and nodded, turning to laugh, right. It must be welcomed. This is a must. Laughing, Li Yunlong pulled Gao Fei away so quickly that Gao Fei didn't even see Xiao Wei's face as red as an apple. When did you talk about it? Can't see that your kid is a hand at fighting wars, a hand at training soldiers, and even a hand at talking about women, how did you do it? Putting his arm around Gao Fei's shoulder, Li Yunlong was full of curiosity, even though the words were a bit unpleasant, the meaning was clear, that is to say that Gao Fei, had a relationship with Xiao Wei. What? Gao Fei inexplicably looked at Li Yunlong, this guy's brain is not dizzy, how can he speak so confused? Hey, you still pretending with me? Li Yunlong's eyes widened, it doesn't matter why you touched someone else? Don't you know that if you touch someone, you have to take responsibility, and you're not allowed to mess around if your relationship is not clear? Look at other people's faces are red. Said also let Gao Fei turn back to see. Gao Fei almost did not spit out a mouthful of blood, turn around to see really small micro faces very red, was a few nurses pulled to ask questions. Pointing at Li Yunlong, Gao Fei realized that he was more wrong than the wrongdoer. When did he touch someone else? That was to help her take down the things stuck on her face, okay? How to become touching other people also will say themselves and treasonous thief, specializing in doing this kind of thing. Everyone likes beautiful women, and Gao Fei is no exception, especially Xiao Wei, this kind of pseudo-lowly, legal lowly, is even better, but he is not hungry or thirsty to that point, okay? Too lazy to talk to you. The more this kind of thing is entangled, the harder it is to explain clearly. Gao Fei simply turned around and left. Chapter 107, Preparing for the Great War. Request for subscription. If you stay, God knows Li Yunlong will pull out something else, then they have a hard time arguing. Jumping into the Yellow River cannot be washed. Alas! Don't go, slow down, let's have a chat. Li Yunlong's shout made Gao Fei walk faster. From the field hospital back to the station in the middle of Gao Fei came to the elite battalion's training area. At this time the elite battalion of 1,000 people are resting, warriors chatting with each other, blowing calves, from time to time some people laughed a few times. The atmosphere is also not bad, there is no other 3 battalions of the kind of dullness and killing. 10 days appeared more than 30 seriously injured recruits. There are still a lot of injuries and illnesses. Gao Fei to Li Yunlong teaching spelling bayonet way is also kind of admired to the ground, although it is for the sake of the good of the warriors, but it is also too much. Battalion commander. As the officer arrived, all the warriors of the elite battalion hurriedly got up and stood at attention, 1,000 of them quickly arranging themselves. And Gao Fei nodded with satisfaction, although the speed was still slow, but joining so many people at once, no matter the formation or the order of arrangement, all were made adjustments. Some slowness was also justifiable. I believe that after the training everyone would revert back to being like the former elite battalion. Walking back and forth with his hands behind his back, looking at the warriors who were in good spirits, Gao Fei said loudly, perhaps some people are still unfamiliar with me, so I'll just introduce myself, lest there are warriors who don't recognize me in the future, and suddenly beat me up violently, and treat me as a spy, which would not be good. Gao Fei's words caused the warriors of the elite battalion to stifle their laughter, especially those newly joined recruits. Although it was said that all the stronger warriors were selected to join, many of the new recruits still met the conditions of the selection and thus joined in. Laughing, Gao Fei clapped his hands and said, now it's the number of elite battalion all of a sudden a lot more, frankly speaking beyond my expectation. Originally my intention is the number of elite battalion expanded to 500 people, but now it actually doubled. I kind of understand the head of the regiment, this is to let me raise 500 more mouths. Ha ha ha. The warriors couldn't help but laugh once again, none of them were amused by Gao Fei's words. Then I'll stop rambling, everyone should train hard but also pay attention. I think you should already know about the problems of the other 3 battalions, right? I don't want this to happen to our elite battalion. Bayonets are a tactic we only use when we are forced to and when we need to. Still, as long as I, Gao Fei, have the means to solve problems that can be solved using bullets, I don't want to use bayonets to solve them. Weapons and ammunition are important, but your lives are more important. You are all the baby bumps of the independent regiment, which one is gone is a great loss, so I hope that you can be careful again when training to spar with the bayonet. I don't want to hear about someone's foot being broken today, or their ribs being broken tomorrow. A big small sound came again. It seems that since the expansion again to raise the number of people, the elite battalion today is the day that the whole group laughed the most times. Monk out of line. Yes. Running out from within the ranks and giving a military salute, Monk stood in front of Gao Fei, curious as to what Gao Fei was going to do when he called himself out alone. Could it be that there was some kind of mission? A mission for you. Patting the monk's shoulder, Gao Fei said, you pick 20 people to report to the regimental commander's side to help train the other 3 battalions. In the future, the other 3 battalions will be trained the same as us, only the amount of training will be reduced a little bit. Pick the good people. In the past, the political commissar and the regimental commander will tell you how to do it. Yes, promise to finish the mission. Shouting, the monk returned to the column. Gao Fei looked at the warriors of the elite battalion and shouted, "I'll be honest with you, in the next 2 months' time your task is to train, train and train again." "Ah? Then won't you take us out, battalion commander?" "That's right, we want to fight the devils. I hope the battalion commander can take us out to kill the ghosts." When they heard Gao Fei say that they would have to train constantly for 2 months, the warriors were all agitated, and some of them even complained a bit. Everyone fought to get into the elite battalion except for the battalion's strong strength and good weapons is that the battalion commander Gao Fei can always take the troops out to find trouble with the little devils, and now when they heard that there is no chance of fighting the devils there was a sudden wail. "Silence!" Gao Fei had a stern face and shouted angrily, "What's it like to make a lot of noise? Are you street vendors? You are soldiers. A soldier's vocation is obedience. Absolute obedience. Resolute obedience. What's it like to yell and scream when you hear training?" Everyone fell silent. Those recruits who were complaining were a bit embarrassed. It seemed that today's actions had pissed off the battalion commander. "You want to fight ghosts when you're not strong. Did your parents raise you just to let you go and die? Answer me. Not. Speak up. Didn't eat? Or possessed by a pussy? No. Father and mother raised us so that we can serve our country and the people." The elite battalion's 1,000 men yelled at the drummed-up energy. "That's more like it." After looking around the crowd, Gao Fei's business was mild. "I was able to tell you that you will have tasks during the training period. Don't think of something unrealistic all day long. The brats aren't made of clay, you guys can fight whenever you want." If that was the case, the bastards would have gotten out of China long ago. Stick to the training for 2 months. After 2 months you have plenty of battles to fight. Don't complain bitterly that you can't do it then, do you hear me? I hear you. This time there was no need for Gao Fei to prompt, everyone answered loudly. "Now everyone follow me and run." As the battalion commander of the elite battalion, as a general officer, Gao Fei would naturally personally lead the warriors to train together. No matter how hard or tiring the training would be, they would eat together if there was suffering, and share the credit together. This is what a general should do. Within 2 months, Gao Fei decided not to let the elite battalion and the brats to start too much conflict, for the upcoming 100 regiments war to prepare. Chapter 108 Cold Water Again Request for Subscription. With the collective warriors of the elite battalion left the camp to do running training, first of all physical fitness is very important. Even if you have a lot of powerful weapons, warriors do not have a body of iron cannot win the battle. Hurry up all to the old man faster. Training began. Gao Fei all of a sudden from the gentle talking funny battalion commander transformed into a demon, carrying a horsewhip in his hand and yelling, so that the warriors one by one all tensed their nerves, do not dare to slow down. Even the veterans of the past are lifting a heart, secretly thinking in their hearts what is wrong with the battalion commander today, has been angry. Training volume is very large. Soon someone began to support cannot. Immediately 2 more soldiers ran forward to help each other together to continue to run. Don't give up, don't abandon. This was the slogan of the elite battalion. Never give up on any training or mission, never abandon any comrade even if he only had 1 breath left. Gao Fei had been leading the elite battalion on a wild goose chase, and there were traces left by the elite battalion on all types of roads, valleys, mountain slopes, and gravel lands. At night, a thick layer of dark clouds covered the sky. Gao Fei got up directly after finishing the day's training. With the passage of time, his free combat techniques became more and more skillful, and now he was basically able to fight with Fox's projection in a dim light, although he was not yet an opponent, but he was making rapid progress. At this time even the monk was not his opponent. Leaving the residence, Gao Fei stood in the doorway and looked at the sky. Soon in the sky there was the first light rain after this year's winter, so that the dry ground began to have a water nourishment. This is a timely rain. Do not rain will always be drought. The people will not be able to plant crops. Not able to plant crops means that there is no food. Raising his hand and catching a few drops of rain with his palm, Gao Fei took advantage of the darkness all the way to where the elite battalion warriors were sleeping. Battalion commander. Soon under the leadership of Monk, Zhang Dubiao, and Su Fei, the many veterans of the elite battalion all assembled. More than 200 people stood together, each with a basin and bucket in their hands, and even some of the helmets that they had snatched from the little devils had been brought over. Despite being tossed around by Gao Fei during the day under the heightened training, the veterans were always tougher than the new recruits. Even the veterans from the other 3 battalions who had just been transferred were a bit overwhelmed by the amount of training. Who? Everyone was sleeping soundly, not even hearing the not-so-small loud noise coming from outside. Let's start. Standing in the light rain, Gao Fei inclined his head and signaled the warriors to start the night training to refresh the new recruits. Everyone on. Monk and Su Fei with the warriors grinned and snickered. Once tossed, they were finally able to toss others today. When the elite battalion's numbers were small, there were no shortage of midnight raids by Gao Fei. Those who didn't wake up were tossed, not to mention punished for running. Now they and others were able to watch the new recruits make a fool of themselves. Strange smile, and the monk, Zhang Dubiao, and Su Fei, 3 thieves, touching the company commander led by all the warriors carrying pots and pans, towards the house to make a splash. Ah! What's going on? What happened? Almost at the same time, the hundreds of recruits of the elite battalion all became soupy chickens, people hit by the water, not to mention the clothes, pants, and even the quilt were leaked off. Ha ha ha. Looking at the recruits who woke up directly from their sleep, the monk and the others laughed out loud. Asshole. I can't get around you. Some of the grumpier recruits directly jumped up and wanted to find those veterans who were splashing water in the middle of the night to make fun of people to fight. Gao Fei looked at the courtyard that was in chaos with interest and did not say anything, lighting a cigarette and standing in the darkness of the night to smoke it. What happened? The miserable yells and noises of the elite battalion's recruits instantly woke up everyone in the independent regiment. All of them gathered around under the leadership of Li Yunlong and Zhao Gang, and only when they saw Gao Fei standing at the entrance of the courtyard did they realize that it was a training exercise that Gao Fei liked to get up for a nighttime raid to check on the alertness of the soldiers. The soldiers will be dispersed, Li Yunlong and Zhao Gang, before going back to sleep. Only in the heart his thought is not their own, and other people also come so many times? Give the soldiers a boost? Look at the elite battalion before the veterans. Even if sleeping hula hula, a little noise will immediately pop up. This is called vigilance. And the other 3 battalions of warriors still know that their own and other people's good days come to an end, heartlessly go back to continue to sleep. Gao Fei led the elite battalion training. Their training content has become consistent, and now all the people are tired of not light. Noisy for a while recruits thus only found standing in the courtyard door. Gao Fei suddenly did not look for trouble in mind, hastily dressed to bring weapons out of the collection, also do not care about whether the clothes are full of water. Some of the more unlucky warriors shoes directly into the water shoes, walking and also bubbling with water. Fight? Ah. How not to fight? Just now, you are still very honorable. Gao Fei looked at a group of dumbfounded, red-faced and reddened recruits with a smile on his face, causing them all to lower their heads. I know you guys are tired, but vigilance can never be relaxed. But what did I see? No one standing guard is just as well. I've kicked the door in and still sleeping so soundly. If the brats surrounded the yard and set it on fire, it's estimated that you guys still think the sun suddenly jumped out in the middle of the night, right? The recruits all lowered their heads and didn't say anything. Gao Fei didn't continue to blame them. Before the training, how many people can do, and the veterans of the elite battalion like sniffing the wind and standing up? Now everyone, carry your weapons and run 10 laps around the compound before coming back to bed. After saying this, Gao Fei simply left, leaving the warriors to run on their own. Running so far during the day and coming back at night made the recruits understand that the warriors of the elite battalion were not that good. After running 10 laps, everyone went back to sleep. Even if there was water everywhere, they were still able to huff and puff just the same. They were too tired. But their nightmare had just begun. When they were 2 hours old, Gao Fei came inside the courtyard again, kicking the door or no response, so he had to wave his hand to signal the veterans to continue. Another round of cold water poured down, the yard a chicken jumping. Some recruits almost did not cry out. It is not easy to fall asleep holding all the water. Cold water again. Chapter 109, The Problem of Food. The next day, Really and Small Micro said the same field hospital vice president with some doctors and nurses came to the independent regiment of the resident to help the lord. Those who were injured because of training, but not very serious, did not go to the hospital for treatment of the soldiers. A group of beautiful nurses came to the resident. The soldiers suddenly excited up, that look angry Li Yunlong while cursing while leading the vice president of the warrior treatment. The heart of that happy if the soldiers just stay in the resident within the hot weather, easy to get infected, does not say good, is also very slow. Field hospital nurses came to the independent regiment's premises, so that many soldiers look hot, thinking if they have such a beautiful wife would be good. And the nurses also looked like they had entered a place that intrigued them with curiosity. The wounded were gathered for treatment, a group of people after busy. Soon after, those warriors on the band were treated, and the vice president also, because of Li Yunlong's generous invitation to stay and eat in the independent regiment, by the way to observe. Gao Fei knew that the hospital people came within the compound to heal the warriors, but did not go over. Now he was faced with a very serious problem. Move faster for the old man. Didn't eat? One by one, you have no energy. Standing on an open space for training, a huge wooden board was erected in the Gao Fei training area, which was given to the warriors to train as an obstacle. At this time the warriors were carrying hoes and shovels to dig pits in the open space, which was also their training for today, except that all the warriors of the elite battalion, in addition to more than 200 veterans of the past, the new recruits were not in a good state of mind. Including which veterans who transferred from the other 3 battalions are no exception. During the day was pulled by Gao Fei to train hard all day, and at night was raided 3 times and splashed with cold water 3 times. That taste cannot be described in words at all. The big pit dug out was also one of the obstacles to do training for the warriors. Gao Fei stood on the big pit and yelled. His face was serious, but in his heart he was thinking about what he should do next. This morning when doing breakfast, cooking class squad leader came to find their own discussion, said the elite battalion consumed not much canned meat. Today people in the hospital to come to also share out a lot of. Looks like the head of the regiment also intends to take away some of the other 3 battalions of soldiers to make up for the other 3 battalions, that is to say, the rest of the canned meat, since the ability to adhere to the less than a week's time, or in the case of not adding a large number of In such an environment, Gao Fei can't guarantee that everyone will have enough meat to eat all the time. Before, it was fine, the elite battalion was 300 people sacrificed 60 or so, the remaining 200, but now it is 1,000. This is not a joke, 1,000 people every day in such high-intensity training. The food consumption is not ordinary amazing. This is like a family of 2 people and 10 people to eat. The difference is not ordinary big. If 2 people eat, they can be supported by a single job, but what about 10 people? Can you? It's hard to support 10 people without a high wage. Not to mention the fact that in the latter days, Chinese cabbage costs $2 or $3 a pound, and although prices at this time are not so scary, you have no place to buy it. There is no money. The richest of the entire independent regiment is Gao Fei has a few hundred yang, into the city to rob, is also a considerable asset, but a few hundred yang can do what? But what can you do with a few hundred yen? You can only buy supplies for the elite battalion for a few days, and there's no place to buy them. The problem of food was pressed down again. Since he is already the battalion commander of the elite battalion, these are things that Gao Fei should think of. Leaving the training to the monk and Zhang Dabiao to lead, today Su Fei took people to the other 3 battalions to help with the training, just the monk and Zhang Dabiao to lead the training. Ha ha ha, you flatter me. All the way to the regimental headquarters, Gao Fei heard Li Yunlong's happy laughter, walked into the regimental headquarters, see Li Yunlong one-stop hospital vice president is chatting happily, Zhao Gang accompanied, those little nurses are sitting on the side of the whispering. What surprised Gao Fei was that Xiao Wei was actually among them. Giving a military salute to the vice dean, Gao Fei found himself a place to sit down, giggle. Gao Fei came in. The 3 nurses who saw Gao Fei helping Xiao Wei take down the rice grains from the corners of her mouth yesterday suddenly pulled Xiao Wei into a smile, causing Xiao Wei's face, which was only 13 or 14 years old, to redden. Aren't you training for the elite battalion? How come over? All comrades since they invited others to stay and observe, naturally they couldn't speak behind others' backs. I gave it to Monk and Zhang Dabiao. Gao Fei opened a map to the table and picked up a pen to draw while looking at it. Ugh. You kid don't. Li Yunlong was in a big hurry, but unfortunately it was already a step too late. The new map that he managed to get with great difficulty was drawn by Gao Fei with a lot of circle marks, making Li Yunlong very distressed. The most important thing is that Gao Fei drew it with a fountain pen. The fountain pen, needless to say, from the small ghosts within the store, Li Yunlong himself have one. With Kong Ji's words is no culture but also a good pen, really pig's nose in the onion, pretending to be an elephant. I said you kid how to take a pen on the map scribbling. Don't you know how precious this play is? Old me, I had a hard time getting my hands on it. Li Yuna that heartache off, grimacing, Zhao Gang speechless, there are so many lesbians and you cannot settle down? Puffing. Li Yunlong's way of speaking amused the nurse's door couldn't help but laugh, even the vice dean laughed and shook his head, but then wondered what Gao Fei was drawing with a pen on a map? Could it be that there's going to be a war? Stopping the action in his hands, Gao Fei lifted his head and quietly lit a heel of smoke. Then you'll solve the problem of the elite battalion's food? Li Yunlong immediately embarrassed, dry smile, nothing, you continue to draw, just a map, some other day I find the division commander and then ask for. He would rather sacrifice a map than to figure out how to fix the food problem of the elite battalion. The other 3 battalions are still able to casually a little past, but the elite battalion can't, the amount of training is too strong, without a good food supplement the warrior's body can't withstand it at all. Taking a deep drag on his cigarette, Gao Fei looked at Li Yunlong and Zhao Gang and said seriously, the canned meat that we got last time will probably still be able to last for a week, but in the meantime I need to get more supplies before I can do so. Chapter 110 Playing big for once. No way, consuming so fast? Li Yunlong and Zhao Gang were shocked. The last time they grabbed a truck full of canned meat but it was actually almost gone. And, this is still using the canned meat for side dishes, otherwise it would have been long gone. Gao Fei nodded. Li Yunlong also knew the seriousness of the situation. That would be troublesome. The elite battalion has more than 1,000 people. The consumption is not a small amount. It seems like I'd better not move that stuff, keep it for the elite battalion. It's fine. Shaking his head, Gao Fei stared at the map, frowned and smoked a cigarette, said, the other 3 battalions need to eat meat for their increased training, otherwise they won't be able to withstand it. Take some, I'll think of something. Ha ha ha, then I'm relieved. Where to keep an eye on this time? I, Old Li, will also go along. I get hot-eyed every time I see you get so many supplies back. The 3 people's conversation makes the vice president and the small nurses sitting on the side of the hospital are shocked speechless. The hospital's treatment is not bad, but the meat is only eaten once a few days. Look at the elite battalion of this independent regiment, the meat is every day. This treatment is really not a general big. These days the wolf walks 1,000 miles to eat meat, the dog walks 1,000 miles to eat. You have the ability to grab from the little devils. You are good, eat meat all the time is worth it, but you do not have the ability to then only look at others to eat. Gao Fei does not want to be a dog, much less a wolf. Being a dog is no good, being a wolf is too vicious. 6 relatives are not recognized. How is it, do you have a clue? Looking at Gao Fei staring at the map, moving his pen from time to time, Li Yunlong inquired with a puzzled face. A little. Gao Fei threw the pen just under on the table for others' precious pens. Gao Fei didn't look at it. Firstly, the ghosts around us are already on alert, so it's hard for us to make a move. If I'm not wrong, after the previous few times, the transportation routes of the brats have definitely changed their location. Pulling the map over, Gao Fei pointed to several other roads. Second point, the devils are too active right now. If we strike around, it will definitely draw the attention of the devils towards our side. So? Li Yunlong shook his head vigorously. He disliked it the most when others pulled a series of what first, second with himself. So? Pointed to a circle drawn up by himself on the map. Gao Fei grinned. So it is to play once big. A year without hands, hands eat a year. Hiss. Zhao Gang and Li Yunlong sucked in a mouthful of cool air, did not expect Gao Fei's heart to be so big, and he was pointing to a friendly army's land next to it. Robbing a friendly army is impossible, but robbing within the friendly army's range of activities, after robbing it, the kid's retaliation is still basically rushing to the friendly army. This move is not a general loss-off. But it's not possible to get so many supplies at once in friendly territory. Isn't this too risky? You have to know that our independent regiment has only gone through expansion with too many new recruits, and a lot of people will die if we fight. The cautious-natured Zhao Gang immediately frowned. No wonder he was cautious. At this time the independent regiment was at its weakest stage, the number of new recruits changed over the veterans, and the training was still ongoing. The amount of combat power that could be erupted was limited. Yes, it's too dangerous. Li Yunlong nodded his head annoyed and lit a cigarette, agreeing with Zhao Gang's words. Of course I know it's dangerous, but what if we don't have to fight? Gao Fei grinned. Although they were all their own people who didn't need to talk behind their backs, some secrets that couldn't be said still couldn't be said. Zhao Gang and Li Yunlong's psyche was like a kitten scratching, but in front of a group of nurses and doctors, the vice dean and the others couldn't continue to discuss. They could only wait for the postponement, wait for them all to leave before discussing. Chief, it's time to start the meal. Is it carried in? At this time the guard came in to report. Li Yunlong shouted, of course, we can't keep comrades waiting, carry them in immediately. Yes. The guards immediately ran out to get ready. Li Yunlong, Gao Fei and Zhao Gang pulled over 2 tables and also took out 2 bottles of long time. Come on everyone, take your seats, there is nothing to eat, feel free, ha. Soon the cooking class warriors will carry the meal up. Let a group of nurses and doctors wide-eyed, this is still called nothing to eat? There is meat and vegetables which is not called delicious, then what do they and others usually eat? There is also shiny rice. Gao Fei was not used to eating pasta. Li Yunlong and others followed to eat rice, but also made it a habit. Inside the hospital, they also ate rice, but the rice was broken rice, making it black, not to mention the flavor. Goodoo. A few hungry nurses let out a swallowing sound and instantly reddened their faces. Everyone sit, don't be polite, feel free, ha. Laughingly Yunlong pulled Zhao Gang and Gao Fei and the vice dean to sit at a table. Others have helped themselves so much as should accompany others to drink a couple of cups. No drinking during work. The vice dean looked at Li Yunlong pouring wine for himself and hastily excused himself. The hospital had regulations that really could not drink during work. Alas. You're being outgoing, aren't you, or are you looking down on me, Li Yunlong? Li Yunlong immediately pulled a face, causing several doctors and vice presidents to open their mouths wide, and ultimately could only shake his head and smile bitterly. Alright, just 1 cup, not more. Xiao Wei and the others sitting next door were amused and laughed. But this wine thing, unless you really don't drink, otherwise there is a cup, there are 2 cups, this is not Li Yunlong's just ended. Zhao Gang took over. You have drunk his Li Yunlong's wine, can't not drink my Zhao Gang, right? Not to mention the fact that there is also an equally wine-loving Kong Jia at the back. Gao Fei just slightly sip a cup, did not touch again. They need to consider too many things, drink too much is not good. A meal in a lively atmosphere in the end, the vice president in a few cups of wine down, but also let go, drink a little disciplined, drink more or to be disciplined, so let go a little bit, so as not to offend Li Yunlong this de down moncler pas cher. Fortunately, although Li Yunlong is very mixed, but not stupid, but also just to the vice president of the frequent toast, the other several doctors and Gao Fei the same sip a cup and put down the cup. I'll come find you some other time. When leaving, Xiao Wei said to Gao Fei with a red face and hurriedly ran away. Chapter 111 Target Train. Looking at Xiao Wei's back that looked like a rabbit fleeing in panic, Gao Fei let out a bitter smile. Did he have another debt of confusion? Vice President, let's take a step to talk. When the others hospital people left, Li Yunlong sidetracked Gao Fei and Zhao Gang and walked up to pull the vice dean, who was already a little drunk, to the side. Ah, you Li Yunlong, I still don't know about your little flowery mind, say it. What is it? I will help you if I can. Eating people's mouth is soft, taking people's hand is short. Before after eating, Li Yunlong also didn't forget to force several packs of good cigarettes and several bottles of good wine to the vice dean. You don't want me to throw it away. Besides, this is just your return to help our soldiers of the independent regiment to treat their injuries, is supposed to. The dead were able to be described as living. Vice dean was made to cry and laugh by Li Yunlong and finally accepted Li Yunlong's gift. It's like this, our independent regiment's elite battalion commander Gao Fei and your hospital's comrade Xiao Wei, there is so little relationship, so also have to bother the vice dean to watch more. No matter what era it is, the first to strike first and the last to suffer. You look pretty and others look pretty too. In order to prevent Xiao Wei from being snatched away, Li Yunlong had to keep pulling strings with the vice dean, hoping to keep an eye on it, and if someone looks at it, say that it's already titled and don't think about it. The vice dean froze and turned to laugh. I knew you, Li Yunlong, wouldn't be so kind, so be it, since the children themselves have a heart, then I'll just watch over it. The vice dean was not someone whose eyes were not out of breath. Of course he could see that Gao Fei and Xiao Wei had a good relationship, and that the nurse's door were all poking fun at Xiao Wei with Gao Fei. How could this happen without that meaning? He, then I'll thank you. The vice dean promised. Li Yunlong then left with a big smile and satisfaction. And at this time, Gao Fei well did not know that Li Yunlong just like this confusedly helped himself to push a hand, is staring at the map inside the regiment headquarters. How about any thoughts? Having just returned to the regiment headquarters, Li Yunlong eagerly inquired. On one side, Zhao Gang and Kong Jie were both staring at Gao Fei as well, wanting to know exactly how this playing a big hand was going to work. It was not easy to get enough supplies for the independent regiment to eat and drink for a year at one time. It could not be described as difficult, it was simply harder than climbing up to heaven. It is to see if Li Yunlong has the guts. Failure will be scolded by the headquarters for nothing to work hard for 10 days. If successful, our independent regiment can almost a whole year without worrying. Gao Fei told Li Yunlong very seriously. The way is there, but it depends on whether Li Yunlong has the guts to do so. You say. Gao Fei was seldom so serious. Li Yunlong knew that things were not simple and he believed that Gao Fei would not lie to himself. I dare not say anything else. I, Li Yunlong, am just bold. As long as you have a way that is not robbing the common people and friendly troops, I will be able to play with you. When has the fearless Li Yunlong ever been afraid? Zhao Gang and Kong Jie felt a bit wrong. Listening to the tone seems like this matter is very risky. Pointed to the direction of Taiyuan City on the map, Gao Fei looked at Li Yunlong. 3 people, but the 3 people have a face of incomprehension, suddenly angry. Not, they are pointing so obvious is still not clear? What means of transportation can carry a large amount of supplies at once? Trucks. Li Yunlong shouted. Kong Jie also nodded. Gao Fei was speechless. No wonder the later generations would appear to run dozens of kilometers of road in order to see the train. The feelings of the train is really rare goods. It's a train. Zhao Gang seemed to understand what Gao Fei wanted to do, shocked at the same time explained. Train transportation of supplies is the largest, but want to rob the train to grab the supplies away is not easy. Along the road there are brat strongholds. We can't directly pull out all the strongholds, otherwise no matter how to do it will be found by the brats. These days warping tracks and blowing up trains is a very common thing, but the biggest problem is that even if you are able to do it, how much of the supplies can you take away? There are brat strongholds all along the way, making it difficult to transport them, or maybe they'll be touched by the brats all the way down the line. It's difficult, but look at how far our station is from Taiyuan City. It's more than 100 kilometers at least. Taiyuan City. Li Yunlong had been there. It was a key area for the brats. It couldn't be messed with. But what if? Gao Fei directly picked up a pen and drew a line in the middle, connecting it to the railroad. The 3 squinted their eyes and shook their heads. The distance was shortened quite a bit, but there were some places that didn't even have roads. Even if you were able to get the little kids train, how would the supplies be brought back? I know there are no roads, but this is the closest direction. What if we can dig a big hole? You mean, find a hidden place to dig a big hole to hide the supplies and then transport them back after the wind has died down? Zhao Gang was worthy of being a political commissar and directly understood what Gao Fei wanted to do. Bingo! Gao Fei snapped his fingers and laughed, picking up a pen and pointing out a place in the middle of the residence to too far away, saying, this is the place where I passed by in front of my mission escorting medicines, a barren mountain basically devoid of human beings, mainly due to the bad water source in the area, sort of a place that the little devils are reluctant to look at, because they can't get half a point of benefit from going there. As long as we're fast enough, we'll be able to put the train down to the devil's support before transporting large quantities of supplies on the line. Comparing the distance between the barren mountains and the railroad, Gao Fei didn't say anything else, letting Li Yunlong and Zhao Gang and Kong Jie discuss it. After all, such a thing can't be done if the number of people is too small, for fear of leaking out, and also have to be bold, because if you're not careful, you'll make a big commotion. Maybe also attracted the brats' crazy retaliation, to know the whole Shaanxi battlefield, now the National Army and the 8th Route Army and the Southwest occupation of more than 20 counties as a base, and brats do struggle. If too much noise, I guess the brats will be crazy retaliation. Give and take, want to have to pay, want to get a lot of supplies, have to be prepared to be the brat retaliation. The regiment became a quiet, everyone did not open their mouths. The said Gao Fei himself said a sentence next to see Li Yunlong and Zhao Gang's deliberations. Chapter 112 Preparations. How? Li Yunlong's face was a little cloudy. No doubt Gao Fei's proposal is very heartwarming, that is, there are too many things that need to be prepared, but also to prevent the brats' retaliation. First of all, digging a huge cave is a very troublesome thing, and then have to think about how to avoid the search of the brats and hide the supplies in it, and lastly to face the brats' retaliation. Maybe it will also pull up some big war. These heavy factors need to be considered. Gao Fei did not rush, let Li Yunlong and Zhao Gang slowly think, well, this kind of thing cannot just mess around, there must be completely prepared for it. Failing to perhaps work for nothing not to say will also cause a lot of trouble. Success then the benefits brought is not a half a star, compared to the previous robberies are all in a small fight. Mother dry. Long Li Yunlong vigorously slapped the table and shouted, not just robbing the train? When has lousy Li Yunlong ever been afraid? Soldiers live well is the most important thing. How can we fight the devils without food and equipment? Everything is false. As for the brats' retaliation, which day are the brats not retaliating? Almost the entire southwest area of Shaanxi everyday fighting can say that the brats' retaliation has not been interrupted. Do not rob to beware of the brats, rob the same is to beware of. Who wants to go hungry to fight with the brats? Left and right are fighting, I just want to rob you. Not only to rob, and also to destroy the things you value to you. It's better to be careful. This time Zhao Gang didn't stand out to oppose, he also knew the importance of food and weapons to the independent regiment, and Gao Fei's plan was too enticing, too tempting, it would be hard for anyone to refuse. Gao Fei, you kids say it, I'll do it. Isn't it just robbing the brats of their supplies? When have I ever been afraid? Once a person sets his mind to be ruthless, he will leave everything behind and do things like crazy. Gao Fei's idea was not intended to be a huge risk, but the risk was worth taking. The first thing is to have a place where we can hide the supplies. The cave is our first choice, but also to choose a place where the brats won't pay attention to. This one trick, digging the cave, must also be careful, absolutely not able to let the brats see that there is something wrong. If the plan is feasible, after the supplies are snatched, the brats will definitely search frantically in the surrounding area, then the place to hide the supplies will become very important. As long as the cave to hide the supplies can be prepared, then our plan will be half successful. Staring at a small black dot on the map, Gao Fei narrowed his eyes. So what if the brats search? They couldn't possibly dig up the ground 3 feet in all the surrounding areas, knowing that the time he was searching around was also the time the 8th Route Army and the Nationalists were surrounding them. Hurry up! All of you dig faster. A few days later a team of several hundred people came to a deserted area where Gao Fei had pointed out. This area had a rather big problem, that was the lack of water. Whether people or other animals, all need to have a water source in the place to be able to live. No water cannot do anything, resulting in this area is no one at all. Coupled with the proximity of the brats' hardest hit areas, the surrounding sparse people are all relocated away. This also makes this area become more and more desolate. Even the brats are not willing to care. Hare cannot find one, over what? In order to excavate a very large shandong, the independent regiment, a team of 500 people, quietly day and night quietly came here to pick a good location to start digging. Most of the people within the army are natives, familiar with the surrounding, naturally know what place is most suitable for hiding things, so after picking out the location, 500 people began to work. Digging caves also had its own rules. The first was the hidden environment, the second was that the excavated soil and rocks could not be discarded at will, otherwise as long as the brats noticed the fresh soil they would be able to see the problems in it. Company commander, why don't we train to fight the devils have to come here to dig some kind of cave? It looked quiet outside, but it was incredibly lively in the middle of the mountain. A few hundred people were busy. Gao Fei's order was, dig me a cave that can hide a lot of supplies within a week. Not only that, but also hide all the traces. The team digging the cave was naturally Gao Fei's elite battalion. Cut the crap. Just dig. What does the battalion commander need to explain to you? Hurry up and dig. When the time comes, there will be no shortage of benefits for you guys. Look at you all eating with a red face. Monk reprimanded, not to mention followed Gao Fei for a long time. This flower monk also more and more have a set of officers' majesty, talking is a bored. Reprimanded a few warriors, the monk carried a hoe to dig hard, just 2 days' time, has been in the mountain hollowed out a not small cave too, which deal with the excavated soil and stone is the most troublesome thing. Almost all the soldiers of the independent regiment have acted. Elite battalion is responsible for digging the cave. The 1st battalion is responsible for looking for all the pockets that can hold things, so that the people around the neighborhood feel strange. This independent regiment is good. Why looking for so many pockets? Especially Dingwei, want pockets are to my new regiment to come. Some supplies can be resisted, but some cannot, need to use pockets, otherwise a soldier holding a little run can take how much? To get a big one at a time. Pockets are used to load supplies in addition to loading dirt. Those newly dug out of the dirt with pockets, stacked up, the cave will be blocked. To the top of the spread a little dirt and dead branches not close to see who will not notice. Not to mention the new regiment of Dingwei, is the headquarters are puzzled. Li Yunlong, this kid in the inn in the toss, what? Looking around for pockets not to mention, but also hoes and shovels, back in rattan, making it seem as if all the generals of the independent regiment are going to plant. Ugh, what do you guys think this Li Yunlong kid is doing in the inn? The weirdness of the independent regiment naturally attracted the attention of the headquarters. The old general manager, who had a very sharp sense of smell, felt that Li Yunlong the kid would definitely do a little something before he was right, but the independent regiment was very quiet, not as if there was a major event to strike. Could it be that his kid is planning to toss a little something out again? It's not if he will, it's definitely. The chief of staff corrected with a loud laugh. Chapter 113 Demolition of the Railroad Tracks. He, Li Yunlong, will never settle down if he doesn't make something out of you, but I think this time it should not be Li Yunlong but Gao Fei. The chief of staff quickly pointed out something suspicious. Oh, the old general instantly became interested. How so? In the past only Li Yunlong was okay, now there is an additional Gao Fei, and Li Yunlong is also a lawless guy. The difference is that Gao Fei doesn't do some messy things, certain aspects say that Li Yunlong is calm and steady. Smiling and shaking his head, the chief of staff explained, that is because, a few days ago the vice president of the field hospital went to the independent regiment to help those wounded warriors to treat their injuries, and then stayed to eat a meal. Listening to him, it seems to be the elite battalion supplies began to appear in short supply. The old general, this independent regiment's elite battalion, the training is very brutal, so warriors are consuming a lot of money. And also need to eat well to be able to hold out. So Gao Fei, this little guy, hit on the idea of the brats. Most of the armies that can eat meat nowadays are the brats and the National Army. The National Army will not come to support you for no reason, and also not be able to rob. Because of the heat and cynicism, there are a lot of small frictions between the 8th Route Army and the National Army. Since the National Army has no chance, then there are only little brats. Supplies are gone. Gao Fei can be sure to rob. From the hands of the little ghosts to grab, but how to grab? Well, grab where is not he can guess. Also, want to train strong fighters, supplies cannot be dragged down, otherwise the fighters' bodies will collapse. The old general nodded. He also understood Gao Fei, but everything could only be left to Gao Fei to figure out on his own. Let's just see what kind of crooked ideas this kid will have. We can't help but give the brats a fatal blow. However, Gao Fei didn't know that his problem was being posed, and was hard at work directing the warriors to dig the cave. Everything was in the midst of just organized preparations. When all the preparations were ready, most of the warriors of the independent regiment left the compound. Gao Fei, what should we do? This time the independent regiment had come out in full force for supplies. Supplies from the brat train. The caves were prepared, the retreat route was set, everything was ready, all we needed was the east wind. It's simple, just remove one of the tracks. In the darkness of the night, Gao Fei clenched his fist and hammered the ground viciously, striking a small crater out of the ground, but everyone's mind was on the track in the train. No one paid attention to the fact that Gao Fei had made a small crater out of the ground with just one punch. The night was quiet, all the fighters of the independent regiment were ambushed by the railroad, waiting for Li Yunlong's order. For the railroads, the brats had always been heavily guarded, but they were not able to take care of all the sections of the railroad. Alright, I'll do whatever you say. More than a week of preparation depends on today's results. Li Yunlong gritted his teeth and prepared to let the warriors dismantle the tracks. 1st Battalion, follow me. Waving his hand behind him, Li Yunlong rushed onto the track with his fighters, ready to demolish the track. As long as the track is gone, the kid's train will wait for it to roll over, and Gao Fei chose a very tricky position, right at the place of the turn, so that the kid wants to find the brakes in advance are difficult. The most important thing is that the place of the turn, the train speed is slower. The things above are not easy to fall and break. All the preparatory work is done, the next step is to see whether the little kid to give. Every day there are trains passing by, but each time the transportation of things are not the same. Sometimes it is supplies, sometimes it is weapons and ammunition, sometimes it is the army, but no matter whether it is supplies or weapons and ammunition, as long as they get their hands on the independent regiment is a big profit. How the hell is this thing so hard to get? Viciously kicked the track, Li Yunlong cursed, all the boss screws, not to mention that the tools are not. The only tools carried were the 2 big wrenches taken from inside the truck. This thing wants to twist down the screws on the railroad track is not generally difficult. This is not busy half a day before twisting down a few. Angry Li Yunlong cursed up, kicked the rail a foot, but let himself a strange cry, holding his feet jumped twice. That thing is pure steel, can kick? In the darkness of the night, Gao Fei was a bit speechless, walked up and commanded, don't need to get all of them, all follow me. With a battalion responsible for dismantling the track, Gao Fei took a torch and ran toward the front. The soldiers do not know why rush to keep up. Li Yunlong also grimaced and followed up, kicked what is not good to kick the rail. Came to the place where the 2 sections of railroad tracks are connected. Gao Fei commanded, this is the place. Twist down the screws on one side. Shaking off his sore feet, Li Yunlong grimaced and asked, you can get it down like this? Don't tell me you're going to lift it up. Rolling his eyes, Gao Fei was a bit speechless. Can this thing be lifted? A rail is more than 10 meters long and weighs several tons. How can it be lifted? And with the screws pulling, even if the entire regiment came together, they might not be able to lift it. Battalion commander, it's done. The soldiers quickly twisted down all the screws at the rail joints and looked at Gao Fei, waiting for his next command. Bring the prepared sticks over. With a big wave of his hand, a few warriors immediately came up carrying 2 wooden sticks. Break up the gravel a bit and get a bigger rock. Yeah, this one is the best. Utilizing the principle of fulcrum, Goofy led the warriors to start prying the railroad tracks. Others, Archimedes said, give me a fulcrum, I can pry up the whole earth. Gao Fei does not need to pry up the whole earth, also do not need to jerk a pipe to the sky to rape the world. All he has to do is to pry up the railroad tracks a little bit, to the bottom of the stuffed stone. Track imbalance, the train quickly passes by the time that the consequences of Train is not a car, a place suddenly high out of a large section, the consequences are overturned, not to mention that here is still in the curves, turning at the same time suddenly a bump train absolutely out of the track. This on the line? Isn't it necessary to dismantle the railroad tracks? Do all this Gao Fei took everyone to the side to hide, waiting for the brat's door, lying on the side of Gao Fei. Li Yunlong feels strange, said demolition of the track it? You so pat a stone to get it done? That the vast railroad gorillas still toss what? Chapter 114 Train is coming. Railroad guerrillas are actually also a local organization among the 8th Route Army, just no number, no fixed members, and even not enough guns and weapons. But on the contrary, the brats hate these guerrillas the most, not many, hit and run and hide, nothing to come out and give you a track to tear down one, the factory to throw a bomb or something, make the brats suffer. The little ghosts of the regular army to search and fight a lot, but the fight against these guerrillas is even greater. All kinds of undercover agents and agents are coming out of the woodwork in order to bring down these guerrillas. Think about the front line of combat emergency, the need to transport troops or weapons and ammunition, and supplies, but the train has not yet arrived at overturned, can take how much to take how much other give you a moment to blow up all. On the railroad the brats can be called by these guerrillas tossed around, the guerrillas are fewer in number, launched a frontal attack on the brats do not itch in pain, but if you give you on the railroads constantly destroying, it's not the same, and even some of the guerrillas have been active in the cities of brats and the weapons warehouses, food warehouses are the target of their strikes. Agents fighting the situation constantly, but also these guerrillas without a number stirred up the brats, to the regular army for a lot of time. If the railroad guerrillas can make use of such methods absolutely paralyze the brats railroad. Cursing viciously, Li Yunlong lit a cigarette and smoked it fiercely. The speaker is not intentional, the listener is intentional. Gao Fei's heart trembled. If he selected a group of fighters from within the elite battalion, without having to do anything else to destroy the railroad is enough, what would be the impact? The guerrillas also have to dismantle the railroad tracks, but the elite battalion doesn't need to. A melon grenade will be able to make the railroad tracks out of the question, the train as long as it dares to come absolutely overturned. Nowadays the whole Jinsui area is one of the main areas of resistance, and the railroad is the most important means of transportation for the brats. There is no one. It can be said that as long as the railroad is gone, the transportation of the little devils will be absolutely paralyzed. This idea immediately hovered in the middle of Gao Fei's mind how to whisk away. Railroad tracks do the trick, independent regiment more than 3,000 people, all quiet lying in the distance, waiting for the brats train to the door. Li Yunlong hands of the cigarette one after another constantly smoking, robbing the brats thing he has done many times, but on the railroad to rob the train pulling the supplies or the first time, it is inevitable that some nervousness had to use smoking to cover up. Li Yunlong nervous, others are the same, not to mention the warriors, even Gao Fei, Kong Jia, Zhao Gang are nervous. In order to this action the whole regiment is busy for more than a week, if it fails on the waste of so much energy, but also let the brats' vigilance increased. It is also funny to say that there are many guerrillas who destroy railroads, but there are not many regular troops who come to the railroads to rob the brats. This is the first time for the independent regiment, so everyone is feeling a little nervous, wiping the sweat from their palms. Gao Fei and Li Yunlong are the same, smoking one cigarette after another as if this is the only way to let the tension dissipate. Coming! Suddenly a warrior shouted lowly, and then a train's illumination light shot over from afar. Throwing away the cigarette in his hand, Li Yunlong shouted, "Everyone get down on the ground. Whoever exposes himself back, I'll beat him up." The guard on the train is very strong, a few headlights on the front of the car shining around, the inner door of every carriage in the back is open, a few little devils carrying guns standing inside to prevent the guerrillas from appearing, but unfortunately what greets them today is not any guerrillas. Rather, it is the regular army. Or a regiment of troops. Gada gada. These days, the train was still a steam train that needed to constantly add coal to the large furnace in the front of the train to generate power, and the sound it made was loud enough to be heard from afar. The train gradually approached. The warriors all lay down on their stomachs, using tree branches to block themselves from being discovered. Woo! Gada gada! An airy roar accompanied by the rattling sound of train wheels traveling on the track came from the train as it got closer and closer. The thick column of light swept past the independent regiment's hiding place. Perhaps because of the nighttime, there was no one to scrutinize it. Inside the locomotive, a little kid was humming an unknown ditty, squinting and smoking, with a bottle of white wine on one side. Good picking up the wine and fiercely pouring 2 mouthfuls of. The little kid wiped his mouth with satisfaction, before continuing to hum with a cigarette in his mouth with that strange little song. Recently the Imperial Army hated the railroad guerrillas seemed to be quiet a lot, a long time did not go out. The little kid complacently humming a ditty, think it must be those guerrillas by the soldiers of the Empire to be eliminated. The heart of the matter is to wait for the goods unloaded after they can also marry a flower girl to have fun, but only if you take the pseudo-army. As the saying goes, a strike by prostitutes will cause chaos in the world. It seems that from the emergence of this occupation has not been despondent, even now in wartime is also so, but prostitutes still have to do the dignity of prostitutes, and now there is a general phenomenon of the girl years do not receive the phenomenon of the brats, so you want to go to look for fun in addition to going to rob is to take the pseudo-army to bring to go to be able to do so. Nani? Suddenly squinting his eyes thinking about how to have fun, the little kid stared wide-eyed. He saw a railroad track arching up at the turn ahead. Suddenly startled and frightened, the cigarette in his mouth fell to the ground, hastily pressed the alarm, pulling the brakes dead. Squeak! A piercing sound of brakes came. The tracks and train wheels were rubbed red. Unfortunately, the train is not a car. It is not that you can stop just by braking. The little kid who was thinking about the flower girl before could only watch the train rushing up. Thunk! The locomotive in a strange position to pop up to the old high, directly sideways, even with the back of the carriages together with the side of the past. The sudden dramatic change so that many have not reacted to the brats were thrown out of the carriages, fall to death. Both sides of the railroad tracks can be stone. Squeak! The train is very long. The front and carriages overturned behind the still driven by inertia to push, so that the front and overturned carriages were pushed out a few meters away before stopping. Chapter 115. Not only robbing but also bombing. It really works. Li Yunlong laughed and slapped Gao Fei's shoulder vigorously, shouting, "Brothers, charge me. Snatch all that can be snatched for me, leave no prisoners. The ones that can't be snatched away are blown up. Kill Train sideways, small children are shocked. This time do not charge to wait for a better time. Charge!" Driven by Li Yunlong, the independent regiment, thousands of people all carrying guns jumped out, towards the train that has stopped surrounded. Ping! Ping! The sound of gunfire constantly ringing in the dark night, because the train overturned by the frightened soul of the brats were soon surrounded by all the warriors killed, a carriage on a few brats only, whereas the opponent of several thousand like a wolf like a tiger warriors. To solve the enemy from beginning to end only took a few minutes. The shouts of the fighters spread far and wide in the darkness of the night. Gao Fei followed and rushed out. Fox followed closely by his side. Without paying attention to the few kittens that didn't fall to their deaths, Gao Fei jumped into the carriage and smashed open one of the boxes inside. "Sked, we seem to be rich." Well, a few brats killed. Fox followed. Goofy jumped on the train, towards the box to see, really is rich. The big box is arranged all rows of canned goods. Pry open the other box to take a look, or canned goods, only the cans are printed with a fish, while the previous cans are printed with a cow. Gao Fei, we're rich. Li Yunlong laughed out loud and jumped on the car. He looked at the things in the front carriage, all of which were rice. The brats didn't have the habit of eating pasta, they just loved rice, which just happened to be the thing that the independent regiment lacked. Because the steam-type train power is not very strong, so the carriages are only 7, but in addition to a section near the front of the car loaded with coal, the rest are all food. Rice, flour, canned meat, even canned fruit. How many supplies could the little devils have taken from the people? More was still being transported in from outside, most of it coming from the eastern provinces, the area where the brats were most entrenched in China. "Brothers, move it for me. Hurry up and carry. Rice, flour, canned goods, move them all inside the cave, move fast." After the surprise, Li Yunlong smiled broadly and commanded the fighters to resist things. Some of the pockets that were prepared before could be useful. Some vegetables were all loaded up. This season only the brats can still have the luxury of eating a little bit of vegetables grown in the greenhouses. Commanding the soldiers to carry things, Li Yunlong smiled broadly and carried a cow thigh, smiling from ear to ear. Beef is his favorite. Zhao Gang and Kong Jia were no better. Who had the heart to pay attention to their meters at this time? All the soldiers were happy to talk. In the future, they would finally not lack meat to eat. So many various canned goods. This brat really knows how to enjoy. That's right, how can we have meat if we won't enjoy it? That makes sense. I knew following the battalion commander would have meat to eat. Hurry, get more, only one chance, can't miss it. Nearby there are brat strongholds, must be in the shortest possible time to take all the things, cannot take away, can only be blown up, rather than blow up, cannot give the brats left. Don't need to see, also know that these materials are very important to the brats in the Jinsui theater of war, but there is a division of brat strength, totaling close to 30,000 people. 30,000 people's daily consumption is not simple, not to mention the army. The brats on the supplies are very important. The train accident will be absolutely in the shortest possible time, reinforcements will be able to arrive, and the independent corps only a short time to transport the supplies, and basically still rely on manpower to transport, is equal to only one opportunity, when all the soldiers have taken enough supplies after the rest can only be blown up. All hurry up with the hauling, there is not much time left for us. Gao Fei yelled out, letting the fighters seize the time, not to delay any minute. After the alarm on the train went off, the brats would get the message and rush over very quickly. Gao Fei took Fox and a few fighters stayed behind to prepare to blow up all the supplies that couldn't be taken away, absolutely not able to leave a little bit for the little kids. First of all, rice and meat, canned flour, vegetables and other things are the first to take away. The independent regiment of thousands of people quickly carry. The soldiers carry their own, can take away the supplies, immediately leave, by no means a waste of time. Early will be brought back to hide the supplies is the safest. Swish! For the fighters cannot take away the things Gao Fei began to do damage to. A belt of flour was cut open and thrown off the train, suddenly flour flying all over the sky. I'll do it too. Li Yunlong laughed and put the cow leg on the ground, grabbed the flour bag and poured vigorously. Flour, this thing is loaded with trouble, but poured very quickly, but it is a few minutes of time. The independent regiment is not able to take away the flour. Was Gao Fei a few points all poured? Breeze slowly blowing, the flour will blow away, scattered all over the place, so that all around the railroad has become a white. Estimated that when the brat reinforcements come to see the rice and flour all over the ground will absolutely vomit blood. This can be all food, but now it is so spoiled alive. I, Lowly, only felt today that the original pouring of the brat's grain is such a pain in the ass, but it's a pity that it can't be taken away. Food cannot be taken away is to make Li Yunlong feel pity. Now half of China's people are still in the state of not having enough to eat, but he himself is wasting food here. But in order to not let the little devils get it, it can only be poured out. Time is almost up, let's go. Fox will blow up the rest of the stuff the train, also don't leave it behind. The guerrillas didn't have enough bombs, but the independent regiment did. Not only do they want to rob you of your supplies, they won't even leave you the train for transportation. No problem. Fox quickly drilled inside the train with a few bombs and a string of grenades. She was good at things like blasting, and Fox needed to stay behind to clean up the traces left behind, not giving the enemy a route to follow. Go! They also have to go to preside over the matter of hiding supplies, need to leave first, the next everything to the Fox on it, to the Fox's ability even if the brats come in time, also take her no way. Chapter 116 to fulfill you. Everyone left, only the Fox left to clean up the follow-up problem. Will all the bombs and grenades with a very special means to connect them together. The Fox will be a thin line pulled out, in the dark night, even with a flashlight may not be able to see this line on the ground. This is only a simple way to install a bomb. If there are materials in the case, the Fox can make a lot of kinds of various styles, a variety of detonation of the bomb, but in the scarcity of materials can only be everything from the simple, to be able to blow up people on the good. Boom! When everyone left less than 10 minutes after the sound of a few trucks and the roar of the engine sounded from the distance, from far and near. Soon the trucks approached the railroad. A team of soldiers quickly jumped down from the trucks and quickly blocked off the surrounding area. Gao Fei predicted well, as long as the brats found out that the train was in trouble they would rush over as fast as they could. Bastard! Check! Make sure to find out which Chinaman unit did this. Hey! A small kid wearing the rank of lieutenant colonel looked at everything in front of him like an angry boar, not to mention the mustache on the nose, round face, plus the dark skin is really like. In front of the railroad, the train overturned on the side of the tracks, surrounded by the bodies of their own people, in addition to a large number of footprints. In addition to that will almost turn the surrounding side of the white flour and rice. 6 sections of the carriage loaded with supplies became empty. The only thing left is that those who have been Gao Fei and Li Yunlong and other people sprinkled in the bushes next to the track of the flour and rice. Needless to say, these flour and rice were directly wasted. Not to mention whether or not they could be collected. Even if they could be collected, the little devils wouldn't do it because there wouldn't be anyone left to eat that stuff. The side of the railroad road is full of those gravel, flour and rice poured down, along the cracks in the gravel flow down. Want to collect is simply a dream. Pooh! Suddenly a muffled sound came from the dark night. A little kid directly fell to the ground, was shot in the head, blood and brain mixture spilled a few meters away, splattered a lot on the several people around this little kid. Take cover! There are enemies! Suddenly a person died. The lieutenant colonel immediately realized that there is an enemy around, and immediately shouted in alarm for the little devils to take cover. The enemy can't be seen in the darkness of the night, and the little devils were immediately shocked towards the back of the train to take cover. Pooh. Another 2 gunshots. Because of the silencer, sake is not loud, but can be heard. Let those little devils speed up the pace to hide behind the wagon to go. One of the brats was more panicked, running towards the back of the train, suddenly felt his feet tugging on something, ground to see a very thin line, which made the brats froze. Boom. Boom! Boom! The lieutenant colonel paid a big price for his order. As the thread was ripped, the grenade was the first to explode, igniting the connected bombs together. Several huge fireworks lit up in the darkness of the night, followed by a series of explosions. Gao Fei and Li Yunlong, who had already walked out a long way, stopped and looked back. Ha, Gao Fei, you kid is good. Such a woman is really powerful enough to fight and kill, that's a handful. It would be great if we could stay forever. It's a pity that our country doesn't have such a military school. China at this time the most famous is the Wanpoa Military School. Unfortunately Li Yunlong, a clay son of the origin of the generals, do not know a few words. Want to go in is simply no door. Will stay. Gao Fei confidently smiled, shouldered a bull's leg on his shoulder and continued to walk towards the place to hide the supplies. A minute earlier to hide the supplies will be safe for a minute. At this time cannot stay standing and bragging, but left to the Fox a few bombs and 10 or so grenades stood to gain credit, and actually skyrocketed over 100 battle merit points at once. Under the command of the lieutenant colonel, of those who ran to hide behind the train of the little devils immediately suffered, was blown up quite a lot. Even if not blown up, is also full of wounds, broken hands and feet. The scene is extremely bleak. Some of the arms and legs were blown off, the soldiers holding their own wounds, tearing their lungs and shouting up. Those who are not covered by the explosion of the brats are frozen, including the order of the lieutenant colonel. Did not think that one of their own orders directly lead to the death and injury of so many soldiers, the death of the good to deal with, but those who did not die of the broken arms and legs of the soldiers, basically on the abolition of the empire, will continue to support them, but also to support them. The empire would have to continue to support them, unintentionally. Another drag. Military doctor. Army doctor. The lieutenant colonel yelled out as he drew his own saber, pointing at the location where Fox had fired and yelling, "Pursuit! Pursuit! Make sure to kill the other side." Although the fox was well hidden in the darkness of the night, but the direction and sound of the bullets coming in were able to make it possible to observe the fox's position. Unfortunately, this lieutenant colonel had already fainted, knowing that the other party was able to shoot from a long way away, and still had the nerve to jump out and raise his saber and yell, practically shouting at the fox, "You come and bite me! You come to bite me, ah!" Hidden in the darkness of the night, Fox seems to have become one with the surrounding fusion. In order not to let this to no limit jumped out to find death Lieutenant Colonel Disappointment, Fox had to fulfill him. Poof! Only heard a light sound, still holding a command knife jumped out of the roar of the lieutenant colonel suddenly burst, head more than a blood hole expression slowly frozen, the body fell straight down. Poof! Even open 3 shots will be 2 brats burst head. Fox once again fell silent in the night as if it had not appeared, to know that the range of the M4 but reached 600 meters, this lieutenant colonel so jumped out is simply looking for death. Just like the gun head to the muzzle of the same do not hit white not hit. With the death of the lieutenant colonel, the scene became particularly quiet. A few seconds later suddenly messed up, a major angrily pointing at the fox open similar to shouting. A team of Japanese soldiers immediately rushed toward the woods with a flashlight, swore a fox to catch, and that robbed the supplies of people. The lieutenant colonel died, supplies were robbed, not to mention the train was also blown up. To know the cost of the train is not low, the major knows that he went back to absolutely have to bear all the responsibility. Just hope that the soldiers will be able to catch the person who made it all. Chapter 117, The Fox of Death. Unfortunately, everything is just a delusion. Want to catch the fox in this environment full of woods is simply looking for death, not to mention the really dark night. One by one, the brats are still carrying flashlights, is simply a living target. Pooh! Pooh! Gunshot, 2 in the forefront of the brats immediately fell, a gunshot to the head, a little possibility of life or not, but in the major's shouting and urging, no brats back, continue to rush forward, hundreds of people into the woods swore to catch the fox. Fox is like a nimble fox moving in the woods from time to time, lifting up the gun to kill 1 or 2 small children, slowly wear down the enemy's vital forces, in the not completely surrounded and before the bullets run out absolutely will not be caught. Bullets can be replenished anytime, anywhere without worrying about bullets. As for the encirclement, in the darkness of the night want to rely on a few hundred people in the forest to surround the fox is simply a fool's errand. Fox constantly use the terrain of the forest and the enemy tangled, from time to time to fire a shot or 2, every shot there will be 1 or 2 brats in the end cannot afford to lose their lives. Nothing will happen, right? About 4 or 5 kilometers away from the woods, Li Yunlong and Gao Fei jumped inside a river, following the direction of the river upwards without leaving a scent for the enemy to trace. There is no lack of military dogs within the brats' barracks. In order to prevent the supplies hidden in the chase from being discovered, Gao Fei can be called to think of every possible scenario, and absolutely do not allow any mistakes to occur. Listening to the sound of gunshots constantly coming from the distance, Gao Fei carried the ox leg in the river for a long distance before going ashore, looking back at the forest. It's fine, they can't catch the fox. If the heart of the mind is too dead, it is estimated that the whole army will be destroyed. You know that the fox can't be messed with. Gao Fei didn't worry about the fox being captured by the brats, instead he was worried about whether the brats had prepared enough urns. Leaving the river, Gao Fei and Li Yunlong quickly headed towards the place where the supplies were hidden. Old Li is alright? Close to the place where the supplies were hidden and found that all the supplies had been hidden well except for some left behind to bring back. Even the cave entrance was blocked. Zhao Gang was the first to lead the warriors to leave to hide the supplies. Li Yunlong and Gao Fei were counted as lagging behind. It's fine, it's just that Gao Fei's Western woman hasn't returned yet. Shaking his head, Li Yunlong looked into the distance listening to the incessant gunfire, a little worried for Fox's safety. Fox. It's alright, let's go back to the garrison as soon as possible. The supplies will be carried slowly later, we can't give the brats a chance to search for our location. Carrying the cow leg, Gao Fei walked towards the independent regiment's station without looking back, not worrying about Fox's danger. Li Yunlong and Zhao Gang glanced at each other, helpless. Gao Fei himself did not care, they also had to fight their way back home, only in their hearts they hoped that Fox would not run into any danger. Pooh! Another enemy was killed, far away in the darkness of the night behind a big tree. The fox's stunning face revealed a hideous smile, wanting to catch themselves. These people are too naive. Counting the time, I felt that Gao Fei and the others should have already left safely. Fox went in the opposite direction to them. The search continues in the woods. Today the brats do not catch the murderer will never stop. Constantly have brats fell, but constantly increase the number of people searching. Out of this kind of thing, those officers are sure to do whatever it takes to search, or else one of their own and others cannot run away. No one wants to commit harakiri. In this case, to go back to a little better to give you a margin of harakiri, not good directly killed you, a sinner of the empire infamy to you on the back, so that your family cannot turn over. Fox in the woods as if it is a ghost quickly close to a little kid, a sharp saber appeared in his hands, has intended to choose to transfer the fox, put away the gun, she broke the back of the task has basically been completed, and now is the time to retreat. Saber in the flashlight under the light issued a flash of cold light, the little kid close to the fox is oblivious to the fact that the god of death has already come. Knife light flashed, the little kid body shook, holding the neck fell to the ground, constantly issued a woo sound. His throat has been fox hands of the saber to cut off, cannot send too much sound to cover the neck, fell to the ground of the little kid, was cut off by the throat and the mouth of the mouth constantly sprayed out a large mouthful of blood, eyeball storm drums, feet constantly stomping on the ground to send out the near death pleas. With the ground to send out the near death cry for help, but the throat was cut, he will die in the shortest possible time, not to mention the inability to make a sound even if you can get treatment cannot be cured. Throat cut, aorta blood spraying wildly, the emperor descends, he can only wait for death. A knife cut close to their own brat's throat, fox light left, will be around the brats one by one with a saber to kill, did not shoot, the surrounding fell into a quiet and the brats within the woods into a group of headless flies. Not even know where to search, can only beat around in the middle of the woods hoping that the fox is still inside, waiting for them to encircle. Baka. This night is destined to be uneventful. Taiyuan City and the ghosts of the garrison, the supreme commander Shinatsuka Yoshio like a furious bull, pointing at his own group of subordinates cursed, you are in vain for the imperial Japanese soldiers. The train was bombed, the supplies were robbed, and even the brigade that went to assist and investigate was killed or injured by more than half, so how could Shinatsuka Yoshio not be angry? Facing Shinatsuka Yoshio's scolding, a group of generals lowered their heads and did not dare to say anything. Pang! Grabbed his favorite vase and slammed it hard on the ground. Shinatsuka Yoshio breathed in confusion. Weekday trains and tracks are not without bombing, but for the first time all the supplies were snatched away from the people who went to the support of the situation of the death of half of the people wounded or injured. Tell Yamamoto Kazuki to get his ass back here. Looking at a few dead soldiers on the ground either exploding their heads or being killed by slashing their aorta, Yoshio Shinatsuka instinctively felt that the other party was not an ordinary person, perhaps some kind of special forces. At that moment, he directly ordered the people to have Yamamoto Kazuki, who had been driven away by himself out of anger. Yamamoto Kazuki mobilized a large number of weapons and ammunition, naturally cannot hide from him, the supreme commander, know the truth. After Shinatsuka Yoshio fiercely smacked Yamamoto Kazuki a few slaps, he will be whisked away to the distance from Taiyuan City is not very far from Ping'an Prefecture to go within. Chapter 118 The Little Kid Crazy Have Number. Yamamoto Kazuki graduated from the Special Forces Military Academy, so Shinatsuka Yoshio had someone call him at the first time and asked him to come to Taiyuan City. Daybreak, the independent regiment of all this returned to the station in the middle. This time everyone is still a little bit of a trance, feel that everything is a little bit unrealistic. The independent regiment of all out, robbed a lot of supplies, lose so much material estimates that the brats will jump feet. Ahaha, brothers. Today we did a great thing. I authorize all of you to rest today. The cooking class will carry back the beef stew. Everyone have a beautiful meal. No matter Li Yunlong or Gao Fei is not a petty person, looted so many things, naturally will not be petty to forbid the warriors to eat. Last night the train's a section of the carriages, there are quite a lot of fresh beef, it looks like it is just slaughtered, it is just right that all of them are being resisted to be used to treat everyone. Old Zhao, you send a little beef over to headquarters and division headquarters. Everyone and I are waiting for you to come back to celebrate. Dry so a business, of course worth celebrating, but to go to the headquarters to report and send something is not less. Li Yunlong does not want to, this side has not yet celebrated, it was over there a phone call over to give a scolding that their own troops out of action did not report. Soldiers are happy to get together, rarely get a day off time despite the night who did not sleep, but no one feels sleepy. Fox in the back of everyone late to the garrison for a while, and Gao Fei guessed the same without half a wound, only the body splattered a lot of blood. This is blood or fox in the use of sabers to kill the brats. Get on the time. The throat was cut, blood within the aorta spewed out a few meters away are normal. Oh, yesterday was left in the premises of the small tiger is very aggrieved. Gao Fei just came back to rush up around him to play around, just eyes have been staring at Gao Fei carrying the cow leg. I knew you kid was restless, take it. Scratched the little tiger's head. Gao Fei smiled broadly and cut the meat on the cow's leg down, a large piece of meat thrown to the little tiger. The little tiger was happy to leap up high to hold the meat in his mouth, and occasionally to the little tiger to play the teeth is also good. Now the little tiger's daily food, the little guy will run to the mountains by himself to catch the prey to eat. Get beef. The little tiger happy pit beef eat up. No, Gao Fei does not like dirty, did not put the meat on the ground to gnaw, but instead put on their arms, and so eat and then clean the fur on the handle. It is very easy. Soon the independent regiment's residents from the cooking class cooking place came a burst of meat aroma, so that the soldiers gathered together to rest and chat cannot help but secretly gulp, cannot wait to be able to eat a meal now. From last night until now everyone's stomach are hungry. Independent regiment, thousands of soldiers gathered together, chatting about nothing more than their own last night snatched how many supplies. Everywhere you can see the soldiers sitting on the ground on weekdays, cannot afford to smoke cigarettes, cannot afford to drink it all out. A few people get together to smoke cigarettes, drinking wine, chatting a good, not joyful. Compared to the independent regiment within a piece of joy, at this time a lot of places have been blown up, the brat army in the surrounding search and find, the military dog constantly barking, with the brats to follow the smell has been running, but unfortunately they can trace the smell of only the fox, all carrying supplies of warriors, will go a distance from the river, the smell will be washed out and then detour around the place of the buried supplies, the military dog is simply no way. Could not follow the scent to collect it. In addition to the smell of foxes, other people's scent is broken off at the river. The little kid looked at the creek and a barren mountain behind the creek, only to close the team. The military dogs cannot follow the smell to pursue means that the clues are broken. There was no way to collect the search within such a bird-like mountain. More so that the brat's helpless, not in front of the spring rains, so that the mountains began to grow full of grass. The enemy is obviously very cunning to leave no footprints, even if it is grass, unless too many people walk together, or will not leave traces. In the face of this situation, the little devils also had to follow. The fox has not yet broken the smell to pursue the fox, but unfortunately the little devils are too underestimated the fox. The smell came to a river to break off, cannot continue to pursue, and this side is the territory of the National Army. Bastard! Rarely angry Shinatsuke Yoshio, listening to the reports of his subordinates angry cursed, really raised a bunch of pigs, deployed so many military dogs and personnel to collect search actually get such a result. General! Everyone in the conference room bowed their heads and didn't dare to speak. At this time Yamamoto Ikimoku, who had been notified, rushed to Taiyuan City overnight and entered the conference room, shouting out a military salute. For Yamamoto Ikimoku, Shinatsuke Yoshinobu was very important. A while ago, he took the weapons to send people's behavior let Shinatsuke Yoshinobu feel disappointed, send people or give to the 8th Route Army. This is the same as letting the enemy take their own empire-made weapons to kill the empire's soldiers, so Yamamoto Ikimoku ousted, ostensibly chastisement. In fact, it's a kind of protection. Yamamoto Kazuki's continued stay would cause his fellow soldiers to complain and criticize him, hence why Shinatsuke Yoshio whisked him out. Come in! Shinatsuke Yoshio shouted with an ugly face. Hi! Yamamoto Kazuki nodded his head fiercely, striding into the conference room, sitting at the bottom of Shinatsuke Yoshio's head, looking at the officers seated, all bowing their heads and shutting their mouths, their faces not looking good. They knew that this matter had made a big mess. Look at it, have any ideas? All say blow to. Shinatsuke Yoshio valued Yamamoto Ikimoku as not false, but now is not the time to exchange feelings. Investigate out what people robbing supplies is the most important. Shinatsuke Yoshio concluded that all these supplies have not been transported, too many supplies, unless out on the night to be able to take away all at once, or else it is definitely hidden in some place. Otherwise, the Japanese army would not have gone crazy and searched everywhere. Picked up Shinatsuke Yoshinobu handed over the report and photos. Looked up. Yamamoto Iki slightly frowned. The report he simply looked at. 2 eyes. Will shift his eyes to the photo. The photo. Soldiers have a small hole in the head. The death method is very dry or aorta directly isolated. A knife on the retreat, not the slightest delay. The group established. 4559077701. Welcome everyone to join. In addition to recommend the Friends book, Simon the Official. I think the other party is a strong special forces. Chapter 119. A special forces man of great strength. Everyone in the conference room looked at Yamamoto Ikimoku. Under the watchful eyes of many of his fellow officers, Yamamoto Ikimoku got up and placed the first photo on the table, explaining, first of all, the enemy knows how to do what they need to do to make the bomb in order to maximize the killing of the enemy, and based on the power of the blasts and the explosions of the inner train, the enemy has used a very clever way of arranging the bombs. Combine that with the report above that when Lieutenant Colonel Yamanashi arrived he was furious and knew that if he didn't find those people and get the supplies then he was guilty as hell, so he panicked, so the enemy took the opportunity to open fire, and just as someone else had hoped they all hid behind the train, and that's why they caused so many casualties. The second thing is that you shouldn't go into the middle of the woods in the middle of the darkness to chase the enemy, even in the middle of the day. Glancing at the major who ordered the soldiers to pursue, Yamamoto Kazuki continued, such people are obviously strong special forces, adapted to fighting in all kinds of terrain, and when they enter the middle of the woods, especially at night, the Imperial soldiers are carrying flashlights, which are living targets. As long as the enemy doesn't run out of bullets, they are able to constantly utilize the terrain to their advantage to kill the Imperial soldiers. Picking up a photo and placing it on the table, Yamamoto Kazuki said with certainty, it can be concluded that there are not many people within the woods, and judging from the skillful way of killing, it is estimated that there are only 2 or 3 or perhaps only 1 person. This person is the one who stayed behind to do the sweeping work, dragging our Imperial troops in the middle of the woods to keep wasting time, giving the large troops time to have evacuation and hide their supplies. Baka! Yoshio Shinatsuka was furious when he heard this and slammed the table and stood up, angrily saying, "One man? One man got half of your brigade killed or wounded, and delayed the best time to collect them. What is the use of the Empire raising you people? Matsuo Koen, you won't explain for this?" Lieutenant Colonel Yamanashi was killed by Fox with a single shot. The living Major Matsuo became the one who took the blame. This kind of thing spreads out that he, Yoshio Shinatsuka, has no face, and may even be laughed at by his fellow officers. The supplies were robbed, and even found a single hair of the enemy, and even don't know what kind of enemy it is. Spreading it out is a big joke. Matsue's forehead was covered with sweat, his face was incredibly ugly, under the watchful eyes of Yoshio Shinatsuka and the other generals. Long live the Emperor. General, please allow the guilty general to commit harakiri to serve the Emperor. Knowing that he would not be able to escape, Matsuo stood up and bent over to plead. Yoshio Shinatsuka waved his hand, not bothering to look at him again, and granted permission. Hi! Matsuo responded loudly, getting up and leaving the conference room, walking out into the courtyard and shouting, "Long live the Emperor." Pulling out his own saber, he plunged it directly into the small of his back and pulled hard. Internal organs mixed with blood fell out of the wound at Major Matsue's small of his back. Major Matsue's harakiri made everyone in the audience fight for fear that they would be the next Matsue, and now that Yoshio Shinatsuka was angry, anyone could suffer. With his index finger slightly cocked and tapping the desktop, Yoshio Shinatsuka did not bother to look at Major Matsue, who had already collapsed in a pool of blood outside the door, and waved his hand as the two guards immediately dragged Major Matsue's body away. Looking at Yamamoto Kazuki, Shinatsuka Yoshio narrowed his eyes. His eyes were full of ferocious light. Those who were familiar with him knew that he, Shinatsuka Yoshio, was furious. Was it possible to track down the supplies and the people? Cannot. Yamamoto Kazuki shook his head inside. Graduating from within the Special Forces Military Academy, he knew very well that since the other party would stay behind to break the back, they would eliminate all traces. The other party entered the middle of the woods. In addition to breaking their back was to confuse the Imperial Army, including putting away their guns and killing with their swords as well, so that the military dogs would only go after the scent that this person carries with him. But we've seen the results as well. Whether it's the person transporting the supplies or the person who broke the back at the end, they couldn't look for it. The other party is definitely a very powerful Special Forces soldier. The conference room was quiet. Everyone didn't open their mouths. Yamamoto Ikimoku dared to conclude so because he himself was graduated from the Special Forces military school, the most understanding of this kind of single combat strength of the soldiers. No one will doubt Yamamoto Ikimoku's words. Just in front of their eyes is this Special Forces from where? Nowadays there are too few countries with Special Forces, too few, and all are Western countries, so why would Special Forces appear here? The little devils didn't have the slightest clue, while at this time a certain general of the National Army felt a big head. Mother-er, did these little Japanese take drugs today? So raw. Mother-er was Chiang Kai-shek's catchphrase, and the people below had more or less learned some of it. What makes this head of the regiment feel strange is that since most of the night yesterday, the brats have been looking around everywhere like crazy. As an enemy, he naturally can't give the brats an easy time. Messing up is for sure. Who knows that it directly stabbed the hornet's nest? A brigade of brats launched an attack directly towards his compound. Brave, even if the front fell, a lot of soldiers still attacking. An inexplicable battle was fought in this way. It is incredibly depressing. Who did I provoke? Boom! Mortar shells exploded. Will this National Army general viciously cursed, "Ah shucks. Really think I'm made of clay? Brothers, give the old man a fight." Because among the bright sword Chu Yunfei's troops are fictional, cannot be checked, even belong to which division cannot be checked, so I can only make up some. Chief, the brats' attack is too fierce. Shouldn't we retreat and request for support? The guard quickly ran to the chief's side and shouted, "Retreat my ass." The regimental commander cursed, "Old men eat the country's military pay, they have to sell their lives for the country, for the people. All of you give the old man a hard fight. We have fortifications for defense, the brats are not invincible, give me a fight. I'll shoot anyone who dares to retreat. Fight. Fight hard. Soldiers, the National Army has no cowards. We are all good soldiers. Now that the brats are attacking us, what do you think we should do? Fighting momentum is important." The head of the regiment raised his hand and shouted, "Fight them to death. Get these sons of ES." Chapter 120, Ideas for Mobilization. Are you guys willing to be given the short end of the stick? No. If you don't want to, then give me a fight. Mother-er, I don't believe I can't beat these mother-heirs to death. The dark-faced leader yelled. Beat these mother-heirs to death. Encouraged and driven by the regimental commander, all the soldiers roared with a full-blooded fervor, picking up their weapons and relying on the fortifications to keep shooting towards the little devils. The National Army's weapon assembly will not be bad with the small Japanese army. You have good guns, I also have. You have airplanes and cannons, I still have. Why should I be afraid of you? Bomb me. A large caliber gun was launched. The chief took the binoculars and looked at the fortifications below like crazy. General Bratz shouted, "Boom!" Large caliber artillery shells fall every moment will cover the surrounding area of dozens of meters. In the shroud range of the brats cannot live. This kind of cannon, Gao Fei captured 2 of them in the stronghold of the brats, and it has become the treasure of the independent regiment now. Li Yunlong was so happy that he couldn't wait to sleep with it in his arms every night. It is a pity that this thing is not easy to move, coupled with the scarce number of shells, cannot be used casually, can only be used as a threatening weapon. With the cannons out in force, the casualties among the brats immediately intensified. The bullets from the heavy machine guns kept sweeping across, and all the enemies that were swept were torn into several pieces. It must be said that in terms of weapons and equipment to compete, even the rich and powerful independent regiment cannot compare to these troops of the National Army. Many of the 8 Road Army team even have to count the bullets, visible lack of supplies. The National Army used heavy weapons to return fire. The little kid does not show weakness, moved out of the heavy weapons, and the enemy against the bombardment. And inexplicably fought not only them, even the new 1st Regiment Dingwei's Wrong also inexplicably fought with the brats, although there is no clue, but the brats will be the 8th Route Army listed as the first key object of suspicion, because the National Army will not run out to rob the supplies unless they go along for the ride. The reaction of each place was different, and the friendly forces still do not know that the independent regiment went to gun down the things of the brats, which is undoubtedly like a hard slap in the face of the brats. These two guys get together into a pile really is anything dare to do, but set a precedent estimates that the future of the brats train road transportation will become more difficult. Inside the headquarters, the old general learned of everything after crying and laughing, always feel that the independent regiment will have a move, make something, but did not expect actually is this kind of thing. Robbing the brats train to transport supplies, but also took out not kill the enemy to blow up the train. Good. Bomb good. Although Li Yunlong out of the army did not report, to be criticized, but the harvest is so big, let the old general brow smile. Whether it was the independent regiment or the division or even the headquarters would be lacking in supplies, especially meat, even the field hospital, Li Yunlong had sent a lot of them. In the past, it was basically the guerrillas that operated on the railroads, but these two boys, Gao Fei and Li Yunlong, actually hit the train with their ideas, although it's very risky, but the harvest is great, perhaps our concepts are a bit stubborn. The chief of staff laughed out loud and had someone send a telegram to Li Yunlong, praising him and then criticizing him a few times. In general, there was no credit or reward. In fact, according to Li Yunlong's old qualifications, not to mention what a regimental commander, if he did not mess around, to be a divisional commander are qualified, but unfortunately every time to make a merit and at the same time make some things out. Let the headquarters of the old general and the chief of staff is very big head, have merit not reward it say not go, but say reward it, credit to come at the same time will always be accompanied by some trouble to come. The old general smiled and nodded, did not deny the credit of the independent regiment, not to mention that the independent regiment has grabbed so many supplies is already a great work. Perhaps we can create some new fighting styles in the future, as long as it is able to strike at the living forces of Little Japan. We all need support. Japan attacked not only China but all of Southeast Asia in the middle of World War II, as well as the friction with the United States is now getting more and more intense. The enemy will increase, but the number of their troops is limited, and without the support of the local people, the little brats will be able to transport and loot the supplies from the outside. But the 8th Route Army and the National Army won't just stand by and watch the brats go around looting food, they will keep obstructing it. As long as they are able to strike the brats' living forces, they will get credit for it. Li Yunlong has really picked up a piece of treasure. Looking at the battle report sent by Li Yunlong, it was the chief of staff who had to admire Gao Fei's ability and guts. It seemed that everything was planned and initiated by Gao Fei, and Li Yunlong was at best an errand boy. Since Gao Fei had entered the independent regiment, he had constantly made his mark in the past few months, showing his personal ability to be a handful in every aspect, an absolute treasure. Old General, do you think we should let Gao Fei mobilize a bit and let him go to the local area to develop? I also have this thought. The old general cupped his chin and considered, let's see how it goes for a while. After everything is over, let him be outwardly mobilized to the local area to develop. I believe that he will be able to drive one side and bring a constant amount of viable forces to the resistance. Ha ha ha. The chief of staff and the old general looked at each other and laughed out loud, all in good time. Gao Fei did not know that the old general and the chief of staff had already had the intention of transferring himself out, and at this time was having a big head inside the compound. Oh. Inside the garrison, Little Tiger looked pitifully at Gao Fei not daring to raise his head. Gao Fei's face was a bit ugly. Little Tiger actually started to be mean. This was not a good rhythm. Previously, Little Tiger had been eating fed food, but Fox began to teach it to hunt. Gao Fei and Fox could not help Little Tiger prepare food for the rest of his life. As Little Tiger slowly grew up, under the impetus of the potion, Little Tiger's growth speed was too fast, and it had already reached the stage where it could hunt for food on its own. Wild tigers need to start hunting for food at over a year old, but not Little Tiger. The genes of his parents combined with the change of the potion made Little Tiger only a few months old, reminding over a 1-year-old tiger, and his sharp canine teeth began to show their hideousness. Chapter 121, The Role of Spirit Potion. Gao Fei also did not expect that the tiger will start to hunt for food on their own after tasting the blood and the bones of the wild. Sex began to move. Independent regiment, the entire regiment is celebrating. Gao Fei let Xiaohu own activities, but did not expect a moment. Xiaohu gripped a rabbit back. Gao Fei smiled and went to take Xiaohu, but suddenly let out a roar, raised his paws. Gao Fei's smiling face instantly disappeared, although we'll know that there is such a day coming, but did not expect to come so early. Fox looked at Gao Fei staring at the little tiger. Ugly Face shook his head and stood to the side. On the ground, the little tiger is very aggrieved. They are only subconscious behavior. See Gao Fei, that ugly face. The little tiger is like a child who has done something wrong. It is very aggravating, obediently lying on the ground and constantly emit a barking sound in the hope that Gao Fei will be able to forgive himself. Undoubtedly, wanting to suppress a beast like a tiger, education alone is not enough. You have to let it know that you are stronger than it. Under the anger, Gao Fei lifted the little tiger and punched it a few times. Gao Fei's strength, that was 3 times that of an ordinary person, was far from being comparable to the little tiger that hadn't grown up yet. After being taught a lesson, the little tiger knew that it had done wrong and honestly quieted down. In fact, there is no need for you to be angry at all. As long as it is a tiger, even if it grows up under human breeding, the hidden bloodlust within its genes will still appear. It is only a matter of sooner or later. Fox knew that Little Tiger was very important in Gao Fei's heart. For a few months Gao Fei was completely raising Little Tiger as his son. Of course he hoped that Little Tiger could grow up normally, instead of a beast that had no sense of reason. Lift up the head to touch the Little Tiger's head. The Little Tiger hastily come up, with the head in the body of the high fly rubbing. Holding Little Tiger's neck, Gao Fei sighed. I also knew that Little Tiger would be like this sooner or later, I just didn't expect it to come so fast. The strength potion and stamina potion will stimulate Little Tiger's body, causing it to grow very quickly, and in the future it will be bigger and fiercer than its own kind, and it's not unusual for it to be fierce. Fox smiled and crouched down, patting Little Tiger's head, laughing, right Little Tiger? Fox's enlightenment was rewarded with Little Tiger's cheerful bark. Rolled his eyes, Gao Fei was somewhat speechless. Is it right to be mean? Now also small grown-ups still not eat people? Looking at the depressed Gao Fei, Fox smiled faintly and explained, why worry so much? As long as you feed the Little Tiger some spiritual potions, the little guy's intelligence will increase, and then such a problem will be able to dissipate, won't it? Tigers were very smart, but even if they were smart, they could only be as intelligent as a 2 or 3-year-old child. Their intelligence was very limited. Dogs were the same, it was just that the dogs had been domesticated by humans for too long, causing the wildness to dissipate, while the Little Tiger was different. It had only been carried back from the tiger's den for a few months. As long as it was released and preyed on for a period of time, it would completely regain its wildness and become a completely wild tiger. Spirit potion? Gao Fei froze and looked up at Fox. All along he had focused his attention on strength potions and stamina potions. As for spirit potions, Gao Fei didn't care about them. He had always instinctively felt that spirit potions were useless. Only when stamina and strength were strong was it truly strong. Look at the expression of Gao Fei. Know that he is belittling the spirit potion, Fox explained. Do not underestimate any kind of potion. Strength potions certainly make your strength stronger. Physical strength potion make your body stronger. But the spirit potion is also very important. Has been scientists are researching some can make a person's spirit stronger. In fact, the spirit of the powerful can bring a lot of benefits to the person. Such as night vision. Fox's cherry small mouth shook out a sentence to make Gao Fei shocked words. Spiritual ability improved can actually enhance the night vision ability? Fox had night vision ability. Gao Fei thought that it was due to itself, but did not think that it was the spirit. Looking at Fox, Goofy felt a bit incredulous, but there was no reason for Fox to come and lie to him. As long as the officer's spirit power exceeds 20 points, he will still be able to have the ability of night vision. This is one of the benefits that come from having a stronger spirit. In fact, it's far more than that. Fox patted Little Tiger to let it go out and play on its own so that it wouldn't continue to be scolded by Gao Fei. Little Tiger's eyes rolled and hurriedly ran out. Little brat, running away is quite a feat. Looking at Little Tiger fleeing, Gao Fei couldn't help but curse with a laugh, causing Little Tiger to directly accelerate his speed and swoosh out of sight. Shaking his head, Gao Fei temporarily put Xiaowu's problem aside. Recently he was so busy that he didn't realize the problem on Xiaowu. It seems that in the future he has to bring it by his side and teach it properly. Putting Xiaowu's problem down, Gao Fei looked at Fox with interest. That is to say that you have the ability to see at night because your spiritual power is more than 20 points? Yes. Anything. Fox will not hide from Goofy, nodded his head and admitted, of course in addition to the night vision ability will also make your mind turn faster, which is usually said to be enlightened. People become smarter. It's strange why the system did not give you training to adjust the sights on the Barrett and the windage temperature training, right? Fox said to the point. Gao Fei hastily nodded. Now he seems to enter a dead end in the middle of using Barrett's sniper rifle, distance fixed at about 1100 meters. Further will be the bullet will deflect the track, but the system does not have any training in this area to make Gao Fei's head big. Because it's not that the system won't teach the officer to train, but it's simply unnecessary. When your mental power reaches a certain level, these extra factors are able to be subtly detected. Really? Gao Fei, stunned from the ground, stood up. Did not expect not own fancy spirit potion actually has such a strong effect. Not long ago Gao Fei and Fox training together, but found that he is looking for pressure. When you are excited training marksmanship, when a beautiful woman carrying a machine gun stood in front of you as a rifle to use, the bullet does not have to deflect, you still have the heart to practice on it? Gao Fei also had inquired, but Fox just pursed her lips and did not answer. But today it was confessed. Seriously? Fox smiled and nodded. And it's true. But sir, you just absorbed the stamina potion and strength potion for too short a period of time. You can't use the spirit potion within a short period of time or else it will be counterproductive. Chapter 122 Celebration. Just after taking the physical strength potion and strength potion within a short period of time, sir should not continue to take the spirit potion. Therefore I also did not say the effect brought by the spirit potion. Fox shrugged his shoulders, Gao Fei speechless, feeling that she is intentional. What a short period of time cannot be taken. Even if the medicinal properties of the potion has a conflict, you can also to tell me earlier, but also has been me in the dark. But now no is not too late. High Fly opened the system to look at the eyes but stared at the boss, looked at the Fox, and looked at their own war points, thought it was their own eyes blinking. 268 points. This is the Fox last night to bring the results of the war. Blinking her eyes, Fox looked at Goofy with amusement. You take your time to be surprised. Don't forget those bombs alone killed quite a lot of enemies, plus the total of those killed in the middle of the woods counted quite a lot. I'll go and change my clothes first. Fox because to sweep the tail, divert the attention of the enemy, so later than everyone back to the resident, Fox's clothes stained with a lot of blood, at this time the blood have dried up, just with a strange smell looks a little unseemly. Tough on you. Looking at Fox who had an unconcerned face, Gao Fei found himself but was only able to utter these few words. This is my duty. Fox smiled and turned to say, if you really want to thank me, take Chisha's sister out to dinner with you, so that it's best for him to get along and blend in with everyone soon. It had been over a month. Yamamoto Chika had basically stayed inside the house and rarely went out. She had been trying hard to get along with everyone, but it would take time. I will. Goofy smiled and nodded. Even if Fox hadn't said anything, he would have done the same. Get Chika Yamamoto to get along with everyone sooner rather than later. Battalion commander, the cooking class has already braised the beef. The chief has asked you to come out for dinner. At that moment Monk knocked on the door and yelled. Before Monk used to just push the door in, but now with the two women there, he also had to stand in the doorway and yell before he just rushed in and saw something he shouldn't have seen. Coming. Yelling out, Goofy said to Yamamoto Chika, let's go, we'll go out to eat, Fox will come when he's changed. Ha! Yamamoto Chisha froze. She had just been outside and hadn't heard Goofy and Fox's conversation, so naturally she didn't know that Goofy would take herself out to dinner with him. Do you still intend to stay inside the house every day for the rest of your life and not spend time with everyone? Wanting everyone to completely accept Yamamoto Chisha would require her to show up often to eat and chat with everyone. It wouldn't do to be bored alone like this. No, I'm afraid. Yamamoto Chisha was happy in her heart, but she was also a little worried. What if everyone didn't accept her? That would instead also stiffen everyone's relationship with Goofy. Change into the clothes you made for yourself and we'll go out for dinner. Without giving Yamamoto Chisha an explanation or rejection, Goofy was very domineering and directly settled down, coming to the courtyard and waiting for the two women to change their clothes. Looking at Goofy's broad back, Yamamoto Chisha stayed dumbfounded. Soon a touch of happy smile appeared on her face, making Fox, who had just walked out from the inside house, look at her with a wry smile and snickered. Hurry up and go and change your clothes, look at your happy look. Ah. Hi. Fox, suddenly out of breath, startled Yamamoto Chika. Her face instantly reddened and she hurriedly covered her face and ran inside the back room to change her clothes. Yamamoto Chika's newly made clothes, made using the white cloth that Goofy had snatched from within the prefecture, because of the education received and the things that were studied were designs. The style was somewhat similar to the Western clothing, with this time with everyone's eyes it was the super era. Did not wear kimono. Kimono in Yamamoto Chika was monk yin and yang, accidentally captured to the independent corps, has been taken off and put away. This set of kimono to Yamamoto Chika has a very important significance. Is an adult when the brother sent. Gao Fei also let her keep. Goofy, this way, this way. At this time, there were more than a dozen large tables set up in the compound. The warriors all gathered around. Of course, more than a dozen tables are definitely not enough to sit on. More warriors all took their lunchboxes and played a big bowl of beef and rice to sit on the ground, and a few familiar warriors to eat while chatting. There were only 3 people in the one where Li Yunlong and Zhao Gang were. Li Yunlong, Zhao Gang, Kong Jia, and of course Gao Fei became 6 after the 3 of them joined. Hello. Yamamoto Chisha saluted Li Yunlong's trio in not quite bright Chinese. The new clothes outlined Yamamoto Chisha's beauty. The white clothes with her and cow and milk-like skin looked even more beautiful. So to speak, if it wasn't for her Japanese identity, Yamamoto Chisha was definitely a perfect goddess. Of course, Fox and her beauty is not the same. The beauty of Westerners and Orientals have a big difference. The West is basically towards the direction of sexy, while the Orientals are still more clear, pure, gentle, and shy. That's why there are some strange surveys in later times, investigating when people in various regions ran out of virginity. Western girls will tell you with a big grin junior high school did not get. Eastern girls will be very embarrassed to say that high school or college handed over to the boyfriend. But there are also more funny. Once in the interview, even a girl rhetorically asked, "What is a virgin?" From these surveys and weekday demeanor can be seen the difference between the East and the West. Ah, sit down, we don't really do this on our side. We are all our own people, sit down and eat, lest the beef is all eaten up by this Kong Jie kid. Puff. Li Yunlong took a swipe at Kong Jia, causing Yamamoto Chisha and Fox to laugh together, the difference being that one of the two pursed their lips and laughed lightly, while the other smiled very liberally. Fart. Lousy is that kind of person? Lying down for no reason, Kong Jia was furious and immediately counterattacked, only his face was a bit unnatural. He was unable to resist sneaking 2 pieces. The flavor was very good. You were originally. On such a day worth celebrating, Zhao Gang also couldn't help but joke, gave Kong Jia a fall into the stone. Angry Kong Jia opened his big mouth and couldn't say anything. When did you, Zhao Big Political Commissar, also become bad? Ha ha ha. Li Yunlong and Zhao Gang's cooperation made Kong Jia dumbfounded warriors laughed. Chapter 123, The Little Kid Will Have to Rob. Pouring the bowl full of wine, Li Yunlong smiled broadly and lifted the bowl up, exclaiming, "Today is a day to celebrate, because our independent regiment went out and robbed another group today." Ha ha ha. Li Yunlong's bandit-like tone caused all the soldiers to burst out laughing. Many of them even spewed out the rice in their mouths, choking on tears and snot. Old Zhao, today I'm happy you don't interrupt me. Seeing that Zhao Gang wanted to remind himself of the language, Li Yunlong hurriedly raised his hand to signal that he was not allowed to speak. Opening his mouth, Zhao Gang rolled his eyes, simply not saying anything. As Li Yunlong went to toss anyway, today is a celebration, it's fine to talk a little nonsense. But what I want to tell you is that we are worthy of pride. Pride, why because the people we rob are brats. Our motto is not to take a single needle or thread from the people. But the little devils must be robbed. We will not only rob their supplies, rob their weapons, but also rob their women. Li Yunlong, who was a bit dizzy from drinking just before, began to speak out of turn in his excitement, and even said robbing women. At once, several thousand pairs of eyes looked towards the beautiful, gorgeous Yamamoto Chisha, causing Yamamoto Chisha's face to blush and hurriedly lower her head. Ahem! Gao Fei and Zhao Gang coughed, causing Li Yunlong to realize that he had blurted out, but his next words made people want to laugh and gasp. With his eyes bulging, Li Yunlong exclaimed, "What are you looking at? That's Gao Fei, kids, you guys wanna grab it yourselves. Ha ha ha." Those warriors who were originally serious and thought that the chief would say something touching could no longer hold back, all burst out laughing and rolled into a ball. Hi hey! Of course this is just lip service. Food can be robbed, weapons and ammunition can be robbed, but women cannot be robbed. Got it? Got it. The warriors replied with big smiles. Good then, now let's start eating. Everyone will not get drunk today. Laughing out loud, Li Yunlong finished the bowl of wine in one gulp, and the warriors all followed and shouted. Of course it was only shouting, there was still a need for someone to stand guard. In addition, the independent regiment did not have that much wine for all the soldiers to drink. There were still soldiers who did not drink, although it was not possible to make everyone the same, at least the meaning was conveyed. With Li Yunlong shouting, the soldiers began to eat up. This is a meat cow, usually the plow cattle in a village, only 1 or 2 head who would slaughter to eat. Only when the cow died of disease can eat, a few years cannot see to eat once. This time or dipped in the light of the brats, carry back the beef on several meals, enough thousands of soldiers to eat several meals. In the cooking class of the system modulation, beef with some seasoning stewed out of that flavor, let a person ask the taste of the straight drool. Eat swallowing sound constantly ringing, there are a lot of soldiers eat while drinking soup, that drink soup out of the sound. Let Li Yunlong laugh and scold, a group of no interest guys, eat a meat so excited. This is still an independent regiment if other regiments eat beef that look more unpleasant. Gao Fei, come on, I toast you kid a bowl. If it wasn't for your bold ideas there would be no harvest today. Bottoms up. Dry. Gao Fei raised his bowl and Li Yunlong drank a toast, then Zhao Gang and Kong Jia both smiled and drank a bowl with him. Without Gao Fei's bold idea would there be today's harvest? Obviously impossible. No matter if it was Li Yunlong or Zhao Gang, Kong Jia would not have gotten the crooked idea to the train. Without Gao Fei even they haven't dared to make such a bold decision. Now the supplies grabbed back a large number, and the headquarters did not blame, but also let the little kids suffer a loss. It is really a great pleasure. Connected to drink a few bowls of white wine, Gao Fei also has a hint of drunkenness. To Fox and Yamamoto Chisha one person clamped a piece of beef, causing Li Yunlong 3 people strange laughter. Today all people are happy, even the usually a very serious Zhao Gang followed not serious. Fox is okay, except it frankly, weird screaming is weird. Yamamoto Chisha can't stand it a bit. This was the happiest day since she was a child except for the day she received her brother's coming-of-age gift. All the warriors didn't ostracize him, quite a few of them even smiled and nodded their heads at her. It was obvious that everyone had accepted this Japanese woman. Although Li Yunlong spoke immodestly, Yamamoto Chisha felt very kind. Smiled. Gao Fei did not care about the strange screams of the 3 people, screaming, eating a piece of delicious beef. Although we have achieved success but still not careless. Before the telegram sent by the headquarters, I think you also know, the hatred of the brats transferred to the friendly forces, catching people and biting them, just like a mad dog. Of course, there is also our new regiment. It is estimated that the head of the Ting regiment will be looking for the head of the regiment's trouble. You, Li Yunlong, go and grab the good stuff, and I, Dingwei, come and take the blame? Where can there be such a good thing? Haha, that's for sure. That Dingwei kid isn't someone who admits defeat when he's suffered, but it's not easy to take things from my Li Yunlong's hands. Bad laugh. Li Yunlong did not put Dingwei on the heart, but the words are all jokes, something more or less to give Dingwei somewhere else cannot be said. Stabbed to the headquarters to go, everyone is not good to do people. Our old fighters made a mess up disgrace. Did not pay attention to Li Yunlong. Zhao Gang lifted the bowl and took a sip of wine. Next we need to slowly transfer the supplies back little by little, put outside always not in their own territory at ease. Old Zhao is right. Shaking his pipe, Kong Jia expressed his approval. What's in your hands is the best. It's not good to leave it outside in case it's discovered. Besides, flour and rice inside the caves are prone to rewarming. We all don't want to eat moldy food, right? This is a very serious problem, must be dealt with as early as possible. All kinds of canned goods can be stored for a long time, but rice, flour cannot. Also good, easy to spoil. The beef and vegetables have been all moved back, but also poor to save a lot of trouble. Come, eat. Today are not talking about official business. From tomorrow onwards, while the ghosts are not paying attention, to slowly transfer back into it. Thousands of people huddled together while chatting and eating, by the way, exploding the embarrassing stories of others, so that the entire independent regiment is happy and harmonious. Chapter 124 Guerrilla Captain Wu Ziming Dragon Set now. Gun King Group No. 4559077001. Welcome everyone to join, chatting, and farting together. Of course, the discussion of the plot is also possible. The other two dragon set also appeared in the long-term A whole day. The whole independent regiment is in a piece of joy. Many warriors are drinking a little dizzy. Li Yunlong, Zhao Gang, Kong Jie became even more unbearable. Fortunately, Gao Fei is smarter in time to stop, did not get drunk. Don't pull me. I still have to drink. Hiccup. At this time Li Yunlong, a face as red as a monkey's but also refused to stop, still want to continue to drink. Let want to help him to rest warriors are difficult. As for Zhao Gang and Kong Jie has long been afraid of the next, in the help of warriors have gone back to huffing and puffing. Don't pay attention to him, directly fight away. See the warriors dare not go forward. Gao Fei waved his hand in a bad mood. The three big men are drunk and dizzy. Gao Fei had to stay behind to clean up the mess by himself. Fortunately many warriors have taken the initiative to help deal with the situation, and soon cleaned up the messy scene. Shaking off his head, Gao Fei returned to the residence, intends to rest a little. Yesterday night did not sleep and then drank a lot of wine, is a little dizzy. When he returned to the residence, he did not see Shouhu and Fox, but Yamamoto Chisha was alone in the house. Seeing that Gao Fei came back a little dizzy, he hurriedly got up and went to fetch cold water for him to wash his face. Called cold water, Yamamoto Chisha picked up a towel to help Gao Fei wipe the sweat and dust on his face. Drinking in the sun, not a stinking sweat is strange. A cold sensation came from his face. Goofy squinted his eyes, feeling that today's Yamamoto Chisha was extraordinarily beautiful. At this time Yamamoto Chisha was carefully helping Goofy wipe his sweat. Suddenly there had been a big hand that lifted up and grabbed his own hand. Frightened, Yamamoto Chisha screamed in shock. The towel in her hand fell to the ground. After the shock, she realized that it was Gao Fei who had pulled her hand. Yamamoto Chisha's face immediately turned red, not daring to look at Gao Fei. That shy appearance made Gao Fei look at her for a while. Pfft. Yamamoto Chisha felt that her heart was constantly beating at a fast accelerated rate, and even her palms were sweating hotly due to her nervousness. Looking at the shy face with a hint of joy in front of Yamamoto Chisha, Goofy very directly embraced her, so that her body was shocked, but there is no resistance, leaned in the arms of Goofy. The old people have a saying is very classic: as long as you can come across caring about you, for you to make a change, no regrets of the woman. What are you waiting for on the bar? Nationality and so on are all aside to play egg to go. I'm sorry for making you suffer during this time. I can understand. Leaning in Goofy's arms, Yamamoto Chisha closed her eyes. She was able to understand how hard it was for her to be accepted by everyone now because of her identity. Battalion commander. It is said that the more you are afraid of what comes when you run into something, the most fearful thing when two people are communicating their feelings together is the fear of being disturbed. Hearing the monks shout, Yamamoto Chisha hurriedly jumped out of Goofy's arms, straightened her clothes, and fled the inner room in a panic. The corner of his mouth twitched. Goofy couldn't wait to shave all of the monk's hair. When to yell is not good, this time to come and scream. Open the door. Gao Fei's face was bad, staring at the monk who stood outside the door with a somewhat anxious face. If there is not a reasonable reason, I will whip you. Battalion commander, something is wrong. Monk did not know that he spoiled the good things of Gao Fei, lowered his voice, came up and said, just now came a comrade as a guerrilla, said that the brats began to let those who are traitors began to spy on the train robbers. Now people are resting in the regiment's headquarters. The two regimental commanders and political commissars are sleeping. I had to come to you. Monk's drinking was good, although he drank a lot, but not a little drunk. Really? Gao Fei was shocked. He did not expect the brats to be in a hurry to this point. It seems that supplies are small while face is the big deal. In their territory, in addition to the guerrillas, when is it the regular army's turn to be wild? It is always their initiative to look for trouble. This time the matter makes the brats feel very angry, so they will think of all kinds of ways to investigate this matter. How dare I lie to you? People are still at headquarters now. Monk was full of complaints. He was sometimes bold, but not so bold that he would cheat Gao Fei, especially after not being Gao Fei's opponent. Doing so would be punched. In the past, it was fortunate that Zhao Gang helped to speak up. The training did not allow for corporal punishment or beatings, and now that Zhao Gang was slowly getting into the mix already, he was not surprised by this. Let's go. Knowing that the matter was serious and the monk didn't dare to tease himself, Gao Fei's expression became serious and he quickly walked towards the regiment's headquarters. Battalion commander. The two soldiers standing guard hurriedly saluted when they saw Gao Fei arrive. Gao Fei returned the salute and walked inside. Now the independent regiment, in addition to Li Yunlong, is Gao Fei power is the biggest. Even Kong Jie, this old head, cannot. Zhao Gang even more cannot say. Now there are a lot of fighters do not serve him, so in the case of Li Yunlong cannot deal with a lot of problems or Gao Fei face to face to deal with. Walking into the house, Gao Fei saw a young man with a clear look, wearing a rough dress with a pair of glasses sitting in the house. This is the battalion commander of our elite battalion. You can talk to him about anything. The monk stepped forward and introduced him. The youth was delighted, stood up, and exclaimed, "How do you do? I am Wu Ziming, vice captain of the Railroad Guerrilla Brigade, and I am glad to meet you." "Hello, I am Gao Fei, commander of the Independent Regiment's elite battalion. Nice to meet you." Returning the salute, Gao Fei inquired as usual, "May I ask if this comrade has a certificate?" "Yes, of course." Wu Ziming revealed a gentle smile and pulled out a certificate from his pocket, handing it to Gao Fei. The guerrillas weren't a regular army and didn't have an officer's document, thus they needed some other proof to be able to do so. Opening the paper handed over by Wu Ziming and looking at it for a few moments, Gao Fei smiled and handed it back to him, laughing, "All of us are our own people, have a seat." "Yes." Loudly responding, Wu Ziming took his seat only after Gao Fei sat down, being able to see from this that he was not as simple as a small partisan. Seemingly seeing what Gao Fei was thinking, Wu Ziming smiled slightly. "Because my father disciplined me more strictly when I was a child, I can't change it even now." Chapter 125: The Little Kid's Search for Recovery. With a slight smile, Gao Fei said, "I can see that you are from a good family. How come you are thinking of joining the guerrillas?" Wu Ziming looked like a very strange person in Gao Fei's eyes. Sven, with a pair of glasses, he looked like a student, and with his actions and words just now, he was able to guess that his family was in a good environment. It should be a big family. An ordinary family wouldn't have that kind of free time to teach their children all kinds of etiquette. As for the strange, is that on the surface seems to be gentle, but in fact Gao Fei observed Wu Ziming's fingers are a bit strange, and these days in the respect and privilege of the rich and noble family, children are not the same. There are quite a lot of calluses, but also not the general work out of it is more like practicing martial arts when left behind. Under the gaze of Gao Fei, Wu Ziming looked a little coy. "Also know that this is Gao Fei's test," scratching his head, said, "Truthfully, my ancestor is a dark master to start a family, so in the study of etiquette at the same time will also practice a bit of martial arts, just do not have a great talent, so only practiced a half-assed. I was last year with my classmates to join the guerrillas, even if I'm a scholar, but also the same. Able to contribute to the motherland and serve the people, there's no difference between that and having a good or bad family." "Good for you." Gao Fei smiled and nodded, believing Wu Ziming's words and recognizing his identity. A person can pretend, but something engraved in the bones cannot be changed. Not to blame Gao Fei for being suspicious, but over the past few years, there have been quite a few incidents of traitors pretending to be their own people's identities to impersonate them, and there are many of them, and the impact and loss caused by each one of them is great. Receiving Gao Fei's praise, Wu Ziming smiled coyly. It was hard to connect him with a soldier. "By the way, what are you looking for me so-called? And smart people talk is to save energy, do not need you to go how to prompt the lit a cigarette deep inhalation, shake his head will be in the middle of his mind dizziness to shake out." Gao Fei opened the door to the question. "When it comes to business," Wu Ziming face serious up, took out a photo on the table, vigilant, "Is this way, today because of the railroad on the thing, the brats become very crazy constantly around the attack on our 8th Route Army and the friendly forces of the station also sent some traitors to come to spy on the news. I am by the captain of the order to come to the notice of the..." What kind of person did it? The brats carefully probed to be able to clear, and then looking for the independent regiment station became the top priority, and the traitors can be much easier than the brats to inquire. Gao Fei picked up the photo on the table and glanced at it. An ordinary-looking middle-aged man, Wu Ziming hurriedly explained, "This traitor is called Manhwa. It's an unscrupulous traitor, many comrades were caught under his mischief." Mentioning Manhwa, Wu Ziming's still very young face revealed a very angry emotion. Whether it is the 8th Route Army or the National Army, many members are pretending to be traitors into each other's lineup to go. Many times the brats go out to swept, cannot go out the news on the news, relying on these people continue to collect information and penetrate into the enemy's camps gained. But some of the traitors led to these undercover agents are all caught out, and every person who is found will die a horrible death. At this point in time, at the will of the brats, Manhwa has already taken a few traitors to start looking for the independent regiment's quarters, and perhaps will even show up as one of their own, which is why I've come here specifically to warn them. It was the traitors again. Although there are traitors who join the enemy camp just to follow their superiors, just to get enough to eat, and many times fight the war backwards against the brats, but more often than not the traitors do heinous things, hundreds of times darker than the hearts of the brats. Obviously this Manhwa within the photo was one of them. "I see, thank you very much for your reminder, we will be careful, then I won't leave you to sit more, perhaps we will have the opportunity to meet again in the future." After understanding the cause and effect, Gao Fei didn't leave Wu Ziming to rest. "We will have the chance to meet again in the future, especially now that Gao Fei has decided to mess up the brats' railroad line." "Alright, then I'll leave you alone and take my leave first." Wu Ziming smiled faintly and put away his proof, leaving the photo behind. Gao Fei shouted, "Monk, see this guerrilla comrade off?" "Yes, battalion commander." The monk responded loudly, "Please." Trouble, nodding politely, Wu Ziming followed the monk out of the regiment's headquarters and toward the outside of the garrison. Manhwa. Picking up the photo left on the table, Gao Fei fell into a deep thought, not to mention Manhwa's appearance thrown in the pile of people you cannot easily notice. This kind of person once dressed up as one of their own people if it is easy to be able to break in. Taking the photo, Gao Fei closed his eyes and leaned back in his chair, pondering. And at this time in Taiyuan City, within the brats' compound, Shinatsuka Yoshio finally knew the culprit of the action against the train under the inquiry of various parties, the independent regiment of the 8th Route Army. Looking at the information on the table, Yoshio Shinatsuka angrily said, "At all costs, find me the quarters of this independent regiment." Last night's incident spread out, causing him to not only become a laughingstock among his peers, but also being questioned by His Majesty the Emperor on purpose, causing Yoshio Shinatsuka to hold his breath, determined to not rest until the independent regiment is eliminated. "Hey! Yamamoto Ikimoku's eyes were a bit complicated as he straightened his back and exclaimed, "Someone has already been dispatched. I believe it won't take long to be able to find it." The 8th Route Army and the National Army have placed quite a few undercover agents on the side of the Devils, and the same Devils will also place quite a few undercover agents on the side of the 8th Route Army and the National Army, and it's not difficult to find the independent regiment's quarters. Just in general, those undercover agents, in the case of necessity, the brats will not use. The price paid for the placement of an undercover agent is very, very large. In the case of necessity, the brats will not start those hidden in the dark chess pieces. I want to know as fast as possible where the station of this army is. Slapping the table vigorously, Yoshio Shinatsuka was so angry that his face turned blue. It was not easy to make an originally dark-faced man turn blue. Several carriages of supplies. Shinatsuka Yoshio is not the loss is not affordable, but the supplies is a small matter, but he cannot afford to lose face, and now colleagues ridicule, not to mention, even His Majesty the Emperor knows his own face to where to set? This is the main reason why Shinatsuka Yoshio went crazy. Chapter 126. The Mole looked at the face of angry green Shinatsuka Yoshio. Lieutenant General Yamamoto sighed in his heart. The more worried about what happens, the more what comes. For the independent regiment, Yamamoto Ikimoku feel very complicated. On the one hand, can hope to eliminate this regiment as soon as possible. On the other hand, all hope that this regiment can always exist. Is a very contradictory choice. The independent regiment is the enemy. From this aspect of the Yamamoto Ikimoku hoped that the independent regiment was eliminated, but from the point of view of his sister, Yamamoto Ikimoku hoped that the independent regiment can survive. But the contradiction quickly dissipated. Yamamoto Kazuki is a brother, but also a soldier. A soldier of the great Japanese Empire. Do not doubt the loyalty of the Japanese soldiers to the emperor. Once upon a time, there is still a saying that is a Japanese army, even if the front is a cliff, the commander yells rush over, the soldiers will still jump, and in exchange for the American GIs will absolutely rebel to kill the commander and dispersed in a flurry of activity, while China's army will sit down and discuss together what to do about it. As stupid as it may seem, it also manages to show that the Kobayashi army's loyalty to the emperor was for the most part overriding. Every force that could be utilized was being mobilized to find the independent regiment's quarters. Battalion commander, it's been sent away. In the middle of the independent regiment's regimental headquarters, the monk carefully approached Gao Fei, saw his eyes closed, and not moving thought that he had fallen asleep, and reminded him in a low voice. Nodding his head, Gao Fei did not open his eyes but was thinking about what kind of defense he needed to do next. Those so-called traitors, Gao Fei is not afraid, because the independent regiment's secret and open sentry distribution is very far and wide. Anyone close to be found, the independent regiment of the biggest threat to the internal traitor. You can guard against traitors, but you can't guard against your own people who are traitors. It's hard to prevent a traitor day and night. Since the beginning of the operation to hide the supplies, Gao Fei has been making preparations to strangle all the dangers. There was absolutely no way to let this happen. Battalion commander, aren't we making preparations? Monk asked in a low voice as Goofy remained unresponsive with his eyes closed. No need. Gao Fei opened his eyes and lit a cigarette and took a deep breath, squinting his eyes to reveal a cold smile. Preparation is always in all of them, just waiting to see if anyone jumps out. Monk looked at Gao Fei strangely, blinking his eyes, could not understand the meaning of Gao Fei's words. Gao Fei also did not explain directly away. At night, a sneaky figure quietly left from within the compound and headed outside, and after this sneaky figure, a pair of bright eyes appeared at the place he left. The sneaky silhouette quietly avoided those bright and dark sentries towards the bottom of the mountain. When he arrived at the bottom of the mountain, he quickly stuffed a piece of paper under a rock on the side of the road. After doing all this, the sneaky silhouette got up with a sigh of relief and patted his clothes, ready to leave, but when he just turned his head, he realized that a pair of eyes in the middle of the darkness of the night with a bright light silhouetted staring at himself. Xiaowu, what are you doing? Instinctively, the sneaky silhouette knew that little tiger would turn on him, and he was able to tell a lot from the look in its eyes. Ow! The owner of those bright eyes was Little Tiger. Having followed him all the way here from the compound, Little Tiger would not listen to him, letting out a low roar and rushing up to take a bite out of this person's foot. Sharp teeth sank into the flesh, a scream rang out, several pillars of light lit up around them, a group of people surrounded this person and Tiger. Little Tiger, come back! Gao Fei shouted. Only then did Little Tiger let go of this person's feet and ran to sit in front of Gao Fei, only that hostile eyes kept staring at him. Ah! Battalion commander, this sinful animal bites. The person who was bitten by Little Tiger heard Gao Fei's voice without seeing his surroundings and immediately shouted, but when he turned his head to look, he was shocked into a cold sweat and even forgot about the pain. Xiaowu sat in front of Gao Fei, who was quietly smoking a cigarette and looking at him with a flashlight with an expression full of teasing. It wasn't just Goofy and Little Tiger, there was a group of people standing around him: Fox, Li Yunlong, Zhao Gang, Kong Jia, and Monk. Aren't you all asleep? Sleep, you mother! Kong Jia roared with red eyes, striding forward and said angrily, young dog dummy, I've been true to you with all my heart, but I didn't expect that you'd actually be a ing mole. You can still afford your dead parents? You actually sell your life for the little devils. Yang Dog-egg is a veteran of the 3rd Battalion, parents were killed by the brats, and then with the Kong Jia enlisted to fight the devils, has been several years, but who can think that this guy actually do traitor? Selling out for his father and mother's murderous enemies and betraying his own people. No, Chief, I really didn't. Yang Dog-egg, face of panic, forehead, face constantly left beads of sweat, heart anxious, hastily explained a stretch for himself. A foot will be full of panic and pleading. Yang Dog-egg kicked over on the ground. Kong Jia moved to just hide things of the stone, pick up the paper was hidden to see suddenly furious, above not only painted the location of the independent regiment's quarters and the location of the headquarters, and even the location of the soldiers on sentry duty are painted very clearly. Looking at the diagram drawn on the paper, Kong Jia felt his heart aching. It's been 3 years, but who could have thought that the soldiers who had followed him for 3 years would actually be traitors? Shaking his head, Gao Fei turned around and waved to Fox and Monk, taking Little Tiger towards the inside of the compound. Zhao Gang sighed and followed. Li Yunlong stood still and stared at young Dog Dan and Kong Jia for half a second before turning around and going back to the compound. He believed that Kong Jia would take care of all of this. And it was the old man who followed Kong Jia. It was better for him to handle it. You tell me, what is this? Kong Jia was breathing heavily, red eyes, tears even flowed out of his eyes. A tough man who had killed countless enemies, encountered enemies either you die or I live, head can be cut off and blood can flow, cried at this time, cried completely. I'm sorry, Chief, I was wrong. Ironclad evidence is still on the spot to catch a current, young Dog-egg cannot refute, kneeling on the ground wailing and crying. Don't ing cry to make me sick, I ask you, why did you do it? Another kick while young Dog-egg kicked over to the ground, Kong Jia tore his heart and lungs yelling up. Chapter 127, Day and Night Defense Against Household Thieves. It's Ma Zhuang. He promised me that as long as I get these out after that I will relocate to the city and enjoy glory and wealth for the rest of my life. Sprawled on the ground, young Dog Dan wailed and cried, with a handful of snot and a handful of tears. That appearance was as miserable as it could be. Kong Jia felt a dizziness in his head and almost didn't spit out a mouthful of old blood in anger. In fact, after dark, Gao Fei pulled him and Li Yunlong, Zhao Gang 3 people up, especially said to pay attention to a guy called Ma Zhuang, but this just said it, how to hook up. Deep breath, Kong Jia wiped away the tears on his face. Such a person is not worth his tears. Men have tears, do not play lightly, less than heartbroken. Grief, how will flow out of tears too? Say, you and Ma Zhuang, is what is going on. If you dare to say a word of nonsense, I'll pop you. Pull out the pistol against the head of young Dog-egg, Kong Jia voice hoarse yelled. Yes. Yang Dogdan's body trembled slightly as he shouted. It was introduced by Wang Hu. Good, very good. Connected to say 3 good words, will Kong Jia inner anger revealed. I once said follow me dry, I take you to kill ghosts revenge. But the path is your own choice. When you get down there, remember not to be a traitor in your next life. No. Yang Dogdan shouted in horror. Ping. Gunshots rang out in the darkness of the night. Yang Dogdan's business came to an abrupt end and he fell to the ground, the bullets destroying his brain tissue, killing him instantly. Wang Hu. Carrying a gun, Kong Jia yelled out, murderous, rushing towards the premises. Wang Hu, he recognized as a naive-looking child, only 17 or 18 years old, is not just in front of the conscription to join the independent regiment of recruits, but did not think that actually is the people of the brats. Own do traitors, not to say also drive the independent regiment within the people, really damned. As the saying goes, do not fear the ghost knocking on the door. Wang Hu will young Dog-egg pulled down the water, know that today is the day of action. He originally intended to own up to tomorrow will leave, but I do not know why always feel that their minds are restless. Is it something wrong? Searching for Wang Hu sat up, felt wrong. Young Dog-egg, how to go so long time has not come back? Is not a storm exposed? Do not want to not know. A think scared. Wang Hu hurriedly climbed up, quickly put on shoes, quietly opened the door ready to bugger off. Where do you want to go? Unexpectedly, the door just opened, a gun against his head. Outside the door, Kong Jia, expression extremely twisted, because of anger due to the courtyard, stood Gao Fei, Li Yunlong, and other people. Gao Fei sighed. It is true that the day to prevent the night to prevent the family thief is difficult to prevent, not afraid of the outside people to come to find for fear of the problem of their own people. Who? 2 people make a noise of the movement of the gas so that some of the more alert warriors stand up and shouted, will be all the other warriors are awakened. The warriors have climbed up to light up the oil lamp, suddenly froze. Wang Hu, face shocked, kneeling on the ground, and the deputy regimental commander Kong Jia is holding a gun pointing to his head, towards the outside to look at. My good boy, the independent regiment of the senior management of the basic are all in the go-to people to bring back the body of young Dog-egg under the mountain and bury it. Although he has been a traitor to the ghosts, but he has made a lot of merit for the independent regiment. Bury it. Wow. Kong Jia's words immediately caused a commotion. Young Dog-egg is actually a traitor to the brats? Then wouldn't the deputy regiment commander pointing his gun at Wang Hu's head mean that Wang Hu was too? Yang Dogdan had someone to help collect his body, but you didn't. Pointing at Wang Hu's head so that he didn't dare to act rashly, Kong Jia's voice seemed to come from the 9 hells. I didn't expect that. The brats people actually borrowed the conscription to penetrate inside our regiment. Your tactics are formidable. On the day of the conscription, a traitor was caught and directly shot, but I didn't expect there to be any leaks. Most of the registration is to record each other's home address, and most of the people enrolled in the surrounding villages are youths who know each other, and it's impossible to go from house to house to ask and check, but I didn't expect that there would be people from the brats who took the opportunity to get mixed in. Wang Hu is definitely a former defector to the brats, just the neighbors do not know. What's all the noise about? Come out 2 men to help young Dogman collect his corpse. Li Yunlong shouted to silence the warriors. 2 warriors who were still familiar with young Dogdan came out and went down the mountain to bring back his corpse. Wang Hu was quiet, not making a single sound, honestly kneeling on the ground. Kong Jie's face twisted and he wanted to just shoot Wang Hu. But he still had sense, knew that if from Wang Hu's mouth warped something out of the words to be able to know who he was helping to sell his life, how to mix in, all this information needs to be tortured to be able to do, perhaps there will be unexpected gains. Over to you guys. Kong Jie did some struggling. Even if he directly killed Wang Hu, no one would say anything. Of course it would be better if he kept the torture. Kong Jie seemed to have aged a few years in an instant, lost in thought as he left the courtyard. Li Yunlong hurriedly followed. Zhao Gang looked over, sighed and asked, "Can you handle it?" Get him hard. For something like this to happen to make a good old man like Zhao Gang angry shows how annoying what Wang Hu did was. There's a bit of a way. Gao Fei smiled slightly. Zhao Gang nodded and chased after Li Yunlong's footsteps. Right now Kong Jie was exactly the time when he needed to be comforted and enlightened. It was better to have 2 people on the sidelines. Get lost. Kong Jie left. The warriors were still in a bit of a trance. Wang Hu looked left and right, pushing a warrior standing in front of him out of the way and rushed towards the outside. Ah! But only threw a few steps away, just out of the door. Wang Hu screamed miserably and fell to his knees. His left foot bent this at a very twisted angle, screaming miserably on the ground. Monk standing beside Gao Fei, pupils shrunk, felt the fox is getting more and more terrible. He has not paid attention to Wang Hu has become like this. I don't know if I can get something useful out of this, but I'll try my best. The entire independent regiment, almost the most adept at this aspect of the person, is Fox, and Fox also took the initiative to take the task. Torture is also need skills. Sometimes a violent beating does not ask something to want to torture should first break down the heart of the person who was being tortured to defense line, only then can let him spit out the truth. Reaching out and lifting up Wang Hu, who was lying on the ground screaming, Fox directly left the courtyard and walked towards the outside of the compound. Chapter 128 Interrogation. Although Young Dog Egg said that the person who instructed himself to do this is Ma Zhuang, but still need to torture, only 2 people's confession is the same to be able to determine whether it is Ma Zhuang or not. The most important thing is that there is no point in knowing that Ma Zhuang is the person behind, and the best thing is to follow the vine and get rid of this guy by doing it. It seems that Wang Hu is also the brat is not easy to insert it, want to wait for the future to make good use of, but do not want to this time by the high fly swept away face to force anxious, start up, the results have not played to the role of the dude directly be caught in the right place. Torture time. Maybe the scene is a little bloody and intolerable, so Fox mentioned Wang Hu to the outside of the premises to interrogate. Everyone continue to rest. Know that tonight the warriors absolutely sleepless all night. Also right, suddenly a good independent regiment appeared. Traitor or with their own and other people spend time with the people. Do anyone feel a little difficult to accept? Know that everyone's heart is not easy to accept, but also the people of the independent regiment. Knowing that everyone's heart is not good, Gao Fei also just symbolically waved his hand to let everyone rest early, but it is hard to say whether you can sleep. All the way to the quarters, the monk stood beside Gao Fei, picked up his cigarette and lit one. Let Gao Fei rolled his eyes. This flower monk is also getting more and more fierce. He monk he smiled and smoked a few puffs beautifully. His cigarettes had been dispersed long ago in order to pull the strings with the fighters. Take it, save it, it's good stuff. Throwing 2 packs to the monk, Gao Fei smoked muffled cigarettes, dreaming did not think that he was just defending himself, but really someone jumped out, but jumped out is good, lest in the future and then the independent regiment's most difficult time in the back of the vicious stabbing a knife. He smiled and loaded the cigarettes. The monk pulled a stool to sit down and asked curiously, "Battalion commander, how do you know that there will be someone among us as a traitor? Also really God, directly catch too. You want to know?" Looking back at the monk whose curiosity had risen, Gao Fei felt amused. When did you also start caring about these things? The monk vigorously nodded his head full of curiosity, just short of putting the words "I am a curious baby" on his head. The corner of his mouth slightly raised, Gao Fei quirked his eyebrows. You'll understand when you start thinking seriously with your brain. Monk is not stupid, this guy also likes to hide his clumsiness, always with a naive smile, lazy to think about the causes and consequences of some things, waiting to know the ready-made. Monk, a burst of speech, feel what Gao Fei said is not the right flavor. Just wanted to retort that he is not stupid, but then reacted to Gao Fei did not say that he is stupid, just say that he does not want to think. Monk was silent, put out the cigarette to think carefully. Could it be because of what happened when we grabbed the supplies? Soon the monk thought above the point. Ken thought about the problem. Gao Fei faintly smiled, did not continue to let the monk own headless blind nonsense speculation, said, because we robbed the supplies in the eyes of the brats is nothing but. But what? Goofy suddenly stopped, causing the monk's curiosity to be piqued. If you were a senior officer and something caused you to lose face, be ridiculed by your peers, and be scolded by your superiors when they found out, would you launch a retaliation? Goofy asked rhetorically with a smile, and the monk froze and snapped out of it. That means the old man Yoshio Shinatsuka was irritated, that's why he's so crazy? And that's basically it, otherwise some supplies wouldn't have made the brats so crazy. It's just a bit unkind to let the friendly troops take the blame. For the National Army, Gao Fei held a very tangled and contradictory attitude. Gao Fei and Monk, two people cannot help but silent, stifled smoking. Suddenly Gao Fei shouted, "Monk, still have wine?" Monk was confused and nodded his head. "There is still some, battalion commander, you want to drink? I'll go get it right away." Jogging away from the regiment, the monk quickly brought a bottle of wine, pouring it for Gao Fei. Of course he did not forget to pour it himself, as well as a bowl of cooked beef. Drinking wine should be meat again in order to be flavorful, otherwise how to call it a flower, monk? Ah! Ruthlessly finished the wine in one gulp. Gao Fei sighed and asked, "Monk, you say that people in this life is actually for what, or?" Actually, Gao Fei didn't think clearly why Yang Dogwen would be pulled down. A good life? His current life is already considered very good, and Kong Jia is still kind to him. To do so is undoubtedly in the form of enmity. In Wang who looking for him directly report, will Wang who captured, he is also able to get rewards. This is substantial, rather than other people promised those without the slightest reality based on the water and moon mirror flowers. In the brat's lure, temptation and heavy attraction to be a traitor, a lot of people but really can succeed to the top a few. Even if you help the brats a lot, but you still will not be treated well. These people do not want, in the event that the brats were defeated, rolled back to the island of Japan. Where should they go? Go back to Japan with them? Dreaming is almost, even if willing to take you, but the war has just ended. In view of the public anger over there, do not kill you even a good thing. During the outbreak of the Sino-Japanese War, there were many Chinese who were killed in Japan, but their deaths were in vain. Who can avenge your death? I'm not too sure about this. Maybe it's the same as what Master said. It's still easier to think about nothing. Such a question made the monk crazy. Thinking about it, he didn't know how to answer Gao Fei. Monk, go ahead and get some sleep. I'll be off to rest soon. Just at this time Fox walked into the regiment. Goofy simply let Monk go to rest first. Yes, battalion commander. Hesitating for a moment, the monk remembered Fox's strength before he left and went forward to rest. How's it going? Putting the cap on the bottle, Gao Fei was not in the mood to drink. Asked out, always not what agent mouth, bar is very strict. The person behind the curtain is Ma Zhuang is right. Originally he intends to continue to lurk, but was hanged out in advance, is preparing to leave tomorrow to lead the Japanese to hide the supplies of the place, and the regiment's residence, and also the location of the headquarters will be dealt with by the young dog egg. This idiot. Mentioning Yang Dog Egg, Gao Fei cursed. It was really rotten. Everything was thrown away before the interests. In addition, there are some interesting things. Chapter 129, Kong Jia leaves. Penguin number, welcome to all of you. The number also has almost 30 brothers and friends. Ma Zhuang is spreading information outside while letting the pawns planted in the movement. The intention is obvious. Writing down what he had asked, Fox placed the paper on the table. Gao Fei picked it up and looked at it, saying, "Fox, go draw another map and put it under the stone that young Dogdan had put there before, so that the little brat can go around. Since the little brat you want a map, then I'll find it for you hard. See if you can find it. I'll take care of it." Fox smiled faintly and turned to leave, going forward to get fake maps for the little brats to go skulking around within the big mountains. Putting the paper in his hand away, Gao Fei shook his head and got up to blow out the kerosene lamp, leaving the regiment's headquarters to return to his residence to rest. The next day, Gao Fei got up early and realized that the atmosphere within the regiment was a bit off. The warriors were all gathered in twos and threes discussing the events of last night, and saw Gao Fei come and stop talking. "Everyone be quiet." Clapping his hands, Gao Fei shouted, "I believe that what happened last night is clear to everyone, then I won't say much. Everyone don't think nonsense. The training should be trained. What young Dogdan did is regrettable. Likewise, if everyone encounters this kind of situation in the future, it's best to just report it right away. The little devils won't really give you any glory or honor. Soldiers, look at me. I look at you." A soldier stood out and asked loudly, "Battalion commander, is it true that young Dogdan became a traitor to the little devils?" These fighters who came from within a village with young Dogdan felt a bit incredulous, not expecting young Dogdan to be such a person. If they didn't get up today and listen to those fighters who saw it with their own eyes last night, everyone would not have known. "It's true." At this time, Zhao Gang appeared and raised his hand and said, "It's true that young Dogdan couldn't stand the heavy attraction of the brats and became a traitor to the brats. This is something that I also feel heartbroken about. He actually passed on the location of our independent Yuan station and the location of our headquarters to the brats, allowing the brats to bring their troops over to attack." Wow. Only a small portion of the warriors knew about it last night, but today, after hearing Zhao Gang say this, all the warriors clamored. "Why don't you go to the regiment's headquarters for a bit? Old Kong is going to be transferred." Zhao Gang took the opportunity to whisper to Gao Fei. Gao Fei was startled. Really leaving? When something like this happened, Ding Wei had no intention of feeling bad about it. After all, no one would feel good if the soldiers they led had problems, but Gao Fei didn't realize that Kong Jia was going to be transferred directly. Nodding his head, Gao Fei threw the work of pacifying the soldiers to Zhao Gang. After all, these things are better when the political commissar comes out. It is a bit inappropriate to come by yourself. Gao Fei doesn't know how to pacify. Toward the regimental headquarters and go, there is no previous days of laughter and cursing, there is just a quiet, into the house. Kong Jia and Li Yunlong are sitting aside smoking who did not say anything. The table is also set with a few bottles of wine, just two people who did not move. Seeing Gao Fei come in, Li Yunlong raised his hand to signal him to sit down, looked at Kong Jia and asked, "Old Kong Ma, you see we also get along for so long, everyone is so familiar with it is not, you just like this left me Li Yunlong how to do?" Shaking his head, Kong Jia reluctantly squeezed out a smile. "Old Li, you also know that I am only temporarily stay, sooner or later will leave. Today anyone was to persuade me, I have already discussed with the division commander, ready to go back to the division to raise horses to go. Anyway, the transfer order I already have is to go back to raise horses. Earlier or later does not matter, a few months' time I witnessed the independent regiment become strong, worth it. Come and drink with me. Don't anyone mention the mobilization and horse breeding to me, I just want to stay drunk today." Raising his bowl, Kong Jia shouted. Happy on the surface but hard on the inside, this was the true portrayal of Kong Jia. Gao Fei and Li Yunlong sighed and silently raised their bowls to clink glasses with Kong Jia. Good cool. Finishing the wine in one gulp, Kong Jia laughed out loud. Just what was his heart this like? "Chief, the political commissar asked me to bring you some beef over. There is still quite a bit of beef left that needs to be eaten as soon as possible or it will easily rot in the hot weather." Ha, I knew Monk you kid is good, come and accompany Vice Captain Kong to have a dry bowl." Li Yunlong laughed and pulled the monk over. The monk smiled and lifted the bowl. "Deputy head of Kong, I monk toast you a bowl." "Good." Kong Jia shouted with bravado, lifting the bowl and taking a big gulp. Again and again. Li Yunlong waved his hand and continued to fill it up. The monk and Kong Jia weren't any mother-in-laws either, lifting the bowl and continued to dry up. Kong Jia was drunk and happy, was carried away by the guards. From today onwards the independent regiment will have no Kong deputy head. Kong Jia's own application to transfer to the division to raise the horse was the division commander scolded a still should not be hard to go to raise the horse. Raise the horse is an excuse to raise the heart is really, but to Kong Jia's ability to raise the horse is only temporary. Li Yunlong is not often raised the horse to do the close it, wait until the time is ripe to transfer the order will come. Really bad luck. How could the independent regiment have this kind of tortoise? After Kong Jia was taken away by his own guards, Li Yunlong was so angry that he cursed, placating the warriors and returning to the regiment's headquarters. Zhao Gang sighed and didn't say anything. Thinking about it is so lame, I really want to these brats to death. Quietly smoking a cigarette, Gao Fei revealed a strange smile. Want to get angry? Of course I want to. Li Yunlong was so angry that he slapped the table, and was suddenly confused, blinking his eyes and laughing. You have a solution? Zhao Gang all turned his head and looked at Gao Fei. Could it be that this kid had another idea? Grinning, Goofy hooked his hand to Monk and Zhao Gang, and the two curiously leaned over. Pointing to the map, Gao Fei laughed. I had Fox get a fake map for the brats yesterday and the location of the fake map is right here. Pointing to a location on the map, Gao Fei looked at Li Yunlong and Zhao Gang. The two of them widened their eyes. Yes, the brats don't want the map, well lousy give it to you. Wait for you to come here to you to death. Ha, you kid is smart. I like it. Chapter 130 reported. Looking at Goofy's smile, Li Yunlong was already able to guess what will be waiting for the brats when they come here. Himself and the others just need to bring people to carry out an ambush, and then catch the brats off guard. Definitely a big victory. Ha! It's not right, the terrain here is not conducive to an ambush. Careful, Zhao Gang looked at the map, questioned. The map is surrounded by mountains, yes, but there are people living around there. If the war in such a place is not conducive to hiding, not to mention injuring the innocent people, how to do? If this war will have to pull down all the people, then do not fight. Listening to Zhao just so Li Yunlong froze for a moment, looking up the map. The excitement is gone, it is like being drenched by a pot of ice water from the head, penetrating coolness. Lying on the table and squinting his eyes for half a day, Li Yunlong sighed. Yes, this kind of war cannot be fought. If the people are not able to retreat in time, then our sin can be a big one. The energy that had just been aroused directly disappeared. Li Yunlong was as absent as an eggplant that had been hit by frost. But what if we place the battlefield here? Hand forward a finger, pointing to a valley out. This one of the terrain is very strange. The road is passed from within the valley, however both sides are cliffs. If there is an army ambush here, then the brats absolutely have to go without return. If there is no certainty, how would Gao Fei do such a silly thing? If the battlefield falls in the people's living area, then what good is this kind of battle? Zhao Gang and Li Yunlong glanced at each other and hurriedly looked at staring at the map. After a few seconds, the two stayed. This is simply a natural ambush site. As long as the ghosts will pass by, they will die a terrible death. The most important thing is that this section of the road is the only fastest road around to pass by. The brats will definitely set off towards this side. Ha, I said, well, you kids so bold at the same time and so cautious, how could be messed up? Really good. Laughing and patting Gao Fei's shoulder, I'll ask the division commander to give you credit when we return from the victory. You guys take your time to deliberate. I'm going to reorganize the army and go fight some mother dog days tomorrow. There is a battle to fight, but also able to export the bad anger. Li Yunlong happy to the point of no return, but unfortunately Kong Jia gone. If he still stayed to see how good it would be. Old Li, wait. Li Yunlong was in a hurry and was about to go and gather the army. Zhao Gang shouted in a bad mood, "What? Don't tell me that you, Zhao Gang, are going to block me. I'm telling you, if you dare to do this I will absolutely turn my back on you." Zhao Gang was furious and cursed. "What the hell is wrong with you? I'll stop you? Why would I stop you? I don't want to kill ghosts, I don't want to win the war. Exit the bad anger. These two started again. Gao Fei smiled and shook his head as if he didn't see it. "Let the two of them go. I am trying to tell you to report it." "To report it to the newspaper, no? Or do you, Li Yunlong, want to be scolded again?" Wide-eyed, Zhao Gang did not have the good sense to white Li Yunlong a glance. "Really a mixed cattle, you only open it think you will block him, not allowed him to fight this battle like, now who is not holding his breath." From his Li Yunlong to the following soldiers are hoping to be able to ruthlessly kill the brats, how can they be so uninteresting to block? Li Yunlong embarrassed, looking at the face boarded up Zhao Gang, some embarrassment, dry smile. "That old Zhao, you see this person is so anxious, you do not see strange as did not hear on the line. You at least a regimental commander cannot calm down a bit? Mobilization of battalion level troops need to be reported, no? Otherwise the above blame down suffer or you, Li Yunlong." The day before yesterday, the gun supplies did not report. The above did not blame has been good. This time the war, if you do not report, the responsibility down to him, Zhao Gang and Li Yunlong will suffer. Hey, I'm not in a hurry." Scratching his head, Li Yunlong turned a little worried. "What if we report it and the division commander doesn't approve? Unauthorized actions and nonsense certainly won't be approved, but our kind of combat that can accurately ambush the enemy, as long as the division commander knows about it he will approve it, and he will also say to the regimental commander, you, Li Yunlong, you mother or give me a beautiful fight, if the battle is unfavorable I'll take you for it." Smiling, Gao Fei helped Zhao Gang to say, "Really?" Li Yunlong froze, felt very suspenseful because he was scolded every time he reported. That's why Li Yunlong would do some ghostly things, first do it and then say it again, as for the punishment or something later. "Really, if you don't believe me I'll come and fight." Zhao Gang picked up the phone without a good mood. "Ugh. Old Zhao, put it down, I'll do it. Only then did Li Yunlong believe Gao Fei and Zhao Gang's words, and impatiently picked up the phone to start reporting. "Alas! Division Commander, hello, I Li Yunlong have something I want to report with you." The phone just connected. Li Yunlong playfully reported up, and the phone call is a bit interesting, directly to the division, rather than to the brigade headquarters. Compared to the division commander, the brigade commander cursed more fiercely. So Li Yunlong prefers to report directly to the division headquarters instead of the brigade headquarters, even though it is not generous to do so will be scolded by the brigade commander, but the division commander is more negotiable. The division commander promised. Let's make preparations. Hanging up the phone, Li Yunlong laughed and wanted to leave. Zhao Gang breathlessly pulled him back. "There's still the brigade headquarters." Brigade headquarters. Li Yunlong's heart immediately became furtive with a dry laugh. "The brigade headquarters is not needed. Hasn't the division commander already promised this? Then I'll go call the brigade commander and say that you, Li Yunlong, don't want to talk to him. That's it. Zhao Gang turned around to get the phone. Li Yunlong was instantly anxious. "Don't! Old Zhao!" He laughing. Li Yunlong started ghosting. "Wasn't that me brewing up what to say to the brigadier general? How could it be that I don't want to talk to the brigade commander?" Picking up the phone, under Zhao Gang's eye gaze, Li Yunlong had no choice but to call the brigade commander with a stiff upper hand. "What? An ambush attack, and the division commander even agreed to it?" On the other end of the phone, the brigade commander immediately exclaimed in shock when he found out, leaving Li Yunlong with a bitter face, searching in his heart to be scolded again, knowing that calling the brigade headquarters would quasi be scolded. Chapter 131, Waiting for the Little Devils to Send to Death. "Good you, Li Yunlong. Feelings to the end of the old me. I chin someone is still the last to know. You kid is good. No, directly reported to the division. Choose to filter me this brigade commander, right?" Li Yunlong was like eating a bitter melon. That face looked like Zhao Gang and Gao Fei wanted to laugh. "Tell me what you intend to do." Although the division commander agreed, "But I, the brigade commander, also need to know to be able to do so. Tell me." Brigadier Chen sat in his chair smoking a cigarette, waiting for Li Yunlong to report. "Not scolded?" Li Yunlong's heart was happy, honestly reported what he said to the division commander. "Good you, Li Yunlong. This kind of thing doesn't report to me, the brigade commander," and went directly to the division headquarters. "Is there any lousy left in your eyes?" Li Yunlong twisted his head and glanced at Zhao Gang and Gao Fei, as if to say, "Look, if it wasn't for you guys how would I get scolded?" Not bad. Not bad, Li Yunlong, old me told you, make sure you come back with a nice battle. What made Li Yunlong froze was that Brigadier Chen turned his words around and laughed out loud. "We are robbing him of the brat supplies, so what? Give me a tough fight. If you defeat you don't come back to see me. Be sure to beat the little devils for fear of pain. Fear the pain until they dare not leave the city. Can you do that? Fighting pain a winning battle is fine, but want to beat the little kid door do not dare to go out, that is a lie, and absolutely impossible. Yes, Brigadier. Definitely beat them painfully. Let them not even dare to come out of their doors. Yes. I Guarantee to complete the mission. Zhao Gang shook his head helplessly, looking at Li Yunlong as he went to gather his troops. He looked at Gao Fei and asked, "By the way, how did you know that the little devils were bound to come back?" "As long as the little devils aren't coming back with a lot of thunder and little rain." Gao Fei narrowed his eyes. "Moreover, the brats toss like this. If only thunder does not rain, how to see it is not like that. Then the friendly army and the new first group will not suffer from the attack." Gao Fei, "and 80% certainty that the brats will definitely come back after taking away the map." "Oh." When the fighters realized that there would be an action tomorrow, they all roared with excitement, and all began to pack up their things, preparing to leave at night, arriving at the ambush site ahead of time, and giving the little devils a head-on attack. Holding their breath in their hearts, the warriors immediately began to organize their things and gather up, carrying their guns. "Fighters, I think everyone is uncomfortable in their hearts after what happened last night, and they're all holding a bad breath. I, Li Yunlong, am the same way. Not much to say, all orders are to follow the command. When we start, give me a hard fight. Whoever didn't kill those sons of Es, I'll make up for him." "Hear that?" "Yes." The fighters all hissed and shouted. Who wouldn't want to give the brats a head-on blow right now? He, Li Yunlong, wanted to, Zhao Gang wanted to, Gao Fei wanted to, and even the fighters below had the same idea. "Depart. Be sure to arrive at the ambush site this night. Everyone's movements give me a sharp edge. No one is allowed to fall behind." Shouting, Li Yunlong took the lead and ran towards the agreed-upon ambush site. And just the same time, an army also came out from the county, towards the location on the map. Fast forward, no trucks, no motorcycles, all rely on feet to run. What should we do? After 7 long hours of fast running, finally came to the destination. Li Yunlong in the light of the flashlight, sitting on the ground in a big breath, wearing rough air, looking towards Zhao Gang and Gao Fei. Only Gao Fei and Fox within the entire regiment had performed easily during the nighttime run. Everyone else was as tired as Li Yunlong. Zhao Gang shook his head. He was not too familiar with fighting and setting up everything, so he could only leave it to Gao Fei and Li Yunlong themselves. "It's easy." Taking a deep breath and calming his slightly wheezing lungs, Gao Fei directly maps the other end of the valley and says, "Bury a large number of bombs and mines on this side. This matter can be handed over to Fox to do it. She's a connoisseur. Just send a company of soldiers to help her out and absolutely give the little brats a good time. Bury the bombs while all of us retreat. Fox stays behind to be in charge of detonating the bombs. Why don't we ambush above the valley and catch the brats off guard?" "No way." Shaking his head, Gao Fei glanced at the valley behind him and explained, "There is such terrain suitable for an ambush. We know that the brats of course also know that. If I'm not wrong, I'll send someone to check it out when the brats come over to make sure it's safe before they pass by. So we'll have to retreat a bit and wait for the brats' follow-up troops to pass through the valley and suddenly get attacked. What's going to happen?" If Li Yunlong also played penguin, he would definitely give Gao Fei a nod. Within such terrain, when encountering an enemy ambush, one can only fall back. Years of experience in fighting wars, Li Yunlong thought for a moment and answered with certainty. "By the time there are pursuers in front and bombs behind. See where these mother airs run towards." Cursing, Li Yun shouted, "Come on, people will bring all the bombs collected to the Fox. She will be responsible for the placement of other people or assisting. Will be all the machine guns regardless of the model to the old man to carry over, lined up and put it. Want to let the brats quickly retreat to the valley. We need to use the maximum firepower to press them back. When the time comes in the valley, the brats are in a mess, huddled together is the lamb to be slaughtered. Quickly, quickly, quickly." Combat policy set down, the soldiers immediately acted. Fox with a platoon of soldiers with a large number of bombs to the front of the valley will be buried bombs, and then the traces will be cleared away. To do these, Fox is an expert. The entire independent regiment of dozens of light and heavy machine guns are all lined up in the valley at the exit. If the brats from here, machine guns all a sweep, absolutely enough to drink a pot of these brats. Machine gun is more, but high fly look a little red. For Mao at first they did not choose a machine gun it? There is no doubt that Gao Fei regrets it. Ding, the system task has been released. The system can give the host to occupy the time of funding, allowing the host to borrow weapons, but to pay the corresponding war credit points to do the weapons. Look at the type to carry out to give war credit evaluation. Chapter 132 MG42 Machine Gun. Weapons are too expensive. Gao Fei can't afford to buy, especially some of his more favorable machine gun columns such as the 6-barrel Gatling. This thing needs more than 6,000 battle credits to be able to purchase. Now his own battle credits can't even afford a tube. Could it be that the fighters will vacate a machine gun for themselves? Scratching his head, Gao Fei was a little difficult, but in this case the machine gun was not intended to be a good weapon to kill the enemy. The Barrett long-range shooting is okay. When the enemy is all crowded together, it is not possible to shoot at a limited speed, unlike the machine gun that can keep blasting away. Suddenly the system prompts make Gao Fei froze. Open the system taskbar to look at the task. Completely annihilate the enemy troops who came to offend. Reward precise aiming skills. Precise aiming does not need to be seen to know that it is used in shooting. If you have this skill but you need to worry about your own shooting skills before your spiritual power is raised? Gao Fei's heart all of a sudden become hot up. The next sentence system words let Sue really wanna laugh. Buy I cannot afford to buy, but if the rental words. If you set up a Gatling at the entrance, the little kid can run away? More than 6,000 rounds per minute beam. Bullets hit all the same as being hit by a sniper rifle ripped into several pieces. In the valley within, the little kid simply cannot hide. Take it. No second words, Gao Fei immediately accepted the mission, at the same time looking towards those densely packed weapons. That's you. Finding the Gatling heavy machine gun, Gao Fei directly ordered it. This thing has a fast rate of fire, powerful, and doesn't require any skill, unintentionally best suited for himself. Sorry, the host is not able to rent a Gatling heavy machine gun before his rank reaches school level. But just as Gao Fei was overjoyed and waiting for the Gatling to appear, an icy cold tone from the system was like a pot of ice water showering down from the top of his head, leaving Gao Fei confused. This rental gun also needs a military rank? This is not fair, okay? I'm still a little short of experience before I can arrive at lieutenant. You're giving me a school rank before I can rent it. Gao Fei almost spat out a mouthful of blood. The following are the weapons that the host is able to use to rent at this time. The system quickly removed those weapons that Gao Fei was not able to rent, leaving some that he was able to use. The corners of his mouth twitched fiercely twice, and Gao Fei had the urge to hit the wall. Then I can use it if I purchase it, right? Can. The system's reply was concise. If the system is a human being, then Gao Fei ruthlessly put together him. The regiment's machine guns are snatched from the side of the brats. To be honest, in the Second World War, brats' machine guns really not good, otherwise why Gao Fei thought of renting it? Directly take a knot on the line. In addition to bad performance is the problem of bullets. The independent regiment cannot have so many bullets to supply heavy machine guns to squander. When I have more battle points, I will buy 2 of them. One to use and one to look at. Mother-er. Exasperated by the system, Gao Fei began to select some of the remaining heavy machine guns. Either they were outdated or their performance was poor, and the difference between them and his own ideal was not just half a point. A kind of look down, Gao Fei's heart became cold. Really inhumane. You cannot be accommodated once? Let me also set up the Gatling addiction, cannot? Gatling does not have any. Gao Fei can only hope to find a suitable one within the remaining list of heavy machine guns. Ha! Suddenly Goofy found something good. MG42 7.92mm dual-purpose machine gun, by the Germans proudly called the blade of the German military soul, heavy machine gun, known as the best heavy machine gun during the Second World War. Do not look down on this kind of seemingly bulky guy in the Second World War, but let the Soviet Union and the United States soldiers aid a lot of pain, known as the nightmare of infantry, the shortest time, the lowest cost, but is the most outstanding. Cost, but the best weapon. This is the evaluation of the MG42 Type 7.92mm dual-purpose machine gun. Caliber, 7.92mm. Muzzle velocity, 755 meters second. Theoretical rate of fire, 1,200 rounds minute. Overall gun length, 1,219 millimeters. Barrel length, 533 millimeters. Theoretical more than 1,000 rounds of bullet rate of fire. Although few people can play out, but a few hundred rounds of the rate of fire has been very amazing, and this heavy machine gun is not heavy, just looks very clumsy. In fact, the weight of the MG42 heavy machine gun is only 11 kilograms, not as heavy as a Barrett sniper rifle. Not to mention adding up the shooting is holding the sweep is not a problem. That's you. The so-called best heavy machine gun of World War II, the nightmare of the infantry. I hope you can live up to your name and not disappoint. After choosing half a day, eventually Gao Fei determined the gun he needed to rent and asked, "System, how many battle points do I need to rent the MG42? Heavy machine guns undoubtedly use ammunition is very scary. Good machine gun bullets are not as expensive as sniper rifles, otherwise Gao Fei spit blood only strange. 1 point of battle merit, 30 rounds of bullets, Barrett sniper rifle is 10 rounds. But why even the Desert Eagle's bullets are to be 1 point of war credit, 10 rounds? This is not in the pitme? This is still relatively cheap. Barrett sniper rifle used to snipe helicopter gunships and tanks. Armored vehicles bullets toll 10 points of war credit a round. That is called expensive. Compared to the machine gun bullets are already very cheap. Otherwise, if it's expensive, Gao Fei can't afford to use it, and the Gatling's rate of fire of 6,000 rounds a minute is equal to a minute to knock out a few hundred battle merit points. According to the model of the weapon and time to determine, the longer the time of use, the more battle merit points need to be consumed. This point is designed to be more humane, did not have to pay battle merit before giving the use of the weapon. Gao Fei sighed in relief. The final settlement will be the final settlement. Now Gao Fei is staring at the skill of that precise aiming. Xiao Wang, give me the gun. Settled to rent a weapon. Gao Fei also have to play some front. The system out of the weapon can change good, but you carry a sniper rifle as a machine gun to sweep to death hundreds of people will not be believed. A shield is not able to lack. Xiao Wang, who was checking the machine gun, froze, but still gave the machine gun to Gao Fei and took a 38 large cap to check the weapon. Carrying the machine gun to the side and dropping it in the storage space, Gao Fei shouted, "System, I want to rent an MG42 heavy machine gun." As Gao Fei's voice fell, an MG42 appeared in Gao Fei's hands, along with a long string of bullets, about 3 white rounds. Chapter 133 starts the fight. In fact, the MG42 machine gun is a general-purpose machine gun, that is to say, this machine gun can be used as a light machine gun, called the tripod support can also be used as a heavy machine gun. This machine gun is powerful in the bullets and the rate of fire, as well as a strong performance. If the MG42 machine gun versus the Kid's 92 type heavy machine gun, the Kid's machine gun is going to be blown up. The biggest shortcoming of the heavy machine gun of the little Kid is the performance. Bullets do not work, not to mention the machine gun's rate of fire is not good, and easy to jam, not to mention more open the machine gun to grab the tube will heat up. In the past life, there are many people said that the Kid's 92 type heavy machine gun can suppress the German MG42 type machine gun. Let Gao Fei have a kind of laughter impulse. Pressure is not a level of good you how to compete? If you can really suppress that, the most outstanding machine of World War II is not the MG42 type machine gun but the 92 type heavy machine gun. I didn't expect the system to be generous for a while. Carrying the bullets, Gao Fei purposely went to meaningfully take a box of bullets and threw it into the storage space and threw it back when everything was over. MG42 type machine gun magazines are all 50 round drums by definition, but they can also use bullet chains. The longer the length of the chain, the more bullets they can use. Carrying the gun and looking for a place to hide, Gao Fei grinned. Little devils, are you ready to die? Gao Fei can't be with the others, need to hide with Fox. When the brats retreat into the valley to cut off the enemy's retreat, people can't be more people will be easily discovered. A machine gun known as the nightmare of the infantry and a large number of buried bombs are enough to block the way of the brats. After making all the preparations, everyone hid up and held their breath, waiting for the enemy to arrive. Time slowly passes when the sky begins to dawn. Responsible for scouting, the communications soldier jogged all the way back. Li Yunlong put out his cigarette, cursed, damn, these mother airs finally came. Everyone is not allowed to make a sound and wait for the brats to come over. The enemy is coming. Gao Fei and Fox quietly retreat a little bit, wait for the soldiers in charge of reconnaissance of the brats to pass and then come around to the back. Soon a burst of neat footsteps approached from afar. When it came to the outside of the valley, the major within the brat team who was in charge of commanding this sneak attack battle raised his hand to signal the soldiers to stop and nodded to a few soldiers. Hi! The soldiers immediately separated, some to carry their machine guns and swept up above the valley, and some scouts quickly went up to check to see if there was an enemy ambush. Day. The sound of the machine gun sweeping was extraordinarily clear in the early morning. Li Yunlong, who was observing with binoculars, cursed with a laugh. Hey! Sure enough, Gao Fei was right. The brats will be 10,000% careful when they get here. This reconnaissance and machine gun fire is really looking down on us. Unfortunately, there wasn't a single person on either side of the valley. Whether it was machine gun fire or sending someone to check it out was useless. Depart. After carefully checking, there is no danger or ambush. The commander of the brat major stared at the valley for half a second. This is the nearest road to the destination. If you go around the road, it will take a very long time, not to mention that it is easy to be discovered. As long as you are not a fool to come here, you will carefully check it out. But the machine gun kept on firing. There was no problem. The scouts came back quickly one by one, and all the reports said, there is no danger. Despite the strange feeling in his heart, but ringing the general's order before departure, the major waved his hand to signal the team to continue. In his heart, he thought that this was the information that Darko had managed to send out without returning to make a mistake. If it is possible, the major would really like to take a detour and leave without going this way, but the general's order is to end the independent regiment's station today, so for the sake of time, the major has to take the risk of going this way. The little devils in the vanguard were very careful to carry their rifles and pay careful attention to their surroundings to prevent a large number of enemies from suddenly appearing. Slowly the group entered the valley. The vanguard troops are still on both sides of the sweeping, slowly out of the valley, and the back of the team also entered the valley. Gao Fei and Fox quickly around the top. Fox sneered in the hand, pulling a thin rope, just waiting for the brats to panic when pulling the rope to blow up these mother airs. Gao Fei will be a one-time purchase of a lot of bullets, will machine gun set up, waiting to give the panic and retreat of the brats to a raid. These little devils all turned into a single 3-point battle point in Gao Fei's eyes. Looking at the advanced troops out of the valley, Major Ida sighed in relief and waved his hand, signaling the troops to quickly leave this very suitable valley for an ambush. The brats are really cautious. Li Yunlong hemmed and hawed. Even if you're cautious, you'll have to drink my foot washing water just the same. Looking at the brats slowly approaching, Li Yunlong's breathing became heavy, holding a light machine gun ready for battle. Give the old man a fight. Slowly the brats' advanced troops entered the ambush area. Li Yunlong yelled. Dozens of light and heavy machine guns rang out directly. Countless bullets rushed towards the brats' advanced troops. Guns ringing, all the brats froze, did not expect an enemy ambush. The other side did not then ambush inside the valley, instead of outside, was caught by surprise. Suddenly walked in front of the hundreds of people were machine gun bullets to tear death a large area. Retreat! Retreat! The sudden and drastic change caused Major Ida to be alarmed, pulling out his command channel and shouting, ordering everyone to fall back. All kinds of screams continue to come. The mouth of the valley immediately piled up a layer of corpses. The dead are extremely tragic, stumps and broken arms, entrails flying all over the sky. Every dead brat is penetrated by countless rounds of bullets, making it difficult to find a complete body to. The quiet morning suddenly a ringing, lively. All kinds of hissing and screaming constantly rang out. Suddenly attacked and confused, the little devils immediately retreated towards the valley. Fight! Give it to the old man. Quote. These mother heirs. Li Yunlong jumped up and yelled as he raised his machine gun and swept it. Even Zhao Gang jumped up. Chapter 134 Fierce Battle. A gun will be a little kid killed. In Zhao Gang's drive, the surrounding hidden thousands of soldiers all rushed out. That rushing roar scared the little kid's soul, while returning fire. But how many people can machine gun while escaping? Not to mention that at this time the Bratz team is a long snake within the valley. How many people can raise their guns to return fire? Charge! Li Yunlong took the lead and rushed out, but unfortunately just after running 2 steps he was pounced on and fell to the ground, making Li Yunlong dizzy. Monk, what is your grandmother doing? Seeing that the warriors had rushed out and he himself was pounced upon by the monk, Li Yunlong was furious. The battalion commander asked me to watch that you are not allowed to charge up with your gun on your shoulder. Monk looked at Li Yunlong very seriously. He is the head of the group, has been the core of the team. How can he carry a gun and rush? You. Li Yunlong almost did not angry back over the gas, cursed, give the old man let go. Or I'll shoot you. The depression that Gao Fei enjoyed when he was blocked by Fox was now enjoyed by Li Yunlong. Chief, you might as well shoot me. Monk stubbornly shook his head, just do not let go. Angry Li Yunlong cursed, so far struggling, but no matter how much struggle are not the monk's opponent. Gao Fei. I want to whip you. I do not know. Li Yunlong want to smoke himself. High fly will long bullet chain set on the ground ready to kill. Such an opportunity is not much, it is simply catching turtles in a jar. Problems in the front, and Major Ida hissed and shouted up, let everyone retreat. The follow-up brats were shocked and hurriedly turned to retreat. Rope to me. Looking at the brats into the location of the buried bombs, Gao Fei this just wanted to think up. The fox killed only 1 point of war credit, they have 3 points. The fox froze or will be the rope to Gao Fei. Looked at the brats into the explosion site, Gao Fei laughed hard and pulled the rope. Those little devils who were retreating in panic immediately ascended into the sky, boom. Dozens of people around were blown up into the sky, blood, guts, severed arms, broken hands mixed with dirt and stones flew all over the sky, making the brats inside the comparative back froze, stopped, and didn't dare to run around again. Ha ha ha, cool. All of a sudden more close to 200 battle merit points, Gao Fei laughed loudly, fortunately did not let the fox pull or else a sharp reduction of 3 times. Looking at the happy Gao Fei, Fox smiled and shook his head, lifted the M4, began to shoot up at point blank range. The brats die. Shouted Gao Fei, lifted his machine gun and aimed at the surrounded ghosts waiting to be slaughtered and fired directly. Day. The muzzle of the MG42 type machine gun immediately spewed out a tongue of fire. The bullets seemed to be flying rapidly towards the little devils in the valley. Golden colored shells popped out from within the machine gun and continuously fell on the ground. Just in the blink of an eye, dozens of shells had piled up on the ground. All kinds of screams continue to sound. The little kid in the MG42 machine gun under the sweeping simply and cut wheat general piece by piece down, known as the nightmare of the infantry. MG42 machine gun finally revealed their own hideous, the tongue of the fire constantly sprayed, accompanied by a burst of screams. Pieces of the little kid was torn apart, the body scattered all over the ground. Looking at the incomparable madness of Gao Fei, Fox helplessly smiled and put away the gun. It seems that their buried bombs are useless. The bombs only detonated just, the entrance is only so big, less than 10 meters away. A MG42 machine gun in the case of no shortage of bullets. The brats want to come out is simply a dream. Fox will be their own M4 put away to help Gao Fei to pull the bullets. The chain of bullets cannot be churned together or it will be jammed. Bullets kept spewing out. Goofy laughed and swept wildly. This was the first time since he came to this world that he had been so painfully happy. The little devils panicked, completely panicked. There was a large army chasing them in front of them, which led them to retreat into the valley. But who could have thought that there were bombs planted at the previous entrance, not to mention the heavy machine gun strafing? The little devils were immediately in a dilemma. Charge! Charge out! Caught in the middle, Major Ida yelled at the top of his lungs, telling all the soldiers to rush out of the valley or wait for the enemy to surround them and wait for themselves and the others to die. The only way to live is to break through the heavy machine gun sweeps at the entrance. Do. In the heat of the moment, the kid's machine gunner carrying a machine gun lying on the ground and Gao Fei to sweep up. He still want to resist? Gao Fei laughed and accelerated the speed of his sweeping, embracing your crooked machine gun and sweeping against me? You're tired of living, aren't you? Do. A few bullets swept, the little kid's machine gunner was instantly killed. Fox sneered, raised the M4, in front of their eyes with a machine gun? Without the machine gunner, that little kid, that crooked handle machine gun was MG42 type machine gun a few times into a few pieces of scrap metal. Charge! The little devils were killed red-eyed, looking at their own people continue to fall. The little devils were forced to pick up the gun towards the entrance and exit of the valley, frantically rushed, want to rush out of the valley. Even rabbits are forced to bite people, let alone people. Fox, take it, whoever dares to take a machine gun, pop him for me. Gao Fei took the Barrett out of the storage space and threw it to Fox, lifted the machine gun and continued to sweep up a pile of shell casings on the ground to see how crazy Gao Fei's sweeping was. Sweeping the high fly looked at one enemy fell couldn't help but laugh maniacally. This one is 3 points of war off. If he could, Goofy really wanted to yell out, all the war credits are given to me in the bowl. Ping. Barrett's sniper rifle, that unique sound came. A Pose 92 type heavy machine gun just wanted to shoot against Gao Fei's little kid was killed at once. Even the heavy machine gun underneath was broken. Some parts want to use as no way. Barrett has such a hegemony. Kill Carrying the machine gun constantly sweeping across, Li Yunlong in and the monk dug for a while before choosing to compromise himself not to rush, before letting the monk allow him to go forward. The brats began to fight for their lives. Li Yunlong would not be afraid, leading the warriors to beat the brats back in waves and waves. Chapter 135, The Brats Surrendered. More and more little devils fell in the valley. All the little devils were red-eyed, carrying their guns and rushing towards the two ends of the valley. Even if they had to pile up their lives with human lives, they would rush out. Motherer, the little kids are getting crazier and crazier. The brats are crazy, rushed out. Simply take human life to pile up. No one anyone fear, brazenly rushed out. In the brats' madness, Gao Fei felt the pressure. The brats are simply stepping on their own people's corpses to rush out, a fall another and fill up again, with this tragic way to move a little bit. Seeing the brats slowly moving out towards the entrance of the valley, Gao Fei knew that if this continued, they would definitely rush out, despite the heavy casualties, but his mission was not to let people go. In the heat of the moment, Gao Fei grabbed the line of the bomb and viciously lightly poo-pooed it. I'll blow you all up. The machine gun couldn't stop it, but the bomb couldn't stop it? The machine gun's strafing suddenly stopped, and the little devils froze, shouting and frantically rushing towards the entrance of the valley. All give me death! Shouted Goofy, making a strong line. Boom! Those who just ran forward, the brats, were immediately blown away. A piece of a time. All kinds of wailing screams continue to sound. No longer bomb-shrouded range of the brats or bomb explosion shocked dizziness. Yeah! Bombs successfully prevented the brats from the desperate impact. Gao Fei lifted the machine gun to continue to sweep up. With the machine gun mouth of the tongue of fire, the battlefield meat grinder once again to play out their own should have the hideous. On Gao Fei's side, the brats were launching desperate charges, wanting to rush out of the valley, while on the other side, the warriors of the independent regiment continued to beat the brat charges back. Each time the brats left behind a large swath of corpses. Concentrate all the grenades and throw them at me. Yelling out, Li Yunlong grabbed a melon grenade, pulled off the fuse and threw it in towards the valley. Boom! The grenade-crowded place exploded, instantly killing and injuring a large number of people. The fighters all followed suit and threw the grenades they were carrying in. Boom! Boom! The sound of explosions constantly resounded in the valley. Major Ida looked up and lifted his head to look at the sky, knowing that he had planted himself today. The intentions of the were obvious: to give fake maps, and then ambush here, blocking the Imperial Army in this canyon, to become a turtle in a jar, waiting to be massacred. In such a crowded environment it is impossible to make an effective counterattack. The soldiers do not even have a place to hide. Looking at the Imperial soldiers dying more and more, Major Ida closed his eyes and sighed, raising his own saber to stab at his belly, shouting, "Long live the Emperor!" In such a situation he could only choose this way. Even if he could break through the enemy's blockade, there wouldn't be many generals left. What awaited him when he went back would still be harakiri. Battlefield sacrifice and defeat. Harakiri were not the same result. If one chose the former, one's family would receive favorable treatment from the Empire, but if one chose the latter, even one's family would be affected. Under such circumstances, Major Ida chose to die on the battlefield rather than choosing to return with the shame of defeat. Fresh blood and internal organs flowed out from within the huge wound at Major Ida's small abdomen, falling all over the place. The surrounding little devils were still resisting, but I don't know who shouted. All the soldiers quieted down, turning their heads to look at Major Ida, who had already committed harakiri. Pa! As the first gun fell to the ground, slowly the little devils chose to surrender. Dropping their weapons and kneeling on the ground, the devils surrendered. Excited, happy shouts immediately came to mind within the independent regiment's main camp, spreading throughout the battlefield. The brats have surrendered! The brats have surrendered! More and more soldiers followed the shouts. Pass the order down. The independent regiment will not take any prisoners. Li Yunlong was about to give the order, but Zhao Gang directly covered his mouth. Zhao Gang covered Li Yunlong's mouth in a hurry. This kind of order can't be given indiscriminately. If it is not careful to be spread out to, the organization's reputation is damaged. If Li Yunlong really ordered this, even if he won the battle, he would be punished. Of course, it is not that the prisoners must be kept, but other methods must be used. Surrender? Gao Fei sneered, raised his machine gun and walked into the valley, looking at the few, already become remnants of the army kneeling on the ground of the little devils. Without any hesitation, directly shoot. Da-day-day-day. Ah! Ah! In the midst of a scream, the remaining little devils were all swept to death by Gao Fei with his machine gun. The surrounding fighters stood stunned at Gao Fei. Didn't they say that they had all surrendered? Surrendering also meant that the battle was over, but Gao Fei's mut had mutilated the remaining brats, leaving everyone a bit dumbfounded. Bah! Viciously poo-pooed a mouthful towards the ground. Gao Fei lit a cigarette, took 2 puffs, and cursed. Who shouted surrender just now? Aren't the little devils still resisting this? Bunch of idiots. It was my mistake, I misheard. The warrior who took the lead in shouting that the brats had surrendered was a warrior from the elite battalion, and when he heard Gao Fei say this he immediately smiled playfully and compensated for it, not forgetting to ask loudly, "Do you guys think it's not? Did you hear it wrong?" "Right. Heard it wrong. The brats didn't surrender, they were obstinate. Deadly carry to the end. Not bad. Go back and each of you will be punished to receive 2 cans of fish." Gao Fei grinned and nodded in satisfaction, revealing a mouthful of white teeth that flashed with a touch of cold light. "Yes. Promise to complete the mission and go forward to receive your punishment." The warriors all laughed out loud. This kind of punishment was a lot of benefits. A few more times would be fine. See, how smart. Zhao Gang's expression was hilarious, shaking his eyebrows at Li Yunlong. He. Vigorously hammering the ground, Li Yunlong was annoyed at himself for shouting what directly rushed up to Mutu not just good? Now the leftovers have been picked up by Goofy? What a mess to shout. 136 chapters of the whole 255 out. Why do I always feel a bit like I'm dreaming? Looking at the valley, the dense corpses of the enemy, Zhao Gang felt a bit dazed. He had killed quite a few people in the battle just now, but was it true that the independent regiment had won a great victory by such a margin? "We are victorious!" Li Yunlong yelled as he raised the machine gun in his hand. "We are victorious! We are victorious!" The whole regiment followed Li Yunlong's roar. All the soldiers were very excited. In the weakest period of the independent regiment, beautifully fought a victory, total annihilation of the enemy. This is a very difficult achievement. A lot of soldiers are tears of joy, especially those new recruits. Parents died in the hands of the brats. Recruits are more excited. Some directly kneel on the ground to the parents have gone to the bottom of the kowtow. Ha ha ha. Big Li Yunlong laughed and shouted, "Brothers, you are all good. We ruthlessly beat the brats once, but now is not the time to be happy. Everyone should clean up the battlefield as soon as possible. This is not very far from the county. Be careful of the reinforcements from the devils. Celebrate to celebrate, happy to happy, but the battlefield still need to clean up. If the brats' reinforcements suddenly appeared at this time can be troublesome. If you want to celebrate, go back first, and celebrate however you want after you go back." "Yes. Regiment Commander." The crowd of soldiers laughed and flew Li Yunlong an odd military salute, amusing Li Yunlong so much that he couldn't even reprimand Li Yunlong even if he wanted to. Looking at his comrades in the midst of joy, Gao Fei with a smile, walked to the side and quietly returned the weapon rented by the system, taking out the machine gun that he had previously used to pretend to be a machine gun. Host used the MG42 type machine gun for 25 minutes, deducting the cost of renting the gun by 250 points. Originally, he should have been happy, but Gao Fei almost stumbled and planted himself on the ground. "The system counts on you. I never dreamed that just 25 minutes to divide their own 250 points of war points. Nima you a little more or a little less good. How do you feel like I got a 250 out of the same?" Unfortunately, there is no room for bargaining when facing the system. Besides, Gao Fei also earned a lot of war credit by using the MG42 machine gun. If the system doesn't rent a gun, the speed of using other weapons to earn war credit unintentionally will be reduced by a lot. Just like this, the system divided 250 war credit points. Gao Fei can only use the reason that the fleece comes out of the sheep's body to comfort himself. Just 250 points of battle merit, deducted as the whole 250 good. The soldiers started to clean up the battlefield. Gao Fei came to the place where the ammunition was piled up and put down the box of bullets, and then returned the machine gun to Xiao Wan. Someone else was relying on this to make a living. Cleaning up the battlefield is very troublesome. Constantly have to get the weapons and ammunition out, but also dig pits to bury the bodies of the brats, lest the weather is too hot to rot and spread disease. In addition to their own bodies need to be transported back, coupled with the brats at the captured weapons and ammunition, and all sorts of cleaning is very troublesome. Good, as long as the soldiers will put things together, will soon go to someone to deal with it. Will not take much time to be able to get everything done. Thousands of people worked together to organize the battlefield in less than an hour and a half. Let's go back. After the battlefield is well organized, Li Yunlong big hand a moment. The independent regiment of collective warriors are joyful toward the resident inside. Go, carry weapons, carry the wounded, all people act. Is Gao Fei body or hanging 7 or 838 big cover? The time to come very quickly can go back very slowly. Thousands of people have been walking to the afternoon before arriving at the site, although everyone is very tired, but everyone's face with a happy smile. The next problem of weapons and ammunition will be solved by Zhao Gang, while Gao Fei is leading the elite battalion warriors to their own training area. Looking at the warriors lined up in rows in front of him, Gao Fei sighed. Only 900 of the 1,000-man elite battalion remained. What seemed like a one-sided battle had resulted in a lot of deaths and injuries. The other 3 battalions' warriors would have died in even greater numbers. If the other battalions had fought the brats in more open terrain, I don't know how many people would have been killed or wounded. This is also one of the problems of too many new recruits. New recruits do not have the experience of veterans, do not know what occasion, how to kill the enemy to protect themselves. Today's battle dead fighters, new recruits took up the lion's share. War is so cruel, but these new soldiers who survived will become a qualified soldier in the future. No soldier who has not experienced the baptism of war is not a qualified soldier. Someone once said this, although that was referring to the ancient army, but it was also appropriate to use it in the present. As for the later generations, there wasn't much of a problem. The soldiers in the later generations wouldn't let the new recruits go to war unless they were forced to do so. One by one, the warriors straightened their backs and looked forward, waiting for Gao Fei to speak. Looking at the dark faces of the warriors, some with blood, some very pale, many warriors still have injuries on their bodies, but they are all minor injuries that are harmless, and those with heavier injuries have already been sent to the field hospital at the first time. You all are good. For a long time Gao Fei opened his mouth, looking at the dirty faces of the warriors and smiled. You are all good warriors of the elite battalion, you have not disgraced our elite battalion. The one who exerted the greatest combat power in today's battle was undoubtedly the elite battalion. Today was originally a day worth celebrating, but I still have to say a few words, and that is that training should not be interrupted in order to be able to save your little lives in the event of a battle. I hope you guys can understand. Everyone is now dismissed. It's time to wash up, today is a good day, it's time to celebrate, everyone go. Yes. Gao Fei didn't pull a bunch of long speeches, he just casually said a couple sentences and announced the dismissal. The warriors responded with big smiles and dispersed in a flurry. The wounded warriors needed to deal with their injuries first, and those with broken clothes needed to change first, while Gao Fei came to the regimental headquarters after announcing the dismissal, and seeing that Zhao Gang was a bit silent, he asked, "Political commissar, are there a lot of casualties?" The time was short. Gao Fei had only counted the elite battalions only. Chapter 137 Number of casualties. The elite battalion lost 100 people in one battle, the other 3 battalions were estimated to be bad enough, although they didn't bother to count them, but there were definitely a lot of deaths. The casualties are a bit high, but it's worth it compared to the gains we gain. Zhao Gang sighed and gave Gao Fei the report collected by the people below. There is no war where people don't die even if you are the most elite army. Opening the report and glancing at it, Gao Fei shook his head. He didn't expect that under such an overwhelming victory there were still close to 500 casualties. This was still the result of the elite battalion rushing to the forefront. If they were to be replaced by the other 3 battalions, it was estimated that the deaths and injuries would be even greater. Tough on you, if it wasn't for the elite battalion rushing at the front there might have been more deaths. Smiling, Zhao just got up and took a deep breath. No matter what, the independent regiment still fought a beautiful battle, which also made Zhao just realize how important the training team fighters were. In the past, looking at the warriors' training injuries, Zhao Gang is always the most anxious one, especially the elite battalion. The high degree of training warriors fainted and died in the past a lot. For this reason, Zhao Gang also looked for Gao Fei to chat a few times, but Gao Fei still did not change, and now it seems that the rigorous training is in the interest of the safety of the warriors. How can a soldier become stronger without training? Eat bitter in order to be a man. The sky above. The good thing about falling pies, want to make their strength stronger, so that in the middle of the battlefield to survive. In addition to the luck is a strong strength, which cannot be changed by anyone. Your luck, a battle will not die, but you can guarantee that every battle you can survive. The most important thing is that you have to have a lot of experience. Relying on luck was the most stupid thing. What about the headmaster? Smiled for Zhao Gang's praise. Gao Fei did not care. The independent regiment would have prioritized elite battalion. To choose the strength is not good. There is still the meaning of the formation of elite battalion. After coming in, did not see the head Li Yunlong, therefore asked a question. Went to the field hospital, since so many wounded at once, also need to go to explain. You first idle, maybe go to sleep for a while. I went out to continue to organize the supplies that have not yet been cleaned up. Smiling, Zhao Gang left the regiment's headquarters and continued to go organize the supplies captured today. There were quite a few weapons and ammunition captured, and they needed to be sorted out one by one, so that it would be more convenient to use them in the future. Zhao Gang went to clean up the supplies, Li Yunlong went to the field hospital. There was nothing to do. Gao Fei had to go back to sleep first, before the battle was too exciting. Now idle, feel a little sleepy. As for the mission reward skills and get the battle merit points, wait for sleep to wake up to check again. Not sleeping for the whole night, coupled with running all the way in the intense battle, caused Gao Fei to feel a little tired. You're back. Inside the residence, Fox was chatting with Yamamoto Chisha, and when he saw Goofy return, Yamamoto Chisha hurriedly got up. Knowing that it was a bit hard to get Yamamoto Chisha to change his greeting habits, the adaptation from childhood was deep in his bones, Goofy did not force Yamamoto Chisha to be able to forget this quickly. Smiled and said, "No, you and Fox continue to chat. I first go to sleep for a while." Sleepy, where is Shou? Went to the mountains. Do I need to help you get some hot water to wash your face? No need, I'll go straight to sleep. I'll get up at night and wash it again. Yawning, Goofy smiled and pinched Yamamoto Chisha's small agitated nose, causing Yamamoto Chisha's face to blush and pop up violently as if electrocuted, making Fox laugh. Sorry, knowing that his actions inadvertently will be very hurtful, Yamamoto Chica has an anxiousness. A slight smile. Goofy shook his head and said, "It's okay, just get used to it. I'll go to sleep first, you guys continue." Walked into the inner room, Gao Fei directly collapsed to sleep. Not long he snored. Old General. Great victory. Inside the headquarters, the chief of staff held a telegram and walked into the combat command room with a big smile. The old general, who was staring at the map, curiously turned around and asked, "What's wrong?" Could it be that this Li Yunlong kid won the battle? Li Yunlong reported requesting to go to war, naturally could not hide from the old general and the chief of staff, able to make the chief of staff happy like this. In addition to winning the war, there is probably no other reason. The chief of staff froze, then laughed out loud, or the old general is wise. But this time Li Yunlong, this kid did a good job. Should be high to say that it is Gao Fei, this kid did a good job. Sitting down and lifting the tea on the table to take a sip, the old general manager curiously said, "Oh? Tell me about it." "It's like this." Chief of staff sat down, explained, in front because the independent regiment robbed the brat's supplies, resulting in the brat became crazy. The little guy is very smart to guard against their own people may appear mole. I did not expect there really so will be a plan. Played a perfect battle, will be blocked in the canyon behind the Zhangjiawan brat, completely annihilated. Own only 600 or so casualties, and is the independent regiment after the recruitment of warpower has not yet adjusted up the stage. To obtain such a victory is very simple. Undoubtedly this battle spread out in just a few hours, with no intention of Gao Fei once again becoming a celebrity, no matter whether it was the 8th Route Army or the National Army or even the Little Devils were all discussing him. Only at this time he was already huffing and puffing. Even if he didn't sleep, he didn't know that there were still so many people thinking about him. Picked up the telegram and glanced at the telegram as all praise Gao Fei words, but Gao Fei is also really the dominant player in this battle, deserves to be praised in this way. Looking at the report, the old generalissimo couldn't help but smile slightly. It seems that our plans can be brought forward. I hope that he can take it on and won't let us down too much. The chief of staff smiled and nodded. Everything was in order. Baggery. In addition to the headquarters, in addition to the first to receive information or the brats in the army out of the specific time did not come back, the brat scouts found the traces of the battle in the valley. No intention to be very tragic. The entire valley looks like it is dyed red with blood. No imperial soldiers back. Even the remnants of the army are not. No accident, this army all extinguished. The place where the bodies were buried was found to be full of fresh soil. The scouts dug it up, and underneath all of them were buried the bodies of the imperial soldiers. When Yoshio Shinatsuka found out the news, Yoshio Shinatsuka was furious, and another vase suffered and shattered all over the place. Chapter 138 Mobilization. Shinatsuka Yoshio's own study, all kinds of decorations are constantly being broken. At this time he has turned into a furious lion. Yamamoto Kazuki looked at Shinatsuka Yoshio flatly without opening his mouth. As early as when someone brought that map back he was very constantly opposed to it, thinking that there might be a trap, but no one was in favor of his own opinion. But instead he brought his sister's problem out to refute himself. In the end, Yamamoto Kazuki could only watch as Shinatsuka Yoshio gave the order. A thing that did not know how to die led the Imperial Army forward to sneak attack the independent regiment's station. A coalition, more than 3,000 people, one came back alive. There is no doubt that this is a trap laid by the Chinese army, but except for himself, all the others were trapped. A coalition? More than 3,000 Imperial soldiers? Yoshio Shinatsuka blackened his face and kept suppressing his anger, but he realized that he couldn't help it. He hadn't suffered such a big loss since he arrived in the middle of the Jinsui battlefield. Yamamoto-kun, what are you trying to say? It was only after a long time that Yoshio Shinatsuka opened his mouth to inquire. Hi. My subordinate believes that the other side will be so easy to get the map up. There is definitely a fraud. We only know where the other side station is, but cannot know the specific location. Obviously the Chinese army is very cunning, will also have defense. This is obviously a trap, but unfortunately Sajida-kun is too impulsive. Directly lead the order led to this tragedy. Yamamoto Ichiki is very smart, otherwise would not be the first time to guess that this is a trap, but unfortunately no one believes in their own words, especially after making a scene in front of the delivery of weapons is even more powerless, resulting in no one to support him. Even Shinatsuka Yoshio did not, and now everything is clear, it is a trap, and the Empire's one infantry unit also because of this all lost their lives. None of them came back alive. At this moment, Yamamoto Ichiki even put all the blame on Major Ida in a few words. If this Major Ida, who died on the battlefield by harakiri, knew about it, he would definitely spit blood out of the pit and climb out, looking for Yamamoto Ichiki to clear his name. Not bad. No matter who likes Yamamoto Kazuki, such a subordinate, at least have the ability to speak. Shinatsuka Yoshio nodded. In fact, in his heart has long been ready to put all the blame on the already dead Ida Major, just want to find a step down, and Yamamoto Kazuki's words gave him a step down. And after this thing, after every mention of the independent group, Shinatsuka Yoshio will hate to gnash his teeth, but also honest a lot. This time the loss is too big. Some of the people who are interested in the subsequent discovery of the brats quiet a lot, rarely go out to swept, and occasionally there is also a small fight is not enough to pay attention to. Hey, this year's most refreshing thing, or sleep to natural wake up count money count to hand cramps. After a beautiful sleep, Gao Fei comfortably stretched a lazy waist, lazily collapsed on the bed not wanting to move, opened the system to check his skills and gained battle points. When Gao Fei saw his 2,316 battle merit points, after Gao Fei smiled triumphantly, this is the same as he alone took out 700 ghosts. The battlefield meat grinder really isn't blown out of proportion, especially when the little devils are crammed inside the valley and can't hide or take cover. It's simply a shuttle bomb going down to fall a piece off. This is still deducted by the system of 200 points in the case of Get. Looking at his own battle merit points, Goofy excitedly wanted to laugh. What should he buy? Looking at his wave of fat battle merit points, Goofy was excited and wanted to laugh. But what to buy? Need to think about it, not to be able to buy, think about it or high fly to stop their impulse, get up and move a body, feel refreshed. Leaving the residence, the resident of a happy warriors are gathered together chatting about parents. In this era of lack of entertainment programs, this is the main pastime. But as long as you got close enough to listen, you would be filled with black lines. The topics were a bit laughable. Gao Fei did not join in, but came to the regimental headquarters, but the atmosphere inside the regimental headquarters was a bit depressing. Zhao Gang and Li Yunlong were sitting on chairs and smoking in silence. Gao Fei felt strange. The two of you don't want to celebrate a bit, but instead you're here in a sad face? Been scolded by the brigade commander or by the division commander? You know. Li Yunlong glared at her without any good reason. It was Zhao Gang who also shook his head helplessly. What the hell is going on here? Who did I invoke and who did I piss off? The mood of the two people has caused Gao's head to be full of fog. What's the situation? After winning the battle, how come the atmosphere is still so weird? Is really scolded. Well, the cigarette ruthlessly stamped out. Li Yunlong sighed. To refuel, cannot give our independent regiment shame. After saying this, Li Yunlong left the regiment, making Gao Fei even more puzzled. What does it mean? What did I do to disgrace the independent regiment? Could it be that? Gao Fei frowned slightly. His heart seemed to have guessed something. See for yourself. Remember to be careful in the past. Zhao, just a telegram to Gao Fei. Gao Fei opened a glance, eyes staring. Now it is already May. The 100 Regiment's war is close, but I did not expect his own mission to come. Tongpu Railway. Looking at the telegram, Gao Fei remembered. At the beginning of the 100 Regiment's war, connecting the entire Jinsui area of the two railroads will be destroyed. That is, the Tongpu Railway and the Zhengtai Railway. Not right. Why would he be dispatched with the elite battalion transferred to Xinxian County? Isn't that the territory of the 120th Division? The 129th Division to which he belongs, even if he goes to destroy the railroad, is also the Zhengtai Railroad, right? But why was he transferred to Xian County even though he was a member of the 129th Division? Looking at the telegram in his hand, Gao Fei was puzzled. No wonder Li Yunlong and Zhao Gang faced depressed. It was so. Looking at the hands of the telegram, Gao Fei smiled. Transfer is sooner or later, especially the 100 Regiment's war is about to unfold. Just did not expect to be deployed to Xinxian to go. Xinxian is a division of the territory of the 20 Division. Scratching his head, Gao Fei a little bit cannot understand, and also on the telegram ordered himself to leave as soon as possible. Not to mention that although only a few months' time, Gao Fei a little reluctant to leave, although only leave a period of time. Chapter 139. After the end of the 100 Regiment's war will be transferred back, but perhaps this transfer will be a few months. To be honest, the heart is really a little reluctant, although to the outside will be able to show their skills, but where is it compared to tossing in their own territory? Come here, let's not get drunk. At this time, Li Yunlong came in with a few bottles of wine, and Zhao Gang also came back along with him, bringing quite a bit of food with him. Good, let's not get drunk. Gao Fei laughed and put the mobilization behind him. The three of them sat together and dried a bowl of wine first. Sighing, Li Yunlong looked at the increasingly matured Gao Fei. I didn't realize that you have come to the independent regiment for almost half a year. Time has become really fast. Smiling, Gao Fei nodded. He had indeed come to this world for almost half a year, but remembering those things that happened, Gao Fei felt as if it still happened yesterday. The first time he met Li Yunlong and came to the independent regiment together, everything seemed like it just happened yesterday, as if it was still in the heart. Old Li, this is your wrong, right? Gao Fei just transferred away for a period of time only. See what you say in life and death like. Good atmosphere was Li Yunlong, so a stirred up yen. Just go for a period of time and not come back. Ha ha, it is my fault. Come and drink, everything else is exempted. Laughing, Li Yunlong lifted the bowl and the three clinked it. After a few bowls of white wine, all three had a few moments of drunkenness. Li Yunlong's tanned face carried a touch of redness. I have to thank you for today's battle. Without your defense and planning there would be no such great victory. Although I, Li Yunlong, have fought hundreds of battles, big and small, none of them were this painful. A small kid's infantry unit, just like this to our independent regiment to all end. It's so exciting to think about it. The brigade commander even called to praise me earlier. Li Yunlong's expression amused Gao Fei, and Zhao Gang couldn't help but laugh lightly. Old Li, this time got complimented happy, almost can't stand still. But then again, we also gave you credit. Maybe everything will have to wait for you to come back before you can come down. Pointed at Li Yunlong, Zhao Gang some tears and laughter, or the same old as long as the small wind down, what words can say, as much bull. To Gao Fei, established merit, change other people, early promotion, but unfortunately his experience is not enough. Rash promotion is not good, easy to attract other people's comments, so the merit is written down, wait for the right time will be directly down. Get the brigade commander's praise. Li Yunlong heatedly smiled. This is a rare thing. Li Yunlong and the merit of the colleague actually did not get into trouble. I guess the brigade commander must be strange. Heck you, Li Yunlong, this time how to turn sex? To actually not break into trouble while making a merit. Is the sun coming out of the west? Drinking 2 dizzy spells, Zhao Gang also began to flirt with Li Yunlong, causing Gao Fei to choke and spray all the wine in his mouth. Old Zhao, I don't like what you're saying. Being flirted with by Zhao Gang like this, Li Yunlong was offended. Could it be that I have to get something out of the way while making a merit in order for it to be my Li Yunlong's character? That's too strange to say. But it's true, isn't it? Smiling and picking up a few peanuts and peeling them, Zhao Gang laughed. In fact, before I came to the Independent Corps, I was still very apprehensive. You know what, I followed you, Li Yunlong, heck. Realizing that his words are not normal, Zhao Gang timely stopped. See, this isn't you learned. Now careless this foul language from the mouth to pop out. Why am I not? Think a good college student has also become like this. Gao Fei added a knife at the right time. Li Yunlong was dumbfounded, completely dumbfounded. I say you too. Slating his face, Li Yunlong slapped the table. Is that my fault? It's you guys yourselves who are like this, okay? As the saying goes, if the upper beam is not straight, the lower beam will be crooked. What will the soldiers below you think? Li Yunlong's words could not continue. He was confused as he spoke. Zhao Gang and Gao Fei both stared at him. What did I hear? The upper beam is not straight and the lower beam is crooked? Good eye, you two are setting me up. Li Yunlong then realized that he had been abducted by these two, Zhao Gang and Gao Fei. Tons of hearts were cold. Ha 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 ha. Gao Fei and Zhao Gang couldn't help themselves and hugged their stomachs and laughed. Angry Li Yunlong grunted, lifted his wine and took a sip, rolling his eyes. Laughing for a while, Gao Fei and Zhao Gang also stopped. Zhao Gang sighed. When I first came to the Independent Regiment, I was apprehensive. The organization let me come to the Independent Regiment to be a political commissar, but his Li Yunlong's big name is loud and clear. He pissed off a few political commissars in a few years. I was wondering if I could do it. That's all old news, so don't mention it. Li Yunlong scratched his head a little embarrassed, but that's also those political commissars are not to my taste. This is not allowed to do, that is not allowed to do, even the old man said foul language have to educate me, who can stand it? Do not say to Li Yunlong's character really cannot stand, now not to say Li Yunlong as Gao Fei encountered such a foul language to teach you half a day of people cannot stand, not to mention Li Yunlong's temperament irritable, 3 or 2 words are not right on the head to give you a big curse up. Such a 2 to 2, those political commissars can stand it is strange. Zhao Gang are from Gao Fei here to teach experience. There is also that he is good at changing, otherwise there will not be today's lecky melting side. You honestly say it, you, when I came you have been giving me face, is not also one who will I angry away? And you said something about I'll take care of the life matters and you'll take care of the military matters. Soon Zhao Gang turned over the old scores. No. Absolutely not. Li Yunlong hurriedly shook his head and righteously retorted, am I, oldly, that kind of person me? I was the one who greeted your political commissar Zhao. You can't falsely accuse me, you. It's only strange if you're not. Rolling his eyes, Zhao Gang was speechless. This change of face is faster than turning over a book. When he first came here, he was so stifled, the warriors were not convinced, even if it was true, but he, Li Yunlong, also intervened. Chapter 140 Drunkenness. Compared to what happened to Zhao Gang, Gao Fei's treatment was obviously much better, directly following Li Yunlong over, coupled with personality issues and Li Yunlong getting along very well. That's not for fear that you are the same as the other political commissars? You also know that it's not easy for me, in order to be able to find a political commissar that matches my own temperament. Is it easy for me? Under Zhao Gang's eye gaze, Li Yunlong stammered and chose to confess. Good. Emotionally, you're still thinking of pissing me off, right? No. Absolutely not, old Zhao, you're saying this, it's so meaningless. I, Li Yunlong, swear to heaven. Absolutely not. Don't mention swearing to heaven to me. How many times have you sworn in the few months I've been with the Independent Regiment? None of them are true. Ugh. Stop, I don't like to hear that. Am I that kind of person? Looking at Zhao Gang and Li Yunlong arguing with each other, Gao Fei smiled and shook his head, drinking his own wine and eating his own food, not to mention that he was really a bit hungry after not eating for a day and a night. You kid, don't just focus on eating. Look, how many black pots have I taken for you? You've been nursing tigers and robbing Japanese women again. Pulling back and forth, Li Yunlong directly spread the battle to Gao Fei's head. Laughed. Gao Fei continued to smother and eat, not ready to join. Li Yunlong is to help himself back a lot of black pots. This is also him and Gao Fei feel temperamentally compatible. If you do not do, the general public would have been cursed, but also to help you back black pots? The 3 of them chatted and ate small dishes with small wine, and it lasted until most of the night before it ended. When everything is over, Li Yunlong, Zhao Gang directly lying on the table unconscious, is that Gao Fei is also confused, very dizzy, shaking off his own very groggy head. Gao Fei let the guards to help them go to rest, their own staggering towards the residence. Running with the wind, freedom is the direction, chasing the power of thunder and lightning. Fly with the wind with dreams for wings, just love and dare to hate and bravely break through. Hiccup, even the smallest sail dares to sail away. Under the urging of alcohol, Gao Fei began to roar in a daze, which made those soldiers who stood guard dumbfounded. Today's battalion commander, this is what is still singing it. But this song is so strange, how not heard it? Singing all the way back to his quarters, Goofy collapsed on the bed, causing Fox and Yamamoto Chika to exclaim, sorry, Hiccup, I'll go to the inner room. Shrugging it off, Goofy thought that the two women would go to the inner room to sleep. Staggering and singing, he walked into the inner room and collapsed on the bed, waking up the already sleeping tiger with a couple of disgruntled grunts. Leaning on the tiger and using it as a pillow, Goofy closed his eyes. Mom and Dad. I miss you guys. Undoubtedly Gao Fei, after drinking too much out of shape, and also embarrassing, not sleeping in the middle of the night singing some strange songs, not to mention shouting miss parents, seduced a lot of warriors' heart. The next day, Gao Fei slept until noon, only to wake up, confused yawn, got up and looked. Fortunately, I did not vomit. This old white dry aftermath is really scary. They did not do anything confusing, right? Get up and wash his face with the cold water prepared by Yamamoto Chisha. Goofy saw that Yamamoto Chisha and Fox's expressions were normal and sighed with relief. He really didn't do anything wrong. Goofy was afraid that he would do something confusing after drinking. What's going on? There are still 2 days before his mobilization. Gao Fei intends to prepare tomorrow, left his residence towards the regimental headquarters, seeing many soldiers see themselves all pursing their lips and snickering, feeling strange. Monk. What are they laughing at? The monk who was about to bolt was called back and hesitantly said, everyone is laughing at the battalion commander's great singing. Singing? Gao Fei was confused. When did he sing? Yes, it's what I sang last night. What dare to love, dare to hate, brave to break through. What dare don't leave me. Gao Fei's words about missing his parents, the monk automatically filtered it out. The whole troop knew that Gao Fei was alone without his parents, so of course he wouldn't mention this kind of sadness. Eyes wide, he said sharply, is there anything else? Gao Fei couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. If he accidentally said something he shouldn't have said or sang some songs he shouldn't have sung, it would be a tragedy. No more, over and over again it's all about singing these two songs. Battalion commander, are you nostalgic for the past? It's that what love? Love, this thing basically belongs to the developed cities and foreign countries. At this time more domestic or matchmaker introduction, direct marriage, or what love, more brides and grooms before the marriage. Even the other side do not know what kind of long, on the matchmaker in the blowing up the sky, until the night of the wedding night to be able to see. Of course that means the general public. Monk of course do not understand the taste of love, even the word or from the mouth of Gao Fei, until the one know the so-called love is a man chasing a woman chasing a man, the two people together, and finally feel the right after the marriage. The monk directly Spartan, can be so? Don't girls care about their reputation? This is the biggest sorrow of this era. Men are okay, women will definitely be spurned if they do this. Go beg, go, cool off on the side. What love, you don't understand. Heart relieved, Gao Fei waved his hand breathlessly, asking you is not looking for you to say depressed. Who does not have the favorite woman in his heart? Gao Fei is no exception, even if more outstanding and excellent people are no exception. Gao Fei's previous life is not a lack of women, handsome appearance, good learning, family money, plus good character. Women of course, there is no lack of, but he still has the heart of the favorite person. Maybe that person is a goddess, maybe not beautiful, but she is the only one. Shame on you, actually drunk and singing, also drunk. Shaking his head, Gao Fei decided to drink in the future, absolutely no longer drunk. Unfortunately, this sentence Gao Fei himself said many times, but when you drink, you can't say that you can't get drunk. Want to know? Looking at the curious monk, Gao Fei grinned. Go and tell everyone, pack up your things, we will be leaving the independent regiment up other places in 2 days. There is a mission, I will tell you if you do well in this matter. Really? Chapter 141, one wave, another wave. The monk stared wide-eyed. Every time he asked him what love was, Goofy would push it away with a sentence that you don't understand. I didn't think that this time he could actually tell himself. The monk, whose heart had been itching like a kitten scratching, of course refused to let go of such an opportunity. Of course it's true, truer than pearls, go ahead. Rubbing his vaguely aching temples, Gao Fei waved his hand. Isn't it the so-called love? Even if I tell you, do you dare to act? Even if you give you 10 guts, you do not dare. Love is already very popular in the Western countries nowadays, so there won't be any problem if you say it. I'm going. The monk happily pulled his leg and ran towards the place where the elite battalion warriors were training. Arriving at the regiment, Zhao Gang and Li Yunlong were not there. They drank more than themselves yesterday and their physical fitness was not as good as their own. It was normal that they did not get up. Both of them were not there. Gao Fei was ready to check on his warriors. Gao Fei! Suddenly a crisp voice rang out in the distance. Gao Fei froze, turned around and laughed. It's Xiao Wei. Why did you come over here and didn't say hello? Xiao Xiao smiled as she ran forward and laughed. I'm the one who took leave from the dean. You're the one who said I can come over anytime, okay? I just casually said it. How did I know you would really come? Gao Fei smiled and shook his head. The two of them looked at each other, not knowing what to say, especially since there were still quite a few warriors staring around. Won't you take me for a walk and have a look? Shuchu Xiaowei found an excuse. Gao Fei nodded. Let's go, take you to see the place where the elite battalion trains. Yes. Xiaowei had only come out from within the school not long ago. She had not seen the army training yet. She was immediately interested, following Gao Fei as he bounced towards the elite battalion training place. What is that? Looking at the mud pits and obstacles in the distance, Xiaowei felt curious. Those are the obstacles that the elite battalion warriors need for training. Only after all kinds of brutal training will the warriors become stronger and stronger. More sweat when training, less blood when going to war. This item is Gao Fei's policy. Of course Gao Fei got out of the training more tired, and Li Yunlong's, not pay attention to break hands and feet are common, but now there has been a change. Reporting to the battalion commander, everyone has packed just the right things, ready to go. At this time the monk trotted all the way up to report loudly. "In did a good job, you go down first." Gao Fei smiled, the monk trotted away, only to keep blinking his eyes signaling Gao Fei not to forget the things he promised himself. The warriors collected things very quickly, nothing more than clothes and quilts and such. As for weapons and ammunition, they would always be prepared in advance. It was just that this time, the elite battalion would definitely be carrying more things with them when they left. "You're leaving?" Suddenly Xiao Wei's expression was a bit unnatural, raising her head and staring at Gao Fei, feeling sour in her heart. Gao Fei froze. This was just fine, how did it change all of a sudden? "Yes, there is a mission to go out, leading the whole battalion together, maybe a few months will come back, the time is a bit long." "Can't we not go?" Xiao Wei looked at Gao Fei, her expression became more and more strange. Gao Fei sensed something was wrong, this chick couldn't be looking at herself, right? Blinking his eyes, Gao Fei is not a wood, of course he can feel it. Before he was able to think that it was a joke words, now that is certainly able to determine it, but it is also too fast. The two of them have met just a few times, every time they get along with the time is not much. "I am a soldier, the duty of a soldier is to obey, absolutely obey, resolutely obey." Gao Fei shouted, didn't bother to look at Xiao Wei's eyes. Right now he wasn't ready to accept other people's feelings, he could only pretend that he didn't know anything. "You! I hate you!" Suddenly Xiao Wei shouted, tears flowed out of his eyes, crying and ran away. It was hard to get the vacation over but did not expect to be like this. Xiao Wei sadly left. Looking at the back of the small micro, Gao Fei sighed, "No good," shouted, "Monk, hiding what to do?" He. Behind the barrier on the side, the monk stood out in a bad mood. If it wasn't for Gao Fei turning back he really didn't realize that the bastard was peeking. What's there to see here? When you feel that a woman in your mind is very important, want to take care of each other, love each other and each other together, then monk, congratulations, that time you are in love. The premise of love is in love, may not be able to catch each other's heart depends on your own skills. Some things I cannot describe in words, when you have a day to experience it personally when you will understand. Shaking his head, Gao Fei intends to leave. Yamamoto Chisha's problem has not been solved yet, and now another Xiao Wei has run out. He didn't go around flirting and ruffling people up. Battalion commander, wait a moment. What's wrong? What should be said has been said by himself, what else does this guy want to do? Looking at the monk strangely, Goofy was puzzled. That Li Xiaoer said he wants to find you for something. The monk had a strange expression on his face, obviously wanting to laugh, but unable to do so. "Li Xiaoer? Tell him to come find me at the regiment's headquarters." After saying that, Gao Fei left the place where the elite battalion was training and came to the regiment headquarters. "Report. Come in." Rubbing his temples, Gao Fei shouted and looked at Li Xiaoer, who walked in somewhat embarrassed and asked strangely, "Say, what are you looking for me for?" Li Xiaoer is a person within the nearby village, in the elite battalion, is considered to be a qualification older veteran, good person, more brash, and all the warriors get along well. "Yes, it's something." Li Xiaoer's expression suddenly became a bit coy, rubbing his hands in embarrassment. "That, battalion commander, can you give me a bit of that?" said Li Xiaoer, rubbing his index and middle fingers. Gao Fei froze. "Ocean?" Gao Fei guessed. Li Xiaoer nodded happily, said with a grudging face, "Battalion commander, you don't know my can't be touched." In front of the vacation went back to a trip, it's not again. PFF cough. Gao Fei, who was drinking water, was choked and stared wide-eyed. Chapter 142 Departure to Xin County. Penguin, 4559077701 has tons of openings, everyone is welcome. Again? Gao Fei's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at Li Xiaoer, looking him up and down. "You, shucks, didn't your wife just give birth not long ago? I remember you have 3 children, right? These days, people get married earlier, around 15 or 16 years old, they start the marriage ceremony." Don't look at Li Xiaoer is only 26 years old, but he is already the father of 3 children, but this front child has just been born, and then there is again? These days there is no family planning or anything, it's all about multiple births. "I don't know how, my mother-in-law can't touch on. Yesterday's child, his mother asked someone to give me a letter that has, I'm not looking to leave before giving my mother-in-law to get some food, make up for the body and so on, or have a preparation, and so after the departure also do not know when to be able to come back." The more he said, the more embarrassed Li Xiaoer. After all, with this kind of thing to find the boss to ask for money, but also a little strange. From the later life to get used to the policy of fewer births, Gao Fei really can't adapt at once, smiled and shook his head, pulling out 10 pieces of ocean and threw it to him. "Go, today you are allowed to take a leave of absence, go to your wife to buy more delicious, buy some supplements, buy more old hen and so on, you are not in the time also have to eat. Don't want so many, one is enough." Li Xiaoer hurriedly put the rest of the yang on the table and only took one. "Just go when I tell you to go. Where is all this nonsense? Take it all away, if you dare to return it I'll beat you me." Gao Fei's eyes glared and he made a show of trying to get someone together. Li Xiaoer shrinks his neck and picks up the ocean. "Then battalion commander, I'll go. Promise to come back tomorrow morning. Definitely won't procrastinate. Go." Waving his hand, Gao Fei smiled. Buy some more tonic, by the way. Instead of our elite battalion warriors say hello to sister-in-law. Sister-in-law is good. Definitely bring it. Taking the ocean, Li Xiaoer joyfully left. His greatest fear is that Gao Fei is not allowed to go back to visit his wife, a woman, and the old man at home to watch the 3 children, but also to take care of the crops is also genuinely not easy. Looking at the back of Li Xiaoer happy to leave, Gao Fei smiled slightly, but soon tangled up again. A Yamamoto Chisha, a small micro, suddenly head big. Yamamoto Chisha was fine to deal with, but what to do with Xiaowei? Whatever. We'll talk about the future later. Thinking about it, the more he thought about it, the more confused he got. Gao Fei simply stopped thinking about it. What to do in the future will be thought about later. Today he doesn't want to do tomorrow's things. Elite Battalion, depart. The day of departure, Li Yunlong did not come to see off. The taste of parting is the most difficult, although only for a short period of time. In the eyes of Zhao Gang and other fighters, the elite battalion carries on the things that need to be brought, along with Gao Fei's big hand for a while, left the station towards Xian County. I wonder if my own elite battalion will become a railroad traveler battalion in the future. Their task is to make hard to destroy the railroad. Do not give the brats train have down the opportunity. As long as the 2 railroads will be pinched off, there are those highways together to blow up. The battle started. Brats reinforcements will be difficult to support, supplies and what is also difficult to transport in. Gao Fei followed by Fox, Yamamoto Chisha and Xiaohu, of course, as well as the 3 company commanders of the elite battalion Meng, Zhang Dabiao and Su Fei. Battalion commander, how long do we have to travel before we can arrive? Catching up the road is undoubtedly boring, especially in the hot days, and also have to guard against the brats. Everything to quietly enter the village. Shooting drops do not want a way to move forward. It's still early. All warriors are packaged small bags to carry. Quilted clothes okay. His weapons and ammunition is very heavy. Even Gao Fei are sweating. Can transfer only be able to pick sparsely populated small children infested. Less road to go. The consequences of the road is difficult to go. A day to go, not much farther. Endure it. You see, everyone is not like this. Everyone was carrying a pack, even Chika Yamamoto, and Goofy didn't want to cause her to be compartmentalized from the fighters because of some small gesture. Shaking his head, the monk wiped the sweat off his head. Can we take a break and wait until afternoon? We can travel a bit more at night. This weather had no intention of rushing at night to be more comfortable, it was just inconvenient. Looking around, Gao Fei nodded. Good, let everyone take a rest. It's too dangerous to rush at night. Don't do this unless it's necessary. Rest for half an hour and we'll continue to rush. Take out the map and spread it on the ground. Gao Fei sat on the ground, lit a cigarette, inhaled it fiercely and looked at the map. Xian County, the distance is really far off. Drink some water. Yamamoto Chisha handed over the water bottle. Thanks. Goofy smiled and nodded, took 2 sips of water, gave her the water bottle, and continued to look at the map. Everyone tacitly quieted down and didn't disturb Goofy. After staring at the map for half a second, Gao Fei put the map away and contemplated. In order to be on the safe side, he has always taken the more remote road to prevent colliding with the brats and exposing his whereabouts. Fortunately, the Zhengtai Railway is now starting a major demolition. Most of the attention of the brats have been attracted to the past. The chances of running into is not great. Half an hour of time is very short, and soon passed. Gao Fei waved his hand to signal everyone to get up and leave immediately. The elite battalion of more than 900 people slowly walked towards Xian County. The mountain road was not easy to walk. Until the sun was about to set, Gao Fei stopped and ordered everyone to rest. Soldiers immediately rested. Rest, stand guard, cooking, action. In the middle of the rush to eat everything from simple, the monk, big mouthful of rice inside the lunchbox, curiously asked, Battalion commander, is it hard to believe that we will really become a battalion specializing in dismantling railroads? Our battalion is so strong, we won't just bulge our eyes and do this, right? Eat more you. Shaving a mouthful of rice, Gao Fei gave the monk a blank look. Now this question is all across the psyche of all the elite battalion warriors. Why not other battalions but the elite battalion? All the warriors towards carrying guns to fight with the brats instead of tearing down the railroad. What do you know, once there is any war, the railroad and highway is the lifeblood of the brats. We go to tear down the railroad and tear down the highway. The brats will let us as we wish? There will be fewer battles for you to fight. Eat quickly. Later you take someone to watch the sentry. Chapter 143, Student Guerrillas. Ordered. Standing guard are 3 companies switched. Of course Lin Xiao and Fox will also join in. Monk quickly eat, ready to go to watch the sentry. After eating, everyone except the warriors on sentry duty, all began to rest, nourish the spirit to continue to leave tomorrow. Good thing that now the day is hot, the warriors lying on the ground against the quilt will be able to sleep. Beautiful sleep. The next morning after everyone ate, while the sky is still bright, just cool enough to continue to leave. Night and day, the number of too many words is not suitable. Gao Fei had to choose the daytime rush, but the daytime rush is often accompanied by some danger. Good thing that now the attention of the brats are elsewhere. A week later the elite battalion arrived safely in Xinxian County, to be precise, outside of Xinxian County to meet the mountains. Xinxian County is in the control of the brats. This history has been very famous county, but the world of the brats. Everyone rest in place. A week's journey has made the warriors tired. Rushing is a small matter, but also from time to time to be on guard against the raid of the brats, fearful, so more tired. Arriving at the destination, Gao Fei announced to rest in place, picking up the binoculars and observing around. This is the location of the joint, but where is the joint? In doubt, Goofy shouted, "Monk! Zheng Da Biao!" Yes. The two immediately stood up and saluted. Each of you two lead a squad, look around and bring over anyone you find. Yes. The two shouted and picked a squad of soldiers and separated to look around. Battalion commander. Soon the monk and Zhang Dabiao came back, also brought back a person. Gao Fei fixed his eyes and smiled. Isn't this an old friend? Hello, we meet again. The person that the two went out and brought back was Wu Ziming, who came to the compound last time. Gao Fei remembered that he was still the vice captain of the so-called railroad guerrillas. Hello. Like last time, Wu Ziming was still as shy as ever and excitedly saluted at Gao Fei. The captain said that there would be a battalion mobilized over in the next 2 days and asked himself to be the connector. He was still puzzled, but he didn't expect it to be the elite battalion of the independent regiment. The elite battalion's reputation is not small now. Everything is piled up by its strong combat power and gaining battle merits. We are really destined for each other. Without further ado, let's leave first. Take me to the place where we are stationed. The warriors are tired after rushing for 7 days. Okay, everyone please follow me. Wu Ziming's face was slightly red with excitement. Gao Fei felt helpless, as to be so excited? The local guerrillas didn't have a number at all. It was very mixed. Which member of the guerrillas didn't wish they could join the regular army and fight the little devils together with the regular army? However, now that the opportunity had come, Wu Ziming was of course very happy. Their guerrilla squad was to serve as a guide for Gao Fei's elite battalion, so of course they would go out together with the elite battalion. Under Wu Ziming's leadership, all the soldiers of the elite battalion got up and followed him out of the big mountain. Looking at the very far away Xian County, Gao Fei clenched his fists. Sooner or later I will bring you down. This is the west where the elite battalion will be stationed and trained in the future. Soon Wu Ziming brought the elite battalion to a village that had been abandoned, because it was too close to Xian County. The people slowly moved away after the brats swept and swept a few times. The elite battalion plus the cooking class has less than 1,000 personnel. An abandoned village is enough. Everyone start alert. Not being able to be careless when he arrived at the place, Gao Fei shouted and looked at Wu Ziming. Take me to see the members of your squad. Yes, please follow me. Wu Ziming was very excited and walked ahead to lead Goofy into the village. Within the village they also came to this side of the activity recently, like the elite battalion, and did not have a fixed place to live. Fox signaled Yamamoto Chisha to rest and followed Gao Fei with the M4 himself. Despite Gao Fei's current ability to defend himself, Fox didn't dare to have any carelessness. Looking at the fox, Wu Ziming froze for a moment. Foreigners he has not seen, but such a beautiful or the first time to see, but unfortunately the fox cannot turn away from the eyes. The attention is only on Goofy's body. Walked into the village inside, came to a still intact house, knocked on the door. Wu Ziming said loudly, "Captain, people have arrived. Battalion Commander Gao and I came together." Creak. The door was opened and a young man who looked to be in his 20s with a white cloth carried on his head stuck his head out and looked around before opening the door in surprise. "Hello, I am the captain of the railway guerrilla squad. I am glad to meet you and fight alongside you." Looking at the towel on his head, Goofy was a bit speechless. "I am also glad to fight alongside you. These days there are too many guerrillas, all without a number, belonging to the type that fights wherever they want. The management is a bit more lax. Both of you, please come in." Wu Ziming smiled and invited Gao Fei and Fox into the house to talk. Gao Fei nodded and walked into the house, but then he was dumbfounded, looked back at Wu Ziming and the captain, and looked inside the house. Hello. Inside the room, 7 or 8 people who were about the same age as Wu Ziming got up to greet Gao Fei, both men and women, with no exception. All of them are very small, and they should still be students. Gao Fei's mind came up with a word that is nonsense. Looking at the young faces in front of him, Gao Fei asked with a twitch at the corner of his mouth, "You're all students who just came out of the school not long ago, aren't you?" "Yes, we all learned from a school and responded to the call of the party and the people, so we joined the guerrilla army." Captain Wang Fei stood out and explained loudly. For some reason Gao Fei felt his head start to hurt a little. "Are you guys the only ones? There's no one else in the guerrilla team? It shouldn't be a group of young kids all together, there should be an older one leading the group. The captain died not long ago, so I became the captain by everyone's election, and I also hope to be able to help you guys more in the future." Captain Wang Fei was very happy to be able to follow the elite battalion in the future and do real work. This was something he had dreamed of. "Will do." Gao Fei nodded his head with a somewhat unnatural expression. "Does Battalion Commander Gao look down on us?" Chapter 144 Conflict. One's own mission here was to try to paralyze the enemy's rail lines and highways as much as possible, and now it dawned on Goofy that there seemed to be one more, and that was to bring in new people. The old batch of sacrifices, the new batch is still all students, naturally needs someone to bring, and Gao Fei undoubtedly became such a person. Suddenly a girl who had just stood in the back, taller, and whom Goofy hadn't paid attention to, walked up and asked loudly in an unpleasant manner. Li Yunlong was very angry. She joined the guerrillas. It didn't take long to be able to do great things with the regular army. Was originally very happy, but Gao Fei came full of disappointment. It's best to have a guide when you don't know the place well, but everyone wants a guide who is old and experienced, not a bunch of students who just came out from within the school. Gao Fei's tone and expression made Li Yunlong angry, which made her stand out. And Gao Fei didn't expect someone to come and accuse him. Turning his head to look at him, he immediately felt a flash of light. A pretty girl with a height of about 1.7 m and fair skin stared at himself with a discontented, puffed-up little face. Spare Gao Fei to see more than a variety of beautiful women. Have to admit that this Li Yunlong is very beautiful, so that it is difficult to pick, but such a delicate girl to participate in the guerrilla team felt a bit strange. Although Li Yunlong is very beautiful, but Gao Fei is not a person who sees a beautiful woman and weakens his legs. At least his own side of Yamamoto Chisha and Fox will not be worse than her. Sha Wei is also. After looking Li Yunlong up and down, Goofy asked strangely, "Did I say I look down on you guys? This is fighting ghosts, not at school, so of course I would like to have experienced guides. But your expression and tone is just like that." Li Yunlong puffed up her little face and looked at Goofy in displeasure. Li Yunlong. Wang Fei and Wu Ziming immediately pulled her a bit, signaling her to calm down. Okay. Gao Fei raised his hands in surrender and looked at the defiant Li Yunlong and asked, "How long have you been in the guerrillas?" "A month." Li Yunlong replied disgruntled. "Then do you know where the ghosts are spread out? What time do the ghost trains leave?" "Air." Li Yunlong froze and shook her head. These were usually investigated by Wang Fei and Wu Ziming. She hadn't been there yet. The corner of his mouth slowly lifted up. Looking at Li Yunlong, who had gotten weak, Gao Fei continued, "But how can you be a guide for me if you don't know anything? Or let me lead the entire elite battalion of warriors and headless flies like blindly wandering around, running to the ghosts within their lair without even knowing. Is that right?" Li Yunlong was speechless for a while, looking at Gao Fei, unable to speak. Her small face swished red. "That's because those things are all being done by Wu Ziming and Wang Fei." "Oh?" Gao Fei felt amused and looked at her curiously as he continued to ask, "Then what do you do? What were you doing while your classmates, oh no comrades, were venturing out to spy and observe?" "Thatched hut, quiet down. Everyone, you look at me, I look at you." A little stunned, Li Yunlong, usually in the squad but the mouth is the most powerful one, but did not expect to run into Gao Fei after the mute. "Everyone calm down a bit. Wu Ziming saw the seedling a little wrong, hurriedly went forward to stop in the middle of the two. Li Yunlong felt aggrieved, bean-sized tears welling up in her eyes, but unfortunately, Gao Fei wouldn't be softened by this. "Facts are facts. You guys discuss it first. We'll take a day off tomorrow and start our operation the day after tomorrow. At that time I still hope that a few of you will be more helpful." Shaking his head, Gao Fei left the thatched hut. There was no point in continuing to stay here. Instead, it made everyone embarrassed. He himself didn't expect to put on such a show. Leaving the thatched hut with Fox, Goofy was a bit helpless. "Fox, what do you think we should do in the future? A guerrilla squad looks like Wu Ziming and Wang Fei are a little bit reliable. The rest are basically no different from students." Gao Fei doubts that these people will vomit when they see the corpses. It was really a headache. Now we can only take one step and see what happens, not to mention that what we want is just information rather than letting them go into battle to kill the enemy, isn't it? No matter what it is, people need a process of adaptation. At first, when Goofy killed for the first time, his heart skipped a beat, not to mention that the whole person became very strange, but as time went on there was no longer any semblance of a reaction. And it can only be this way. Gao Fei nodded. The two of them walked towards the entrance of the village. What the elite battalion needed was information about the railroad guerrilla squad, not for them to actually go on with the brats with real bullets. The students would always be a cute but worrisome group. Lovely as will stand up for support, clear justice. Worrying is without any experience, without any training. Running into the enemy is very dangerous. "Battalion commander, everyone has settled down." Zhang Dabiao came forward to report. "And, I know, get up the stove and cook. In addition, send someone to invite the comrades of the guerrilla squad to come over for dinner." "Yes." Zhang Dabiao led the order and left. Gao Fei walked into the house that the warriors had helped arrange for themselves. It was a bit shabby, but now was not the time to force these things. It was good to have a place to live. Yamamoto Chisha was cleaning up. Gao Fei looked at the fact that there were 2 rooms and a living room and said, "Fox, you and Chisha sleep inside. It's a bit inappropriate to sleep outside all the time. 2 women sleeping outside, himself a big man sleeping inside. How weird." Sitting on the chair, Gao Fei took out the map and looked at it, thinking about what place he should start from. In fact, most of this section of the railroad has been 120 division warriors to deal with. They need to deal with the part is not much. Other people like to dismantle the rails. Gao Fei will not. Will be the joints of the railroad tracks for you to pry deformation. To see how you use it. Do not change it, cannot be. As for the highway, it is a bit of a problem. The railroad replacement trouble, but the highway repair is very simple. Gao Fei looked at the map and fell into contemplation. Highway is not compared to the railroad. Even if you will blow up the bridge, is still able to quickly pile up rocks to fill up. Digging pits and holes is not realistic. Burying mines, or forget it. Their own people accidentally stepped on the fun. A time Gao Fei was really highway problems to the difficult. Chapter 145 Dinner, Discussion. Battalion commander, it's time to eat. It lasted until after the yelling of the well-done monk. Gao Fei came back to his senses. Oh good, have the comrades from the railroad guerrillas arrived? Goofy came back to his senses and answered. Already here, carry the rice in? Yes, it's just that I have something to discuss with them. After thinking about it, Gao Fei nodded his head and signaled to carry the rice up, just so he could discuss with Wang Fei and Wu Ziming about the day after tomorrow's action. I'll do it immediately. Monk turned around and left, carrying all the meals in. Together with all the members of the guerrilla squad, Yamamoto Chisha set the dishes and chopsticks, and Monk set all the food on the table and left. Everyone sit down, there's nothing good to eat either, feel free to eat. Putting the map away, Goofy smiled as he took his seat. Fox sat down directly. Hi. Yamamoto Chika nodded in agreement before sitting down. Japanese? Wu Ziming and the others froze, looking at Yamamoto Chisha, a little stunned. Before they thought that Yamamoto Chisha was Chinese, but it turned out that he was actually Japanese. Sit. Gao Fei looked back at Wu Ziming and several people, casually said, don't worry, this is my person, you don't have to worry about revealing any secrets, sit down and eat, it just so happens that I have something to discuss with you. Good. Wu Ziming nodded and found a seat to sit down. The others also followed to take their seats. Everyone took their seats together. The people of the guerrilla squad looked at Yamamoto Chisha, feeling a bit unbelievable. A Chinese soldier actually found a Japanese woman. Although very beautiful, but at the moment, appropriate? There is also the elite battalion to eat. The guerrilla squad now can eat enough is good, but the elite battalion actually have meat to eat. Eat? Gao Fei took the lead and picked up chopsticks and ate. Now he was also hungry. Only when he ate well would he have the strength to work, right? With Gao Fei taking the lead, the others ate. Woohoo! Soon the members of the guerrilla squad focused on eating. All of them ate with their mouths full of oil. It seemed like they hadn't eaten meat for a long time. There was no need to guess that all of them students should be from good families, but it seemed that they rarely ate meat after joining the guerrilla squad. All of their images were a bit indecent. Sorry, because it's been a long time since. Seeming to notice Gao Fei's eyes, Li Yunlong was the first to feel uncomfortable. Her face reddened and she explained in a small voice. It's okay, everyone eat, other dare not say food we elite battalion still have. People who hadn't eaten meat for a long time eating meat for once eating is indeed indecent, but this is a normal thing. After casually eating a little bit, Gao Fei opened his mouth. It's like this, I intend to let the team rest and reorganize for a day tomorrow, and then the day after tomorrow we will start to move out. What do you guys think about it? Any good proposals? When it came to business, everyone put down their chopsticks and slowed down their eating. It was considered a Chinese habit to talk about important matters at the table. I think we can start with the road first. The first one to speak was Wang Fei. He was the leader of the guerrillas, naturally the one who knew the most about this aspect of the investigation. Speak up, right, I forgot to ask, where are our comrades from the 120th Division? Before Gao Fei felt strange, according to reason, here is the territory of the 120 Division himself and others over should be someone to come to find a greeting. We know each other, in the future there are any tricky tasks can also be sent out together, but did not see. Because come to each other's territory on the other side upset this possibility will not happen, at least in the 8th Route Army will not, on the contrary will be warmly welcomed. The comrades of the 120th Division have actually been out a long time ago, and have been carrying out sabotage on the Tongpu Railway in the hope of choking off the railroad lines of the Little Devils. As the guerrilla's wise man, Wu Ziming immediately replied, the head of the 715th Regiment even said earlier that he wanted to find battalion commander Gao to get together, but he went out on a mission not too long ago. So it's like this. Gao Fei laughed, I would also like to get to know the commander of the 715th Regiment, let's wait until we have time, let's talk about the previous question, why is it more appropriate to choose the highway, and what section of the road to choose? In fact, this section of the railroad damage are more serious, the brats want to repair it is also very difficult, we can focus our main attention on the highway is difficult to destroy, you can first make a choice from the bridge. Wu Ziming also shifted the topic and took out the map he had prepared to show to Gao Fei, among them, here, and here, if the bridges are all blown up, it will be difficult for the brats to repair them even if they want to, and that way our purpose will be accomplished. Receiving this finely labeled map, Gao Fei in his heart gave Wu Ziming a nod of approval as a talent have the opportunity to pull into the elite battalion well. Looking at the map, Gao Fei felt that Wu Ziming had a good point, as long as these bridges were blown up it would be really hard for the brats to repair them, especially since one of the bridges was constructed over a river gorge, which was troublesome to build. Are all these places marked with circles the strongholds of the Little Devils? Yes, Wu Ziming nodded inside, unfortunately there are mountain roads all around there if they can be blown up, the brats definitely won't have a few months to repair these roads. It's just that the brat strongholds are around there and it's dangerous so we've ruled it out. While nodding his head Gao Fei didn't say anything else and returned the map to Wu Ziming and continued to eat his meal. At this time his heart has been defined, bombing the bridge is not significant, the mountain road bombed only cool, so that you want to build the brats are difficult, as for a few strongholds well, I do not find you trouble has been good, just their first arrival, the lack of weapons and ammunition and food. Although I brought a lot of time, but not be able to hold out too long, want to settle down for a long time only to rob. Robbing the brats is the right thing to do. Not robbing is the only way to get retribution. Thank you for the information that a few of you have given me, then I won't bother a few of you to rest, Fox help me send them back. Soon a meal was finished and Goofy gave his expulsion order. Good. Gorilla and the others froze before nodding their heads, it's over just like that? This was too fast, right? Chapter 146. Let's take you guys for a ride. What else is wrong? Seeing that Wu Ziming and the others were confused, feeling that things were different from what they had imagined, a few people were a bit lost and stunned. No problem, then we won't disturb Battalion Commander Gao's rest, we'll take our leave first, we'll lead the way for Battalion Commander Gao when the day after tomorrow. Wu Ziming, who was the first to react, understood that Gao Fei obviously already had a decision in his heart, that's why he was like this. He immediately pulled Wang Fei and took his leave with a smile. Only then did the reacting Wang Fei and the others give their farewells to Gao Fei and prepared to leave. Please. Fox made a please motion and walked in front, the others answered with a smile and followed behind to leave. Walking at the back was Li Yunlong. At this time this little beauty felt torn, because of the previous quarrel between herself and Gao Fei, let her feel regret. Gao Fei was qualified to question, originally came from the outside, unfamiliar with the land, naturally need to be familiar with the local and experienced guide, a group of students in exchange for anyone would be skeptical. But he actually therefore and Gao Fei quarrel a few words, at first also feel very aggrieved, but later think about, Li Yunlong feel that they are a fool. This is what tangled walking at the end of the hesitation to apologize to Gao Fei, looking at the teammates have gone out, Li Yunlong finally clenched her teeth, turned around and apologized. I'm sorry Battalion Commander Gao, my words just now were a bit wrong, I apologize to you. Li Yunlong, this pretty girl's apology made Gao Fei feel surprised. Aren't pretty looking women usually arrogant? She would actually apologize? What a think, but others have apologized, Gao Fei will not hold on to it, besides he is not a petty person, and women sulk, that is to lose standards. Waving his hand Gao Fei laughed, it's okay, I've long forgotten, I'm also a little bit of wrong to speak, a little bit of impulsive, I hope that you don't get angry. Won't be, then Battalion Commander Gao, I will take my leave first. Gao Fei accepted his apology. Li Yunlong breathed a sigh of relief and with a happy smile on her face, she turned to leave. Ah! But a few seconds later a terrified voice came from outside. Gao Fei frowned and walked out to see what was going on. Wu Ziming and the others had just walked outside, but they didn't want a tiger to jump out directly from the side and rushed at them, instantly scaring this group of students who had just come out from within the school not long ago to death. Wu Ziming, who was still relatively calm, even wanted to reach for his gun already. Ow. Wu Ziming and other people were scared. A small tiger is also, it just went to hunt for food after eating enough to come back. Who wanted just close to it? The few people on the yell up, scared. The small tiger jumped to the side of the teeth grimacing at them. Roar up. The tiger's appearance is more so that Wu Ziming and other people cold sweat again and again. Couldn't understand why a tiger would appear here, and still within the military camp. Didn't the other warriors care? They even saw a few warriors smiling and shaking their heads a bit speechless, and a few girls were even screaming and yelling at the warriors of the elite battalion for help. What are you doing? Hearing their screams, the monk appeared, grabbing Wu Ziming's hand, shouting, little tiger, quiet down. Oh, letting out two low growls, little tiger then quieted down. Seeing Gao Fei standing in the doorway, he happily ran over. This is our battalion commander, raised very obedient, will not hurt people. Of course the premise is that you will not hurt it, it is the battalion commander's treasure. All zoom in a little. Grumbling unhappily, the monk then let go of Wu Ziming, not bothering to pay attention to these students who were all dumbfounded. Little tiger ran over. Li Yunlong was also scared to stand honestly, but unfortunately little tiger did not bother to look at her, directly rushed to Gao Fei and ran over, affectionately rubbed a few times on Gao Fei's body, so that the people of the guerrilla squad were dumbfounded and at the same time also very speechless. What kind of people are these? This is vermin beasts or raised in the army. Oh, little tiger kept rubbing on Gao Fei's body, making Gao Fei laugh, and said without any good humor, hurry up and go inside, look at how hot you are like this. Turning his head to Wu Ziming and the others, he apologized, sorry, little tiger scared you guys, it's very obedient, it won't hurt anyone, you can rest assured. Ah, it's fine, it's fine. Wang Fei, who was the boldest, was the first to come back to his senses and pulled the others with a dry smile, yes, it's fine, it's us who scared ourselves. The others then followed and chimed in. Smiling and nodding to them, Gao Fei brought little tiger into the house, and little tiger directly ran into the inner room and jumped onto the bed to doze off. You look at me, I look at you. It took a long time before Wu Ziming, Wang Fei and the others accepted this fact before they left with bitter smiles. This guy is really good at enjoying himself. Looking at little tiger who soon started snoring, Gao Fei was speechless. Sleep when you're full, this is a pig not a tiger, right? Took out the map and looked at it again. Gao Fei deeply remembered the markings of a few strongholds on the map, lit a cigarette and took a puff, considering, squinting his eyes after a long time, then it's you guys, take you first. Let's see if you still dare to build a stronghold not far from Laozi Station. For other armies the Brat stronghold is a big headache, the lack of mortars is simply difficult to gnaw down the bunker, even if you use a mortar the other side will also use, but for Gao Fei is not much of a problem, not afraid of you have a bunker, for fear that you do not have enough bunkers. The old man's Barrett but has long been hungry, thirsty. After learning a skill, Gao Fei has not yet had time to experiment with it, now I'll take these strongholds within the Brats to start. The numbers weren't too large anyway, the elite battalion could easily take them down. Clenching his fists and knocking hard on the table, bang. Only heard a muffled sound. The edge of some of the table directly appeared a large hole. Gao Fei looked at their fists to break the planks of wood suddenly full of black lines. This is the monk looked for a long time to find a more complete table is now embarrassing. Forget the power is too large did not converge. This time the monk to find their own nagging. Elite battalion in this way in the distance from Xinshin dozens of kilometers away from the abandoned village on Jidown, the soldiers began to build houses and military fortresses. This side of the Brats' active region, the existence of fortifications, even if the Brats come to attack for defense and retreat have a great role. A time the whole village has become bustling with warriors, hot, fire days of construction of houses, construction of fortifications. Chapter 147 Target Ghost Strongholds. Fighters today is the first battle we came to Xin County. We are isolated, we don't even know where our friendlies are, everything will be able to rely on ourselves, we need to fight the devils ourselves, and of course we rob the devils ourselves, self-reliance, and today will be our first battle. Are you guys scared? Early the next morning, all the warriors of the elite battalion all in the abandoned small village in the assembly, everyone's mental state is good, and there is not any environmental disharmony someone sick and so on. Report battalion commander, no. The collective warriors of the elite battalion all roared loudly. Gao Fei grinned, no is good, if not far to run here, the result of a losing battle that will let our friendly army ridicule, so we slipped back, absolutely will let the head of the group scold us not, you think about the head of the black face scolding the scene is what kind of? Thinking of the scene where the head of the regiment, Li Yunlong, blackened his old face, and ate coal, catching anyone with a burst of curses, again, old man, again, his mother, the warriors could not help but laugh. Fighters, do you wish to see this kind of scene? Clapping his hands Gao Fei inquired with a smile. The warriors looked at me and I looked at you all laughed along with Goofy, unwilling. It's good if you're not willing. Sighing, Gao Fei looked around at the faces of the warriors. We're going to show the headmaster that wolves travel thousands of miles to eat meat and dogs travel thousands of miles to eat. Coming here we are still able to eat meat in big chunks and drink in big gulps, we are. Long live the elite battalion. Long live the battalion commander. Long live the elite battalion. Long live the battalion commander. The warriors all shouted in unison with red faces, making Wu Ziming and the others who stood by the side a bit agitated, wishing that they could stand in and shout with everyone right now, but unfortunately it wasn't that easy for them to join the elite battalion. Setting off now. Target the Brat strongholds. Today we will pull out the 3 strongholds of the Brats, let them know the power of our elite battalion. Big hands. A moment later Gao Fei announced the departure, and in the process stated today's mission. The warriors all shouted and set off after Gao Fei, while Wu Ziming and Wang Fei transitioned from excitement after ferrying to shock. Wasn't this the promised destruction of railroads and highways? How to become the first day to target the strongholds of the Brats. Although each stronghold within a squad of people 3 strongholds of the number of people added up to 8 or 900, but the other side has a bunker rely on, it is difficult to attack down. 120 division warriors did not try to gnaw very difficult, and ultimately and do not end. But now Gao Fei actually want to take the elite battalion to take down the stronghold? This is not nonsense? At least that's what Wu Ziming and the others thought. Despite the elite battalion's strength, it wasn't easy to take down the bunker, and they might even suffer heavy casualties as a result. Battalion Commander Gao. Have we changed this operation? With this thought, Wu Ziming and the others immediately went up to ask, hoping to make Gao Fei change his mind. Action? No. Gao Fei looked strangely at these 10 student wards around himself. When did I say what the mission was before this? Since I didn't say it, how would you know that the mission has changed? Then Battalion Commander Gao, you looked at the map yesterday is. Wu Ziming sort of understood that Gao Fei simply did not bother to look at those roads, but directly stared at the strongholds of the Brats. He immediately felt his mouth full of bitterness, but still wanted to inquire about it. Smiling and shaking his head, Gao Fei said, "Don't worry, it's fine, a few strongholds are too close to where we're stationed. I feel uneasy if I don't get rid of them. I can't guarantee that one day the little devils will fight over." The entire guerrilla squad looked at me and I looked at you, revealing a bitter smile. What kind of person is this? Is his confidence that strong? Or are the devils in the direction of Taiyuan all weak? Only Wu Ziming and Li Yunlong looked at the confident Gao Fei with curiosity. Where did Gao Fei get such a strong confidence? Does it really have this ability or bragging? Bragging does not seem like if it is, it will not get so many words of praise, but if it is true, then almost the strength in the Brats against the other side there are strongholds can be defended. How to take down? The little kid's bunker has a machine gun to 10, mortar a dozen, such a stronghold is simply a poisonous thorn, who want to take down have to pay a huge price to be able to. Che is not just a small stronghold? Our battalion commanders single-handedly were able to fight down C-lesses to C-less. Zhang Dabiao disdainfully bristled, causing the other soldiers to laugh. Monk laughed badly and put his arm around Zhang Dabiao's shoulder and laughed. Dabiao, others are afraid, you don't scare them, be careful later they see the ghosts retreating and go soft, they don't even dare to fire their guns. But do they have guns? Looking around, it seems that only the 2 captains have guns, right? And it's still very old Wang Baji box now, seems to be left behind by the predecessors in front of them. Ha. Except for Wu Ziming and Wang Fei, who had 2 old guns, the other guerrillas didn't have guns. Along with Zhang Dabiao and the monks, 1-2 punch made the warriors laugh once again. Who said we can't kill ghosts? Being laughed at by everyone so much, the guerrilla squad members immediately turned red and retorted with dissatisfaction. Oh, then how many ghosts have you guys killed? The third company commander Su Fei curiously looked at a defiant Wang Fei. Wang Fei opened his mouth and was about to answer, but saw the fighters a face of playful look at themselves. Suddenly some gas proper guerrilla were compared to the regular army. Suddenly very frustrated, said, I killed a Wu Ziming killed 10 or so. Other team members Wang Fei did not say, apparently one did not open. Not bad either. Gao Fei unexpectedly glanced at Wu Ziming and laughed. Monk, go to the back and get a few guns to distribute to them. As for the bullets, just give 10 or so to each person. Not asking for the members of the guerrilla squad to be able to help in any way, at least practice their guts. Don't see the war start, they are scared less. That would be hilarious, not to mention it's really possible, especially a few girls whose faces are not right. Chapter 148, reporting to the Satanic Demon King. What kind of guns do a few little farts use? Monk complained with dissatisfaction, but still did not dare to disobey Gao Fei's order. Went to the back and carried 1038 dagas over, and a box of bullets, said with displeasure, here, this is for you guys, save some to come. The guns can all be brand new, ammunition 10 each, just enough to at least kill a ghost. Monk's complaint made all the members of the guerrilla squad so angry that their faces reddened again. 10 bullets to kill a little kid is considered qualified. This is not to look down on people? But no one went to retort, because they had just touched those 2 old Wang Bao boxes. As for the brand new 38 large cap, had not even touched it. Embarrassed at the same time, a group of people excitedly picked up the gun, left look and look, very excited. This is a brand new 38 Daigaya, not that old Wang Bao box can be compared, and there are 10 bullets. The elite battalion is really rich. Everyone's weapons are brand new. Not to say, the resident also stored a lot of other teams have a gun to use on the good, but also think about the brand new weapons. The boys are excited to hold the gun, but a few girls holding the gun expression is a little strange. Not that they do not want to fight the ghosts, but they do not even know how to open the gun. Looking at Gao Fei was a bit speechless. Luckily he didn't even bother to count on them. Alas! Don't mess around, what kind of gun are you firing now? Isn't this telling the brats that someone is coming to attack coming? Suddenly the monk grabbed Wang Fei's hand with an irritated hand and reprimanded, the guns and bullets given to you guys are to be used later, not now. The stronghold is not far from where everyone is now originally. If the brats hear the sound of gunfire and have a defense, how to fight? Wang Fei froze, suddenly red face. He was a careless excitement, excited, overloaded, loaded bullets, want to shoot a little, but did not expect to make such a serious mistake. Suddenly red-faced, unable to speak. Aside Wu Ziming feel around the warriors looking at their own squad color are not happy. Up the bottom of the heart side. This is the gap between the so-called guerrillas and the regular army. It seems that he should also find time to join the regular army. In the guerrilla army is always difficult to achieve great things, can play a role is too small. Talented people will always be high-minded and proud, at least Wu Ziming is so. Before he did not think at this time finally understand to join the regular army to do great things. A small guerrilla is not enough to toss themselves. Thinking of finding a chance to join the elite battalion, Wu Ziming just tried to aim the gun and then carried the gun without saying a word and followed behind Gao Fei. Ran all the way more than a child to the brat's stronghold is not far. Gao Fei raised his hand, all stop. Wu Ziming took the initiative to take out his own map, handed to Gao Fei. Think Gao Fei will be used. Gao Fei smiled and took the map. In the heart of the Wu Ziming complimented a few words. A really good boy. Do not need to say you know what to do. Spreading out the map given by Wu Ziming, Gao Fei waved his hand to Zhang Dabiao, Monk, Su Fei. As for Wu Ziming and a bunch of other students, let them watch from the sidelines. As for how much they can learn depends on their own ability. Now not far in front of us is the first stronghold of the brats. Pointing at the marked point on the map, Gao Fei opened his mouth. What we need to do is to attack the first stronghold, attract the other 2 strongholds within the brats to come out to support them, and then directly exterminate these mother heirs on the way. You guys look. Drawing his finger along the highway, Gao Fei seriously explained, this mountain road, I need you guys to send a few fighters over there, and when the brat supporter team comes, directly blow up the mountain road for me. I want to make these brats go to the sky and enter the ground without a door. Let them all go to hell and report to the Satanic Demon King. Satanic Demon King? Several people froze. Wu Ziming looked at Gao Fei with curiosity. This is something that only exists within foreign myths. I'm really stupid. Gao battalion commander is also a college student, of course no. Wu Ziming and others know that the monk 3 people do not know. Zhang Dabiao asked strangely, battalion commander, what is the Satanic Demon King? It is? Gao Fei was about to explain, but suddenly realized that he went to explain this thing for what? Blared at Zhang Dabiao. 3 people, no good, scolded, shut up, is China's Yama like things, management of the dead, less to interrupt. PFF. Zhang Dabiao was instantly deflated. Wu Ziming and the others laughed out, causing Zhang Dabiao to take down his hat in displeasure. Ugh. I said what's so funny about you guys? You guys are great, you do it. A group of students then reacted to the impolite behavior of their own and others, and were dumbfounded and unable to speak. Enough. Gao Fei raised his hand and shouted, all shut up. Now is the time to assign tasks, one by one. Give me a quarrel like what? Gao Fei got angry. Zhang Dabiao skimmed his mouth before quieting down. Looking back at the 10 students, Gao Fei said, "Don't laugh either, because you don't have that qualification to laugh at others." Air. The students froze, not realizing that they and the others were also scolded. "Alright, now what I'm going to say is, Zhang Dabiao, Monk, Su Fei, I want you all to bring everyone around towards here, set up an ambush for me to come, and when the reinforcements from the little devils come, give me a hard hit. Or that word total annihilation. Can you do it?" Pointing to a narrow place on the map, "This place is very suitable for an ambush, as long as the elite battalion warriors are all ambushed here, absolutely able to bury all of the Brat's support troops here. Guarantee to complete the mission. Otherwise, I'll bring my head." Zhang Dabiao and the three of them stood up and saluted, making a military order. Gao Fei grunted without any good humor, "I don't need such a big night pot, so I don't want your heads. If you don't want to be scolded, then give me a nice fight. Know what I'm saying? Yes. Company 1, Company 2, Company 3, come with us." The task has been assigned. The monk 3 people immediately with all the warriors of the elite battalion all left to go forward to ambush, waiting for the arrival of the Brats. The scene soon left only Gao Fei, Fox and a group of students, just 12 people. Chapter 149, The Powerfulness of Precise Aiming. The other warriors left. Gao Fei put down the barret on his back, checked the gun and lit a cigarette. He's going back to his old job. I wonder how cool it is to shoot after getting the precise aiming skill. Gao Fei sat down to smoke. Fox rubbed his M4, said nothing. Wu Ziming and others are all dumbfounded. All the fighters went to ambush to attack the reinforcements of the Brats. That is not their own. Remaining 12 people have to face the first stronghold of the ghosts. 12 people attacking a stronghold. Crazy, absolutely crazy. A group of students looked at Gao Fei's. Eyes have changed. Can there be anyone more crazy than him? And before Zhang Dabiao said the same, Gao Fei is ready to one person to attack the Brat stronghold, a person carrying a strange gun to attack a stronghold with more than 200 people guarding. The other side has more than 10 mortars, more than 10 machine guns. How the hell do you fight? What is this if not madness? Are you guys thinking in your hearts that I'm crazy? Suddenly Gao Fei raised his head and looked at them. The members of the guerrilla squad were instantly scared and hurriedly shook their heads to deny it, even if they felt in their hearts that Gao Fei was crazy, but they couldn't say it out. Now they knew that Gao Fei would curse people or maybe just give them a bad scolding and come over. It's better to keep it in their hearts. Is it? Narrowed his eyes and looked at a group of students. Gao Fei smiled slightly, although the smile on his face was very gentle, but in the eyes of a cadre of student children always feel why so scary? It made people furtive, as if any secret would be seen through by Goofy, and their eyes were a bit evasive. The only still relatively calm is only the captain Wang Fei and Wu Ziming. Wang Fei slightly older, Wu Ziming smart. 2 people see more than others, naturally calm, no panic. High battalion commander, then how do we attack? Use bombs. Holding a bomb to blow up the bunker. These days this kind of thing is very common. Just fight. What I like to say is to be able to use bullets to solve the problem. I absolutely do not use other ways to solve it, whether it is to hold the bomb to blow up or to fight with the enemy bayonet. Ammunition is very precious, but human life is more precious. Shrugging his shoulders, Gao Fei laughed. Besides, we don't have any bombs, do we? Air. The students of the guerrilla squad were speechless, almost didn't cry out. Then how to fight? It wouldn't be just 12 people carrying guns and launching a charge, right? At this time even Wang Fei and Wu Ziming are a little unsettled. Gao Fei didn't explain, continued to smoke, waiting for the warriors of the elite battalion to ambush before starting the attack. The waiting time is breathlessly long, especially for Wu Ziming and the others, as so, under the apprehension, they feel very tormented. They can't wait to start the attack now, to see how in the end Gao Fei starts the attack. Report battalion commander, the fighters have been ambushed. The first company commander ordered me to come and inform the battalion commander. At this time a warrior ran over and reported loudly without coming up for air. Slowly, don't rush. Gao Fei smiled and threw a cigarette to this warrior and lit one himself. The warrior hemmed and hawed and carefully held the cigarette in his mouth. Battalion commander is able to lend a fire? Lighting the cigarette, Gao Fei laughed. Look at that, out of you, take it, and reward you. Laughing, he threw the rest of the cigarettes and matches to this warrior, and he was so happy that he smiled and smiled. He sat down on the ground and finished his cigarette before he ran back to report. He was just happy in his heart. He didn't expect to get a pack of good cigarettes just by running a trip. Now he has a capital to brag about it. Look at it. Have you seen it? Battalion commander to give the Brat's cherry blossom brand cigarettes. This is a high-grade goods, have not? Thinking, the warrior happy to go back to the order. At this time there is a mood to smoke, looking at the high fly to take the appearance of swallowing clouds. The guerrilla squad members hate to tear the smoke out of his mouth. When are you still thinking of smoking? However, they didn't dare to, and could only bulge their eyes and watch. It's on. Finally, under the eyes of the guerrilla squad members, Gao Fei put out his cigarette, raised his gun and looked at it, adjusting the distance of the sight. Battalion commander Gao, how do we attack? Looking at Gao Fei's appearance, he knew that he was going to prepare for an attack. Wang Fei and Wu Ziming were the first to lie down beside Gao Fei, while the others followed suit and followed Gao Fei and the others to lie down behind the rocks. Just attack like this. Help me watch the back a bit to prevent the Brats from appearing from behind. Gao Fei exhorted, which was actually not necessary at all since there was Fox there. Taking a deep breath, Gao Fei carried Barrett towards the front and lurked for a distance, about 200 meters before stopping before the distance was farther away. Fox immediately followed. The members of the guerrilla squad glanced at each other, and also followed Gao Fei's example of thieving and groping to advance. A group of people lying on the side of Gao Fei did not pay attention to them through the scope to look at the distant stronghold. Built on the hillside aspect is a huge bunker. The top of the hill are surrounded by high fences and barbed wire. Observe the terrain. Gao Fei grinned. Brats, you so build bunkers your parents know? Such an environment is equal to the brats to run to the bunker to be able to use the mortar. The environment is equal to the abolition of the brat mortar. The rest of the machine gun or as a display bar, just to the elite battalion to add a little heavy weaponry, this time all the way over here, did not carry much of a machine gun just to make up for it with your bunker. Within a few brats are chatting, did not notice their own head has been aimed. A few small red dots imprinted in the mind of Gao Fei. Gao Fei rejoiced, knowing that this is a precise targeting skill. The small red dots are all aimed at the heads of the brats. Even those who cannot see the brats will reveal a small red dot. Ha ha ha. It is really heaven's help. Precise aiming is really formidable, but unfortunately this skill is only in their own range. Beyond the range after the roll is gone, but also enough. Before the opening of the snatch brat's hide, they have no way. Now it, do not have to demolish the bunker with the same as before, directly across the wall to kill you. Bunker strong is very thick, but in the Barrett sniper rifle power is not enough to see. Aimed at the machine gun leaning on the smoking brat, this time Gao Fei different body, directly aimed at that a small red dot shot. Chapter 150 messed up into a pot of porridge. Penguin number 4559077701 has a large number of empty seats. Welcome to join. Previously bombarded the brat bunker or because after shooting the brat will find a place to hide, they do not know the location of the enemy, so they can only use a very aggressive approach, directly with the Barretts powerful to demolish the bunker, but now do not have to have a precise targeting and the enemy's weaknesses will appear. All some small red dots show the brat's head. The most vulnerable place. Hey, look at you still how to hide. In addition to the bunker at this time within a few red dots, in addition in the stronghold there is a dense red dots, showing the number of brats. There is no silly to count the number of brats. Gao Fei directly aimed at that leaning on the 92 machine gun leaning on the smoking and joking ghosts directly shot. Now there was no need to look at the enemy at all, just aim at that red dot. Ping! A loud bang and the sky drifted up, scared lying on the side of the guerrilla squad members like a frightened rabbit popped up. The distant bunker within the brat's head directly burst open, brain pulp flesh, bone splattered all around. Around the two ghosts are still standing and the laughing it. Suddenly their comrade's head in watermelon is burst open, so they froze, opened their mouths full of blood and brains and even the mouth has a lot of it. All the ghosts in the bunker are frozen. The ghosts standing on the bunker heard the gunshots under the rush to get down and shouted a few times. Here the ghosts on the bunker shouted, the bunker within the ghosts only then came back to God, scared hastily hide up, a face of fear, this time the Barrett's gunfire which fell, slowly drifting. Yeah. The first time he hit an enemy 1,300 meters away, Gao Fei excitedly clenched his fists and yelled, this taste is just awesome. I wonder if I can reach the same range as Fox after taking the spirit potion in a few days, not to mention 1,300 meters, 1,500 meters away can be easily hit? If that's the case, together with their own precise aim, then the brats will never have a good time. Even if you don't kill anyone, you can fire a few shots to scare you to death. Gao Fei's heart has already smiled proudly. The side was startled Wu Ziming and other people cannot help but curse their own shame. That side just shot it scared into this, really disgraceful to the grandmother's home. The crowd once again lie down and look at the excited Gao Fei, feel strange, just lie down and shoot here, look at the distance of the bunker, which can hit the enemy. Or is it just fine to act here? They do not have binoculars, naturally cannot see that Gao Fei has killed 1,300 meters of the enemy. Now is not the time to be excited. Gao Fei quickly jumped the sights against the ghost lying on the bunker directly shot. Ping! The body of that ghost who was lying on the bunker thinking he was safe was directly torn apart, causing those ghosts who were hiding to be startled and alert! Alert! In the blink of an eye 2 of his comrades died. The squad leader of the little ghosts in the stronghold rushed into the bunker was loudly questioned, what enemy is it? What direction is the attack coming from? Barrett's gunfire sounded like a hornet's nest. The entire stronghold of the devils are uproarious. Carrying guns carry guns, take mortars take mortars. My subordinate doesn't know, I heard the sound coming from the west. A ghost with a face full of blood and flesh reported loudly, Bakayalu. The squad leader was so angry that he slapped him. Pa. That little kid with a bloody face reporting was instantly knocked off his feet and fell to the ground. 2 of your own people are dead and you still don't even know what the enemy is, so you guys are eating inside the bunker? A bunch of losers. The Empire is ashamed of you. Small Captain angry cursed, took out the binoculars, quietly raised his head towards the outside to see. The sound of gunfire is equal to stabbing a hornet's nest. The brats immediately acted, was still watching the top of the bunker to prevent the brats to use mortars to bomb their own, and suddenly saw a head stretched out. Gao Fei strange laugh, you hide behind the wall is still a little bit of hope to live, but you actually will be the head stretched out? This is not to give me a target? Do not hit, sorry for their own Gao Fei did not know that this little kid is the highest officer of the squad leader in the stronghold, aiming at that sneaky, groping out of the head directly shoot. Touch. Clatter. Those who rushed into the bunker within the ghost suddenly froze looking at the squad leader's head burst open. The bullet will also be around the bricks or shattered, clattering on the ground. The squad leader plasma, flesh and blood splattered all around. Sir killed in action, the bunker within the little kid exclaimed in shock, chaos into a mess. Ah. People always die inexplicably, the head burst open, but even the enemy in what position do not know. Some ghosts hissed and yelled lifting the machine gun on the chaotic sweep up. The little ghosts began to go crazy, looking at a few little ghosts holding the machine gun began to sweep indiscriminately. The direction is not right, but also attempted to blind cats encountered dead mice. Gao Fei hemmed and hawed. He did not know that he killed the enemy's squad leader. The war credit rose 30 points at once, did not have time to see. Chaos, the more chaos the better. The more chaotic it is, the more useless it is to form an effective counterattack. Smiling broadly, Gao Fei quickly aimed at one of the little devils who was firing his machine gun and fired directly. Touch. A big hole appeared on the thick wall of the bunker, and the brats inside the bunker directly fell down. Looking at the big hole that appeared, all the brats' eyes violently contracted for a while, as if they had seen a ghost. What kind of gun is this, actually has such a strong power? Artillery. Artillery. Now all the little kids understand the enemy absolutely has a super long distance shooting gun with machine guns and rifles are difficult to shoot to each other, only use mortars. The 3/8 big cap of the little kid is only 200 meters of range distance. Want to hit the high flying that is a dream. Heavy machine gun range is enough, but you use heavy machine gun to hit a person lying on the ground thousands of meters away, equal to the cannon to hit mosquitoes, a waste of bullets and expression, only able to use the mortar. Contact Captain Feng immediately. We request for support. Get on the phone immediately.